My name is Ruan Xinglua, an ordinary college student, whose greatest wish is to graduate smoothly and find a good job. But now, everything has become an illusion. The eerie marriage is about to begin. The sudden mechanical announcement plunged the entire world into dead silence, followed by a tsunami of panic and heated discussions. Congratulations to the lucky one, Huaxia's Ruan Xinglua, who has been selected to represent Huaxia in this round of the eerie marriage matching game. The pen in her hand clattered to the ground as Ruan Xinglua abruptly raised her head, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. 3 years ago, a bloody and brutal supernatural game descended upon Blue Star, forcing countless people into it, where most perished and only a handful survived. Later, the planetary consciousness awakened and communicated with the will of the eerie world, leading to the cancellation of the game mode, which was replaced by eerie marriage. At regular intervals, the eerie world randomly selects women from 10 countries, binding them deeply to their nation's fortunes as brides, forcibly pairing them with 10 male eerie beings. The brides must choose an eerie husband, enter the eerie world to complete tasks, while striving to improve their affection levels. It may sound gentle, but the eerie beings are often capricious, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Expecting them to show affection for a human bride is nothing short of a pipe dream. Whether it's the game or the marriage, for those chosen, it's nothing less than a one-way ticket straight to hell. Wah wah wah. Oh heavens, why am I so miserable? In despair, an irresistible pulling force suddenly appeared. Ruan Xinglua's vision went dark as the world spun around him. When her vision cleared, Ruan Xinglua found herself standing in a void, surrounded by 9 equally terrified and bewildered young women from different countries. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of Lunching's national fortune instantly began. Holy shit, it's starting. The one chosen by our Huaxia is actually such a beautiful girl. What's the use of beauty? Hope she can survive. Our Huaxia has It's already 9 consecutive losses. Please. You must hold on this time. The national fortune is about to hit rock bottom. In the void, 10 enormous photographs slowly materialized. Marriage match specter number 1, Blood Coffin's Master Yan Jiosha. Marriage match specter number 2, Flaying Taylor Alva. Marriage match specter number 3, Poison Mist Apothecary Chui Du. Just looking at these photos and titles is enough to make one's soul flee in terror. That Yan Jiosha. I think I've seen him mentioned on some occult research forums. It's said to be an extremely terrifying red cloth level. Why hasn't Ruan Xinglua made her choice yet? Hurry up! Time waits for no one. Ruan Xinglua's mind was in turmoil, each eerie presence exuding a suffocating aura of horror. Just as she was about to lose hope, her gaze fell on the last photo. Matchmaking candidate number 10, Zhou Yan. Unlike the other flashy titles, he only had a simple name, without any prefix or honorific. In the photo, the man leaned casually against the window, with soft light outlining his flawless profile. His pale, almost sickly complexion added a touch of melancholic and mysterious beauty. No blood, no horror, just a homely photo that made him seem like the boy next door. So handsome. Ruan Xinglua murmured to herself. More importantly, there were 0 selections under this Zhou Yan. As is well known, popular anomalies require open bidding with anomaly currency, where the highest bidder wins. But after suffering 9 consecutive devastating defeats, China's treasury of ghost coins had long been depleted, making it impossible to compete with those deeply resourceful nations. This Zhou Yan, without a title and unchosen, was undoubtedly the one and most suitable option for her. I'll choose him. Ruan Xinglua didn't hesitate and clicked on the photo. Ding! A cold notification tone rang out. The Chinese contestant, Ruan Xinglua, has completed her selection. Your eerie marriage partner is Zhou Yan. The live stream exploded with chatter. No way! Why did Miss Ruan Xinglua choose a supernatural entity without even a title? This is bad, this is bad. This photo clearly shows the lowest level wandering spirit class supernatural entity. No wonder there isn't even a title. How are we supposed to play this? Is this going to be a 10-loss streak? Despair spread among the Chinese populace like a plague. Inside the National Paranormal World Strategy Research Institute, dozens of researchers and strategic analysts stared intently at the large screen. What's going on? Why would Comrade Ruan Xinglua make such a choice? An old researcher was filled with bewilderment. This Zhou Yan, there's no information about him in the database. He doesn't even have a title, which at least proves he's not some famous and powerful anomaly. Director Lin Angua sighed heavily. Our Huaxia has suffered 9 consecutive defeats, and the National Treasury's anomaly currency reserves are already stretched thin. Even if she takes a fancy to other powerful anomalies, we simply don't have the resources to compete for them. Based on current intelligence analysis and the aura displayed in this photo, this Zhou Yan is most likely just a wandering ghost-level anomaly. The senior analyst brutally shattered the illusion. Wandering soul. Lin Angua staggered, his face ashen with despair. It's over. Is our China truly about to 10 consecutive losses? Bizarre world. Apartment 101, Building 11, Xingfu Residential Area. Zhou Yan reclined lazily on the comfortable sofa, gently swirling the crimson liquid in his goblet, his impossibly handsome face wearing a hint of languidness. At that very moment, a mechanical voice identical to the system tones on Blue Star abruptly rang out in his mind. Chapter 3, The Bloody Lord. Zhou Yan. Ding! You have been selected by the eerie matchmaking as one of 10 candidate grooms. Do you choose to participate in this bizarre matchmaking? Oh? Joyen paused mid-sway with his wineglass, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flickering across his narrowed eyes. A bizarre matchmaking event? Now that's intriguing. He murmured to himself, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Living in seclusion in this happy community for so long, his days had grown rather dull beyond sampling the occasional ill-fated little snack. If he could have a wife to spice up his life, perhaps, it would bring unexpected delights. Zhou Yan was originally an orphan from the 21st century on Blue Star, raised in an orphanage since childhood and having experienced the harsh realities of life. 5 years ago, an accident sent him crashing into this bizarre world. Fortunately, he discovered he possessed an extraordinary ability devouring the bizarre and harnessing their power to grow stronger. Armed with this power and ruthless, decisive tactics, he rose from a weak wandering spirit-level anomaly. Step by step, he devoured and evolved, ultimately becoming an existence that towered above countless terrifying anomalies, even surpassing the will of this world itself, the Lord of Blood. Yet, standing atop the pinnacle of power, looking down upon all living beings as mere ants, Zhou Yan felt an unprecedented emptiness and boredom. Thus, after turning this bizarre world upside down and playing his fill, he chose to live a low-key, reclusive life, settling into retirement in this happy community. But before agreeing, I must first figure out what this bizarre marriage arrangement is all about. Zhou Yan's gaze sharpened, releasing a terrifying aura. World will, come forth and explain. His voice was flat. The next instant, a phantom-like, distorted entity of will tremblingly coalesced before him. This was the will of the bizarre world. Yet before Zhou Yan, it was as docile as a frightened quail. After a round of friendly conversation, Zhou Yan finally pieced together the entire situation. It turned out that this bizarre world he had inhabited for 5 years had, unbeknownst to him, undergone some form of spatial convergence and fusion with his former homeworld Blue Star. This so-called strange marriage was merely a ploy devised by the world's will to accelerate the fusion, or rather, to extract more nutrients from Blue Star. Interesting. So it's connected to Blue Star after all. Zhou Yan stroked his chin, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Very well. It might just add a little more excitement to my retirement. He decided to accept the invitation. Immediately, his consciousness connected to the so-called eccentric matchmaking system. Lines of information about him appeared. Match partner, Zhou Yan. Title, Lord of Blood. Power? Beyond detection limit. This title. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. Lord of Bloodshed? Too flashy. Doesn't suit my low-key style. With a flick of his thoughts, the 4 characters representing supreme renown Lord of Bloodshed vanished silently from his information panel. Only after completing this did he leisurely begin reviewing the profiles of the 10 brides selected from Blue Star. Not bad quality. Every one of them qualifies as a beauty. His gaze swept swiftly over the first 9 photos, his expression calm and unruffled. However, when his gaze landed on the last one, his pupils suddenly contracted slightly. The girl in the photo possessed bright eyes and a dazzling smile, her skin as fair as snow. That face, those features. For the first time, Zhou Yan's hand holding the wineglass hesitated slightly. A long-buried memory surged forth like a tidal wave from the depths of his heart. That little girl at the orphanage who always followed behind him, timidly calling him Brother Yan. The little snot-nosed kid who, when he was bullied, would muster her courage to stand in front of him, trembling with fear yet still shouting in her childish voice, "Don't bully Yan Gu." In Zhou Yan's deep, piercing eyes, the familiar yet slightly immature face in the photograph was clearly reflected. Xing Luo. A barely perceptible tremor rippled through his deep voice. Is that you? Almost the instant Zhou Yan confirmed the marriage, in the void, Ruan Xingluo felt a flash of light before her eyes, and the next moment, she found herself standing at the entrance of a residential building. The old stairwell bore traces of peeling paint on its walls, and the air carried a faint, indescribable scent. Notice, you have arrived at the residence of your marriage partner, Zhou Yan Happiness Community, Building 1, Unit 101. Begin your marriage task. The cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded once more. In the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Happiness Community? Isn't that the infamous Grade A haunted dungeon on the outskirts of Beihai City? Holy crap! Is this real? If someone can live inside an A-grade dungeon, Zhou Yan's strength probably isn't weak, right? Don't get too excited yet. You guys don't know the power levels in Happy Community are tiered by floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the power. Then Zhou Yan living in room 101 means. Exactly. First floor. That means even if he's not the weakest wandering spirit, he's at best a slightly stronger malevolent spirit. Not even worth mentioning. Sigh, what a disappointment. Thought we might have stumbled upon a treasure, but it turns out to be the weakest of the weak. The faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited among the Chinese masses was instantly extinguished by cold, harsh reality. Meanwhile, in the live stream rooms of countries like Sakura Nation and Bamboo Nation, unabashed mockery and schadenfreude filled the air. Put. A level A dungeon's first floor resident? That's basically a doorman. China sure has some luck. LOL, I thought it'd be something special, but it's just a lowly minion. Ruan Xinglua, of course, couldn't hear the commotion outside. Standing before the slightly worn security door of room 101, her heartbeat quickened. Though she usually paid little attention to these bloody, terrifying, bizarre marriages, she had heard about some unwritten rules through various channels. For instance, upon first meeting one's Ziri husband, it was customary to present a certain amount of ghost coins as a greeting gift, both as a sign of respect and to ensure smoother sailing in the days ahead. But she didn't have a single ghost coin on her. After 9 consecutive defeats, the nation's treasury lay utterly depleted. Where could there possibly be spare ghost coins to distribute to them, the chosen brides? I hope Zhou Yan has a better temperament and won't force me to hand over ghost coins. Ruan Xinglua silently prayed, her small hands clenched into fists in nervous tension. Though fear made her legs tremble, she knew there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and raised her hand to knock softly on the door before her. Chapter 4, First Encounter. Ruan Xinglua was stunned. Ruan Xinglua, of course, couldn't hear the commotion outside. Standing before the slightly worn security door of room 101, her heartbeat quickened. Though she usually paid little attention to these bloody, terrifying, bizarre marriages, she had heard about some unwritten rules through various channels. For instance, upon first meeting one's Ziri husband, it was customary to present a certain amount of ghost coins as a greeting gift, both as a sign of respect and to ensure smoother sailing in the days ahead. But she didn't have a single ghost coin on her. After 9 consecutive defeats, the nation's treasury lay utterly depleted. Where could there possibly be spare ghost coins to distribute to them, the chosen brides? I hope Zhou Yan has a better temperament and won't force me to hand over ghost coins. Ruan Xinglua silently prayed, her small hands clenched into fists in nervous tension. Though fear made her legs tremble, she knew there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and raised her hand to knock softly on the door before her. Chapter 4, First Encounter. Ruan Xinglua was stunned. Ruan Xinglua, of course, couldn't hear the commotion outside. Standing before the slightly worn security door of room 101, her heartbeat quickened. Though she usually paid little attention to these bloody, terrifying, bizarre marriages, she had heard about some unwritten rules through various channels. For instance, upon first meeting one's Ziri husband, it was customary to present a certain amount of ghost coins as a greeting gift, both as a sign of respect and to ensure smoother sailing in the days ahead. But she didn't have a single ghost coin on her. After 9 consecutive defeats, the nation's treasury lay utterly depleted. Where could there possibly be spare ghost coins to distribute to them, the chosen brides? I hope Zhou Yan has a better temperament and won't force me to hand over ghost coins. Ruan Xinglua silently prayed, her small hands clenched into fists in nervous tension. Though fear made her legs tremble, she knew there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and raised her hand to knock softly on the door before her. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking echoed distinctly through the silent hallway. In the live stream chat, comments from certain countries were filled with malice. Oh? The representative from China finally knocked? Did she bring any ghost coins? Ha, from what I hear, China's so broke they probably can't even afford a single ghost coin. Our great Sakura Empire has prepared a full 300 ghost coins for Miss Yamamoto Kazue. Enough to grant her preferential treatment against any powerful supernatural threat. Our universe's strongest nation, the Great Stick Nation, has prepared 350 for Mississippi Park Soo-min. Ha 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 ha. With not a single ghost coin, that China representative will likely be killed by the supernatural before even reaching the door. Ha 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 ha. Chinese viewers watched with righteous indignation, yet found themselves powerless to refute it, left only to fume in frustration. Squeak! Just then, the door opened. Ruan Xinglua jumped in fright, instinctively ducking her head. Her long lashes trembled nervously as she dared not look up at the visitor. Inside the doorway, Zhou Yan gazed gently at the young girl before him, her head nearly buried in her chest. It was him, and it was truly her. The Ruan Xinglua from his memories, always carrying a hint of timidity, yet radiating boundless kindness and innocence. Before his journey to this world, on Blue Star, he had been an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. During those bleak years, Ruan Xinglua had been like a ray of warm sunlight, illuminating his barren world. Together, they secretly shared a cold steamed bun, gazed at the stars on the playground at night, and promised to stay together forever. She was his childhood sweetheart, the only soft sanctuary in his heart. Little did he know that 5 years later, across 2 worlds, they would reunite in such a way. 1,000 emotions surged within Zhou Yan, yet his expression remained impassive. Hello. His voice was warm and gentle, like a spring breeze. Hearing that voice, Ruan Xinglua trembled, jerking her head up like a startled fawn. The next moment, she froze completely. Before her eyes was a face of breathtaking beauty. His features were exquisitely carved, as if crafted by God's most perfect hand. His skin bore a sickly pallor, yet it did nothing to diminish his allure. Instead, it lent him an air of melancholy and mystery. A pair of deep, blood-red eyes gazed quietly at her. Handsome. So handsome. The word handsome flooded Ruan Xinglua's mind like a relentless wave. She even forgot where she was, forgot that the figure before her might be a monstrous creature. Inside the National Fortune livestream, after a brief silence, the comments exploded once more. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This Zhou Yan, is he really this handsome? That face. He blows all those pretty boys out of the water. My inner teenager is going wild. What good is being handsome? He's still just a first-floor trash weirdo. All show and no substance. Yeah, and that Huaxia woman will probably get eaten by this weirdo soon. Foreign viewers instantly turned sour, unleashing a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Zhou Yan watched Ruan Xingluo's dazed and adorable expression, a barely perceptible smile curling the corners of his mouth. Are you okay? He asked softly. Ah. Ruan Xingluo snapped out of her daze, her face flushing bright red like a ripe apple. I'm fine. She waved her hands nervously, her gaze shifting away, her heart pounding wildly. Hello, husband. By the time she uttered those last two words, her voice was barely above a whisper. Her head dropped again, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Good heavens! What had she just said? How embarrassing. Strangely enough, the overwhelming fear in her heart was now being pushed aside by an even stronger wave of shyness. She, Ruan Xingluo, had never even had a proper relationship, let alone married someone she could call husband. For certain reasons, she'd never experienced true love. Deep within her heart, she had always cherished a white moonlight. He was the older brother who had accompanied her through the difficult times at the orphanage many years ago. But 5 years ago, that boy vanished without a trace. No matter how hard the police searched, they found nothing, and the case was eventually closed. Since then, Ruan Xingluo had appeared to move on outwardly, yet the shadow of his memory lingered relentlessly within her heart, leaving her utterly disinterested in any other men. Yet inexplicably, this Zhou Yan before her, though they were meeting for the very first time, brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort and familiarity. Even, a hint of uncontrollable affection. Zhou Yan watched her cheeks flush crimson with bashful embarrassment, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He shifted slightly to the side, clearing the doorway. Come in. Ruan Xingluo nodded instinctively and stepped inside. The viewers in the National Fortune livestream room erupted the moment they witnessed this scene. She actually walked right in? It was common knowledge that the supernatural beings regarded humans as mere ants. Without sufficient offerings, gaining entry to their domain was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Every other chosen bride from foreign lands had prepared ghost coins or other offerings, trembling with fear before daring to knock on the door of the supernatural. Holy crap! She went in. Ruan Xingluo just walked right in. She didn't even give a single ghost coin. This Zhou Yan is way too easygoing. Not only is he handsome, but he's so gentle too. Mom, I feel like our Huaxia is truly about to rise this time. The 9-game losing streak's gloom might finally be broken by this match. Chinese viewers were moved to tears, their long-suppressed hopes suddenly bursting forth. Meanwhile, viewers from neighboring Sakura country and Kimchi country seethed with resentment. Bastards! How dare they? That Chinese woman did nothing, yet that weirdo just let her in? Unfair. Absolutely unfair. Our contestant prepared so many weird coins. Even if this weirdo named Zhou Yan has a good temper, so what? He looks like a weakling, his abilities must be pathetic. Exactly. What could a trashy weirdo living on the first floor possibly accomplish? When they fail the mission, China will still be screwed. Chapter 5, The Utterly Ugly Alva. Stepping inside, warm yellow light spilled down, banishing the cold gloom of the hallway. Only then did Ruan Xingluo fully snap back to reality. She had truly entered her husband's home. This strange husband wasn't just handsome enough to make her heart race, his personality seemed unusually gentle too. She stole a glance at Zhou Yan, her affection for him soaring, a strange sense of satisfaction welling up inside her. Surveying the surroundings, it was a typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom layout. The decor was simple and clean, but it was clear Zhou Yan wasn't exactly wealthy. Ruan Xingluo silently resolved to take good care of Zhou Yan from now on, managing their household diligently and frugally to build a happy life together. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and said to Zhou Yan, honey, I'll go make dinner. Zhou Yan had been studying her. At her words, he paused slightly before a gentle smile curved his lips. She was still just as clumsy and awkward as ever, not a bit changed, exactly like the little girl who used to trail after him in his memories. Zhou Yan nodded gently. All right. With that, he turned and sat down on the sofa, flipping on the TV. The screen began broadcasting some bizarre entertainment programs from another world. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream were once again swept off their feet by Zhou Yan's tender consideration. So sweet. What kind of divine, otherworldly husband is this? If he were my matchmaker, I'd gladly live in a mansion worth 100 million. You want to have your cake and eat it too, sister? Do you think Huaxia could become the first country to successfully conquer the supernatural? There's hope. Absolutely hope. Go Ruan Xingluo. Audiences from other countries remained mocking. Don't get too cocky, China. It's just some ghost-level trash weirdo. Exactly. Just wait until our Sakura Empire's Miss Aoi Hagane steps in, then you'll see what true power and charm really look like. Our great Sakura Empire's ghostly husband is 100 times stronger than this Joyen. Meanwhile, outside room 501, building 11, happiness community. Sakura Nation contestant, Aoi Hagane, was confidently adjusting her kimono. She caught her own reflection in the door's blurred surface, admiring her flawless makeup before a triumphant smile spread across her lips. This time, she had not only brought the 100 ghost coins specially prepared by her nation, but also held absolute confidence in her own beauty. She believed no one could resist her charm, not even the supernatural. Inside Sakura Nation's livestream, the citizens were equally brimming with confidence. Haha, what a coincidence. Miss Aoi's matchmaking partner also lives in this happy community, in Building 11 too. What coincidence. This is fate crushing down. Our Miss Aoi's eerie husband, the skin-stripping tailor Alva, lives on the 5th floor. You're right. 5th floor. He's 1,000 times more powerful than that Chinese woman's weird husband. At the very least, he's a formidable, ghostly-level weirdo. With Miss Aoi Hagane's peerless beauty and the sincerity of 100 ghost coins, she'll surely have that Alva guy head over heels. Exactly. Just wait and see, China's bound to lose this time. As Aoi Hagoromo knocked on the door of room 501, it creaked open slowly. A figure appeared before her. It was a hunched humanoid form, seemingly stitched together from countless patches of human skin, each varying in color and texture. The crude, grotesque stitches were crudely sewn, and in some places, dark red viscous fluid oozed from the skin. Its face bore one eye, abnormally large and clouded, while the other eye socket was a gaping black hole, crisscrossed by careless stitches. Lips thin as razor blades parted to reveal yellowed, pointed teeth, emanating a potent stench of blood and decay. The smile froze on Aoi Hagane's face as all color drained from her cheeks. Impossible. This monstrosity, how could it be so disgusting? The bullet chat in the Sakura Country livestream froze for a moment before erupting with countless gasps. What? This is the skinning tailor Alva? How could this be? Why is it nothing like I imagined? It's disgusting. My eyes are going to go blind. Meanwhile, the Chinese viewers erupted in cheers. Ha 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 ha. Watching this disgusting thing while eating dinner almost made me throw up. That expression on the Japanese lady's face is the best of the year. Wasn't she hyped up to the skies before? This is it? This is all she's got? The Korean audience was also in stitches. Ugh. What a visual assault. This skin-peeling tailor is way too twisted. Looks like our Miss Shu Yan got lucky after all. Poison Mist Apothecary Chui Du sounds like the kind of mysterious, powerful hottie. Exactly. Lord Chui Du must be way stronger than this stitched-together freak. The Cherry Blossom Nation's audience instantly erupted in fury. Baka. What do you know? Lord Alva is immensely powerful, at least at the Li Gui level. Exactly. What does appearance matter? As long as our Miss Aoi Hagane can win him over, we'll reap huge benefits. Miss Aoi, go for it. You must captivate him. Alva watched the scene unfold, a crimson glint flashing in his single eye. He sensed the fear and disgust emanating from Aoi Hagane. His mouth twisted into a grin, emitting a teeth-grinding rasp. You lowly human insect, how dare you look at me like that? Do you want me to peel your skin off and turn you into a new specimen? A terrifying aura of malevolence washed over her. Aoi Hagoromo trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she screamed as she fumbled the prepared Gui coin from her bosom, trembling as she presented it before Alva. Lord Alva. This is a token of my sincerity. Please accept it graciously. The crimson glow in Alva's single eye intensified, flickering with greed. It extended its hand, a patchwork of disparate skin tones, and snatched the coin. Ha! Is that all you've got? Seems you human ants truly hold no regard for this lord. It weighed the coin in its hand, its tone dripping with contempt. However, I am in a generous mood today. I shall show mercy and allow you to enter. Hearing this, Aoi Hagoromo seethed inwardly, wishing to flay this hideous abomination 1,000 times over. Yet outwardly, she could only force a smile uglier than a cry, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Alva. Thank you, Lord Alva. She stumbled into room 501, where a thick stench of blood mingled with the pungent, leathery odor of tanning. Alva casually pointed toward the foul-smelling bathroom in the corner. From now on, you'll sleep in there. Aoi Hagane followed his gaze and instantly turned ashen-faced, her heart sinking into despair. The Sakura Nation livestream went absolutely berserk. How dare he? That damn Alva. Making our Miss Aoi sleep in the bathroom. Bastard. What utter humiliation. Miss Aoi, you must endure. For the sake of our great Sakura Empire, this slight is nothing. Chapter 6, Poison Mist Apothecary Chui Du. The ugliness was strikingly uniform. Meanwhile, the Korean livestream was filled with schadenfreude. TSK, truly heartbreaking to hear, tear-jerking to witness. Looks like Sakura Nation's start isn't much better than China's after all. Let's look forward to Miss Li Shuyan's performance instead. Meanwhile, at the entrance to room 502, building 12, in another block of the happy community. Lee Shuyen, the contestant from Korea, was meticulously touching up her makeup with eager anticipation. Her matchmaking partner, the poison mist apothecary Choi Do, just hearing the title conjured images of those powerful, morbidly handsome, ascetic male leads from TV dramas. He must be an otherworldly beauty, cold on the outside, fiery on the inside. In the Korean livestream chat, viewers were buzzing with excitement. Miss Shuyen's mysterious husband actually lives on the 5th floor too. Looks like his strength is definitely on par with that skinning tailor. Poison mist apothecary sounds formidable. Might even be stronger than Lee Gue. Ha, with our Miss Shuyen's stunning beauty, she'll easily conquer Lord Choi Do. I can't wait to see Lord Choi Do's true face. He's definitely the aloof, ascetic type who'll force his love on Miss Shuyen. Lee Shuyen took a deep breath, her sweet smile intact, and gently knocked on the door of room 502. The door swung open. A figure shrouded in dark green toxic mist appeared before her. The mist writhed as if alive, vaguely revealing an oddly swollen silhouette beneath. Even more nauseating was the pungent stench that hit her as the mist dispersed, a foul mixture of rotting herbs and the stench of decaying flesh. The exposed skin was covered in pus-filled boils oozing yellowish-green fluid. Some had burst open, revealing blackened, rotting flesh beneath. Lee Shuyen's smile froze on her face. Her stomach churned violently, and she nearly vomited on the spot. This was the sickly handsome man she had fantasized about? Choi Do emitted a sinister, cackling laugh. His small, green eyes glinted with lecherous light through the toxic haze, fixed intently on Lee Shuyen. Oh? A delicate little beauty has arrived. Ha ha ha, this herbalist likes what he sees. Come in. A wave of cold dread washed over Lee Shuyen, but she forced back her nausea, squeezing out a stiff smile as she followed Choi Do into the room, where the toxic mist hung even thicker. Come on, little beauty. What are you doing? Choi Do grabbed Lee Shuyen and dragged her toward the innermost room. Lee Shuyen struggled fiercely, but she couldn't break free. As the door slammed shut, the livestream feed suddenly went black. Notice, content ahead violates platform regulations and has been blocked. The Korean livestream instantly fell deathly silent, then erupted in deafening wails and furious curses. What the hell? What's going on? Why did it get blocked? That creep is a bastard. What's he going to do to our Shuyen? Miss Shuyen, for the sake of our beloved Korea, you must hold on. Even though Lord Choi looks a bit unexpected, at least he let Shuyen into the room. That's way better treatment than that cherry blossom countrywoman who sleeps in the toilet. The Sakura Nation livestream room counterattacked without mercy. Ha! You mock us? Your Choi Do is hideously ugly too, isn't he? Exactly. He got blocked, and who knows what kind of suffering he's enduring in there. In the China livestream, viewers were in stitches. TSK, I really envy you, Sakura Nation and Korean Nation folks. Your marriage matches are one more peculiar than the next. Unlike our Hwacha's campus beauty Won, who got matched with Mr. Zhou, not only is he gentle and considerate, but he's also so handsome it's downright unfair. Comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Viewers from Japan and Korea were furious enough to burst, yet they couldn't refute the other side's bizarre appearances. What good is looks? Your Zhou is nothing but a first-floor ghost-level loser. Exactly. All show and no substance. Just wait and see, China will be the first to get eliminated. The Chinese viewers, however, remained unfazed. TSK, at least he's better than some whose faces are too ugly to look at. At least when our campus beauty Won stands beside Mr. Zhou, it's a sight for sore eyes. Unlike certain pairings that look like something out of a horror movie. We find it soothing. What about you? You might just be in for nightmares. Soon, as time passed, all 10 selected female marriage candidates gradually found their bizarre husbands. Live streams across Blue Star's nations were filled with mixed emotions, some rejoicing, others grieving. Notably, among all the matches, aside from Wan Xinglua's partner Zhou, whose beauty was so overwhelming it provoked envy in both gods and mortals, only the Petroleum Nation contestants' match, Blood Coffin Master Yen Jiosha, could be considered passably presentable. However, Yen Jiosha was perpetually shrouded in a blood mist, emanating an icy aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." His bride trembled in fear, walking on eggshells around him. As for the bizarre husbands from the other 8 nations? Well, that was a whole different story, a veritable dance of demons, each one more peculiar than the last. They were either hideously ugly, pushing the limits of human aesthetics, or rapaciously greedy, fleecing their partners down to the last penny, or simply insatiable lechers, each demand more perverse than the last. In short, aside from Wan Xinglua, the other 9 matchmakers, especially the 8 paired with hideously grotesque partners, were suffering unbearably, their livestreams filled with wails of despair. At that moment, the atmosphere was tense within the Sakura Nation's Institute for the Study of Strange Worlds. Director Yamamoto Ruji slammed his hand on the table, seething with fury. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? He pointed at the screen showing Aoi Hagane trembling in the Alva family's bathroom, his entire body shaking with rage. How dare they subject our great Sakura Empire's Aoi Hagane to such utter humiliation after she sacrificed 100 precious weird coins? Meanwhile, that Chinese woman, Wan Xinglua, hasn't contributed a single Gui coin, yet Zhou Yan treats her like royalty, showering her with fine food and drink. This is unfair. The researchers below fell silent, frozen in fear. After a long moment, someone cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm your anger. Actually, things might not be as bad as they seem. Oh? Yamamoto Ruji narrowed his eyes. You see, Miss Aoi's intended match, Lord Alva, though his appearance and temperament leave something to be desired, his strength is undeniable. He's at least a formidable Li Gui level powerhouse. According to records, the residents of the 5th floor of Happy Community are no ordinary folk. Another researcher chimed in, precisely. If Miss Aoi successfully wins over Lord Alva, the national fortune boost he could bring to our great Sakura Empire would be immeasurable. As for that Zhou Yan from Huaxia, he's merely a low-level weirdo residing on the 1st floor of Happiness Community. Our database shows no record of him. He's most likely just some second-rate wandering spirit. What good is his current affection for Wan Xinglua? What high-difficulty mission could he possibly help her complete? In the end, he'll only drag Huaxia down. Chapter 7, The Strange Mission, The Blood-Red Restaurant. Soon, as time passed, all 10 selected female marriage candidates gradually found their respective strange husbands. Live streams across Blue Star nations were a mix of joy and sorrow. Notably, among all the matches, aside from Wan Xinglua's partner Zhou Yan, whose beauty was so overwhelming it provoked both divine and mortal envy, only the Petroleum Nation contestants' match, Blood Coffin Master Yen Jiusha, possessed passable looks. However, Yen Jiusha was perpetually shrouded in a blood mist, emanating an icy aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." His bride trembled in fear, walking on eggshells around him. As for the bizarre husbands from the other 8 nations, it was truly a chaotic spectacle, each one unique in their own twisted way. They were either hideously ugly, pushing the limits of human aesthetic tolerance, or rapaciously greedy, fleecing their partners clean, or outright lecherous, making demands that grew increasingly perverse. In short, aside from Wan Xinglua, the other 9 matches, especially the 8 paired with the hideously grotesque ones, were living lives of unbearable misery, their cries of despair echoing throughout the livestream. At that moment, the atmosphere was heavy within the Sakura Nation's Institute for the Study of Strange Worlds. Director Yamamoto Ruji slammed his hand on the table, seething with fury. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? He pointed at the screen showing Aoi Hagane trembling in the Alva family's bathroom, his entire body shaking with rage. How dare they subject our great Sakura Empire's Aoi Hagane to such utter humiliation after she sacrificed 100 precious weird coins? Meanwhile, that Chinese woman, Wan Xinglua, hasn't contributed a single Gui coin, yet Zhou Yan treats her like royalty, showering her with fine food and drink. This is unfair. The researchers below fell silent, frozen in fear. After a long moment, someone cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm your anger. Actually, things might not be as bad as they seem. Oh? Yamamoto Ruji narrowed his eyes. You see, Miss Aoi's intended match, Lord Alva, though his appearance and temperament leave something to be desired, his strength is undeniable. He's at least a formidable Li Gui level powerhouse. According to our records, the residents of the 5th floor of Happy Community are no ordinary folk. Another researcher chimed in, precisely. If Miss Aoi successfully wins over Lord Alva, the national fortune boost he could bring to our great Sakura Empire would be immeasurable. As for that Zhou Yan from Huaxia, he's merely a lowly 1st floor resident of Happiness Community. Our archives show no record of him. He's likely just some insignificant wandering spirit. What high-level tasks could he possibly help Wan Xinglua accomplish now? In the end, he'll only drag Huaxia down. Hearing this, the anger on Yamamoto Ruji's face gradually faded. He pondered for a moment before nodding. You have a point. Sacrificing a bit of superficial dignity for greater gains is indeed the wise choice. Let Aoi Hagane endure it for now. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia Institute for the Study of the Occult, Director Lin Angua frowned deeply as he studied the summary of marriage arrangements across nations displayed on the large screen. The marriage partners of other nations had at least some information available, and their abilities were generally quite strong. Still no leads on that Zhou Yan? He asked in a low voice. Several researchers responsible for intelligence analysis shook their heads in unison, their expressions tinged with helplessness and regret. Director, we've combed through every database and exhausted every possible channel, but there's simply no useful information on this Zhou Yan. No combat records, no notable aliases. It's as if he materialized out of thin air. Judging by his residence on the 1st floor of Xingfu Community, it seems he's likely just an ordinary wandering spirit level anomaly. No doubt about it. Lin Angua sighed heavily, his gaze filled with complexity. Well, so be it. Though we've chosen the weakest anomaly. At least for now, his match, Wan Xinglua, seemed to be faring reasonably well in the world of anomalies. She wasn't suffering the same torments as contestants from other nations. That was the silver lining in this misfortune. Continue monitoring closely. Report any anomalies to me immediately. 3 days later. Weird World, Happy Community, Building 11, Unit 101. Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan sat side by side on the sofa, watching a popular comedy variety show from the bizarre world. Zhou Yan occasionally let out a soft chuckle, but Ruan Xinglua remained unimpressed. After all, watching a group of genuine weirdos perform on a variety show? That was a bit strange. However, after spending these 3 days together, Ruan Xinglua's fear of Zhou Yan had long since vanished, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dependence and closeness. She picked up a crystal-clear red berry, emitting a peculiar fruity fragrance, and carefully held it to Zhou Yan's lips, husband, open wide. Zhou Yan paused slightly, meeting the expectant glow in the girl's eyes. A tender curve involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth as he obediently opened his lips to take the berry. So sweet. Watching him eat it, Ruan Xinglua felt a sweetness in her own heart, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. She realized that this bizarre marriage arrangement wasn't nearly as terrifying as the rumors made it out to be. At least, her peculiar husband was quite wonderful. Over these past 3 days, Zhou Yan had been very considerate toward her, never making any unreasonable demands. Even the most basic household chores, like cleaning and cooking, she had taken the initiative to handle herself. Otherwise, she felt too guilty about staying home and freeloading off Zhou Yan's generosity. Just as waves of warmth washed over Ruan Xinglua, making her think this life wasn't so bad after all, a cold system notification suddenly popped up before her eyes. Ding! Marriage quest activated. As a member of the household, you must also earn some ghost coins to supplement the family income. Task details: work as a temporary waitress at the Blood Red restaurant for 3 days. Objective: earn at least 10 ghost coins through labor to supplement household expenses. Reward: national fortune and personal rewards will be granted based on task completion. Ruan Xinglua stared blankly at the task prompt that suddenly popped up before her. These past 3 days, she'd been so preoccupied with enjoying cozy moments with Zhou Yan that she'd nearly forgotten about the marriage quest altogether. Though she rarely paid attention to the National Fortune livestreams, she had heard that marriage quests were notoriously difficult, often involving life-threatening dangers. For a moment, she felt utterly flustered. Noticing her unease, Zhou Yan set down the remote and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Ruan Xinglua pressed her lips together, nervously relaying the task details to Zhou Yan without holding back. After listening, Zhou Yan merely smiled faintly, his tone light as he said, "It's no big deal." Chapter 8, Is Zhou Yan's membership card fake? He smiled at Ruan Xinglua and continued, "I happened to visit that Blood Moon restaurant once before. The owner insisted on giving me one of their membership cards. Take it. It might come in handy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Yan casually waved his hand. A card, radiating a mysterious black gold hue with faint crimson sparks flickering along its edges, materialized between his long, pale fingers. The card felt slightly cool to the touch, made of a material neither gold nor jade. Engraved upon it in an ancient, eerie script were the characters Blood Moon, emanating a faint, unsettling aura. Ruan Xinglua took the card, her eyes lighting up. Who knew her husband actually had a membership card for the Blood Moon restaurant? With this, the mission should go much smoother, right? "Thank you, honey." Ruan Xinglua smiled sweetly, her unease dissipating considerably. Zhou Yan gently ruffled her hair. "Go ahead. Come back soon. I'll be waiting at home with a delicious meal for you." Ruan Xinglua nodded firmly, clutching the black and gold card in her hand. The next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and vanished from where she stood. When Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes again, she found herself in a lavishly decorated yet eerily atmospheric Gothic hall. The air carried a faint scent of blood mingled with some peculiar spice. In the center of the hall, 9 figures stood scattered about the marriage partners from the other 9 nations. It seemed she was the last to arrive. The Huaxia livestream chat exploded with comments. A membership card? How could Zhou Yan, a ghost-level weirdo living on the first floor of Happy Neighborhood, possibly have a Blood Moon restaurant membership card? Blood Moon restaurant? That's the legendary S-rank haunted dungeon. The stakes are way higher than they seem. Could it be? Big shot Zhou Yan has been playing dumb all along? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Most supernatural beings are arrogant and conceited. Why would they hide their true power? I bet Zhou Yan's membership card is fake. He's just bragging. Look. That card is black and gold. As far as I know, Blood Moon restaurant membership tiers go bronze, silver, gold from lowest to highest. Gold is already the top VIP tier. Black gold? I've never heard of such a thing. It must be counterfeit. Oh no. Ruan Xinglua is too naive. If she dares show that fake card to the Blood Moon restaurant's eerie staff, those vicious creatures will tear her apart and devour her alive. Chinese viewers' hearts leapt into their throats. Meanwhile, the live streams from Sakura Country and the Korean Peninsula were, unsurprisingly, filled with schadenfreude and mockery. Ha 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 ha. Are these Chinese people genuinely stupid or just pretending? They actually trust some crappy card given by a wandering ghost? Exactly. And the restaurant owner practically shoved it down his throat. Hilarious. Just wait for the show. That Ruan Xinglua is dead meat. Inside the Blood Moon restaurant's lobby, Sakura Country's Abhagan spotted the late arriving Ruan Xinglua at once. She swayed her hips as she glided over, her face wearing undisguised scorn. Oh? So this is the matchmaker from China? I hear the weirdo husband you picked is just some nameless wandering spirit? TSK, how pitiful. He probably can't help you with anything on this mission, right? Unlike my Lord Alva, strict as he is, he still cares about me. Hagen spoke with a sarcastic edge, then triumphantly pulled a bronze glowing card from her bosom, waving it before Ruan Xinglua. See this? The Blood Moon Restaurant bronze membership card. Lord Alva specially prepared this for me. Her words drew envious glances from several other marriage candidates nearby. Only Mia, the wealthy heiress from the Oil Nation betrothed to Yen Jiusha, the Blood Coffin Master, and Li Shuyan from the Stick Nation showed no change in expression. At that moment, Li Shuyan hobbled over, her face pale but her eyes still carrying a trace of arrogance. She too produced a bronze membership card, waving it before Ruan Xinglua with a sneer. TSK. Such a worthless trinket. My Lord Chui Du handed me one casually too. She scrutinized Ruan Xinglua from head to toe, feigning surprise as she asked, speaking of which, as a matchmaker from Huaxia, did your ghostly husband offer you nothing at all? Ruan Xinglua looked at the two women, who were clearly up to no good, with some confusion. She blinked and replied honestly, my husband gave me a membership card too, but it seems to be a different color from yours. With that, she slowly raised the black and gold membership card Zhou Yan had given her. She did so under the stunned gazes of Aoi Yuko and Li Shuyan, as well as the watchful eyes of other marriage partners and the live stream audience. Upon seeing the black gold card, Aoi Hagoromo froze for a moment before bursting into a shrill, derisive laugh, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Ha! Black and gold? Where did you scavenge this piece of junk? She sneered disdainfully, my Lord Alva told me long ago that Blood Moon Restaurant membership cards only come in 3 tiers, bronze, silver, and gold. This black as coal thing of yours is definitely a fake. Li Shuyan covered her mouth, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Ha. That's hilarious. Your weird husband actually gave you a fake card? Does he want you dead? Just then, a man dressed in a blood-red tailcoat approached them with an eerie grace. His face was pale, yet a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth. A name tag pinned to his chest read Restaurant Manager. Seeing this, Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagen's expressions grew even more scornful. Exchanging a glance, they gloated to Ruan Xinglua, the restaurant manager is here. You're dead meat with that fake card. With that, the two instantly shed their arrogance, replacing it with fawning smiles as they eagerly approached the peculiar manager. Ruan Xinglua stared at the black gold card in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. She refused to believe Zhou Yu would deceive her. Her husband was so kind, how could he possibly try to fool her with a fake card? So, contrary to everyone's expectations, she didn't hastily tuck the card away. Inside the Huaxia livestream, the chat exploded. Oh no. The creepy manager is actually here. Why isn't Ruan Xinglua putting away that obviously fake membership card yet? What the hell is Zhou Yan playing at? This is so messed up. And I actually thought he was gentle and handsome before, who knew he'd screw his wife over like this? Isn't this just pushing Ruan Xinglua into the fire? Meanwhile, in the Japanese and Korean livestream rooms, a deluge of mockery flooded the chat. Chapter 9, that noble's wife? Ha. That Chinese woman is dead meat. How dare she use a forged membership card in the S-rank Blood Moon Restaurant dungeon? The manager will execute her on the spot. Not a trace will remain. I knew it. Her ghostly husband could never have a real Blood Moon Restaurant membership card. It's pure fantasy. The eerie manager strode over at a leisurely pace, his sunken eye sockets flickering with a faint red glow as he scanned the 10 women before him. You lot are the humans selected for temporary work? Li Shuyan and Hagen immediately bowed and scraped, respectfully presenting their bronze membership cards. Yes, manager. These are our membership credentials. The eerie manager glanced at the bronze cards in their hands, the strange smile at the corner of his mouth seeming to widen slightly. Not bad. He nodded, his tone dripping with condescension. Since you have membership cards, I'll give you credit for effort. Alright then, you two head to the kitchen and assist Chef Blood Butcher. Li Shuyan and Song Jing Yuko's eyes flashed with wild excitement at his words. They had heard the rumors working as temporary staff at the Blood Moon restaurant was extremely dangerous. Ordinary waitstaff had to directly face those unpredictable, brutal, bloodthirsty, and bizarre customers. The slightest oversight in service could result in broken limbs at best, or being devoured as a snack on the spot at worst. Assisting the Blood Butcher chef, while still daunting, meant dealing with only one peculiarity: the chef himself. The danger level was undeniably much lower. This was truly a stroke of incredible luck. The two immediately thanked him profusely. Just then, Li Shuyan's eyes darted around. She suddenly pointed at Ruan Xinglua, who still stood frozen in place, black gold card raised in hand, and shrieked, "Manager! I'm reporting you!" A vicious grin spread across her face, her voice dripping with schadenfreude. This person. This human from Huaxia. She dared to forge a Blood Moon restaurant membership card. Aoi Hagen immediately chimed in shrilly, "That's right. Manager. I can testify. The color of that card in her hand is so strange it's definitely a fake. The gazes of the other marriage partners toward Wan Xinglua were mostly filled with schadenfreude, eager to see her fall from grace. Only Mia, the matchmaker from the oil-rich nation, flashed a fleeting, barely perceptible look of pity. This Chinese girl was truly pitiful. Not only had she been matched with a bizarre husband lacking in strength, but he'd also given her a fake card to toy with her. Inside the Chinese live stream room, a deathly silence had fallen. Every viewer's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. It's over. Wan Xinglua is definitely doomed this time. Being publicly exposed for forging an S-rank dungeon membership card is a capital offense in this bizarre world. Could it be that our Huaxia team is really going to suffer 10 consecutive defeats? That Zhou Yan. What a jerk. Why did he give Wan Xinglua a fake card? That's just plain malicious. And I thought he was a decent guy in the weird world. Turns out he's just another fraud. Audiences from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country gloated with schadenfreude. Ha 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 ha. The Chinese are stunned, aren't they? This is what happens when you trust a worthless ghost-level player. Just wait and see how that Wan Xinglua gets torn to shreds by the manager of Blood Moon Restaurant. 10 straight losses guaranteed. China's luck has run out. Inside the Blood Moon Restaurant lobby, the eerie manager heard Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagane's report. A deep, bloodthirsty red glint flashed in his eyes. Oh? Forged membership cards? His hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement and cruelty. Who has the audacity to cause trouble on the grounds of my Blood Moon Restaurant? His gaze followed Li Shuyan's pointing finger, landing on Wan Xinglua and the black gold card she stubbornly held aloft. The moment he recognized the card, the sinister manager's sunken pupils suddenly contracted. This can't be. Isn't this the legendary, one-of-a-kind supreme black gold card personally crafted by the boss and bestowed upon some unspeakably terrifying entity? He clearly remembered how, when that powerful figure graced their Blood Moon Restaurant, the entire upper management trembled in fear, not daring to breathe a word. And this black gold card was forged by the boss using countless rare materials to express the utmost reverence. The eerie manager instinctively took 2 steps forward. A wave of pure, eerie energy emanating from the membership card itself, the same source as their restaurant owner, washed over him. No mistake. This was absolutely genuine. Suppressing his shock, his voice trembling ever so slightly, he asked Wan Xinglua, "Ma'am, where did you obtain this membership card?" Seeing the manager's unusual expression, Wan Xinglua felt a flutter of unease herself, but she mustered her courage and declared, "Mr. Manager, this card is absolutely genuine. My husband gave it to me. He would never deceive me." Husband? The eerie manager's body jerked violently at the words, his mind instantly churning with turmoil. Could it be? Could this seemingly ordinary human girl before him actually be the wife of that terrifying being whom even the boss treated with utmost respect? The thought flashed through the strange manager's mind. "Ma'am, please wait a moment." The bizarre manager made his decision instantly, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the stunned expressions of Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagane beside him, nor the other matchmakers. He turned and dashed toward the depths of the restaurant at such speed it left a trail of afterimages. Watching the manager's frantic retreat, Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagane not only failed to grasp the gravity of the situation but grew even more smug. "Oomph. Just you wait, Chinese woman." Aoi Yuko sneered coldly. "The manager is definitely going to report your crimes to the boss. Just wait to be torn limb from limb." Li Shuyan chimed in, "Exactly. Then we'll see how your ghostly husband saves you." The viewers in the Huaxia live stream room were now utterly plunged into despair. It's over. The manager's gone to see the boss. There's truly no hope left. Is our Huaxia destined for 10 straight losses? Heaven is out to destroy us. Meanwhile, viewers from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country erupted in jubilation. Ha 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 ha. Huaxia's matchmaker is completely finished. Unlike our Miss Aoi Hagane, who landed a great job in the kitchen right off the bat. Now that's a real winner. China, prepare to face the punishment of national decline. Chapter 10, The Supreme Black Gold Card? Blood Moon Restaurant, Owner's Office. A burly, rugged-looking figure with 2 dark red curved horns protruding from his forehead lay sprawled out on a massive chair constructed from countless white bones, dozing off. This man was none other than the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant, Li Xiao. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the office door burst open. The restaurant manager scrambled in, stumbling and crawling. Li Xiao jolted awake, his eyes blazing with terrifying ferocity. A suffocating aura of malevolence pressed down on the manager like a tangible force. "You bastard! Didn't I tell you? No matter how urgent it is, you're not to disturb my sleep. Have you had enough of living? Do you want me to turn you into bloody sashimi?" The restaurant manager nearly collapsed to his knees under the crushing pressure of that terrifying aura, cold sweat pouring down his body. He scrambled and stammered, "Be boss. Spare me, boss. It's the Black Gold membership card. Someone came with that Supreme Black Gold membership card. And she said her husband gave it to her." Li Xiao, who had been seething with rage moments before, abruptly retracted his terrifying aura upon hearing the words Black Gold membership card. His entire body sprang up from the skeletal chair like a coiled spring. What? Say that again. Are you certain it's that black gold card? His voice grew sharp with excitement. The restaurant manager nodded frantically. Certain. I'm absolutely certain. That card still bears your aura mark. At those words, Li Xiao's expression underwent a complete 180-degree shift. The fury and ferocity vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and obsequiousness. Quick! Quick, quick! What are you standing around for? Hurry up and take me to see that important person. Yes, boss. Soon, guided by the eerie manager, Li Xiao arrived at the restaurant's main hall. He immediately spotted Ruan Xinglua in the crowd, clutching the black gold membership card and the eerie mark on it that belonged solely to him. No mistake. It was undoubtedly the supreme black gold card he had personally handed out years ago. An indescribable surge of ecstasy and excitement instantly flooded Li Xiao's heart, and his gaze toward Ruan Xinglua grew intensely fervent. Ruan Xinglua felt slightly nervous under his intense gaze and instinctively clutched the membership card tighter in her hand. Just then, Li Shuyan, seeing the restaurant owner finally appear, immediately jumped forward impatiently. Pointing at Ruan Xinglua, she shrieked, "Owner! Owner, you're just in time. It's this woman. She dared to forge a Blood Moon restaurant membership card. You must punish her severely and give us genuine members justice." She felt a surge of secret delight. Reporting this incident would surely earn her merit. Perhaps the restaurant owner, pleased with her actions, might even reward her with something special. Song Jing Yukom quickly chimed in, fanning the flames. Exactly. Boss. Such blatant defiance of Blood Moon restaurant's authority absolutely cannot be tolerated. You must punish her severely. Li Xiao's warm smile vanished instantly. His icy gaze swept over the chattering Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagain. These two reckless fools dared to claim that the supreme black gold card he, Li Xiao, personally issued was counterfeit? It was nothing short of slapping him in the face. At that moment, the enigmatic manager hurried over to Li Xiao's side. Lowering his voice, he rapidly summarized the entire incident, emphasizing Ruan Xinglua's statement, "This was given to me by my husband." Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's rage flared up instantly. These two fools not only slandered the supreme black gold card as fake, but they dared to publicly humiliate the terrifyingly powerful wife? This was utterly unforgivable. Unforgivable. However, when his gaze fell once more upon Ruan Xinglua's clear, innocent eyes, the murderous intent in his heart was forcibly suppressed. Judging by this human's appearance, she was likely the kind-hearted type who couldn't bear the sight of bloodshed. Tearing these fools apart right in front of her would likely terrify her. If that angered the Great One, he'd be in for a world of trouble. With that thought, Li Xiao discreetly signaled to the restaurant manager beside him. In a voice only the two could hear, he instructed, "These two ungrateful creatures, since they're so eager to show off, let them go upstairs to the third floor and properly serve those distinguished guests." The manager immediately understood, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. Turning to Li Shuyan and Aoyuko, who still wore expectant expressions, he sneered coldly, "The boss has spoken. Given your outstanding performance, you two are hereby granted permission to serve as exclusive attendants on the third floor." The smug smiles on Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagain's faces froze instantly, replaced by endless terror and disbelief. The third floor? They had made sure to find out clearly, the third floor of Blood Moon Restaurant was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. The patrons served there were the restaurant's most esteemed guests, capricious beings whose moods shifted like the wind. Working as a waitress on the third floor? Forget completing tasks, just surviving would be a miracle. Why was this happening? After the restaurant owner arrived, why did this bizarre manager's attitude suddenly do a complete 180-degree turn? "Why, manager?" Li Shuyan asked in a trembling voice, utterly baffled. "Exactly." Song Yuko also plucked up the courage to confront him. "We're members of this restaurant. And we even helped expose someone for forging membership cards. Shouldn't you be rewarding us? Why send us to that dangerous place on the third floor?" The restaurant manager watched the two of them, oblivious to their impending doom, their foolish expressions draining the last shred of patience from his face. Seemed he'd been too lenient with them. They actually thought they were someone special. He snorted coldly, and a powerful, icy aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire hall. "The card held by that lady is the Blood Moon Restaurant's one-of-a-kind supreme black gold card. Its authenticity is not for two insignificant ants like you to question. How dare you slander our Blood Moon Restaurant's most revered black gold member? You have no idea what you're getting yourselves into." Before his words faded, a crimson light flashed in the restaurant manager's eyes. Two black tentacles, formed from the sinister aura, shot out violently, instantly wrapping around Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagain's waists. They were forcibly dragged toward the staircase leading to the third floor. "Ah! No! We're sorry. Manager, spare us." The two screamed piercingly, their faces twisted with terror and regret. It's really a genuine card? But, when did Blood Moon Restaurant ever have membership cards of this caliber? They refused to accept it. But now, faced with overwhelming power, they dared not even entertain a single thought of resistance. Earlier, it was sheer rage that had driven them to defy a powerful and bizarre entity far beyond their wildest imaginings, and now it was too late for regrets. Chapter 11, Assistant Manager? Caught in the crossfire. Inside the hall, the other matchmakers watched this dramatic scene unfold, each of them stunned into silence. They never imagined that the card in Wan Xingluo's hand was genuine. Judging by the restaurant owner and manager's obsequious demeanor, this card's origins were likely far more significant than they could have imagined. But wasn't that strange husband of the Chinese matchmaker just some ghostly apparition haunting the first floor of Happy Neighborhood? How could he possibly possess such a precious and powerful membership card? Had they all misjudged him? Mia from the oil-rich nation, her deep eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. It seemed that this mysterious husband of the Chinese matchmaker named Wan Xingluo was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Watching Li Shuyan and Aoi Hagain being dragged away, still screaming, Wan Xingluo felt a bit baffled, yet her heart was filled with immense joy. She knew it. She knew her husband would never deceive her. She turned and flashed a dazzling smile at the formidable-looking restaurant owner before her. Li Xiao, seeing this, returned a respectful smile. Esteemed lady, greetings. I am Li Xiao, proprietor of Blood Moon Restaurant. It is an honor to meet you. He bowed slightly, adopting an extremely humble posture. Wan Xingluo hastily waved her hands. Hello, owner. My name is Wan Xingluo. You're too kind. Li Xiao's smile grew even brighter. Ms. Wan Xingluo, would you be interested in dining in our VIP private room on the third floor? I'll have our chefs prepare Blood Moon Restaurant's finest signature dishes immediately. I guarantee you'll be delighted. Hearing this, Wan Xingluo scratched her head awkwardly and murmured, Boss, I don't have any ghost coins on me. I'm afraid I can't afford it. She paused, then added shyly, actually, I'm here, applying for a temporary job to earn some ghost coins to help with household expenses. Li Xiao froze for a moment, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Could this lady really be unaware of her husband's true identity? Could it be, this was some peculiar little game between those two dignitaries? It must be. Convinced he'd uncovered the truth, Li Xiao's smile grew even more affable, his tone becoming warmer. Ah, I see. Ms. Wan Xingluo is truly diligent. His eyes twinkled as a plan formed. He declared loudly, to be perfectly honest, our Blood Moon Restaurant is currently in need of a capable assistant manager. Seeing how distinguished your demeanor is, Ms. Wan Xingluo, and how well-spoken you are, you would be perfectly suited for this position. Why not join us as the deputy manager of Blood Moon Restaurant? Compensation and benefits are all negotiable. The moment Li Xiao uttered these words, the entire Blood Moon Restaurant lobby felt like it had been hit by a depth charge. Wan Xingluo froze, her large, bright eyes blinking repeatedly as she clearly hadn't processed the offer. Deputy manager, she stammered, repeating the words. Holy crap! Assistant manager? That's like hitting the jackpot. Love this plot twist. Wan Xingluo rocks. Zhou Yan is the boss. Haha, I knew that card big shot Zhou Yan gave her wasn't ordinary. Now all those snobs who look down on her must be eating their words. In the Huaxia livestream chat, comments erupted like a volcanic explosion. Countless viewers howled with excitement, as if the gloom of 9 consecutive losses had been torn open by a massive crack in that very moment. In stark contrast, the live streams from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country were filled with fury. What the hell? How dare she? Why does that Chinese woman deserve to be deputy manager? This is unfair. Damn it. She must be cheating. How could the wife of a wandering soul be so highly valued by the boss of an S-rank dungeon? Fix. Definitely a fix. We're reporting this. Jealousy and rage filled the screen with comments, threatening to burst it. Yet no matter how they protested, they couldn't change the reality before them. Be boss. I can't do this. Wan Xingluo snapped back to reality, her face pale as she waved her hands frantically. I don't know how to do anything. I just wanted to earn some ghost coins to help with the household expenses. Her heart pounded wildly. This store manager position sounded like anything but a good gig, especially in a place like this. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's smile grew even warmer, tinged with an unwavering resolve. Ms. Wan, you're too modest. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, a badge appeared in his palm. Entirely jet black, its edges carved with a blood-red crescent moon, its center encircled by intricate, dense black gold patterns. The badge radiated a faint, icy aura of eeriness, clearly no ordinary item. This Blood Moon Heart Deputy Manager's badge belongs to you from this day forward. Li Xiao pushed the badge into Wan Xingluo's hand without further explanation. Your task is simple, patrol the restaurant, ensuring all our patrons are satisfied, especially the distinguished guests on the third floor. When mentioning the distinguished guests on the third floor, Li Xiao's voice unconsciously lowered a few notches, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes that even he didn't notice. Deputy Manager Wan, you may not be aware, but the guests on the third floor hold extremely exalted status. Their temperaments, however, can be rather peculiar. Should anything fail to meet their satisfaction, the consequences would be unimaginable, he said pointedly. In the lobby, the other matchmakers still trembling as they awaited their assignments, including Mia, the wealthy heiress from the oil-rich nation, stared at the scene in stunned silence. They racked their brains trying to understand why this seemingly ordinary, even timid Chinese girl had earned such favor from the Blood Moon restaurant's owner. Mia's deep eyes flashed with an inquiring light as she fixed her gaze on Wan Xinglua, seemingly trying to discern some hidden secret. Li Xiao seemed completely oblivious to the other's peculiar reactions. He casually assigned the remaining match candidates some menial tasks. These tasks offered little reward but were relatively safe, unlikely to cause trouble. Only Ruan Xinglua, the assistant manager, stood out like a sore thumb, drawing all eyes. Ruan Xinglua clutched the cold badge, feeling as if she were holding a hot potato. Her heart raced with anxiety. She knew full well this was no plum assignment. Deputy Manager Ruan, please follow me. The restaurant manager, who had previously harbored doubts about her, now wore a face plastered with respectful smiles. With a hint of obsequiousness, he personally guided Ruan Xinglua toward a private passageway that starkly contrasted with the style of the other staircases. The stairwell entrance was deep and dark, permeated by a blood-like stench several times stronger than in the main hall, along with a terrifyingly eerie aura that felt like it could stop your heart. Holy crap! The vibe on this third floor is terrifying. Feels like Ruan Xinglua's been pushed into the eye of the storm. Is this manager just cannon fodder? Is Big Shot Zhou Yan watching the livestream? Think of something fast. Chapter 12, You're the new assistant manager? The hearts of Chinese viewers leapt into their throats once more. The excitement from moments ago had barely faded before being washed away by this sudden turn of events. Standing at the staircase entrance, Wan Xinglua could distinctly feel the bone-chilling cold radiating down from above. She took a deep breath. The Blood Moon heart badge on her chest emitted a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, calming her turbulent emotions slightly. Husband, he wouldn't harm me, she silently reassured herself. She knew she had no way out. For the fate of Huaxia, for earning the mysterious currency, and above all, to live up to Zhou Yan's expectations. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her trembling leg and resolutely stepped onto the first staircase leading to the unknown and perilous third floor. Just as her toes touched the step. Whoosh! A chilling, eerie wind swept down from above the staircase, whipping her long hair wildly and making her robes billow. Amidst the wind, faint, bone-chilling chewing sounds mingled with several stifled, intermittent, shrill screams. Ruan Xinglua fought back the tingling discomfort in her scalp, taking each step cautiously until she finally reached the third-floor landing. Unlike the first-floor lobby, where opulence mingled with eeriness, the third floor was much dimmer. The air was thick with the almost tangible stench of blood and decay, nauseatingly potent. Along both sides of the corridor stood massive, tightly shut private room doors. Made of neither metal nor wood, faint, ominous glows seeped through the cracks, as if each door concealed a terrifying, man-eating beast waiting to devour its prey. Here, the silence was terrifying, broken only by the thudding of her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. Be careful, streamer. This place feels 100 times scarier than the first floor. Is this the true face of an S-rank dungeon? It's terrifying. What level membership card did Big Shot Zhou Yan give to Campus Beauty 1? That manager's badge looks pretty serious too. Viewers across Huaxia held their breath, clenching their fists in nervous anticipation for Ruan Xinglua. Just as Ruan Xinglua nervously scanned her surroundings, preparing to begin her so-called inspection. Squeak bang! Suddenly, the nearest private room door on her left burst open. Immediately after, a rotting tentacle covered in disgusting pus-filled blisters and dripping yellow-green mucus coiled toward the passing Ruan Xinglua like a predatory venomous snake. Aya! Terrified out of her wits, Ruan Xinglua let out a piercing scream and instinctively shut her eyes tight. Watch out! It's over! It's over! The live stream chat was instantly flooded with panic. However, the anticipated sharp pain and sensation of being dragged did not materialize. Instead, an eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. Ruan Xinglua trembled, her long lashes quivering as she cautiously opened a slit in her eyes. The next second, she froze in place. That hideous, rotting tentacle had stopped mere inches from her face, trembling slightly as if held captive by an invisible force. The bubbling pus-filled blisters at its tip were almost touching her nose. Her eyes stiffly followed the tentacle's path. At the entrance to the private room stood a monstrous, mountain-like figure of grotesque bulk. The monstrosity was composed entirely of countless layers of rotting, foul-smelling flesh, its surface crawling with maggots and festering sores, emitting a suffocating stench. It was none other than the peak-level flesh-rotten monstrosity mentioned in the earlier records. At that moment, the monstrous creature's cloudy, single eye was fixed intently on the blood moon heart pinned to Ruan Xinglua's chest, its gaze filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Particularly toward the intricate black gold patterns encircling the badge's edge, it revealed a fear born from the depths of its soul. You're the new assistant manager? The flesh-rotten giant ghoul spoke in a deep, resonant voice, its tone carrying a hint of apprehension and respect. Even it seemed unaware of this. Ruan Xinglua's mind went blank, but her survival instinct made her nod instinctively. Her face drained of color, she couldn't utter a word. Just then, a hoarse, grating voice filled with extreme impatience erupted from the private room behind the flesh-rotten giant, old Zhang. What's taking so long? Drag those pastries in here already. The voice was brimming with savagery. At the command, the flesh-rotten giant's massive body jerked violently. It swiftly retracted the tentacle that had been nearly pressed against Ruan Xingluo's face. Its face, a grotesque mass of flesh tumors, forced a grimace uglier than a cry. It bowed and scraped before Ruan Xingluo. Deputy manager. Please help yourself. I was starving and confused, mistook you for someone else. Mistook you. Ha. With that, its massive body retreated into the private room as if seeing a ghost, the heavy door slamming shut behind it as if terrified Ruan Xingluo might pursue it. Ruan Xingluo. Huaxia live chat. That's it? What did I just witness? The peak-tier rotten flesh giant chickened out? It must be that badge. Those black gold patterns. Definitely Lord Zhou Yan's mark. Big shot Zhou Yan is terrifying. A single badge scared off a peak level? Awesome. So satisfying. That's one hell of a slap in the face. Though Ruan Xingluo was still trembling with fear, her limbs weak and unsteady, she vaguely sensed that the badge on her chest, the one given to her by boss Li Xiao, seemed extraordinarily significant. At the very least, it was far more powerful than she'd ever imagined. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to steady her nerves, and steeled her resolve to press forward, commencing her patrol duties. What unfolded next left Ruan Xingluo and every viewer of the livestream utterly stunned. The third floor's eeriness proved exactly as Li Xiao had described. Every entity looked like a fierce demon, radiating terrifying energy, each at least at the level of a vengeful specter. Some were engulfed in sickly green ghostly flames, while others emitted piercing, wailing screams. But without exception, when these terrifying entities who normally ran rampant on the third floor of the Blood Moon restaurant saw the deputy manager badge gleaming with crimson and black gold light on Ruan Xingluo's chest as she approached, they scattered like mice encountering a cat. One moment they were snarling and lunging, the next they instantly reined in all their viciousness. Some even flashed Ruan Xingluo fawning, obsequious grins so hideous they made her skin crawl. Ha. Hilarious. These creepy face flips are way too fast. Is this the deputy manager's authority? Love it. Schoolflower Ruan, I didn't want to either, but my husband gave me way too much. Ruan Xingluo proceeded unimpeded, passing one ominous private room after another. Just as she neared the end of the corridor, her gaze was drawn to a blood-red private room. Its door bore a monstrous prohibition symbol written in eerie characters. This room radiated an even more oppressive and dangerous aura than the others. Just as Ruan Xingluo hesitated whether to approach it. Bang! Chapter 13, The New Assistant Manager? A thunderous crash echoed from within, followed by a man's furious roar. You ungrateful! How dare you push your luck? Lai Gu-a. Drag this whore out and feed her to the dogs. No! Please spare me. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. Accompanying the roar were a woman's terrified cries and pleas for mercy. Ruan Xingluo's heart clenched violently. Why did this woman's cry sound so familiar? That familiar cry pierced Ruan Xingluo's heart like a needle. She hesitated only for a moment, clenched her teeth, and reached out to push open the blood-red door of the private room engraved with a monstrous forbidden character. Squeak! The shrill sound of the door opening echoed. The scene inside made Ruan Xingluo gasp in horror. The room was lavishly opulent, yet suffused with a sickening stench of blood. A man clad in intricate, blood-red noble attire stood before her. His face resembled dried, withered bones, sunken eye sockets glinting with a sinister crimson glow. He held a woman suspended in midair, his hand clamped around her throat. That man was none other than the infamous Blood Duke, whose reputation for cruelty was legendary here, his power having reached the mid-stage of the Li Gui realm. And the woman struggling desperately, her feet dangling in the air as he choked her, was none other than the previously arrogant and domineering Korean contestant Li Shuyan. Where was even a shred of her former arrogance now? Her clothes were torn to shreds, a vivid streak of blood stained her lips, and her eyes were filled with endless despair and terror as she was on the verge of suffocation. On the other side of the VIP box, Sakura Country's Ave Hagane was in an even more pitiful state. Kneeling beside a pool of foul-smelling filth, she shivered as she massaged the legs of another creature even more grotesquely twisted and covered in bone spines. Her face was etched with humiliation and tears, yet she dared not utter a sound. Blood Duke seemed taken aback that someone dared intrude into his private room. He slowly turned his skeletal face, his sunken eye sockets blazing with savage intent as a terrifying aura instantly radiated outward. But when his gaze fell upon the blood moon heart pendant at Ruan Xingluo's chest, and the restaurant manager following behind her at a respectful distance, his nearly erupting fury abruptly subsided. The new assistant manager? Blood Duke's raspy voice carried a hint of irritation at the interruption. What brings you here? Could it be, you're here to plead for these two lowly humans who dared to offend this duke? The restaurant manager had been trailing behind Ruan Xingluo all along, ostensibly to protect her, but truly to monitor her, ready to relay boss Li Zhao's instructions at any critical moment. Seeing Li Shuyan's face turning purple from lack of oxygen and the faint glimmer of survival flickering in her eyes, Ruan Xingluo's heart clenched. Despite this woman's relentless mockery of her before, Ruan Xinglua couldn't bear to watch her be brutally murdered. She drew a deep breath, summoning the greatest courage she had ever mustered in her life, and met the Blood Duke's cold, predatory gaze. This noble one, her voice trembled slightly, yet she persisted, they are my colleagues. If they have offended you in any way, I offer my sincere apologies on their behalf. It's just, today is our first day working here. They might not fully understand the rules. I beg you, Your Excellency, please spare them. She stole a quick glance over her shoulder at the restaurant manager. The manager gave her an imperceptibly subtle signal, his gaze drifting downward toward her pocket. Pocket? A sudden realization struck Ruan Xinglua, a flash of inspiration. She suddenly remembered how Zhou Yan had casually slipped her a few shiny candies earlier, telling her to eat them when bored. She'd assumed they were ordinary sweets and casually tucked them into her pocket. Without a second thought, she fumbled one out of her pocket. The candy felt slightly cool to the touch, displaying an eerie blood-red hue and emitting a faint sweet fragrance. Yet, upon closer inspection, she could sense a faint yet incredibly pure and sinister aura within it. This was no candy. It was clearly some sort of sinister object, distilled from rare materials. This is just a small token of my respect. Ruan Xinglua mustered her courage, offering the crystallized blood candy to Blood Duke with both hands, her posture submissive. Please, Your Excellency, do not be angry. Blood Duke's originally gloomy gaze fell upon the crystallized blood candy in Ruan Xinglua's hands, first flashing a hint of disdain. A mere human confection, and they dare offer it to him? But when he truly sensed the eerie aura emanating from the condensed blood candy, a hint of astonishment flickered across his skeletal face for the very first time. The eerie energy contained within this candy was faint, yet its purity surpassed that of many heavenly treasures he had encountered. For an entity of his level, a formidable and sinister being, such a grade of pure sinister energy was a rare and precious tonic. He fixed a deep gaze upon Ruan Xinglua, then cast a meaningful glance at the black gold badge on her chest, which continuously emitted a faint aura of authority. This new assistant manager, her background was likely far more profound and unfathomable than he had imagined. Oomph. Blood Duke snorted coldly, finally releasing his grip from Li Shuyan's throat. Thud. Li Shuyan collapsed to the floor like a heap of mud, coughing violently as she gasped for fresh air. Her gaze toward Ruan Xinglua brimmed with relief at having survived the ordeal, along with an indescribably complex mix of emotions. Gratitude mingled with shame and a hint of jealousy. For the sake of the assistant manager and this sugar bean, this Duke will spare them this time. Blood Duke accepted the sugar bean, his tone softening considerably. But if there's a next time, there will be no mercy. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ruan Xinglua hurriedly bowed in gratitude, a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. Ding! Matchmaking task time is about to end. At that very moment, the cold, metallic system notification sounded simultaneously in the minds of all the matchmaking participants. Almost simultaneously, the restaurant manager approached Ruan Xinglua with a broad smile plastered across his face. Deputy Manager Ruan, the boss is extremely pleased with your work today. Not only did you handle the complaint from the VIP guests on the third floor with great care, but you also lifted the spirits of several distinguished patrons with your presence. The boss has specifically instructed that you receive an additional reward of 50 ghost coins. 50 weird coins. That was a whopping 5 times more than the required 10 weird coins for the task. Holy crap. 50 coins. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. I knew Miss Ruan could do it. Full marks for this move. Not only did you save someone, but you also earned an extra reward. The Huaxia livestream went wild. But the real surprise was yet to come. Congratulations! China's national fortune has received a massive boost. Sakura Nation's national fortune has drastically declined. The national fortune of the Korean peninsula has drastically declined. 3 consecutive system notifications thundered like lightning strikes in the ears of global viewers. Chapter 14, a new marriage quest has begun. Buzz. After a faint spatial ripple, Ruan Xinglua teleported back to apartment 101 in happy community, carrying 50 heavy, eerie coins and an indescribable weariness. Familiar furnishings, soft lighting, and that reassuring figure on the sofa. Zhou Yan was leisurely reclining on the sofa, watching a popular comedy variety show from the bizarre world on the screen, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle. Hearing the sound, he turned his head and saw Ruan Xinglua looking somewhat disheveled at the doorway. A gentle smile spread across his handsome face. You're back, he asked, rising to his feet, his voice as smooth as jade. Hungry? I saved you some midnight snacks. The moment she saw Zhou Yan, all the tension, fear, and exhaustion in Ruan Xinglua's heart seemed to be instantly washed away by a warm current. She could no longer hold back. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into Zhou Yan's warm, solid embrace. Husband. Zhou Yan paused slightly before gently embracing her, his hand softly patting her back. What's wrong? Did something upset you? Burying her face in his chest, Ruan Xinglua shook her head silently. Then, like showing off a treasure, she recounted her experience at the Blood Moon restaurant to Zhou Yan. She omitted the overly terrifying parts and the moments where she nearly met danger, focusing instead on how majestic the black gold badge looked and how she had cleverly earned a full 50 of them. She poured out the entire bizarre story in one breath. "Husband, that badge you gave me was so useful. And those candies, they helped a ton too." She lifted her small face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, filled with admiration. After listening, Zhou Yan nearly smiled fondly, extending his slender fingers to gently scrape her pert little nose. "Our Xinglua is so capable," he said, his voice brimming with obvious pride. He took the heavy bag of strange coins Xinglua handed him, didn't even glance at it, and casually tossed it into a plain ceramic piggy bank in the corner of the living room, one that looked ordinary, even a bit chipped. The gesture made it seem as though he wasn't tossing in precious ghost coins, treasures coveted by countless ghosts and humans alike in the eerie world, but merely a few ordinary 1 yuan coins. 50 ghost coins. Big shot. Zhou Yan just tossed them into a piggy bank? That piggy bank. Could it be some kind of spatial artifact? I don't understand the world of the big shots, but I'm utterly stunned. Now that's truly treating money like dirt. So badass. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream were once again blown away by Zhou Yan's seemingly casual move. Meanwhile, back in Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua's completion of her marriage quest with flying colors and the satisfaction she delivered to Blood Moon Restaurant's VIP guests sent the nation's fortune skyrocketing like a rocket. Suddenly, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and purple chi flowed from the east. Long-standing, stubborn diseases plaguing several regions suddenly vanished without treatment. Technological bottlenecks that had stumped Huaxia scientists for decades began to show signs of loosening and breakthroughs. The entire nation was immersed in an unbelievable frenzy of joy and excitement. In stark contrast stood Sakura Nation and Bamboo Nation. The moment Ruan Xinglua completed her mission, both nations were struck by a relentless succession of natural and man-made disasters. Japan's coastal regions were struck by an unprecedented super tsunami, submerging multiple cities and causing catastrophic losses. Meanwhile, Korea faced a massive invasion of bizarre creatures. Though swiftly suppressed, the incident caused immense casualties and widespread panic. Within both nations, public discontent reached a boiling point, with resentment toward their respective matrimonial partners peaking. In an instant, the world's gaze turned to China, fixated on this mysterious matchmaker, Ruan Xinglua, and her seemingly ordinary husband, a man so unremarkable he was even labeled a ghost-level presence. Intelligence agencies worldwide scrambled to gather information on Zhou Yan, yet all efforts proved fruitless. This man remained an enigma. Inside apartment 101 of Happiness Community, the cozy routine didn't last long. Just as Ruan Xinglua finished her nightly routine and prepared to enjoy the love-filled midnight snack specially prepared for her by Zhou Yan, the cold, mechanical system alert sounded again without warning, echoing in her mind and those of every viewer across Blue Star. New marriage task activated. All match candidates, prepare yourselves. Mission details: proceed to Nanshan Asylum to serve as a temporary caregiver for 1 week. Mission objective: ensure at least one patient remains emotionally stable until the mission concludes. Warning: this instance carries a danger rating of A+. Boom. The moment the words Nanshan Asylum and A+ danger level appeared, the entire National Fortune livestream erupted in chaos, filled with wails of despair. Nanshan Asylum? Did I hear that right? You're actually going to that hellhole? We're done for. This place is 10,000 times scarier than being a waiter on the first floor of the Blood Moon restaurant. Rumor has it the patients and doctors inside are all genuine lunatics and twisted psychopaths. A+ level dungeon. This isn't a place for newbies to survive. Is the system glitching? This quest difficulty is insane. Ruan Xinglua's hand holding the bowl jerked violently, nearly spilling the soup inside. Her face turned as white as paper in an instant, drained of all color. Nanshan Lunatic Asylum. The very name sent shivers down her spine, making her scalp tingle with dread. The cold, mechanical system alert echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind like a deathly curse, lingering endlessly. Nanshan Madhouse. A+ danger level. Before she could draw sufficient strength from Zhou Yan's warmth, the familiar dizziness struck again. When her vision cleared, Ruan Xinglua found herself standing before an enormous, ominous building alongside 9 other marriage candidates from different countries. This was Nanshan Asylum. The entire asylum was shrouded in an impenetrable, eerie fog, obscuring its full form. A pungent smell of formaldehyde mingled with a nauseating stench of decay, constantly wafting out from the depths of the asylum, assaulting everyone's sense of smell. Occasionally, piercing screams and spine-chilling maniacal laughter echoed from within the fog, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Except for a handful, most of the matchmakers now wore ashen faces, their eyes filled with utter despair. This mission, even just the opening act, was terrifying several times over compared to the Blood Moon restaurant. Amidst the crowd, a young woman stood out strikingly. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed, with a figure that was exceptionally voluptuous, her face bore an arrogance and disdain that clashed sharply with the atmosphere of despair. She was Jessica, a newly arrived matchmaker from the United States. Chapter 15: The Chinese Woman Who Hit the Jackpot. According to rumors, her bizarre husband was a powerful entity, the Knight of Calamity, awakened from a sealed ancient ruin at unimaginable cost by the United States. His strength had reached the early stage of the eerie realm, making him somewhat renowned in the world of the uncanny. Jessica shot a glance at the pale-faced Ruan Xinglua in the crowd, her lips curling into an unabashed sneer. "Oh? So this is the Chinese woman who got lucky at the Blood Moon restaurant?" Her voice was soft but carried clearly to every ear. "Don't think a little wit and luck will get you through a place like Nanshan Madhouse. The horror here is beyond the imagination of a weakling like you, who only knows how to hide behind men." Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua silently clenched her small fists, offering no retort. She knew words were useless now. Just then, the asylum's heavy, rust-stained iron door creaked open slowly. A guide nurse appeared at the doorway like a ghost, pale as paper, eyes hollow and vacant, clad in a nurse's uniform stained with unknown grime, emanating an eerie aura of late-stage demonic essence. "New temporary attendants, follow me." The nurse's voice was hoarse and dry, utterly devoid of emotion. With gritted teeth, the group followed the nurse into the asylum, which resembled the entrance to hell itself. The interior proved far more sinister and oppressive than imagined. Narrow, winding corridors crisscrossed like a maze, flanked by row upon row of tightly shut ward doors. Most of the doors bore vicious scratch marks and bizarre, incomprehensible graffiti. Through the small observation windows in the doors, glimpses could occasionally be caught of the twisted, deranged figures of the strange patients confined within. Some were violently banging their heads against the walls, others were emitting strange, incomprehensible growls, and still others were staring intently at them with eyes filled with malice as they passed through the corridor. "Remember, no matter what happens, absolutely do not make eye contact with any patient," the lead nurse warned without turning back. "Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Her icy words sent another chill through the group. Soon, it was time for task assignments. Jessica, relying on her husband Knight of Calamity who had some notoriety in the bizarre world, stepped forward and ordered the nurse haughtily, "I want the patient who looks the most normal. My patience is limited, don't give me any trouble." A flicker of emotion seemed to pass through the nurse's vacant eyes, but she ultimately nodded and assigned Jessica to a patient confined to a single room, someone who merely appeared taciturn. Other matchmakers with connections or willing to bribe with weird coins also selected relatively safe tasks one after another. When it came to Ruan Xinglua, the nurse's pallid face finally revealed a hint of an expression that defied description, part pity, part schadenfreude. "You. Follow me." Ruan Xinglua's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. "No way. That nurse's expression is off. Oh no, oh no. Schoolflower Ruan is definitely going to be targeted. Those damn capitalist countries. They just love bullying us Chinese." The Chinese livestream chat exploded with concerned and angry comments. Meanwhile, in the Japanese and Korean livestream rooms, unabashed schadenfreude reigned supreme. "Ha ha ha ha. That Chinese woman is dead meat. Serves her right for being so arrogant earlier. Serves her right. Who does she think she is, stealing our spotlight?" The nurse led Ruan Xinglua through one gloomy, oppressive corridor after another, finally arriving at the deepest recesses of the asylum. The light here was even dimmer, and the air was thick with the pungent, acrid smell of medicinal chemicals and decay. The nurse halted before a massive door unlike any other ward door, forged from heavy steel, covered in deep claw marks and countless eerie runes that flickered with ominous red light. Merely standing before it, Ruan Xinglua could feel a terror seeping through the cracks, a chill that threatened to freeze her very soul. When the nurse mentioned this ward, a distinct, soul-deep red flickered for the first time in her otherwise vacant eyes. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. He's already devoured 3 temporary nurses. Wish you luck." After uttering those words, the nurse guiding her didn't dare linger a second longer. As if she'd seen a ghost, she fled without looking back, her figure quickly vanishing into the darkness at the end of the corridor. The nurse's frantic retreat felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Ruan Xinglua from head to toe. If even a late-stage Xiepa entity feared this place so intensely, what kind of terrifying existence was imprisoned behind that door? Standing before the heavy steel door, covered in claw marks and ominous runes, her legs felt as heavy as lead. Run away? Mission failure meant the decline of Huaxia's national fortune, and she herself might face unknown punishment. Go in? The nurse's words still echoed in her ears. He's already devoured 3 temporary attendants. Ruan, don't go in. It's too dangerous. Where's big shot Zhou Yan? Zhou Yan, show up already. It's over. This is a dead end. Is the system deliberately trying to eliminate Huaxia this time? The viewers in Huaxia's livestream channel felt their hearts sink to the bottom. Despair spread like a plague. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently with tension. She knew she had no choice. For Huaxia, for not letting Zhou Yan down. Her hands trembling, she gathered every ounce of strength and slowly pushed open the steel door, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Squeak! The teeth-grinding sound of metal scraping echoed jarringly through the deathly silent corridor. As the door creaked open a crack, an even more intense stench of blood and nauseating decay, mingled with a faint, eerie sweetness, assaulted her senses. The ward was dimly lit, illuminated only by a rickety, dilapidated chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a faint, wan-yellow glow. In this dim light, Ruan Xinglua saw a small, emaciated figure huddled in the farthest corner of the room. Clad in a filthy, tattered straitjacket, the figure sat with its back to the doorway, softly humming a nursery rhyme with an eerie melody and indistinct lyrics. The song seemed to carry some kind of magic, sending shivers down Ruan Xinglua's spine and making her heart race uncontrollably. "Hello?" Ruan Xinglua gathered her courage and tentatively spoke, her voice hoarse with nervousness. The figure huddled in the corner seemed oblivious to her voice, continuing to hum the eerie nursery rhyme to itself. Just as Ruan Xinglua hesitated, wondering whether to approach a little closer, the frail figure abruptly stopped humming. Then, slowly, it lifted its head. Chapter 16, A New Toy. When that face was fully exposed under the dim light, Ruan Xinglua felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, nearly fainting on the spot. The face was covered in crisscrossing, grotesque stitches, as if it had been forcibly pieced together from countless scraps of flesh. Even more terrifying were his eyes, one abnormally large, nearly occupying half his face, while the other was tiny as a pinhole. Both eyes glowed with a heart-stopping, maddened, bloodthirsty crimson light. The terrifying aura emanating from this patient crashed over Ruan Xinglua like a raging storm. Peak-level wraith. Even the scattered remnants of its aura were suffocating, making it impossible to breathe. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of densely packed teeth as sharp and pointed as a shark's, with a severed finger even dangling from the corner of his mouth. "New toy," he croaked in a raspy voice like sandpaper scraping, tilting his head as he appraised Ruan Xinglua at the doorway with keen interest. The next instant, his slender form moved like a specter, step by step, closing in on Ruan Xinglua. Each step felt like a stomp on Ruan Xinglua's heart. "Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Ruan, run. Don't let it catch you. If it does, you're dead meat. Looks like Miss Ruan's done for this time. That thing looks way too vicious, no human could handle it. Even the stuff big shot Zhou Yan gave her probably won't cut it. There's no way to take down something this vicious." Viewers in the Huaxia livestream channel had their hearts in their throats. Countless people instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Just as despair descended at this critical moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Ruan Xinglua's mind. She abruptly recalled that before leaving, Zhou Yan had casually slipped a folded note into her pocket. He had casually remarked, "I wrote this note over at Nanshan. Keep it with you. You'll need it someday." Clearly, this was her last resort. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Driven by sheer survival instinct, Ruan Xinglua mustered every ounce of strength, trembling as she reached into her pocket and pulled out the crumpled little note. The paper was ordinary, just the most common kind of sticky note. In Zhou Yan's familiar, neat yet forceful handwriting, a few lines were scrawled across it, looking like a hastily scribbled doodle. "The old director at Nanshan is an old friend of mine. We shared a few rounds of wine together many years ago. He has a wayward grandson who's been fooling around lately and locked himself inside the special care ward. Could you please keep an eye on him for me, Xinglua? Just show this note to that unruly little brat and he'll come out on his own." At the very bottom of the note, a few hasty strokes sketched a half-hearted, even comical smiley face emoji. Ruan Xinglua stared at the note, unable to believe her eyes. What on earth was this supposed to mean? Nonsense. The former director of Nanshan Asylum was Zhou Yan's old friend? They even drank flower wine together? This terrifying patient at the peak of the Li Gui level is the old director's grandson? He locked himself in there because he was playing around? This is even more absurd than the bizarre world itself, okay? But now, that terrifying patient had close to within half a meter of her. The thick stench of blood and the dripping sound of saliva were unmistakably clear. There was no time for hesitation. Ruan Xinglua steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and in an almost reflexive motion, raised the sticky note high, shielding herself from the terrifying patient. The expected bite and excruciating pain never came. Instead, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Ruan Xinglua trembled as she opened her eyes. The terrifying patient who had looked like a demon just a second ago, ready to devour her alive, now stared wide-eyed with his oddly mismatched eyes, fixated on the thin sticky note in her hand. The maniacal, bloodthirsty grin on his face froze instantly, as if someone had pressed pause. Then, his scrawny body began shaking violently, like a sieve sifting flour. The mad, bloodthirsty red glow in his eyes flickered wildly like a dying candle in the wind, flickering on and off. Finally, the crimson glow gradually faded, replaced by endless, bone-chilling terror and a thread of unbelievable grievance. This is... The patient's voice, sharpened by extreme terror, became shrill and piercing, even tinged with a hint of a sob. "Grandpa's handwriting. It's definitely his. And that devilish smile in the drawing. That terrifying patient at the peak of eerie madness, the grandson of the Nanshan Asylum director, trapped there for peculiar reasons, known as the little madman, completely lost it upon seeing Zhou Yan's utterly half-hearted note and the even more careless smiley face emoji. 1 second before, he had been a raging demon, ready to devour Ruan Xinglua alive. The next, he collapsed with a thud, kneeling on the ground and clutching Ruan Xinglua's leg as he wailed at the top of his lungs. "Wah! Sis! Fairy sis! Save me! Get me out of here! I never want to stay in this hellhole again. Not even for a single day." The little madman sniffled and wiped his snot and tears all over Ruan Xingluo's pant leg, sobbing until he was breathless. That demon king. He's not human. He said only someone he designates, bearing his token, can make grandfather lift the seals and let me out. Sister. You must be sent by the demon king to rescue me, right? Please. Take me away. Ruan Xingluo? All viewers in the Huaxiao livestream? Holy? What the hell kind of divine plot twist is this? The little madman at the peak of Li Gui, clinging to school flower Ruan's leg, calling her sister and begging to be taken away? Am I dreaming? The demon king? Does he mean big shot Zhou Yan? What the hell is Zhou Yan's real deal? The old dean of Nanshan is Zhou Yan's old friend, the little madman is the dean's grandson, and Zhou Yan can make him cry like a baby with just a sticky note. This is too much info, my brain's fried. So, Big Boss Zhou Yan isn't some wandering spirit at all. He's the real ultimate boss. In an instant, the entire livestream erupted in chaos over this earth-shattering twist. Zhou Yan's identity, at this moment, became even more enigmatic and fueled wild speculation. Ruan Xingluo stared down at the little madman clinging to her leg, wailing like a 300-pound child, still completely dazed. The old friend Zhou Yan mentioned was actually the director of Nanshan Madhouse? Could this terrifying patient, who had even scared off the escorting nurse, truly be the director's grandson? Chapter 17, damn, that's sweet. And Zhou Yan, just a casually scribbled note could terrify a peak-level Li Gui entity like this, even earning him the moniker Great Demon King? This was more surreal than all the bizarre incidents she'd ever experienced combined. To persuade Ruan Xingluo to rescue him, the little madman's subsequent behavior could only be described as that of a model patient. Not only did he proactively request to maintain emotional stability, but he even eagerly helped Ruan Xingluo clean the ward covered in bloodstains and mysterious debris. While cleaning, he enthusiastically recounted numerous amusing tales about Nanshan Madhouse to Ruan Xingluo. Sis, let me tell you, the temporary orderly before last was a guy with shifty eyes. He tried to steal the director's treasure, but the head nurse caught him and turned him into a human skin lantern. It's still hanging in the third-floor hallway. And the one before that? A woman tried to seduce me. Haha, I ripped out her guts and stuffed them full of glass beads. Looked pretty cool. Ruan Xingluo's face turned pale as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet the little madwoman recounted these tales with vivid enthusiasm, occasionally turning to her expectantly. Sis, isn't that fun? Ruan Xingluo could only force a smile uglier than crying and nod repeatedly. And so, Ruan Xingluo's marriage mission to ensure at least one patient remains emotionally stable until the mission concludes became absurdly simple before she could even grasp the situation. One might even call it pleasantly easy? Meanwhile, in other wards of Nanshan Lunatic Asylum, the other matchmakers were struggling desperately in the midst of chaos and peril. Especially Jessica from the United States. Relying on her bizarre husband's reputation as the Knight of Calamity, she had rushed to choose the quietest, seemingly most normal patient. Yet now, he had bared his vicious fangs. He was no ordinary patient at all, but a soul-devouring specter exceptionally skilled at disguise, delighting in consuming other eerie souls. His power had reached the early stage of a fierce specter. Now, the soul-devouring specter was cornering Jessica step by step, a cruel smile on its face as its crimson tongue licked its lips. Little beauty, your soul smells so sweet. Jessica's fiery figure and beauty, which she prided herself on, seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute terror. Just as Ruan Xingluo listened to the little madman recount his umpteenth gory anecdote, feeling her worldview crumbling before her eyes. Squeak! The heavy steel ward door creaked open once more from the outside. An ancient figure appeared silently at the doorway, leaning on a rusty cane carved from the bone of some unknown beast. His form was slightly stooped, yet his eyes were deep as dark ancient wells, flickering with the light of wisdom and world weariness. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a mid-stage ghostly master. None other than the director of Nanshan Madhouse. The director first glanced at the docile little madman crouched at Ruan Xingluo's feet, massaging her legs. A complex flicker passed through his eyes. Then, his gaze shifted to Ruan Xingluo, who stood there looking utterly bewildered. Finally, his gaze settled on the sticky note with the comical smiley face, which Ruan Xingluo held carefully in her hand. He stared at it for a long time. A bitter yet resigned expression spread across the old director's wrinkled face as he let out a long, hollow sigh. He sent someone after all. The director of Nanshan Lunatic Asylum Moyuan, his eyes, deep as ancient wells, filled with complex, unfathomable emotions upon recognizing the comical smiley face on Zhou Yan's sticky note. Finally, they dissolved into a long, drawn-out sigh. Then, this terrifying being of formidable power, reaching the mid-stage of the mysterious realm, actually bowed slightly to Ruan Xingluo, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of respect. This must be the honored guest mentioned by Mr. Zhou Yan? This old man, Mo Yuan, failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Caught off guard by this sudden display of respect and title, Ruan Xingluo flustered, waving his hands hastily. Dean, you're too kind. I'm just a temporary caregiver. The honored guest is too modest. Dean Mo Yuan flashed a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to the little madman clinging to Ruan Xinglua's leg, his face begging for praise. His eyes held a mix of affection and resignation. This troublesome grandson has caused you inconvenience. He explained slowly, my grandson suffers from a peculiar bloodline issue that causes frequent mental instability and extreme emotional volatility. When he has an episode, he becomes unrecognizable to even his closest kin, driven by a bloodthirsty fury. I had no choice but to clothe him in this specially crafted soul-binding restraint garment and confine him within this specially enchanted environment to suppress his savage nature. Back then, had it not been for Mr. Zhou Yan's noble intervention using his supreme abilities to temporarily stabilize his condition and leaving behind the words only the one who tied the bell can untie it, his liberation will come when a destined person arrives bearing the token, the entire Nanshan madhouse would likely have been reduced to a wasteland long ago, utterly destroyed by this wretched grandson's complete loss of control. Director Mo Yuan's voice brimmed with profound gratitude and reverence for Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou Yan has bestowed upon our South Mountain the grace of rebirth. This note is one of the tokens he left behind that year. Ruan Xinglua and all the viewers in the livestream were once again profoundly stunned. Zhou Yan was actually a super-powered being capable of stabilizing a peak-level Li Gui with supreme techniques? Moreover, judging by Dean Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Yan had saved not just the little madman, but the entire Nanshan madhouse. Holy crap! How many identities does Big Shot Zhou Yan have hidden? Great benefactor. Even the director of Nanshan Madhouse says so. Zhou Yan's power is utterly unfathomable. Friends across the land, kindness throughout the realm. Is this the kind of match our nation seeks? Absolutely legendary. To express our gratitude for your noble rescue of this unworthy grandson, and as a token of this old man's respect for Mr. Zhou Yan, Director Mo Yuan solemnly drew from his robe a delicate, translucent bell radiating a soft white glow. This is the Clear Mind Bell, a high-grade third-tier mystical artifact. Though lacking significant destructive power, it can soothe the spirit, purify the soul, and ward off certain mental assaults and illusory disturbances. I hope you won't look down upon it. Ruan Xinglua accepted the cool, smooth bell. Instantly, a wave of refreshing calm spread through her body, easing the tension and exhaustion that had built up over the past few days. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Furthermore, Director Mo Yuan added, effectively granting Zhou Yan an immense favor, this old man pledges that from this day forward, any match selected by Huaxia for our Nanshan Madhouse will receive special care from our institution. Their safety is guaranteed. A high-grade third-tier artifact. Plus the director's promise. Ruan Xiaohua just hit the jackpot. Haha, won't our Huaxia contestants be walking all over Nanshan from now on? Just as the Huaxia audience erupted in jubilation. Ah! Help! Get away! You monster! A piercing scream suddenly echoed from somewhere within the asylum, faintly recognizable as the voice of American contestant Jessica. Dean Mo Yuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Something's wrong. It's Jessica's side. Ha ha ha, she was so cocky earlier. Now she knows the terror of Nanshan Madhouse. Where's her catastrophe knight? Wasn't he supposed to be so powerful? Why isn't he coming to save her? Chapter 18, Soul Drowning Pier. Inside the beautiful nation's national fortune livestream, wails and chaos now reign supreme. Jessica, cornered by the soul-devouring specter disguised as an ordinary patient, lay wounded and bloodied. Her eerie husband, the Knight of Calamity, possessed formidable power, but within the unique environment of Nanshan Madhouse littered with prohibitions and strange magnetic fields, his strength was severely diminished. Moreover, Director Mo Yuan showed no intention of intervening, merely observing coldly from the sidelines. The Knight of Calamity attempted to forcefully breach the spatial barrier to intervene, only to be blocked by an invisible force, temporarily unable to truly join the battle within the ward. Jessica lay gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. As her condition deteriorated, the fortune of the United States plummeted wildly, triggering a relentless cascade of minor disasters across the nation. Zhou Yan's setup was pure genius. It seemed like he pushed Ruan into danger, but it turned out to be an incredible opportunity. Not only did she effortlessly complete the mission, but she also snagged a top-tier artifact and the Dean's promise for free. Plus, she got to enjoy watching her arch-rival's downfall. So satisfying. Absolutely thrilling. Chinese viewers watched with a sense of vindication, their admiration for Zhou Yan already as vast and unending as a mighty river. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua felt both astonished and a faint, indescribable pride and deep reliance toward Zhou Yan's mysterious old friends scattered across the world. Her husband always seemed to pave the way for her in the most unexpected ways, precisely when she needed it most. Ding! This matchmaking mission is about to conclude. All participants, please prepare for return. The cold system notification sounded once more. Dean Mo Yuan handed the little madman over to several senior nurses who had rushed over upon hearing the news, their expressions respectful. He instructed them to take him away and partially release the restraints of the soul-binding straitjacket. Then, he approached Ruan Xinglua and said solemnly, "Distinguished guest, before you depart, this old man has one final request, or rather, he asked me to convey this message to you." Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred. "Speak, Dean." Dean Mo Yuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He asked me to tell you that your next destination will be the Soul Drowning Pier. Please go there on his behalf and retrieve an old item. The old fisherman at the wharf recognizes his fishing hook. The Soul Drowning Pier. The old fisherman. The fishing hook. Dean Mo Yuan's words, like a pebble tossed into a lake, sent ripples spreading through Ruan Xingluo's heart. Just what kind of being was Zhou Yan? Before she could ponder further, the system's return countdown ended. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself back in apartment 101 of Happiness Community. In her hand, besides the 50 heavy ghost coins, there was now a small bell emitting a cool aura, the third tier, high-grade ghost artifact, the pure heart bell. Congratulations to Chinese contestant Ruan Xingluo for flawlessly completing the A+ tier dungeon Nanshan Lunatic Asylum matchmaking quest. Overall rating, SSS class. Mission rewards, 150 ghost coins including additional commendation, third tier high-grade ghost artifact pure heart bell. China's national fortune has received another massive boost. As the system notification faded, the entire nation erupted once more. The grueling challenges of the South Mountain Asylum mission were witnessed by global audiences. Yet Ruan Xingluo had once again surpassed expectations in an utterly astonishing manner. Suddenly, signs of spiritual energy revival became increasingly evident across Huaxia. Not only did legendary mountains and rivers see their spiritual energy concentrations soar, but even ordinary cities experienced noticeably fresher air. Some elderly individuals who had been bedridden for years miraculously recovered. Even more astonishingly, in certain regions of China, a tiny handful of ordinary people began to awaken faint, special abilities similar to the legendary superpowers. Though these abilities remain largely rudimentary, such as increased strength or brief vision in darkness, they undoubtedly herald a groundbreaking era. A new era for China seemed to be slowly unfolding. In stark contrast, the United States faced turmoil. During Jessica's mission at Nanshan Asylum, not only did she fail to complete her objective, but she also suffered severe injuries. Her bizarre husband, the Knight of Calamity, forcibly rescued her, yet she herself fell into a deep coma, her life hanging in the balance. America's national fortune plummeted as a result, crashing to its lowest point in history. Domestically, strange phenomena proliferated, natural disasters struck relentlessly, and several large-scale social uprisings erupted. The entire nation was shrouded in gloom and despair. As for the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm, their fortunes had already plummeted to rock bottom, adding insult to injury. Their people were suffering terribly, living in dire straits. Happiness Community, Unit 101. Ruan Xingluo played with the exquisite calm heart bell in her hand. Its melodious tinkling brought her a sense of tranquility. She stole a glance at Zhou Yan, who was curled up on the sofa leisurely flipping through a book whose cover featured illustrations of all manner of twisted, bizarre creatures. Curiosity sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, surging wildly within her. Husband. She hesitated, but couldn't resist asking. Zhou Yan lowered his book and lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes gentle. Director Mo Yuan from Nanshan Asylum, did you really help him a lot in the past? Ruan Xingluo asked cautiously. Zhou Yan merely smiled faintly, his tone light and casual. Oh, you mean old Mo? I did help him out with a few small favors back then. Nothing major, really. Ruan Xingluo recalled Director Mo Yuan's final words and pressed on. Then, what about that Soul Drowning Pier? Are you really going there to retrieve some old item? Zhou Yan's lips curved slightly at the mention, as if lost in some memory. The scenery at the Drowned Souls Pier is indeed quite nice, especially at dusk. Especially the fish soup there. He deliberately drew out his tone. Truly exceptional. I'll take you to try it sometime. This air of nonchalance, as if everything were under his control, only deepened Ruan Xingluo's sense that Zhou Yan was unfathomable, shrouded in layers of mist. She knew that the small favor Zhou Yan mentioned was definitely not as simple as he made it sound. Just then, Ruan Xingluo suddenly remembered something else. After the Blood Moon restaurant mission concluded, Mia, the prospective bride from the oil-rich nation, had her country's representative reach out to the Chinese side through secret channels. They expressed a desire for friendship and deep cooperation. According to that representative, Mia's eerie husband, the formidable blood coffin master Yin Jiusha, had shown unusual interest upon seeing the supreme black gold card Zhou Yan had given Ruan Xingluo. It seemed, he recognized the card's origins. Yin Jiusha. A terrifying entity comparable to crimson-robed level anomalies. He actually recognized Zhou Yan's possession? This undoubtedly planted a profoundly significant foreshadowing for future cooperation or potential conflict between China and other nations. Chapter 19, The One-Eyed Old Fisherman. Internationally, intelligence agencies from every nation were frantically researching every scrap of information on Zhou Yan, sparing no expense. Yet no matter how hard they tried, the results remained blank. This man was like an enigma that had materialized out of thin air. Each of Ruan Xingluo's marriage missions seemed to lift a corner of his veil of mystery, only to reveal deeper, more profound enigmas, making his true depth increasingly elusive. Just as Ruan Xingluo's thoughts were swirling, that cold, familiar system notification chime sounded once more, right on schedule. New marriage mission activated. All matchmakers, prepare for imminent teleportation to the mission location. Location, Seoul Drowning Pier. Mission content, conduct a 3-day salvage operation for relics of the deceased within the Drowned Souls Pier area. Mission objective, successfully salvage and submit 3 greater relics of the deceased. Warning, this instance is rated S-level danger. S-class dungeon. Upon seeing this rating, every viewer in the livestream including those from Huaxia couldn't help but gasp in shock. This danger level surpassed even the previous Nanshan Madhouse. Yet the next second, an even more shocking system notification followed. Special system notice, due to the extreme danger of this mission, rules have been partially adjusted during the mission. The groom of each matched couple is permitted to assist the bride a limited number of times under specific conditions. Special system notice, permits the groom of each matched couple to provide limited assistance to the bride under specific conditions. This unprecedented system notification sent the entire Blue Star into an absolute frenzy. Groom assistance. What did this mean? It meant that those matched with powerful, mysterious husbands would gain an overwhelming advantage in this S-rank perilous mission at the Seoul Drowning Pier. Holy crap! Grooms can actually intervene? Our Sakura Nation's sun goddess Amaterasu can finally show her true power. Wonderful! Our great Korea's Lord of the Underworld will surely lead Miss Su-min to an upset victory. Nations like Sakura Country and the Land of the Morning Calm, long mired in despair with national fortunes at rock bottom, suddenly glimpsed their last lifeline. Their citizens erupted in deafening cheers, urging their matched contestants to do whatever it takes to get their supernatural husbands to assist. Meanwhile, within China's national fortune livestream, a full-blown carnival erupted. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! Is big shot Zhou Yan finally stepping into the fray himself? Anticipation is off the charts. So what if it's an S-tier dungeon? With big shot Zhou Yan on the scene, he'll take down any god or Buddha standing in his way. I can't wait to see big shot Zhou Yan single-handedly wipe out the Seoul Drowning Dock. Hurry up! Miss Ruan, grab big shot Zhou Yan's leg tight. All Huaxia viewers were holding their breath in anticipation of Lord Zhou Yan's imminent move. Ruan Xingluan naturally heard the system notification too. Her little heart started pounding wildly, thump-thump, as she glanced nervously yet eagerly at Zhou Yan beside her. Husband, will you come with me this time? However, Zhou Yan's reaction once again defied everyone's expectations. He remained as indifferent as ever, appearing utterly detached and unconcerned. He showed no intention of personally heading to the Seoul Drowning Pier, nor did he offer Ruan Xingluan any earth-shatteringly powerful artifact. Instead, he casually picked up a plain, even slightly worn black fishing rod from the corner of the sofa. Then, he rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a rusty, unremarkable fishhook, handing both to Ruan Xingluan. The wind's strong at the pier, and the waves are rough. Take these with you. Zhou Yan pressed the rod and hook into Ruan Xingluan's hands, his tone as casual as if he were reminding his own little wife heading out for a stroll. Maybe, you'll catch something different. I'll wait for you at home. Make me some fish soup. After speaking, he gently ruffled Ruan Xinglua's hair, a tender smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ruan Xinglua. Chinese audience. That's it? A crappy fishing rod and a rusty hook? Zhou Yan, are you kidding me? This is an S-rank dungeon. Could it be, this rod and hook are some kind of hidden divine artifact? I trust big shot Zhou Yan. Nothing he gives is ordinary. A faint, indescribable pang of disappointment welled up in Ruan Xinglua's heart, but what overwhelmed her more was her unshakable trust in Zhou Yan. She nodded obediently, carefully stowing away the fishing rod that looked like it might snap at any moment and the rusty hook that seemed fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch. A flash of white light transported all 10 matchmakers simultaneously to their mission location Drowning Souls Pier. The moment they arrived, suffocating waves of resentment and death surged toward them like a tidal flood. The entire Seoul Drowning Pier was shrouded in a thick, pitch-black fog, visibility extremely low. Several eerie vessels, emitting a stench of decay and bearing tattered sails, were moored at the pier. Faded bloodstains and vicious claw marks were faintly visible along their gunnels. From the black waters below the docks came waves of bone-chilling wails and whispers, as if countless vengeful water ghosts lurked beneath, waiting to drag the living into an endless abyss. Truly an S-rank instance. This environment alone was enough to shatter the sanity of most. Competitors from other nations wore solemn expressions, some already radiating the powerful aura of their eerie husbands clearly empowered by possession. Others gripped peculiar, eerie artifacts in their hands, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Even Jessica, the American contestant who had been gravely injured at Nanshan Asylum, had regained her arrogant demeanor. Though her complexion remained pale, the arrogance in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Her bizarre husband, the Knight of Calamity, had evidently granted her some powerful trump card for survival, making her feel utterly fearless. Amidst this tense atmosphere, where swords were drawn and bows strung, ready to snap at any moment. At the very front of the dock, a one-eyed old fisherman stood hunched over, methodically mending his fishing net, a tattered piece of fabric riddled with countless holes. He wore a worn straw cloak and a wide conical hat that nearly obscured his entire face. A pungent fishy stench and an indelible aura of death clung to him, with only one eye visible beneath the brim. The aura emanating from him was as unfathomable as an abyss at the very least, a terrifying presence of peak eeriness. As the 10 matchmakers suddenly appeared, a flicker of mockery and cruelty passed through the old fisherman's cloudy, single eye. He emitted a hoarse, unpleasant cackle like that of a night owl. Ha ha ha. Another batch of death-defying fools? The relics of this soul-drowning peer devour humans. One misstep and you'll become new relics yourselves, forever lost in this sea of lost souls. The cold, malevolent words sent a chill down the spines of all the matchmakers. Yet, as the one-eyed old fisherman's gaze scanned the entire group, it finally settled on Ruan Xinglua at the back of the line. She stood out like a sore thumb, and the rusty fishhook she clutched tightly in her hand. The old fisherman's cloudy, single eye suddenly blazed with a piercing light. His hunched body shook violently, as if struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. The fishing net in his hand clattered to the ground. This is... The old fisherman's voice, distorted by extreme shock and agitation, became shrill and twisted with disbelief. The master's soul hook? You are the mistress? Chapter 20, Tentacle Bay. The one-eyed old fisherman's utterance of mistress struck like thunder from the heavens. It not only left Ruan Xinglua utterly flustered, but also rendered every viewer across all the National Fortune livestreams on Blue Star collectively speechless for a moment. Immediately after, a tidal wave of comments erupted. Holy! Mistress? Did I hear that right? Is this old man saying Lord Zhou is the master of the soul-drowning peer? And Ruan Xinglua is the mistress? Woe, the master of an S-tier instance. Lord Zhou identity has surpassed my wildest imagination. I was wondering if Big Shot Zhou was some reclusive master, but now it seems he's ing god tier? I knew it. How could anything Big Shot Zhou gave be ordinary? A crappy fishing rod? A beat-up hook? That's the god's fishing rod. The hook of the overlord. Now I get it, that Blood Moon Restaurant's supreme black gold card, the note from the Nanshan Madhouse director's old friend, all just the tip of the iceberg revealing his true stature. After 9 straight losses, Huaxia must have pulled off some insane stroke of luck for Miss Ruan Xinglua to match with a husband of this god-tier caliber. What's this about luckily running into an acquaintance? This is power. This is pedigree. Big Shot Zhou is the biggest glitch in this bizarre matchmaking game. The ultimate cheat code. All those who mocked Ruan Xinglua and called Big Shot Zhou a mere phantom, does your face hurt yet? Come out and show yourselves now. In Huaxia's livestream, countless viewers were moved to tears. All their earlier worries and confusion instantly transformed into fervent admiration for Zhou profound, unfathomable power. Meanwhile, the livestream rooms of nations like Sakura Country, Bamboo Country, and the Beautiful Country, those who had been gloating earlier, were now deathly silent. They simply couldn't reconcile the seemingly frail, unremarkable Zhou in the photos with the master described by the one-eyed old fisherman, a figure at least at the peak of the mysterious realm, and possibly even stronger. What kind of joke was this? Ruan Xinglua's mind went blank. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. Her voice trembled as she fixed her gaze on the one-eyed old fisherman, uncertainty lacing her words. Old man, you just said that's true? Zhou he's actually the master of this place? The old fisherman's cloudy, single eye suddenly blazed with an unprecedented intensity. His hunched back straightened slightly, his voice carrying an unquestionable reverence and fervor. In answer to the mistress's question, this old servant dares not speak the master's name aloud, but that soul hook under heaven, only the master possesses such a thing. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, every stone on this soul-drowning pier, all are the master's private property. This humble old man is but a lowly servant under the master's command, tasked with guarding the pier. At these words, every single one of the 9 other marriage candidates present gasped in shock. Their gazes toward Ruan Xinglua instantly grew incredibly complex. Shock, horror, disbelief, and above all, deep, seething jealousy. Especially Jessica from the Beautiful Country, her face, which had regained its arrogance thanks to the disaster knight granting her a powerful trump card, now froze solid. Though she harbored doubts, the terrifying aura emanating from the old fisherman and the profound reverence he displayed when mentioning his master still made her heart tremble slightly. Impossible! Jessica shrieked, her voice betraying a hint of feigned bravado she herself hadn't noticed. The master of an S-rank instance? How could he stoop to participating in such a bizarre marriage alliance? Let alone forming a bond with an ordinary-looking Chinese woman. This old fool must be bluffing. Trying to scare us. Sakura Nation's newcomer, Akiha Jingu, relying on the power granted by the fragment of Yamada no Orochi, couldn't help but snort coldly. Exactly. Even if he truly is the master here, so what? The Amaterasu pantheon of our great Sakura Empire is no match for some petty master of a remote corner. And the fragment of Lord Yamada no Orochi? That's far beyond his reach. It's just an S-rank dungeon. Since it's his territory, there probably isn't any real danger. Maybe that S-rank rating is all just his own exaggeration. Though the contestants from other nations didn't voice it, the skepticism and disdain in their eyes were plain to see. They'd rather believe it was the old fisherman's exaggeration than accept that the husband of that seemingly ordinary Chinese woman could be such a terrifying force. Wouldn't that mean they'd been defeated from the very start? A crushing defeat, with not even a glimmer of hope to catch up? Hearing these ignorant matchmakers dare to question, even speak disrespectfully of his supreme master, a savage glint of fury flashed in the one-eyed old fisherman's soul eye. A hoarse laugh erupted from his throat. What a bunch of frogs in a well, daring to question the master's supreme authority. Very well. Since you are so eager to witness the splendor of the soul drowning pier, this old man shall grant your wish. At that moment, a cold system notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's minds. Mission officially initiated. All participants are to proceed to designated zones as assigned by the guides for a 3-day salvage operation of the deceased's relics. Caution, the drowned soul's pier is saturated with malevolent energy and teeming with countless watery spirits. Proceed with extreme caution. The one-eyed old fisherman grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth stained yellow and black. His voice dripped with menace as he declared, "Well then, it falls to this old man to assign each of you honored guests your respective blessed plots." He first turned his gaze to Jessica, the loudest of the American contestants. "You, from the United States, since you think this old man is bluffing, head over to Tentacle Bay." The old fisherman's bony finger pointed toward the left side of the pier, where a pitch-black expanse of water churned with countless shadowy tentacles. Occasionally, the hair-raising squelch of suction cups could be heard from within the murky depths. "The relics down there are quite welcoming. I hope your hooks won't get tangled up by those little darlings." Jessica's face instantly drained of color. She could keenly sense the ominous foreboding and lurking danger emanating from that stretch of water. Holy! Tentacle Bay? Just the name sounds bad. This old man is clearly settling a personal grudge. Jessica really talked trash earlier. Awesome. Serves her right for looking down on our boss Zhou Yan and mistress Ruan Xinglua. Then, the old fisherman's piercing gaze shifted to Akiha Jingu from the land of cherry blossoms. As for you, Sakura country, since you think Yamada no Orochi is the strongest, head over to that night-crying beach. He pointed toward the right side of the pier, a stretch of mudflats permeated by a thick, cloying stench of blood. Vague, grotesque specters flickered in and out of view amidst the relentless wails of agonized cries. Plenty of big fish swim there, you might even reel in a few fierce ghosts for starters. May your Yamada no Orochi fragment keep you safe and sound on your return. Chapter 21, The Old Fisherman Goes Berserk. Shinju Akiba's face paled as the aura of the Yamada no Orochi fragment within her surged violently. She too had sensed the terror emanating from that region. Night-crying 100 ghost speech. That name. Even scarier than Tentacle Bay. Ha 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 ha. Serves them right. Who told them to be so arrogant earlier, questioning our boss Joyen? That old fisherman nailed it. Total master protecting maniac. Afterward, the old fisherman casually assigned salvage zones to the other contestants from nations that had earlier shown disdain and skepticism, areas whose very names screamed of ill fortune. Names like Sunken Corpse Reef, Wraith Vortex, and Rotten Bone Abyss, each more sinister than the last. The contestants assigned to these spots turned pale with regret. If only they'd known this old man held grudges and actually had the power to assign locations, they never should have opened their mouths earlier. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream channel watched with a sense of vindication, feeling utterly exhilarated. He's gone berserk. The old fisherman's gone berserk. This is precision targeting worthy of an S-rank dungeon NPC. This is what happens when you cross Big Shot Joyen or his servant. So satisfying. Those foreigners must be kicking themselves now. Ha 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 ha. Finally, after dispatching all the other unlucky souls, the one-eyed old fisherman turned his wrinkled face toward Ruan Xinglua, who had remained in a dazed stupor from the shock throughout. The savagery and menace vanished instantly, replaced by an almost servile deference tinged with flattery. His cloudy, single eye narrowed into a slit as he strained to form what he hoped was a benevolent smile. Yet on his deeply wrinkled face, the expression only grew more eerily unpredictable. "My lady," the old fisherman's voice softened slightly, though it remained hoarse and unpleasant, "as for your salvage location." The one-eyed fisherman's forced smile looked particularly unsettling in the dim light of the soul-drowning pier, yet to the viewers in Huaxia's livestream room, it seemed more heartwarming than ever. Here it comes. Finally, it's our lady Ruan Xinglua's turn. The old fisherman's attitude? This is a sure thing. Reserved the best viewing spot for the S-rank dungeon. Those foul-mouthed ones before got dealt with properly. Our mistress will definitely get the best spot. Not just a good spot, I bet the old fisherman would gladly hand over the entire prime section of the pier to Ruan Xinglua. Ha ha ha. Just imagining other nations' contestants struggling in those godforsaken corners, dangerous, barren wastelands, while our Ruan Xinglua relaxes fishing in prime feng shui territory. The contrast is pure bliss. The audience was buzzing with excitement, everyone craning their necks in anticipation as the old fisherman was about to announce Ruan Xinglua's prime fishing spot, a perfect blend of safety, high yield, and comfort. Yet, at this moment of collective anticipation, discordant taunts erupted once more from the other countries' livestreams. In the United States livestream, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed so-called paranormal expert spoke eloquently to the camera. Viewers, don't be fooled by this old fisherman's facade. The allocation of S-rank instance zones inherently involves randomness and balancing. It's impossible for him to control everything just because he's the so-called guide. Exactly. The areas he just assigned to Miss Jessica and the other contestants may seem dangerous, but danger and opportunity coexist. That's the norm for S-rank dungeons. That Chinese woman is the last to be assigned. By convention, the remaining spots are often the worst or below average. Just watch, she'll definitely get a spot worse than Tentacle Bay or Night Crying Beach. That old man is just a bully, all bark and no bite. In the Sakura Nation livestream, after Akiha Jingu was assigned to Night Crying Beach, though her expression darkened like storm clouds, the nation's citizens and some high-ranking officials stubbornly clung to their pride. Oomph. So what if it's Ghost Wailing Beach? Our contestant, Akiha Jingu, is protected by the great Yamada no Orochi's fragment soul. A mere ghost wailing wasteland? Nothing to fear. What's that Zhou from China? A worthless, title-less weirdo. Even if that old fisherman really is his servant, what help could he possibly offer the Chinese contestant? Just wait and see. When that Chinese woman gets assigned to the Land of Despair, she won't even have time to cry. Our great Sakura Empire will rise again in this S-rank mission. A nation with 9 consecutive losses, yet they still dream of turning the tide with a woman? Utterly delusional. These harsh words reach the ears of China's high command through various channels. Within China's National Institute for the Study of the Strange World, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Director Lin Anhwa stared intently at the screen, veins bulging on his forehead. Activate Level 1 emergency protocol immediately. Lin Anhwa roared hoarsely. All relevant departments remain on 24-hour standby. Should any adverse situation arise for Comrade Ruan Xinglua at the Soul Drowning Pier that disrupts our nation's fortune, respond instantly to minimize potential real-world crises. Yes. The entire Institute staff responded in unison, their hearts pounding in their throats. They knew all too well the terror of an S-level instance. They knew all too well what a devastating blow it would be to the nation's fortune, which had only just begun to show signs of recovery, if Ruan Xinglua truly met with misfortune inside. At the Soul Drowning Pier, Ruan Xinglua remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Her tension was palpable, her palms glistening with fine beads of sweat. Her large, clear eyes fixed intently on the one-eyed old fisherman as she silently prayed within. Please, please give me a better spot. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from her chest. Though she held unwavering trust in Zhou Yan, witnessing other contestants assigned to barren wastelands that sounded perilous beyond measure, she'd be lying to herself if she claimed she felt no fear. As all eyes focused on the one-eyed old fisherman, waiting for him to announce Ruan Xinglua's fate, the old fisherman made a move that surprised everyone. His hand, bony, reeking of fish and death, slowly reached into the tattered folds of his raincoat, fumbling for a long moment. Then, under countless stunned, bewildered, and confused gazes, he actually pulled out a rolled-up sheepskin map, its edges already frayed and yellowed. Swish! The old fisherman slowly unfolded the parchment map before Ruan Xinglua. In ancient, eerie lines, it traced the detailed topography of the entire Drowned Souls dock. Blood-red, unsettling characters marked the names of each area and danger levels. Chapter 22, The Lost Treasure Bay. Holy crap! What's this? He's pulling out a map? Seriously? It's just assigning a location. Does it really need this much pomp? I have this bad feeling. Could the old man be letting Ruan Xinglua pick her own spot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an S-rank dungeon offer such a sweet deal? If it really is self-selection, then wouldn't it just be picking the safest spot? Where's the challenge in that for an S-rank mission? The livestream audience was utterly baffled, completely unable to decipher what the old fisherman was up to. Ruan Xinglua froze too, staring blankly at the ancient-looking map before her. She glanced back at the old fisherman's face, now plastered with an affable smile, and asked in confusion, "Old man, what exactly do you mean by this?" Hearing this, the one-eyed old fisherman's smile grew even more radiant. With an air of self-evident certainty, even tinged with pride, he said slowly and deliberately, "My lady, have you forgotten what this humble old man said earlier? This entire soul-drowning dock, from every churning dark cloud above to every silent grain of sand below, is the private property of my master. Since you are the master's wife, the rightful mistress of this soul-drowning pier." The old fisherman paused briefly, then spoke with such reverence it made everyone's eyes widen. "Then, on this soul-drowning pier, where you choose to retrieve relics or fish for lost souls is entirely up to you. This map details every corner of the Drowned Souls pier, including potential specialties and minor troubles in each area. Madam Mistress, feel free to choose any spot you like. Just let this old man know once you've made your selection." Boom! The old fisherman's words detonated like a nuclear bomb across every live streaming room simultaneously. Especially for those viewers and experts from the United States, Japan, and other nations who had just moments ago been mocking Ruan Xinglua with certainty, convinced she'd be assigned the worst possible location. Now, their faces burned with embarrassment, as if they'd been slapped 70 or 80 times with the sole of a shoe. She gets to choose the location? Pick her own mission site in an S-rank dungeon? Is this even an S-rank instance or Zhou Yan's personal backyard? I'm cracking up. I'm seriously cracking up. This move is way too slick. Big shot Zhou Yan spoils his wife way too much. Where are all the experts who claimed location assignments were random? Where are the prophets who predicted Ruan Xinglua would get the worst spot? Where's your face? Where the hell is your face? This isn't just double standards, it's outright trampling the rules. Is this the privilege of the main wife? Love it, love it. Ruan Xinglua was also stunned by this sudden surprise. Her mouth agape, she stared at the ridiculously detailed map before her, then glanced at the old fisherman's deferential expression that seemed to say, "Your wish is my command." Once again, her perception of Zhou Yan was completely overturned. Has he truly mastered this S-rank instance to such an extent? Even the choice of mission location is entirely up to him? This isn't about completing a mission, it's like inspecting his own personal estate. An indescribable wave of sweetness and pride instantly surged through Ruan Xinglua's heart. She took a deep breath, struggling to steady her heart pounding wildly from sheer astonishment, then refocused her gaze on the parchment map before her. The map was densely marked with various regions. Some areas were marked in thick black ink, accompanied by menacing skulls clearly indicating extreme danger. Others appeared relatively calm, even marked with shimmering symbols that seemed to indicate high-value relics or special opportunities lay within. Since he could choose for himself, Ruan Xinglua's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. She scanned the map meticulously, comparing the annotations and descriptions of each area. Moments later, her finger landed on a watery expanse slightly left of center. It was shrouded in a faint golden glow and marked with several treasure chest symbols. The name of that water area was quite intriguing: the Lost Treasure Bay. Old man, I'll choose this spot. Ruan Xinglua stepped into the nightmare realm known as Lost Treasure Bay. The sight before her nearly took her breath away. A thick, tangible blood mist engulfed her, visibility reduced to less than half a meter as the entire bay was shrouded in a terrifying crimson haze. Countless distorted, blurred soul shadows drifted within the mist, emitting faint, wretched whispers and heart-wrenching wails. These sounds seemed imbued with some kind of magic, burrowing directly into her mind, frantically tearing at her nerves, attempting to completely shatter her will. Ruan Xinglua let out a pained groan, feeling as though her head would explode. She dared not delay, clutching tightly to the calming bell that Zhou Yan had previously entrusted to her through Dean Mayuan. Ting-ling-ling. A clear, ethereal chime rang out, washing over her consciousness like sweet spring water, barely holding back the chaotic mental assault. Even so, the overwhelming terror seeping from the depths of her soul left her limbs numb and cold, her body trembling uncontrollably. Holy crap! Is this really the hidden area of an S-rank instance? This environment alone is unbearable. Ruan, hold on. Don't let these ghostly things cloud your mind. This blood mist is way too thick. What horrors lurk within? The calming bell. Thank goodness for the calming bell. Otherwise, Miss Ruan might have had a mental breakdown the moment she stepped in. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream channel had their hearts in their throats, palms drenched in cold sweat, nervously rooting for Ruan Xinglua. Meanwhile, the contestants from other countries who had been meticulously targeted by the old fisherman were also having a rough time. Jessica from the United States was nearly driven mad in Tentacle Bay. Damn it! These slippery little devils. Get away from me! She swung her specially designed fishing rod, which glowed with an eerie light. Each time she cast her bait precisely into the seemingly calm sea surface, it would be instantly snared by several, sometimes dozens of dark shadow tentacles bursting up from below. The tentacles were slimy and cold, covered in nauseating suction cups. Some even bore fine barbs that made them nearly impossible to shake once they latched onto the fishing line. Jessica periodically unleashed the eerie power of the Night of Calamity, barely managing to blast the approaching tentacles away. But the tentacles seemed endless. No sooner had one wave been repelled than the next surged forward with even greater ferocity. Her salvage efforts made almost no progress. Instead, she was harassed into a state of utter disarray by these disgusting tentacles, her stamina rapidly depleting. Chapter 23: The Broken Throne. Inside the live stream room of the Beautiful Nation, a group of so-called experts on strange phenomena were conducting serious analyses before the camera. Did you all see that? This is the true nature of an S-rank instance. Filled with the unknown and challenges. Contestant Jessica's current predicament, though tricky, remains manageable. I'm confident that with the power of the Catastrophe Knight, she'll find a way to deal with these tentacles. As for that Chinese woman? Getting assigned to a seemingly calm spot by that old fisherman? Who knows if it's just a pretty shell with no substance? Exactly. That so-called Lost Treasure Bay might just be a stagnant pool, no valuable relics to be salvaged. We in the beautiful country chase high-risk, high-reward ventures. That Chinese woman is destined to come up empty-handed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sakura Country's Jingu Akiha faced a situation on the night-crying beach that felt more like a silent, drawn-out torture. She stood frozen on the mudflats, thick with the stench of blood, not daring to move an inch. Dozens of hideous, malevolent, vengeful spirits swarmed around her, their grotesque forms radiating a chilling aura. Each spirit's eyes burned crimson, hollow sockets streaming blood tears. They stared fixedly at Akiba, throats emitting eerie growls, as if poised to pounce and devour her alive at any moment. The powerful aura emanating from Akiba Jingu, a fragment of the Yamata no Orochi's soul, kept these vengeful spirits at bay for now, but it maintained only a fragile equilibrium. She dared not make a single move, terrified that breaking this balance would bring utter destruction. This palpable, inescapable despair, so tangible yet impossible to shake, pushed her to the brink of collapse. A deathly silence filled the live stream room in Sakura country. It's over. There's no way we can start the rescue operation. Those vengeful spirits are like Grim Reapers. Are we just going to stand by and watch the Jingu contestant get trapped here for 3 days? That Chinese woman must be in the same boat. She might have been dragged under by something already. An S-rank dungeon? There's no way she'd have it that easy. Damn it! This drowned soul's pier is a nightmare for our entire nation. Within the blood-mist-shrouded Lost Treasure Bay, Ruan Xinglua fought back her fear in the maddening mental noise surrounding her. She stared blankly at the lifeless, blood-red sea surface. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface, her mind a blank void. Is there really treasure here? She drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Unbidden, the image of Zhou Yan's calm, gentle gaze as he handed her that ordinary fishing rod and rusty hook surfaced in her mind. My husband, he wouldn't lie to me. Ruan Xinglua clenched her jaw, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. No matter how dangerous this place might be, if Zhou Yan had sent her here, there must be a reason. Without further hesitation, she mimicked the motions from fishing videos she'd watched before. With all her strength, she raised the unremarkable black rod in her hands and cast the rusty, inconspicuous hook toward the deep, blood-red ocean stretching endlessly before her. Plop! The hook and line sank silently into the blood sea, stirring not a ripple, as if instantly swallowed by the lifeless ocean. Time ticked by, second by second. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The sea remained as still as death, showing no sign of movement. As time dragged on, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank deeper and deeper. Could it be, truly nothing at all? Just as she was about to give up and reel in the line. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged through the rod, nearly wrenching it from her grasp and threatening to drag her entire body along. Ya! Ruan Xinglua gasped, clutching the rod with both hands so tightly the veins on her knuckles bulged. Her feet slipped on the wet, slippery bank as her body tilted uncontrollably toward the blood-red sea. She's hooked it. She's hooked it. Campus beauty Ruan Xinglua's got something on the line. What immense strength. What kind of monster lurks beneath the water? Be careful, Miss Ruan. Don't get dragged under. The hearts of Chinese viewers instantly leapt into their throats. Just as Ruan Xinglua felt she could barely hold on, about to be dragged into the bone-chilling sea of blood by that irresistible force. Buzz. A faint yet eerily soul-piercing hum suddenly emanated from the rusty fishhook she clutched tightly in her hand. Immediately, a terrifying pressure, primordial, ancient, and carrying an awe-inspiring, deathly stillness radiated outward like ripples from the tiny hook's center. That pressure was utterly domineering, as if it were the sole ruler of this sea of lost souls. Countless twisted soul shadows that had been attempting to approach Ruan Xinglua within the blood mist recoiled the instant they sensed this pressure. Like ghosts encountering another specter, they retreated like a receding tide, madly plunging into the depths of the blood sea. The mental assault that had nearly torn apart Ruan Xinglua's consciousness dissipated in that very moment. What astonished Ruan Xinglua even more was that the terrifying pull from the fishing rod, the force that had nearly dragged her to the ocean floor, miraculously lessened by 80 to 90% after the hook emitted a buzzing sound. Though still heavy, it was now within her strained control. Huff, huff. Ruan Xinglua gasped for breath, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. She glanced down at the rusty hook in her hand, now emitting a faint, dark glow, her heart filled with disbelief and shock. What kind of hook was this? The fishing line remained taut as a bowstring, quivering violently beneath the water's surface. A colossal creature, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of death and resentment, was being pulled inch by inch, painstakingly yet resolutely, out of the water by that seemingly fragile fishing line. Even before the creature fully revealed itself, the mere whiff of its aura sent waves of palpitations and suffocation through Ruan Xinglua. Its sheer terror far surpassed any so-called great, a ghostly entity she had ever encountered at the Blood Moon restaurant. This was absolutely a monster of epic proportions. Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength. The muscles in her arms trembled slightly from the intense exertion. The seemingly ordinary black fishing rod proved astonishingly resilient. Amidst the terrifying tug-of-war with the colossal force beneath the water, it creaked softly yet showed no sign of snapping. Come, out! Ruan Xinglua snapped, yanking backward with all her might. Splash! Amidst a grinding friction and a surge of thick, indelible death energy, a massive object radiating an ominous and savage aura was finally dragged out of the blood-red sea by sheer force, crashing heavily onto the shore shrouded in a mist of blood. It was a shattered throne, constructed from countless bleached bones. The throne's design was archaic yet grotesque. Each bone seemed saturated with endless blood and resentment, covered in marks from chopping and chiseling, along with dried, dark black bloodstains. The entire throne radiated a heart-stopping S-class terror aura. Chapter 24, A Hair's Breadth from Disaster. Vaguely, atop the shattered bone throne, a shadowy figure seemed to sit, extremely indistinct, yet radiating supreme majesty and overwhelming malevolence. Though its features were indistinct, the resentment, brutality, and endless bloodlust radiating from it nearly solidified the surrounding blood mist. Holy! Holy! What the hell is that? Such terrifying aura. The Bone Throne. This is definitely high-grade stuff. S rank. I can feel it. This is definitely an S rank or higher artifact. Just as the Chinese audience buzzed with excited speculation, the cold, mechanical system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua for successfully salvaging the special relic throne of the Corpse Monarch S rank. Throne of the Corpse Sovereign, a throne forged from the remains and resentment of an ancient Corpse Sovereign, imbued with a fragment of the Sovereign's power and indomitable will. An extremely rare S-rank strategic artifact. Boom! The moment the words S-Class appeared clearly on every livestream screen, the entire Chinese live streaming community erupted. S-rated. It's truly S-rated. Dropping an S-rated relic right off the bat. What kind of god-tier luck is this? It's not luck. Zhou Yan's hook is just too damn awesome. Zhou Yan is amazing. Mistress Ruan Xinglua is amazing. Huaxia is amazing. Ha ha ha. A winning start. And an S-rank one at that. This time at the Soul Drowning Pier, Huaxia is guaranteed to win. This is just the beginning. The quest requires 3 A-grade relics, and we're starting with S-grade. How could we possibly lose? After a brief silence, live streams from other nations also received briefings through their respective channels about the astonishing news. Huaxia's player Ruan Xinglua had secured an S-grade relic right off the bat. In an instant, a complex mix of jealousy, resentment, and disbelief nearly spilled out of the screens, threatening to drown the ashen-faced foreign viewers. Watching their own contestants still struggling in those trashy zones, unable to even salvage properly, while China had launched directly with S-grade gear, the sheer disparity made them want to spit blood. In the American livestream chat, the analyst who had been dissecting S-tier dungeon mechanics moments ago now struggled to maintain his composure. He forced a recovery. Ahem, this must be a special feature of that hidden area. High risk, high reward, right? Exactly. It's no surprise that S-rank dungeon hidden zones yield S-rank items. But the question is, can she keep it? S-rank anomalies often come with immense danger and backlash. That Chinese woman shouldn't celebrate too soon. Watch out for that throne devouring her. Even if she gets it, so what? Once our contestant Jessica deals with those tentacles, with the help of the Catastrophe Knight, she'll definitely come from behind. Before these snide remarks could finish, sudden chaos erupted within the Lost Treasure Bay. Ruan Xinglua had just breathed a sigh of relief after reeling in the S-Class relic and was about to approach the throne of the Lord of the Dead for a closer look. Roar! A terrifying psychic shockwave hundreds of times more potent than the whispers of the soul shadows in the blood mist surged toward Ruan Xinglua's consciousness like a tangible tidal wave. It carried an overwhelming lust for slaughter and a domineering will that commanded the world. Wah! Ruan Xinglua felt as if struck by lightning, her soul seemingly torn apart by this overwhelming force. The calming bell on her chest erupted with dazzling white light the instant the attack struck, its chimes ringing frantically. Yet, against this vengeful strike from the S-rank Sovereign's phantom, the white light flickered for less than a second before fading like a candle in the wind. Overwhelming agony and the terror of impending death instantly engulfed Ruan Xinglua. No! The throne's backlash. This is the true terror of S-rank artifacts. They choose their masters and may even slay them. Ruan Xinglua is in danger. The hearts of the Chinese audience clenched once more. At this critical moment, as Ruan Xinglua's consciousness began to blur, the black fishing rod she clutched instinctively, that unremarkable hook upon it once more, at the most critical moment, emitted a faint, eerie black glow. Whoosh! A pure black mist, condensed to its absolute limit as if capable of piercing all illusions in the world, shot forth silently from the rusted tip of the hook like an arrow released from its string. The black mist moved with such extreme speed that even the S-rank Sovereign's phantom had no time to react. Put! A muffled thud, faint enough to be nearly imperceptible. The condensed black mist pierced with pinpoint accuracy, striking the space between the two blood-red, ghostly lights on the king's forehead. Ha! Ugh! The blood-red eyes that had just opened froze instantly, filled with disbelief, terror, and unwillingness. It emitted a low, guttural roar, choked with endless resentment and despair, yet forcibly suppressed in its throat. Then, the immense, oppressive phantom collapsed like a punctured balloon. With a boom, it disintegrated into specks of black smoke, dissipating into the blood mist. As the king's phantom crumbled, the overwhelming aura of savagery and S-rank pressure that had once saturated the throne of the skeletal monarch receded like a tide. It finally settled into tranquility, standing there silently, appearing as nothing more than an art piece crafted from white bones. The entire process unfolded so swiftly it was almost imperceptible. The instant the king's phantom dissolved, Ruan Xinglua faintly heard a familiar, magnetic voice, lazy and impatient, whisper softly in her ear. Noisy. The voice was soft and faint, yet carried an undeniable authority. Was it her husband's voice? Or was it just her imagination? Ruan Xinglua felt dazed, yet the excruciating pain that had nearly torn her soul apart had vanished without a trace. Still trembling with lingering fear, she watched the now docile throne of the fallen sovereign. Her gratitude and admiration for Zhou Yan surged to new heights. She cautiously approached and stored the colossal throne of the withered sovereign into her system's storage space. Though the ordeal had been terrifying, with Zhou Yan's miraculous fishhook in hand, she felt that this so-called nightmare difficulty hidden area perhaps wasn't entirely insurmountable after all. At the very least, she no longer had to fear being backstabbed by these relics themselves. She calmed her heart, which had been pounding wildly after narrowly escaping death, and her eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Since this was the area richest in resources, she certainly couldn't afford to waste it. Chapter 25, Special Relics. The mission objective was 3 A-grade relics. She already possessed 1 S-grade relic. With a little more effort, she might just reap even greater rewards. With that thought, Wan Xinglua took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the fishing rod, adjusted her breathing, and then, with all her might, hurled that rusty hook now radiating supreme divine might once more into the churning sea of blood. This time, the hook's descent didn't leave the surface as still as before. Merely seconds passed. Boom! The entire surface of the lost treasure bay began to churn violently. From the depths below, thunderous booms echoed like muffled explosions, as if some colossal creature, slumbering for millennia, had been utterly awakened by Zhou Yan's tiny fishing hook. An aura of terror, several times no, dozens of times more terrifying than that of the throne of the dead monarch, slowly rose from the depths below. That terrifying aura, like an ancient demon god awakening, sent shivers through the entire lost treasure bay. Boom! Before Wan Xinglua's horrified gaze, the churning crimson sea before her suddenly erupted. A colossal shadow, vast enough to blot out the sky, burst forth from the water, accompanied by towering waves of blood and a suffocating, foul wind. It was a terrifying giant spirit, massive as a mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark red, hard scales, each shimmering with a sinister, blood-red glow. Upon its head, a single, monstrous horn spiraled upward, as if intent on piercing the crimson sky itself. Its massive eyes, like 2 blood-red lanterns blazing fiercely within the mist of blood, locked onto Wan Xinglua standing on the shore, as insignificant as an ant. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the giant spirit's mouth, filled with razor-sharp fangs. The shockwaves of its voice were tangible, scattering much of the surrounding blood mist and revealing the even more turbulent sea below. The terrifying aura emanating from its body had reached the peak of the eerie realm. Even its aura seemed to be steadily rising, as if it had already touched the threshold of some higher plane. This was absolutely the most powerful and bizarre creature she had ever encountered. Without a doubt. Inside the beautiful country livestream, the expert who had been desperately trying to save face moments ago leapt from his seat the instant this colossal spirit appeared, his face contorted with a sickly excitement. In the American livestream. It's here! It's here! This is the true embodiment of the nightmare difficulty hidden area in the S-rank instance. The pinnacle of eeriness. Perhaps even stronger. An entity of this caliber is utterly beyond what a newcomer could possibly withstand. Especially under such suppressed conditions. That Chinese woman is dead. Absolutely dead. What good is her S-rank relic? Against such overwhelming power, any artifact is useless. Her so-called groom, Zhou Yan, can he defy the dungeon rules and teleport directly into the S-rank hidden area to save her? The live streams in Sakura country were now filled with a carnival of schadenfreude. Ha 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 ha. Serves her right. After all that gloating earlier. After snagging that S-grade relic right at the start. Karma. This is karma. What good is an S-rank relic now? Soon she'll be devoured whole, both her and her treasure, by that colossal beast. This is the plot twist we craved. This is the true challenge an S-rank dungeon should deliver. That Chinese woman, enjoy your despair. Facing this terrifying colossus that seemed to herald the apocalypse, Wan Xinglua felt her blood freeze in her veins. Under the gaze of that mountain-like figure and its blood-red, abyssal eye, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Breathing itself became an agonizing struggle, let alone entertaining any thought of escape. Her mind went blank, every thought crushed by that world-shattering pressure. Her sole instinct was to instinctively glance at the black fishing rod still clenched in her hand, and the rusty hook at its tip. Could it be that even they were powerless this time? Zhou Yan. Husband. Just as Wan Xinglua's consciousness was about to be swallowed by endless terror, plunging her into the abyss of despair. Suddenly, a faint, barely visible scar appeared on the back of her right hand, the one gripping the rod. It was the faint scar left when Zhou Yan had accidentally grazed her skin while handing her the fishing hook in room 101 of Xingfu community. Now, without warning, it began to glow faintly. Immediately afterward, an extremely faint yet peculiar aura, one imprinted from the deepest recesses of bloodline and soul, began to quietly emanate from that tiny scar. To Wan Xinglua, this aura was almost imperceptible. But to the terrifying giant spirit that had just been raging with boundless fury, poised to devour Wan Xinglua whole, this faint trace felt like the hottest divine thunder from the heavens, striking its very soul with devastating force. Roar! The colossal spirit's earth-shaking roar abruptly halted, as if an invisible giant hand had violently clamped down on its throat. Its enormous pupils, like burning blood-red lanterns, stared blankly and incredulously at the tiny, faintly warm scar on the back of Wan Xinglua's right hand. The next instant, That colossal body, as towering as a mountain, stumbled backward half a step. Just half a step. Yet it was enough to make every Blue Star viewer watching the livestream nearly pop their eyes out of their sockets. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The surging bloodlust and destructive urge that had burned within the giant's enormous crimson pupils rapidly receded like a retreating tide. Replacing it was an endless, bone-chilling terror. And a sense of, almost, submissive resignation? Its colossal body began to shake violently, trembling like a sieve. The intensity was so great it sent towering waves crashing across the surrounding sea. Then, under the utterly horrified, utterly incredulous stares of billions of Blue Star viewers, that terrifying colossus, standing at the pinnacle of the eerie realm and perhaps even touching the threshold of a higher tier, slowly bowed its monstrous, fearsome head toward Yuan Xinglua, who stood disproportionately small on the shore. The posture was reverent to the extreme, humble to the utmost, as if paying homage to the supreme deity within its own heart. Put! The colossus opened its gaping maw, vast enough to devour everything. Yet this time, it did not spew a breath of destruction. Instead, it spat forth a dazzling jewel the size of a fist. The gem shimmered with a multicolored, glass-like radiance emanating an overwhelming aura of pure, grade-A water elemental energy. The moment the orb appeared, the violent resentment within the surrounding blood mist seemed to purify considerably. Ding! Chinese contestant Yuan Xinglua has obtained a special relic Blood Sea Spirit Orb Grade A, top tier. Chapter 26, Remembering Hardship, Savoring Sweetness. Within the National Institute for the Study of the Strange World in China, Director Lin Anhua and dozens of top researchers stared at the screen, frozen in place as if petrified. They witnessed the terrifying giant spirit bowing before Yuan Xinglua, submitting to her authority and voluntarily offering the jewel a bizarre spectacle beyond comprehension. After a long moment, Lin Anhua finally swallowed hard, sucked in a sharp breath, his voice cracking from sheer astonishment. This. Beside him, a white-haired senior researcher, a veteran who had dedicated his entire life to the study of the uncanny, trembled violently. Adjusting his spectacles that threatened to slip off his nose, he murmured in a voice like a dream, his words trembling, This isn't mere rule assistance. Nor can it be explained by some dungeon master's privilege. This is clearly absolute suppression at the level of the rules themselves. It stems from the hierarchy of life and the imprint of the soul, absolute dominion. That Zhou Yan, he's likely far more than just the master of this soul drowning dock. He might very well have been one of the original architects of this fishing ground's rules. Or perhaps, he once was the ancient one who commanded this terrifying colossus. Soul drowning pier within the Lost Treasure Bay. After offering up that top-tier A-grade Blood Sea Spirit Pearl, the terrifying giant spirit did not simply dissipate like the previous royal phantom. Instead, it remained respectfully bowed, its enormous blood-red pupils brimming with flattery and supplication. It cautiously signaled her to continue fishing in a peculiar manner only Yuan Xinglua could comprehend. Its posture resembled that of a servant fearful of punishment for inadequate service. It seemed as though unless Yuan Xinglua, this little master, reeled in a bountiful catch today, it would fear that its fishing grounds, cultivated over untold millennia, might be swept away in a single wrathful stroke by that supreme being. Under the friendly guidance, or rather, the almost obsequious service of that terrifying blood sea giant, Yuan Xinglua's subsequent hauling operations proceeded with almost unbelievable ease. She reeled in fish with every cast. That seemingly ordinary black fishing rod in Zhou Yan's hands now transformed into an unparalleled divine artifact in Yuan Xinglua's grasp. Each time the hook plunged into the churning blood sea, without any effort on her part, a heavy catch would soon hook itself onto the line. The lowest grade items she reeled in were still top-tier B-grade relics, while the grade artifacts were commonplace. At times, Yuan Xinglua could even glimpse the mountain-like blood sea giant spirit. It would secretly use its massive claws, covered in dark red scales, to carefully push some treasures buried deep in the muddy sea floor toward her fishing line. The gesture was as obsequious as could be, as fawning as it got. As if terrified that the mistress might not enjoy her fishing, and in a fit of anger, the supreme being would hold it accountable, a burden it could never bear. Thus, for this S-rank dungeon quest requiring 3 A-grade relics of the fallen, Yuan Xinglua had already surpassed the requirement by over a dozen pieces in less than half a day. Moreover, the majority of them were high-grade A-rank relics, and even top-tier A-rank relics. If not for the limitations of her system's storage space, she would have suspected she could completely empty this lost treasure bay. At that moment, the live streams from other nations had fallen completely silent. Dead silence. On screen, Jessica from the United States continued her futile struggle against those slippery tentacles, occasionally letting out a frustrated curse or two. Yet not even a trace of a B-grade relic appeared on her fishing rod. In Japan, Akita Jingu stood frozen like a stone statue, surrounded by the specters. She'd maintained the same posture for nearly 2 hours, her face paler than the ghosts themselves. As for the contestants from smaller nations, the luckiest among them had only just managed to scrape out a damaged C-grade accessory from a crack in some polluted reef, emerging covered in grime and dust. No comparison, no pain. Compared to the scene on Yuan Xinglua's side, where they were raiding the S-grade hidden area like a mad shopping spree, their situation felt less like the same dungeon and more like a punishment. Finally, after prolonged silence and numbness, an anonymous viewer from some obscure nation posted a comment in their country's livestream chat. It was a mix of despair and utter resignation, garnering countless likes and shares. Stop struggling, guys. Stop complaining. What we're playing is called Bizarre Matchmaking, a survival game where 9 die and only 1 survives. But what Chinese player Wan Xinglua is playing? That's called Husband, Take Me Dungeon Crawling, S-Class Fishing Grounds Are My Home. This isn't even the same game channel. At the entrance to Seoul Drowning Pier, the one-eyed old fisherman leisurely pulled a glossy black pipe from his coat. He loaded it with tobacco, lit it using the pier's perpetually burning ghostly blue flames, took a deep, satisfying drag, and exhaled a string of grayish-white smoke rings. His cloudy, single eye gazed toward the distant direction of the lost treasure bay, shrouded in a blood-red mist. A smile, understood only by himself, played at the corner of his mouth. Speaking as if to himself, yet deliberately addressing the countless unseen spectators lurking in the shadows, he mused slowly. Back in the day, when my master first established the rules of this soul drowning dock, he set forth the soul hook as proof. When the soul hook appeared, 10,000 souls fled in terror, and all things bowed in submission, daring not to defy it in the slightest. That big thing lurking in this lost treasure bay? Ha, it was nothing but a foolish creature that didn't know its place. Back then, it didn't know its place and dared to confront my master as he passed through. With a single slap, my master sent it crashing into the depths of that blood sea, condemning it to guard the sunken, lost temple for eternity, nothing more than a watchdog. Now, with the mistress bearing the master's token, the soul binding hook, she has personally arrived here. Should it dare show the slightest disrespect, or fail to serve diligently, no need for the master to intervene. This old man here will be the first to tear it limb from limb and boil its bones for soup. The old fisherman's words brimmed with boundless reverence for Zhou Yan and utter contempt for the blood sea giant spirit. To him, that terrifying peak-level entity seemed nothing more than a disobedient dog. While the one-eyed old fisherman reminisced here, savoring the bitter past and marveling at his master's former might and aura. Within the lost treasure bay, it seemed that Wan Xinglua's salvage efficiency was simply too high, and the quantity of high-quality relics produced was too astonishing. Even the underlying rules of this S-rank instance seemed unable to tolerate it any longer. A cold system alert, tinged with an unprecedented sense of warning, echoed in Wan Xinglua's mind. Chapter 27, Please Protect Me. Warning! Warning! Continuous interference from an unknown powerful force detected in the instance core rules. Groom assistance privileges are being abnormally exploited, with assistance count nearing the mission limit. The matched party must immediately cease abnormal behavior, or the system will enforce forceful measures. However, the threatening system warning hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. On the back of Wan Xinglua's right hand, the faint scar left by Zhou Yan's fishhook, one that had nearly faded away, suddenly flared like a spark reignited, sending a faint warmth through it once more. A more concentrated, more overbearing, more undeniable subtle aura flickered and vanished. The next second, the incessant system warning echoing in Wan Xinglua's mind, now tinged with a hint of irritated fury, was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had violently clamped down on its throat. The entire world seemed to fall silent. What just happened? The system got shut down? Did I see that right? Zhou Yan's mark actually forced the system warning to stop? This isn't assistance anymore. It's a full-on permission dog dimensional strike. Just what level of existence is Big Shot Zhou Yan? Could he be one of the designers behind this entire bizarre marriage game? The viewers in the Huaxia livestream were once again rendered speechless by Zhou Yan's unfathomably terrifying power. Wan Xinglua herself was utterly dumbfounded. She could distinctly sense that the system's cold, oppressive will had vanished without a trace the moment the scar on her wrist began to warm, as if it had encountered its nemesis. That's just too incredible, honey. Wan Xinglua stared at the barely visible scar on her hand, her heart filled with indescribable awe and sweetness. She roughly tallied her haul, 15 or 16 grade A relics alone, countless high-grade grade B items, and the S-grade throne of the corpse lord as the crown jewel. The mission was long overachieved. She felt her haul this time far exceeded the combined loot from the Blood Moon restaurant and South Mountain Madhouse. I think it's time to call it a day. If I keep fishing, my storage space will be overflowing. Wan Xinglua, thoroughly satisfied, prepared to reel in her fishing rod, ready to end this salvage expedition that felt nothing short of a miracle. But the very instant that thought crossed her mind, boom! The entire drowned soul pier, along with the boundless crimson ocean surrounding it, began to violently, and without warning, shake like mad. It felt like an earth dragon turning over, or a collective eruption of undersea volcanoes. A terrifying aura, 1,000 times more dreadful than that of the blood sea giant, surged skyward from the deepest recesses of the soul drowning pier, from the god-burying trench, that forbidden abyss shunned by all supernatural beings. It felt like a primordial demon, slumbering for eons, had finally awakened. The moment that aura appeared, the blood mist over the entire drowned soul's pier seemed to freeze solid. Even the blood sea colossus, which had been fawning over Wan Xinglua in the lost treasure bay, let out a wail of utter terror. Its massive body trembled violently, as if it wished to bury itself entirely in the mud at the bottom of the sea. At the dock entrance, the one-eyed old fisherman who had been leisurely puffing on his pipe as if the sky falling had nothing to do with him saw all traces of his easygoing self-satisfaction vanish the instant he sensed this aura. His pipe clattered to the ground. His cloudy, single eye widened to the limit, filled with unprecedented terror and dread. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice shrill and piercing from sheer terror. No, no! It's the one slumbering at the bottom of the ocean trench, that forbidden being has awakened. That terrifying entity. Even at the height of his power, our master could only manage to seal it away, never completely destroy it. Mistress, you're in danger. The one-eyed old fisherman's piercing cry rang like a death knell in the hearts of all Chinese viewers. The god-burying trench. That forbidden place, one that filled even the old fisherman with endless dread at its mere mention, and which even Zhou Yan could only seal away back in the day, never fully destroying it. Now, the entity within had awakened. Rumble. The entire drowned soul's peer trembled violently under this awakening will, as if it might shatter into pieces at any moment. A horror beyond description, defying any form or definition, slowly emerged from the bottomless depths of the god-burying trench. It was an abyssal conglomerate, forged from boundless resentment, shattered laws, and the shattered souls of countless fallen deities. It possessed no fixed form, shifting at times into a monstrous maw that devoured all surrounding light and energy at others. It coalesced into countless pairs of eyes brimming with malice and despair, gazing upon this sinful wharf. The aura emanating from it had long surpassed the pinnacle of the eerie realm, faintly touching upon the legendary, elusive realm of the half-step god sovereign. The moment this abyssal wrath aggregate manifested, the very fabric of soul-drowning dock began to unravel further, spiraling into chaos and decay. All the eerie entities across every zone, whether the tentacle monsters that had harassed Jessica in Tentacle Bay or the vengeful spirits that had gathered to watch Akiha at Ghostly Whale Beach, plunged in that instant into unprecedented frenzy or deeper, primal terror. The danger levels at every salvage point skyrocketed by several tiers. Yet amidst this extreme chaos and terror, a faint, almost imperceptible opportunity emerged. At Night Crying Beach, where Sakura Country's Akiha Jingu stood, the fierce ghosts that had previously surrounded her so tightly she couldn't move an inch, now felt that world-shattering pressure. Their actions and thoughts became abnormally sluggish and chaotic, as if they'd been forcibly flooded with a massive amount of negative information. For a moment, they exposed a weakness. Now! A wild, resolute gleam flashed in Akiha Jingu's eyes. She knew this might be her only chance. She violently unleashed the savage aura belonging to the fragment of Yamata no Orochi within her. Simultaneously, she drew from her bosom an S-rank disposable consumable, the Yellow Springs fishing line, a last resort trump card held in high esteem by the Sakura Nation's leadership. It was a peculiar fishing line, an eerie dark yellow as if soaked in the blood of countless souls. Its effect was to forcibly attract and hook the object with the most intense energy reaction within a designated range in a short time. Great Kami Yamata no Orochi. Grant me your protection. Chapter 28, Earth-Shattering Reversal. Shinju Akiha let out a piercing shriek, pinning all her hopes on this single strand of Yellow Springs fishing line. With all her might, she hurled it toward the turbulent edge of the ocean floor, where the convergence of the abyssal wrath entity caused violent energy surges and faint flashes of immense power rippled through the depths. Hum! The Yellow Springs fishing line hit the water and instantly snapped taut. A tremendous pull surged through it, so intense that Akiha could hear the agonized groan of her own arm bones straining under the strain. But she gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot with determination. Come up! Seconds later, accompanied by a crisp splash, she successfully reeled in a teardrop-shaped pendant. It was crystalline and translucent, as if formed from ice frozen for 10,000 years, yet it emitted a faint aura of maternal compassion and endless sorrow. The moment the pendant appeared, the wails of the surrounding specters abruptly halted, as if affected by the peculiar aura it emitted. Ding! Sakura Nation contestant Akiha Jingu successfully retrieved the ultra-rare relic Izanami's Teardrop SS rank. SS Rare. The long-silent Sakura Nation livestream erupted into a deafening, frenzied celebration the moment the system notification flashed. SS Rare. It's an SS Rare relic. The sun goddess Amaterasu blesses us. Princess Izanami has manifested. Shinju. Shinju did it. In this desperate hour, she brought hope to our great Sakura Empire. Ha 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 ha. What's China's S rank? We skipped right to SS rank. This is true national fortune. A true miracle. Meanwhile, across the Tentacle Gulf, Jessica of the beautiful country also found a sliver of respite amidst the terrifying pressure of the abyssal wrath aggregate. Those once endless, slimy tentacles that had tormented her beyond endurance now retreated deep into the ocean depths, most of them cowering in extreme terror, daring not to surface again. A sharp gleam flashed in Jessica's eyes as she swiftly drew from her bosom a peculiar lure, the bane bait bestowed upon her by her enigmatic husband, the Knight of Calamity. It radiated an ominous aura of disaster. This bait could precisely attract powerful relics that either carried a calamitous aura themselves or had witnessed immense disasters. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the unique casting technique the Knight of Calamity had taught her, the Knight's Precision Cast. This technique allowed her to cast the line at an astonishing angle and force, precisely targeting the point where the energy reaction was strongest within her perception. Moreover, the hook gained a one-time penetration effect upon hitting the water, capable of piercing certain energy barriers or physical obstacles. Right there. Relying on the faint sensations from the calamity bait in her assessment of the chaotic energy disturbances stirred up by the abyssal wrath aggregate, Jessica mustered all her strength and violently flung the hook baited with the calamity bait into a distant, unusually turbulent dark current. The fishing line snapped taut under immense tension. But Jessica was, after all, a contestant meticulously selected by the United States, backed by her powerful and enigmatic husband. Her strength far surpassed that of Akita Jingu. She roared in fury, unleashing her eerie power to steady her grip on the rod. Moments later, an ancient battle banner, tattered yet radiating an aura of iron and glory, as if imbued with the souls of countless knights, was successfully hauled from the depths. Upon the banner, a faint knightly emblem could be discerned, along with an indelible aura of calamity and unyielding spirit. Ding! Beautiful nation contestant Jessica has successfully salvaged an ultra-rare relic, the glory banner of the sunken Knights SS grade. In the United States livestream, after a moment of stunned silence, thunderous cheers and pride erupted. SS Rare. We've finally caught an SS Rare relic too. This is true strength. This is our heritage. I knew it. Contestant Jessica and Lord Knight of Calamity are the best. They create miracles in any dire situation. China's luck has run out. Now is the moment for our beautiful nation to show our true strength. The news that Sakura Nation and the Beautiful Nation had consecutively unearthed SS-grade artifacts exploded like two bombs, instantly igniting global national fortune livestream platforms. With the exception of China, nearly every commentator was declaring this earth-shattering reversal in the national fortune landscape with the most passionate tone. The emergence of SS-grade relics will undoubtedly reshape the trajectory of this soul-drowning peer mission. Armed with these formidable artifacts, Sakura Nation and the Beautiful Nation may very well overtake China in the final stretch. Exactly. Although China's player Wan Xinglua secured an S-grade relic early on, it now seems like a fleeting moment. Facing a terrifying entity like the abyssal wrath aggregate, her so-called hidden zone is likely the true death trap. China's luck ends here. Before absolute power and genuine national fortune, all clever tricks and petty schemes become utterly futile. And at this moment, deep within the lost treasure bay, Wan Xinglua truly felt an unprecedented despair. The terrifying pressure of the abyssal wrath entity poured down upon her region without restraint. The blood sea giant spirit, which had previously fawned over her, now cowered deep within the crimson waters, trembling violently as it barely managed to protect itself, utterly terrified to show its face again. Wan Xinglua attempted to cast her fishing rod once more. Yet the line, that once invincible thread gifted by Zhou Yan, was instantly corroded by the pervasive force the moment it touched the water. With a sharp snap, it shattered. Even the hook nearly plunged into the sea. What should I do? Wan Xinglua's face drained of color. Staring at the blood sea before her, now seemingly solidified into a tangible hell, she felt the terrifying pressure that made her very soul tremble. For the first time, a sense of helplessness welled up within her. Just as despair threatened to swallow her whole. A calm, familiar voice, lazy yet brimming with boundless confidence, suddenly echoed in her mind. Don't let that thing scare you. It's all noise and no substance, just a big trash fish in this fishing ground. It was Zhou Yan's voice. I've already planted a beacon for you. Use your soul-catching hook to reel in what truly belongs to you. At those words, Wan Xinglua's body trembled. She immediately looked down at the rusty fishhook in her hand, which she had carefully repaired. The once unremarkable hook now radiated a faint yet intensely pure golden glow, unwavering and inviolable. This golden light was not blinding, yet it seemed capable of piercing through the endless blood mist and malevolent aura, pointing clearly in one direction. The center of the bay. Chapter 29, The Dragon Pillars Guarding the Nation. This golden light was not blinding, yet it seemed to pierce through the endless blood mist and vengeful aura, pointing clearly in one direction. The center of the bay. There, through the churning blood mist, a vast yet shattered underwater palace could be faintly discerned. As if dormant for eons, it flickered in and out of view amidst the towering waves churned up by the abyssal conglomerate. Trash fish. Soul hook. Beacon. Underwater palace. Wan Xinglua stared at the unwavering golden glow on the fishhook, then shifted her gaze to the distant abyssal wrath entity radiating an apocalyptic aura, and the mysterious underwater palace flickering in and out of view beneath its terrifying pressure. Miraculously, her heart, which had been pounding wildly with fear, began to calm, beat by beat. She drew a deep breath, her eyes reigniting with resolve. She chose to trust Zhou Yan unconditionally. Husband, I understand. Wan Xinglua placed all her hope, all her faith, into this final hook. Her petite frame suddenly erupted with strength far exceeding her appearance. Summoning every ounce of her power, she hurled the soul-binding hook guided by the golden beacon and bearing all her hopes with all her might toward the direction of that mysterious underwater palace. Guided by Zhou Yan's enigmatic golden beacon, the rusted fishhook, the vessel of Wan Xinglua's entire hope, pierced through the illusory mist like a streak of light, plunging with pinpoint accuracy into the underwater palace that flickered in and out of view amidst the blood mist and towering waves. Thud! The instant the hook landed, Wan Xinglua felt an unprecedented, unimaginably heavy, terrifying pull surge through the fishing rod. The sensation felt less like hooking an object and more like hooking the very foundation of this boundless sea of blood, hooking the keel of the entire drowned soul's pier. Ugh. Ah. Ruan Xinglua let out a pained groan, feeling as though her arms were about to be torn clean off by the immense force. The ground beneath her feet cracked inch by inch. The force dragged her stumbling and reeling, nearly pulling her directly into the bottomless, blood-red ocean that radiated endless resentment. What the hell did she just reel in? Schoolflower Ruan can't hold on much longer. This force is terrifying. Could it be the underwater palace itself? No way. Just as Ruan Xinglua felt she was reaching her limit, her consciousness beginning to blur. Roar! Deep beneath the ocean, the mysterious underwater palace long shrouded in blood mist and dark currents suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light without warning. The dazzling, sacred radiance instantly pierced through the blood-red fog that had shrouded the lost treasure bay for eons, transforming this once desolate, hopeless realm into a divine paradise. Immediately after, a series of high-pitched, majestic dragon roars, filled with an aura of supreme nobility, echoed from within the underwater palace, reverberating throughout the entire drowned soul's dock. Upon the crumbling walls of the ancient palace, the once faded, time-eroded carvings of the Chinese dragon totem suddenly came alive, as if infused with a new soul. They swam and roared within the golden light, radiating a terrifying dragon's might that commanded the submission of all creatures. The next instant, under the utterly stunned gazes of Ruan Xinglua and billions of global viewers, a colossal pillar of jade, formed entirely from a strange white stone radiating a warm, divine glow, and entwined with the lifelike phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon, emanating an aura that seemed to suppress the ages and stabilize the heavens and earth. This pillar of jade was being pulled out, inch by inch, from the depths of the underwater palace's foundations by that tiny, rusty fishhook. Inch by inch, from the very foundations of the underwater palace. As the pillar emerged, the very laws governing drowned soul pier trembled and bowed before it. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua for successfully fishing the nation's supreme treasure, the Chinese Dragon Pillar Replica SSS Grade. China's National Dragon Pillar Replica, a replica of the supreme divine artifact that suppressed China's destiny in ancient times. It contains a trace of the true power of the national dragon soul, possessing divine effects to suppress demons, gather national fortune, stabilize territories, and bestow blessings upon the people. When this object appears, all evils flee, and national fortune flourishes. SSS rated. The Dragon Pillars of the Huaxia Nation. When these words appeared on every livestream screen like the brightest stars, the entire blue star fell into an eerie silence, stunned by this sudden, earth-shattering event. Seconds later, the Huaxia livestream erupted with a frenzy 100 times more intense than any previous celebration. SSS rated. It's SSS rated. Am I dreaming? Our nation's Dragon Pillars? A replica? Even if it's a replica, it's still an SSS tier existence. And it's the Dragon Pillars that protect our nation. This is beyond belief. Big shot Zhou Yan. This is definitely big shot Zhou Yan's doing. Besides him, who else could make Ruan Xinglua reel in something like this? I knew it. I knew the hook Lord Zhou Yan gave wasn't ordinary. This isn't a fishing hook, it's clearly a world-shaking artifact. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Drowned Soul's Pier, the one-eyed old fisherman, who had been watching the direction of the lost treasure bay, saw the white jade dragon pillar wrapped in the phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon being pulled out of the water. In that instant, his cloudy eye flashed with an unprecedented brilliance and release. He exhaled a long smoke ring and murmured softly in a voice only he could hear, filled with boundless reverence and emotion, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Now I understand why my master went to such great lengths to seal that insignificant abyssal wrath demon at the deepest point of the burial sea trench, and why he sank this imitation pillar imbued with a trace of the dragon soul from the homeland beneath this lost temple. So this so-called abyssal wrath entity was nothing more than nourishment and a guardian dog prepared by the master for this dragon pillar from the very beginning. Only by nurturing it to sufficient strength could the pillar's potential be fully unlocked. And only its ceaselessly emanating malevolent aura could deter lesser beings from coveting the pillar. Now that the dragon pillar has been successfully reeled in by the mistress, this nourishment and guardian dog has finally lost its last shred of purpose. The old fisherman shook his head, a flicker of pity in his eyes. The master's original plan, I suspect, was to have the mistress retrieve the dragon pillar first, then casually dispose of this worthless trash fish afterward lest it sully the mistress's eyes. Just as the old fisherman spoke these words, revealing this earth-shattering secret, within the lost treasure bay, the moment the dragon pillar of China painstakingly reeled in by Ruan Xinglua came into contact with the outside air, the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon coiled upon it suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes blazed like the scorching sun. Chapter 30, The True Dragon Descends. Roar. A dragon's roar, even more piercing, more majestic, filled with supreme sanctity and righteous might, resounded across the heavens. A surge of pure, unadulterated national fortune of China, along with the righteous dragon might that suppressed all evil and purged demonic aura, erupted from the pillar like a volcanic explosion. First to bear the brunt was the distant abyssal wrath entity, that very entity that had moments ago been flaunting its might, radiating an aura capable of shattering heaven and earth. Hiss. Howl. That arrogant, terrifying entity, one that had even touched the threshold of becoming a demigod, let out a hissing cry that sounded like fear and agony the instant it sensed this pure dragon might and national fortune energy. Its colossal form, forged from boundless resentment and shattered laws, convulsed and writhed violently, as if confronting its most dreaded natural enemy. Upon the dragon pillar, the five-clawed golden dragon's phantom abruptly raised its head. Two dazzling beams of divine light, like golden divine swords, erupted from its dragon eyes. Instantly traversing the distance of space, they slammed viciously into the ever-shifting, colossal form of the abyssal resentment fiend's conglomerate. Sizzle! Like boiling oil splashing onto snow. Two enormous holes instantly scorched into the abyssal wrath entity's colossal form. Countless and black miasma rapidly dissolved and purified under the golden divine light's illumination. Wah-ah! The abyssal wrath entity let out a roar unlike any before, filled with endless agony and terror. Its former arrogance and ferocity vanished. That colossal form began to slowly, uncontrollably retreat toward the bottomless abyssal graveyard trench behind it. It dared not approach the jade pillar radiating terrifying dragon might even an inch further. As if lingering a single second longer would cause it to be utterly purified and vaporized. Ruan Xinglua gripped her fishing rod tightly. The dragon pillar, the guardian of the Chinese nation, now hovered before her, radiating a gentle yet colossal power. Streams of pure, unadulterated national fortune energy surged through the invisible connection between her and the pillar, rushing into her body like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. Under the scouring of this vast power, Ruan Xinglua felt an indescribable, wondrous transformation occurring within her limbs, bones, extraordinary meridians, and even the depths of her soul. Her spiritual power surged at a visible, frenzied rate. Her spiritual sea, once weakened by repeated extreme exertions, now revived like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. It rapidly recovered, continuously expanding and solidifying. Moreover, she faintly sensed that she seemed to have touched upon some profoundly mysterious threshold of transcendence. It felt as though just one more step forward would allow her to enter an entirely new plane of existence. Deep within the distant god-burying trench, the temporarily repelled abyssal wrath entity, though its aura had weakened considerably, still emitted intermittent roars of resentment and hatred. It seemed far from defeated, still gathering strength for a final, desperate, and most frenzied death throes counterattack. Meanwhile, the dragon pillar of China, suspended before Ruan Xinglua, emitted an increasingly brilliant golden radiance after repelling that terrifying. As if possessed of its own life, it began actively and greedily absorbing the power of the lost souls and the fragmented rules scattered throughout the drowned souls' pure energy that had drifted away over the ages in countless battles. As this energy surged in, the five-clawed golden dragon's phantom on the pillar grew ever more solid and majestic. It seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole or a primordial divine dragon starved for eons, now devouring the entire soul-drowning dock with frenzied, insatiable greed. The chaotic, concentrated power of ownerless souls intensified by the awakening of the abyssal wrath entity along with the shattered fragments of law. This S-rank horror instance, in this very moment, seemed to transform into a buffet for the dragon pillar. The blood mist churning in the bay, the gathering above the docks, even the energy leaking from low-grade relics recently salvaged by other contestants before they could be secured, all were sucked in by the gaping maw of the golden five-clawed dragon phantom atop the dragon pillar, swallowed whole like a whale devouring its prey. With every siphoned drop of pure energy, the golden dragon's phantom on the pillar solidified further. Its scales and claws grew sharper, its dragon whiskers more ethereal, and its eyes shone with an ever more radiant divine light. The very aura emanating from the dragon pillar itself grew increasingly profound, increasingly majestic, increasingly sacred and inviolable. A cold system notification chimed precisely at that moment, sounding in the ears of Ruan Xinglua and all the Chinese viewers. Ding! Special event triggered. The Huashan National Dragon Pillar replica is undergoing self-repair and evolution by absorbing external energy. Current repair progress, 1%, 2%, 5%. At the same moment, on Blue Star, in China. The instant the dragon pillars began voraciously devouring the energy of the drowned soul's peer, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted once more across the vast skies of China. The colossal, five-clawed golden dragon phantom that had coalesced earlier due to Ruan Xinglua's repeated outstanding performances now seemed to receive an unimaginable infusion of energy. Its previously somewhat ethereal form solidified at a visible pace, becoming utterly tangible. Golden scales shimmered with an immortal radiance, its majestic head surveying the world with disdain, and its powerful claws seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. In this instant, it ceased to be a mere apparition. It became a true, guardian dragon of the nation, stepping forth from ancient mythology to descend upon this land steeped in history. Roar! The true dragon descended, its roar piercing the heavens. That sacred and majestic dragon's roar echoed to every corner of China. Immediately, this five-clawed golden dragon, forged from boundless national fortune and the power of the dragon pillars, began its slow, majestic patrol around the vast expanse of China. It circled 3 times, continuously spewing visible golden auspicious chi from its dragon mouth, showering the land like sweet rain. Wherever this golden, auspicious mist touched, elderly people who had been bedridden for years, beyond the help of medicine, miraculously regained their health and could even walk again. Minor disturbances caused by the seepage of strange worldly forces in some regions vanished instantly under the majestic dragon's might, as low-level anomalies melted away like ice and snow, purified without a trace. Beneath the land of Huaxia, spiritual energy veins that had become blocked or depleted due to historical reasons were thoroughly reactivated by this colossal national fortune, which combed through and reconnected them. Countless ancient sect ruins and sacred caves once brimming with spiritual energy but now reduced to mundane lands burst forth with renewed vitality, as strands of primordial spiritual energy began to seep out. Chapter 31, Dimensional Strike. What sent both the nation's elite and countless commoners into ecstatic frenzy was this unprecedented baptism of national fortune. Countless ordinary individuals who had previously only experienced enhanced physical prowess or awakened trivial abilities now saw their latent powers skyrocket as if propelled by rockets. Some could effortlessly lift boulders weighing several tons, others gained vision spanning thousands of miles, and a few even briefly commanded flames and lightning. A select few exceptionally gifted individuals, under this miraculous infusion of national fortune, shattered the shackles of mortality altogether, ascending directly into the ranks of the legendary extraordinary ones. A golden age of universal evolution for all of China seemed to have begun. Yet, just as the entire nation of China rejoiced and its national fortune reached its zenith, the national fortunes of Sakura Nation and the beautiful nation which had recently begun to rise after Akiha and Jessica luckily fished up SS-grade relics were once again crushed under the overwhelming pressure of China's golden dragon of national fortune, as if crushed by Mount Tai. Even the two SS-grade relics they had just acquired, the tear of Izanami and the glory banner of the sunken knights, began to tremble faintly. The power fluctuations emanating from them grew wildly unstable, as if they might spin out of control at any moment, even turning against their masters. The high-ranking officials of both nations were horrified to discover they could no longer fully control these SS-grade relics. It seemed these two artifacts from the Soul Drowning Pier, upon sensing the supreme majesty of China's dragon pillars, had developed a profound fear and submission from the depths of their very souls. At this moment, the leaders and think tanks of nations worldwide finally grasped a despairing truth. In this brutal contest of national destiny known as the eerie matchmaking, China, or rather, Zhou Yan, the mysterious man standing behind China's contestant Wan Xinglua, had gained an absolute advantage beyond the rules. An advantage these nations could neither comprehend nor hope to match. This was no longer a matter of mere luck or strength, it was a dimension-lowering strike. Deep within the god-burying trench of the Soul Drowning Pier, the conglomerate of Abyssal, driven back by a single strike from China's dragon pillar, refused to accept this defeat. It could not bear the thought of its centuries of accumulated in power being squandered for others' gain. Its indescribable form twisted violently, roaring in a final, frenzied act. It forcibly devoured the remnant souls of other, relatively weaker malevolent entities sealed within the trench by Zhou Yan. With each absorption, the energy within it grew denser. Its once fading aura coalesced anew, becoming even more frenzied than before, brimming with an insatiable desire to destroy everything. It was gambling everything. It was burning everything. Roar! Finally, after nearly draining the entire burial god trench dry, the abyssal malevolence convergence erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Its unimaginably colossal form instantly transformed into a monstrous pillar of pitch-black light, thick enough to pierce the heavens and earth, surging with boundless resentment and shattered laws capable of annihilating all living beings. With a suicidal resolve, it slammed violently toward the China's national dragon pillar, which was frantically devouring energy and glowing ever brighter, and Wan Xinglua, standing not far from the pillar. This strike consumed all its power. This strike, it was confident, would utterly erase the damned pillar and that detestable human woman from existence. Just as that world-shattering pillar of pitch-black light was about to strike its target, every Blue Star spectator watching this scene believed the apocalypse was imminent. Blue Star, Happy Community, Apartment 101. Zhou Yan, who had been casually watching Wan Xinglua's livestream with his legs crossed, finally lowered the equally worn fishing rod in his hand when he saw the reckless abyssal wrath entity daring to launch a suicide attack on the screen. He extended a slender, pale finger. Its tip showed no energy fluctuations, no earth-shattering phenomena. He simply tapped the screen lightly, casually at the colossal, black pillar of light that seemed poised to obliterate everything. As if brushing away a speck of dust from the screen. At the same time, a faint, amused smile curved his lips. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured softly. After all this noise, it's about time to clean up the mess. Above the lost treasure bay at the Soul Drowning Pier, that pillar of pitch-black light, carrying boundless resentment and a will to destroy, loomed less than 100 meters from the dragon pillar of Huaxia's nation. It was about to swallow both Wan Xinglua and the pillar whole. Suddenly, its unstoppable, terrifying momentum halted abruptly, without warning. As if struck head-on by an invisible giant hand spanning infinite time and dimensions. Boom! A thunderous explosion, muffled to the extreme yet seemingly capable of shattering souls. The world-shattering pillar of pitch-black light shattered inch by inch from its very tip, like an ice sculpture exposed to the blazing sun, exploding with a thunderous crash. No earth-shattering energy raged, no chaos of shattered laws unfolded. It was simply decomposed, reduced to the purest, most unadulterated source energy of resentment. Then, before this pure resentment energy could disperse, the dragon pillar of China let out a joyful dragon's roar. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled around it suddenly opened its massive jaws. Like a whale sucking water, it devoured the entire abyssal resentment entity, now reduced to pure energy, leaving not a single trace behind. The abyssal resentment aggregate, once a force that made the entire drowned soul's dock tremble, even touching the threshold of a demigod, couldn't even utter a final scream. In this utterly frustrating and dramatic manner, it vanished completely from this world, obliterated. It became high-grade nourishment for the dragon pillar's evolution. After devouring every ounce of energy from this super-potent elixir, the golden radiance emanating from the dragon pillar of China solidified into tangible light, illuminating the entire soul-drowning pier. The dragon pillar itself underwent astonishing transformations at a visible pace. More sacred, more majestic, more real. What astonished Yuan Xinglua and all the Chinese spectators most was that in a section of the pillar engraved with ancient Chinese characters, the once clear character imitation began to blur at a slow yet steady pace. Chapter 32, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. It seemed to be evolving. Simultaneously, Yuan Xinglua sensed that through this wondrous connection with the transforming dragon pillar, she had developed an indescribable, special perception of the entire S-rank horror instance known as the soul drowning pier. Even a faint, almost imperceptible sense of control? It felt as though, if she so desired, she could influence certain rules governing this area to some extent. Snap. A faint sound, like the shattering and rebirth of crystal, emanated from the dragon pillar of China suspended before Yuan Xinglua. After devouring the unimaginably vast, pure essence of resentment from the abyssal resentment entity, the slightly jarring character imitation engraved upon the pillar vanished completely, as if erased by an invisible force. In its place now stood the character remnant, bearing a hint of desolation and antiquity. China's national dragon pillar fragment. Though still not the complete genuine article, the aura and divine presence it radiated were now tenfold more powerful than the previous imitation. The ethereal five-clawed golden dragon coiled around it now seemed almost tangible. With each blink of its dragon eyes, it felt as though suns, moons, and stars were born and extinguished within. Hum. The dragon pillar emitted a faint, joyful hum as a golden divine light sank into Yuan Xinglua's brow. In that instant, Yuan Xinglua felt a profound connection form between herself and this dragon pillar of China, a bond as deep as blood, bordering on a resonance of souls. Through this pillar, she discovered to her astonishment that she could vaguely sense the flow of water throughout the entire drowned soul's dock. Moreover, to a certain extent, she could even manipulate and influence the water-based laws governing this S-rank forbidden zone. For instance, with a mere thought, a distant stretch of treacherous waters once churning violently with dangerous currents due to the awakening of the abyssal wrath entity miraculously calmed, becoming as still as a mirror. Or, by focusing her mind, she could seemingly see beneath a seemingly tranquil stretch of sea surface a Class B relic lying quietly, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Its exact location and depth were perfectly clear to her. This is the mistress's authority? Holy crap! Doesn't that mean Yuan Xinglua can now walk all over the drowned soul's pier? Controlling parts of the dungeon rules. This is unheard of. Just how much authority did big shot Zhou Yan grant Yuan Xinglua? The Huaxia audience was utterly numb. Happiness had come too suddenly, too violently. This was the most basic yet utterly devastating authority possessed by the mistress, the partner of the peer's master, enough to drive any other spouse to despair. Just as Yuan Xinglua was savoring this strange sense of control, a cold system notification sounded across the entire Blue Star and all National Fortune livestreams. Its tone was unprecedented, even fawning and excited. Global announcement. Global announcement. China's contestant Yuan Xinglua demonstrated extraordinary prowess in the S-rank instance task at the Soul Drowning Dock, single-handedly turning the tide. Not only did she successfully retrieve the SSS-grade national treasure, the fragmented dragon pillar of China, but she single-handedly purified and stabilized the chaotic rules within the core area of the Soul Drowning Pier, eliminating a massive latent threat. Her contributions to the entire Soul Drowning Pier instance are immeasurable. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS+. Quest Reward, Record-Breaking Achievement. The nation's fortune receives an epic level boost. Completely stabilized. And begins to provide extraordinary benefits to the matched partner, Yuan Xinglua. Personal reward, due to exceptional contributions to the instance and the nation's fortune's extraordinary feedback, the personal strength of the betrothed, Yuan Xinglua, will achieve a breakthrough leap. Boom! The moment the system announcement echoed, the entire Blue Star seemed to tremble under the sheer magnitude of this terrifying reward. Above the land of Huaxia, the golden dragon of national fortune, having just completed its patrol, let out another earth-shattering dragon's roar. Its colossal body erupted with golden divine light 100 times more brilliant than before. Endless national fortune energy, like a surging golden river, descended from the heavens, traversing boundless void, and poured with pinpoint precision into Yuan Xinglua's body at the Soul Drowning Pier. Simultaneously, the dragon pillar of China in her grasp emitted a gentle yet colossal force of dragon soul, ceaselessly nourishing both her body and spirit. Under this dual infusion of national fortune, a phenomenon bordering on the miraculous, and the feedback from the dragon pillar, Ruan Xinglua felt as though her body had been hurled into the crucible of heaven and earth, undergoing a cataclysmic refinement and metamorphosis. Her mental barriers shattered effortlessly. What had merely been a massive surge in psychic power now began to coalesce, compress, and solidify in an astonishing manner. Her eyes seemed to hold swirling starry rivers, and with every thought, the surrounding air itself appeared to warp slightly under her will. This was the terrifying sign of psychic power solidifying into tangible form, even touching upon the threshold of the power of the rules. This level far exceeded the limits imaginable by those matchmakers in other nations still struggling for survival, let alone competing for B-grade or A-grade relics. It could be said that Ruan Xinglua's current personal strength had reached a terrifying level that left all other competitors despairing, a height so lofty that even gazing upward felt like an extravagant luxury. In stark contrast stood Sakura Nation and the Beautiful Nation. Though each had secured an SS-grade relic, fully repairing their damage and mastering these terrifying artifacts demanded unimaginable sacrifices and vast spans of time. While their national fortunes had seen some improvement, under the implicit suppression of China's dazzling golden dragon of national fortune, shining like a brilliant sun, that slight gain was almost negligible, even appearing somewhat laughable. As for the other nations that hadn't even laid a finger on an SS-grade relic, suffering heavy casualties in the dungeon and coming away empty-handed, they were now in such a state they couldn't even cry. The national fortune competition of the bizarre marriage had been utterly thrown off balance by Zhou Yan, this unreasonable outlier beyond the rules. Or rather, from the very beginning, this had been a one-man show, a performance staged solely for China, or more precisely, for Zhou Yan and his chosen one, Ruan Xinglua. After enduring the immense shock and psychological blow of the soul drowning pier incident, the leaders of nations worldwide finally confronted reality head-on. With unprecedented gravity and seriousness, they began reassessing their overall strategies toward China. From initial indifference and mockery, to later vigilance and competition, and now, they were compelled to consider whether they should abandon unrealistic fantasies and instead pursue deep cooperation with China. In certain aspects, they might even need to demonstrate necessary dependence and goodwill. Chapter 33, The Backyard. After all, any struggle seemed utterly futile in the face of a player wielding god-tier power. A flash of white light later, Ruan Xinglua returned contentedly to apartment 101 in happy community, carrying the Huaxia dragon pillar now transformed into an exquisite dragon-shaped mark deeply imprinted on her hand, along with a bounty of high-quality relics. There was the familiar sofa, the familiar furnishings, and that figure whose mere sight could instantly calm her, no matter how turbulent the storms she faced outside. Zhou Yan was leisurely sipping an unidentified crimson beverage. Spotting her return, a gentle smile touched his lips. "Back already? Looks like you made quite the haul." Ruan Xinglua excitedly recounted her adventures at the soul drowning pier to Zhou Yan, as if presenting a treasured find. After listening, Zhou Yan's eyes held undisguised approval, along with a hint of tenderness and indulgence that others might miss. He reached out, gently ruffling Ruan Xinglua's hair as he murmured warmly, "Well done. This divine needle of the sea shall now be entrusted to you to safeguard for Huaxia. It's only fitting it returns to its rightful owner. As for the pier..." He paused, his tone casual as if discussing a trivial matter. "If you ever feel like visiting to relax, fish, or simply unwind, it's perfectly acceptable. Consider it your own backyard." Backyard? Ruan Xinglua choked on Zhou Yan's casual description. That was an S-class horror dungeon. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan were savoring this rare moment of warmth, with her still reeling from the shock of Zhou Yan's backyard remark. Suddenly, a colossal consciousness, ultimate in majesty, ultimate in coldness, yet tinged with an imperceptible reverence and caution upon touching the vicinity of apartment 101 in happiness community, descended without warning upon this ordinary residential building. The source of this consciousness was boundless, pulsing with the rhythms of law, none other than the bizarre world will that had previously engaged in several friendly exchanges with Zhou Yan, and whose marriage information had even been forcibly erased by him. This time, however, the will seemed to have learned its lesson. Instead of attempting direct communication with Zhou Yan, it utilized an exceptionally unique channel, one adhering strictly to the bizarre marriage rules, to transmit a beam of light containing intricate information directly to Ruan Xinglua, the current marriage contract holder and the one bound to the nation's fortune. A message crystallized clearly within Ruan Xinglua's mind. In recognition of the exceptional abilities demonstrated by Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinglua and her match Zhou Yan in maintaining world stability during the soul drowning pier rule uprising, as well as their outstanding contributions to sorting and reshaping certain chaotic realm rules. Following deliberation by the Supreme Council of the Weird World, we hereby formally invite the Huaxia civilization of Blue Star as the sole specially invited observer nation to participate in the next Inter-World Weird Domain Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference, to be held at the Central Temple of the Void Starsea. This so-called All-Worlds Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference was, in reality, the highest-level power summit where the major top-tier civilizations and factions of the Weird World would redraw spheres of influence, allocate ownership of newly discovered resource points in the Weird World, and even determine the fate of certain weaker Weird Worlds. Historically, no nation from Blue Star has ever possessed the privilege of even knowing this conference existed, let alone attending as an observer. Should China gain entry as a specially invited observer nation even merely to sit in a corner and listen the intelligence it could gather on the myriad realms, the potential future resource allocations it might secure, and the elevation of its international standing within the anomalous world system would be immeasurable. This far surpasses mere national fortune point rewards or a few SSS-grade strange artifacts in importance and far-reaching impact. Ruan Xinglua was momentarily stunned by this sudden deluge of information. She instinctively relayed the invitation's contents verbatim to Zhou Yan beside her. Upon hearing it, Zhou Yan merely raised an eyebrow indifferently, a faint, ambiguous smile curling his lips. He remarked casually, "Oh? Those old fools who hide behind the scenes playing at mysticism have finally shown a glimmer of sense, realizing whose coattails they should cling to now." He stretched lazily, his tone still casual. "Fine. Since they've extended such a sincere invitation, if you're bored, you might as well go take a look. Consider it a preview inspection of your future business venture for your husband. If anything displeases you, or if any fool dares to give you orders, come back and tell me. Your husband will settle it for you." As Zhou Yan finished speaking, a simple, jet-black token appeared silently in Ruan Xinglua's palm. It was carved with countless mysterious, arcane runes and radiated a faint aura of temporal energy. This was the invitation to the Multiverse Anomalous Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. This was not merely an invitation to a conference, it was more like a key that would unlock deeper secrets of the bizarre world for Huaxia, for Ruan Xinglua, and open the door to the vast, perilous, and spectacular stage of the myriad realms. As for Zhou Yan, his profound familiarity with the Supreme Council and Coordination Conference entities that would command the attention of any master of the bizarre realms, coupled with his hint of disdain and contempt, once again rendered his true identity and past experiences as unfathomable as the ocean depths, shrouded in mystery and immeasurable complexity. Ruan Xinglua opened her palm, revealing the ancient token bestowed upon her by the will of the strange world itself, resting quietly in her hand. Entirely pitch black, its material unknown, the token felt icy to the touch. Countless arcane and twisted runes were carved upon it, faintly emanating an ancient and powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine. Ruan Xinglua named it the token of the uncanny realm. This small token seemed to bear the weight of an entire world. That very night, China's highest authorities mobilized the nation's foremost linguists, historians, material scientists, and the most accomplished scholars in the field of uncanny phenomena to conduct a comprehensive, secret investigation into the token of the uncanny realm. After working almost non-stop through the night, the experts reached a preliminary conclusion. This mysterious realm token is undoubtedly some kind of high-level access credential, declared a white-haired elder expert, his eyes bloodshot yet his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Its material composition remains unanalyzed, but we detected an extremely faint yet supremely pure essence of the primordial rules governing the mysterious realm itself. This means that wearing this token long-term will provide a subtle, gradual boost to understanding the forces of the weird and even grasping the rules of the weird world. It's practically priceless. Not only that, added another expert tasked with deciphering the token's inscriptions, based on our preliminary decryption of these arcane runes, the token also marks the approximate timing for that so-called All-Worlds Arcane Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Converted to Blue Star time, it should be held in about a month. As for the specific location of the conference, it remains shrouded in mystery. It seems to be shielded by some powerful force of rules, requiring activation through specific means before it can be revealed. Chapter 34, Twists and Turns. News that Huaxia had gained special observer status due to Zhou Yan and would soon participate in the highest level gathering of the mysterious realm spread like wildfire through certain special channels, swiftly reaching the leadership of other major nations on Blue Star. The global community was shaken to its core. Within the Supreme Commander's Office of the United States, suppressed roars and the shattering of objects echoed through the chamber. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How many resources did our beautiful nation pour into the soul drowning pier? Jessica risked her life 9 times over to secure that SS-grade relic. And what did we get? Not even a glimpse of the conference. And that China, with its 9 consecutive losses, nearly kicked off the bizarre marriage matchmaking table, suddenly skyrockets to become some damn observer nation? This is unfair. This is absolutely rigged. We must uncover the truth. What despicable means did that Chinese woman and her bizarre husband employ to secure this qualification? Within the Prime Minister's residence of Sakura Nation, the atmosphere was equally thick enough to cut with a knife. Damn it! The tears of Izanami. That's an SS-grade mythical relic. Why can we only barely repair it, yielding such limited national fortune boosts? Yet China. What gives them the right? It must be that Zhou Yan. He's undoubtedly some ancient, powerful, and bizarre entity we know nothing about. He's disrupted the balance of the bizarre marriage system. We must find a way. We must establish contact with the highest council of that strange world. No matter the cost, it must be done. In an instant, the nation that had been gloating over its lucky SS-grade relic from the Soul Drowning Pier mission now felt 1,000 times worse than swallowing a fly. They had invested heavily, even resorting to national-level trump cards, only to discover they weren't even qualified to sit at the real table. Meanwhile, that nation they had always looked down upon and even mocked casually had quietly taken a seat in the VIP section, a seat so lofty they could scarcely even dream of aspiring to it. The crushing disparity and unbearable fury drove them to recklessly seek any possible connection to that mysterious, highest council of the uncanny world, even if it meant drinking poison to quench their thirst. In contrast, nations that had previously maintained passable relations with China, or those weaker in power yet harboring immense ambition and fantasies about the strange world, began reaching out through various secret channels to express congratulations to China and to test the waters. They either inquired indirectly about any tidbits regarding that coordination meeting or subtly expressed a willingness to form some form of strategic alliance or resource-sharing partnership. The international landscape had become turbulent and unpredictable because of this single, small mysterious realm order. Amidst this storm brewing externally, Huaxia's expert team finally achieved a new breakthrough in their research on the weird domain decree. Director! We found it! A young researcher burst into Lin Angua's office, waving a freshly printed document. By reverse engineering the residual energy fluctuations on the token and an extremely subtle seed imprint, we've determined that to fully activate the Skueyu order and reveal the meeting's precise location, we need a specific strange plant called the World Tree Lotus Seed as the catalyst or key. World Tree Lotus Seed? Lin Angua furrowed his brow. Yes. The young researcher nodded emphatically. This strange plant is extremely rare. According to the few fragmented records in our database, it typically grows only in newly emerging strange regions on the brink of collapse, where the rules are about to break down. It's a marvel born from absorbing the essence of the moment when the world's rules of life and death shift. As if to validate the experts' theories. The moment the research report was submitted, a cold system notification sounded precisely within Wan Xingluo's mind. Ding! Special personal trial mission triggered, talisman of the World Tree. Mission details: matchmaker Wan Xingluo must, within the designated timeframe 72 hours Blue Star Time, travel alone to the newly formed anomalous zone designated Gengzi 73 and successfully obtain one special mission item, World Tree Lotus Seed. Mission level, a class. Special note: newly formed anomaly zones exhibit extreme instability with chaotic energy tides. Actual danger may far exceed Grade A. The matched one must exercise utmost caution. Grade A solo trial mission? Wan Xingluo stared at the mission prompt that had just popped up. The joy and relief she had felt moments ago from obtaining the anomaly domain order and the Huaxia dragon pillar of the nation were instantly replaced by a heavy sense of foreboding and worry. Though she'd faced Class A missions before, like the Happy Community and South Mountain Asylum, this time, the system explicitly labeled it a solo trial. And it was set in the newborn anomalous zone, where rules were wildly unstable. The actual danger could even reach S-Class. Her gaze instinctively drifted to Zhou Yan, who was curled up on the sofa, leisurely flipping through an illustrated guide featuring twisted tentacles and bizarre eyeballs on its cover. Her voice carried a barely perceptible edge of tension. Husband. I think I've received another mission. Zhou Yan didn't even lift an eyelid at the news, merely responding with a casual His utterly nonchalant demeanor, as if everything were of no concern to him, caused the tiny flicker of hope that had just risen in Wan Xingluo's heart, a desire for comfort and support, to silently die away. Of course. A minor A-rank task like this probably wasn't even worthy of a second glance from her husband. Just as Wan Xingluo silently steeled herself to face this challenge alone. Just as she was about to step into the temporary teleportation portal activated by the system, Zhou Yan suddenly sat up from the sofa. He casually picked up a small, exquisitely crafted brass compass from the fruit tray on the coffee table, its needle seemingly forever fixed in one direction, and thrust it into Wan Xingluo's hand without a word. Here, take this. His tone remained casual, even a bit nonchalant. That place called Gengzi 73? Just by the name, you know the magnetic field there must be all over the place. Don't get lost in there and forget your way back home. Come back soon, he paused, as if suddenly remembering something important, adding, I want sweet and sour spare ribs for dinner. Remember to make them when you get back. Wan Xingluo clutched the ancient compass, cool to the touch yet seemingly imbued with some strange power. She gazed at Zhou Yan's face, beautifully handsome yet perpetually lazy and carefree, and felt a complex mix of emotions. Finally, she could only nod firmly. Yes. I will definitely come back safely. Almost simultaneously with Wan Xingluo accepting her mission and preparing to depart. In the distant United States, an intelligence center nestled within a secret base in the bizarre world intercepted a vague yet crucial piece of information. Chapter 35, Peril Everywhere. Reporting to the General. According to intelligence relayed by our night ravens, a peculiar substance known as soul-summoning lotus seeds appears linked to activating certain high-level access permissions and may even connect to that legendary Council of the Weird World. Moreover, preliminary investigations indicate these soul-summoning lotus seeds are highly likely to appear in the newly emerging strange region designated Gengzi 73. The Supreme Commander of the United States Anomalous Strategic Command, a 5-star general renowned for his eagle-like gaze and iron-fisted resolve, slammed his fist on the table upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. Activate Operation Predator immediately. Order Kane to seize all soul summoning lotus seeds within the Gengzi 73 zone at any cost, before China can get their hands on them. Even if we cannot use them immediately, we absolutely cannot allow China to gain them easily and further expand their advantage. Kane. A staff officer flinched at the name, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Kane the Predator, America's top registered solo player, was notorious throughout Blue Star's paranormal exploration circles for his ruthless cruelty, merciless tactics, and ghostly tracking and treasure hunting abilities. It was said that countless foreign competitors and uncooperative anomalies had met their end at his hands. He was the sharpest and dirtiest blade in the United States arsenal. Ruan Xinglua remained unaware that a conspiracy targeting her had already begun unfolding in the shadows. Clutching the ancient compass Zhou Yan had given her, she took a deep breath and resolutely stepped through the temporary teleportation portal before her, radiating chaotic spatial fluctuations. Beyond the portal, an intense wave of dizziness washed over her. When her vision finally cleared, Ruan Xinglua found herself standing in a gloomy swamp saturated with dense, violent, and chaotic energy. The sky hung an eerie dark purple, radiating an ominous glow. The surrounding vegetation twisted into grotesque forms, some resembling writhing tentacles, others covered in sharp bone spines. The air was thick with a pungent stench, a mixture of rot and sulfur. Danger lurked everywhere. This was the newly designated anomalous zone, designated Gengzi 73. Almost the instant Ruan Xinglua stepped into the swamp. Several kilometers away, a more concealed spatial fissure silently opened. The predator Kane, agile as a cheetah, slipped silently into this perilous hunting ground. His gaze was cold and sharp, like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. The scene within the newly formed anomalous zone Gengzi 73 appeared far more chaotic and primitive than any Class A instance Ruan Xinglua had encountered before. The sky here was perpetually a heavy, dark purple. Fragmented floating islands flickered in and out of view amidst chaotic energy turbulence, emanating an unsettling aura. The variety of bizarre creatures here was staggering, with a new and highly aggressive native anomaly encountered nearly every 100 meters. Even more deadly, the rules here were wildly unstable, with sudden spatial fluctuations occurring at any moment. One moment you stand on solid ground, the next you might sink into deadly quicksand. Ruan Xinglua traversed this perilous land with extreme caution, each step measured with utmost care. The calming bell at her chest constantly emitted a soft, soothing light, warding off the pervasive negative spiritual disturbances in the air. The mark on her hand, now transformed into the dragon-shaped emblem of the dragon pillars that guarded ancient China, faintly radiated a trace of dragon's might. This allowed her to barely intimidate some lower-level anomalies, sparing her from many unnecessary troubles. Even so, she felt as if she were walking on the edge of a knife. The slightest misstep could plunge her into eternal ruin. Meanwhile, on the other side of this gloomy swamp, a ghostly figure moved silently through the twisted vegetation. This was Kane the Raider, the top solo player from the United States. His prowess was formidable, nearing the threshold of the early stage of the uncanny realm. Equipped with several powerful artifacts looted from various uncanny dungeons, he excelled particularly in tracking and stealth. At this moment, he held an oddly shaped bone compass in his hands. Its needle trembled slightly, pointing toward a general direction. Found her. That Chinese woman is indeed in this area. Kane's lips curled into a cruel, confident smile. The mission objective, the soul-guiding lotus seed, must be connected to her. As the designated recipient of the soul-summoning lotus seed mission, Ruan Xinglua naturally carried a faint aura connected to the target. Though subtle, it couldn't escape the specialized tracking skills of an expert like Kane. Like a seasoned hunter, he silently trailed several hundred meters behind Ruan Xinglua, calm and unhurried, patiently waiting for the optimal moment to strike. In his eyes, a Chinese female player who had barely scraped through previous dungeons only by relying on her bizarre groom's constant protection, even if she'd somehow stumbled upon some serendipitous encounters, was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Once she's drained of most her energy and trump cards by the local anomalies here, I'll be able to complete the mission with minimal cost and even reap some extra spoils. Ruan Xinglua remained unaware that she had already caught the attention of a top-tier predator. All her attention was focused on the ancient-looking compass Zhou Yan had casually handed her. This compass was highly unusual. Its needle did not remain fixed on north and south like ordinary compasses, but instead swayed back and forth constantly and subtly. At times, it would point resolutely in a certain direction, as if urging Ruan Xinglua to advance. Other times, when she approached areas that appeared deceptively calm yet might harbor hidden dangers, the needle would suddenly jerk violently, as if desperately trying to avoid some terrifying presence. At first, Ruan Xinglua was puzzled, but she soon discovered the compass's remarkable utility. On one occasion, the needle suddenly spun wildly toward a dense thicket to her left, while the direction she had intended to take led toward an open stretch of water that appeared completely harmless. Ruan Xinglua hesitated, but ultimately chose to cautiously bypass the water, hugging the edge of the thicket. Less than 100 meters later, towering waves erupted from the open water. A jungle giant lizard over 100 meters long, covered in thick, dark green scales and radiating a suffocating S-rank terror aura, slowly surfaced from the water. It opened its gaping maw, yawned, and then plunged back beneath the waves. Ruan Xinglua broke out in a cold sweat. If not for the compass's warning, she would likely have become that S-rank giant lizard snack. Holy crap! S-rank? There are actually native S-rank creatures here? This compass Zhou Yan gave us is seriously next level? It's practically built-in radar and an early warning system. It's not just early warning, this is clearly a top-tier artifact for seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. How incredibly generous of Big Shot Zhou Yan to Ruan, the campus beauty. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream and the expert team monitoring the situation couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Witnessing Zhou Yan's unfathomable abilities, they felt a renewed sense of awe, as if gazing upon an unreachable peak. Chapter 36, The Underworld Judge. Guided by the safety signals from this miraculous compass, Ruan Xingluan narrowly avoided several extremely powerful local supernatural entities in areas that appeared safe but were actually riddled with deadly traps. Yet even so, danger remained ever present in this chaotic Grade A zone. As Ruan Xinglua traversed a seemingly ordinary black marshland, the mud beneath her feet suddenly erupted without warning. Dozens of putrid swamp eels, their bodies slick with viscous mucus, sharp fangs gleaming, and radiating in a great eeriness, shot toward Ruan Xinglua like arrows released from a bow, surging from all directions. These swamp crocodile eels were the marsh's apex predators, not only exceptionally swift and ferociously aggressive, but their fangs also contained a potent neurotoxin capable of paralyzing nerves. Caught completely off guard, Ruan Xinglua was instantly surrounded on all sides. The time has come. Just as Ruan Xinglua was frantically struggling amidst life-threatening peril, a hoarse voice tinged with mockery and cruelty suddenly echoed from the shadows nearby. The figure of Cain the Predator materialized like a ghostly apparition. He stood leisurely atop a twisted, grotesque tree, looking down with undisguised scorn at the battered and disheveled Ruan Xinglua, who was being attacked by the swamp crocodile eels. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought after 9 straight losses, Huaxia might finally produce someone decent. Turns out you're still just as pathetic as ever. Young lady, seeing you in such a sorry state, shall I lend you a hand? Of course, as payment, those rather appealing artifacts on your person would have to belong to me. Cain's gaze darted like a venomous snake over the calming bell on Ruan Xinglua's wrist and the faint, elusive aura of the dragon pillar emanating from her body, his eyes brimming with greed. His assessment of Ruan Xinglua's strength remained rooted in the intelligence he'd received earlier, that of a weakling constantly needing her husband's protection. In his eyes, Ruan Xinglua was now fish on the chopping block, ready for him to carve up. It's you! Ruan Xinglua's heart lurched as she recognized the intruder. Though she didn't know who he was, the unmasked malice and dangerous aura radiating from him made it clear he meant no good. Moreover, she was currently entangled by these great swamp crocodile eels, leaving her utterly unable to spare any attention. In desperation, Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, abandoning any pretense of concealing her strength. Get out of my way! She snapped, suddenly channeling the power of the dragon pillar of China, now bound to her very bloodline within her body. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar seemed to echo from the depths of her soul. A dense, golden dragon energy surged outward like a tangible shockwave, radiating violently from her center. The swamp crocodile eels, their gaping maws poised to tear her apart, were instantly struck by this golden dragon energy imbued with supreme dragon might. As if hit by a heavy hammer, they let out piercing wails and were violently hurled dozens of meters away, crashing into the surrounding mud. For a moment, they were unable to move. Seeing this, Cain's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. It does possess some brute force. Seems like some kind of one-time, high-powered protective artifact. Pity it's being wasted on something like this. He still dismissed Ruan Xinglua's feeble resistance, dismissing it as merely activating some powerful last-ditch survival card. He sneered coldly, his figure flickering as he prepared to seize any mission items Ruan Xinglua might have obtained. But just as Cain was about to close in, a sudden change occurred. The ancient compass Zhou Yan had given her, which she had clutched tightly in her hand, suddenly went wild. Its needle, which had been swaying gently moments before, began spinning frantically as if possessed. Then, the needle abruptly froze, pointing dead straight at Cain, who was poised to attack. Buzz! Before Cain could react, a visible, intensely condensed golden shockwave erupted from the tiny compass as if conjured from thin air. With lightning speed, it slammed into Cain. What? Cain's face drained of color. He never imagined that such an unassuming compass could launch an attack. He tried to dodge in a panic, but it was already too late. Thud! The golden shockwave struck his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Cain felt an odd numbness instantly spread throughout his body. The strange power that had been flowing smoothly within him suddenly froze and became chaotic for a split second. It felt as though some higher-order force of law had forcibly interfered. He realized with utter horror that the compass in this Chinese woman's hand wasn't merely a navigational tool, it also possessed such bizarre offensive capabilities and the power to disrupt an enemy's energy. What level of bizarre artifact was this? Just as Cain was caught off guard by the compass's shockwave, his body momentarily stiffening. Ruan Xinglua's combat instincts manifested in full force at that very moment. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Harnessing the power of the dragon pillar within her, she erupted once more, temporarily suppressing the swamp crocodile eels lurking nearby. Her petite form shot forward like an arrow released from its string, charging full speed toward the direction the compass pointed. Kane roared in fury, forcing down the discomfort within him as he steadied his stance. But Ruan Xingluo's figure had already vanished dozens of meters away, concealed by the complex terrain and vegetation of the swamp. He stared at the direction she vanished, then glanced down at the charred hole in his chest clothing, left by the golden shockwave, and the energy within him that still felt somewhat sluggish. His gaze grew incredibly grave and filled with venomous hatred. Interesting, truly interesting. Kane emitted a low, cold chuckle, his voice brimming with uncontrollable fury and a hint of excitement. It seems I underestimated you, Chinese woman. You're carrying quite a treasure trove on your person. But this soul-summoning lotus seed, along with every treasure on your person, will soon be mine. You won't escape. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the direction Ruan Xingluo fled, and without hesitation, he gave chase. A treasure chase through this chaotic and perilous new, eerie territory had officially begun. Guided unwaveringly by the ancient compass, Ruan Xingluo traversed the perilous, shadowy swamp for nearly another half hour. Along the way, relying once more on the compass's miraculous warnings, she narrowly avoided several powerful anomalies lurking in the shadows and natural traps. Finally, the scene before her opened up abruptly. Chapter 37, Lotus of Rebirth. She arrived at the depths of a swamp shrouded in soul energy and qi so dense it seemed almost tangible. The swamp water here had an unsettling ink-black hue, dotted with scattered fragments of white bones that emitted a faint phosphorescent glow. At the swamp's very center stood a towering platform, dozens of meters high, constructed entirely from a chaotic pile of countless pale, grotesque skeletal remains. At the platform's apex, a bizarre, basin-sized lotus flower bloomed eerily. Its entire form radiated a ghostly blue hue, as if crystallized from the purest essence of soul energy. Its petals layered upon each other, emitting a dreamlike, ethereal glow. At the lotus's heart, within its pod, 3 dragon eye-sized seeds lay quietly nurtured. Crystal clear and radiating an uncanny glow, they seemed capable of directly drawing in and devouring living souls. Soul-drawing lotus seeds. Those are soul-drawing lotus seeds. Found it. Ruan, the school beauty, really found it. Goodness, these seeds look extraordinary, they can actually draw in souls. The viewers in the Huaxia livestream room couldn't help but erupt in excited cheers the moment they saw those 3 lotus seeds. However, Ruan Xingluo's gaze froze rigidly upon a terrifying figure standing guard beside the blue lotus. It was a monstrous humanoid entity, towering 10 meters tall, resembling the ancient underworld judge from legends. It wore a tattered black robe made of countless shreds of cloth and congealed bloodstains. The hem of the robe fluttered without wind, exuding a sickeningly cold and decaying stench. In its hand, it clutched a massive brush several meters long, jet black throughout, and coiled with countless faces of tormented, twisted souls wailing in agony, the soul-reaping brush. The head of this underworld judge was a massive, hollow skull. Within its eye sockets were 2 bottomless, pitch-black abysses, seemingly capable of swallowing all light and hope. Any creature that met those hollow black pits for more than a second felt its soul being forcibly torn from its body by an invisible force, hurled into the endless abyss of darkness. The aura emanating from its body was cold and imposing, thick with the scent of death and judgment. It was none other than an S-rank underworld judge. An S-rank guardian spirit? Holy crap! This lotus seed is way too precious. That judge looks terrifying. That soul-reaping brush, just one stroke would make your soul vanish. Ruan Xiaohua is in deep trouble this time. An A-rank mission, yet the guardian boss is S-rank? This system is way too unfair. Just as Ruan Xingluo felt her scalp tingle from the terrifying aura of this S-rank underworld judge. Hundreds of meters away in a hidden corner of the swamp came the predator, perfectly concealed by a peculiar artifact peered through a monocular-like device, clearly observing the scene at the marsh's center. When he saw the ghostly blue lotus and the 3 soul-summoning seeds within its pod, a flash of unabashed greed flickered in his eyes. And when he spotted the S-rank underworld judge standing guard nearby, instead of showing the slightest hesitation, a cruel, calculating smirk curled his lips. An S-rank guardian artifact. Interesting. It seems the value of these soul-drawing lotus seeds is far greater than I imagined. That Chinese woman? Her strength barely suffices against an A-grade anomaly. Facing this S-grade fragment of a soul? She's as good as dead. Perfect. I'll wait right here. Let her fight that judge until they're both crippled, or until she's beaten half to death. Then I'll step out, seize the lotus seed in one fell swoop, and who knows? Maybe I'll even pick up that judge's dropped core and that rather nice-looking soul-reaping brush. Kane's mind spun with this perfect scheme, convinced his plan was flawless. In the swamp's center, Ruan Xingluo faced the underworld judge, radiating S-rank terror, feeling pressure unlike anything she'd ever known. Each unconscious breath the judge took seemed to siphon the warmth from her body, freezing her very soul. The mark of the dragon pillars of China on her wrist emitted a faint golden glow, forming a weak protective barrier of dragon energy that barely resisted the encroaching cold aura. Yet she knew this shield alone made defeating this S-rank terror an almost impossible task. She drew a deep breath and attempted to speak. Judge? I only wish to retrieve those 3 lotus seeds. I mean no harm. Yet the underworld judge remained utterly unresponsive to her plea. Those hollow, black eye sockets continued to fix her with an icy stare, filled only with bone-chilling murderous intent and the merciless judgment reserved for any living soul who dared trespass here. Trespassers into the forbidden realms of the underworld shall die. A voice hoarse, dry, unlike anything a living being could produce, squeezed through the teeth of the skull-like head. The next instant, it raised the enormous soul-reaping pen in its hand, coiled with countless vengeful spirits. At its tip, the pitch-black essence of death and reincarnation coalesced into a concentrated beam of darkness. Imbued with the terrifying power to pierce souls and strip away life, it aimed to strike down upon Wan Xinglua. If this strike landed, Wan Xinglua had no doubt she would be instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. At this life or death moment, almost instinctively, Wan Xinglua thrust the ancient brass compass Zhou Yan had given her, which she had clutched tightly all along before her. As if this small compass were the only lifeline she could grasp at that moment. A bizarre scene unfolded. The massive soul-reaping pen in the underworld judge's hand, a weapon capable of snatching souls and deciding life and death, suddenly froze in mid-air, frozen as if by a spell, just a foot away from the compass. No matter how the judge strained his power, the tip of the pen refused to advance even an inch. The underworld judge's hollow skull tilted slightly, as if perplexed by this sudden turn of events. Its abyssal, black hole eye sockets fixed intently on the seemingly unremarkable brass compass in Wan Xinglua's hand. More precisely, they were fixed upon a complex, ancient-looking engraving on the compass's brass casing, faded with age, resembling an ancient underworld passage token. Suddenly, the 10-meter-tall colossal form of the underworld judge shook violently. Within its hollow, empty eye sockets, without warning, a single speck of light, each no larger than a grain of rice, yet seemingly capable of illuminating the boundless darkness of the underworld, flared into existence, a faint, eerie flame. Chapter 38, The Swamp Fiend of 10,000 Souls. Immediately after, a whisper emerged slowly from its skeletal mouth, a whisper laden with the weight of endless ages, inexpressible bewilderment, and a tremor of disbelief. This is the great emperor of the netherworld. Fengdu personally bestowed the command of the underworld? You are the great emperor's envoy? The voice of the underworld judge no longer carried its previous coldness and ruthlessness. Instead, it now trembled with something bordering on reverence and bewilderment. It seemed plunged into some ancient, yet fragmented and chaotic memory, the 2 flickering embers of its soul fire beating wildly. I am Judge Inkbrush of the Imperial Inspection Bureau, serving His Majesty. By the Emperor's command, I guard this realm of rebirth, awaiting the bearer of His Majesty's edict. Take 3 lotus seeds, to restore that severed cycle of rebirth. The great Emperor, he himself, could he truly have returned? It turned out this S-rank underworld judge was once a loyal official under the 9 netherworlds, Fengdu Emperor, a ruler of the realm of the dead, revered for overseeing the cycle of rebirth countless ages ago. Having perished in some calamity, only a wisp of its soul remained. Yet, fueled by boundless loyalty and obsession toward the great emperor, it had endured countless eons, steadfastly guarding this lotus of rebirth, awaiting the great emperor's messenger, or rather, awaiting the great emperor's own return. And that seemingly ordinary compass Zhou Yan casually gave to Wan Xinglua? The inconspicuous mark etched upon it was none other than the Tongming Order, the very token of that great emperor of the 9 netherworlds in Fengdu from years past. Hidden hundreds of meters away, came the predator who had initially watched with schadenfreude, ready to reap the spoils, was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. His expression shifted from initial mockery and greed to utter bewilderment, now tinged with a profound sense of absurdity and helplessness. What the hell is going on here? An S-rank guardian entity, a formidable, aura-radiating underworld judge, was displaying such human-like confusion, reminiscence, and even a faint tendency to kneel and fawn over a broken compass held by that Chinese woman? What kind of international joke is this? This Chinese woman's luck is off the charts? An S-rank guardian anomaly actually recognizing kinship on the spot? Does this even leave any room for other players to survive? In the swamp center, after a brief flashback and emotional turmoil, the 2 points of ghostly flame in the underworld judge's eye sockets seemed to dim further. Its aura grew more chaotic and unstable. It seemed to be caught once more in the struggle between some deep obsession and harsh reality. The icy killing intent and resentment surged within it once more, yet the gaze it cast upon Wan Xinglua now held noticeably less of the previous ruthlessness and ferocity. Instead, it carried an indescribable struggle. It abruptly raised its enormous soul-reaping brush, its tip pointing distantly toward the ghostly blue lotus of rebirth. 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds, shimmering with strange soul light, flew out of the lotus pod on their own. Supported by a gentle soul force, they slowly drifted toward Wan Xinglua. Wan Xinglua gazed at the 3 ghostly blue seeds suspended before him, radiating an alluring soul energy fluctuation. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and carefully tucked them into his pouch. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese contestant Wan Xinglua for successfully obtaining 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds. Personal trial task: Talisman of the World Tree completed. The task completion notification caused Ruan Xinglua to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At that very moment, the underworld judge let out a hoarse roar filled with urgency and warning. The lotus seeds. Quick! Quickly leave this place. They've been alerted. They're coming. As the words fell from its mouth. Boom boom boom. Deep within the gloomy swamp, the previously still, ink-black waters suddenly churned violently like boiling water. A terror far more malevolent than this S-rank underworld judge, a chaos-filled, primal hunger for devouring was awakening madly from the murky depths of the swamp. She could distinctly sense that a terror more wicked than this S-rank underworld judge was awakening at an astonishing speed from the swamp's depths. And it made no attempt to conceal its target, her and the soul-summoning lotus seed she had just acquired. It even targeted the underworld judge beside her, whose aura had weakened considerably after surrendering the seed. Cain, the predator lurking hundreds of meters away, naturally sensed this newly awakened terror that made souls tremble. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, fixed intently on the center of the swamp. Far from showing fear, his face flickered with an even more intense greed and madness. Another S rank. No, this aura is likely even stronger than that judge's. But, after handing over the lotus seed, that judge clearly grew weak, almost spent. And this newcomer seems to be targeting the lotus seed and that judge too. Cain's mind raced as a bold and tantalizing plan rapidly took shape within him. If I could strike while they're both weakened, or ambush them when that new monster attacks the judge and the Chinese woman. Not only could I easily seize those 3 priceless soul-summoning lotus seeds, but I might even have a chance to capture or severely damage the residual soul core of this S-rank judge. That's the core of an S-rank anomaly. Its value far surpasses any lotus seed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Cain licked his parched lips, his eyes brimming with madness and greed. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take the risk. Ruan Xinglua sensed the newly emerging aura of evil closing in, suffocating her very breath. At the same time, that thing just awakened from the depths of the swamp, forcibly congealed from countless shattered souls and toxic marsh gas, resembled a gigantic, writhing flesh tumor that constantly emitted a gurgling sound. Ruan Xinglua recognized it, the S-rank peak terror known as the 10,000 soul swamp monster. It opened its phantom maw, vast enough to devour everything, and without giving Ruan Xinglua a moment to react, lunged directly at the weakened underworld judge and the lotus seed in her hand. Now! Predator Cain erupted from his shadowy hiding place like a venomous serpent lying in wait. His speed was so extreme it left a faint afterimage in the air. You! Hand over the lotus seed. Chapter 39, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Cain let out a savage laugh, brimming with greed and confidence. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as a soul-binding chain shot out from his sleeve like a living serpent. Entirely pitch black, it was engraved with countless twisted runes and radiated terrifying SS-grade fluctuations. This soul-binding chain was a one-time-use SS-grade consumable artifact, acquired for Cain at immense cost by the beautiful nation. Its primary function was to forcibly restrain and weaken soul-based targets, even exerting potent suppression against the residual soul cores of S-grade anomalies. Cain's objective was crystal clear: he would use these soul-binding chains to strike decisively, simultaneously trapping the dying underworld judge and seizing the 3 soul-summoning lotus seeds from Ruan Xinglua amidst the chaos. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfectly executed. Happiness Community, Unit 101. Zhou Yan, idly flipping through the anomalous creatures compendium, clearly witnessed through a shared vision known only to himself the despicable scene unfolding in Sector Gangxi 73, Cain leaping out like a clown, attempting to reap the benefits of others' struggles. His brow furrowed. Endless flies, such a buzzkill. Zhou Yan set down the encyclopedia and flicked his finger at the void, as if brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. Deep within the gloomy swamps of the newly formed Gangxi 73 anomalous zone, Cain's SS-grade soul-binding chain was about to seize its prize. A victorious grin already twisted his face. Suddenly, another anomaly erupted. The ancient bronze compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, which had been guiding their path but dimmed when the underworld judge appeared, suddenly erupted with a light 100 times more blinding than ever before. The light was profound and majestic, as if emanating from the very source of the netherworld beneath the 9 hells. Upon the brass casing of the compass, the intricate seal of the ancient underworld passage token seemed to come fully alive in that instant. It was no longer a lifeless object, but a true edict, a manifestation of supreme divine authority and cosmic law. An overwhelming majesty erupted from that tiny compass, causing every soul to tremble from the deepest recesses of their being, filled with dread and an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Ugh! Ah! This is the Emperor's true decree. The underworld judge, whose aura had weakened from sacrificing the lotus seed, whose very eyes had begun to lose their eerie glow, felt this decree of the great Emperor, pure to the extreme. Instantly, its once hollow, chaotic eye sockets blazed with unprecedented clarity and fervor. In that instant, it seemed to have completely broken free from the shackles of its eternal obsession, rediscovering the supreme glory and loyalty it once possessed as a judge under the 9 netherworlds Fengdu Emperor. It suddenly threw its head back, letting out a roar filled with boundless liberation and unwavering loyalty unto death. Hail, the great Emperor! His command! This servant, ink brush, vows to burn the last remnant of its soul for the great emperor, to purge this place of all vermin. Its 10-meter-tall, shattered form suddenly burst into flames from its feet without warning. What burned was not flame, but the very essence of its soul, an essence that had endured for untold millennia. It was making a sacrifice. With its final existence, it answered the Supreme Emperor's unparalleled decree. Transforming into the purest, most colossal torrent of soul energy, it surged unwaveringly toward the compass in Yuan Xingluo's hand, a compass now radiating supreme divine might. The S-rank peak 10,000 soul swamp fiend, which moments before had been raging with intent to devour everything, suddenly froze in place under the sheer pressure of the Emperor's command. Its massive, twisted form emitted a shrill, piercing screech filled with utter terror and disbelief. Its core, forged from countless shattered souls and toxic swamp gas, began to tremble uncontrollably and crack under this overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Kane's SSS-grade soul binding chain, destined for certain victory, upon touching the dark and majestic glow emanating from the compass, shattered like the most fragile rotten wood encountering an indestructible divine weapon. Snap! 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 A series of crisp snapping sounds echoed. The S-grade consumable artifact, powerful enough to bind an S-grade soul, couldn't even last a second. It shattered mid-air, shattering into a pile of metal shavings. Put! Kane himself was struck as if by a thunderbolt, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. The savage grin on his face froze instantly, replaced by endless horror and utter disbelief. This can't be. What kind of power is this? Beyond the rules? He couldn't comprehend how a mere compass could unleash such terrifying power. After absorbing the entire pure soul energy voluntarily sacrificed by the underworld judge, the mark of the underworld passage permit on the compass in Yuan Xingluo's hand became more solid and profound, as if it had truly transformed into an unrivaled token capable of commanding the 9 hells. Hum! An invisible yet soul-shaking shockwave, as if capable of purifying all filth and evil in the world, radiated outward from the compass like rippling water. First to bear its brunt was the marsh fiend of 10,000 souls, still trembling in fear from the Emperor's edict. Aoarg. The swamp fiend of 10,000 souls let out a wail of utter despair. Its colossal form, congealed from countless shattered souls and toxic swamp gas, began to melt away the instant it touched the invisible shockwave like snow exposed to sunlight. Its core, that very essence condensed from boundless resentment and chaos, was shattered to pieces by the shockwave. In the end, this terrifying 10,000 soul swamp monster, a nightmare capable of giving any S-rank dungeon a headache, couldn't muster even a shred of proper resistance before dissolving into a sky filled with pure soul light. Then, it was completely absorbed by that tiny compass. Meanwhile, Kane, who moments before had been arrogantly preparing to reap the benefits of others' conflict, was swept up by the lingering shockwaves of this invisible blast. He felt his soul being torn apart, coughing up another mouthful of blood. His body flew hundreds of meters like a ding. Chinese contestant Yuan Xingluo has assisted in purifying the core guardian of the newly emerging anomaly zone Gengzi 73 and eliminated the primary source of calamity within the zone, the 10,000 soul swamp monster. For significant contributions to stabilizing and purifying the newly emerged anomalous zone Gengzi 73, you are hereby awarded 10,000 zone contribution points. Additional reward, 50,000 anomaly coins. Chapter 40, If Only I'd Known Then. Kane lay in the icy poisonous swamp, listening to the rich reward notification for Yuan Xingluo echoing in his mind. His eyes, unfocused from severe injuries, burned with endless venom and resentment. He knew the tide had turned against him. That Chinese woman and the man behind her, so shrouded in mystery it felt like despair, were far beyond his reach. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he fumbled from his chest a jade talisman cracked and emitting faint spatial fluctuations and crushed it viciously. Huaxia. Yuan Xingluo. Zhou Yan. I remember you all. Amidst a swirling distortion of light, Kane's figure vanished from this bizarre realm, the sight of his greatest defeat carrying with him endless resentment and unwillingness. Yuan Xingluo stared blankly at the dark marsh before her, now restored to calm. Even the thick aura of soul energy and yin qi that had permeated the air earlier had dissipated considerably. She lowered her gaze to the brass compass in her hand, its glow now subdued and its ancient simplicity restored. In that moment, her admiration for Zhou Yan reached an unprecedented peak. Just how many unimaginable secrets and powers did that man still conceal? Just as her heart surged with turbulent emotions and 1,000 thoughts swirled through her mind, the compass in her hand suddenly began to spin again, without warning, ticking steadily. Finally, with an agonizingly slow yet resolute precision, the needle pointed toward the direction Kane had fled in disarray after shattering the teleportation rune. Just as Yuan Xingluo was puzzled, Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, suddenly rang out. Heh, that little fly thinks he's pretty quick, relying on a few shoddy trinkets. But then again, since he dared disturb my Xingluo's peace and even tried to lay hands on what wasn't his, he needs a good lesson to remember who he shouldn't mess with. Xingluo, don't just stand there. Follow the compass's guidance, let's go take a look too. Zhou Yan's voice carried an air of effortless control, as if Kane's so-called random teleportation was utterly insignificant in his eyes. Hearing this, Yuan Xingluo felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. If her husband said so, then it must be fine. She nodded immediately, gripping the compass tightly in her hand. It still trembled slightly, emitting faint beeps. Following the direction its needle pointed, she took her first step. Yet the very next second, an intense spatial fluctuation erupted from the compass, instantly enveloping her entire body. Before she could react, the scene before her shattered like broken glass, rapidly shifting and distorting. When her vision finally cleared, Ruan Xinglua was stunned to find herself outside the perilous, shadowy swamp known as Gengzi 73. She now stood at the edge of an unfamiliar, eerie territory brimming with untamed, primordial energy. The sky here wore an eerie crimson-purple hue, the air thick with the pungent mingling of sulfur and blood. In the distance, towering, twisted giant fungal plants loomed vaguely, alongside hideous, native monstrosities locked in savage combat. Teleported? Ruan Xinglua was teleported? Holy crap! Zhou Yan's compass can not only navigate, attack, and purify, now it can even perform point-to-point teleportation? This is basically a universal wish-granting machine? Look at the compass. The needle's still moving. Could it be that Kane was teleported to this godforsaken place? The viewers in Huaxia's livestream were utterly captivated by Zhou Yan's endless display of astonishing feats. Just as viewers had speculated, the needle in Ruan Xinglua's compass, after a brief calibration, stubbornly pointed deep into this entirely new and eerie region. At that very moment, near a volcanic crater at the region's center, a pungent, acrid stench filled the air. After a violent spatial distortion, Kane's figure was hurled out like trash, crashing heavily into the scorching volcanic ash. Cough, cough, pft. Kane violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt as though they'd been dislocated, and every inch of his body throbbed with pain. The random teleportation talisman that saved his life had successfully transported him out of the Gengzi 73 zone, but the unstable transfer process had only compounded his already severe injuries. Before he could catch his breath or survey his new surroundings, suddenly, a familiar scent that made his soul shudder wafted toward him once more from nearby. Kane snapped his head up. When he saw the Chinese woman standing there, holding a brass compass, his fear reached an unprecedented peak. No, impossible. How did you track me here? Kane screamed, his voice distorted by sheer terror. This is a random teleportation. Random! How could you possibly know I was here? He could scarcely believe his eyes. This Chinese woman was like a maggot clinging to bone, a relentless specter. What plunged him deeper into despair was the realization that when he instinctively tried to activate his emergency communication channel with the United States Strategic Command, all signals in this area were severely jammed. They became choppy and fragmented, utterly incapable of transmitting any meaningful information. Even his personal live stream feed, which had been running continuously, was now nothing but static. No, don't come closer. Kane was utterly panicked. He tried to struggle to his feet and flee, only to discover his body, crippled by severe injuries, refused to obey. Zhou Yan seemed intent on letting him fully experience the despair of having nowhere to turn, no escape. Ruan Xinglua watched Kane's pitiful, defeated form resembling a stray dog, yet felt little satisfaction. Instead, a strange sense of melancholy welled up within her. If only he had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? She didn't follow the cliched tropes of some novels by torturing or brutally killing Kane. Instead, following Zhou Yan's friendly suggestion, she conducted a thorough cleanup of all the bizarre tools, materials, and resources Kane had painstakingly gathered elsewhere, anything that seemed remotely valuable. Under the pretext of collecting a modest compensation for emotional distress and cross-regional pursuit fees. Zhou Yan didn't seem intent on having Ruan Xinglua end Kane's life here. He merely wanted Kane to taste the bitter failure of crashing from the clouds to the depths. Sometimes, living was more painful than death. After cleaning Kane until he was left with nothing but a pair of ragged underpants, Zhou Yan seemed satisfied that the moment had been sufficiently savored. Chapter 41, A Huge Opportunity. Using the compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, he established a faint yet inviolable energy boundary marker between this newly discovered, provisionally named Xinqiu 08 anomaly zone and the previous Gengzi 73 zone. Imbued with a trace of his primordial essence, this marker demanded absolute reverence and forbade any living being from desecrating or crossing it. The purpose of this boundary marker was simple: to mark the location and prevent any unlucky souls from stumbling in again and disturbing his wife's elegant pastime. With this completed, Ruan Xinglua's personal trial mission and the subsequent pursuit and counterattack drama finally drew to a close. Shortly after the mission concluded, a system announcement, one powerful enough to send shockwaves across the entire Blue Star, finally arrived. Though belated, its weighty impact reverberated through every corner of the globe. Special announcement. Special announcement. Due to Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua's unexpected discovery, successful exploration, and preliminary marking of the unknown one-star anomalous zone Xinqiu 08 during his personal trial mission, along with his outstanding contributions to stabilizing the zone. Following joint deliberation by the Supreme Council of the Anomalous World and Blue Star's National Destiny Regulations, the Xinqiu 08 zone shall be designated as a special reward. It will be prioritized as an exclusive exploration and development zone for Blue Star's Huaxia Nation for 1 year. Within this period, no other nation may enter this zone for any form of exploration or resource collection without Huaxia's explicit permission. This announcement sent shockwaves across the globe once more. If obtaining the anomalous realm mandate previously granted China a ticket to higher stakes tables, then now, China's act of directly carving out an entirely new, bizarre region complete with a year of exclusive naming rights was a blatant declaration to the world: we're not just joining the table to dine, we're staking our own territory and becoming the dealer. This completely shattered the established convention that all newly emerging mysterious territories were unclaimed lands, fiercely contested by nations based solely on their strength and luck. What sheer arrogance and power! After learning through multiple channels about top player Kane's disastrous experiences in the Gengzi 73 and Xinqiu 08 zones, the United States top brass nearly suffered collective strokes from rage, landing them straight in the ICU. Once again, they felt that bone-deep helplessness and frustration. Yet faced with Zhou Yan, who had revealed but the tip of his iceberg, who operated from thousands of miles away without even showing his face, who treated S-rank and SS-rank anomalies like ants, and who could even forcibly correct the system's rules, they could only rage impotently in their offices. They dared not mount any substantive retaliation. Seriously? Even their top predator had been toyed with like a monkey, thoroughly subdued. What did they possibly have left to challenge China with? Ruan Xinghua returned to apartment 101 in happy community, thoroughly satisfied, carrying 3 crystal-clear soul-guiding lotus seeds and a large haul of decent quality loot recovered from Kane. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds without a second glance, casually pinching them between 2 fingers. Pop! The 3 precious lotus seeds, coveted beyond measure by the outside world, shattered like fragile soap bubbles. Instantly transformed into 3 streams of the purest soul essence, they flowed as if guided, slowly merging into the ancient realm of mystery token held in Ruan Xinglua's hand. After absorbing these 3 streams of pure soul energy, the eerie realm token erupted with dazzling, multicolored light. The profound, eerie runes etched upon it seemed to come fully alive, slowly swirling until they coalesced into a clear, stable spatial marker on its surface, one that appeared capable of traversing different eerie realms and locating countless worlds across the cosmos. Simultaneously, precise temporal and spatial coordinates for the All-Worlds Weird Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference crystallized within Ruan Xinglua's mind. The Realm of Mystery decree was fully activated. Only 2 short weeks remained until the commencement of that supreme conference, one that would determine the future landscape of all realms. Upon learning of the successful activation of the Eerie Realm Decree and obtaining the precise conference details, China's high command immediately entered an unprecedented state of intense preparation. Meanwhile, other nations on Blue Star harbored diverse intentions. Some were scrambling to secure a share of the spoils from China, viewing even the slightest scrap of second-hand intelligence about the meeting as a monumental gain. Others, undeterred by past failures, were secretly brewing new conspiracies. They aimed to create troubles both minor and significant for China either before the summit commenced or during its proceedings. A storm was brewing. Ruan Xinglua stared at the fully activated mystic domain token in her hand, its steady spatial fluctuations radiating from it. She knew this would be yet another immense challenge filled with unknowns and dangers for her and Huaxia. Of course, it might also be an unprecedented, colossal opportunity. Meanwhile, her husband Zhou Yan, the very instigator of this mess, had long since cast aside thoughts of the coordination meeting and the myriad realms. With keen interest, he was sorting through the pile of junk materials Ruan Xinglua had recovered from Kane. Like the perfect homemaker, he began teaching her step by step how to use these top-tier, rare materials priceless in the outside world to brew a pot of fragrant, soul-nourishing, 10-ingredient nourishing soup. In his words, after all this hard work, it's time to nourish ourselves properly. Look how thin our Xinglua has become. Zhou Yan didn't seem intent on letting Ruan Xinglua end Kane's life here. He merely wanted him to taste the bitter failure of falling from the clouds to the depths of despair. Sometimes, living is more painful than death. After cleaning Kane until he was left with nothing but a pair of tattered underpants, Zhou Yan seemed satisfied that the moment had arrived. Using the compass in Xinglua's hand, he established a faint yet inviolable energy boundary marker between this newly discovered, provisionally named Xinqiu 08 anomaly zone and the previous Gengzi 73 zone. Imbued with a trace of his primordial essence, it demanded absolute reverence and forbade any living being from desecrating or crossing it. The purpose of this boundary marker was simple: to mark the location and prevent any unlucky souls from stumbling in again and disturbing his wife's elegant pastime. With this completed, Ruan Xinglua's personal trial mission and the subsequent pursuit and counterattack drama finally drew to a close. Shortly after the mission concluded, a system announcement, one powerful enough to send shockwaves across the entire Blue Star, finally arrived. Though belated, its weighty impact reverberated through every corner of the globe. Special announcement. Special announcement. Due to Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua's unexpected discovery, successful exploration, and preliminary marking of the unknown one-star anomalous zone Xinqiu 08 during his personal trial mission, along with his outstanding contributions to stabilizing the zone. Following joint deliberation by the Anomalous World's Supreme Council and Blue Star's National Destiny Regulations, the Xinqiu 08 zone shall be designated as a special reward. It will be prioritized as an exclusive exploration and development zone for Blue Star's Huaxia Nation for 1 year. Within this period, no other nation may enter this zone for any form of exploration or resource collection without Huaxia's explicit permission. Chapter 42: The 10-Ingredient Tonic Soup. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe once more. If obtaining the anomalous realm permit earlier granted China a ticket to higher stakes tables, then now, Huaxia's act of directly carving out an entirely new, mysterious territory complete with a year of exclusive naming rights was a blatant declaration to the world: we're not just joining the table to dine, we're staking our own claim and becoming the dealer. This completely shattered the established convention that all newly emerging mysterious realms were unclaimed territories, fiercely contested by nations based solely on their strength and luck. What sheer arrogance and power! After learning through multiple channels about top player Kane's disastrous experiences in the Gengzi 73 and Xinqiu 08 zones, the United States top brass nearly suffered collective strokes from rage, landing them straight in the ICU. Once again, they felt that bone-deep helplessness and frustration. Yet faced with Zhou Yan, who had revealed but the tip of his iceberg, who operated from thousands of miles away without even showing his face, who treated S-rank and SS-rank anomalies like ants, and who could even forcibly correct the system's rules, they could only rage impotently in their offices. They dared not mount any substantive retaliation. Seriously? Even their top predator had been toyed with like a monkey, thoroughly subdued. What did they possibly have left to challenge China with? Ruan Xinglua returned to apartment 101 in happy community, thoroughly satisfied, carrying 3 crystal-clear soul-guiding lotus seeds and a large haul of decent quality loot recovered from Kane. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds without so much as a glance. He simply extended 2 fingers and casually pinched them between his thumb and forefinger. Pop! 3 precious lotus seeds, coveted beyond measure by the outside world, dissolved like fragile soap bubbles into 3 streams of the purest essence of soul energy. Guided by an unseen force, they slowly merged into the ancient realm of mystery token held in Ruan Xinglua's hand. After absorbing these 3 streams of pure soul energy, the realm of mystery token erupted with dazzling, multicolored light. The profound, eerie runes etched upon it seemed to come fully alive, slowly swirling until they coalesced into a clear and stable spatial marker on its surface, one that appeared capable of traversing different mysterious realms and locating countless worlds across the cosmos. Simultaneously, precise temporal and spatial coordinates for the All-Worlds Weird Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference crystallized within Ruan Xinglua's mind. The Realm of Mystery Decree was fully activated. Only 2 short weeks remained until the commencement of that supreme conference, one that would determine the future landscape of all realms. Upon learning of the successful activation of the Eerie Realm Decree and obtaining the precise conference details, China's high command immediately entered an unprecedented state of intense preparation. Meanwhile, other nations on Blue Star harbored diverse intentions. Some were scrambling to secure a share of the spoils from China, viewing even the slightest scrap of second-hand intelligence about the meeting as a monumental gain. Others, undeterred by past failures, were secretly brewing new conspiracies. They aimed to create troubles both minor and significant for China either before the summit commenced or during its proceedings. A storm was brewing. Ruan Xinglua stared at the fully activated mystic domain token in her hand, its steady spatial fluctuations radiating from it. She knew this would be yet another immense challenge filled with unknowns and dangers that she and Huaxia would have to face. Of course, it might also be an unprecedented, monumental opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, the very instigator of this mess, had long since cast aside thoughts of coordination meetings and the myriad realms. He was now busily sifting through the pile of scrap materials Ruan Xinglua had recovered from Kane, his interest piqued. Then, like the perfect homemaker, he began teaching Ruan Xinglua step by step how to use these top-tier bizarre materials, priceless treasures in the outside world, to brew a pot of fragrant, soul-nourishing 10-ingredient tonic soup. In his words, after all this hard work, it's time to nourish ourselves properly. Look how thin our Xinglua has become. Zhou Yan guided Ruan Xinglua as she carefully placed a pitch-black, century-old incandescing herb, radiating an icy, sinister aura, into the boiling jade cauldron before them. That jade cauldron, along with its contents such as the wrathful soul pearl, millennium stone stalactite heart, and blood vine essence, were all top-tier bizarre materials recovered from Kane. Any single one of these materials would be enough to drive outside occult research institutions and top-tier players into a frenzy. Yet in Zhou Yan's hands, they were treated like ordinary scallions, ginger, and garlic, processed one by one with an arcane sequence and technique. He purged all the violent and negative energies harmful to the human body, leaving only the purest, most fundamental medicinal essence. As the final ingredient was added, Zhou Yan snapped his fingers, sending a wisp of nearly invisible golden flame into the pot steps. Within the jade cauldron, 1,000 rays of radiance instantly burst forth, dazzling the senses. A strange fragrance, 100 times more potent than before, erupted violently, mingled with the intoxicating essence of life. The ingredients that had been bubbling in the cauldron had now completely dissolved, transforming into a miraculous broth. Its color resembled amber glass, with 9 distinct colored halos swirling faintly on its surface. There, Xinglua. Taste this 9-turn revival soup, prepared by your husband's own hands. Zhou Yan offered a bowl of the broth to Ruan Xinglua with a faint smile. It should greatly benefit your current physical condition and spiritual energy. Ruan Xinglua gazed at the bowl, its contents resembling an artistic masterpiece. The enticing aroma wafting from it had already whetted her appetite. She blew gently on the steaming surface, then took a small sip. Boom! An indescribable wave of warmth surged from her mouth, flooding every limb and bone before shooting straight to the crown of her head. Her body, depleted from forcibly channeling the dragon pillar's power at the soul drowning pier, was now nourished by this miraculous broth. Like a sponge soaking up water, it rapidly replenished, strengthened, and even achieved a new breakthrough. In that instant, her spiritual power solidified into a tangible force she could project outward, even allowing her to tentatively touch the profound realm of the power of rules. Her physical form, tempered by the potion's power, grew more crystalline and translucent, while her resistance and affinity for strange energies surged to unimaginable heights. Holy crap! What kind of divine elixir is this? Radiant with divine light. After Ruan drank it, her entire aura changed. Stronger. And even more beautiful. Using Kane's materials to brew nourishing soup for Campus Queen Ruan. Big shot Zhou Yan's move is pure heartbreak. Love it. Kane, thanks a lot. Using my stuff to make soup for your wife? Chapter 43, Nourishment. The National Fortune livestream vividly captured the astonishing moment when Ruan Xinglua's power surged again after drinking the 9-turn soul-restoring soup. Every viewer in Huaxia felt immense pride, flooding the screen with celebratory comments as the nation rejoiced. China, National Institute for the Study of the Strange World. Director Lin Anghua and a group of senior researchers watched the screen, witnessing Ruan Xinglua's visibly enhanced power and the 9-turn resurrection soup radiating divine light. Each of them was flushed with excitement, unable to contain their joy. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. The stronger comrade Ruan Xinglua becomes, the more leverage China will hold at the upcoming coordination meeting. This 9-turn resurrection soup is nothing short of divine. Mr. Zhou Yan's methods are utterly beyond comprehension. Yet after the initial excitement, some sharp-minded senior officials found themselves caught between laughter and tears. A deputy director sighed wryly, Director, Mr. Zhou Yan, using the relics of the United States' top competitors to so conspicuously supplement Comrade Ruan Xinglua's regimen and broadcasting it live globally. This is nothing short of rubbing the United States' face in the dirt once more, right before that crucial coordination meeting. I fear the United States might be about to explode. Hearing this, Lin Anghua's smile faded slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he declared decisively, activate the highest-level diplomatic contingency plan immediately. Notify the foreign ministry and all embassies abroad to closely monitor the United States movements. Be prepared to counter any form of diplomatic provocation or public opinion attacks they may launch at any moment. We don't start trouble, but we certainly don't fear it. Just as the deputy director had predicted. Almost the instant Ruan Xinglua's tonic footage aired, the phones at the United States Embassy in China and the emergency hotline of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs were flooded with calls from furious American representatives. The United States utilized every available diplomatic channel to once again deliver strongly worded strong condemnations and serious representations to China. They righteously accused China of openly abusing foreign contestants, illegally seizing and maliciously damaging private core assets of foreign participants, and grossly violating the spirit of fair competition in the mystic marriage match, among other charges. They vowed to unite all peace-loving and justice-seeking nations at the upcoming Multiverse Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference to collectively oppose China's immoral hegemonic actions. Yet their indignant condemnations proved utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming might and irrefutable facts. Especially within the United States, when its citizens witnessed through various channels the pitiful spectacle of their top player Kane stripped down to his underwear, fleeing in disarray contrasted with the harmonious scene of China's player Ruan Xinglua. The intense visual shock and psychological disparity instantly shattered the composure of countless American netizens. Is this how our top American player gets treated? Robbed blind and then kicked while down? Is Kane an idiot? Why did he provoke that Chinese woman? Now look at him, they're practically stripping him down to his underwear. Where's the government? Where's our strategic operations department? Why is our country always getting pushed around? We demand answers. We demand effective countermeasures. Demands for the government to implement strong countermeasures surged across the beautiful country, wave after wave, each louder than the last. As for countries like Japan and South Korea, already decimated in previous missions, and with their own bizarre resources severely depleted, upon witnessing the Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua's extravagant replenishment efforts, they felt not only deep-seated envy and resentment but also began seriously reflecting on whether they should completely overhaul their previous strategy of constant provocation and confrontation toward China. Some astute smaller nations had already begun discreetly signaling friendly cooperation to China through covert channels, hoping to cling to China's golden leg at the upcoming coordination conference. Even a mere scrap of leftover benefits would prove immensely advantageous. Meanwhile, traditional major powers like the Northern Bear Nation and the European Union were deeply shocked and apprehensive by China's terrifying strength, which seemed to defy the bizarre rules of the world. On the other hand, they intensified preparations for the coordination meeting that would shape the future global order, striving to secure greater influence and tangible benefits within the emerging international framework. They intensified their collection of rare, bizarre materials, sparing no expense to enhance their top-tier competitors, and assembled elite think tanks working day and night to research and analyze potential issues and contingencies that might arise during the coordination conference. While guiding Ruan Xinglua in brewing the 9-turn resurrection soup, Zhou Yan took the opportunity to provide precise commentary on the correct consumption methods for the various strange ingredients recovered from cane, the principles of medicinal properties complementing and counteracting each other, and the prohibited combinations and side effects. The profound insights he offered seemingly offhand, the breadth of his knowledge, and his thorough understanding of the peculiar characteristics of these bizarre creatures left top experts and scholars from major global research institutions observing the scene through special channels feeling inadequate and breaking out in cold sweat. Suddenly, a wave of research into the safe consumption and scientific nourishment of bizarre ingredients swept across the globe, particularly in nations where national fortunes had risen and living standards had slightly improved. Countless individuals began experimenting with analyzing and processing the flesh and blood of low-level bizarre creatures, along with the roots and stems of bizarre plants, hoping to extract beneficial components to enhance their own capabilities. Amidst these surging undercurrents, only 3 days remained until the highly anticipated Interdimensional Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative system announcement resounded without warning across every corner of the globe. Global Emergency Announcement. The final agenda for the Multiverse Anomalous Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference has been finalized and is hereby disclosed to all invited civilizations and those with potential eligibility. The primary agenda items include, but are not limited to, 1. Allocation of ownership rights and development tier assessments for the 108 newly discovered emerging anomalous regions within the past era. 2. Conducting lottery draws and quota allocations for mining rights to the 36 confirmed superior-grade rare anomalous resource veins. 3. Discussion and formulation of joint eradication and purification plans for the 7 high-risk contaminated anomalous domains currently exhibiting signs of instability. Special notice, to ensure fairness and authority in this conference, all civilizations' final seed tiers, speaking weights, and resource allocation priorities will be dynamically adjusted based on their comprehensive performance in the upcoming pre-conference final seat qualification trials. Though the Huaxia civilization has secured a foundational observer nation seat, it must still achieve sufficiently outstanding results in this final trial to demonstrate its qualifications and capabilities for participating in higher-level decision-making, thereby gaining greater influence and tangible benefits within the conference. The final pre-conference seat qualification assessment trial mission commences immediately. Chapter 44, The Lost Golden Ancient City Ruins. The cold system notification sounded simultaneously in the minds of all the top contestants from various nations selected to participate in this trial. This trial mode is Multi-Nation Joint Strategic Combat Mission. Trial location: the Lost Golden Ancient City Ruins SSS Class Composite Haunted Domain. Core trial objective: within the stipulated timeframe, matched participants from all nations may employ any means cooperation, competition, or even confrontation to successfully eliminate the ultimate guardian within the Golden City's central temple, the fragmented soul of the Golden Ancient God Semi-God Sovereign Tier. Final seat allocation rules: seat points will be evaluated and distributed through a final coordination meeting based on comprehensive factors including each nation's actual contribution to defeating the Golden Ancient God's remnant soul, exploration depth of the ancient city ruins, and acquisition of special strategic items. Note, this trial scenario is extremely hazardous with complex rules. All forms of confrontation and looting are permitted. Teleportation, commence. As the final system prompt echoed, blinding white beams simultaneously erupted across every corner of Blue Star, engulfing all selected elite matchmaking contestants including Ruan Xinglua, whose power had just surged again after consuming the 9-turn revival elixir. As the blinding light dissipated, a scorching wind carrying endless yellow sand and primordial desolation swept over them. Ruan Xinglua found herself standing at the outskirts of a vast, desolate ancient city ruin stretching endlessly before her. The sky hung a murky, earthen yellow. Huge, crumbling stone structures stood silently amidst the swirling sands like the skeletal remains of dying beasts, exuding an ancient aura that sent shivers down the spine. This was the SSS-grade composite weird domain, the Lost Golden City Ruins. Roar! Clank! Clank! Before all contestants could fully acclimate to the environment, the sound of metal scraping and roaring echoed from among the crumbling ruins. Countless golden guardian puppets, several meters tall and composed entirely of dark gold metal, their eye sockets burning with ghostly blue soul flames, along with twisted, mutated entities whose bodies had bizarrely fused with the ancient city's metal, surged forth from the ruins like a tidal wave. They attacked indiscriminately, targeting every newly arrived intruder. These guardian puppets ranged in strength from a rank to S rank, fighting with seamless coordination and utter disregard for their own lives. Ah! Help! We can't hold them off. These puppets are too powerful. Almost the instant the battle erupted, a makeshift squad of 3 minor nation contestants who had intended to observe from the periphery was instantly scattered by several peak rank golden guardian puppets due to coordination failures and insufficient strength. Next, a towering 10-meter-tall S-rank guardian puppet wielding a massive golden battle axe sliced through the fray like cutting through butter, instantly eliminating 2 players by cleaving them into a spray of blood mist. The remaining contestant, screaming in terror and despair, was swallowed by a horde of mutated monstrosities, meeting the same fate as his comrades. The faint glimmer of national fortune their country had just kindled with the emergence of an SS-grade relic was instantly and mercilessly extinguished, even beginning a frenzied retreat. The terror of the SSS-grade haunted realm was laid bare in that moment. At the chaotic edge of the battlefield, Jessica from the beautiful nation, Ivan from the Northern Bear Nation, and several top-tier contestants from the European Union with steady auras converged at the very first opportunity. Oomph, a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even survive the appetizer. Jessica watched the small nation players being instantly eliminated in the distance, a cold, disdainful sneer curling her lips. The aura of the Knight of Calamity radiating from her body intertwined with the SS-grade banner of glory, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ivan, Francois, as per our prior agreement. Jessica addressed Ivan from the Northern Bear Nation and the blonde-haired man named Francois, leader of the European Alliance. Our 3 nations form the strongest alliance. Our target is the core of the ancient city. We will eliminate the remnant soul of the golden ancient god at the fastest pace and seize the greatest contribution points. Ivan of the Northern Bear Nation, true to her name, possessed a rugged and bold temperament. Shouldering a giant battle axe taller than herself, its runic glow shimmering, she boomed in a deep, resonant voice, "No problem. Anyone who dares stand in our way had better ask my Mother Earth for permission first." Francois of the European Alliance appeared more composed and calculating. Pushing his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, he smiled faintly. "Pleased to cooperate. According to our European Union analysis, beyond the final ancient god, this trial conceals numerous undiscovered secrets and treasures within the ancient city. We must seize the initiative. We cannot let certain fortunate nations gain the upper hand again." As he spoke, his gaze drifted meaningfully toward a certain direction. The 3 of them represented the 3 most powerful forces on Blue Star, surpassed only by China in terms of comprehensive national strength and expertise in exploring the uncanny. In that moment, they swiftly forged a temporary alliance, forming a force powerful enough to crush any smaller coalition. Their objective was clear: to strike directly at the core of the golden ancient city. In their eyes, this might be their last and best opportunity to effectively weaken China's influence before the conference convened. As for the participants from secondary powers like Sakura Nations Jingu Akiha and the Stick Nation, witnessing the golden ancient city's terrifying opening phase, they too began forming alliances and shifting allegiances. Some chose to swallow their pride and submit pledges of allegiance to the United States alliance, hoping to become vassals and secure a share of the spoils later. Or at the very least, to preserve their lives and minimize the damage to their national fortunes. Others spontaneously formed several relatively weaker second-tier alliances, intending to cautiously explore the outer regions seeking not glory, but merely to avoid blame. The entire periphery of the golden ancient city ruins instantly became a sea of hidden currents, driven by the divergent choices and actions of the nation's participants. At that very moment, Ruan Xingluo, the instant her teleportation ended, immediately scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. She realized she had been teleported to a relatively remote area in the southeast corner of the ancient city ruins. Aside from the swirling yellow sand and a few crumbling stone statues, she saw no other contestants for the moment. What weighed heavier on her heart was the absence of any aura from the helpers Zhou Yan might have arranged for her. It seemed that this time, the rule forces of the SSS-grade composite deceptive realm were more powerful than any previous instance. Even Zhou Yan couldn't easily open a backdoor to her side. For now, she could only rely on herself and the power of the China's national dragon pillar mark on her hand, which had become fused with her soul. This scene, naturally, was broadcast live through the national fortune stream, clearly visible to viewers worldwide. Many foreign commentators and experts, previously silenced by Zhou Yan's astonishing maneuvers, now seemed to have found fresh ammunition. Chapter 45, Isolated. See? I told you the rules of an SSS-tier realm of mystery shouldn't be underestimated. That Chinese woman is isolated. Her earlier smooth sailing was entirely due to her mysterious, bizarre husband. Now, without that special assistance and endless cheat items, I'll be damned if this weakling woman can last long in this SSS-tier realm swallowed by yellow sand. Exactly. The guardian puppets of the golden ancient city aren't like those dumb fools at the soul drowning pier, held back by the rules. Every single one here is a genuine killing machine. China's luck has run out. Just wait until she's torn to shreds by the golden puppets and the nation's fortune plummets. These venomous remarks once again filled the air. Room 101, Happy Neighborhood. Zhou Yan remained in his usual lazy posture. On the coffee table before him, a real-time sand table projection of the golden ancient city ruins had materialized from scattered starlight. The projection clearly marked the real-time positions of every contestant, along with energy readings and danger levels across the city's sectors. Watching Ruan Xingluo teleport alone to the southeast corner, then observing the swift alliances forming among the United States and other factions as they subtly encircled the core area, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. The golden ancient city, an old place with a certain charm. Just as Ruan Xinglua began to feel isolated and helpless, the ancient brass compass in her hand, playfully dubbed the Flower Master's Compass by Zhou Yan, suddenly trembled faintly once more. This time, it did not merely steer her away from danger as before. Instead, it pointed with unwavering certainty toward a direction ahead and to her left, obscured by rolling sand dunes. "This is the compass my husband gave me? Is it guiding me?" A flicker of hope ignited within Ruan Xinglua, instantly lifting her spirits. Without hesitation, she followed the compass's guidance, advancing cautiously toward that direction. She traversed the ruins of an ancient battlefield buried beneath thick yellow sand, the air thick with the faint scent of rust and an unshakable aura of resentment. Suddenly, a violent clash of energies erupted from behind a massive dune not far ahead, accompanied by shrieks and agonized cries. Her heart tightened, and she hastened her pace, quietly climbing to the top of the dune. The scene before her eyes made her pause in surprise. In a hollow below the dune, a makeshift squad of 5 or 6 marriage candidates, each dressed differently, clearly hailing from different small nations, was now surrounded by over a dozen riders. These riders stood over 5 meters tall, clad in tattered golden armor, riding fearsome warhorses made of white bones, wielding enormous knights' lances blazing with ghostly blue flames. Each of these golden wraith knights radiated an S-rank aura of terror. The thick aura of death and resentful resentment emanating from them was almost enough to stain the surrounding yellow sand black. Though the small nations team fought desperately, their strength paled in comparison to these S-rank golden wraith knights. Their formation had long since shattered, several members bearing wounds, and total annihilation seemed imminent. At the forefront of the besieged group stood a woman clad in exotically ornate attire, her hand gripping a curved blade that emitted a faint aura of sanctity. Ruan Xinglua looked closely and recognized her. It was Mia, the matchmaker from a wealthy oil-rich nation whom she had briefly met at the Blood Moon restaurant. The Mia before her bore no resemblance to the composed, elegant woman from the Blood Moon restaurant. Her fair face was deathly pale, a trace of blood staining her lips, her eyes filled with panic and despair. Her bizarre husband seemed unable to fully manifest within the constraints of some peculiar rule governing this ancient golden city ruin. He could only barely provide Mia with a faint crimson protective barrier, shielding her from the direct erosion of the death aura emanating from those golden specter knights. As Mia fought desperately, the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of a familiar yet complex figure from China atop the sand dunes. It was her? Ruan Xinglua? How could she be here? Mia's expression instantly became incredibly complex, filled with shock, surprise, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. Seeing Mia in peril, Ruan Xinglua hesitated. Though their past interactions had been sparse, and Mia had even hinted at subtle disdain during their time at the Blood Moon restaurant, Ruan Xinglua couldn't bear to watch her perish before her eyes. Besides, having one more potential ally was always better than having one more enemy. "Watch out!" Ruan Xinglua cried out sharply, hesitation vanishing as she leapt from the sand dune. The imperial dragon seal mark on her back erupted in dazzling golden light. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A condensed golden dragon energy surged forth like a whip, slamming into the 2 golden wraith knights poised to deliver a fatal blow to Mia. Bang! Bang! The 2 S-rank golden wraith knights were sent flying backwards several meters by the sudden surge of golden dragon energy, their golden armor groaning under the strain. Mia narrowly dodged the fatal strike at the last moment. Staring at Ruan Xinglua, who appeared before her as if sent by divine intervention, her eyes widened in disbelief. The dragon pillar power emanating from her body was even more potent and refined than when she had been at the Soul Drowning Pier. "Thank you. Cut the chatter. Deal with these bastards first." Ruan Xinglua's tone was steady. She was no longer the frightened young girl who panicked at the first sign of danger. Seeing this, Mia and her remaining teammates were instantly galvanized. They immediately coordinated with Ruan Xinglua, providing flanking support and joining the assault. What had been a one-sided ambush suddenly took a miraculous turn thanks to Ruan Xinglua's unexpected arrival. After a fierce battle and paying a certain price, Ruan Xinglua, Mia, and the others finally succeeded in repelling this squad of S-rank golden wraith knights. Phew! Thank you, Miss Ruan. Mia gasped for breath, hands on her knees. If you hadn't shown up in time, we might have. It was nothing. Ruan Xinglua waved her hand dismissively. Though she too had expended considerable energy, her recovery speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Just then, Mia seemed to recall something, her expression shifting slightly. Lowering her voice, she addressed Ruan Xinglua. "Miss Ruan, I have some extremely important intelligence that might be useful to you." She paused, her tone growing grave as she continued. "According to confidential intelligence obtained by our oil nation, the strongest alliance formed by the beautiful nation, the Northern Bear Nation, and the European Union seems to have acquired a special artifact capable of temporarily suppressing the golden ancient god's remnant soul." Chapter 46, Slight Deviation. They are now gathering their mightiest forces to launch a brutal assault on the ancient city's core temple. Their goal isn't merely to slay the ancient god and claim the greatest contribution points. More crucially, it seems they also covet the ancient city's core treasure, a relic potentially more valuable than the ancient god itself that may lie beyond the golden ancient god's temple. As Mia spoke, a deep worry flickered in her eyes. She drew from her bosom a slightly damaged map of the golden ancient city ruins, rendered on special animal hide. Pointing to a blood-red temple symbol marked at the map's center, she continued. The slumbering site of the golden ancient god's remnant soul should lie within this golden temple. However, as far as I know, reaching the temple requires first breaching the triple golden barrier formed by the ancient city's concentrated power. The beautiful nation alliance harbors wolfish ambitions. Should they succeed, they won't merely dominate the coordination conference, they might even exploit the core artifact to threaten the entire Blue Star's security. Mia gazed at Ruan Xinglua, her eyes filled with solemnity. Miss Ruan, I know you possess formidable strength and may have backing beyond our imagination. I propose we temporarily set aside national stances and form a temporary defensive alliance. Together, we must confront the United States' strongest coalition and do everything in our power to thwart their schemes. Ruan Xinglua took the tattered animal skin map, studied it carefully, then glanced down at the compass in her hand. It still trembled faintly, its needle steadfastly pointing toward a specific direction. She fell deep in thought. The compass's direction largely aligned with the golden temple marked on the map, yet there seemed to be a slight discrepancy. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia were discussing their plans. Dozens of kilometers away, on the other side of the golden ancient city ruins, the main battlefield raged. The strongest allied forces comprising the United States, the Northern Bear Nation, and the European Union were now engaged in a grueling battle against a colossal light wall over 100 meters tall. All ranged units. Focus fire on the third section on the left. That's the energy weak point. Jessica of the United States hovered mid-air, her SS-grade banner of glory fluttering in the air, emanating waves of calamity and decay that steadily eroded the defensive energy of the golden barrier. Her exquisite features were etched with solemn determination. Beside her, Ivan, the war bear of the Northern Bear Nation, charged like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Each swing of his massive battle axe, blazing with blinding lightning, carried terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Shatter it for me! Ivan roared, veins bulging on her forehead. Several top players from the European alliance also unleashed their ultimate techniques. Some commanded colossal stone golems to smash the barrier, while others chanted ancient, obscure incantations, attempting to dismantle its structure at the fundamental level. At the alliance's center, a terrifying spear over 10 meters long, its entire body a dark gold, steadily gathered energy under the combined efforts of several dedicated support players, preparing for a fatal strike. This Godslayer spear replica was their ultimate trump card, the very reason they dared to assault the core region of this SSS-tier golden ancient city. Yet, despite their formidable lineup and powerful trump card, progress remained painstakingly slow against this first layer of golden barriers. Each fierce assault triggered a fierce backlash from the ancient city's protective barriers, forcing them to divert a significant portion of their energy to defense. Damn it! This damn wall is too tough. Jessica couldn't help but curse under her breath. At this rate, by the time we break through these 3 layers of golden barriers, the yellow chrysanthemum will have gone cold. Ivan panted, cut the crap. The sooner we break through, the sooner we get what's inside. I'm not letting the Chinese woman scoop up another big prize. Their objective was crystal clear, beat everyone else to the core temple of the Golden City, seize whatever treasure lay within a relic powerful enough to reshape the nation's destiny. They were convinced this was the only way to properly conquer an SSS-tier dungeon. Crush everything with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, guided by the Flower Master Compass, Ruan Xinglua and Mia arrived at a region starkly different from the main battlefield. As they drew closer to the Golden Temple marked on the map, the compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand suddenly jerked violently. It veered away from the broad, heavily guarded main thoroughfare and instead pointed toward a hidden, ancient passageway half buried in thick yellow sand and seemingly insignificant. The passageway's entrance bore deep weathering marks, surrounded by scattered fragments of broken stone carvings. Without the compass's clear guidance, no one would have suspected a passage lay hidden here. What astonished Ruan Xinglua and Mia even more was the faint, plum blossom-shaped energy mark etched onto an inconspicuous, broken stone tablet at the passage's entrance. This mark. The moment Mia saw the plum blossom imprint, her eyes narrowed sharply, her face contorting with disbelief. She instinctively glanced at the ancient-looking compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand and gasped, "Miss Ruan, the markings on your compass. Could it be?" A preposterous yet heart-stopping thought flashed through Mia's mind. Just how terrifying was the background of this Chinese woman's husband? Ruan Xinglua remained oblivious to Mia's thoughts. She simply reasoned that if the compass pointed the way, Zhou Yan must have his reasons. Let's go inside and see. Without much hesitation, Ruan Xinglua led the way into the dim, ancient passageway. Mia took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and followed closely behind. However, this seemingly abandoned ancient passageway proved far from the smooth journey they had imagined. Inside, light was dim, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and long-buried dust. The floor and walls were riddled with powerful energy traps. The slightest misstep could trigger devastating attacks capable of crippling even S-rank anomalies. Worse still, specific sections of the passage were infested with thousands of fearless golden sacred beetles. Though individually not the strongest among a rank peak tier creatures, their sheer numbers and formidable defenses were enough to give any team below S rank a headache. Watch out. These bugs are strange. Their shells absorb energy attacks. Mia swung her sacred scimitar, barely slicing through several charging golden sacred beetles, only to find her attacks significantly weakened. Ruan Xinglua also furrowed her delicate brows as she channeled the power of the dragon pillar. Chapter 47, Golden Heart. Though the dragon energy could blast away entire swaths of sacred beetles, the damn things seemed endless, surging back relentlessly. Working together, Ruan Xinglua led the assault. Harnessing the righteous energy of the dragon pillar and its inherent power against evil entities, she forcibly carved a path through the swarm. Mia supported them from the flanks, using the power of blood and slaughter to eliminate any stragglers. Their coordination was seamless. Though progress was painstakingly slow, they steadily advanced deeper into the passageway. After an unknown span of time, when they finally emerged from the ancient passageway, utterly exhausted, the sight before them froze them in place once more. This was not the core of the golden temple they had anticipated, but an even more ancient, vast, and sacred sacrificial hall. At the hall's center stood a towering, decades-high phantom figure. The phantom wore faded, ancient priestly robes and held a golden scepter crafted from pure gold, encrusted with countless precious gems. This phantom was none other than the phantom of the ancient high priest of this golden city. The aura emanating from it, though not as savage as the previous golden wraith knight nor as cold as the golden guardian puppet, was far more profound and majestic. It was unmistakably a terrifying guardian at the peak of S rank. The high priest's phantom showed no intent to attack. It stood silently, its vacant gaze fixed upon Ruan Xinglua and Mia, as if scrutinizing whether they possessed the worthiness to enter the true core. Just as anxiety gripped Ruan Xinglua and Mia, the flower master compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, which had consistently guided their path, suddenly burst into brilliant light without warning the moment it faced the ancient high priest's phantom. Its gentle, sacred rhythm instantly dispelled the ancient chill and deathly stillness that had accumulated within this hall of worship over countless millennia. The lingering shadow, which had stood motionless like a statue, sensed this familiar aura. Miraculously, a trace of reverence flickered in its previously vacant eyes. The golden scepter in its hand lowered slightly, and its massive, translucent form slowly shifted aside, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. Simultaneously, an ancient, profoundly liberated thought transmitted clearly into Ruan Xinglua and Mia's minds. Bearer of the flower god's token, enter. The golden heart here has lain dormant for far too long. It has been waiting for its new master. Ruan Xinglua and Mia exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of disbelief and shock in the other's eyes. They cautiously followed the path cleared by the high priestess's lingering image, stepping into the mysterious entrance that radiated a golden glow. Beyond the entrance lay a circular chamber, not particularly large. At the chamber's center, a massive golden heart over 3 meters in diameter floated silently, pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm. Like a golden sun shrunk a billion times over, it radiated boundless light and heat, along with an overwhelming, suffocating terror of energy. With each beat, it seemed to pulse in unison with the very heartbeat of the entire golden ancient city, causing Ruan Xinglua and Mia to feel their very souls resonate in response. This was the energy source of the golden ancient city, the immortal core left behind by the fallen golden ancient god of legend, the Golden Heart. An SSS-grade core artifact. The purity of energy contained within far surpassed even the dragon pillar Ruan Xinglua had previously obtained. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure capable of altering the course of a nation's destiny. Yet, just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia were about to step forward to attempt claiming this peerless artifact, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from beyond the chamber. Immediately following, Jessica's shrill laughter, filled with ecstasy and greed, pierced the air. Ha 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 ha! Damn golden barrier, we finally shattered it! The treasures inside are ours. Accompanied by their arrogant laughter, the combined forces of the United States, Russia, and the European Union stormed into the core chamber like ravenous wolves. The moment Jessica, Ivan, and the others laid eyes on the dazzling golden heart at the chamber's center, a sun-like orb radiating endless temptation, their eyes instantly filled with boundless greed and fervor. My God! Is this the heart of the ancient golden god? Ivan gasped in shock, his massive axe trembling slightly in his hands from the sheer excitement. Ha 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 ha! Perfect! What a stroke of luck! Jessica was beside herself with triumph. But when she saw Ruan Xinglua and Mia standing beside the golden heart, her expression twisted into sheer madness. It's you again! Jessica's smugness instantly turned to icy fury at the sight of Ruan Xinglua and Mia in the secret chamber, especially the golden heart radiating endless temptation. She gritted her teeth and spat, "It's you two thieving scoundrels again." Ivan of the Northern Bear Kingdom also glared at the two with a bitter expression. They had worked so hard, paid such a heavy price just to barely breach the damn triple golden barrier. And now, these two women had arrived here unscathed, beating them to it. Who could swallow such humiliation? Hand over the golden heart. Then sever one of your arms, and we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Jessica screamed. Behind her, members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance, along with elite fighters from the Northern Bear Nation and the European Union, drew their weapons and magical artifacts, surrounding Ruan Xinglua and Mia with hostile stares and murderous intent. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath. Her eyes showed no trace of retreat, instead flashing with unprecedented resolve. She could clearly sense what this golden heart meant to her, to the fate of China, and even to the dragon pillar mark on her opponent's back. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She gently pressed her right hand onto the vivid national dragon pillar mark on her left wrist, prepared to summon its power at any cost and fight these formidable foes to the bitter end. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Upon contact with the overwhelming, boundless energy of the golden heart, and energy that seemed to share the same origin, the dragon pillar mark on her hand began to emit a series of excited, joyful hums. An indescribable, soul-shaking craving surged forth from the mark like a flood breaking through a dam. It wanted to devour that golden heart. Facing dozens of formidable, predatory top competitors surrounding her, Mia from the Oil Nation gritted her teeth. She glanced at the resolute expression on Wan Xinglua beside her, then at the golden heart radiating its deadly allure. A complex flicker passed through her eyes. Moments later, as if resolving something, she spoke in a solemn voice to Wan Xinglua, "Mrs. Zhou, I may not know the true nature of your mysterious gentleman, some figure of unparalleled power and influence. But today, within this golden temple, I, Mia, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Consider it repayment for your assistance at the Blood Moon restaurant." Without waiting for Wan Xinglua's reply, Mia let out a sharp command. With a flick of her wrist, a miniature blood-red jade coffin no larger than a palm yet radiating a thick aura of blood-soaked killing intent appeared in her palm. Blood coffin secret art, soul-binding spirit trapping. Mia chanted the incantation as the miniature blood-red jade coffin abruptly opened, unleashing waves of pure, blood-soaked aura that surged out violently. Several powerful crimson chains, coalesced from the blood aura, shot out like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs, targeting the surrounding alliance members. Chapter 48, Pseudo-Mythic Tier. Ah! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Several support players from the European alliance were caught completely off guard. Instantly, they were tightly bound by the crimson chains, unable to move, while green smoke continuously rose from their bodies, a sign of being corroded by the blood-killing aura. Mia was attempting to buy even a few precious seconds for Wan Xinglua with her own strength. Just as Wan Xinglua prepared to recklessly activate the dragon pillar's power and attempt to absorb that golden heart, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The massive golden heart suspended in the chamber's center seemed to sense the mark of the dragon pillar of China on Wan Xinglua's hand. Its steady, powerful pulsation suddenly accelerated violently. Without any guidance from Wan Xinglua, the massive golden heart spontaneously split off streams of golden energy purer and more colossal than ever before. These golden energy torrents rushed headlong, madly surging toward the tiny dragon pillar mark on the back of Wan Xinglua's left hand. Upon contact with these pure golden energy torrents, the five-clawed golden dragon phantom coiled around the dragon pillar mark seemed to come alive in an instant. It let out a joyous dragon's roar, brimming with boundless delight and greed, then abruptly opened its majestic maw. Like a whale gulping water, it swallowed every last drop of the surging golden energy streams clean. As the golden energy poured in ceaselessly, the aura of the five-clawed golden dragon phantom on the dragon pillar mark surged with terrifying, visible intensity. More solid, more majestic, more sacred. This can't be possible. Jessica, Ivan, and the others stared at the unfathomable scene before them, utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They had toiling endlessly, exerting every ounce of strength, even resorting to their ultimate trump card, the Godslayer spear, just to barely breach those 3 layers of golden barriers. They had believed that once inside, they could claim this golden heart as their own. Yet, they never imagined it would actively choose a master? And in a manner they couldn't begin to comprehend. The proud golden heart had been so effortlessly absorbed by the Chinese woman they had always looked down upon? This was more agonizing than death itself. Stop her. Quickly. Stop her from absorbing the golden heart at any cost. Jessica snapped out of it first, letting out a frenzied scream. The aura of the Night of Calamity erupted from her body. With a fierce swing of the glorious banner of the Sunken Knights in her hand, a grey pillar of light, filled with decay and destruction, slammed violently toward Wan Xinglua, who was passively receiving the energy infusion. Ivan and the other alliance members snapped back into action, unleashing their most powerful attacks in a relentless barrage against Wan Xinglua. However, just as their attacks were about to strike Wan Xinglua, an energy shield spontaneously formed around the golden heart that had been continuously channeling energy. Boom! 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 Every attack from the Beautiful Nation Alliance vanished the instant it touched that golden energy shield, dissipating into nothingness like a stone sinking into the sea. Not even a ripple was left behind. Several weaker alliance members, caught too close, were instantly repelled by the backlash of their own attacks. Screaming in agony, they flew backward, blood spurting from their mouths, severely wounded on the spot. This can't be possible? Even the golden heart is aiding her? Jessica watched Wan Xinglua, her aura steadily rising under the shield's protection, trembling with rage, nearly losing her mind. Room 101, Happiness Community. Zhou Yan watched the live Santable projection showing the golden heart actively throwing itself at Wan Xinglua. A faint smile touched his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This little golden bean I casually planted back then has finally ripened. At least it knows its place coming to its master on its own. He lifted his teacup and sipped slowly. Years ago, he had extracted the final remnants of life and divine essence from a dying ancient golden god, transforming them into this golden heart. He had casually tossed it into this long-abandoned ancient city, using it as an energy core to sustain the city's functions. It was also a way to nurture it slowly, waiting for it to fully mature. As for that sudden golden energy shield? Merely a minor restriction he'd casually placed beside the golden heart back then. Its purpose was to prevent certain blind ants from disturbing its tranquility during its slumber. By all accounts, it had served its purpose well. Golden Ancient City, Core Chamber. After voraciously devouring vast quantities of pure, homogeneous energy from the golden heart, the mark of the fragmented dragon pillar of China on Yuan Xingluo's hand had solidified to an unprecedented degree. The illusory five-clawed golden dragon coiled within it seemed poised to burst free at any moment, transforming into a true guardian dragon of the nation. Beneath the pillar mark, the once clear character fragment now began to flicker violently. Its strokes were visibly blurring and fading at a rapid pace. It seemed that this replica of the dragon pillar of the nation, having absorbed the immense energy of the SSS-grade golden heart, was about to undergo some earth-shattering, astonishing transformation toward a higher realm. As the golden heart, once radiant as the sun, visibly dimmed at a rate discernible to the naked eye, the aura emanating from the Chinese woman grew ever more potent. Even the dragon-shaped mark on the back of her hand seemed to stir with life. The members of the United Nations Alliance plunged into utter despair and madness. Jessica and Ivan exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a flicker of unwillingness and a resolve bordering on mutual destruction. They were about to unleash the desperate, potentially self-destructive, mutually assured terror card. If we can't have it, then no one else shall. The energy of the golden heart surged like a volcano finding its outlet, violently flooding into the fragmented dragon pillar of China mark on Yuan Xingluo's hand. The five-clawed golden dragon's phantom on the pillar mark, having absorbed nearly half the golden heart's colossal energy, had solidified to a terrifying degree. Crack! A faint yet distinct cracking sound emanated from the depths of the dragon pillar mark. Beneath the mark, the clearly visible character fragment vanished completely in that instant, as if erased by an invisible divine brush. In its place appeared a faintly luminous yet seemingly veiled character. Imitation. Imitation Huaxia dragon pillars. Though still bearing the prefix imitation, its tier had been forcibly elevated from its previous SSS rank to an entirely new level, one so formidable that even the system could only vaguely sense its terrifying power. Pseudo-mythic tier. Roar. A colossal force of national destiny, tenfold more immense than when fusing the abyssal wrath aggregate, along with the purest essence of dragon soul primal energy, surged back from this evolved dragon pillar like a celestial river pouring down from the heavens, flooding the distant blue stars Huaxia. Chapter 49, Reborn. Above the land of China, the golden dragon of national fortune, already vast enough to obscure the sky, roared with a dragon's cry that echoed across the entire blue star, piercing through the spatial barrier between the bizarre world and Earth itself. Its colossal dragon form surged in size at a visible pace. Each dragon scale became denser and heavier, radiating an immortal golden divine radiance. Its horns stood sharp and imposing, its eyes radiated majestic authority, its claws gleamed with razor-sharp precision, and its flowing whiskers danced in the void. An unprecedented, overwhelming dragon might emanated from its body, instantly enveloping all of East Asia and spreading toward the entire globe. Some neighboring small nations that had previously harbored hostility toward China found their already fragile national fortunes shattered like paper under the overwhelming pressure of this tyrannical dragon's might, immediately emitting wails of despair. Several nations with unstable foundations saw their pillars of national fortune shattered into fragments, disintegrating completely. Within China, every citizen watching the live broadcast, regardless of age, gender, or location, felt something profoundly clear in that instant. It was as if an invisible shackle that had bound them for ages had been severed from the depths of their souls. Their minds became sharper and clearer than ever before. Their bodies seemed infused with some mysterious vitality, as strength, speed, and reaction times all saw universal enhancement. A sudden flash of insight. A complete transformation. Within the core chamber of the golden ancient city. Watching the energy of the golden heart drain away by nearly half, while the aura of that Chinese woman grew increasingly terrifying, Jessica, Ivan, and the others plunged into utter madness and despair. They knew the tide had turned. The rise of China, fueled by that enigmatic Zhou Yan, had become unstoppable. Damn it! Damn it! Jessica let out a hysterical shriek, her once beautiful face twisted by jealousy and rage, now grotesquely hideous. Ivan's eyes, cold as Siberian wolves, flashed with a madness that threatened to destroy everything. They exchanged a glance, as if deciding something. If we can't have it, neither shall China. Jessica roared fiercely. Activate catastrophe horn convergence. As her words fell, Jessica, Ivan, and the blonde man named Francois, leader of the European Union faction, simultaneously retrieved peculiar horn fragments from their respective storage spaces. The fragments instantly attracted each other, snapping together with a series of sharp clicks to form a pitch-black horn engraved with countless twisted, wailing faces. This was the SSS-grade disposable composite artifact they had barely obtained from a forbidden realm at an unimaginable cost, the Cataclysm Horn Aggregate. Its most terrifying function was the ability to summon a dreadful calamity aura imbued with destructive forces, plague, chaos, despair, and every conceivable negative concept. Yet to activate it, every user must collectively sacrifice a portion of their life essence and the national fortune of the country they represent. This was nothing short of a suicidal gambit, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while inflicting 1,200 upon oneself. As Jessica and the others frantically channeled their life force and national fortune into it, the pitch-black calamity horn aggregate emitted a terrifying wail like the howl of a demon god. A calamitous aura, infused with the ultimate will to destroy, descended like a black storm of death. Its target was the Golden Heart, which was continuously channeling energy to Ruan Xinglua, and Ruan Xinglua herself, standing not far from the Golden Heart. They no longer harbored any hope of seizing the Golden Heart. Their sole purpose now was to utterly destroy it. Even if it meant paying an unbearably heavy price themselves, they absolutely could not allow Huaxia to rise so easily. Faced with this terrifying calamity aura, one powerful enough to drive any S-rank anomaly to despair, Mia beside her instantly turned as pale as paper, every trace of color drained from her face. Yet within her beautiful eyes, a rare glint of resolute determination and fierce resolve flashed. This is the power of the forbidden artifact, the Horn of Calamity. I'll block it. Mia cried out sharply, hurling the cracked miniature blood-red jade coffin in her hands into the air without hesitation. The blood-red jade coffin swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal coffin over 10 meters tall. Emanating a thick aura of blood and slaughter, it stood like a crimson shield, barring the path between Ruan Xinglua and that world-shattering, calamitous force. Blood coffin buries souls, impervious to all evil. Mia spat a mouthful of essence blood, which merged into the blood coffin. An unprecedented surge of blood slaughter energy erupted from the coffin, colliding violently with the terrifying calamity descending from the heavens. Boom! Yet the combined might of the calamity horn was overwhelmingly tyrannical, especially when channeled by several elite practitioners at any cost. Mia's blood coffin held out for less than 3 seconds before its surface cracked like spiderwebs. The Golden Heart, seemingly sensing the mortal threat, erupted with its remaining energy. Around Ruan Xinglua and the Dragon Pillar, it formed yet another protective shield, this time denser and more brilliant than before. Yet even this dual defense seemed precarious against the calamitous aura saturated with concepts of destruction and chaos. The golden shield trembled violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Madame Zhou. This is the absolute limit of what I can do? Mia's voice grew faint from the extreme drain on her strength. She stared intently at the calamitous aura relentlessly eroding the blood coffin, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Happiness Community, Unit 101. Zhou Yan's expression, which had held a hint of playful amusement, darkened instantly upon seeing the dark, amorphous form of the calamity horn coalesce. A bunch of reckless ants, daring to wield such a forbidden artifact. Since you wish to play, then this lord shall play with you. Zhou Yan did not immediately attack as before, nor did he intervene through the compass. Instead, he extended a slender, pale finger and gently plucked at the void, as if strumming fragile. There, several threads of causality represented Jessica, Ivan, and other core members of the beautiful Nation Alliance. Only he could see these threads, each entwined with strands of national fortune and life force. Golden Ancient City, within the core chamber. Just as Jessica, Ivan, and the others let a savage, triumphant grin spread across their faces. Suddenly, without warning, every one of them felt the energy link between themselves and the cataclysmic horn convergence become wildly unstable, as if it might snap at any moment. Then, something even more terrifying happened. A significant portion of the terrifying calamity aura that should have been unleashed upon Ruan Xinglua and the Golden Heart began to violently backfire upon them, spiraling out of control. Ah! No! Jessica let out a piercing scream. How could this happen? She felt a force brimming with plague and chaos violently surge into her body. Her power rapidly drained away, her skin erupting with countless disgusting pus-filled blisters. Her mind descended into utter chaos, horrifying illusions swirling before her eyes. Chapter 50, Utter Defeat. Ivan, Francois, and the others suffered a similar fate. Instantly, bizarre and terrifying negative effects manifested upon them. Some bled from their 7 orifices, others began to rot, while still others descended into madness, lashing out wildly at their companions. It wasn't just the physical wounds that left them feeling utterly hopeless. What truly crushed them was the stark realization that their nation's fate was plummeting at an unprecedented speed, spiraling downward with terrifying speed. Most of the calamity's energy had been consumed by them. Yet a small portion of the disaster's weakened aftermath still pierced through Mia's blood coffin defense, which was already on the verge of shattering, violently striking Ruan Xinglua and the Golden Heart, now significantly dimmed. Boom! After absorbing this final wave of calamity, Mia's blood-red coffin could no longer hold. With a thunderous boom, it shattered completely, scattering into a sky filled with crimson fragments. Mia herself flew backward letting out a soft gasp as blood spurted from her mouth. Her vitality plummeted to its lowest ebb in an instant. She had suffered unimaginable damage. Ruan Xinglua, bearing the brunt of the impact, though shielded by both the protective dragon energy of the state-guarding dragon pillar and the golden heart, still trembled violently under the assault of this bizarre and overpowering remnant wave. A metallic taste filled her throat as she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, and her vitality waned considerably. After absorbing the calamity's aftereffects, the golden heart's golden radiance dimmed completely, flickering like a candle in the wind. Meanwhile, core members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance Jessica, Ivan, Francois, and others suffered horrific counterstrikes from the calamity. Not only were they gravely wounded, but the national fortunes of the Beautiful Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, the European Union, and other nations they represented plummeted directly into the depths of history. Even on their homeworlds, large-scale bizarre uprisings erupted one after another. Some cities faced catastrophic consequences like guardian deities going offline or guardian artifacts spiraling out of control. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground in utter disarray, their eyes filled with terror and despair. And deep regret. This time, they had lost utterly and completely. After this harrowing upheaval, the energy of the Golden Heart had been depleted by more than half due to its continuous output and the final catastrophic impact. The remaining energy no longer flowed actively toward Ruan Xinglua's dragon pillar mark as before. Instead, it hovered quietly at the center of the chamber, emitting a soft, restrained golden glow. Like a weary sovereign needing rest after a great battle. Ruan Xinglua cautiously approached, noticing the suffocating, terrifying pressure had vanished. She extended her hand and could now safely touch the golden heart. She could sense the immense energy still contained within its core. Yet it seemed her dragon pillar could not fully absorb all that power. Otherwise, too much of a good thing could lead to unforeseen problems for the dragon pillar due to the overwhelming complexity of the energy. She carefully stored the golden heart within the storage space Zhou Yan had given her earlier. With that, the battle over the golden heart came to an end. Just as Ruan Xinglua had stowed away the golden heart and was about to check on Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ear. "Xinglua, bring over those few still breathing, those fools who don't know when to quit." At his words, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank. She instantly understood Zhou Yan's intent. She turned, her gaze cold as ice, sweeping over the members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance sprawled nearby. "All of you, come here." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority born of the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and the others were already like frightened birds. How could they dare harbor even a shred of resistance? Supporting each other like condemned prisoners, their faces ashen, they shuffled forward to stand before Ruan Xinglua. Through Ruan Xinglua, Zhou Yan etched a compensation list deep into Jessica and the others' souls. The demands were harsh to the extreme, yet they left no room for negotiation whatsoever. Among the demands, all nations involved in the siege and the deployment of the Calamity Horn Convergence, including the United States, Russia, and the European Union, must unconditionally and publicly endorse at least 3 core proposals put forth by China at the upcoming Multiverse Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Furthermore, before the conference concluded, each nation must surrender at least 5 S-grade or higher anomalous resources from their national treasuries as compensation for this offense. What left them most humiliated and despairing was the final note personally added by Zhou Yan. "Of course, you may choose not to pay. Then next time, it won't be as simple as severing a few insignificant causal threads to bring you minor misfortune." Just as this compensation list sufficient to cripple several major powers was delivered, a cold system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the entire ruins battlefield. The final qualification trial for the Lost Golden City ruins has officially concluded. Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua single-handedly turned the tide in this trial. Not only did she successfully obtain the SSS-grade core strategic artifact, the Golden Heart, but she also single-handedly quelled the rule chaos at the heart of the ancient city, purified the source of calamity, and made outstanding contributions to the stability and restoration of the entire SSS-grade composite weird domain. Comprehensive evaluation reaffirmed SSS+. The Huaxia civilization's contribution in this trial overwhelmingly surpassed all other participating civilizations. It shall receive the highest priority seat in maximum agenda waiting at the Multiverse Anomaly Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. The United States Alliance, having violated regulations by using the forbidden artifact Catastrophe Horn aggregate during the trial, severely disrupted instance order, and triggered catastrophic backlash, has had all its contribution points for this trial reset to 0. It is further penalized with a 1-tier downgrade in its Coordination Conference seat rank and partial deprivation of resource allocation rights. At this moment, every nation and faction worldwide observing this trial came to an undeniable realization. The rise of Huaxia, fueled by the presence of Zhou Yan, a man as unfathomable as a god or demon, had become utterly unstoppable. To some extent, Zhou Yan's will seem to have begun transcending certain superficial rules of the bizarre world. Only 3 days remained until the formal commencement of the conference. Nations across Blue Star were urgently processing the immense shockwaves and shifting power dynamics unleashed by the Golden Ancient City trial. Some were making frantic last-minute preparations for the impending conference, while others were overwhelmed by the task of paying the staggering compensation demands. Yet more nations were contemplating how to carve out a sliver of survival within this new world order dominated by China. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, the instigator of it all, leisurely retrieved an ancient map from a corner, one seemingly painted on some kind of animal hide. He spread the map before Wan Xinglua and casually circled 7 or 8 specific regions. Xinglua, when we get to that coordination meeting, you'll help your husband by circling these spots. Then tell those so-called rulers and ancient gods to. Zhou Yan paused, a faint smile curling his lips. I've set my sights on these places. Tell them to clean their necks and wait immediately, don't be ungrateful. Chapter 51, Unstoppable. She could sense that the golden heart still contained immense energy within it. However, that energy seemed unable to be fully absorbed by her dragon pillar. Otherwise, too much of a good thing could backfire, potentially causing the dragon pillar to malfunction due to the overwhelming complexity of the energy. She carefully stored the golden heart within the storage space Zhou Yan had given her earlier. With that, the battle over the golden heart was essentially concluded. Just as Ruan Xinglua finished stowing the golden heart and prepared to check Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ear. Xinglua, bring over those few still breathing, those fools who don't know when to quit. At his words, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank. She instantly understood Zhou Yan's intent. She turned, her gaze cold as ice, sweeping over the members of the beautiful nation alliance sprawled nearby. All of you, come here. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority born of the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and the others were already like frightened birds. How could they dare harbor even a shred of resistance? Supporting each other like condemned prisoners, their faces ashen, they shuffled forward to stand before Ruan Xinglua. Through Ruan Xinglua, Zhou Yan etched a compensation list deep into Jessica and the others' souls. The demands were harsh to the extreme, yet they left no room for negotiation whatsoever. Among the demands, all nations involved in the siege and the deployment of the Calamity Horn Convergence, including the United States, Russia, and the European Union, must unconditionally and publicly endorse at least 3 core proposals put forth by China at the upcoming Interdimensional Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Furthermore, before the conference concluded, each nation must surrender at least 5 S-grade or higher anomalous resources from their national treasuries as compensation for their transgression. What left them most humiliated and despairing was the final note personally added by Zhou Yan. Of course, you may choose not to pay. Then next time, it won't be as simple as severing a few insignificant causal threads to bring you minor misfortune. Just as this compensation list sufficient to cripple several major powers was delivered, a cold system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the entire ruins battlefield. The final qualification trial for the Lost Golden City ruins has officially concluded. Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua single-handedly turned the tide in this trial. Not only did she successfully obtain the SSS grade core strategic artifact, the Golden Heart, but she also single-handedly quelled the rule chaos at the heart of the ancient city, purified the source of calamity, and made outstanding contributions to the stability and restoration of the entire SSS grade composite weird domain. Comprehensive evaluation reaffirmed SSS+. The Huaxia civilization's contribution in this trial overwhelmingly surpassed all other participating civilizations. It shall receive the highest priority seat and maximum agenda weighting at the All Worlds Anomalous Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. The United States Alliance, having violated regulations by using the forbidden artifact Catastrophe Horn Aggregate during the trial, severely disrupted instance order, and triggered catastrophic backlash, has had all its contribution points for this trial reset to 0. It is further penalized with a 1-tier downgrade in its Coordination Conference seat rank and partial deprivation of resource allocation rights. At this moment, every nation and faction worldwide observing this trial came to an undeniable realization. The rise of Huaxia, fueled by the presence of Zhou Yan, a man as unfathomable as a god or demon, had become utterly unstoppable. Zhou Yan's will, to some extent, seemed to have begun transcending certain superficial rules of the bizarre world. Only 3 days remained until the formal convening of the Interworld Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Nations across Blue Star were urgently processing the immense shockwaves and shifting power dynamics unleashed by the Golden City trial. Some nations were making frantic last-minute preparations for the impending conference, while others were overwhelmed by the task of paying off their staggering compensation bills. More nations, however, were contemplating how to carve out a sliver of survival within this new world order dominated by China. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, the instigator of it all, leisurely retrieved an ancient star chart from a corner. The map was densely marked with strange characters and patterns that shimmered with starlight. He spread the map before Ruan Xinglua and casually circled 7 or 8 specific regions. Xinglua, when we get to that so-called coordination meeting, you'll help your husband by circling these places. Then tell those so-called rulers and ancient gods to. Zhou Yan paused, a faint smile curling his lips. I've set my sights on these places. Tell them to clean their necks and wait immediately, don't be ungrateful. Only 2 days remained until the multiverse conference. Zhou Yan's compensation list, coupled with Huaxia's overwhelming dominance in the Lost Ruins trials, sent shockwaves across the entire world. This compensation list is brutal. The United States is going to bleed dry this time. But honestly, they deserve it. What exactly is Zhou Yan's status? I heard some outsider envoy tried to meddle before, only to be sent packing with a single pebble? Is that even real? Now I get it. Compared to big shot Zhou Yan, the squabbles among Blue Star's nations look like kids playing house. Representatives from the United States and other nations receiving the list were initially stunned, then gripped by bone-chilling dread. They immediately attempted to contact their potential outside protectors behind the scenes, hoping for a reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, smaller nations that had been sitting on the fence immediately accelerated their efforts to secretly curry favor with China or even pledge allegiance outright. Just as panic gripped Blue Star's nations over this incident, a cold and imposing projection forcibly reconnected to the planet's public channel. It was Ming Zhao, the envoy of the heavenly Twilight Realm. His projection now radiated an even more sinister aura than his previous appearance. Those eyes, burning with deathly cold flames, resembled two ghostly fires, fixed intently upon the direction of Blue Star's Huaxia. The compensation you propose, Ming Zhao's thoughts transmitted directly to the representatives of the United States and other nations, is known to the sovereign. Such terms are indeed excessively harsh, violating the spirit of inter-world coordination. However, he shifted his tone, his thoughts tinged with a barely perceptible hint of apprehension. I too sense the will of that being from Blue Star Huaxia. Its depth is unfathomable. This matter should not be escalated privately. It must be addressed within the formal framework of the Coordination Conference, witnessed by the Multiverse Council, to seek a relatively reasonable solution. Chapter 52, All Under My Control. Subsequently, Ming Zhao's thoughts extended to all Blue Star civilizations that had received the conference invitation. Edict of the Heavenly Twilight Realm, to ensure the smooth convening of the Multiverse Coordination Conference and maintain fundamental stability in the newly emerging civilizations, effective immediately until the formal commencement of the conference, the Heavenly Twilight Realm shall temporarily assume the role of the Multiverse Council in mediating and restraining all excessive military conflicts and unreasonable economic demands between civilizations within Blue Star. The paramount principle is to foster a harmonious and orderly conference atmosphere. Any civilization disregarding this decree shall face further measures reserved by the Heavenly Twilight Realm. While ostensibly a mediation, these words were brimming with discontent toward Zhou Yan's prior actions. Happiness Community, Unit 101. Ruan Xinglua relayed the news of Ming Zhao's reappearance and the issuance of the mediation decree to Zhou Yan in full detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan merely picked up the starlight pebble from the coffee table, the very one he'd used to warn Ming Zhao earlier, and casually weighed it in his hand. A playful smile curved his lips. Oh? He dares to show his face again? If he wants to play peacemaker, he'd better hope his Tianming realm is tough enough. Seems that little stone didn't hurt him enough last time. He turned to look at Ruan Xinglua, his tone light as he said, never mind. He's nothing but a clown. Ignore him. At the meeting, just follow the plan I laid out for you earlier. As for that compensation list, they won't get away with shortchanging us a single penny. Oh, and one more thing. Zhou Yan added, those territories I circled for you on the star map at the meeting, remember to take a firm stance. Tell them straight out that those territories are China's internal affairs, and no outsider shall interfere. Seeing Zhou Yan's confident demeanor, as if everything was under his control, she nodded firmly. In the days that followed, Ruan Xinglua set aside the turmoil of the outside world and immersed herself in studying the ancient star chart on animal hide Zhou Yan had given her, along with the various materials and contingency plans prepared for her by China's think tank. The final night before the coordination meeting convened. The entire bizarre world, and indeed the many planes connected to Blue Star, were abuzz with undercurrents due to this impending summit meeting. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. At the exclusive compound housing the Huaxia delegation, malevolent psychic probes and energy fluctuations periodically attempted to pry and test the defenses. Without exception, these minor maneuvers vanished without a trace upon encountering the invisible energy barriers surrounding the compound, like a stone sinking into the sea, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Zhou Yan had already deployed comprehensive defenses. Inside the livestream, Chinese viewers were experiencing an extreme mix of emotions, their palms sweating with tension, yet filled with boundless anticipation and pride. Tomorrow is the Multiverse Coordination Conference. This is the decisive battle that will shape China's future and even reshape the entire Blue Star. Ruan, you must hold your ground and bring glory to our nation. Big shot Zhou Yan, tomorrow rests entirely on you. You absolutely must deliver. Don't let those outsiders underestimate us. That Ming Zhao from the Tianming realm looks like a real snake in the grass. He'll definitely try to undermine us at the conference. Ruan, you must stay vigilant. I believe in Miss Ruan. And I believe even more in big shot Zhou Yan behind her. Our Huaxia will emerge victorious in this interdimensional gambit. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Ruan Xinglua tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In her mind, she repeatedly rehearsed the various challenges and obstacles that might arise at tomorrow's meeting, pondering the countermeasures Zhou Yan had taught her. Just as her mind raced with anxiety, nearly suffocating under the weight of invisible pressure. Suddenly, she felt the mark of the dragon pillar of the nation, now bound to her very bloodline, on the back of her left hand begin to glow faintly. A pure, crystalline dragon energy slowly surged from the mark, flowing like a clear spring through her limbs and bones. Instantly, her tense spirit was revitalized, becoming exceptionally clear and serene. At the same moment, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, tinged with a hint of languor, echoed deep within her mind. Silly girl, still awake? Why dwell on so many things? Get some rest. Save your energy. Tomorrow promises quite the spectacle. Remember. Zhou Yan's voice paused, tinged with amusement. Those so-called coordination meetings are nothing but grand loot sharing sessions. And you, he continued, are my representative collecting rent. Relax. I've got everything covered. The next morning, the multiverse conference commenced in the central temple of the Void Star Sea. Within the temple lay a vast, boundless independent realm. Stars served as lamps, the Milky Way as the ceiling. Countless jade platforms, radiating an ancient and formidable aura, were scattered throughout this sacred space like suspended islands. Upon each jade platform sat one or several representatives of the enigmatic civilizations, each of different forms and possessing an aura profoundly unfathomable. Some representatives were towering figures shrouded in chaotic energy, their features indistinguishable. Others manifested as ferocious beasts, whose mere wisp of aura was enough to make even S-class anomalies tremble. Still others seemed to embody the very embodiment of some fundamental law, defying description by any known form of life. After glimpsing this mere tip of the iceberg of the central temple's grandeur, all were profoundly shaken. Is this the legendary central temple? My goodness! This is 10,000 times more spectacular and unimaginable than any celestial palace or demonic hall depicted in our Blue Star myths and legends. Those representatives, so many are indistinct in form, yet even one randomly selected feels far more terrifying than any S-rank anomaly or even SS-rank relic we've encountered before. Is this the true realm of myriad heavens and worlds? Our Blue Star seems utterly insignificant before them. The Huaxia delegation, having earned an indisputable SSS Plus rating in the final trial of the Lost Ruins, secured seats near the temple's central area. Ruan Xinglua sat there, her expression serene yet radiating an air of composed confidence. Her presence naturally drew countless complex gazes within the temple. There was curiosity, scrutiny, apprehension, and of course, no shortage of envy and ill will. Ming Zhao, the envoy of the Tianming realm, sat not far from the Huaxia seats, occupying an even more magnificent and towering exclusive seat. Dark energy swirled around him as his eyes, burning with the cold, lifeless flames of death, fixed upon Wan Xinglua and the void projection behind her, representing Blue Star Huaxia. At that moment, at the very center of the temple, a gentle yet supremely majestic holy light slowly coalesced. It was an order guardian, completely enveloped in this sacred light. Chapter 53, Insane. Absolutely insane. Her voice, devoid of any emotion, declared, the Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference of the 10,000 Realms Realm of Deception is now officially convened. In accordance with the Eternal Covenant and upholding the principle of justice, today's agenda shall commence immediately. First item on the agenda, priority mediation of excessive disputes and unreasonable demands arising from resource allocation and historical legacy issues within the Blue Star civilization. The moment these words were spoken, representatives from the United States, Russia, the European Union, and other nations instantly wore expressions of smug satisfaction and anticipation, as if to say, just as we suspected. Meanwhile, viewers in the Huaxia livestream erupted in an uproar of fury. What? Prioritizing mediation of Blue Star's internal disputes? This is clearly that Ming Zhao's doing. He's using the Order Guardians and the Council of All Worlds as a pretext to pressure China into abandoning that compensation list. Outrageous. That Tianming realm envoy has no shame. Sure enough. The moment the Order Guardian finished speaking, Ming Zhao, the heavenly Twilight Realm envoy, rose slowly from his ornate seat. Dark energy surged around him as he spoke in an icy tone, esteemed Order Guardian, esteemed colleagues of the Multiverse Council, and all assembled delegates. As a newly awakened civilization recently integrated into the multiverse system, Blue Star's internal stability and harmony are crucial to the healthy development of the entire new generation of civilizations. However, based on this seat's observations, during its internal trials and resource consolidation, the Huaxia civilization of Blue Star, relying on the protection of unidentified external forces behind it, has engaged in excessive and unreasonable economic demands and resource exploitation against its fellow civilizations on Blue Star. This has severely disrupted the balance and order that should exist within the new civilization region. Such conduct violates the core principles of peace and justice championed by the Multiverse Coordination Council. Therefore, I propose that the Multiverse Council step forward to conduct a fair review and adjudication of the compensation list submitted by Blue Star Huaxia, reassessing the claimed amounts to uphold the justice of the multiverse and safeguard the stability of nascent civilizations. Ming Zhao delivered these words with righteous indignation and lofty rhetoric, presenting himself as the true champion of justice who genuinely cared for Blue Star and championed the cause of weaker civilizations. Jessica of the United States, Ivan of the Northern Bear Nation, Francois of the European Union, and others immediately sprang to their feet, energized as if injected with adrenaline, to echo his words. Lord Ming Zhao speaks with profound wisdom. We, the United States, strongly demand the Multiverse Council uphold justice for us. Jessica denounced with anguish, China's demands for reparations are pure banditry. Not only did they seize the SSS-grade core artifact, the Golden Heart, which rightfully belongs to us, but they also demand half of our nation's strategic resources from our treasury. How can our nation's future development possibly continue under such terms? Ivan roared in fury. Our bare nation suffered heavy losses in the trials. Instead of offering aid, China kicked us while we were down, demanding such harsh reparations. This is blatant hegemonic bullying. For a moment, the temple echoed with accusations and cries of grievance against China, as if China had truly committed some heinous, unforgivable crime. All eyes instantly focused on the Chinese woman seated at the head of the table, who had remained calm throughout. In their eyes, facing the united challenge of so many powerful civilizations and emissaries from beyond the realms, this newly emerging China represented by but a single individual had no path left but submission and retreat. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Huaxia facing a righteous siege and judgment, Ruan Xinglua calmly rose to her feet under the gaze of all present. Contrary to expectations, she neither panicked nor argued vehemently. Instead, she extended her delicate hand and waved it gently toward the center of the temple. In the next instant, a massive light screen composed of pure energy materialized in the temple's center. Projected onto the screen was a final version of the compensation list, simpler and clearer than the one Zhou Yan had presented earlier. Compared to the previous version, not only had the contents not diminished in the slightest, but certain interest payments and moral damages had even been slightly increased. Ruan Xinglua's cool, clear voice echoed distinctly in every representative's ears. By order of my master, this is the final version. No bargaining of any kind will be accepted. Everything listed must be delivered intact to the designated receiving location in Blue Star Huaxia within 3 days. Any delays or shortfalls will be your responsibility. As for the mediation you mentioned, Lord Mingzhao. A faint smile touched Ruan Xinglua's lips. Then there's no need to trouble your esteemed self. My master has stated that he has no other hobbies, he simply enjoys doing things himself, providing for his own sustenance. The entire hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then came an uncontrollable roar of astonishment and gasps. Insane. Absolutely insane. This Chinese woman, or rather, the man behind her, was utterly beyond the pale. This wasn't merely slapping the faces of defeated nations like the United States, it was delivering a resounding slap to Mingzhao, the envoy of the Tianming realm, right before the eyes of all the powerful realms. You insolent brat! How dare you insult me like this? A roar filled with boundless fury and suppressed rage erupted from Mingzhao's mouth, causing the entire central temple to tremble slightly from the sheer force of his anger. The dark energy surging around him threatened to erupt uncontrollably, forming a death domain capable of obliterating everything. His eyes, burning with deathly cold flames, erupted with an unprecedented, terrifying killing intent, as if he could devour Ruan Xinglua alive. Yet, faced with Mingzhao's terrifying intent that seemed almost tangible, Ruan Xinglua remained standing there, her expression serene. She merely lifted the seemingly ordinary starlight pebble into the palm of her hand, her movements deliberate and measured. You. The moment Mingzhao recognized that familiar pebble, the rage and murderous intent that had surged to their peak were suddenly doused as if by a bucket of ice-cold water from the 9 Netherworld glacier, soaking him to the bone. That day's soul-shaking dread, the terrifying sensation that any trace of his existence could be erased by that mysterious force at any moment, resurfaced vividly in his mind. He forced down the rage threatening to erupt, his expression shifting repeatedly. This matter, this sovereign, shall deliberate upon it later. Now. Proceed with the agenda for dividing the newly born realm of mystery. Before that enigmatic pebble, the lofty envoy of the heavenly twilight realm chose to yield. Chapter 54, Fragments of the Divine Fallen Battlefield. Within the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, after a brief moment of dead silence, a torrent of comments erupted 100 times more fervent than any previous wave. Dominant. Pure dominance. Lady Ruan is formidable. This is the spirit China should embody. Zhou Yan is beyond awesome. A mere pebble hurled across space made that realm-bound envoy backtrack on the spot. That slap to the face was cosmic-level resounding. Clap clap clap. Mingzhao chickened out. He actually chickened out. What did I just witness? What's the deal with that ordinary-looking pebble? Could it be the legendary god-slaying stone? After Mingzhao practically fled the scene, forcibly steering the agenda back to the new bizarre region demarcation, the atmosphere within the temple grew eerily tense and awkward. Many civilization representatives who had been preparing to mock Huaxia or follow Mingzhao and pressuring them now shifted uncomfortably in their seats, their gazes toward Ruan Xinglua growing more complex and wary. Soon, the data for the first newly emerged anomalous zone requiring ownership discussion was projected onto the temple's central screen. Newly emerged anomalous zone number 95, designated Chinma, receives a comprehensive assessment of B+ grade. It contains a special soul crystal vein with an estimated 300 years of mineable reserves. The emotionless voice of the Order Guardian echoed. At that moment, a sinister-looking elder who had remained silent until now suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. The Chenma 95 anomalous zone borders a crucial branch of my bone-rotting abyss at the spatial level. The soul crystal veins within are strategic resources my abyss urgently requires. Therefore, this region should rightfully be prioritized for allocation to my bone-rotting abyss. This sinister elder represented a powerful negative energy plane known as the Rotten Bone Abyss, possessing strength at least at the late stage of the Eerie realm. Within the myriad realms, he was considered a somewhat renowned overlord. Upon hearing his words, many representatives of civilizations who had previously coveted the Chenma 95th Gui domain furrowed their brows. However, before anyone could voice their objections, Wan Xingluo's cold, clear voice rang out once more. Without so much as a glance at the sinister elder, she stated indifferently, "My master has spoken. He has set his sights on this Chenma 95 realm." Hearing this, the sinister elder from the rotting bone abyss flashed two terrifying glints of fury in his cloudy eyes. He was about to open his mouth to berate this presumptuous human woman. Suddenly, the jade cup resting on the jade tablet before him turned to dust without warning. Along with it, the tea within evaporated completely, as if it had never existed at all. The sinister old man's corpse-stained face twisted in shock. He could distinctly sense that in that instant, a terrifying will beyond his comprehension had crossed the boundless void, locking onto that teacup with pinpoint precision. If that will had targeted him personally. A chill shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He immediately clamped his mouth shut, daring not utter another word, not even lifting his head again. Within the temple, an eerie silence descended once more. Every civilization representative who had harbored even the slightest hope for the Chenma 95 domain now silently bowed their heads, pretending they hadn't witnessed anything. Joking aside, even a seasoned, ruthless force like the Rotten Bone Abyss had been dealt with on the spot. How could these small fry dare tempt fate? The emotionless voice of the Order Guardian sounded again at the perfect moment. Since there are no further objections, the newly discovered anomaly zone designated Chenma 95 is hereby temporarily assigned to the Blue Star Huaxia civilization for priority exploration and development. Next agenda item. The final disposition of Fragment 7 from the Godfall battlefield. As the voice fell, an aura of terror, even more ancient and majestic than that of the Order Guardian, swept down from the very apex of the temple like a primordial divine mountain awakening from slumber. Before this overwhelming will, even Ming Zhao, the envoy of the heavenly twilight realm, instinctively bowed his head slightly, his expression filled with reverence. A colossal fragment of a war-torn continent, spanning the size of several star systems and radiating a deep, dark gold, materialized in the very center of the temple. Covered in countless dried bloodstains and horrific scars of war, it still radiated a terrifying divine pressure that made souls tremble, along with an indomitable, immortal fighting spirit. Vaguely discernible upon the fragment were the shadowy forms of countless ancient gods and demon gods long since fallen, roaring and clashing within it, filled with endless tragedy and desolation. Merely the fate aura emanating from its projection caused the souls of most representatives from the weird realm civilizations present to feel as though they were being torn apart, their breathing becoming unbearably difficult. Fragments of the Godfall battlefield. It's actually the legendary shattered fragment number 7 from the Godfall battlefield. It has truly emerged. In an instant, within the temple, the eyes of all the powerful civilization's representatives, including the envoys Ming Zhao and Thulid from the Tianming realm who had remained relatively calm until now, suddenly blazed with an intense, frenzied fervor. This was the true highlight of the entire multiverse summit. At the end of the previous cosmic era, the old gods fell and new gods rose. Forbidden entities clashed, shattering countless ancient divine realms. The fragments of those realms coalesced into the most mysterious and perilous domains within the myriad realms today, the Godfall battlefields. It is said that every fragment of these battlefields contains supremely pure divine power and long-lost, incomplete truths of the cosmic order. For any civilization seeking to ascend to higher realms, this represents an irresistible, fatal temptation. And this Fragment 7 is said to be one of the larger pieces, with relatively stable rules. Its value is simply beyond measure. After a brief silence, the atmosphere within the entire central temple ignited instantly. Fragment 7 holds profound ties to our Tianming realm. The extinguishing divine essence within it is the very foundation of cultivation in our realm. This artifact, our Tianming realm, is determined to possess it. Ming Zhao, the envoy of the Tianming realm, was the first to break the silence. His eyes, burning with the icy flames of death, blazed with an unprecedented intensity of fervor and greed. Ming Zhao, stop flattering yourself. A more sinister and twisted will emanated from the shadow seat. It belonged to Cthulhu, representative of the Council of the Ancient Ones. The Godfall battlefield is the final resting place of the Old Ones. Every fragment within it belongs to us, the Council of the Ancient Ones, to pursue the ultimate truth of chaos. No one shall take this Fragment 7 from our grasp. Immediately, other representatives of equally powerful and profound ancient uncanny civilizations spoke up, expressing their fanatical desire to possess this Fragment number 7 of the Godfall battlefield. Chapter 55, The Divine Resonance Trial. In an instant, the atmosphere within the temple became tense and explosive, thick with the smell of gunpowder. It seemed as though a terrifying war affecting all realms might erupt at any moment over the ownership of this fragment. At that moment, the guardian of order at the temple's center spoke once more. The energy tier and rule complexity of Fragment number 7 from the Godfall battlefield far surpass those of ordinary nascent Gui realms. Direct ownership determination is inadvisable. In accordance with the Ancient Covenant's decree, priority development rights for such a crucial strategic resource shall be determined through a small-scale divine resonance trial. Civilizations wishing to participate in the trial may each send no more than 3 representatives into the divine corridor within fragment number 7. At the corridor's core lies the dormant seed of this fragment's divine origin. The civilization whose representative first successfully resonates with the divine source and gains its preliminary recognition shall obtain exclusive development rights to this divine fallen battlefield fragment number 7 for the next 1,000 blue star years, along with a 30% share of its output. Divine Resonance Trial. Upon hearing this rule, representatives from weaker civilizations, those aware they couldn't compete head-on with the top powers, revealed expressions of disappointment, though they could do nothing about it. Representatives from top powers like Mingzhou and Thulid, however, gleamed with heightened intensity, clearly confident in this elite competition format. At the Huaxia delegation seats, Lin Hongwa and other high-ranking Huaxia officials observing the meeting remotely through special channels grew unusually solemn upon hearing the rules of the Divine Resonance Trial. Comrade Xinglua, the strategic significance of this Fragment 7 of the Starfall battlefield is simply too immense. It might even be several times more crucial than that Golden Heart we discussed earlier. Lin Hongwa conveyed through encrypted communication, his tone grave. But those participating in this trial will inevitably be the most elite prodigies and veteran powerhouses across all realms. The peril involved, it's likely. He trailed off, yet his underlying concern was unmistakable. Ruan Xinglua, however, smiled faintly upon hearing this. She recalled how Zhou Yan, while examining the ancient beastskin star map, had not only circled 7 or 8 regions in vermilion but also marked a location labeled Divine Fallen Battlefield Fragment number 7. At the time, he had also pulled a small, rust-stained iron fragment from his pocket and casually handed it to her. This scrap of iron was the key an old gatekeeper used to sneak vegetables through the back door of a collapsed temple in the last era. Who knows if it still works? Keep it for now. If it really works, it'll make the trip worthwhile. Director Lin, distinguished leaders, rest assured. Ruan Xinglua's tone was calm yet resolute. I will participate in this trial. Soon, the various factions that had decided to participate in the Divine Resonance Trial each selected their strongest representatives. The Heavenly Twilight Realm's envoy, Ming Zhao, dispatched his most capable commander, a formidable being whose aura had also reached the peak of the Eerie Realm, his entire body ablaze with a blue flame of annihilation, Ming Feng. From the unnameable, writhing shadows of the Ancient One Council, Cthulhu separated a more condensed fragment, a sub-entity radiating chaos and madness. This fragment materialized into a humanoid aberration clad in a starlit robe, its head writhing like the tentacles of an octopus. Beyond this, several other top-tier uncanny domain civilizations had also dispatched their respective trump cards. As the sole representative of the Huaxia civilization, Ruan Xinglua resolutely stepped through the spatial gate of the Divine Corridor. Within the corridor, a completely different scene unfolded. Gone were the starry skies and jade platforms of the outside world, replaced by an ancient, seemingly endless passageway paved with countless fragments of divine bones and blood. Chaotic and violent divine storms raged through the passageway, carrying the lingering fury, resentment, and mad obsession of countless fallen ancient gods. These storms relentlessly battered the souls and wills of those who entered. Moreover, along the corridor's walls and in its depths, formidable divine guardian spirits periodically coalesced, formed from the lingering echoes of divine wars and concentrated divine power. These guardians took varied forms. Some resembled ancient heroes wielding divine weapons, others appeared as frenzied, mindless divine beasts. They unleashed the most ferocious attacks upon any living being that dared intrude. Oomph! Mere remnant spirits dare to block my path. Mingfeng of the Tianming realm burned with a deep blue flame of annihilation, his hand forming a spear forged from the divine power of obliteration. His sweeping strikes obliterated several S-rank divine guardian spirits with each swing. Yog Sothoth of the Ancient Rulers' Council was even more baffling. His octopus-like head writhed ceaselessly as he chanted mad incantations incomprehensible to mortals. Wherever he passed, the divine guardian spirits either descended into chaos and slaughtered each other, or were twisted and devoured by some unnameable force. The sheer perversity of his methods sent shivers down the spine. Representatives from other top civilizations also unleashed their divine powers and artifacts. Though progress was painstakingly slow, they steadily advanced toward the core of the divine corridor. Walking through this perilous divine corridor, Ruan Xinglua felt pressure unlike anything she had ever experienced. She relied on the righteous dragon energy radiating from the imperial dragon pillar on her wrist and the clear, resonant chimes of the pure heart bell hanging from her chest to barely withstand the relentless erosion of the divine storms and the relentless assaults on her mind. Compared to the representatives of top-tier civilizations like Mingfeng from the Tianming realm and Yog Sothoth from the Council of Ancient Overlords, she still struggled somewhat in confronting pure divine power. After all, her foundations were still shallow, and the power system she cultivated did not share the same origin as this pure divine force. She could only tread cautiously behind the elite warriors, doing her utmost to evade the formidable divine guardian spirits. Time ticked by, and she lost track of how long she had traversed the divine corridor. Finally, after paying a considerable price, Mingfeng of the Tianming realm and Yog Sothoth of the Council of Ancient Overlords arrived at the deepest part of the divine corridor almost simultaneously. Before them, a brilliant orb no larger than a fist floated silently atop an ancient altar constructed from shattered divine fragments. This was the source of divinity from the Godfall battlefield. Ha 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 ha. The source of divinity. It is mine. Mingfeng erupted in a maniacal laugh of ecstasy. The azure flames of annihilation surged violently around him, coalescing into a colossal fiery palm that lunged toward the divine source. Delusional. Yog Sothoth's twisted tentacle head emitted an incomprehensible hiss. Simultaneously, countless starry tentacles, imbued with chaotic and maddening power, shot forth from his robes, coiling toward the source of divinity. Chapter 56, The Gift. Both sought to trigger the divine source's resonance first and claim it as their own. At this critical moment, Ruan Xinglua, who had been trailing behind them, suddenly felt the rusty scrap of metal she clutched tightly in her hand begin to warm without warning. Before Ruan Xinglua could react, the rusty scrap shot from her palm like a streak of light, embedding itself into a groove on the ancient altar. Snap! A faint, almost inaudible sound echoed. The next second, the energy flow throughout the entire divine corridor underwent a sudden, earth-shattering transformation. The raging divine storm that had been rampaging through the corridor, filled with chaos and destruction, instantly subsided as if smoothed by an invisible giant hand. Then, under the utterly shocked and incredulous gazes of Mingfeng and Eugenia, who looked as if they'd seen a ghost, the lofty divine source itself spontaneously split off a pillar of primordial, multicolored divine light. It surged directly toward Ruan Xinglua, who stood nearby, equally stunned and bewildered. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, after a brief, deathly silence, a torrent of comments erupted like a nuclear explosion. Holy! 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 What kind of god-tier move is this? What the hell did I just witness? Using a key to open a core treasure chest? This is 10,000 times more absurd than cheating. Big shot Zhouyan! It's big shot Zhouyan's doing again. Ruan Xinglua stood bathed in the rainbow-hued pillar of primal essence light that descended from the heavens. She felt as if her very soul was being melted away. An unprecedented sense of comfort and transcendence spread through every fiber of her being. Her understanding of the rules deepened and transformed in a profound new way at this very moment. Outside the temple, Cthulhu of the Ancient One Council's colossal form suddenly convulsed violently. It emitted a series of incoherent, chaotic syllables incomprehensible to mortals, yet imbued with profound shock and terror. SSS. KK. La. It is that door, the scent of that door. There can be no mistake. He actually found the key to the path home? This can't be. That door was sealed shut forever under the final curse of Ragnarok, cut off from the world for all eternity. Unless. Thulud's words were jumbled and filled with terror. At a crucial point, however, he abruptly stopped, as if he had touched upon some unspeakable taboo. The entire central temple fell into an eerie, deathly silence, shattered by Thulud's disjointed yet information-packed outburst. A door? The key to the return journey? What exactly were that piece of rusty metal in the Chinese woman's hand and the man standing behind her, Zhou Yan, all about? After a brief collective freeze, the Huaxia National Fortune livestream exploded with a barrage of comments more intense than any previous outburst. What did I just hear? Big shot Zhou Yan is about to shatter the cosmic ceiling of all worlds. This isn't just some bizarre marriage arrangement anymore. This is clearly a battle between immortals. And our Huaxia, our campus beauty Ruan, is actually one of the protagonists in this immortal clash? In stark contrast to the festive frenzy and excitement within the Huaxia livestream, the livestreams of nations that had previously harbored hostility toward Huaxia were now shrouded in gloom and despair, filled with cries of anguish. Their so-called experts and scholars now exchanged glances, cold sweat pouring down their faces, utterly unable to explain the spectacle unfolding before them, a phenomenon that had completely surpassed their comprehension. In the livestreams of nations like Sakura Country and Bamboo Country, already battered beyond recognition, utter despair and numbness now reigned supreme. It's hopeless. Truly, utterly hopeless. The gap between us and China can no longer be described as a mere dimensional difference. This is the chasm between mortals and true gods. Just go to bed. Stop dreaming about catching up to China. If we can preserve the spark of our civilization under the wrath of that being, it would be a miracle worthy of Amaterasu herself. Amidst the eerie silence within the temple, the colossal figure representing the Council of Ancient Ones suddenly performed a gesture resembling a bow or salute in Ruan Xinglua's direction. Though the gesture appeared grotesque against its twisted form, the profound reverence and submission emanating from its very soul were conveyed with unmistakable clarity to every witness present. The chaotic voice of Cthulhu echoed directly within Ruan Xinglua's mind, this time with surprising clarity. To the Ye Great Master behind you, we, the Council of the Ancient Ones, offer our most profound respect. Since Fragment 7 of the Godfall battlefield has been activated by the key, it proves its predestined karmic connection to that great being. We choose to relinquish our claim to it. As it spoke, a palm-sized ancient compass slowly drifted out from within Thulud's writhing shadow. Crafted entirely from an unknown black stellar crystal, its surface was etched with countless intricate runes that shimmered like stars, radiating an aura of cosmic celestial patterns. This is the ancient stellar language compass, an SSS-grade special strategic tome. It can sense and decipher faint fluctuations in the cosmic order across myriad star domains, guiding its bearer to evade certain high-dimensional spacetime turbulence. Under specific conditions, it may even grant a fleeting glimpse into the trajectory of destiny. We bestow this upon you as a token of our reverence for that being, and in the hope that one day in the future, we might receive a measure of that being's protection. The Council of Ancient Overlords. This ancient and terrifying power, notorious throughout the multiverse and avoided even by many top-tier god-level civilizations, had actually voluntarily relinquished its claim to the fragment and presented China with an SSS-grade strategic-level artifact as a gift. This scene left Mingzhou of the Tianming realm and all other civilizational representatives utterly speechless, as if struck by lightning. They could scarcely believe their eyes. What on earth was going on? Within the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, earth-shattering cheers erupted once more. An SSS-grade artifact. The Ancient Ones are offering gifts. Holy crap! Zhou Yan's cloud is off the charts? This is bigger than the sky itself. Goddess Ruan is majestic and formidable. She's been deified. No arguments accepted. I'm starting to feel sorry for Ming Zhao. He was trying to challenge Big Shot Zhou Yan earlier, but now it seems he's not even worthy of tying Big Shot Zhou Yan's shoes. Ruan Xinglua accepted the ancient star language compass, its icy, profound aura sending ripples through her heart. Chapter 57, Versailles. Just then, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, still tinged with that familiar nonchalance, echoed in her mind. This old octopus is far more sensible than that glowing jellyfish. Knows when to retract its tentacles. As for this crappy compass? Though cobbled together from cosmic junk and scraps of obsolete rules, it still gets the job done. If you ever get lost in some godforsaken corner again, you can use it for navigation and positioning. Saves me the trouble of having to come rescue you personally. Hearing Zhou Yan's Verlaise-level praise, Wan Xinglua couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She calmly gave a slight nod to the writhing shadow of Cthulhu, acknowledging its kindness. Just as an eerie silence settled over the temple, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire chamber. Ha! When did those tentacle monsters of the old ones become such cowards? Scared off by a human girl from a new civilization? A terrifying, emaciated elder clad in blood-stained, tattered armor slowly rose from a secluded seat. An endless river of blood swirled around him, its depths churning with the wails of countless blood god spawn. He was the representative from the blood-devouring prison, the infamous Blood River ancestor. His power was equally unfathomable, a terrifying entity at least on par with Mingzhou and Thulid. Little girl. The Blood River ancestor's eyes, flashing crimson bloodlight, fixed on Wan Xinglua and the object in her hand like two venomous snakes. Hand over that stone in your hand, and that iron plate too. In exchange, the old ancestor declared, I shall grant you my protection. For 1,000 years, I shall shield your Huaxia civilization from any petty intruders. Otherwise, this old ancestor wouldn't mind staining this central temple with a touch of fresh blood. A blatant threat. The Huaxia National Fortune livestream was instantly flooded with furious comments. Damn it! Another foolhardy bastard. Does he really think our Huaxia is a soft target anyone can squeeze? What kind of scum is this Blood River ancestor? Daring to threaten our goddess Ruan? Big Shot Zhou Yan! Big Shot Zhou Yan, step in now. Don't let this ancient monster keep disgusting us. Just kill him outright. Some nations previously crushed under Zhou Yan and Huaxia's might now bloated with schadenfreude. Ha. This is gonna be a show. That Blood River ancestor is a murderous god infamous across all realms. They say countless civilizations have fallen to him. Let's see how that Huaxia woman handles this. Exactly. No matter how powerful her husband is, he can't always intervene in the nick of time. And this Blood River ancestor? He's no pushover like that coward Mingzhou from the Tianming realm. Facing the Blood River patriarch's unmasked killing intent and greedy threats, Wan Xinglua's fair face grew cold, a flash of icy fury darting through her eyes. Meanwhile, on distant Blue Star, in room 101 of the Happiness Community, Zhou Yan slowly set down the jade bowl holding the 9-turn soul-restoring soup. He reached into an unassuming, ancient wooden box beside him and retrieved a fragment equally rusted and weathered, identical in material to the rusty scrap in Wan Xinglua's hand. He then gently wiped away the specks of rust from the sword blade fragment with a piece of white silk. After slumbering for so long, it's time for you, old friend, to come out and get some fresh air, stretch your limbs. But take it easy, don't accidentally overdo it and hurt those little darlings you shouldn't harm. Suddenly, the iron fragment she had been clutching in her hand emitted another faint, almost inaudible crack. A presence far more terrifying than before erupted from the tiny iron fragment, spreading wildly like a primordial beast awakening after slumbering for eons. A slender gray sword chi shot skyward from the iron fragment. The instant it reached the temple's apex, that slender gray blade energy surged against the wind, transforming into a terrifying gray sword shadow that seemed poised to cleave this sacred space in two. The sword shadow bore no ornate manifestations, only the purest, most annihilating force. The moment it solidified, the sword shadow descended upon the Blood River ancestor with a terrifying might that defied all spatial constraints and cosmic laws. What? This is? The moment Blood River ancestor sensed the terrifying annihilation laws contained within that grey sword shadow, his withered, blood-veined face twisted in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically channeled all his blood slaughter energy, conjuring a terrifying vision of a surging sea of blood before him in a desperate attempt to block the grey sword shadow strike. However, before that sword shadow, pure to the extreme, the Blood River Patriarch's prideful blood sea phenomenon proved as fragile as bubbles in sunlight. It offered not even a shred of resistance before being effortlessly cleaved in two by the grey sword shadow, shattered completely. Countless blood godlings roaring within the sea of blood instantly melted upon contact with the grey sword shadow, like ice thrown into blazing fire, unable even to utter a scream. The grey sword shadow, its momentum unabated, continued its assault at a speed bordering on the impossible, striking directly at the Blood River ancestor's physical form. No! Blood River ancestor let out a shriek of utter terror. The protective blood aura enveloping his body, forged from boundless essence blood, tore apart like paper before the grey sword shadow. Splash! A faint sound. The grey sword shadow struck with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving the Blood River ancestor squarely in the center of his forehead. A terrifying grey gash appeared on his forehead, deep enough to expose bone and even faintly reveal the source of his soul. Not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. Instead, waves of pure, annihilating force surged forth, viciously devouring his vitality and soul essence. The Blood River Patriarch's eyes, once blazing with greed and savagery, were now consumed by endless terror and utter disbelief. He could feel it clearly. His life force was rapidly draining away at an irreversible pace, hurtling toward its end. With his last ounce of strength, the Blood River ancestor forced a few broken words from his throat, words filled with endless terror and regret. No, no! Before he could finish, his massive, blood-soaked, bloodthirsty form crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture. Starting from the grey sword scar on his forehead, inch by inch, he dissolved into handfuls of fine, drifting ash. His soul and spirit were utterly annihilated. Body and essence vanished without a trace. Not even a trace of his existence remained. Blood River ancestor. A genuine, terrifying powerhouse at the threshold of divine sovereign level was instantly annihilated by the residual shockwave of a grey sword she slashed from a rusty scrap of metal. The entire central temple of the Void Star Sea fell into a deathly silence more profound than any moment before. Chapter 58, Independent Development. Regardless of their prior views on Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua, or the enigmatic Zhouyan, every representative of the Weird Realm civilization present now harbored only one emotion. Fear, rising from the deepest recesses of their souls. This was no longer a simple display of overwhelming power. This was clearly a dimensional strike between entirely different levels of existence. Inside the beautiful country livestream, the so-called expert who had been feebly analyzing the situation moments ago now sat with a face as white as paper, lips trembling so violently he couldn't form a single coherent sentence. Beside him sat another, more seasoned white-haired expert with broader knowledge. After a long, stunned silence lasting tens of seconds, he finally murmured in a hoarse voice filled with endless horror and trembling, This power has absolutely transcended the realm of ordinary divine sovereigns. Absolutely. In the live streams of nations like Sakura Country and Bamboo Country, countries that had previously harbored all manner of unrealistic fantasies about China, even engaging in underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes, not a single sound could be heard. Complete silence. A deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen where a Chinese woman stood holding a metal plate, her expression eerily calm. They understood all too well that in the face of such terrifying power capable of instantly slaying a half-step divine sovereign with a single strike, any schemes or underhanded maneuvers seemed utterly futile and laughable. Within the central divine temple, the terrifying grey sword shadow that had spanned heaven and earth slowly dissipated after fulfilling its purpose, transforming back into a pure essence of annihilation sword intent. It merged into the rust-stained iron key in Ruan Xinglua's hand. This time, however, the rust on the iron key seemed to be dissolved by that sword intent of extinction, fading away by more than half. It revealed a small section, about 3 inches long, with a sword tip that shimmered with a dark and profound aura. Upon that blade tip lay no ornate patterns, only the purest, heart-stopping sharpness and deathly stillness. Blade of Stillness. This seemingly insignificant scrap of iron was, in fact, the tip of a broken divine sword. Just as Ruan Xinglua paused in surprise at the fragment's transformation, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, lazy and casual, echoed once more within her mind. Oh, this, Blade of Stillness? Nothing special. Back in the day, I found a little sword rather awkward to wield, so I snapped it off casually and kept the tip as a trinket. Keep it for self-defense. Next time you encounter some blind fool or someone foolish enough to come looking for death, don't hold back. Just take this thing and gently poke it right through their forehead. The entire hall remained in a suffocating, deathly silence. No one dared speak, no one dared move, and even their breathing instinctively grew quieter. Finally, after a brief silence, the guardian of order at the temple's center broke the stillness with a voice tinged with palpable reverence. Ahem. After the final ruling by the Multiverse Council, The seventh fragment of the Godfall battlefield, its final ownership, belongs to the Huaxia civilization of Blue Star. Furthermore, in recognition of the extraordinary contributions demonstrated by the Huaxia civilization during this trial, the Multiverse Council hereby grants the Huaxia civilization the exclusive right to designate 3 companion Divine Realm Tier Guiyu civilizations as strategic partners for developing Fragment 7 of the Godfall battlefield. This sudden delegation of authority caused the eyes of all civilization representatives within the temple to blaze with fervor once more. Priority designation of 3 companion Divine Realm Tier civilizations as strategic assistance partners? This not only signified that Huaxia could extract unimaginable resources and benefits from these 3 companion divine kingdoms, but more crucially, it represented Huaxia gaining the power to determine the future destinies of other bizarre civilizations. Countless representatives from strange realms who had previously harbored latent hostility toward Huaxia now fixated their gazes on Yuan Xinglua and the Huaxia delegation seats behind her, like sharks sensing blood in the water. Their eyes brimmed with undisguised greed and flattery, desperate to secure a share in this new distribution of benefits orchestrated by Huaxia. China's national fortune livestream. Holy. 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 Designate 3 companion divine realms as top priority? This power is insane? Goddess Ruan. She's now the hottest commodity in the eyes of all civilizations. Just wait, who'll dare look down on China now? Who'll dare tell us what to do? Ha ha ha. The tables have turned. We used to beg and plead for scraps from those great civilizations, but now they're scrambling to curry favor with us. So satisfying. Absolutely thrilling. Choose us. You absolutely must choose us, your staunch allies who've always stood by China. Goddess Ruan, look at me. Look at me. Representatives from the United States, the European Union, and other powers that once boasted of being the leaders of Blue Star now wore expressions as grim as could be. But no matter how unwilling they felt inside, they had no choice but to start considering whether they should swallow their pride and proactively extend goodwill toward China. They were even prepared to pay necessary costs in hopes of securing a spot among the 3 companion divine nations, thereby salvaging some of the immense losses incurred through their previous foolishness. As for the smaller, weaker civilizations of the realm of deception, they showed no hesitation or reserve whatsoever. They practically scrambled to express their intentions of subordination and allegiance to the Chinese delegation through every possible channel. Faced with the overwhelming tide of olive branches and tempting cooperation offers pouring in from all sides, Yuan Xinglua could only recall Zhou Yan's earlier entrustment. Taking a deep breath, her voice cool yet carrying an undeniable authority resounded clearly in the ears of every civilization representative. Thank you all for your kind regard and esteem. Regarding the development of the Shard 7 of the Godfall battlefield and its accompanying divine realm, my master's position is. Yuan Xinglua paused, a faint curve lifting the corners of her mouth. That our Huaxia civilization will undertake its independent development. We neither require nor accept assistance from any other civilization. The entire hall erupted in uproar once more. All the civilization's representatives froze in place, as if struck by a petrifying spell. Independent development? Independently develop an SSS-grade fragment of the Godfall battlefield? This was beyond mere audacity. Ming Zhao, the envoy of the Tianming realm, along with other civilization representatives who had been thoroughly humiliated by Zhou Yan and Huaxia in various previous encounters, now wore faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yet strangely, not a single one dared utter a word of dissent. Chapter 59, Damn, that's so cool. The sight of Blood River ancestor reduced to ashes was still fresh in their minds. Ignoring the horrified reactions of those within the temple, Yuan Xinglua waved her jade-like hand once more. The ancient star map, hand-drawn by Zhou Yan encircling 7 or 8 peculiar, eerie domains, projected clearly onto the temple's center. Pointing to the 7 areas marked in vermilion on the star map, each radiating ominous and mysterious auras, she declared word by word. Furthermore, these 7 regions are also reserved for our Huaxia. My master has stated that within 3 days, he must know the definitive outcome of these 7 regions' ownership. Should any civilization object to this or deem my master's demands unreasonable, they may travel to Blue Star after the conference concludes to negotiate directly with him. All civilizations whose names were called, or whose representatives had intricate connections to those 7 regions, now wished they could vanish into thin air. They dreaded drawing the attention of that Chinese woman and the terrifying, unpredictable entity behind her. Seeing the collective silence, the guardian at the temple center could only say awkwardly, the priority claim asserted by the Huaxia civilization fully complies with the rules of the Alliance of All Worlds. The ultimate sovereignty over the 7 anomalous regions shall be granted to the Huaxia civilization for development. At that moment, the entire central temple fell utterly silent, not a single discordant voice remained. The Huaxia National Fortune livestream instantly erupted into a sea of jubilation. Zhou Yan is freaking awesome. Screaming at the top of my lungs, I declare that from this day forward, Zhou Yan is my sole faith. He can even influence the rules of the Multiverse Coordination Council on the spot. What kind of power is this? Ha 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 ha. What's international double standards? This is international double standards. Before Big Boss Joe, all rules exist to be broken. Collecting rent. He really came to collect rent. And he hits exactly where he aims, collects wherever he says. So badass. The representative of the Council of Ancient Ones, Cthulhu, swept its vast and chaotic consciousness across the entire hall, finally settling upon Yuan Xinglua. It emitted a low murmur, the location marked by your husband upon that star chart. Among them, one location perfectly aligns with the gate node our Council of Ancient Ones has pursued across countless cosmic epochs. What exactly does he intend to do with that key? To unlock, or to seal it shut forever? A rare, barely perceptible tremor tinged Cthulhu's voice. The Huaxia National Fortune livestream exploded with chaos. Holy! The sealing node of that gate? Who knew Zhou Yan's inner circle had such connections? What does Thulid mean by that? It seems to know a lot of inside information. What exactly is that door? Judging by Thulid's tone, it seems deeply wary of the door. Something even the Ancient Ones fear? Could it be that Zhou Yan's true objective isn't developing the Godfall battlefield, but rather the gate? Inside the beautiful nation livestream, the atmosphere was equally tense to the extreme. That gate. I seem to recall similar descriptions in some of the most ancient secret texts. Could it be connected to the legendary Ragnarok? Good heavens! If that's the case, the trouble China's gotten itself into this time might be beyond anyone's imagination. This is way too deep. Way too deep. It's beyond anything we could possibly fathom. Live streams from other nations were likewise filled with stunned speculation and deep unease. A door? What door? Yuan Xinglua heard Thulid's abrupt telepathic transmission. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her face displaying just the right amount of bewilderment. She genuinely had no idea what Thulid meant by door. Just then, Zhou Yan's familiar, slightly lazy tone echoed in her mind once more. This old squid knows a bit more than I expected, but it's only guessing. Don't take it seriously. Tell it plainly, whether I plant radishes or cabbages in my own backyard is my own business. No outsider has any right to interfere. As for this gate it speaks of. Oomph. If it truly has the guts, let it come before me personally and learn what the real path home truly means. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an air of absolute dominance. Yuan Xinglua felt reassured. She lifted her gaze toward the writhing shadow and repeated Zhou Yan's words verbatim. My master says he can plant whatever he pleases in his own backyard. Outsiders have no right to comment. As for the gate you mentioned, my master says if you have the guts, you can go ask him yourself what the true path home is. The words had barely left her lips. Boom! Thulid's immense, chaotic form suddenly convulsed violently, as if a 10,000-foot tempest had erupted beneath the calm depths of the ocean. An indescribable dread and terror radiated clearly from the shadowy mass. After several breaths, the violent tremors slowly subsided. Thulid transmitted a thought, its voice now devoid of any previous hesitation, filled only with profound reverence and, I shall comply with your excellency Zhou Yan's wishes. I shall not pursue this matter further. Additionally, concerning ancient knowledge of the gate, our kind happens to possess certain records. Should Lord Zhou Yan be interested, after this meeting, I am willing to engage in a friendly exchange of information with Huaxia. The time and location shall be entirely at Lord Zhou Yan's discretion. The Huaxia National Fortune livestream erupted once more. Holy! Old octopus back down again. Already? Not even daring to fart anymore. Lord Zhou Yan's words are so badass. Damn, he's so cool. Friendly exchange? I think the old octopus just wants to pry more info out of Goddess Ruan and latch onto big shot Zhou Yan's coattails. Zhou Yan is a badass. One sentence and he changed the Ancient One's attitude. That level of intimidation is insane. At the temple's center, the silent guardian of order fixed a deep gaze upon Yuan Xinglua and the region behind her representing China. Clearing its throat, its ancient voice sounded once more, attempting to steer the meeting back on track. Since Huaxia has made its final decision, then regarding the ownership of Fragment 7 from the Godfall battlefield and related matters. However, it hadn't finished speaking. Hold on. Several representatives from ancient, enigmatic civilizations, those who had maintained neutrality, even obscurity, until now suddenly stepped forward briskly. Holding various dazzling artifacts that shimmered with precious light, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost reverence and fervent eagerness, they walked straight up to Yuan Xinglua. Chapter 60, Dare to Accept? Leading the group was an elder clad in a celestial robe and crowned with an ancient, ornate diadem. His aura was profound and enigmatic as he bowed deeply to Yuan Xinglua. Esteemed Lady Yuan Xinglua, the rise of Huaxia civilization is a blessing for all realms. I am the chief elder of the Stellar Trajectory Council, representing our council to present 1 10,000-year star core and 100 void source crystals. We wish to forge an eternal bond with Huaxia, following your lead in all matters. We of the sacred domain of the ancient tree offer the 10,000-year-old branch of the heart of the ancient tree of life, along with the loyalty of 3,000 wood spirit secret guards. We only ask to contribute our modest strength when China develops the divine fallen battlefield. And we, the ancient kingdom of molten fire. In an instant, several ancient civilizations once formidable and deeply rooted across the myriad realms rushed to present lavish gifts to Yuan Xinglua, earnestly expressing their intentions to forge alliances and pledge allegiance. This spectacle once again darkened the countenances of Ming Zhao, the envoy from the Tianming realm, and the representatives of civilizations that had previously crossed swords with Huaxia, their faces turning blacker than the bottom of a pot. The jealousy and resentment in their eyes nearly solidified and erupted outward. When had these ancient neutral civilizations ever groveled so lowly before the Tianming realm? Now, because of Huaxia, because of that mysterious Zhou Yan, they had all lowered themselves, scrambling to curry favor like underlings. The Order Guardian watched this sudden spectacle unfold, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes, yet he made no move to intervene. Hold! At that very moment, a bone-chilling roar erupted filled with endless venom and utter resolve. Ming Zhao, who had been suppressing his rage and biding his time, abruptly rose from his seat. His face, twisted by fury, was now hideously distorted. His eyes, blood-red, locked onto Yuan Xinglua with deadly intensity. A terrifying battle intent, tangible as chains, instantly enveloped Yuan Xinglua. The agenda of the Central Temple's assembly is concluded. Ming Zhao's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable madness. But the blood feud between my Tianming realm and your Blue Star Huaxia has yet to be settled. Today, I, Ming Zhao, in the name of the ruler of the Tianming realm, hereby declare. I issue a realm challenge to your Blue Star Huaxia, staking everything the Tianming realm possesses a fight to the death. Yuan Xinglua, do you dare accept? Ming Zhao's sudden realm challenge exploded like a heavy bomb within the temple. Every civilization representative paled in horror. A realm challenge? Has the Lord of the Heavenly Twilight Realm gone mad? This is an ancient duel that stakes the very fortune and survival of an entire civilization. Once begun, it ends only in death. How many years? How many years has it been since the Central Temple witnessed a realm challenge? In an instant, murmurs filled the temple, all eyes converging on Ming Zhao and Yuan Xinglua. The palpable venom and madness in the air sent shivers down the spines of many weaker representatives present. A fleeting, imperceptible gravity crossed the aged features of the Order Guardian. It spoke slowly, its voice echoing through the silent temple. The realm challenge is an ancient pact established at the dawn of the cosmos. Once initiated, if both parties consent, it takes immediate effect and is sacred and inviolable. Lord Ming Zhao, are you certain you wish to initiate such a challenge? Ming Zhao's eyes blazed crimson as he snarled, this sovereign is certain. His gaze locked onto Yuan Xinglua as he spat out each word, Yuan Xinglua. Huaxia, dare you accept? Inside the Huaxia Nation's Fortune livestream, chaos erupted. Realm challenge. Holy crap. That lunatic Ming Zhao. He's betting the entire Tianming realm on this. It's all or nothing. This is too sudden. Goddess Yuan, please don't accept. The stakes are too high. Where's Big Shot Zhou Yan? Big Shot Zhou Yan, speak up. This isn't just a regular conflict anymore. Though the Tianming realm suffered heavy losses before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Their foundations are absolutely not to be underestimated. The outcome of this battle is anyone's guess. The live broadcast perspective from the Tianming realm and its affiliated civilizations presented a different scene entirely. Lord Mingzhao is mighty. Finally getting serious. Crush them. Let these lowly creatures of Huaxia know the fate of defying the Tianming realm. Kill. Slaughter every last one of those Huaxia people. Avenge our fallen comrades. Once a realm challenge begins, it won't stop until one side is utterly annihilated. China is finished. Meanwhile, live streams from other civilizations harboring hostility toward Huaxia or simply seeking a spectacle were flooded with gloating comments. This is gonna be good. China's about to hit a brick wall. This Ming Zhao is no pushover, he's flipped the table. Fight. Fight. Best if they both get crushed, we'll reap the benefits. Huaxia rose too fast. Someone needed to teach them a lesson. Within the temple, all was silent. All eyes were fixed on Yuan Xinglua, awaiting her response. This was no longer a matter she could decide alone, it concerned the fate of all China on Blue Star. Just as Yuan Xinglua furrowed her delicate brows, pondering how to handle this sudden turn of events, Zhou Yan's voice tinged with a hint of mockery echoed in her mind once more. Cornered like a dog, are we? Accept his challenge. As for the challenge location. Zhou Yan's voice paused, as if recalling something, his tone tinged with a peculiar, dark amusement. Let's use that old, abandoned lost children's former playground of mine. Let him and his elite troops have a good time. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinglua felt an instant sense of calm wash over her. Mr. Zhou Yan's tone remained as calm and detached as ever, as if everything were under his control. That eerily named paradise could hardly be a place of kindness. She lifted her cold, clear eyes to meet Ming Zhao's gaze, which seemed ready to devour her, and spoke calmly. Lord of the Tianming realm, your challenge we of Huaxia. Accepted. Those two calm words thundered through the temple like a bolt of lightning. A flicker of surprise crossed Ming Zhao's eyes, he clearly hadn't expected Yuan Xinglua to accept so readily. Then, that surprise twisted into a savage, frenzied delight. Good. Very good. Ruan Xinglua, you have guts. Then, the venue for this challenge shall be chosen by your huaxia. He was brimming with confidence. In his eyes, no matter what arena China chose, it couldn't alter the inevitable outcome of Tianming Realm's victory. He would crush China in the most brutal manner, washing away the humiliation. Ruan Xinglua gave a slight nod, her crisp voice carrying clearly to every delegate. The challenge to the realm of deception shall be held at the Lost Child's Forgotten Paradise. What? The Lost Child's Old Paradise? Ming Zhao froze at the words, his eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. That name sounded harmless, even a bit ridiculous. Chapter 61, The Eerie Nursery Rhyme. Pretentious nonsense. He snorted coldly, dismissing it as the huaxia faction running out of tricks and resorting to such tactics to unsettle his mind. Fine. Have it your way. I'll see just what tricks you huaxia can pull. Behind him, the elite warriors selected from the Tianming realm wore scornful smiles. An abandoned amusement park? Did huaxia truly believe such childish play could stand against the iron-blooded warriors of the Tianming realm? Seeing both sides reach an agreement, the Order Guardian nodded. The realm challenge is established. Representatives of both sides immediately teleport to the designated realm, the Lost Children's ancient paradise. As the words fell, two massive beams of teleportation light enveloped Ruan Xinglua and Ming Zhao, along with their chosen elite forces. A flash of light, and both figures vanished from the temple. The next moment, Ruan Xinglua, Ming Zhao, and their companions materialized in a completely different realm. Gloomy, decaying, deathly silent. A long-abandoned amusement park stood silently beneath a dim, yellowish sky. A rust-stained carousel stood there, its painted horses long since stripped bare, revealing the grotesque grain of the wood beneath. Hollow eye sockets seemed to stare down at the intruders. A colossal Ferris wheel stood motionless, its gondolas swaying precariously, emitting a shrill, creaking sound like the death rattle of the dying. Clown dolls lay scattered on the ground, their smiles eerily frozen, as if they might come to life at any moment. The air was thick with a peculiar mix of rust and dust, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. The entire amusement park radiated a bone-chilling gloom, yet at first glance, it seemed devoid of any immediate, lethal threat. Ming Zhao surveyed the surroundings, his expression thickening with contempt. This is the battlefield you Chinese chose? A dilapidated amusement park? Ruan Xinglua, do you expect to intimidate the sovereign with such childish tricks? The elite warriors of the Tianming realm behind him erupted in derisive laughter. Ruan Xinglua remained calm, ignoring their mockery. She simply waited in silence. Because Mr. Zhou Yan had said to let them have their fill of fun. Challenge. Begin. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the eerie domain, announcing the official start of the challenge. In that very instant, a sudden upheaval occurred. Rumble. The once motionless carousel suddenly began to violently tremble. The paint-peeling wooden horses suddenly blazed with crimson light in their eye sockets. No longer lifeless objects, they transformed into skeletal warhorses, each bearing the ghostly figure of a knight clad in tattered armor and wielding rusted weapons. Even more eerie, as these skeletal steeds galloped, countless ghostly white paper offerings drifted down from the void, accompanied by faint, mournful music. Ha ha ha. The Ferris wheel's gondolas suddenly opened like living creatures. Each cabin transformed into a gaping maw, bristling with razor-sharp fangs and reeking of a nauseating, blood-curdling stench. They spun wildly, attempting to devour everything that came near. Hee hee hee. Come play. The scattered clown dolls on the ground twisted their grins into grotesque, malevolent grimaces. One by one, they came to life, their hands suddenly clutching gleaming slaughter knives. With eerie, stumbling steps and shrill laughter, they lunged toward the warriors of the Twilight Realm. Simultaneously, eerie, distorted nursery rhymes echoed from unknown origins, like demonic whispers piercing the soul. Pinky swear, hang by a thread, 100 years, no changing. Who's the next lost little child? The singing carried the innocence of children, yet it was laced with a bone-chilling venom and malice that made one's scalp crawl. The entire old amusement park came fully alive the moment the challenge began. No longer a mere abandoned playground, it transformed into a death trap custom made for the unique abilities of the Tianming realm, brimming with twisted cruelty and lethal danger. Every ride had transformed into a soul-reaping specter. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, the audience froze in shock before erupting into deafening chaos. Holy! 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 This plot twist is way too sudden? So this is how Big Shot Zhou Yan's playground works? He sure knows how to play. Are the riders on the carousel paper figures in a palanquin? And they're scattering paper money. Holy crap, this is a funeral procession, right? And those Ferris wheel cabins. Ugh. So disgusting. It's like a hellscape. Clowns. Those clowns. They're holding real slaughter knives. They're coming for us. This nursery rhyme, it's giving me goosebumps. So eerie. So damn creepy. The elite warriors of the Sky Dark Realm had long since shed their scornful expressions, replaced by boundless terror and horror. What the hell is this? A Tianming warrior had barely roared the question when he was knocked flying by a charging skeletal warhorse. The shadowy knight in armor atop the horse thrust his rusted lance like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through the warrior's chest. Put! Blood spurted wildly. The warrior didn't even have time to scream before being impaled on the spear tip. Life rapidly drained from him, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Ah! Another warrior attempted to evade the Ferris wheel's blood-soaked cabin, only to be knocked down from behind by a clown doll. A sharp slaughtering blade flashed, sending a head flying skyward. The clown doll cackled savagely, snatching the head in its hands and tossing it back and forth like a ball. Help! Help me! The eerie nursery rhyme transformed into a soul-devouring melody, relentlessly assaulting their minds, causing them to lose their senses and move with sluggishness. One by one, the elite warriors of the heavenly Twilight Realm met their end amidst these unheard-of amusement park attacks. They let out piercing screams before dying in the most unimaginable ways. Some were crushed into pulp by skeletal warhorses, others torn to shreds by the Ferris wheel's fanged gondolas, while still others had their bellies ripped open by grinning clowns. Blood and severed limbs instantly stained crimson what had once been this paradise. The horrific scene before him pierced Ming Zhao's eyes like countless sharp needles. The elite warriors he had brought from the heavenly Twilight Realm, each a battle-hardened veteran, were now being slaughtered like fragile dolls. No! Ming Zhao's eyes bulged as he let out a thunderous roar. A mere illusion. How dare you defy me? Break before me. The energy within him erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying divine pressure akin to a half-step divine sovereign. It swept across the entire realm like a tsunami. He intended to reduce this accursed paradise, along with every bizarre entity within it, to nothing but dust. Yet, just as his world-shattering attack was about to strike. Creak, creak. Chapter 62, Is This Your Doing? At the very center of the paradise, the enormous, dilapidated scary box once tucked away in a corner, adorned with a grotesque clown design, suddenly emitted a teeth-grinding creak. The lid slowly sprang upward. Bang! A thunderous bang. The lid flew completely open. A colossal clown head, larger than a mountain, with a single eye blazing a scarlet, mocking light, lunged out of the box. That single eye, as large as a blood moon, stared coldly and amusedly at Ming Zhao. The colossal clown grinned, revealing a gaping maw that held a bottomless vortex of darkness. Burp! It belched, swallowing Ming Zhao's world-shattering attack hole along with its raging energy aftereffects. Immediately after, Zhou Yan's mocking laughter echoed from the giant clown's mouth, reverberating clearly throughout the entire eerie domain. Well, having fun, little one? Ming Zhao stiffened, the fury on his face freezing instantly, replaced by boundless horror and utter disbelief. Zhou Yan? This is your doing? What the hell is this place? He finally realized he'd been thoroughly toyed with. This so-called paradise was nothing but a hunting ground meticulously prepared for him by Zhou Yan. The giant one-eyed clown, the core guardian of the paradise, stared at Ming Zhao with keen interest through its crimson eye. Since you've come to my paradise, you might as well enjoy yourself to the fullest. Zhou Yan's voice echoed again, dripping with malice. The game has only just begun. Before the words had fully faded, the ground beneath Ming Zhao's feet suddenly collapsed. Ah! Caught completely off guard, he plummeted into a bottomless, pitch-black chute. Welcome to the Abyss Slide. The giant clown's mocking voice echoed above him. The slide was steep and treacherous, filled with viscous, slimy liquid. Countless pallid arms reached out from the darkness, clawing at his body, trying to drag him deeper into despair. Ming Zhao struggled frantically, his divine power erupting, yet he could only accelerate his descent down this endless chute. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune livestream. Holy! Big shot Zhou Yan is insane. What the hell is that giant clown head? It just swallowed a half-step divine sovereign's attack hole? I crown Zhou Yan the top prankster in this bizarre world. Ming Zhao is getting utterly toyed with. Abyss Slide? Sounds thrilling just by the name. Wonder if Ming Zhao's butt is okay though? This is worse than killing him outright. Pure psychological torture. This is outright psychological torture. Ruan Xinglua stood safely to the side, observing it all. The giant clown's single eye occasionally glanced at her, flashing a hint of benevolent light. Suddenly, the clown's voice whispered in her ear. Sweetie, see that red button? That's the activation switch for the haunted house of resentment. Care to help this big friend embark on his next journey? Ruan Xinglua's icy gaze fell upon the blood-stained button nearby. She gave a slight nod, extended her slender jade-like finger, and pressed it gently. Ming Zhao, who had just tumbled out of the Abyss Slide in a disheveled state, barely had time to catch her breath before finding herself in a gloomy and eerie ancient castle. Welcome to the haunted house of resentment, where countless lost children's grudges are preserved, he. Countless phantom children, their faces twisted with searing hatred, lunged at him. They burrowed into his consciousness, tearing at his very soul. These attacks couldn't inflict fatal damage, yet they relentlessly eroded his will, amplifying the terror and despair within his heart. He tried to resist, only to find his divine power utterly suppressed. Here each counterattack felt like a drop in the ocean. Next came the roller coaster of terror. A roller coaster made of white bones and rotting flesh strapped him into a seat, hurtling him at speeds beyond life and death along twisted, fractured tracks. Each plunge felt like a descent into the deepest hell. Each roll dislocated his internal organs, leaving him utterly disoriented. Occasionally, vicious specters wielding deadly weapons would leap from the car to deliver their warm greetings. Ming Zhao, the formidable ruler of the Tianming realm of being nearing godhood, now resembled a helpless puppet, utterly at the mercy of this absurd and terrifying amusement park. His mind teetered on the brink of madness. Ah! Kill me! If you dare, just kill me! His hoarse wail echoed with utter despair and humiliation. After an unknown span of time, when Ming Zhao collapsed onto the ground like a pile of rotten mud, clinging to life by a thread, the giant one-eyed clown finally spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "Alright, today's playtime is nearly over." But then, it continued, "For disrupting the normal order of this amusement park and frightening my little darling, you ought to leave something behind as compensation for emotional distress, don't you think?" A flicker of lingering venom flashed in Ming Zhao's eyes. "Don't even think about it." The giant clown narrowed its single eye, mockingly replying, "Oh? It seems this little one still wishes to experience our reserved surprise attraction, the eternal carousel? Once you step aboard, you'll never be able to dismount." The skeletal riders on the carousel all turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets flashing with crimson light, seemingly anticipating new companions. Ming Zhao's body began to shake violently, beyond her control. No! He didn't want to endure that agony worse than death again. "Speak, what do you want?" Ming Zhao's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with utter despair. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of satisfied amusement. "It's simple. Hand over the core treasure of your Tianming realm, the crystal of the dark universe. Consider it the price of admission this time." The Manhwa crystal? Ming Zhao's eyes widened in shock. That was the very source core of the Tianming realm. His last hope for ascending to God Lord. You're dreaming. Oh? Seems you're still quite spirited. The giant clown's single eye narrowed slightly, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. "Then let's continue playing. I'll give it. Feeling that overwhelming, despair-inducing pressure, Ming Zhao's resolve shattered completely, erupting in a humiliated roar. With great effort, he raised his hand. A rhombic crystal stone, emitting a dark, profound glow as if containing the birth and death of a universe within, slowly drifted out from his brow. It was the crystal of the dark realm, the very foundation of the Tianming realm. The instant the crystal left his body, Ming Zhao's aura abruptly withered, as if aged by 10,000 years. His vitality dimmed, his form as lifeless as dried wood. The giant clown opened its mouth and sucked in the crystal of the dark realm, which vanished into its maw. "Pleased to have done business with you." Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. The next moment, a flash of white light erupted. Ruan Xinglua and Ming Zhao, now barely clinging to life like a flickering candle in the wind, were simultaneously transported back to the Temple of 10,000 Realms. Within the temple, the gaze of every civilization representative shifted from the massive light screen to the two who had just appeared. Chapter 63, We Won. The sight of Ming Zhao's pitiful state sent a collective gasp of horror through the crowd. But what truly left them speechless was the crystal stone held in Ruan Xinglua's hand. The crystal stone shone brilliantly, emitting a dark and profound glow. Within it, countless star rivers seemed to flow, faintly radiating terrifying energy fluctuations that made even those at the threshold of godhood tremble. That is... An ancient being of vast knowledge gasped in astonishment. The crystal of the dark realm. The primordial treasure of the heavenly twilight realm. The voice of the Order Guardian cut through the deathly silence. Ahem. According to the Universal Covenant, this realm challenge. He drew a deep breath, seemingly struggling to steady his inner turmoil, before continuing with difficulty. Huaxia wins. The ruler of the Tianming realm, Ming Zhao, shall fulfill the challenge agreement. The Tianming realm shall forever be barred from setting foot in the realm belonging to Blue Star, and shall surrender the crystal of the dark realm as compensation for defeat. His gaze swept over Ming Zhao, whose face was ashen. The latter kept his head bowed, lacking even the strength to protest. The once arrogant half-step divine sovereign now resembled a stray dog, all dignity and pride crushed to dust within that lost child's former paradise. These words stirred another faint ripple of unease within the temple, swiftly replaced by an even deeper reverence. Zhou Yan. That name weighed upon the hearts of all the civilization's representatives like two insurmountable mountains. Especially Zhou Yan, who had never truly revealed himself throughout the entire affair. Yet he was the man who, through such unfathomable means, toyed with a half-step divine sovereign as if he were a mere pawn. His mysterious terror, at this very moment, was etched deep into the souls of all the powerful beings across the myriad realms. No one dared underestimate this emerging civilization from a remote star domain anymore, nor did anyone dare question that man's decisions. The Order Guardian composed himself and turned his gaze to the previously contentious topic. Regarding the ownership of Fragment 7 from the Godfall battlefield in the Realm of Strangeness catalogued by Lord Zhou Yan. If there are no objections, it shall be governed entirely by Huaxia, as proposed by Huaxia. The Order Guardian emphasized his words, his gaze sweeping the chamber like lightning. A pin could have been heard dropping within the temple. Civilization representatives who had earlier been itching to get a piece of the pie now wished they could shrink their heads into their chests. Agreed. The motion is passed. The Order Keeper hammered down decisively, without a moment's hesitation. All the mysterious realms on Zhou Yan's list, including the highly coveted Fragment 7 of the Godfall battlefield, had their ownership settled once and for all. Almost the instant the Order Guardian's words fell. Blue Star, China. Boom! A golden aura of destiny, more vast and unimaginable than any before, poured down like the Milky Way itself, crashing into the land of China. The roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes echoed across the heavens. What's happening? I feel like the spiritual energy inside me is about to explode. Good heavens! The old locust tree in my yard has sprouted leaves. It's blooming. My innate talent, my cultivation bottleneck is loosening. I'm about to break through. Countless people across the land felt an unprecedented transformation in that instant. From the aged elders to the infants in swaddling clothes, all were bathed in this boundless blessing. Spiritual energy erupted. National cultivation potential soared. The fortune of China reached its highest peak in the history of Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia National Fortune livestream. Wah! We won! We won! The crystal of the Dark Realm. Holy crap! That's the primordial treasure of the Dark Realm. Big shot Zhou Yan just raided their lair. Zhou Yan is forever legendary. No arguments accepted. Goddess Ruan Xinglua is just too badass. From this day forward, who dares mess with China? The entire livestream turned into a sea of joy, with countless praise and worship-filled comments nearly flooding the screen. Brother Zhou Yan is forever the god. Big boss Ruan is mighty. Similar chants echoed from every corner of China. Yet, in stark contrast to the fervor within China's livestream. ZZZZZ. Warning! Warning! National fortune energy is insufficient to maintain high-level viewing privileges. Signal lost. Attempting to reconnect. Put. In livestream rooms across other nations of Blue Star, screens first flickered with intermittent static before plunging one after another into darkness. Their national fortune could no longer sustain their viewing of this grand spectacle of civilizational rivalry. In that moment, they truly grasped the chasm like gap separating them from China. Despair and helplessness enveloped the hearts of these nations' citizens. Fear, awe, and a faint, indescribable sense of relief. Relief that they hadn't become the next Ming Zhao. The agenda for this Inter-World Coordination Conference is now concluded. The voice of the Order Guardian carried a hint of weariness, yet also a sense of relief. Delegates from various civilizations rose one after another, departing with complex expressions. Each step felt as though they were treading on cotton, hollow and weightless. This conference had delivered a shockwave too immense to bear. The Multiverse Conference finally drew to a close. Led by Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, the Huaxia delegation emerged as the undisputed victors of this gathering. After the conference concluded, Ruan Xinglua and core members of the Huaxia support team, including Lin Anhua, did not immediately return to Blue Star. Instead, they headed to a large transit station established by the Blue Star Alliance in a neutral safe zone within the Weird World. There, they rested, began organizing the immense gains from the conference, and prepared preliminary exploration plans for the newly acquired Weird regions. Global nations continued to follow China's every move with intense scrutiny. Within the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, viewers' enthusiasm surged even higher due to Huaxia's formidable rise. The conference is over. China totally hit the jackpot this time. Goddess Ruan is amazing. Big shot Zhou Yan is forever the legend. Seeing those representatives from the beautiful country sign the indemnity treaty with such long faces nearly made me laugh like a pig. So satisfying. Next up, it's our turn to develop those new territories, right? Big boss Zhou Yan claimed so much land in one go. Where will he take Goddess Ruan on her first expedition? Can't wait. Hopefully we get to see some unique weird world landscapes or encounter interesting weird races. Enough with all the fighting, it gets boring. Just as Ruan Xinglua, Lin Anhua, and the others were intensely debating which new strange domain to explore first while studying the star map, Zhou Yan's familiar voice came through clearly. Xinglua, among the items those fellows delivered earlier, wasn't there a realm rule disturbance probe? Now might be the perfect time to put it to use. Chapter 64, The Fragrance of Home. Don't rush off to those places that look like they'll be lucrative just yet. Zhou Yan's voice continued, first, go check out the area I marked on the star chart earlier, codenamed 10,000 Graves Rotten Soil. I recall that place was a rather brutal ancient battlefield long ago, buried with all sorts of strange artifacts. Take your people there primarily to observe the stability of the rules and the energy leakage patterns. Just make a record of it. Ruan Xinglua immediately replied, got it, honey. Understood. Right. Zhou Yan seemed to suddenly recall something and added, come here for a moment. Ruan Xinglua complied, temporarily leaving the conference room to return to the exclusive rest suite Zhou Yan had arranged for her within the transit station. Zhou Yan casually retrieved 3 rather crude dark red incense sticks from a corner and handed them to Ruan Xinglua. Keep these 3 incense sticks with you. When you arrive at the 10,000 Graves of Decay, if you encounter any talkative old friends, light one and listen to their stories. It'll be a way to cultivate a good karmic connection. Though puzzled, Ruan Xinglua obediently accepted the unassuming incense sticks and stored them carefully. Soon, she joined Lin Hongwa and several of China's most elite paranormal researchers in forming an elite advanced exploration team. Through the relay station's directional teleportation array, they arrived at that unknown, eerie domain. The moment they stepped through the teleportation gate, a thick, nauseating stench of decay and death, mingled with a bone-chilling cold wind, swept over them. As far as the eye could see lay a vast expanse of scorched black earth. The sky remained perpetually gray and hazy, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only endless gloom. Across the barren, dark brown soil, mounds of unmarked graves rose in varying sizes and twisted shapes. These mounds stretched densely to the horizon, like countless ghostly shadows lurking in the darkness, radiating a heart-chilling chill. Beyond the thick stench of decay, faint, intermittent sobs could be heard, as if countless ruined spirits wailed day and night across this land. A researcher accompanying the team immediately retrieved the surveying device. The device's needle began convulsing wildly, as if seized by epilepsy. The warning light indicating energy levels shot straight up to a blinding crimson. Director Lin. Advisor Yuan. The researcher reported with a grave expression, "The concentration of resentment and energy here far exceeds our estimated upper limits. It's even several times more intense than the ancient battlefield outside the Golden City." But, strangely enough, the spatial rules here remain relatively stable, with no large-scale energy tides or rule collapses occurring. However, the spiritual entities here seem unusually active. Before he could finish speaking, swish, swish, swish. The black earth beneath the squad members' feet suddenly and without warning extended countless pale ghostly hands. Those severed limbs and arms, like venomous snakes bursting from the earth, clutched desperately at their ankles, attempting to drag them into the cold, dark soil. From the silent earthen mounds surrounding them, a series of bone-chilling creak sounds began to emanate. One by one, ragged, rotting corpses staggered out of the graves, snarling as they lunged at these unwelcome intruders. Faced with this sudden assault, Yuan Xinglua remained unflappable. A chill flashed in her icy eyes as the dragon-shaped mark of the imperial dragon pillar on her hand burst into brilliant golden light. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A colossal surge of righteous dragon energy erupted from her center, sweeping outward like tangible golden shockwaves. The pallid ghostly hands that had just emerged from the ground retracted into the earth the moment they touched this supremely yang, supremely fierce dragon energy, as if encountering their nemesis. They emitted piercing, shrill screeches and dared not show themselves again. The staggering rotting corpses lunging forward were instantly knocked flying backward by the dragon energy, crashing to the ground. Their decaying bodies were instantly purified, reduced to piles of dry bones. Simultaneously, the Qingqing bell hanging at Yuan Xinglua's chest emitted a clear, ethereal chime. Its sound repelled the wails and resentments in the air that sought to erode the group's minds. "Thank you, Advisor Yuan, for your timely assistance. Advisor Yuan is formidable." After a moment of panic, the other researchers and Dragon Group members in the squad watched as Yuan Xinglua effortlessly defused the crisis. They all breathed a sigh of relief, casting looks of gratitude and admiration toward her. Having been tempered by the trials of the Golden Ancient City, Yuan Xinglua's strength was now incomparable to her former self. Under Yuan Xinglua's protection, the team cautiously advanced deeper into the decaying soil of the 10,000 graves. Along the way, they encountered constant harassment from various forms of vengeful spirits, wandering souls, and skeletal creatures. Yet these anomalies, no higher than earlier rank, proved no match for the well-equipped Chinese squad, swiftly neutralized one by one. Beyond the constantly flickering readings of resentment and energy on the surveyor, a special needle trembled faintly, seemingly pointing in a specific direction. Following the device's guidance, the group traveled northward for several kilometers until a colossal ancient tomb came into view. It towered above all the earthen graves they had encountered before, exuding an air of greater antiquity and profound sorrow. This ancient mound resembled less a tomb and more the half-buried, crumbling foundation of a palace, buried by the passage of time. Before this colossal mound stood a stooped figure in silent vigil. It wore a tattered black robe, likely once ceremonial vestments, and held a white bone lantern glowing with a faint green flame. Motionless, it seemed to have fused with this desolate land. No killing intent emanated from it, nor any lingering resentment, only the profound desolation and stillness settled over it through eons of existence. Without a doubt, he was the guardian of this land of 10,000 graves and decaying soil. As every member of the Huaxia team watched the tomb guardian warily, he slowly lifted his head from beneath the hood. A faint, eerie green light flickered within his hollow eye sockets. His gaze swept past Lin Hongwa and the fully armed Dragon Group members, landing directly upon Yuan Xinglua, who stood at the forefront of the team. More precisely, it settled upon the 3 incense sticks in Yuan Xinglua's embrace, the very ones given to her by Zhou Yan. "Outsiders." A raspy voice emerged from beneath the tombkeeper's hood. "You carry the scent of your homeland. Have you come to hear us tell a forgotten tale?" Chapter 65, The Throat of Oblivion. The graveyard keeper's cryptic words left Yuan Xinglua and all members of the Huaxia squad momentarily stunned. "The scent of home? A story?" Yuan Xinglua asked, puzzled. The ghostly green flame within the bone lantern held by the tomb guardian flickered faintly, as if responding to her question. "A sorrowful tale of the kingdom of night cries." The tomb guardian began narrating in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Long, long ago, this land was not as barren and lifeless as it is now. Here once stood a prosperous ancient kingdom called the Kingdom of Night Tears. Our people were diligent and kind, skilled in song and dance, celebrating night after night. Yet, a sudden curse descended upon our night-crying kingdom. This curse was invisible and intangible, yet it permeated everything. It stripped us of our right to speak, it stripped us of our right to sing. All cursed subjects slowly withered away in silent despair and agony, ultimately becoming restless, shambling corpses. Our king and queen, desperate to save their people, chose the most tragic path in their final moments to destroy themselves along with the silent curse. They detonated the entire capital's geomantic veins, attempting mutual destruction. Yet they failed. A thread of uncontrollable sorrow crept into the gravekeeper's voice. The destruction of the earth's veins not only failed to shatter that vicious curse, but instead imprisoned the souls of all our people beneath this shattered land for eternity. We cannot find rebirth, cannot cycle through reincarnation. Day after day, year after year, we can only emit silent wails in this endless darkness and deathly stillness, enduring the ceaseless torment of that eternal curse. Our resentment eventually transformed into a poison that nourished this land, turning it into the barren land of 10,000 graves we see today. And this old one. I am the last high priest of the night-crying kingdom, and the sole remnant of consciousness preserved beneath this endless curse, transformed into an obsession. I remain here, guarding this land that buries all our kin, awaiting someone from the outside world to break the curse. The 3 incense sticks casually given by Zhou Yan bore the name 3 Lives Resolving Grievances incense. They were ancient, long-lost sacred artifacts of the night-crying kingdom. Their greatest power lay in temporarily soothing all forms of vengeful spirits and obsessions, cleansing some of the resentment from their bodies, and to a certain extent, guiding them toward the path to resolve the curses they bore. However, the method for refining this incense had been lost forever with the fall of the Nightcry kingdom. Its remaining stock in the world was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn, virtually non-existent. Back then, Zhou Yan had merely found its fragrance uniquely soothing and calming, casually requesting several boxes from the Nightcry kingdom's ruler to collect. Little did he expect it would prove useful today. Rumble, 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 rumble. At the very heart of the 10,000 graves rotten soil, the colossal stone steel towering hundreds of meters high suddenly began to violently tremble without warning. Upon its surface, countless horrifying faces twisted in agony by curses seemed to come alive, bulging and writhing frantically. A terrifying will, 100 times more dreadful than all the vengeful spirits Ruan Xinglua had ever encountered combined, erupted from the monument of 10,000 souls. The soul flame within the high priest of the tombkeeper's hollow eye sockets abruptly contracted. For the first time, his raspy voice carried unmistakable terror and despair. No, no. It's the throat of oblivion. It has sensed the aura of the 3 lives resentment dissolving incense. It's going to awaken completely ahead of schedule. The throat of oblivion. This was the true source that had plagued the entire Nightcry kingdom and ultimately led to its downfall. A genuine SSS tier terror, a cursed core artifact of the highest order. It possesses no fixed form, yet wields an unfathomably terrifying ability. It can absorb all forms of sound in the world: speech, song, cries, wind, water, even the heartbeats and soul tremors of living beings. It transforms these absorbed sounds into the purest, most destructive curse energy. Now, with the awakening of the throat of oblivion, every cry, wail, and sob within the 10,000 graves rotten soil ceases abruptly in this instant. Replaced instead by an absolute, suffocating silence. Enveloped by this terrifying stillness and despair, within the 10,000 graves rotten soil, the countless wandering spirits and rotting corpses that had once aimlessly roamed now had their hollow eye sockets instantly filled with a frenzied crimson glow. As if injected with stimulants, they went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks on every living thing around them. Inside the Huashan National Fortune livestream room, every viewer witnessing this scene felt an indescribable sense of oppression and suffocation, as if it were being transmitted through the screen itself. I can't breathe. What the hell is this? It's too oppressive. My SAN is plummeting. It's plummeting like crazy. Holy crap, this is scarier than facing those terrifying anomalies head-on. It absorbs even cries and converts them into curse power? This is an unheard of terrifying ability. Silent terror is the most extreme, the most terrifying kind of fear. Quick! We must stop it from fully awakening. The high priest of the tombkeeper wore an expression of utmost gravity. He solemnly handed the white bone lantern which had been emitting a faint green glow to Ruan Xinglua. This is the soul-summoning lantern, passed down through generations of our night-crying kingdom. Ignited by the soul fire of our high priests, it will temporarily illuminate the path ahead and protect this area when combined with the incense in your hand. This remnant of my soul has lingered too long in this world. It is time for me to fulfill what I should have done long ago. I shall burn my final divine essence to become a vanguard, buying you, my lady, a moment's respite. With that, before Ruan Xinglua could respond, a flash of resolute acceptance and liberation flickered in the eyes of the Nightcry Kingdom's last high priest. His already ethereal, stooped figure suddenly burst into a pale yet searing soul flame. Without hesitation, he chose to burn the last remnants of his soul's essence, transforming into a brilliant yet tragic pillar of ghostly green light. He charged headlong toward the soul monument, which was now violently trembling. With his last ounce of strength, he attempted to temporarily suppress the throat of oblivion, which was on the verge of complete revival. High Priest! Seeing this, Wan Xingluo's heart filled with panic, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But in this critical moment, she had no time to think. Immediately following the High Priest's instructions, Wan Xingluo lit all 3 dark red incense sticks simultaneously. A peculiar fragrance instantly filled the air, carrying a strange power that soothed souls and purified resentment. She then carefully inserted the 3 sticks into the lamp holder of the soul-guiding lamp. In that instant, the faint green soul flame within the bone lantern, previously no larger than a pea, surged violently as if doused in flaming oil. Chapter 66, Majestic Dragon Might. A towering pillar of azure light shot skyward from the soul-guiding lamp, dispelling the thick, decaying stench and deathly stillness around it. It formed a temporary sanctuary spanning dozens of meters in diameter. The vengeful spirits and rotting corpses, driven mad by the awakening of the throat of oblivion, let out piercing screams the moment they touched the azure light barrier, retreating without daring to approach further. Wan Xingluo wasted no time, immediately summoning Director Lin Anhua and several of the most powerful dragon group members. Under the protection of the soul-guiding lamp, the group swiftly raced toward the entrance of the king's tomb, hidden deep within the vast, decaying burial grounds. The royal tomb was constructed within a vast subterranean fissure, its entrance concealed so deeply that without the high priest's guidance, it would be nearly impossible to discover. Inside the tomb, traps lay in wait at every turn, the air thick with a chilling, deathly aura. A rank to S-rank mechanical puppets and guardian spirits surged forth from every corner of the tomb, attempting to halt the intruder's advance. Yet under the overwhelming dragon might emanating from Wan Xingluo's imperial dragon pillar, these so-called S-rank guardian spirits and mechanical puppets proved utterly powerless. Often, the moment they appeared, they were shattered by a blast of golden dragon energy from Wan Xingluo, their cores instantly obliterated. Ultimately, after sacrificing several disposable defensive artifacts, Wan Xingluo and his companions finally reached the deepest chamber of the royal tomb. Beside the king's colossal coffin, crafted from 10,000-year-old darkened wood, Wan Xingluo indeed discovered a jade box covered in thick layers of dust. Wan Xingluo carefully opened the jade box. Instead of a dazzling display of radiant light or a powerful artifact radiating treasure energy, only a bronze token, roughly the size of a palm and featuring an ancient design, lay quietly within. The token bore strange cloud-like patterns she couldn't decipher. However, the very instant Wan Xingluo reached out to pick up the bronze token, roar! A terrifying roar, filled with boundless malice and a will to destroy, erupted violently from the depths beneath the earth. The temporary seal cast by that S-rank underworld judge, at the cost of burning his own essence, had been shattered. An intangible curse force, potent enough to freeze even divine souls, swept down like a tidal wave toward Wan Xingluo, who had just grasped the bronze token. Is this the true power of an SSS-grade cursed artifact? It's terrifying. There's not even a sound, yet it feels like my soul is being torn apart. The high priest of the Tombkeeper is about to collapse. Goddess Ruan, think of something. If you don't act now, we'll all die here. Inside the Huashan National Fortune livestream, every viewer's heart was in their throat. Just as the hundreds of black cursed tentacles capable of strangling even S-rank anomalies were about to engulf Wan Xingluo and the others, a sudden change occurred. The ancient bronze token Wan Xingluo held just retrieved from the jade box suddenly erupted with an overwhelming, sacred bronze glow. The light wasn't blinding, yet it radiated an overwhelming aura of righteous energy. What astonished Wan Xingluo even more was that the aura emanating from the bronze token resonated in an incredibly profound way with the imperial dragon pillar mark on the back of her left hand. On the front of the bronze token, the ancient cloud patterns that had been indistinct suddenly seemed to come alive. They swiftly swirled and converged, coalescing into a faintly golden mark. The mark was extremely indistinct, yet it gradually coalesced into the shape of a single character. Wan Xingluo's eyes widened in disbelief. For that character was none other than Zhou. Yet the mere appearance of this indistinct Zhou mark, a vast will seemed to span endless dimensions of time and space, descending through this small bronze token. Squeak! The once menacing black cursed tentacles, upon contact with this will, emitted piercing, shrill cries of agony. Then, those black cursed tentacles capable of making even S-rank anomalies pale with fear melted away at a visible pace, as if ice had been thrown into blazing flames. In mere breaths, the vast expanse of black cursed tentacles vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Wan Xingluo felt an immense weight lift from her body, the terrifying curse power that had nearly crushed her very soul dissipating into thin air. She glanced down at the ancient token in her hand, which emitted a soft bronze glow. The ancient token bore a faint, blurred character Zhou, its ancient markings barely discernible. Her heart was already churning like a storm-tossed sea. This token was somehow connected to her husband? Moreover, the will contained within it felt so familiar. It seemed to share a certain similarity with the sword intent she had sensed earlier in the golden ancient city, the very essence that had been forged from the tip of the sword of tranquil return. Could it be? A thought so astonishing it left Wan Xingluo herself reeling flashed through her mind. At that very moment, inspiration struck her, and her mind stirred. The imperial seal on her left hand, now evolved into the character, erupted in a blinding golden light. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar, more solid and resonant than any before, reverberated across the entire land of 10,000 graves. A phantom dragon, thousands of meters long and formed entirely from pure golden dragon energy, roared forth. This time, it was no longer merely a simple dragon energy shockwave. Empowered by the bronze token, this five-clawed golden dragon phantom seemed to have been imbued with true life. The solidified five-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its enormous maw, sucking violently through the void toward the distant, writhing mass, the core of the annihilation throat, still emitting foul stench and terrifying cursed energy. Whoosh! An irresistible, terrifying suction instantly gripped the mouth of Oblivion's colossal, fleshy form. The mobley-like mass of flesh that was the throat of Oblivion was now being forcibly torn apart by this terrifying suction, inch by inch, slowly being pulled toward the gaping maw of the five-clawed golden dragon. Roar! The throat of Oblivion emitted a silent roar, struggling in vain. Before the bronze token and the fully unleashed power of the rule-binding dragon pillars, its so-called cursed power seemed utterly feeble and powerless. At its core, the pitch-black mass representing the silent source of the curse rapidly melted and disintegrated under the relentless scorching of the golden dragon flames spewed by the five-clawed golden dragon. Ultimately, that filthy source of cursed energy was forcibly refined into a fragment of the rules, no larger than a fingernail. The golden dragon swallowed the fragment whole, then channeled its essence back into the nation-guarding dragon pillar. After absorbing this fragment imbued with the essence of annihilation, the aura emanating from the pillar grew even more profound. With the complete purification and demise of the cursed source, the mouth of annihilation, the dents that had shrouded the entire Wanzhong Furan for countless millennia, vanished into thin air in that instant. Chapter 67, Meeting in Person. The Multiverse Summit finally drew to a close. Thanks to Zhou Yan's overwhelming power, Huaxia emerged as the undisputed victor of this supreme gathering. The bounty reaped was so immense it could be described as unprecedented in history. Following the conference, Wan Xingluo, Director Lin Anhua, and other core members of the Huaxia delegation did not immediately return to Blue Star. They temporarily remained within the Blue Star Alliance's massive interstellar transit hub in the Weird World, beginning the task of organizing the vast resources acquired during the conference. Across Blue Star, an unprecedented surge in Huaxia's national fortune ushered in a precious period of calm development. Strange incidents drastically decreased in frequency, while spiritual energy concentration steadily and continuously rose. Meanwhile, nations that had suffered heavy losses during the final trials and compensation negotiations at the Golden Ancient City ruins were quietly licking their wounds, futilely searching for new, faint glimmers of hope. Inside the Huaxia National Fortune livestream. Though the Multiverse Coordination Conference had concluded, its fervor showed no sign of waning. Countless citizens remained immersed in the immense joy and pride of Huaxia's powerful rise, brimming with boundless visions for the future as they speculated on Huaxia's next moves. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! This Multiverse Coordination Conference was practically a showcase for our Huaxia. Goddess Ruan is incredible. And Big Shot Zhou Yan is beyond incredible. Those newly claimed territories, plus the development rights to Fragment 7 of the Godfall battlefield. Wow, just thinking about it gets me pumped. China is truly poised to soar to new heights and dominate the multiverse. But let's be real, those new territories are tough nuts to crack. The local supernatural forces won't go down without a fight. Can China really swallow them whole? Won't there be massive resistance and conflict? Worries above are unnecessary. Big Shot Zhou Yan has spoken. Who in the multiverse dares defy him? Which fool would dare step forward to resist? Just as Wan Xingluo, Director Lin Anhua, and others were discussing plans to explore several new eerie realms with relatively stable rules and abundant resources as China's first steps in expanding its territory within the eerie world. Suddenly, the compass gifted by the representatives of the Ancient One Council activated on its own, without warning. Upon the compass, intricate runes that shimmered like stars suddenly ignited, projecting a vivid and heart-stoppingly dynamic image of the cosmos. At the very center of the image loomed the Death Star, radiating an endless aura of terror and foreboding. Now appearing even more colossal and malevolent within the projection, the cracks on its surface continuously spewed forth thick, dark crimson vapors of calamity and destruction. What sent chills down Wan Xingluo's spine was that the light point representing this Death Star on the ancient stellar language compass had veered off its previously stable orbit. Now, it was hurtling toward the cosmic coordinates of Blue Star at an unimaginably terrifying speed. The warning runes indicating danger levels on the compass flashed frantically, emitting an ear-piercing alarm. Simultaneously, a will brimming with boundless greed and terror crossed the infinite void, locking onto Blue Star with crystal clarity. Fresh, delicious, primordial essence of worlds. Mine, my sustenance. That will was saturated with utter contempt for all living beings and an insatiable craving for the very essence of the world. Ruan Xingluo was struck dumb by this sudden, earth-shattering turn of events, her fair face turning deathly pale as her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. This Death Star was actually heading straight for Blue Star. And judging by its trajectory, this threat was far more terrifying and direct than any previous crisis. She dared not delay for a moment, immediately relaying the warning message to Zhou Yan, who was far away in room 101 of the Happiness Community. Sunshine Community, Apartment 101. On a bright, sunny afternoon, Zhou Yan lay leisurely in a rocking chair in the courtyard. Upon receiving the urgent intelligence relayed by Ruan Xinglua, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise crossed his normally languid, deep eyes. Isn't this the little mudskipper that roamed the cosmic turbulence back then, plundering everywhere and feeding on the primordial essence of newborn worlds, the catastrophe star core? Zhou Yan set down his fishing rod, slowly rising from the rocking chair and stretching lazily. Back at the end of the last cosmic era, a few self-proclaimed divine spawn had the delusion of capturing this cataclysmic star core as a superweapon to ignite a divine war. The result? They didn't get their weapon. Instead, this cataclysmic star core gobbled up half their divine realm in one go, gnawing their divine essence to shreds. They nearly bit the dust on the spot. In the end, I happened to pass by. Seeing this cataclysmic star core rampaging and polluting the cosmic environment, I casually swatted it into the deep turbulence of the boundless void, leaving it to fend for itself. Little did I expect that after all these years, this little mudskipper not only survived the void turbulence but actually turned misfortune into fortune. It devoured a great deal of void energy and grew far more robust than before. Zhou Yan stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Perfect timing. The world-devouring flower in my garden has been wilting lately due to a lack of high-quality nutrients. This oversized fertilizer delivering itself right to my doorstep couldn't have come at a better moment. He addressed Ruan Xinglua, who was visibly flustered. Xinglua, don't worry. It's merely a slightly larger shell delivering itself to us. It's nowhere near the level where you need to intervene. As for you, just stay put in the night-crying soul-restoring soil. The earth veins there have just awakened, spawning quite a few new soul crystal veins of decent quality. They'll be very beneficial for stabilizing and enhancing your current spiritual power realm. By the way, keep an eye on that soul-summoning lamp you inherited from that old Toon Guardian. As for that top-grade fertilizer that came knocking on its own door. Zhou Yan stood up, flexing his limbs. A series of faint popping sounds, like beans sizzling in a pan, echoed from his joints. A long-forgotten, faintly exhilarated, icy glint flashed in his eyes. I'll go meet it myself. Come to think of it, it's been ages since I've had a proper workout, a chance to stretch my limbs. Hopefully this little mudskipper will be a bit more resilient than those useless punks last time. This was the first time Zhou Yan had declared in front of Ruan Xinglua that he would personally intervene to handle this cosmic-level crisis threatening the very survival of Blue Star. Unlike before, when he merely influenced and altered the course of battle through seemingly ordinary tools. He seemed to be finally getting serious. Chapter 68, The Returnee. After speaking, Zhou Yan rose from the rocking chair. He strolled leisurely to a wall in the living room that appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary white surface. Then, under Ruan Xinglua's puzzled gaze, he extended his slender, pale finger and casually sketched an extremely rudimentary door-shaped pattern on the smooth wall. The pattern had barely taken shape. The solid wall rippled visibly, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. Immediately, the area where the crude door-shaped pattern had been silently caved inward, transforming into a bottomless, temporary spatial passageway. Chaotic spatial laws and a heart-stoppingly eerie aura filled the void. He stepped inside, his figure vanishing without a trace into the rippling spatial waves. Almost the instant Zhou Yan vanished into the spatial passageway. On the distant Blue Star. Above multiple nations across the globe, small-scale spatial distortions began appearing almost simultaneously. In some regions, the magnetic fields became wildly unstable, churning like boiling water. All of this was clearly the impact of the terrifying energy ripples emitted by that dreadful Death Star as it rapidly approached Blue Star. Panic spread like a plague across the entire planet. In the strange world, Ruan Xinglua forced herself to suppress her worries for Zhou Yan in Blue Star. She chose to trust her husband. Following Zhou Yan's instructions, she sat in meditation within this newly revitalized sanctuary. While stabilizing her rapidly expanded cultivation realm, she began to carefully study the soul-guiding lamp formed from the last remnant soul of the Toonkeeper High Priest. The lamp was ancient and mysterious, its flickering light radiating a warm and tranquil aura. Ruan Xinglua cautiously infused the lamp with that sliver of the exceptionally unique blessing of all souls power she had gained from purifying this corrupted soil. Whoosh! The instant that thread of power, brimming with gratitude and blessings, merged into the lamp's wick. The faint, ghostly green flame within the lantern, previously no larger than a pea and burning quietly, suddenly surged to several times its original size. Within the flames, a vague, ancient consciousness seemed to slowly awaken from an eternal slumber. Bearer of the lamp, the night's lament is your debt. All souls remember. The seed of the world tree lies within the sea of void flowers, awaiting the true homecomer. The seed of the world tree. The sea of void flowers. The returner. This revelation sent shockwaves through Ruan Xinglua's heart. At the same moment, in the realm graveyard, countless billions of light-years beyond Blue Star. A realm of desolation and death, where colossal stellar debris and shattered fragments of worlds drifted endlessly. Zhou Yan's figure emerged silently from a gaping spatial fissure. Before him, the terrifying Death Star bearing endless destruction and ominous aura was tearing apart everything in its path. Like a cannonball launched from the depths of the cosmos, it roared toward them. Zhou Yan stood atop a colossal stellar remnant of fragments several times the size of Earth within the domain graveyard. His gaze remained serene as he watched the Death Star approach with its boundless destructive might, his eyes showing not a flicker of emotion. His choice of this battlefield was not whimsical. Rather, this boundless realm graveyard itself was a famed hunting ground and final resting place for ancient, powerful void creatures during the twilight of the previous cosmic era. It teemed with wildly unstable spatial fissures and raging, chaotic energy currents, a death trap where any creature daring to trespass faced certain doom. Yet for Zhou Yan, everything here could become a pawn in his hands, to be manipulated at will. Want to skip the detour and crash straight into Blue Star? Ha! Zhou Yan watched the Death Star drawing ever closer, a cold smile curling his lips as he murmured to himself. But first, you'd better ask those old neighbors in this graveyard, the ones with rather bad tempers, if they'll agree. With that, he crossed his arms leisurely, waiting quietly for something. That terrifying Death Star finally revealed its core form completely under Zhou Yan's gaze. It was not a simple rock or energy celestial body, but a colossal, shattered nest of flesh and blood. It had been forcibly fused together from the wreckage of worlds, the bones of devoured living beings, and the boundless resentment and despair they had harbored in their final moments. The Death Star's diameter now exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, and it continued to writhe and expand. At the very center of the nest, a terrifying humanoid creature towering 10,000 zhang tall, its entire form a deep purple, seemingly forged from the purest essence of calamity and the laws of destruction, sat enthroned upon a throne built from countless divine skulls. 12 bone horns, like a monstrous crown, pierced skyward from its head. It wore pitch-black armor woven from the wails of countless souls, and in its hand it gripped a colossal bone scythe blazing with calamitous black flames potent enough to wither the very fabric of existence. This was the true core and will of the cataclysmic star core, the cataclysmic Star Lord. Devouring the very essence of worlds is its sole means of evolution and advancement. The disaster Star Lord's power had long since firmly touched the threshold of the God's sovereign realm, making it a genuine half-step God sovereign. Roar! The disaster Star Lord unleashed a silent roar powerful enough to shake the entire realm's graveyard. Its will, brimming with destruction and greed, had already locked onto the spatial coordinates of Blue Star. Just as it prepared to forcibly tear open the space before it, attempting a spatial leap to descend near Blue Star. Suddenly, Arg! Within this realm graveyard, silent for countless millennia, several terrifying wolves equally brimming with savagery and hunger suddenly awoke from the depths of those colossal stellar remnants. Drawn by the colossal primordial aura emanating from the catastrophe Star Lord, these formidable void creatures had lain dormant within this graveyard. These void creatures took myriad forms, some resembling colossal squids that obscured the stars, others like void predators clad in crystalline carapaces. Though not as terrifyingly powerful as the Cataclysm Star Lord, most had reached the Eerie tier, and among them were even those at the peak of Eerie. Their intelligence was limited, yet their primal survival instincts drove them to launch relentless, death-defying assaults upon the disaster Star Lord. In an instant, multicolored energy beams rained down like a violent storm, pounding relentlessly upon the colossal flesh and blood nest. A terrifying, chaotic melee erupted, engulfing the entire domain graveyard. Chapter 69, Falling into the Trap. Though the catastrophe Star Lord was immensely powerful, faced with this swarm of formidable void creatures frenzied as bloodthirsty mad dogs, utterly fearless in their assault, it was forced to divert a significant portion of its strength to deal with these bothersome flies. Its forward momentum was temporarily stalled by this sudden melee. A damned swarm of vermin. The disaster Star Lord roared in fury, each swing of its colossal bone scythe effortlessly cleaving several Eerie-grade void creatures in two. Yet more void creatures poured in relentlessly from all directions, binding it and its colossal flesh nest in a deadly entanglement. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, the instigator of it all, remained calmly perched atop the massive stellar wreckage, quietly observing the chaotic spectacle he had orchestrated. Only occasionally did he appear to casually flick his finger. An imperceptibly strange spatial ripple silently merged into the chaotic void of the battlefield. The attack trajectories and directions of the wildly assaulting void creatures underwent subtle, exquisitely calculated alterations without their notice. These alterations seemed insignificant. Yet their cumulative effect was to deftly, step by step, guide the disaster Star Lord, who fought while retreating, attempting to shake off the void creature's entanglement toward a specific direction Zhou Yan had long predetermined. There, concealed within the void, lay a deadly trap, a labyrinth of shattered celestial fragments and unstable spatial fissures, brimming with endless peril. After paying a heavy price to finally tear apart the last wave of void creatures besieging it, the cataclysmic Star Lord prepared to forcefully descend upon Blue Star once more. It discovered to its horror that it had been unknowingly driven into a region far more ancient and desolate than any it had encountered before, a strange and eerie domain. The bone mound forgotten by the gods. Here floated countless ancient divine bones long stripped of their divine radiance, yet still radiating a heart-stopping terror. The moment it entered this place, the Star Lord of Calamity immediately sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the deepest recesses of the bone mound, one powerful enough to make even this half-step god lord feel heart-pounding dread and unease. Though brutal and greedy, it was not foolish. In that instant, it realized it had fallen into a trap. That human. The human who had flashed through this realm's graveyard earlier. It was him. It must be his doing. The realm graveyard, the forgotten bone mound of the gods. Human. How dare you scheme against this one? It unleashed a roar that shook the void. Upon its colossal form, the pitch-black armor woven from the wails of countless souls erupted with an unprecedented aura of terror. It would break free from this forbidden graveyard that unsettled even its own soul, no matter the cost. Zhou Yan's figure materialized out of thin air. Leaning casually against a colossal, pallid rib, a relic of some unknown deity, he gazed calmly at the catastrophe Star Lord trapped within the depths, a faint smile curling his lips. Ignoring the Star Lord of Calamity's rage-filled roar, powerful enough to shatter stars, he addressed the depths of the silent bone mound as if greeting an old friend. You've been slumbering for hundreds of thousands of years. Wake up. Fresh nourishment has arrived at your doorstep. If you don't come out and stretch your limbs soon, these old bones of yours will truly grow moss. As his words faded away. Boom, boom, boom. The entire bone mound, forgotten by the gods, began to shake violently. As if some terrifying entity, slumbering for countless ages, had been utterly awakened by his casual remark. In the deepest recesses of the bone mound, amidst the endless darkness and deathly silence. 1 pair, 10 pairs, 100 pairs, thousands upon thousands of pairs. Eyes flickered to life, their depths glowing with an insatiable hunger for flesh and souls. Ha ha ha. Fresh divine essence. So hungry, so hungry. Countless whispers, filled with chaotic and frenzied will, rose from every corner of the bone mound, coalescing into a terrifying torrent powerful enough to drive any living being mad. Then, under the catastrophe Star Lord's eyes of utter disbelief, countless terrifying entities forcibly coalesced from the decayed remains of long-dead gods. The overwhelming resentment of the unwilling, and the unique chaotic laws of this bone mound surged forth like a black tide from every corner of the bone mound. Their forms varied wildly. Some were hideous skeletal gods wielding bone blades, others were multi-limbed, stitched-together flesh demons. Yet without exception, each radiated an aura of terror rivaling the peak of the eerie realm, even approaching that of a demigod. They were the native inhabitants of this bone mound forgotten by the gods. The devourers of gods. This was a terrifying horde lacking any unified will, driven solely by the most primal instincts of devouring and destruction. Their combined might was sufficient to confront a true, early-stage god sovereign head-on. Now, awakened by Zhou Yan's words, the countless pairs of hungry, greedy eyes of these god devourers locked onto the catastrophe Star Lord's colossal flesh nest, a source radiating irresistible life energy and primordial world essence. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly the most delicious and nourishing feast imaginable. Roar! Without a moment's hesitation. The moment their target was locked, the endless swarm of god-eaters surged forward like a breached black flood. They unleashed waves of maddened, spine-chilling howls as they charged toward the catastrophe Star Lord and its colossal flesh nest. No! You damned skeletons! Get the hell out of my way! Facing this boundless horde of god-eaters, the Star Lord of Calamity found itself embroiled in an unprecedentedly brutal battle. Though it held the exalted rank of a half-step god sovereign, possessing overwhelming might, the shattered remains and vengeful spirits of the slain devourers swiftly coalesced anew under the bone tomb's bizarre laws, charging back with renewed fury. While it could easily annihilate individual or small groups of devourers, the sheer collective might of the entire swarm made this half-step god sovereign feel immense pressure and terror for the very first time. The vast flesh and blood nest was relentlessly devoured and torn apart by the frenzied bites and attacks of the devouring beings. Huge chunks of flesh, brimming with immense energy, were torn away, only for more god-eaters to swarm in and devour every last scrap. Human! It's you! You plotted against this sovereign. Amidst the frenzied, desperate struggle, the Star Lord of Calamity roared, his voice filled with endless venom and resentment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan remained calmly poised at the entrance of the bone mound, standing motionless like the most elegant of gentlemen. Chapter 70, The Savior. He made no move to seize the catastrophe star core now within reach. Instead, he occasionally extended a finger, lightly tapping the void. With each touch, the ancient formations he had secretly laid within this bone mound of the forgotten gods underwent subtle shifts in their operation. These formations were not designed for direct assault. Instead, they subtly influenced the attack patterns of the devourer swarm, making their assaults more frenzied and targeted. Simultaneously, they altered the spatial laws surrounding the disaster Star Lord, ensuring that each of its immense energy discharges inevitably rippled out to disturb other slumbering ancient divine remains within the bone mound. This, in turn, drew even more devourers to join the assault. Blue Star, China's national fortune livestream. All viewers could only glimpse, through the heavily filtered and weakened broadcast feed, the distant depths of the realm graveyard. Within the forbidden zone known as the God's Forgotten Bone Mound, terrifying energy fluctuations capable of shattering worlds and making stars tremble continued to erupt. And the increasingly feeble, despair-filled, and unwillingly desperate, piercing howl of the Calamity Star Lord. Holy crap! Just how many terrifying monsters are lurking in that bone mound? That arrogant disaster star lord looks like he's about to crack. Zhou Yan's borrowing the knife to kill, no, letting the dogs fight each other is just too smooth. No bloodshed, sitting back and watching the tigers fight. So cunning. I love it. This is the true mark of a master strategist. Directing the battle from afar, deciding victory billions of light years away. Without lifting a finger, he's toyed with a terrifying half-step divine sovereign-level existence like it was nothing. After an excruciatingly long and brutal war of attrition, its duration unknown. The once arrogant disaster star lord, having single-handedly decimated over 90% of the god devourer swarm, now found its very flesh and blood lair, its lifeline gnawed into a gaping wound, teetering on collapse. The disaster star core at the very heart of the nest was now covered in spiderweb-like hideous cracks. The energy fluctuations emanating from it had weakened to an extreme, with less than 1/10 of its original power remaining, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. Just as the remnants of the God-Eater swarm still rabidly frenzied prepared to swarm upon the shattering disaster star core for its final devouring and division. Zhou Yan, who had been observing with leisurely detachment, finally moved. He took a single, gentle step forward. The next instant, his figure seemed to transcend the dimensions of time, defying spatial distance as he materialized before the disaster star core cracked and on the verge of shattering completely. He ignored the remaining devourers of gods surrounding him, their eyes fixed on him with hunger, their threatening growls echoing around him. He extended a hand, clean, slender, seemingly untouched by the dust and smoke of the mortal world, and lightly tapped the core of the Calamity Star nucleus. Its violent energy, sufficient to destroy several star systems, was on the verge of complete detonation. A mystical rune, profound beyond comprehension and seemingly embodying the cosmic principles of creation and destruction, flashed from his fingertip. Silently, it sank into the star core. In that instant, the Calamity Star Core, which had been raging to its absolute limit, poised to annihilate everything around it through self-detonation, miraculously calmed its terrifying, world-ending energy within. All the destructive, negative concept-laden calamity forces were forcibly sealed, suppressed, and even purified by that mysterious rune. In the end, only the purest, most unadulterated essence of the world's origin remained alongside fragments of the calamity's rules, now refined and exuding an alluring aura. Zhou Yan snapped his fingers. The purified essence of the world's origin, resembling golden liquid, automatically flew toward him and was stored within an unknown space. As for those fragments of calamity rules, brimming with a frenzied aura and as deadly as poison to ordinary beings, he casually tossed them aside like refuse. He directed them toward the surrounding cluster of god-eaters, who still stirred restlessly, filled with both apprehension and craving toward him. Here's your reward. Zhou Yan's tone was as if bestowing a gift upon obedient pets. Once you're full, go back to sleep. Don't come out unnecessarily and cause trouble for me. The once ferocious god-devouring hordes, after devouring these fragments of calamity rules which were nothing short of supreme delicacies to them, actually began to gradually quell the savage energy within their bodies. Then, one by one, they returned to their satisfied slumber, burrowing back into the dark depths of the bone mound. It was as if they had truly received the satisfaction and reward of a supreme ruler. Zhou Yan stowed the pure, colossally potent essence of the Calamity Star Core within his possession. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, sending a casual mental transmission through the dragon pillar mark to Ruan Xinglua, who remained far away in the soil of nightly wails and resurrections. Fertilizer secured. Qualities decent enough. Almost simultaneously with Zhou Yan's successful receipt of this jumbo fertilizer, a global system announcement, brimming with joy and relief even tinged with a sense of burden lifted, resounded across the entire blue star. Global highest level security alert. Global highest level security alert. As determined by the rules of the multiverse, the cosmic level calamity source, the Calamity Star Lord half-step god sovereign level, which was on a collision course to destroy Blue Star, has been successfully intercepted in the realm graveyard by an unknown guardian entity named Zhou Yan, who declined to reveal their specific identity or origin. With supreme power, it has been completely obliterated. Blue Star has been saved from peril. The civilization to which it belongs, Huaxia, due to the special protective relationship between its betrothed and this unknown guardian entity Zhou Yan, shall permanently receive the special attribute enhancement of a stellar guardian for its national fortune. Celestial Guardian Special National Fortune Attribute. This will dramatically enhance the Huaxia civilization's resistance and early warning capabilities against all calamities and malicious attacks originating from beyond the realms. Simultaneously, all Huaxia citizens will experience a permanent increase in the efficiency of their cultivation, spiritual insights, and communication with arcane forces during nighttime or under starlit skies. The fortune of Huaxia has surged dramatically once more due to this act of protection. Its core leadership position within the Blue Star civilization system will be thoroughly consolidated. The moment this announcement was made, the entire Huanya livestream plunged into a frenzy more complete and more frenzied than any previous celebration. Zhou Yan. The might of Lord Zhou Yan had utterly, completely, and utterly surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. He is not merely the guardian deity of Huaxia, he is the savior of the entire Blue Star. Chapter 71, Open Strategy. Zhou Yan's monumental deeds at the realm graveyard had utterly stunned all worlds through that global announcement. Blue Star thus entered an unprecedented era of precious development. China's national fortune reached unprecedented heights, with the golden dragon of destiny coiled across the heavens, its majesty commanding awe across the four seas. His temporary residence at the transit point within the realm of the uncanny became a bustling hub overnight, teeming with visitors and vehicles. Each day, countless representatives from various uncanny civilizations arrived bearing lavish gifts, seeking to establish friendly relations with this newly risen supercivilization. The 3-day deadline had passed. The ultimatum Zhou Yan had issued to the defeated nations, the Beautiful Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, and the European Alliance, was now due for fulfillment. As the chief representative of the Huaxia civilization, Yuan Xinglua prepared to formally collect the rent. Inside the Huaxia nation's fortune livestream, an atmosphere of jubilant excitement had long prevailed, brimming with the pride and superiority of a great creditor nation. Ha ha ha! Rent collection time is finally here. Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Northern Bear Nation, and all you fence-sitters, have you prepared your reparations? Any single item on that list would make them wince for ages. How dare they challenge China before this? I bet they won't be able to scrape it together, might even try to renege. Can't wait for big shot Zhou Yan to step in again and teach them a lesson. Exactly. No mercy for these scoundrels. No payment? Just storm their doors and take it. In the live streams of other Blue Star nations, however, the scene was entirely different. The screens mostly showed their own high-ranking officials scrambling frantically, running around to secure the rare and bizarre resources on the list, even resorting to selling off non-core assets. Their faces, etched with humiliation, stood in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere in China's livestream. Public sentiment within those nations had plummeted to an all-time low. A dead nations alliance delegation led by U.S. Secretary of State Ashton arrived punctually to meet with Yuan Xinglua. Esteemed Ms. Yuan Xinglua, ambassador of Huaxia civilization. As soon as they met, Ashton adopted the most submissive posture. With tears streaming down his face, he lamented to Yuan Xinglua about the tragic plight of his own nation and several other allied countries. Ms. Yuan, as you know, due to our devastating failure in the Golden Ancient City trial, the fortunes of our nation, the United States, the Northern Bear Nation, the European Union, and others have plummeted to rock bottom. Domestic disasters and man-made calamities persist, bizarre uprisings erupt frequently. We are truly, utterly unable to gather all the tangible resources listed on your inventory within such a short time frame. We have no intention of defaulting, it's simply, our hearts are willing, but our strength is insufficient. However, just as Yuan Xinglua furrowed her delicate brows, expecting the other party to openly renege on their promises, Ashton abruptly shifted his tone, his expression hardening with resolve and sincerity. However, to express our apology and respect for the Chinese civilization and for the great being behind you, our alliance of debtor nations has deliberated through the night and is willing to propose a more sincere compensation plan. Oh? Yuan Xinglua asked impassively. Go on. Ashton immediately retrieved a glowing data projection from his breast pocket and handed it to Yuan Xinglua. Ms. Yuan, this is a newly discovered SSS-level lost realm, the Golden Land, whose precise entrance our nation has only just identified at tremendous cost. Preliminary scans reveal mountains and rivers formed entirely from pure golden primordial energy. It also harbors countless gold-based anomalous creatures and rare treasures beyond measure. Moreover, the reserves and total value of its internal resources far exceed everything listed on your compensation claim. We are willing to pledge the access key to this SSS-grade lost anomaly, the Golden Land, as collateral for the core debt, placing its full management under the authority of the Huaxia civilization. The materials he presented were detailed and enticing, depicting a golden land that held irresistible appeal for any civilization desperately seeking developmental resources. Ms. Yuan, consider this: should the Huaxia civilization successfully develop this land, the benefits gained would far surpass any paltry compensation list. Ashton's tone was thick with seduction. This was a blatant, open gambit. They were betting that China, faced with such immense temptation, would accept without hesitation. They knew full well that while the Golden Land was indeed a treasure trove, it was also famously known throughout the strange world as a notorious trap of desire. Legend held that any living being entering the Golden Land would be affected by the pervasive aura of its primordial gold essence, causing their greed and desires to be infinitely amplified. Ultimately, they lose their minds, assimilated by the gold, transforming into mindless, gold zombie guardians, existing solely to protect the treasure. They intended to use this terrifying trap of desire to wipe out China's most elite exploration team in one fell swoop. And if that Chinese woman went in too, it would be perfect. Yuan Xinglua stared at the glittering dossier, her mind crystal clear. Without betraying a hint of emotion, she relayed every detail of Ashton's compensation proposal to Zhou Yan, who was far away in Xingfu residential area. After listening, Zhou Yan let out a dismissive chuckle. Golden Land? Nothing more than a low-grade energy conversion trap fueled by the greedy desires of living beings to catalyze the evolution of its own golden essence. And they have the nerve to call it a treasure? But then again, Zhou Yan shifted his tone. The refined golden essence extracted from that golden land might actually be of some use to that evolving dragon pillar of the nation on your wrist. Since they've been so kind as to hand us the pillow, we might as well reluctantly go inspect the goods. Ruan Xinglua instantly grasped Zhou Yan's meaning. Lifting her cool, clear gaze, she looked at Ashton calmly and said, "Your compensation proposal does sound quite sincere. In principle, we can accept it. However," Ruan Xinglua shifted her tone, clearly conveying Zhou Yan's directive. "For an SSS-level guayu of such critical importance, its valuation cannot be based solely on your word. China must dispatch a professional appraisal team to enter Golden Town alongside your personnel for on-site exploration and valuation. This agreement will only take effect once we verify its value and confirm it can indeed cover the compensation list. Therefore, please hand over the key to the Golden Land first." This. Ashton's smile stiffened slightly. He hadn't anticipated the other party would propose such a joint entry requirement. This deviated from their original plan. But with matters having reached this point, he couldn't afford to show the slightest hesitation. To do so would be tantamount to confessing guilt without being asked. Chapter 72, The Golden Guardians. Besides, in his view, even if they entered together, China would absolutely collapse under the terrifying corrosive power of the Golden Land's greed. Then, as long as the United States took thorough precautions, they might very well be able to turn the tables and trap China's elite team inside. With this thought, Ashton instantly switched back to his feigned, magnanimous smile. "Of course, there's no problem. We fully understand Ms. Rawan's concerns. Joint assessment is only right and proper." Speaking thus, he retrieved a golden idol from a specially crafted storage artifact layered with protective seals. Standing roughly a foot tall, it was crafted entirely from pure gold. This was the key to entering the Golden Land. "Ms. Rawan, this is the key. Please keep it safe." With the key handed over. Soon, a task force was swiftly formed, led personally by Ruan Xinglua. It comprised dozens of China's most elite combat specialists, alongside members of the Det Nations Alliance represented by Ashton. To ensure the trap set for China's elite team in the Golden Land was foolproof, the United States dispatched one of their most elite covert operatives, codenamed the Cleaner Cole. Cole was ruthless and calculating, the sharpest blade in the United States arsenal for assassination and sabotage. Operations he personally executed almost never failed. Guided by the Golden Idol key, the Chinese elite and the Det Nations Alliance members soon entered the legendary SSS-level Lost Realm of Illusion, the Golden Land. The moment they stepped inside, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. Golden splendor. Dazzling and mesmerizing. The sky was a flowing sea of molten gold, the earth pure crystallized gold, and distant mountain ranges were majestic, undulating peaks of solid gold. Even the air itself was thick with an intoxicating scent of wealth so potent it felt capable of corrupting one's very soul. Holy! This is literally a paradise where gods dwell. We're rich. We're rich. Just prying off a single gold brick from the ground would last me years. Upon witnessing this sea of gold, the members of the Det Nations Alliance gasped for breath, their eyes blazing with uncontrollable greed, nearly losing their senses on the spot. But the members of the Huaxia squad, prompted by Ruan Xinglua's warning, forced down their shock and desire. Their expressions grew solemn as they scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. They understood well that the more beautiful a place appeared, the more deadly dangers it often concealed. The joint team pressed deeper into the Golden Land. Along the way, aside from mountains, rivers, and landscapes formed entirely of pure gold, they encountered no strange creatures or dangers whatsoever. This unnatural calm only deepened the unease within the hearts of Lin Anhua and the other Chinese leaders. After several hours of travel, an immense golden pyramid towering thousands of meters high and constructed entirely of pure gold appeared before them. From its apex radiated an immense energy fluctuation potent enough to drive any living being mad. Without a doubt, this was the very heart of the entire Golden Land. Just as every member of the China team focused their attention on the magnificent golden pyramid. At the rear of the group, Cole, the leader of the United States contingent, exchanged a subtle glance with several core companions beside him, also from the United States and the European Union. The next second, Cole abruptly crushed the alchemical trigger he had concealed in his hand. Buzz. Time to close the net. A venomous grin spread across Cole's face. As he crushed the trigger in his hand, the entire golden village erupted in blinding light. Gigantic light barriers composed of pure golden energy descended from the sky, completely sealing off all exits to the outside world. At the same moment, across the Golden Land, countless golden statues were activated from all directions. Snap! 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 Their heads, cast from pure gold, turned in unison toward the trapped Huaxia squad at the center of the arena. A cold, mocking voice boomed throughout the entire Golden Land's eerie domain. Welcome to the eternal hell of wealth. Indulge in your final feast of greed to your heart's content. Ha 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 ha. With this frenzied laughter, the golden curse hidden deep within the Golden Land erupted completely at that very moment. Roar! In that instant, thousands upon thousands of golden statues transformed into true golden guardians. Fearless of death, they roared as they surged from all directions toward the trapped Huaxia squad at the center. Every attack, whether claws or blades, carried a terrifying gilding effect. Any substance struck by them was instantly assimilated, transformed into lifeless gold. The Huaxia squad found themselves instantly embroiled in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the core members Cole, Olieg, and others retreated the instant the trap activated. They retreated to a special safe zone they had pre-arranged, one capable of temporarily shielding them from the Golden Curse's corrosion. Each wore a cruel, savage grin, watching the Huaxia team being engulfed by the Golden Tide as if admiring a pre-arranged spectacle. Cole even produced a special communication device, triumphantly reporting to Secretary of State Ashton and others back on Blue Star. "Reporting to Your Excellency, the fish are in the net. The Golden Curse has been fully activated. Within 10 minutes at most, this elite Huaxia team will be completely transformed into new guardians of our Golden Land." Inside the Huaxia National Fortune livestream, every viewer's heart leapt into their throats at that instant. We've fallen for it. This was a trap from the very beginning. Ruan Goddess is surrounded. S-rank Golden Guards are closing in from all sides. How can we fight this? Find a way to break out. Don't let those golden things touch you. Where's Big Shot Zhouyan? Where is he? This trap seems seriously dangerous. Big Shot, step in and save her. Just as Team Huaxia was about to be swallowed by the endless Golden Tide, Zhouyan's dismissive voice rang clearly in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Ha! Using the greed and desires of living beings as the core drive to activate these energy entities without independent consciousness. Truly unoriginal and ancient, tired old trick. Xingluo, remember that bone abacus I rewarded you with after the realm challenge? Ruan Xingluo froze at the mention, instantly recalling that peculiar abacus she'd casually stowed away, named the debt-collecting abacus of all grievances. That abacus, he continued, besides collecting resentment debts, can also collect this kind of greed debt. Zhou Yan said with a calm and composed tone. Chapter 73, Break It For Me. At his words, Ruan Xingluo felt an instant calm settle over her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the debt collection abacus of all grievances from her storage space. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind once more, instructing her on a bead-pulling technique entirely different from the resentment channeling method she'd used before. Ruan Xingluo applied the newly learned technique immediately. Her delicate hands danced across the pitch-black bone abacus like a butterfly flitting through flowers, plucking a series of mystical, causality-infused clinks from the beads. Clatter, clatter, clatter. This time, the debt collection abacus of all grievances no longer emitted the heart-stoppingly terrifying resentment it had before. Instead, amidst the crisp clatter of beads, an extraordinary, intangible pull emerged. This pull targeted not the physical forms of the Golden Guardians, but the very greed that drove the actions of these thousands of S-rank Golden Guardians. The Golden Guards, who had been furiously attacking the Huaxia squad, suddenly halted their forward momentum. The dazzling, blinding golden light that had radiated from their bodies began to fade at a visible speed. It was as if their batteries had been instantly drained, every ounce of core power within them being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible, terrifying force. Crack, crack. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of their bodies, shattering the once impregnable golden armor. With a crisp crackling sound, the first Golden Guardian's hard golden shell shattered like a weathered eggshell, scattering fragments across the ground. Next, the second, the third, hundreds upon hundreds. The crisp cracking sounds echoed throughout the entire Golden Land, rising and falling in waves, merging into a continuous roar. When the golden shell symbolizing the Golden Curse shattered completely, what was revealed was not the energy core or puppet remains everyone had imagined. Instead, it revealed the desiccated, real bodies of adventurers from different civilizations and races across the realm of the uncanny. All were wretched souls devoured by this Golden Land over endless ages, consumed by their own greed. As the golden shell shattered, strands of shattered souls, imprisoned for centuries, slowly drifted out from the withered bodies. On their faces, once twisted by curses, a look of profound relief gradually appeared. As these newly liberated spirits were about to vanish completely into the heavens and earth, they bowed deeply toward Ruan Xingluo. That bow contained no words, yet it held boundless gratitude that sprang from the very core of their souls. In the next instant, thousands upon thousands of souls transformed into countless crystalline, luminous points radiant with pure soul energy and profound gratitude, all converging into the soul-guiding lamp in Ruan Xingluo's hand, which had been emitting a faint green glow. After absorbing this immense surge of soul energy, the lamp's wick, once a faint green flame, suddenly surged several times brighter, its light intensifying dramatically. No, this can't be possible. Standing in the distant safety zone, Cole and the core members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance beside him witnessed this scene. Each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces etched with disbelief, horror, and utter bewilderment. Their pride and joy, a deadly trap powerful enough to annihilate several S-rank elite teams. How could it be so easily defeated? What on earth was happening? This was nothing like the script they had planned. As tens of thousands of Golden Guards were completely liberated, the core of the Golden Curse within the entire Golden Land began to destabilize drastically, having lost its greatest source of energy. That colossal golden pyramid, towering thousands of meters high at the very center of the Golden Land. The desire-filled heart at its apex, the core of the sinister domain, began to flicker erratically, as if it might spiral out of control at any moment. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice echoed once more within Ruan Xingluo's mind. These appetizers have been cleared away quite neatly. Xingluo, the quality of the primordial gold here is passable. It should be just right for the dragon pillar on your hand. Don't just stand there. Use the tip of the sword of stillness to pierce directly into the heart of desire at the pyramid's apex. Seize control of the entire realm of illusion. At these words, Ruan Xingluo's eyes instantly sharpened. Without hesitation, her petite form transformed into a golden streak of light. Under the horrified stares of Cole and the others, she shot skyward, heading straight for the apex of the colossal golden pyramid. The tip of the sword of stillness in her hand once again emitted a heart-stopping gray sword intent. Break! Ruan Xingluo's clear command echoed as she channeled the bulk of her power into the sword's tip, driving it viciously toward the heart of desire. The instant the blade pierced the golden core with pinpoint precision. Boom! The entire golden land began to shake violently, as if the heavens were splitting apart. The solid golden earth, the towering golden mountains, the surging golden rivers. In that instant, they all seemed to lose their inherent forms, collectively transforming into the most primal, most violent, true torrent of liquid gold. Endless torrents of liquid gold swirled around the colossal golden pyramid, forming a terrifying golden vortex over 100 kilometers in diameter, a vortex capable of devouring everything. At the very heart of that golden vortex, an ancient aura stirred to life. A fragment of an ancient golden deity, several times larger than the pyramid itself, slowly rose from the vortex's center. This was the true core of the Golden Land. Seizing the rare moment when the ancient golden god's remnant soul had just awakened and was still in a state of confusion, Ruan Xingluo acted without hesitation. Without hesitation, she merged the righteous dragon energy of the nation-guarding dragon pillar within her body with the sword intent of the blade of stillness. Roar! A grey gold divine light, imbued with supreme dragon might and the rules of annihilation, erupted from Ruan Xingluo's fingertips. This divine light pierced directly into the remnant soul of the golden ancient god with pinpoint precision. Roar! The newly awakened remnant soul of the golden ancient god, struck by this fusion of dragon energy and sword intent, began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate at a visible pace. Finally, amidst the endless golden light, only a fist-sized, flawlessly pure golden divine essence remained, suspended silently in midair. Ruan Xingluo reached out, carefully tucking this priceless golden divine essence into his pouch. With the dissipation of the ancient golden god's remnant soul and the removal of its core divine essence, the violent vortex of liquid gold throughout the entire golden land finally subsided completely. Control over the entire mysterious realm, along with that golden divine essence, now fell entirely into Ruan Xingluo's hands. Chapter 74, Transformation. Following the conclusion of the Golden Land incident, China's gains were unprecedented. Ruan Xingluo, Director Lin Anhua, and other core members of the Huaxia delegation were conducting a brief rest and assessment of their gains at the Blue Star Alliance's transit station within the Weird World. Yet the euphoria of victory was swiftly overshadowed by a sudden, terrifying crisis originating from within their own ranks. Ugh! Ah! Within the transit station, Ruan Xingluo, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly let out a muffled groan of pain she could not suppress. Her fair face turned deathly pale, her forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Her petite frame, seated cross-legged upon the jade bed, shook violently beyond her control. Due to the unprecedented backflow of Huaxia's national fortune, coupled with her own rapid absorption of overly complex supreme energies such as the dragon pillars of the nation, the golden heart, and the golden divine essence within an extremely short time frame. Though Zhou Yan had processed these energies, their very essence remained too advanced and chaotic. Now, within Ruan Xingluo's body, they raged like countless unyielding kings, colliding and repelling each other with frenzied intensity. Within her consciousness, a cataclysmic storm of cosmic laws raged. Her body alternately radiated the sacred, domineering golden light of the golden heart and emanated the annihilating sword intent of the return to stillness blade, potent enough to end all existence. Two utterly different yet equally terrifying forces of law collided violently within her, making her feel as though her body and soul were like a balloon being inflated relentlessly at any moment. This terrifying force could cause her to burst apart. This scene was vividly broadcast to all viewers across China through the national livestream. Outside the cultivation chamber, the Chinese guards and researchers, confined to monitoring the feed, paced like ants on a hot pan. Inside the livestream chat, the atmosphere that had been filled with celebration and joy instantly turned to extreme tension and worry. What's happening to Goddess Ruan? Her aura is so unstable. So terrifying. I feel like the screen is about to shatter from the power radiating off her. Golden light and gray mist are clashing. Is this power run amok? Could it be that the national fortune is too strong, the benefits gained too great, and her body can't handle it? What should we do? Director Lin and the others seem helpless too. Where's Big Shot Zhou Yan? Big Shot Zhou Yan, save Goddess Ruan. Meanwhile, contestants from the United States and Japan were enduring a different kind of agony. As the national fortunes of the countries they represented declined, they could no longer provide effective protection or energy replenishment. Their own power was rapidly draining at an irreversible rate. Some contestants had even begun exhibiting terrifying, strange transformations, their bodies morphing into bizarre creatures. By comparison, Ruan Xingluo's current predicament, a crisis of happiness stemming from receiving too many benefits, seemed like pure Versailles to the other nations. Yet they all understood that this crisis of abundance was no less perilous, perhaps even more so. No. The energy conflict within Advisor Ruan is too intense. None of our suppression or diversion protocols are having any effect. Outside the cultivation chamber, Director Lin Anguo watched the increasingly agonized expression on Ruan Xingluo's face through the monitor, sweating profusely and consumed by anxiety. They had exhausted every known method, yet faced with such a high-level power conflict, they mere mortals who hadn't even touched the threshold of the rules were utterly helpless. Just as everyone was at a complete loss. In room 101 of Happiness Community, on the rocking chair in the courtyard, Zhou Yan, who had been silently observing Ruan Xingluo's every move through some mysterious connection, let out a soft sigh. Ah, she's still just a little girl. Her foundation is too weak, and she's taken too big a step. In the end, she's pulled herself too far. It seems I must personally intervene to safeguard the path in the end. He rose slowly from the rocking chair. In the next instant, his figure flickered slightly. He effortlessly bypassed the supposedly impregnable spatial barriers and layers of restrictions within the transfer station of the bizarre world, barriers that not even a half-step divine sovereign could easily breach. Silent and swift as teleportation, he materialized within the highest-level cultivation chamber where Ruan Xinglua lay, a chamber guarded with extreme vigilance. Gazing at the young girl on the jade bed, her body convulsing from the violent clash of energies within, his deep eyes revealed an unmistakable flicker of unguarded tenderness and concern for the first time. He reached out, gently wiping away the fine beads of fragrant sweat that had formed on Ruan Xingluo's forehead from her agony. It's okay now, Xingluo. Everything's fine. His voice was soft and gentle, yet it seemed to carry a strange magic capable of soothing all pain and turmoil in the world. As his words echoed, he gave a gentle wave of his hand. In an instant, the heavens shifted, the earth turned upside down. The cold cultivation chamber, once filled with the aura of technology and rune-bound restrictions, vanished in an instant. In its place stood an independent courtyard, a realm where birdsong mingled with floral fragrance, where spiritual energy permeated the air, where laws formed their own cohesive system, and where boundless vitality and serene harmony reigned supreme. This courtyard belonged to no space within the bizarre world. It was an absolute domain carved out by Zhou Yan with supreme power. Here, all external scrutiny was severed, along with the chaotic rules and celestial laws of the bizarre world. This was the first time Zhou Yan had manifested his true form to address an issue concerning Ruan Xinglua herself. Inside the Huaxiao livestream room. Upon seeing Zhou Yan's familiar, towering figure, the audience erupted in cheers filled with excitement and relief. Big shot Zhou Yan. It's big shot Zhou Yan. He's finally descended in person. So handsome. So gentle. The way the boss looks at Goddess Ruan, my goodness, it's enough to melt anyone. This is true husband power at its peak. Always appearing by your side in the most critical moments. Within the secluded courtyard, Zhou Yan gazed at Ruan Xinglua, whose expression had softened slightly, his eyes brimming with adoration. He reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace. With an unprecedented tenderness in his voice, he whispered soothingly into her ear, "Silly girl, you've suffered so much. The opportunity you gained this time was too immense, and the power too chaotic. Forcing its integration with your current constitution would naturally cause you pain." Leaning against Zhou Yan's warm, solid embrace, Ruan Xinglua felt the familiar scent that brought her immense comfort. The excruciating pain she had endured earlier seemed to lessen considerably. Weak and clinging to him, she whispered, "Husband, am I going to die?" "Nonsense." Zhou Yan gently rebuked her, his voice soft yet firm. "With me here, how could anything happen to you?" He gently patted Ruan Xinglua's back, his voice gentle yet filled with unwavering confidence. "In your current state, you must undergo a complete primordial Tao union. I will personally guide you. Using my own primordial power as the catalyst, I will sort infuse the chaotic, fragmented rule energies within your body. This process might be a bit unusual." Zhou Yan paused, as if searching for the right words. "But all you need to remember is to empty your mind and surrender everything to me." Primordial Tao union? Ruan Xinglua looked up blankly, meeting Zhou Yan's eyes, deep as the starry sky. Though she didn't truly grasp the meaning behind those 4 words. Yet she sensed that what was about to unfold would mark an unprecedented transformation not only for her, but for their very relationship. Chapter 75, The Deadliest Poison. Within the exclusive courtyard Zhou Yan had casually conjured, spiritual energy swirled thickly, its own laws forming a barrier that shut out all external disturbances. He gazed at Ruan Xinglua in his arms, her face contorted with pain from the clashing energies, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. The hint of heartache in his eyes transformed into an unprecedented intensity. "Xinglua, listen to me." Zhou Yan's voice was low and gentle. "Your current situation is extremely dangerous. The national fortune's backflow, the golden divine essence, the sword intent of annihilation, the dragon pillar that anchors the nation, any one of these forces alone could transform an ordinary being beyond recognition. But their simultaneous presence within you has become the most deadly poison. What I'm about to perform for you, the primordial Tao union, is not a simple energy infusion or realignment. I must enter your spiritual realm, within your sea of consciousness, to reweave and fuse these conflicting supreme power principles anew. This process demands immense mental expenditure and supreme control from both you and me as your guide. The slightest misstep could cause your sea of consciousness to collapse instantly, obliterating your soul, a fate even immortals could not reverse. Zhou Yandi explained the peril she faced in meticulous detail to Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua gazed into Zhou Yan's deep, piercing eyes, where she saw an unprecedented intensity of seriousness. Her heart swelled with both gratitude and trepidation. She knew Zhou Yan would never joke about such matters. She nodded firmly, her clear eyes brimming with unreserved trust in Zhou Yan. Husband, I believe in you. You, begin. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, laying bare her most vulnerable soul and consciousness to Zhou Yan without a shred of defense. Zhou Yan drew a deep breath, his fingertip gently touching Ruan Xinglua's brow. A strand of his divine soul energy, condensed to its utmost limit and imbued with his primordial essence, instantly plunged into Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness. However, when Zhou Yan's divine soul consciousness truly descended into Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness, even he who had weathered countless storms could not help but furrow his brow slightly. What unfolded before him was not a normal spiritual sea. Instead, it was a scene of utter chaos, a vision of utter apocalypse. The sky of the sea of consciousness was dominated by a massive golden vortex. Within that vortex surged the purest greed and devouring laws, the very power of the golden divine essence. It was frantically attempting to devour everything within this sea of consciousness. The earth within the sea of consciousness lay shattered and torn apart by crisscrossing gray sword energies. Each blade radiated annihilation laws potent enough to end all existence, mercilessly obliterating any energy entity that dared approach. Between the golden vortex and the gray sword energies, a golden dragon lay battered and bruised, its radiance dimmed yet still struggling to hold its ground. It was the majestic golden dragon, ceaselessly roaring with unyielding defiance. It clung desperately to the center of the sea of consciousness, attempting to use its own nation-guarding rules to prevent the spiritual realm from collapsing entirely. This was the power of the dragon pillars guarding the nation of Huaxia. Three supreme rule energies formed a bizarre equilibrium here. This is trouble. Zhou Yan's spiritual avatar frowned deeply. He realized the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. These forces weren't merely clashing rules. More critically, having become imbued with Ruan Xinglua's unique destiny as the chosen one of national fortune, they had forged intricate connections with the very fortune of the Chinese nation on the distant blue star. This meant that any reckless intervention here, or any failed fusion attempt, could potentially trigger violent tremors in China's national fortune through Ruan Xinglua as the medium. The difficulty of this operation had multiplied exponentially. Xinglua, focus and follow my instructions. Zhou Yan's voice echoed within Ruan Xinglua's chaotic consciousness. Now, try to channel your will to guide the golden dragon. Use its nation-stabilizing dragon energy to restrain that weakest strand of annihilation sword intent. Gritting her teeth against the soul-shredding agony, Ruan Xinglua immediately followed Zhou Yan's guidance. She anchored her formidable will already brushing against the threshold of transcendence onto the battered, righteous golden dragon. However, just as she prepared to command the golden dragon to confront the gray sword energy, on the other side, the golden vortex formed from the golden divine essence suddenly erupted with an endless surge of greed. This greed struck like the most potent mental poison, instantly shattering Ruan Xinglua's already strained mind. Boom! The delicate balance of power within her sea of consciousness shattered in an instant. The golden vortex of greed, freed from the restraining force of the golden dragon of the nation, expanded several times over. It transformed into a colossal maw that lunged voraciously toward the already battered and wounded golden dragon of righteousness, attempting to devour it whole. Put! Ruan Xinglua, who had been seated cross-legged on the jade bed, suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her entire aura instantly withered, her fair face turning as pale as paper. Zhou Yan's brow furrowed deeply. This process proved far more perilous and difficult than he had anticipated. Though Ruan Xinglua's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people, it still proved too immature to resist the temptation emanating from the golden divine core, a core of god-level power. He dared not hold back any longer, forced to divert more of his divine soul's primordial energy to forcibly stabilize Ruan Xinglua's collapsing sea of consciousness and halt the golden vortex's devouring. Simultaneously, like a battle-hardened commander, he continuously instructed Ruan Xinglua within her mind how to wield the razor-sharp edge of the annihilation sword intent to slice through the vortex's power, how to harness the majestic grandeur of the nation-guarding dragon chi to counteract the deathly stillness of the annihilation law. Outside the courtyard, Lin Anhua and the others could only observe the once calm energy fluctuations above the isolated courtyard casually created by Zhou Yan suddenly erupting into frenzied chaos. At times, blinding golden light shot skyward, at others, lifeless gray sword chi crisscrossed the heavens. Then, defiant dragon roars echoed across the clouds, filled with righteous energy. Three utterly distinct patterns of light and shadow intertwined and annihilated each other with frenzied intensity above that small courtyard. What's going on inside? Just look at those energy fluctuations, it's terrifying. Big shot Zhou Yan has stepped in. It should be okay, right? It's like three gods are fighting inside Goddess Ruan's body. Terrifying. Chinese viewers in the livestream could only guess at the heart-stopping events unfolding from the occasional glimpses of terrifying light and shadow spilling out, each holding their breath in tense anticipation. Within the sea of consciousness, time seemed to lose all meaning. Ruan Xinglua felt her willpower like a stubborn piece of iron repeatedly forged in 3 divine fires, nearly ground down and melted by the endless clash of laws. She was so exhausted, so pained, she could barely hold on. Chapter 76, Souls Bound, Never Parted. Just as the last shred of her lucid will was about to be swallowed by agony and despair, a warm and familiar presence appeared behind her, embracing the already ethereal shadow of her soul within the sea of consciousness. It's Zhou Yan. Don't be afraid. Zhou Yan's voice, filled with tenderness and resolve, whispered softly into her soul on the brink of collapse. Trust me, and trust yourself. You've done remarkably well. It's just that you don't understand them yet. To truly master them, you must first fully understand them. Now, close your eyes and empty your mind. I'll take you to see something you've never seen before. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. Zhou Yan's spiritual avatar held Ruan Xinglua's nearly transparent soul form close. He no longer forced her to resist or control those raging forces of the rules. He chose a more direct and far more perilous approach. Xinglua, look into my eyes. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. He willingly offered fragments of his own soul's origin memories sealed away for countless ages as fuel to be cast into Ruan Xinglua's collapsing sea of consciousness, now a raging furnace. He would use his own life, his own past, to ignite the final flame of hope for her. The first memory was of Blue Star, that dilapidated orphanage. In a dark corner, little Ruan Xinglua, unable to grab any food, was pushed to the ground by the older children. She sat alone, hugging her knees, quietly sobbing with hurt. Not far away, the equally frail little Zhou Yan clutched half a piece of dry, hard black bread, his only sustenance for the day. He watched her crying, hesitating for a very long time. Finally, he took small steps toward her and pressed the half loaf of black bread which he himself had been reluctant to eat into her arms. Then he turned and walked silently back to his corner alone. Though his stomach growled with hunger, a faint, awkward smile touched his lips. The second memory was of a bizarre world, a gloomy, chaotic graveyard. Zhou Yan, newly arrived and utterly powerless, was being relentlessly hunted by a wailing ghost radiating thick death energy, its claws sharp as blades. Terrified, panicked, and utterly defeated, he could only hide behind a cold tombstone, hugging his head and shivering uncontrollably. In the depths of despair, the suppressed ferocity within his very bones was finally unleashed. As the wailing ghost closed in, he mustered every ounce of strength, seized a sharp stone, and like a madman, smashed it again and again into the creature's skull, until it dissolved completely into a pool of black liquid. After the counterattack, he felt no triumphant joy. Instead, he sat alone, hugging his knees against the cold tombstone, motionless in the endless darkness and deathly silence for the entire night. His eyes held confusion, fear, and an endless yearning for survival. The third memory, Rune 101, Happy Community. By then, Zhou Yan had become the Blood Lord, a being that towered above all realms. He had grown accustomed to invincibility, accustomed to looking down upon all living beings. Outside the window lay the eerie world, a city equally bustling and brightly lit. 10,000 lights shone, yet not a single one burned for him. He gazed silently at the lights outside. In those profound eyes that could make gods and demons tremble, the former ruthlessness and dominance had vanished. All that remained was an endless loneliness, a loneliness utterly out of place in this world. The higher one climbs, the colder it grows. Invincibility, too, is loneliness. These three memories, like the deepest of scars, unfolded before Ruan Xinglua's soul with unflinching clarity. She witnessed Zhou Yan's most vulnerable past, his most desperate struggles. She saw the heart hidden beneath his supreme authority, the truest and most lonely heart. So he too knew fear. He too felt loneliness. Zhou Yan was not born a god. In this moment, the feelings Ruan Xinglua held for Zhou Yan, once mere admiration and dependence, transcended into a profound and pure love. Husband. Her soul's phantom whispered his name softly. And this emotion, pure to the extreme, devoid of any selfish thoughts or impurities, unexpectedly became the optimal catalyst for harmonizing all the conflicting forces of law within her sea of consciousness. Driven by this intense and unwavering emotion, Ruan Xinglua's nearly shattered will became stronger and more resilient than ever before. She no longer tried to resist or suppress the raging forces of law within her mind. Instead, she embraced them with her most sincere emotion. A strange phenomenon unfolded. The golden vortex of greed, representing the golden divine essence, upon sensing Ruan Xinglua's pure protective intent, transformed its all-consuming desire into a form of guardianship and steadfastness. The gray sword intent of silent edge, embodying the end of all things, retracted its icy killing intent upon encountering Ruan Xinglua's resolute determination to protect Zhou Yan. It transformed into a sharp, unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the righteous duty of safeguarding the nation, symbolized by the dragon pillars of China, found perfect equilibrium within these two transformed rule energies. It seamlessly fused the principles of protecting wealth and severing harm. Three utterly distinct supreme rules began to intertwine in an unprecedented harmony at this very moment. At the same time as Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan engaged in this soul-deep primordial Dao union. The marriage contract connecting them, bestowed by the bizarre marriage system. The contract runes on its surface, constructed from cold, rigid rules, began to shatter inch by inch under the invisible flames of this soul-merging process, completely incinerated. In their place emerged a soul imprint forged from a thread of Zhou Yan's primordial power, intertwined within their deepest shared memories and emotions. From this moment onward, their bond was no longer the cold, mechanical contract of the system. It was now a true, soul-bound union, never to be severed. With the soul imprint sealed, the three supreme rule energies within Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness already achieving preliminary harmony began to perfectly fuse, compress, and condense around this imprint as their center. They were on the verge of forming a brand new, stable, and powerful primordial core. One that belonged solely to Ruan Xinglua yet resonated with Zhou Yan's own primordial essence. Yet, at the very moment of completion, this nascent core seemed to lack one crucial element and anchor point capable of sealing it permanently, rendering it eternally unshakable. Chapter 77, Tenderness. Zhou Yan's divine soul avatar gazed at the nearly formed primordial core, radiating boundless divine light, then looked at Ruan Xinglua in his arms, who was completely immersed in this profound fusion state. His face, impossibly handsome, grew solemn and tender. He gently lowered his head, his voice carrying an age-old tenderness as he whispered into her ethereal soul's ear. Xinglua, would you be willing to carve your entire being, your future, eternally into my soul? Become my Zhouyan, my sole refuge in this endless void and eternal solitude? This was no longer mere healing or safeguarding the way. It transcended time and space, defied the rules, and arose from the deepest recesses of his soul, a proposal. It was he once the Lord of Blood, now the Pathfinder of Homecoming, making his deepest, most solemn promise to her, the girl he had silently guarded since their days in the orphanage. Faced with Zhou Yan's profound vow, seemingly imbued with the weight of eons, Ruan Xinglua's soul shadow could no longer hold back the tears streaming down her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she responded with 3 words. I do. With that response, born from the very core of her soul, everything within her seemed to transform into an eternal, dazzling stream of light, resonating perfectly and profoundly with Zhou Yan's boundless primordial seal. This resonance crystallized into the ultimate, most indestructible anchor point. Boom! A thunderous roar, as if from the dawn of the cosmos, exploded within Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness. The golden divine essence, the edge of stillness, the dragon pillars of the nation, and other supreme rule-level powers which had always lacked that crucial final spark finally fused completely together after being anchored by this ultimate foundation. Ultimately, they forged a new primordial Dao heart roughly the size of a lychee, radiantly crystalline, and constantly shimmering with brilliant light. With the formation of this primordial Dao heart, Ruan Xinglua's cultivation base solidified completely at the half-step divine sovereign realm, a height that commanded the awe of all powerful beings across the myriad realms. Yet as a half-step divine sovereign, her profound comprehension of supreme laws and the purity and refinement of her internal power far surpassed any other being at her level. Within the courtyard, Ruan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes seemed to hold flowing star rivers, profound and filled with an unprecedented radiance. She gazed at the man before her, who was quietly watching her with a look of tenderness. For the first time, she could clearly perceive the love buried within the depths of his eyes, love that had lain dormant for countless ages, a love that had always been veiled by a hint of languor. Zhou Yan gazed back at her. They exchanged a knowing smile, words unnecessary. They held each other tightly, savoring the rare, quiet warmth that belonged only to them. Several days later, Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan finally stepped out of the secluded courtyard Zhou Yan had casually created, returning to the transit station within the bizarre world. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua's aura had been restrained to its absolute limit. She appeared as an ordinary, even ethereally beautiful girl next door, with not a trace of powerful energy fluctuations detectable on her. Yet when her gaze casually swept over Director Lin Angua or the elite Long group guards responsible for their protection, these battle-hardened warriors felt an inexplicable chill rise from the depths of their souls. This sensation wasn't like facing the imposing pressure of a powerful opponent, it felt more like absolute suppression at the very level of existence. Returning to the essence. This was the supreme realm coveted by all-powerful beings across the entire mysterious realm. When Ruan Xinglua reappeared before the global audience in this state of returning to simplicity, the leaders and citizens of those control group nations still grappling with how to handle national fortune backlash, how to cope with power decline, or even how to avoid being assimilated by bizarre forces fell into a state of utter, endless despair after a momentary stupor. They finally grasped with crystal clarity the terrifying chasm between themselves and China, a gap now so vast that no means could ever bridge it. Some leaders of smaller nations, who had previously clung to faint hopes, saw the calm, unruffled gaze in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. That very night, they immediately used the most urgent diplomatic channels to submit surrender requests to China, declaring their voluntary integration into China's economic and development sphere. They hoped this would secure their survival and prevent them from being utterly eliminated by the cruel laws of the bizarre world. After completely resolving the internal issues within Ruan Xinglua's body, Zhou Yan seemed to feel that the timing was finally ripe. Gazing at the transformed Yuan Xinglua beside him, now elevated to a new level in both power and mindset, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction and contentment. Well, the matter concerning the lady has been satisfactorily resolved. Zhou Yan took Yuan Xinglua's hand, a hint of amusement in his voice. Now, it's time to attend to some of our true family affairs. With that, he motioned for Yuan Xinglua to retrieve the soul summoning lamp. It had absorbed the gratitude and wishes of countless citizens of the Night-Crying Kingdom within the Night-Crying Resurrection soil, fusing with the last remnant soul of the Tomb Guardian High Priest. Yuan Xinglua complied, cradling the white bone lantern which radiated warmth and tranquility in her palm. Zhou Yan gazed at the lamp, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. This lamp is far more than just a sacred artifact used by the Night-Cry Kingdom to soothe the souls of the departed. Its true core was forged from the most tender leaf I plucked long ago from the world tree, the tree said to be the origin of all worlds. Back then, I found the king of Night-Cry Kingdom rather agreeable, a man of integrity. So I entrusted him with this leaf-forged wick as a token, asking him to guard something for me. I promised that should he face great peril in the future, he could summon my aid once using this very object. Alas, he never lived to see my return. Zhou Yan sighed softly as he spoke these words. He extended his hand, and from his fingertips, a strand of life force purer than ever before slowly flowed into the soul-guiding lamp. The light of the soul-guiding lamp surged instantly upon receiving Zhou Yan's infusion of primordial energy. The light it projected was no longer a vague path-guiding glow, but coalesced mid-air into a vivid, dynamic scene. The scene depicted a bizarre valley shrouded in thick gray mist, blanketed with countless white flowers exuding an aura of sorrow. Chapter 78, The Dowry. Deep within the valley, a tender shoot of the world tree, barely an inch tall and entirely emerald green, struggled to grow. But what was truly horrifying was that the roots of this sprout, a symbol of boundless vitality and hope, were tightly bound by countless eerie vines as black as ink. Like flesh-eating maggots, these vines relentlessly drained the sapling's very essence of life. The instant Zhou Yan saw those pitch-black vines, his eyes turned icy cold for the very first time. A chill powerful enough to freeze all worlds flickered from his body. The rotten roots of the Lord of Decay. Zhou Yan's voice carried undisguised murderous intent. That creature, hiding in the lower reaches of the river of time, daring only to toy with the rules of decay and ruin, how dare it attempt to pollute my nursery in my absence? He turned to look at Yuan Xinglua beside him, who shared his anguish and fury over the defiled sapling of the world tree. The icy murderous intent in his eyes instantly melted into boundless tenderness. He gently drew Yuan Xinglua into his embrace, whispering in her ear with a voice heavy with apology and solemnity, "Xinglua, I'm sorry you had to witness this. This sapling of the world tree was the final safeguard I planted for Blue Star before I was forced to leave. It was meant to prevent certain unforeseen events. It was also the dowry I prepared for you, one that arrived an eternity too late. Now, some blind pest dares to come and destroy it." Zhou Yan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through endless time and space, locking onto the eerie valley known as the Weeping Valley. A faint curve touched his lips. "Let's go, Xinglua. Our honeymoon begins with clearing out those uninvited pests." Zhou Yan took Yuan Xinglua's hand, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "All right, my lady. Our honeymoon officially begins now." Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Yuan Xinglua was filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and sweetness. She nodded firmly. Zhou Yan said no more, simply cradling the soul-summoning lamp which had absorbed the last remnants of the Tomb Guardian High Priest's spirit in his palm. He blew gently upon the ghostly green flame at the lamp's wick. The light intensified dramatically. A brilliant, luminous band formed from countless pure soul particles and radiating a soft glow materialized before them, stretching straight into the endless void. It led toward the Weeping Flower Valley, shrouded in gray mist. "Let's go." Zhou Yan wrapped his arm around Yuan Xinglua's waist and stepped onto this unique soul pathway. This path was no simple spatial portal. It floated within the chaotic crevices between worlds, surrounded by bizarre, ever-shifting temporal turbulence and the forgotten remnants of countless strange realms. On this soul path belonging solely to them, Yuan Xinglua nestled close to Zhou Yan, savoring this rare moment of togetherness after the storm. "Husband?" She lifted her head, her clear eyes brimming with curiosity. "What exactly are the World Tree and that Lord of Decay you mentioned earlier?" At her words, a trace of reminiscence flickered in Zhou Yan's eyes. The World Tree, well, it's a rather interesting primordial entity from the dawn of the universe. It embodies the very rules of life and creation. As for the Lord of Decay, Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of disdain. It's nothing more than a weed that grew alongside the World Tree. It embodies decay and rot from birth, always scheming to transform the entire garden into its preferred stinking, putrid state. Just as the two were savoring this rare moment of warmth, the tranquil interstice of the multiverse was suddenly and without warning torn apart by a void storm. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless shards of shattered, bizarre realms along with the chaotic, frenzied rule energies they contained were forcibly gathered by an invisible force, coalescing into a terrifying energy storm potent enough to tear gods apart. The storm's power was so immense that even Zhou Yan, who usually remained calm and composed, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. He glanced up at the storm's source and remarked thoughtfully, "It seems the vibrations from that gate earlier have further destabilized this already fragile void rift." Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the soul path, constructed from soul guiding lamps, was battered by the terrifying void storm. Its surface glow instantly dimmed, and fine cracks began to appear, threatening to shatter it completely. Looks like the shortcut to the Weeping Flower Valley is out of the question. Zhou Yan's brow furrowed slightly. To shield Ruan Xinglua in his arms from the void storm's erosion, he had no choice but to alter course immediately. He glanced at the compass in his hand, where a faint yet remarkably steady light point flickered in the distance. Very well. Let's head to a nearby coordinate point where we can temporarily shelter from the storm and rest. With that, he swept Ruan Xinglua into his arms and vanished in a flash from the crumbling soul path. Thousand Realms Station Ruins Town. This neutral town was built atop the ancient remains of a colossal beast long dead, its corpse now an island-like mass spanning the rift between worlds. Here, amidst the endless void, it served as a temporary resting place for countless cross-world travelers and refugees. The town's mayor was a powerful, shape-shifting neutral aberration, the thousand-faced one. He has established an ironclad rule for all beings who come to this chaotic town of ruins. Within the town, regardless of the depth of your grudges or the might of your civilization, all forms of private combat and vendettas are strictly forbidden. Violators, regardless of status or power, will be mercilessly banished forever back into the endless void storm capable of tearing everything apart. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua appeared silently at the town's entrance. They entered a tavern still open for business. Dim light filled the tavern, the air thick with the mingled scents of cheap alcohol, unidentifiable spices, and the complex odors emanating from beings of various races. The arrival of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua drew little attention. After all, in this town of wreckage, all manner of bizarre creatures came and went every day. Their purely human form, in contrast, seemed rather ordinary. However, just as Zhou Yan pulled Ruan Xinglua toward a quiet corner to sit down, Ruan Xinglua's gaze was suddenly drawn to several unexpected figures seated at a table in the corner of the tavern. One of them, dressed in exotically ornate attire, held a glass of some strange, unidentifiable drink, sipping it in small, measured sips. It was Mia, the Oil Nation matchmaker they had collaborated with at the Golden City ruins. Chapter 79, Reunion. She still looked sharp and capable, but her beautiful eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness and heightened vigilance toward her surroundings. Seated opposite Mia was a gaunt woman with a sullen expression, her eyes brimming with endless resentment and unwillingness. She was Sakura Nation's matchmaker, Jingu Akiha. Gone was the arrogance she had displayed in the Golden Ancient City. The SS-grade artifact Izanami's teardrop, upon which Sakura Nation had pinned such high hopes, now lay dull and lifeless, its surface crisscrossed with fine, intricate cracks. Evidently, it had suffered irreparable damage during some previous catastrophe or conflict. Her nation's fortune had long since plummeted to its lowest ebb. Besides the two of them, seated at another inconspicuous table was a young woman who appeared timid and timid. Beside her was a guardian spirit, equally faint in presence and resembling a tiny elf. Ruan Xinglua recognized her Isabella, the matchmaker from Maple Leaf Nation on Blue Star. She epitomized the vast majority of Blue Star's nation's small, struggling players forced to survive in the cracks. Neither these three nor the nations they represented seemed qualified to participate in the previous Multiverse Coordination Conference. After the conference concluded, they were immediately transported to relatively safe zones within this bizarre world to undergo subsequent routine trials. Yet they never imagined they would meet again due to this sudden void storm. The Blue Star matchmakers at the tables in the corner, who had been conversing quietly, all spotted them at nearly the same moment. The atmosphere instantly turned unbearably awkward and tense. Mia from the Petroleum Nation, upon seeing Zhou Yan's impassive face, felt her hand holding the wineglass tremble imperceptibly. A flash of deep reverence, born from their encounter at the Multiverse Coordination Conference, flickered in her eyes. Across from her, Sakura Nation's representative, Akiha Jingu, shot an unmistakably venomous glare from her already dark eyes the moment she spotted Ruan Xinglua. At another table, Isabella, the timid girl from Maple Leaf Nation, was so terrified she nearly scurried beneath the table like a frightened fawn, not daring to lift her head again. Clearly, the impressions Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua had left on them during the Multiverse Coordination Council and previous missions were profoundly terrifying. Just as the atmosphere grew eerie, the tavern's dilapidated wooden door crafted from the ribcage of some colossal beast slammed open once more with a loud bang. A burly mercenary strode in, radiating a thick aura of brutality and bloodlust. The Starbreaker. Within the tavern, seasoned interstellar travelers who recognized the emblem on the mercenary's shoulder composed of shattered stars and white bones couldn't help but gasp softly, instinctively retreating into the shadows. The Starbreaker Raiders were a notorious mercenary and bandit organization operating in the interstices between worlds. Renowned for their ruthlessness, pillaging, and slaughter, they were the nightmare of countless interstellar caravans and vulnerable civilizations. This Starbreaker named Khan was clearly a regular at the tavern. As soon as he entered, he strode straight to the bar, demanding the strongest liquor available. However, when his gaze casually swept over the table where Akiha Jingu sat, his eyes lit up instantly. Well, isn't this the little Sakura girl? What's her name again? The one from the Jingu family? Kon strode over to Akiha Jingu, a freshly poured glass of hard liquor in hand, his face breaking into an unabashedly aggressive grin. He appraised her haggard yet undeniably beautiful face and the damaged SS-grade artifact hanging from her chest. His words dripped with insolence. What's this? Lost everything down to your underwear in the final trial? Now you're stuck in this godforsaken place, drowning your sorrows in booze? Seeing you looking so pitiful, how about selling that broken stone on your chest to this old man? The price is negotiable. I guarantee you'll live like royalty in this town of ruins. Shinju Akiba trembled with rage at Kon's insult. She barked, her voice a hollow threat. How dare you? What are you, some lowly nobody, to covet the sacred relic of the great Sakura Empire? But her power, already greatly diminished by her nation's decline and the corruption of the artifact, was utterly insignificant before Kon, a ruthless mercenary who had spent years walking the razor's edge, possessing strength at least at the late mid-stage of the Shadow Realm. Seeing this, Kon's smile grew even more contemptuous. What? You still want to fight me? Don't you know where you are? And don't you look at yourself? How much strength do you have left? I advise you to hand over the item willingly. Save yourself the trouble of bringing this upon yourself. Kon's tone dripped with blatant menace. Faced with this sudden, tension-filled confrontation, Zhou Yan remained utterly unfazed, as if the events unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. He pulled Ruan Xinglua straight to the empty bar counter, sat down, casually ordered a drink, and then watched the show between Kon and Jingu Akiha with keen interest. Behind the bar, one of the many incarnations of Qianmian, upon seeing Zhou Yan's impassive face, felt the hand pouring his drink tremble slightly, beyond his control. As the master of this town of ruins, he sensed it more keenly than anyone else. The seemingly ordinary human man before him harbored terrifying power within enough to strike fear into anyone. After a moment of hesitation and consideration, Mia from the Oil Nation took her glass and walked over to sit beside Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou. Mia gave them a slight nod in greeting. Thank you both for your assistance in the Golden Ancient City earlier. After a brief expression of gratitude, she lowered her voice, her expression grave as she shared intelligence she had just received. Ms. Ruan, your nation must be cautious in the coming days. From what I understand, after suffering double defeats at the Coordination Conference and in Golden Village, the most radical and powerful military-industrial complex faction within the United States appears to have conducted some kind of forbidden sacrificial ritual. They've struck a deal with a powerful, enigmatic civilization known as the Abyssal Mechanized City, a realm famed for crafting war puppets and forbidden weapons. They intend to mass-produce specialized war puppets designed specifically to counter and suppress the power of your nation's dragon pillars. Mia's words sent a chill through Ruan Xingluo's heart. At that very moment, the conflict on the other side escalated. You little brat. Looks like you're choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the complimentary wine. Kon's patience had clearly reached its limit. Seeing Shinko Akiha still clutching the damaged pendant before her chest with unyielding resolve, a savage glint flashed in his eyes. Without another word, his iron-clawed hand shot out, slamming down hard toward Akiha's throat. Chapter 80, What Secret? He actually dared to resort to violence and snatch it right here in the Ruins Town Tavern, where private fights were strictly forbidden. Under Kon's overwhelming aura of bloodlust and brutality, Jingu Akiha's face drained of color. Paralyzed with fear, she couldn't muster even a shred of strength to resist, only managing a desperate shriek. At that critical moment, the despairing Akiba suddenly spotted the pair at the bar, the Chinese man and woman who had been observing the entire scene as if watching a play. Grasping at what felt like her last lifeline, Akiba abandoned all previous resentment. Summoning every ounce of strength, she screamed shrilly toward Ruan Xinglua, Chinese. I know a crucial secret about the Lord of Withered Blossoms. Use this secret to protect me this once. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan paused slightly, his hand holding the wine glass trembling ever so slightly. He didn't even turn his head, merely replying indifferently, Oh? What secret is that? Speak. Let's see if it's worth your life. Shinju Akiba gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with resentment and humiliation. Finally, she screamed in a rapid, hoarse voice, The Lord of Decay is not invincible. According to our clan's most ancient mythological epics, the reason it could transform into the very fabric of rules is because it devoured the sorrow of countless worlds and endless living beings. But there exists something that can make it feel joy once more. Joy is the deadliest poison to it. Kon's rage surged even higher upon hearing their exchange. These two Chinese men and this Sakura nation girl dared to conduct their transactions so brazenly in front of him, Kon? This was the ultimate insult and contempt. Looking for death. Kon roared with fury. He abandoned the damaged SS-grade artifact, channeling all his fury toward Akiha Jingu, who was about to reveal more secrets. A massive battle axe, gleaming with a blood-red cold light, appeared in his hand. With terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, he swung it down with all his might, aiming squarely for Akiha's head. Zhou Yan, who had been calmly watching the spectacle unfold, slowly drained the last sip of the eerily colored ghostly soul fine wine from his cup. He casually placed the cup back on the bar counter. Ding! A sound, incredibly crisp yet seemingly capable of piercing through time and space. Within the tavern, every living being's movement, thought, and even heartbeat seemed to be paused by an invisible hand at that very moment. Time froze. Khan's blood-red axe, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, hung eerily suspended less than an inch from the hairline above Akiha's forehead. His face still bore that savage grin, twisted with a ruthless intent to kill. Everything lay frozen, like insects sealed within amber, utterly immobilized. Only Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua by his side remained utterly unaffected. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with languid detachment and icy resolve, echoed slowly. "You dare lay a hand on my wife and then try to silence her forever? Did you ask me?" As his words fell, the frozen time resumed its flow. What? Khan realized with utter horror that his body was completely beyond his control. His mind raced, yet his limbs and body felt utterly detached, as if a force beyond his comprehension had chained him to the spot. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at him, as if he were nothing more than a trivial speck of air. He merely turned his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the innkeeper behind the bar counter. Qianmian. "Boss. Isn't it time to enforce your rules here?" The moment Qianmian heard Zhou Yan's words, his avatar's body trembled violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. "Yes. Yes. Your Excellency." He dared not show the slightest disrespect, instantly shedding his bartender form to transform into a solemn figure clad in ceremonial robes. A heavy tome of law rested in his hand, his countenance radiating unyielding authority as he assumed the stature of a judge. Raising the codex high, he announced Khan's judgment to the entire tavern in a voice devoid of emotion. "Khan, the star-shattering plunderer. Within the Traveler's Dream Tavern, you openly violated the sole iron rule of Wreckage Town, engaging in premeditated private combat with intent to murder and plunder. His crime demands execution. His soul shall be cast into the void storm, doomed to eternal torment, denied rebirth. Banishment, to be carried out immediately." As the judge's words fell, the space around Khan's bound body began to violently warp. "No! No! I was wrong. Spare me, Your Honor. Spare me, Lord of 1,000 Faces." Khan finally found his voice, but it was too late. An irresistible force coalesced into countless invisible chains, dragging him relentlessly toward the tavern's exit. Finally, under the horrified stares of all the otherworldly travelers within the tavern, this notoriously vicious starbreaker was tossed like a discarded sack into the void storm beyond the tavern's doors. Before he could even utter a scream, his body was instantly torn to shreds by the raging void tempest. This scene left every traveler within the tavern who had previously clung to a sliver of hope utterly petrified, frozen in terror. Zhou Yan's rescue of Jingu Akiha was certainly not out of any kindness. He simply disliked anyone prancing about in front of his wife, disturbing their peace. He turned his head, his gaze level and unreadable as he addressed Akiha Shinju. "Your intelligence, well, it's somewhat interesting. But that alone won't be enough to buy your life. Give me your tear. In exchange, I'll tell you how to make these eyes which only know sorrow truly shed tears of joy for you." Shinju Akiba snapped his head up, his eyes filled with venom and resentment flashing with disbelief. He actually knew the deepest secret of Izanami's tear? Akiba Jingu ultimately yielded. Trembling, she mustered her last ounce of strength and handed over her final hope to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan took the dull, lifeless teardrop without even glancing at it. He merely flicked it casually with his finger. A thread of blessing power, drawn from the prayers of all souls in the land of night tears, silently seeped into the teardrop. A miracle occurred. The hideous, terrifying cracks on the teardrop began to miraculously mend, thread by thread, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura emanating from it no longer carried that pure, heart-wrenching sorrow and lamentation. Instead, it now carried a strange, contradictory aura, one where sorrow and joy intertwined, filled with both conflict and hope. Chapter 81, The Auction. Take it and leave this place. Go somewhere where you can feel truly happy from the bottom of your heart. Zhou Yan casually tossed the teardrop, now transformed by the strange change, back to Shinko Akiha. Perhaps it will bring you an unexpected surprise. Take care. Shinko Akiha stared blankly at the Izanami tear in her hand, its aura now utterly transformed. A complex mix of emotions churned within her. She couldn't tell if she should feel joy or sorrow. At that moment, the judge, transformed from Sinmen, bowed respectfully to Zhou Yan once more before announcing in a clear voice, "To celebrate our town of remnants surviving yet another terrifying void storm, and to express our gratitude to all travelers for maintaining order here, the station has decided to immediately hold a small, unscheduled instant auction. At this auction, several peculiar artifacts will be presented recently salvaged from the void storm outside by the station's guard." The news instantly lightened the oppressive atmosphere within the tavern. Soon, several pieces of peculiar materials and broken artifacts, each appearing quite extraordinary, were presented one by one. They were swiftly snapped up at high prices by the wealthy interdimensional merchants and mercenaries within the tavern. Finally, the last item, the grand finale of the auction, was brought forth. The instant that item was presented, an overwhelmingly dense, malevolent aura saturated with decay, rot, and death instantly filled the entire tavern. It was a segment of the world tree's root as long as an arm, pitch black as ink, covered in countless twisted barbs, and pulsating faintly as if possessed of its own life. The instant that fallen root appeared, The soul-summoning lamp in Wan Xingluo's embrace, which had been burning quietly, suddenly flickered violently. Zhou Yan, who had remained serene throughout, paused slightly, a barely perceptible chill flickering deep within his eyes. However, the most intense reaction did not come from either of them. It was Shinko Akiha, who had just narrowly escaped death and whose mind and body were teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing that fragment of fallen root, radiating an intense aura of decay and rot, her eyes already somewhat unfocused suddenly erupted with a near-mad, hysterical fervor. Lord of Decay. This is the primordial power of the Lord of Decay. Though saturated with decay and corruption, its essence remained the primordial force of that terrifying existence beyond her reach. If she could obtain it, forcefully fuse it, not only could she repair every damage to the Izanami's tear, but she might even turn misfortune into fortune, ascending to the heavens in one step. Gain the chance to absorb a portion of the Lord of Decay's power. This might be her only chance to turn the tables. This root fragment. I'll take it. I'll give everything I have. Akita Jingu, disregarding everything, practically bankrupted herself to secure this fallen root, a thing others deemed no different from a deadly poison. The moment she secured it, without waiting for the auction to conclude, she pressed the root fragment directly against her heart, attempting to force a fusion all under the stunned, madman-like stares of the crowd. Yet the terrifying power of the Lord of Wither within that root, how could her already exhausted, broken body possibly withstand it? A shrill, inhuman scream, piercing to the extreme, erupted from Akiha Jingu's mouth. Her body began to be rapidly covered and entangled by countless pitch-black vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than before, filled with boundless madness and the pure will of decay, erupted violently from her body. Before everyone's eyes, she underwent a transformation, becoming a withered apostle utterly devoid of reason, existing only to spread decay and ruin. A mobile, devastatingly terrifying natural disaster was born within the confined tavern, completely unexpected by everyone present. She had long since shed all reason, leaving only boundless madness and a thirst for annihilation. After scanning the room, she immediately locked onto Wan Xingluo, whose life force pulsed most intensely among them all. Zhou Yan watched the figure, now utterly unrecognizable as human, snarling as it lunged toward Wan Xingluo. Slowly, he set down his wine glass. He sighed softly, his tone tinged with resignation. See, some people just love to paint themselves into corners. He turned his head to look at Wan Xingluo beside him, who was already prepared for battle. Xingluo, it seems our honeymoon's appetizer has come to us of its own accord. Shinju Akiba let out a piercing scream, but her voice quickly ceased to sound human. Her body began to twist and deform, her skin growing as rough as tree bark. The last vestiges of sanity vanished from her eyes, replaced by pure, unadulterated decay and a thirst for destruction. I understand. Zhou Yan remained seated calmly at the bar, as if everything unfolding before him had been entirely within his expectations. The Lord of Decay planted a seed within her long ago. The blessing power just now was merely a trigger. The true purpose was to activate that seed. The transformed Shinko Akiha let out a roar utterly unlike any human sound. Roar! A terrifying aura of decay instantly radiated outward from her. Every substance within the tavern began to decay at an accelerated rate. Wooden tables and chairs instantly became riddled with wormholes, while metal wineglasses rusted on the spot. Even the air itself became foul and putrid. Black, decaying vines spread wildly from the feet of the Apostle of Wither, instantly sealing off every entrance and exit of the tavern. We're trapped. The other multiverse travelers inside the tavern realized in horror that the original exits had been completely blocked by a dense tangle of black vines. The will of 1,000 faces descended, and the avatar of the judge appeared once more. This time, however, his voice carried a hint of resignation. This is a voluntary fusion, not a private duel. Within the rules, the station shall not intervene. However, to ensure the safety of Remnant Town, this area will be temporarily sealed off until the threat is neutralized. With that, the avatar vanished, clearly unwilling to meddle in this affair. Huaxia livestream. Holy crap! Akiha Jingu turned into a monster. What's going on? Why did she suddenly mutate? Locked up. Goddess Ruan is in danger. Joshin still calmly drinking over there. How can he be so unfazed? Act now. If you don't move, we'll lose our queen. The livestream feed was choppy due to rule-enforced restrictions, but the harrowing scene inside the tavern was still barely visible. The withered apostle locked onto Ruan Xingluo, whose aura was the strongest, and lunged at her with a fierce attack. Ruan Xingluo reacted instantly, unleashing the colossal power of the dragon pillar within her. Dragon roar to the heavens. Golden dragon energy solidified into a formidable, majestic dragon's phantom, roaring as it charged toward the withered apostle. Chapter 82, Light of Life. Yet to everyone's shock, the invincible divine dragon's shadow began fading rapidly the moment it touched the withered halo. What? Ruan Xingluo's expression changed. She realized her dragon pillar power had little effect on this monstrosity. Even more terrifying, the aura emitted by the withered apostle wasn't merely corroding matter, it was corrupting energy itself. Even the dragon energy within her body grew sluggish, as if being dragged down by some force, its circulation slowing to a crawl. This isn't a simple clash of power. Zhou Yan's voice transmitted directly into Ruan Xingluo's mind through the soul imprint. This is a higher-level corruption of the rules. The withered aura it emits can assimilate all energy. The stronger your dragon energy, the more severely you'll be corrupted. Struggling to resist the withered apostle's assault, Ruan Xingluo urgently asked, "Then what should we do?" "See? This isn't Shinko Akiba. It's a conduit for the power of the Lord of Decay." Zhou Yan remained seated at the bar, even leisurely pouring himself another drink. It's attempting to transform this place into a withered dead zone suitable for its master's arrival. If you kill it outright, this unbound power of decay will detonate instantly. The consequences would be far worse. To win, we must first sever the connection between it and its master. On the other side, Mia from the Oil Nation struggled to summon her defensive artifact, barely shielding herself and the terrified Isabella. But her artifact too was rapidly deteriorating under the withering aura, its surface cracking with fine fissures. Damn it! This won't hold much longer. The other multiverse travelers inside the tavern were screaming in agony. Some bodies began sprouting decaying moss, while others watched their weapons instantly turn to rusty powder. A lizard man from an otherworldly caravan stared in horror at his rotting scales, screaming in despair, "Help! I don't want to die." But the Apostle of Decay paid no heed to the lives of these mere ants. Its target was singular, Ruan Xingluo, whose life force burned brightest. Roar! The Apostle of Decay roared again, conjuring a tree root in its hand that radiated a thick aura of death. It was the root of the fallen world tree. Even more eerie, all the furniture, bottles, and debris around them corroded by the power of decay suddenly came to life. As if possessed by life, they emitted eerie creaking sounds, surging toward Ruan Xingluo in overwhelming numbers. These are all withered minions. Ruan Xingluo swung his dragon energy to shatter these decaying objects, his heart racing with alarm. But there were simply too many of them, endless and unstoppable. Moreover, with each one slain, her dragon energy became tainted. Taking advantage of Ruan Xingluo being entangled by countless minions, the withered apostle raised the fallen root of the world tree high. A deadly black light flickered along the root, clearly preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Huaxiao livestream. Oh no! Oh no! Goddess Ruan is under siege. That root looks super dangerous. Why isn't God Zhou stepping in yet? If he doesn't act soon, she's done for. Could it be he overplayed his hand and crashed and burned? At this critical moment, Zhou Yan finally set down his wine glass. But he remained seated, instead issuing simultaneous commands to Ruan Xingluo, Mia, and Isabella through his soul imprint. Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. Zhou Yan's voice echoed simultaneously in all three minds. Mia, use your blood slaughter power to establish a blood sacrifice altar on the east side of the tavern to draw the hatred of those decaying minions. Isabella, have your little spirit continuously shine life light upon the root fragment held by the apostle. Remember, the root fragment, not the apostle's body itself. Xingluo, you're the main attacker. Once Isabella's disruption takes effect and the connection to its master slackens, seize that instant to sever that root fragment with all your might. Understood. Mia executed the command without hesitation, instantly gathering a dense crimson glow in her hand. Though trembling with fear, Isabella summoned her courage to issue instructions to the little fairy beside her. Little light, I'm counting on you. The little fairy nodded, and a pure light of life erupted from its body, shooting straight toward the root in the withered apostle's hand. The plan was about to be set in motion. But the roots in the withered apostle's grasp had already gathered their power, casting a shadow of death over Ruan Xingluo's head. This strike would determine the fate of everyone present. Mia clenched her teeth, forming seals with both hands. Thick blood slaughter energy coalesced before her into a sinister crimson altar. Blood sacrifice altar. Draw their attention to me. The moment the altar materialized, the decaying furniture surged toward it like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. But the number of decaying minions was simply overwhelming. The altar swayed precariously under the onslaught of countless minions, and Mia's face grew increasingly pale. Damn it! I can't hold on. On the other side, Isabella trembled as she issued orders to the little elf beside her. Little light, shine the light of life upon that root. The little fairy let out a crisp chirp as pure life light erupted from its body. The light shot straight toward the pitch-black root fragment held by the Apostle of Decay. Yet for the formidable withered apostle, this faint light of life was as insignificant as a gentle breeze. But strangely, the black light on the root began to flicker faintly, as if disturbed by something. It's working. Keep it up. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in Isabella's mind. Isabella gritted her teeth and persevered, the fairy's light of life continuing its relentless beam. Finally, the withered apostle's raised arm froze for an incredibly brief instant. That was the opening. See? Its connection to its master has been disrupted. A flicker of approval passed through Zhou Yan's eyes. Though faint, the light of life has precisely disrupted the energy transmission through the roots. But at that very moment, the withered apostle was utterly enraged by this persistent harassment. Roar! It temporarily abandoned Yuan Xinglua, whirling around to lunge at the weakest target, Isabella. That severed root of the fallen world tree, carrying the power to shatter the heavens and earth, aimed straight for Isabella's heart. Watch out! Mia cried out in alarm, but she was entangled by the decaying minion and had no chance to intervene. Isabella's little fairy let out a mournful cry, throwing itself in front of its mistress with all its might. Yet its tiny form seemed as insignificant as an ant before the apostle of decay. The light of life was instantly suppressed by the power of decay, rapidly fading. The little fairy was about to be completely swallowed by the power of decay. Xinglua, now! Zhou Yan's voice thundered like a clap of lightning within Yuan Xinglua's mind. Ignore its physical form, sever its resonance with the world. Yuan Xinglua instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. Chapter 83, Power. Instead of attacking the physical roots, she focused her will intensely. The power of the dragon pillar within her fused perfectly with the annihilating sword intent of the return to stillness blade. Silence blade. Sever the bonds of cause and effect. A nearly transparent sword beam erupted from the return to silence blade. This blade did not strike the withered apostle's physical form, but cut directly at something deeper. The rule-bound connection between it and the withered lord. Ah! The withered apostle let out a soul-shredding scream. The shrillness made everyone present's scalps crawl. One of its greatest sources of power had been severed. The bond with the Lord of Decay now bore a fatal crack. Impossible. How could you sever the rule connection? For the first time, the withered apostle uttered words tinged with reason, the remnants of Akiha Jingu's consciousness, questioning in sheer terror. Rule connection? Yuan Xinglua sneered coldly. You're nothing but a conduit for the Lord of Decay's power. Since your report, disconnecting is only natural. The connection shattered violently, and the power within the withered apostle began to violently backlash against the remnant soul of Akiha Jingu. No! I refuse to accept this. I haven't avenged myself yet. Shinju Akiba's voice grew fainter and fainter. The teardrop on her chest began to tremble violently under this terrifying backlash. Crack! A massive crack appeared on the surface of the teardrop. Crack! Crack! More cracks spread densely across its surface. Finally, under the stunned gazes of all present, the Cherry Blossom Nation's sacred artifact shattered completely, scattering into countless crystalline fragments across the ground. The instant the tears shattered completely, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the sky. Global System Announcement, Blue Star Region. Sakura Nation contestant Akiha Jingu has failed in her attempt to forcibly fuse with a forbidden artifact. Her soul and the nation's fortune imprint have been completely assimilated and annihilated by the rule of decay. Her binding to the nation's fortune has been forcibly severed. Sakura Nation's national fortune reset to 0, downgraded to unobservable. Sakura Nation permanently loses eligibility to participate in any subsequent anomalous matchmaking events or related multiverse incidents. China live stream. Holy! Sakura Nation just got expelled. This is the consequence of betrayal. Akiha Jingu really shot herself in the foot. So satisfying. Feels great to see. An entire nation wiped out? That's brutal. Audiences worldwide were stunned. A once great power has been utterly erased from the stage of this bizarre world. Forever deprived of any chance to recover. On screen, the column representing the land of cherry blossoms instantly turned gray. No light would ever shine there again. The Apostle of Decay, severed from its master and deprived of the national fortune-sustaining Akiha Jingu, began to rapidly lose its power. Though it still possessed formidable physical prowess and the power of decay, it had become nothing more than a mindless beast of destruction. It's time to end this. Zhou Yan finally rose and strolled leisurely toward the beast. The beast instinctively retreated several steps, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhou Yan. But Zhou Yan gave it no chance to flee. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the beast's forehead. The power of decay is indeed troublesome, but a half-baked creature like you is nothing to be feared. With that, Zhou Yan plunged his hand directly into the beast's body. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he forcibly wrenched the fragment of the world tree's root from the beast's body. No! That's my power. The beast let out a despairing roar, but it was powerless to resist. Deprived of its root, the monstrous beast's colossal form began to rapidly wither away, ultimately dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling black liquid before vanishing completely. That's it? Mia stared at the pool of black liquid, struggling to believe what she saw. The once formidable Apostle of Decay had been disposed of so easily? Of course not. Zhou Yan held the severed root segment in his hand, casually wiping away the withered power clinging to it. The root regained its vibrant green hue, radiating a potent life force. The real show is just beginning. With the battle concluded, the withered seal within the tavern lifted. The decaying vines withered and vanished, and the entrances reopened. The thousand-faced avatar reappeared, staring at the root in Zhou Yan's hand with utter astonishment. Is this the world tree's activated root? Not bad, you have some discernment. Zhou Yan handed the root to Yuan Xinglua. A fine keepsake. Keep it. The moment Yuan Xinglua took it, a miracle unfolded. At the tip of the root, a tiny emerald green bud, no larger than a grain of rice, burst through its skin. A faint yet utterly pure pulse of life emanated from it. Like a spring breeze, this pulse instantly dispelled the lingering stench of decay within the tavern. Even the travelers wounded by the withered halo began to heal rapidly. Qiannian sensed this aura and was so stunned he couldn't speak. After a long moment, it gasped, "It's the breath of origin. The legendary force said to restore vitality to all realms. How is this possible? Wasn't the breath of origin lost long ago?" The other travelers in the tavern heard the words breath of origin and stared wide-eyed in shock. This was the legendary supreme power. It was said only the true world tree could emit the breath of origin. And now, this power had manifested on a mere root sprout. The emergence of the primordial breath caused a fundamental shift in Qiannian's attitude. It approached Zhou Yan with reverence, holding an ancient-looking token in both hands. "Your Excellency, this is the supreme token of authority for the Ruins Town. From this day forward, Wreckage Town pledges allegiance to you as its sovereign. We only ask that in the future, should the world tree truly return to this world, we may receive a shred of its protection. May the countless wanderers of this town find a true place to live and breathe." Qiannian respectfully handed the token to Zhou Yan with both hands, his voice filled with reverence. "Your Excellency, this token not only represents the supreme authority over Ruins Town, but also serves as a symbol of recognition among numerous neutral factions within the interstices of the multiverse. With it, your movements throughout the entire realm gap will be unimpeded." Zhou Yan casually took the token, weighing it in his hand. "Interesting. It even has spatial coordinates engraved on it." "Indeed, Your Excellency." Qiannian hastened to explain. "These coordinates connect to vital nodes throughout the interstices of the 10,000 realms, including intelligence exchange stations, supply points, and some hidden sanctuaries." Zhou Yan tucked the token into his robe and remarked to Ruan Xinglua, "See? Sometimes doing good deeds does pay off. We now have a permanent transit hub and intelligence center within the multiverse fissure." Chapter 84, Another System Announcement. Ruan Xinglua smiled and nodded. "You're amazing, honey. Saving someone offhand can bring such huge benefits." Just then, the system announcement echoed through the sky once more. Global System Announcement. The Huaxia civilization of Blue Star, through the noble deeds of its matched pair Ruan Xinglua and her partner Zhou Yan, has been granted permanent governance rights and the status of supreme ally over the neutral faction Thousand Realm Station Ruins Town. China's influence and strategic depth within the bizarre world have significantly increased. Huaxia livestream. Here we go again. Another system announcement. Our nation's path to prosperity remains as unassuming as ever. While others fight tooth and nail for resources, we simply do good deeds and reap rewards effortlessly. That's the gap in strength for you. Huaxia viewers have grown numb to these unexpected windfalls. Our nation's fortune always grows in unexpected yet entirely natural ways. Zhou Yan's gaze shifted to Mia and Isabella, who had contributed significantly in this battle. Though their individual strength was limited, their coordination at critical moments proved invaluable. He casually tossed them several of the strange artifacts left behind by Khan. "Your courage is worth this much." Mia caught a short dagger glinting with bloodlight, shocked to discover it was an A-grade artifact. This is far too valuable." The talisman in Isabella's hand radiated an equally potent aura, causing her little spirit to flutter excitedly. "You're welcome," Zhou Yan said indifferently. "From now on, the caravans from Huaxia passing through Wreckage Town will reserve some spots for your nation. Seize this opportunity well. Don't disappoint me." Mia and Isabella were both shocked and delighted. They understood the weight of those words. For small nations like theirs, gaining access to China's trade routes was nothing short of a colossal opportunity. It meant their nations would gain stable sources of resources and channels of information. In this bizarre world where the weak perish and the strong thrive, this was more precious than any strange artifact. Oil Nation livestream. Princess Mia made the right call. Following China means a feast. This alliance move is brilliant. Maple Leaf Nation livestream. Go Isabella. Our nation is saved. China is truly magnanimous. Their national fortune saw a slight uptick thanks to this wise alignment. Though the increase is modest, it represents precious vitality for these struggling small nations. With all matters resolved, the void storm outside the tavern had subsided. The interstices of the multiverse restored relative tranquility. Zhou Yan prepared to reopen the path to the Weeping Flower Valley. "Qiannian, may I borrow your multiverse sundial?" "Certainly, Your Excellency." Qiannian promptly produced an exquisite device resembling a celestial sphere. This was the multiverse stellar chronometer, capable of detecting all navigable routes and dangers within the multiverse fissure. Zhou Yan took the sundial, preparing to chart the safest route to the Weeping Flower Valley. However, the moment he input the coordinates for the Weeping Flower Valley, the starred dial emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Massive hostile forces detected. Beep beep beep. Route blocked. A startling image projected onto the starglass's central display. On the only route to the Weeping Flower Valley, a fleet of dozens of massive warships was deployed in a tight formation. These warships bore an eerie design, a fusion of mechanical technology and unnatural forces. Their hulls were densely engraved with runes, emitting an unsettling glow. The fleet's banner bore an emblem of interlocking gears and skulls. Abyssal Machinery City. Mia's face paled. It's them. The World Star Dial's image zoomed in, revealing greater clarity. The Abyssal Mechanics fleet had not only blockaded the shipping lanes but also erected a temporary star-bound fortress there. The fortress was densely packed with defensive structures and surveillance equipment. They were clearly lying in wait, baiting someone to come to them. They're waiting for us. Ruan Xinglua frowned. It seems the United States has indeed reached an agreement with this abyssal mechanized city. Mia added gravely, the Abyss Machinery City's fusion of technology and uncanny forces makes them extremely formidable. Their most terrifying weapon is the Godslayer Wargolem, which holds an overwhelming advantage against rule-based and spirit-type anomalies. Their appearance here means their target is definitely either the Lord of Decay or the World Tree. Hearing this, Qianmian couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Godslayer puppets? Those are legendary ultimate weapons capable of hunting down deities. It said a single Godslayer puppet could effortlessly annihilate an entire medium-sized civilization. Yet amidst the group's growing unease, Zhou Yan wore an intrigued smile. Oh? A fusion of technology and the uncanny? That's intriguing. I dabbled in it myself back in the day, but eventually found it too primitive and abandoned it. Perfect. Let's see how far they've advanced. Everyone froze upon hearing this. Zhou Yan had dabbled in this technology back then? And he abandoned it because he thought it was too primitive? Just how advanced is this guy? China live stream. I knew it. The US never stops plotting against us. They've teamed up with yet another new villain. But Zhoushan doesn't seem worried at all. Of course not. Zhoushan didn't even bat an eye at the Lord of Decay. Why would he fear these robots? This time we must eradicate them completely. Zhou Yan watched the images on the starglass, his smile growing deeply meaningful. Excellent. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Since they're so eager to meet their end, I'll grant them their wish. He shut off the stellar sundial and drew the tip of the sword of return to silence. The blade tip emitted a faint aura of stillness in his hand. Zhou Yan made a light slash through the void. Shoo! A pitch-black spatial fissure instantly tore open. The edges of the fissure flickered with a dangerous light, as if it could devour everything. Yet what emanated from the other side was not the aura of any sinister realm, but waves of horrifying wails that seemed to come from an industrial hell. The rumble of machinery, the shrill screech of metal grinding, and the agonized screams of countless beings intertwined into a terrifying symphony from the abyss. This is the heart of the Abyssal Machine City. Qianmian was too stunned to speak. You actually managed to open a spatial passage directly to the core region of the Abyssal Machine City. No big deal. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand and walked toward the fissure. We're going to pay the Abyssal Mechanics City a personal visit. And borrow their production line while we're at it. Walking beside Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua asked curiously, Honey, what exactly are we going there for? Simple enough. Zhou Yan glanced back at the fleet displayed on the star dial. Since they've prepared so many warships to confront us, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? I intend to seize every last one of those warships for our own use. And those Godslayer puppets? They'll serve perfectly to bolster Huaxia's military strength. With that, the two figures vanished into the spatial rift. Only Qianmian and the others remained, standing rooted to the spot in stunned silence. He's actually going to raid the Abyssal Mechanics stronghold. Mia swallowed hard. That's insane. Yet soon, they recalled the terrifying power Zhou Yan had displayed earlier. For him, nothing seemed impossible. Chapter 85, Water can support a boat, yet also capsize it. The spatial fissure slowly closed, and Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua vanished from the industrial hellscape of the Abyssal Mechanized City. Yet 10 minutes later, the pair unexpectedly materialized within the Blue Star Alliance's transit station in the Bizarre World. Honey, weren't we supposed to go to the Abyssal Mechanized City? Ruan Xinglua asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. We will definitely go, but not now. Zhou Yan took her hand and led her toward the transit station lobby. There's something more important we need to handle first. Their return instantly sent shockwaves through the entire transit station. It's the matriarch of Huaxia. She's back. Look. It's Ruan Xinglua, the one who single-handedly defeated the entire United States alliance. And that terrifying man beside her. Representatives and staff from all nations within the transit station halted their tasks, their gazes collectively fixed upon the couple. The look in their eyes, a mix of awe and fear, made the air around them grow thick with tension. China live stream. The Queen returns. This is our ace in the hole. See that? Who dares speak loudly to our goddess Ruan now? This is the respect earned by sheer power. So satisfying. All the humiliation Huaxia endured internationally were paying them back with interest. While everyone was still reeling in shock, a middle-aged white man, drenched in sweat, hurried over. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou, I'm James, the new representative from the United States. The new representative adopted an extremely humble demeanor, completely devoid of the arrogance typically associated with Americans. I've come to discuss the installment plan for the compensation list with China. Oh? Where is Ashton? Ruan Xinglua asked indifferently. James's expression turned awkward. Secretary Ashton has been dismissed due to the disastrous failure of the Golden Land Project and the loss of elite agents. Our Congress has passed a resolution to pay all compensation in 10 installments. The first installment is ready. We'll transfer it immediately upon your approval. Hearing this, the surrounding representatives from various nations sucked in their breath. The United States was actually offering to pay compensation in installments? This was unthinkable in the past. 10 installments? Zhou Yan chuckled lightly. It seems your sincerity still falls short. James broke out in a cold sweat. Then what do you mean? 5 installments. And interest must be paid in advance for each one. Zhou Yan's tone was indifferent. James gritted his teeth but ultimately nodded in agreement. Fine. We accept these terms. Just then, the EU alliance representative hurried over. Ms. Ruan, the European Union is also willing to fulfill the compensation agreement. Moreover, we hope to secure a foothold within the Wreckage Town trade circle led by China. Immediately after, envoys from major powers like the Northern Bear Nation and the Indian Federation also rushed over. They all shared the same stance. They sought to fulfill the compensation agreement while also hoping to share in the spoils under China's protection. Seeing these once lofty Western politicians now reduced to such a lowly state, the sense of satisfaction among Huaxia's audience was beyond words. Yet just as everyone was still basking in this triumphant euphoria, Zhou Yan's expression turned grave. Xinglua, have you sensed any anomalies on Blue Star's surface? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, sensing the connection to China's national fortune. Moments later, her expression changed. The spiritual energy concentration is too high. And it's still rising. Ordinary people in many regions are already experiencing discomfort. Zhou Yan nodded. The side effects of the nation's fortune surging are beginning to manifest. He turned to the foreign representatives. We'll discuss your matters later. There's a more urgent situation requiring immediate attention. With that, he grabbed Ruan Xinglua's hand and hurried out of the hall. Upon reaching the top floor of the transit station, Zhou Yan initiated a remote communication link with Blue Star's surface. The images that appeared on the screen shocked everyone. Spiritual energy intoxication phenomena had erupted across all regions of Huaxia. Some ordinary citizens, unable to adapt to the sudden surge in spiritual energy concentration, began exhibiting physical mutations. Some developed strange patterns on their skin, others' eyes turned golden, and a few even began growing scales. More terrifyingly, some newly awakened extraordinary individuals in China, whose powers had surged too rapidly for their minds to keep pace, were showing signs of inner demons taking root. This can't go on. Ruan Xinglua declared urgently. If we don't control this promptly, ordinary citizens won't be able to endure it. I understand. Zhou Yan said in a solemn voice. The nation's fortune is like water, it can support a boat, but it can also overturn it. Present-day China is like a fruit forced to ripen prematurely glossy on the outside, yet harboring hidden dangers within. I must first help Blue Star lay a solid foundation. Ruan Xinglua had expected Zhou Yan to directly use divine power to fix Blue Star's problems. But he shook his head. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. If I simply suppress these side effects with force, the people of Huaxia will never learn to adapt to the power themselves. Next time they encounter a similar situation, they'll still be helpless. Zhou Yan turned to look at Ruan Xinglua, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Your national fortune proxy authority isn't merely about wielding power. Its true purpose is to make you a bridge between China's national destiny and its countless people. Through this bridge, we can enable every Chinese person to learn how to adapt to and master power. Ruan Xinglua pondered thoughtfully. What do you mean? To initiate a brand new nationwide trial. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. Using you as the conduit, we will channel the rule-binding power of the strange world to all Chinese citizens in a gentle, controlled manner. Let them learn to adapt and master power themselves. No sooner said than done, Zhou Yan immediately began constructing a massive ritual array at the core of the transit station. The array's intricate patterns blended ancient Chinese formation knowledge with the rule forces of the bizarre world. Xinglua, stand at the array's focal point. Zhou Yan instructed Ruan Xinglua. As the bearer of the nation's fortune, connect your will with the golden dragon of China's national fortune. Ruan Xinglua positioned herself as instructed, closed her eyes, and began forging a deeper connection with the golden dragon of national fortune. As the formation activated, a golden pillar of light shot skyward. This pillar pierced the spatial barrier between the Eerie Realm and Blue Star, reaching directly into the heart of China. Success! To her astonishment, Ruan Xinglua discovered that through the array's amplification, she could now perceive the mental states of every citizen of China. Even more astonishingly, she began to create a shared virtual space within the dreams of all Chinese citizens. This realm, based on China's legendary mountains and rivers and mythical tales, was breathtakingly beautiful yet fraught with challenges. The spirit realm of China. Zhou Yan observed the virtual world displayed at the center of the magic array and nodded with satisfaction. From today onward, all Huaxia people can enter the spirit realm in their sleep as spiritual forms. There, they can undergo foundational spiritual energy adaptation training and learn to control the surging power within their bodies. China live stream. Holy crap! What kind of god-tier move is this? Is this the dawn of a mass cultivation era? I want to try sleeping right now. Zhou Shen is turning our Huaxia into a cultivation paradise. The array's glow grew ever brighter, and the Huaxia spirit realm became increasingly tangible. Chapter 86, The Smuggler. News of the successful activation of the Huaxia spirit realm instantly spread across the entire Blue Star. Within mere minutes, over 1 billion viewers flooded into the China livestream. On the live feed, top experts like Lin Anhwa took their seats in the studio, beginning to explain the existence of the spirit realm in detail to the nation. Fellow citizens of Huaxia, please remain calm. Lin Anhwa's voice echoed through every household via the broadcast. This Huaxia spirit realm is completely safe. It is a specially constructed training space created by our nation to help everyone adapt to the sudden surge in power. Everyone can enter it while sleeping, where they can safely learn to control the spiritual energy within their bodies. The chat exploded instantly. I dreamed about it last night. That place is breathtakingly beautiful. I met a legendary immortal inside who taught me breathing techniques. This is real immortal cultivation. Our Huaxia is rising. While other nations face disasters, only we are leveling up. Lin Anhwa continued his explanation. Every mentor and opportunity you encounter within the spirit realm is genuinely effective. Through cultivation within the dream realm, you can gradually master the surging spiritual energy within your bodies, preventing physical mutations. Simultaneously, the spirit realm will provide personalized cultivation guidance tailored to each individual's innate talents and needs. The fervor among the Chinese populace was unprecedented. Internet cafes, coffee shops, and even company break rooms across the nation buzzed with discussions about experiences within the spirit realm. Meanwhile, within the transit hub of the strange world, Zhou Yan was making final refinements to the Chinese spirit realm. He retrieved the golden divine essence he had obtained from the Golden Land. The wealth-manipulating power of this divine essence will be perfectly useful. Zhou Yan slowly infused the golden divine essence into the nation's fortune and destiny. As the essence merged, a faint golden glow began to shimmer on the golden dragon representing China's national fortune. This way, the people of Huaxia will receive a slight boost of good fortune in their commercial and financial endeavors. Ruan Xing stood at the center of the formation, feeling this transformation, her eyes brimming with delight. Husband, I can feel the entire nation's commercial fortune rising. This isn't just personal fortune, it's a driving force for the nation's economic development. As the steward of Huaxia's spiritual realm and the guide of its rules, Ruan Xingluo's role as the proxy of national fortune was profoundly refined through this process. Her command over this power grew increasingly adept. In the hearts of the Chinese people, Ruan Xingluo's status had nearly reached divine status. China live stream chat. Goddess Ruan is our guardian deity. With Goddess Ruan by our side, Huaxia will never fall. This is our mother of the nation. Kneeling in prayer for Goddess Ruan to bless my stocks to hit the limit up tomorrow. Yet while Huaxia's entire population embarked on its internal testing upgrade, other nations were overwhelmed by a relentless wave of bizarre disasters. The new representative of the United States, James, rushed to the transit station and found the Chinese staff. Can we purchase China's spirit realm technology? James' tone was filled with urgency. We're willing to pay any price. The Huaxia diplomat gave him a cold stare. This technology is priceless. It is not for sale. James refused to give up. Then can we arrange for some of our citizens to train in Huaxia's spirit realm? We'll pay tuition. Impossible. The diplomat's reply was unequivocal. The Huaxia spirit realm is open only to those of Huaxia bloodline. This is an ironclad rule. James left, head hanging low. But the United States did not give up. They began attempting to emulate China's approach. Days later, the United States announced the launch of the Freedom Dream Project. Yet, hampered by insufficient national fortune and lacking core technologies, they produced only a handful of substandard nightmare spaces filled with danger and curses. Among the first test subjects to enter the American dreamscape, 1/3 became vegetative states. Others were possessed by malevolent spirits within their dreams, emerging from them mentally unstable. This incident triggered massive social unrest within the beautiful nation. Citizens took to the streets to protest the government's incompetence, demanding closer cooperation with China. Seeing America's dire situation, other powers like the EU and Russia abandoned their own development plans. They could only watch helplessly as China's overall strength widened into an unbridgeable chasm. By the third day of the spirit realm's operation in China, its effects were already remarkably evident. Nationwide, the spirit energy intoxication phenomenon had largely vanished, and issues with inner demons had been preliminarily alleviated. More importantly, the overall quality of China's citizens had significantly improved within just a few days. Just as Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo prepared to proceed with the next phase of their plan, Ruan Xingluo suddenly furrowed her brow. Husband, there's an anomaly at the periphery of the Huaxia spirit realm. What's wrong? Zhou Yan immediately perked up. Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, carefully sensing the state of the spirit realm. Non-Huaxia spiritual fluctuations are attempting to force their way in. And their numbers keep growing. A cold gleam flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. Interesting. Someone actually dares to sneak into our spirit realm? Through the spirit realm's surveillance system, they witnessed a shocking scene. Foreigners, clearly not of Chinese bloodline, were attempting to enter the Chinese spirit realm through dreams using bizarre rituals and artifacts. Some employed dream intrusion devices from the weird world. Others had even hired specialized occult practitioners to forcibly tear through the dream barriers. Among these infiltrators are extraordinary beings from the United States, wealthy individuals from the European Union, and even government officials from smaller nations. Ruan Xinglua's voice carried anger. Do they think the Chinese spiritual realm is a public resource? This smuggling incident rapidly escalated, with more elites from other nations following suit. While governments publicly condemned these sovereignty violations, they secretly supported their own citizens' illegal entry. They hoped to secure a share of the Huaxia spirit realm's bounty and gain precious cultivation opportunities. Husband, how should we handle these smugglers? Ruan Xinglua inquired. A cold smile curved Zhou Yan's lips. Since they're so eager to get in, let's show them what priceless treasures truly mean. Prepare to give these stowaways a lesson they'll never forget. A special reception for the stowaways was about to commence. The true power of Huaxia's spirit realm would be revealed to the world at this very moment. As the illegal immigration crisis escalated, China's high-level officials convened an emergency meeting. Experts like Lin Anhua took a hardline stance. These foreigners have gone too far. Lin Anhua declared angrily during the video conference. Chapter 87, Blocking is no substitute for channeling. What do they take our Huaxia spirit realm for? A free cultivation ground? I propose immediately sealing off the spirit realm entirely, barring entry to anyone without Chinese bloodlines. Other experts chimed in agreement. Exactly. Why should we let these ingrate dogs reap the benefits? The Huaxia spirit realm is our state secret. Outsiders must never be allowed to interfere. Yet Zhou Yan shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Blocking is less effective than channeling. His tone was calm and profound. Water flows freely to stay vibrant. Keeping it bottled up turns it into stagnant water. Moreover, these smugglers' actions only prove the value of the Huaxia spirit realm. Since they desire it so much, why not seize the opportunity to gain greater benefits? Ruan Xinglua instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. So you mean we can set the rules and make them play by our terms? Smart. Zhou Yan nodded approvingly. From today onward, Huaxia will shift from merely enhancing its strength to becoming a rule-maker. Let the entire world play by our rules. Under Zhou Yan's guidance, Ruan Xinglua swiftly promulgated the first set of access regulations for the Huaxia spirit realm. Huaxia spirit realm access regulations. The regulations were highly detailed. Non-Huaxia nationals may obtain temporary study qualifications in the spirit realm through the following three methods. First, technical immigration. Individuals or teams possessing scarce blue star technologies or significant research achievements in the field of the uncanny may apply for a technical assessment. Those who pass the assessment will be granted 1 year of study privileges within the realm. Second, investment immigration. Significant contributions of rare resources or mystic coins to the Huaxia-led mysterious resource development system qualify applicants. Investments of no less than 10 million mystic coins grant 6 months of study privileges. Third, special talent immigration. Individuals with innate exceptional talents or unique bloodlines who pass the spirit realm's 3 initiation trials. Successful candidates receive 3 months of study access. Upon promulgation, these regulations immediately sent shockwaves across the globe. Beautiful Nation livestream. 10 million ghost coins? That's ridiculously expensive. But it's worth it. The cultivation results at Huaxia Spirit Realm speak for themselves. Our government should fund elite scholars to study there. EU Alliance live chat. The technical immigration requirements seem fairly reasonable. Our technological reserves should pass the assessment. Northern Bear Nation live stream. 3 entry hurdles? Sounds challenging. Our warriors never shy away from challenges. The enactment of this regulation marks China's transition from merely enhancing national fortune to becoming a rule setter. The entire world must now operate according to rules established by Huaxia. Soon, nations began taking action. The United States led the charge, dispatching a team of 10 elite extraordinary individuals to challenge the 3 entry gates. The European Union prepared a large volume of advanced technological data, applying for technical immigration assessments. The Bear Nation went even further, directly investing 30 million GUE coins to request bulk purchase of learning permissions. Countless foreign extraordinary individuals, brimming with self-confidence, came to challenge the 3 entry gates. The Huaxia Spirit Realm established a dedicated examination zone for this purpose. First gate, Path of Self-Reflection. This stage primarily tested one's character. Those harboring hostility toward China or possessing evil intentions were instantly consumed by illusions and expelled from the dreamscape. The first batch of candidates from the United States were terrified out of their wits the moment they entered the path of the heart, confronted by demons materialized from their own inner malevolence. Ah! What are these monsters? A beautiful nation agent who prided himself on his iron will collapsed on the spot when confronted with the materialized form of his past crime, the massacre of innocent civilians. I didn't mean to. Those were orders. Consumed entirely by terror, he was immediately expelled from the dream and awoke as a complete idiot. China live stream. Ha 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 ha. That's what happens when you harbor evil intentions. The path of conscience is like a magic mirror that reveals true nature. All those hypocritical foreign politicians have shown their true colors. Second trial, Dragon Might Staircase. This stage tests willpower and potential. Candidates must ascend 1,000 steps under the oppressive aura of the dragon pillars that guard the nation. A burly man from the northern bear nation strides up the stairs with unwavering confidence. I grew up under the gaze of polar bears, what's a little pressure? Yet by the 10th step, the dragons might crushed him into a crouch. What kind of hellish pressure is this? Worse than a nuclear explosion. He struggled to the 50th step before collapsing utterly. Ultimately, the dragon's aura stunned him, sending him tumbling down the stairs in disarray. North Bear Nation livestream. This is ridiculous. Our Iron Warrior actually got intimidated by pressure. Just how powerful are the dragon pillars of Huaxia? Third stage, puppet combat training. This stage tests combat prowess, requiring candidates to engage in live combat against S-rank Gui puppets from Huaxia's spirit realm. An extraordinary individual from a small island nation strides confidently into the training arena. I'm a descendant of legendary ninjas, how could a mere puppet stand a chance against me? Yet when he faced a Guan Yu puppet wielding a green dragon crescent blade, he was instantly decapitated. This is impossible. It's just a puppet. Refusing to accept defeat, he challenged it again only to be instantly killed 8 times in a row, each strike ending him instantly. Finally, he left the exam hall in tears. This public selection tournament became the focal point of a global live broadcast. Audiences watched with glee as elite candidates from various nations were spectacularly humiliated across the 3 trials, making fools of themselves. The once arrogant American prodigy, on the path of self-reflection, was scared out of his wits by his own inner demons. The burly men of the mighty Northern Bear Nation were crushed flat on the Dragon Might Staircase. The European Alliance representatives, hailed as the cream of the crop, were utterly disoriented during the puppet sparring session. This had become a new, universally beloved slap-in-the-face spectacle. Huaxia livestream. So satisfying. After all those years of being looked down upon by these foreigners. Now it's our turn to look down on them. Seeing them look so pathetic is truly satisfying. This is China's true strength. We are the world's best. For 3 consecutive days, hundreds of elite challengers from various nations attempted the 3 introductory gates, yet only a handful succeeded. Most got stuck on the first stage, the path of self-reflection, while those who managed to pass the first stage were crushed on the Dragon Might Staircase. As for the third trial, almost no one managed to pass. Just as everyone assumed today would be another predictable route, an unexpected candidate emerged. She effortlessly navigated the path of self-reflection, confronting every dark corner of her soul with unwavering composure. On the Dragon Might Staircase, though her steps were laborious, she persevered to the 800th step. Most astonishingly, in the third stage's puppet sparring, she defeated every single S-rank puppet, including the Guan Yu puppet that had struck fear into countless foreign elites. She fought her way through every challenge, finally standing before Ruan Xinglua, the chief examiner. When everyone saw the candidate's face, they were stunned. The newcomer was none other than Mia, the Oil Nation's marriage candidate who had earned Zhou Yan's approval back in Wreckage Town. Mia? What are you doing here? Ruan Xinglua asked in astonishment. Mia bowed respectfully. Ms. Ruan, I am here on behalf of the Petroleum Kingdom to apply for special talent immigration. I hope to gain admission to study at the Huaxia Spirit Realm. This outcome caught all spectators completely off guard. The first foreigner to pass the Huaxia Spirit Realm's trials was none other than a representative from an allied nation that had previously forged a bond of goodwill with Huaxia. Chapter 88, The Virus. Mia's sudden appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the examination hall feel awkward. As the top matchmaker from the oil-rich nation, her prowess was undeniable. China livestream. Mia from the Oil Nation? What's she doing here? Applying for immigration too? She's a top-tier contender, no surprise she breezed through the first 3 rounds. But what's her real objective? Could she be here to cause trouble? Unlikely. She's maintained good relations with Huaxia before. Ruan Xinglua looked at Mia before him, feeling genuinely puzzled. Yet Mia showed no hostility whatsoever. Instead, under everyone's gaze, she performed a gesture of utmost respect toward Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, on behalf of the Petroleum Nation, I extend our deepest respect to you. Mia's tone was exceedingly respectful. I have not come here to apply for immigration status. Then what is your purpose? Ruan Xinglua asked directly. Mia glanced at the surrounding audience and other candidates, her expression turning grave. Ms. Ruan, I have urgent intelligence that must be reported to you. Would you grant me the opportunity for a private meeting? Lin Anghua and the others immediately alerted Ruan Xinglua through the communication channel to stay vigilant. Xinglua, beware of deception. But seeing the sincerity in Mia's eyes, Ruan Xinglua ultimately nodded. Alright, I'll give you 5 minutes. Ruan Xinglua waved her hand, activating a private space that blocked all external surveillance. Within this space, no sound or image could be transmitted to the outside world. You may speak now. Ruan Xinglua cut straight to the point. Mia took a deep breath, her expression growing extremely grave. Ms. Ruan, the Huaxia spirit realm is in danger. What kind of danger? Ruan Xinglua immediately grew alert. The Det Nations Alliance, led by the United States, has launched a mad scheme called Nightmare Parasite. Mia spoke rapidly, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation. They believe that since they cannot defeat Huaxia in reality, they will destroy it on a spiritual level. Ruan Xinglua's face instantly turned ashen. What did you say? They're targeting China's spiritual realm? That's right. Mia nodded in confirmation. The core of this plan involves using an SS-grade disposable cursed artifact obtained from the forbidden realm of deception, the Seat of Nightmares. They plan to send a top-tier operative with immense psychic power, disguised as an ordinary examinee. They plan to implant the Nightmare Seed during the challenge of the 3 introductory gates, when they gain access to the core of the spirit realm. Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's rage surged instantly. Those damned bastards! How dare they set their sights on the Huaxia spirit realm? Mia continued. Once the Nightmare Seed is successfully implanted, it will use the spiritual energy of China's hundreds of millions of citizens as its breeding ground, instantly corrupting the cultivation paradise of the Chinese spirit realm into an eternal nightmare realm. All Chinese within the spirit realm will suffer, at best, mental derangement, and at worst, brain death. This will destroy China at its very core. Ruan Xinglua paled at the revelation and immediately relayed the intelligence to Zhou Yan through their soul imprint. Yet Zhou Yan's reaction was unexpectedly calm. You intend to use nightmares to corrupt the server I designed? Zhou Yan's voice came through the soul imprint. Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, their understanding of viruses is far too superficial. Husband, this is no joke. Ruan Xinglua grew anxious. If they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. Let the exam proceed. Don't tip them off. I'm actually curious to see just how capable the seed player they've sent is. Though Ruan Xinglua felt uneasy, she chose to trust Zhou Yan's judgment. Understood, husband. The independent space dissolved, and Ruan Xinglua returned to reality. Mia looked at her and asked cautiously, Ms. Ruan, how do you plan to handle this matter? I've already relayed the intelligence to the relevant personnel. Her expression regained its composure. Mia, thank you for the intelligence. Would you like to stay? Of course. Mia nodded without hesitation. The Oil Nation stands ready to advance and retreat alongside Huaxia. Should you require my assistance, I stand ready at any time. Ruan Xinglua nodded and returned to her position as chief examiner. Though her heart raced with emotion, her expression remained impassive. Candidates, the selection process continues. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed throughout the examination hall. Next challenger, please prepare. Huaxia livestream. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. What did Mia and Goddess Ruan talk about? Probably just a friendly chat. Back to the exam, these foreigners' antics are hilarious. The exam hall buzzed with activity once more as elite candidates from various nations tackled the 3 introductory challenges. But Ruan Xinglua's gaze had already begun scanning the candidates with scrutiny. The agent carrying the Seed of Nightmares was likely concealed among these seemingly ordinary challengers. A candidate from the European Union stepped onto the path of self-reflection. His performance was standard, nothing particularly noteworthy. Yet Ruan Xinglua scrutinized every detail of his actions. Next came a female extraordinary from the Northern Bear Nation. She displayed extraordinary resilience on the Dragon Might staircase, climbing all the way to the 700th step. Then came a ninja from the small island nation. He demonstrated astonishing prowess during the puppet sparring session. Though ultimately defeated by Guan Yu's puppet, he stood out as the top foreign candidate. One candidate after another passed the trials, yet Ruan Xinglua detected no anomalies. They all appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of anything suspicious. Just as Ruan Xinglua began to doubt the accuracy of Mia's intelligence, an average-looking, plain-faced man from the United States entered the examination hall. He appeared utterly unremarkable, even timid. Yet Ruan Xinglua sensed an inexplicable sense of dissonance emanating from him. This man was trouble. State your name. Ruan Xinglua said coolly. Lin Qi, from California, United States. The man's voice was ordinary, devoid of any distinctive qualities. I'm an ordinary psychic-type extraordinary being. I hope to pass the trial and gain the opportunity to study in the Huaxia spirit realm. United States live stream room. Who is this Lin Qi? Never seen him before? He looks pretty ordinary. Probably just another cannon fodder. So many elites failed before him. Can he really make it? Meanwhile, in the back end of the Huaxia spirit realm, Zhou Yan monitored the entire system's data stream. Interesting. Zhou Yan studied Lin Qi's data, a cold smile curling his lips. This man's mental shielding is exceptionally well crafted, concealing his true state almost flawlessly. Too bad. Playing mind games in front of me? Still too green. Lin Qi stepped onto the path of self-reflection, beginning the trials of the first gate. Chapter 89, The Traitor. This Lin Qi is quite impressive. He has a deep understanding of our Huaxia culture. Lin Anghua remarked through the communication channel, and his character is truly a promising prospect. Huaxia live chat. This American is actually pretty decent, at least more polite than the others. Seems genuinely respectful of our Chinese culture. Rare to meet a foreigner who isn't arrogant. Lin Qi passed the first stage with flying colors and arrived at the Dragon Might staircase. Here, he demonstrated astonishing willpower once more. Though each step was grueling, he gritted his teeth and persevered, climbing upward step by step. Gritting his teeth under the oppressive pressure, Lin Qi declared, "Our ancient sages taught us, a sword's edge is forged through grinding, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from enduring bitter cold. I will prove that even in the United States, there are people who respect China and yearn to learn from it." His words once again earned him considerable goodwill. Ultimately, Lin Qi climbed all the way to the 850th level, placing him among the top performers. The Chinese expert panel praised his performance highly. This Lin Qi is truly remarkable. He possesses remarkable willpower and a profound understanding of Chinese culture. If all Americans were like him, relations between our two countries wouldn't be so strained. Yet behind the scenes, Zhou Yan saw through it all. Good acting, but he picked the wrong target. Zhou Yan remarked indifferently. Xinglua, the snake is about to emerge from its hole. Let's add some spice to the show. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood Zhou Yan's meaning. Lin Qi had successfully navigated the first two stages and was about to enter the third, puppet sparring. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua, acting as the chief examiner, suddenly announced a last-minute rule change before the crowd. "Attention, all candidates." Xinglua's voice echoed throughout the examination hall. To reward the most outstanding candidate of this round, the ultimate victor will receive a special prize. That reward is the supreme opportunity to touch the core of the spirit realm and comprehend the very source of the nation's fortune. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Huaxia livestream. Holy crap! Touch the core of the spirit realm? That's incredibly precious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. International broadcast rooms. This reward is too tempting. If one could grasp the very essence of Huaxia's national fortune, they'd be set for life. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qi's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible fervor. Though he maintained outward composure, his inner excitement was impossible to contain. This bonus was the most perfect piece of his plan. If he could access the core of the spirit realm, he could implant the nightmare seed within it. Then, the entire spirit realm of China would be corrupted, plunging hundreds of millions of Chinese people into an eternal nightmare. I must secure first place. Lin Qi roared inwardly. For the glory of the United States. To destroy China's future. As the third stage began, contestants from all nations unleashed their true abilities. But Lin Qi, determined to claim first place, held nothing back. He displayed combat prowess far surpassing his previous performances. Facing the first Qinglong Yenue Dao puppet, Lin Qi actually used a psychic attack to directly destroy its consciousness core. What? He can actually do that? The other candidates were stunned. Lin Qi swept through the competition, effortlessly defeating every S-rank puppet. Even the Guanyu puppet, which had struck fear into countless foreign elites, fell to his bizarre psychic techniques. Impossible. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? A European Union candidate exclaimed in disbelief. He seemed perfectly ordinary before. Lin Qi successfully claimed the championship of this round of selection. According to the rules, he earned the right to touch the spirit realm core. Beautiful Nation livestream. Lin Qi is awesome. He's brought glory to our nation. Ha ha ha. We beautiful country aren't lacking in talent either. Just wait, Lin Qi will definitely master China's core technology. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ruan Xinglua personally approached Lin Qi. Congratulations, Lin Qi. Ruan Xinglua's voice was calm. You are the champion of this round of selection. Now I will take you to experience the core of the spirit realm. Lin Qi suppressed his inner excitement and bowed respectfully. It's my honor. Ruan Xinglua turned and headed toward the core of the Huaxia spirit realm. There, a brilliant orb formed from the golden dragon of national fortune was slowly rotating. That was the core control hub of the Huaxia spirit realm. Lin Qi followed behind Ruan Xinglua, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Soon, he would fulfill this great mission. The end of Huaxia was drawing near. All viewers watching the live stream held their breath, bearing witness to this historic moment. Lin Qi, this is the core of our Huaxia spirit realm. Ruan Xinglua said calmly. You may reach out and touch it, to sense the very source of the nation's destiny within. Lin Shi maintained outward respect, though his heart was racing with excitement. Thank you, Huaxia, for granting me this opportunity. He slowly extended his right hand toward the orb of national fortune. The instant his fingers were about to touch the orb, Lin Shi's true, monstrous visage finally revealed itself. Madness blazed in his eyes as his features contorted into a terrifying grimace. Huaxia, prepare to die. Lin Shi let out a frenzied roar, channeling all his power into the depths of his soul. He ruthlessly detonated the nightmare seed hidden in the deepest recesses of his soul. Boom! A pure, malevolent black nightmare energy, brimming with chaos and terror, erupted in an instant. Like the most vicious virus, this energy lunged madly toward the golden dragon of national fortune, attempting to contaminate and devour the luminous sphere at the core of the spirit realm. China live stream. Holy! This Lin Shi is a traitor. He's going to destroy our spirit realm. Stop him. It's over. The spirit realm is being corrupted. Meanwhile, in the secret command center of the United States, a scarred general stared intently at the screens. This was General Declan, Ashton's successor. Seeing Lynch successfully detonate the nightmare seed, Declan let out a triumphant, savage laugh. Success! Ha 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 ha! Declan slammed his fist on the table, laughing wildly. The future of China will become a nightmare we control. Once the spiritual realm of China is utterly corrupted, hundreds of millions of Chinese will become madmen. Then China will collapse from within, and our beautiful country will once again dominate the world. Yet just as the nightmare energy was about to touch the golden dragon of national fortune, an invisible yet indestructible barrier suddenly flared up around the periphery of the golden orb. This barrier radiated the aura of the primordial seal, as if emanating from the very source of the world. What? Lin Shi watched in horror as the nightmare energy became trapped within a confined space. No matter how violently it collided, it could not advance an inch. Even more terrifying was the realization that the golden dragon of national fortune before him was not the true core at all. It was merely a decoy. Chapter 90, The Beautiful Nation is finished. Impossible. Intelligence clearly stated this was the core of the spirit realm. Lin Shi roared madly. Just then, Zhou Yan's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with the playful mockery of a cat toying with its prey. Thanks for delivering that high-energy power pack. The nightmare seed is indeed a valuable specimen. It's precisely the kind of high-purity chaotic energy I needed for my experiments. In return, I'll grant you an eternal, beautiful dream. Let you witness everything you ever desired with your own eyes. The moment the words left his mouth, the firewall began to contract, forcing the trapped nightmare energy back into Lin Shi's own body. Aya! In the globally broadcast footage, Lin Shi let out a piercing scream. His body appeared unharmed, but his mind was being utterly consumed by the nightmare energy he had unleashed. Nightmare energy began constructing the most terrifying illusions within Lin Shi's consciousness. Before his eyes, scenes of utter devastation began to unfold. The flag of the United States was torn to shreds, the White House reduced to rubble. He himself was torn to shreds by thousands of monstrous creatures, his flesh and blood mangled beyond recognition. His most cherished family and friends met gruesome deaths before his eyes, one by one. Everything he feared most became a bloody reality. No! This can't be real. It's just an illusion. Lin Shi shook his head frantically, yet escape was impossible. The nightmare energy clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, binding his soul in inescapable coils, trapping him forever in the most terrifying nightmare. Finally, Lin Shi's eyes glazed over, foam formed at his mouth, and he became a living corpse. Though his body remained alive, his spirit had utterly shattered, never to awaken again. Huaxia livestream. Holy! This twist is so satisfying. Zhou Xin had set this trap waiting for them all along. This is what happens when you dare to ambush us, Huaxia. Those treacherous scoundrels from the US deserve it. United States livestream. Declan's face turned ashen as he watched Lin Shi's pitiful state on the screen. Damn it! They knew all along. This is a trap. We've fallen for it. This public execution served as the most direct warning to all those harboring sinister intentions. Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions toward the Huaxia spirit realm would meet the same fate as Lin Shi. Yet though Lin Shi was crippled, the trapped nightmare seed energy remained an immensely potent force of chaos. It raged wildly within the firewall, emitting eerie, shrieking sounds. Zhou Yan stared at this high-energy waste, deep in thought. Direct destruction would be too wasteful. He remarked to Ruan Xingluo. Such pure chaotic energy deserves a proper receptacle to dispose of it. Ideally, we could repurpose it somehow. Ruan Xingluo asked curiously, Honey, what do you plan to use it for? Zhou Yan's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, Didn't the United States try to imitate us before, launching some national dream project? But all they ended up with was a bunch of substandard nightmare spaces that killed quite a few people. Since they're so fond of nightmares, we'll give them a grand one, help them consolidate and upgrade those little spaces. What do you mean, honey? Ruan Xingluo instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. Send this mass of nightmare energy to the United States? Exactly. Zhou Yan pointed at the black mass of energy struggling within the firewall. They've been craving this kind of power, haven't they? Let's grant their wish. Let them experience firsthand what a true nightmare feels like. Zhou Yan began instructing Ruan Xinglua to activate her National Fortune Proxy Authority once more. Xinglua, activate the National Fortune Water Mirror and lock onto the mainland of the beautiful nation. Following the instructions, Ruan Xinglua channeled the power of the dragon pillar within her, coalescing a massive water mirror in midair. The mirror clearly displayed the map of the United States on blue star. Now, find a new home for these nightmare energies. Zhou Yan said calmly. Ruan Xinglua extended her jade-like hand and, through the mirror of national fortune, gently pushed against the map of the beautiful nation. Go forth. This is the gift you deserve. The pure seed of nightmare energy trapped within the spirit realm's firewall instantly found an opening. Through the national fortune channel, it was precisely airdropped onto the skies above the beautiful nation's homeland. No! General Declan, witnessing the sudden appearance of the black energy mass in the sky through satellite surveillance, let out a desperate roar. Activate the defense systems. Now! But it was too late. This powerful nightmare energy acted like a supermagnet, instantly drawing all the inferior nightmare spaces within the United States toward it. Fusion. Catalysis. Upgrade. Boom. Following an earth-shattering roar, a colossal, permanent national nightmare realm partially overlapping reality was born across the entire United States. The sky turned an eerie purplish black and the air filled with unsettling whispers. Every citizen of the beautiful nation, upon falling asleep, faced an overwhelming probability of being dragged into this realm, a place teeming with terrifying monsters and mental corruption. Within this nightmare realm, they would confront their deepest fears, condemned to eternal torment. Beautiful Nation livestream. What's happening? Why did the sky change color? I feel really uneasy, like something's watching me. I just dozed off, and my dream was filled with monsters. Is this China's revenge? We're done for. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the sky. Global System Announcement. Blue Star China has successfully crushed the nightmare parasite conspiracy orchestrated by the United States, banishing its core artifact, the nightmare seed. China's national fortune has gained the mental barrier attribute. Citizens now possess significantly enhanced resistance to mental corruption and psychic attacks. The United States, due to its malicious actions, suffers backlash from the nightmare curse afflicting its national fortune. The core of the beautiful nation's national fortune accelerates its decay, with its influence steadily declining. As the system announcement sounded, the pillar of national fortune representing the United States began violently trembling. In the globally broadcast footage, the nation's fortune pillar visibly dimmed and cracked at a rapid pace. Countless fine cracks spread like a spider web, until it finally collapsed completely. It dissolved into a sky filled with scattered points of light. China live stream. So satisfying. The United States national fortune is utterly destroyed. This is what happens when you dare to ambush us. From now on, China reigns as the world's sole superpower. Zhou Xin is mighty. Ruan Xin is mighty. Live streams around the world. The US is utterly finished. China is terrifying, never provoke them. We must cling to China's coattails. The world will belong to China from now on. General Declan stared at the collapsing pillar of national fortune, utterly shattered. America is finished. He clutched his head in agony. Chapter 91, Complex Situation. We're utterly finished. The beautiful nation was now reduced to a third-rate minor power, incapable of threatening anyone. With all internal and external threats resolved, the Huaxia Spirit Realm project was finally on track. The global landscape underwent a complete reshuffle due to this event, with China emerging as the sole, unshakable superpower. All nations must now bow to China's will and operate according to the rules it dictates. Zhou Yan finally nodded in satisfaction. Well, the matters at home are finally settled. He turned to look at Ruan Xinglua, his gaze softening into tenderness. Xinglua, you've worked so hard. It's no trouble at all. As long as I can be with my husband, anything is worth it. Ruan Xinglua nestled happily into Zhou Yan's embrace. Zhou Yan gently stroked her hair before taking out the sprouting, world tree activated root. The tender shoots swayed gently in the breeze, radiating a pure vitality. Now, he murmured softly, it's time to retrieve the true dowry I prepared for you. Zhou Yan murmured softly. That world tree sprout, tainted by the Lord of Withered Blossoms, was the hope I planted for you all those years ago. Now is the time for it to blossom anew. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. She knew the journey ahead would be even more extraordinary. Zhou Yan took her hand, and their figures began to grow transparent. Come, my lady. Our honeymoon truly begins now. Space began to warp, and a portal to the Weeping Flower Valley slowly opened. Zhou Yan entrusted the day-to-day management of the Huaxia Spirit Realm to Lin Anhua. Old Lin, the Spirit Realm's operations are now yours. Zhou Yan handed a control token to Lin Anhua. Follow the rules we established earlier and establish a comprehensive contribution for cultivation resources system. Lin Anhua respectfully accepted the token. Rest assured, I will manage the Spirit Realm well. Also, involve Mia in the process. Zhou Yan turned to Mia standing nearby. She has experience in the ruins town. Assign her to handle external communications and resource allocation. Mia nodded excitedly. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhou. I will not disappoint your expectations. The establishment of this system would permanently bind the destinies of other nations on Blue Star to China. All nations must now provide resources and technology to China in exchange for cultivation opportunities within the spirit realm. From this point forward, China became the absolute core of Blue Star's civilization. Through this series of events, particularly her stewardship of the spirit realm and confrontation with the nightmare, Ruan Xingluo's identity as the acting guardian of national fortune was truly forged. Both her power and her mindset reached entirely new heights. Husband, I feel my connection to China's national fortune has grown even stronger. Ruan Xingluo felt the surging power within her. Now I can even clearly sense the state of every Huaxia compatriot. That's excellent. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. You have truly grown into a qualified bearer of the nation's destiny. After finalizing all arrangements, Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo could finally embark on their journey to the Weeping Valley without distraction. Before departure, Zhou Yan explained the significance of their mission to Ruan Xingluo in detail. Xingluo, the World Tree Seed is the last line of defense I left for Blue Star back then. Zhou Yan's tone grew exceptionally grave. It is also the key that will allow Blue Star to truly transcend the eccentric marriage game and achieve a leap in civilization. If the World Tree can regrow, Blue Star will escape its fate of being manipulated by other civilizations. But the Lord of Decay is the World Tree's natural enemy. We must awaken and protect the seed before it fully revives. Zhou Yan solemnly placed the sprouting activated root into Ruan Xingluo's hands. This is a token, a key, and a weapon. Once you arrive, you will know how to use it. Ruan Xingluo took the root with utmost care, sensing the immense vitality within it. I understand, husband. Zhou Yan once again opened the spatial passage leading to the Weeping Valley. This time, the path was stable and secure, free from the interference of the void storm. The two stepped onto the teleportation bridge and advanced toward their destination. Yet, just as they were about to reach the Whispering Valley, disaster struck. Zhou Yan's multiverse sundial suddenly emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Massive armed forces detected. Beep beep beep. Target area occupied. Simultaneously, Ruan Xingluo's ancient stellar language compass began violently trembling, projecting a shocking image. Honey, look. Ruan Xingluo pointed at the scene displayed on the compass. At the entrance to the Weeping Flower Valley, the area that should have been shrouded in the withered rule was now occupied by a massive fleet. The warship's designs were utterly bizarre, blending biological and mechanical features. Some vessels were covered in writhing flesh, while others gleamed with cold metallic sheen. The fleet's banner bore that familiar emblem, a gear interlocked with a skull. Abyssal Mechanics City. Zhou Yan narrowed his eyes. These bastards actually beat us here. Even more surprising, this fleet hadn't launched a direct assault on the Wailing Flower Valley. Instead, they had erected a massive rule signal amplifier at the entrance. This device flickered with eerie light, seemingly using the rules of the Lord of Decay and the World Tree to counteract each other, conducting some sort of experiment or data collection. What are they doing? Ruan Xingluo asked in confusion. Looks like they're gathering data. Zhou Yan scrutinized the amplifier. The counterbalance between the withered rule and the life rule generates unique energy fluctuations. This data is indeed valuable to the abyssal machines. Yet what shocked them even more was the familiar figure conversing with the fleet commander aboard the flagship of the Machina fleet. It was a shadowy figure cloaked in black, its features obscured. But Zhou Yan recognized him instantly. Cthulhu. Ruan Xingluo also recognized this representative of the Council of Ancient Ones who had shown goodwill toward Zhou Yan at the Multiverse Coordination Conference. How did he end up here? Seems this situation is more complicated than I imagined. Zhou Yan's gaze instantly deepened with profound insight and amusement. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. No, in this game, it seems there's more than one oriole. Through the remote listening function of the stellar chronometer, they faintly overheard fragments of the conversation between Thulid and the mechanized division commander. How's the data collection going? Thulid's voice was low and enigmatic. Proceeding smoothly, Lord Thulid. The mechanized commander replied respectfully. We've gathered 80% of the hedging data between the decay rule and the life rule. It should be complete within half a day. Excellent. This data is crucial to our ultimate plan. Thulid nodded with satisfaction. Once we grasp the essence of these rules, we shall forge the ultimate weapon that transcends all others. Then, whether it be the Lord of Decay or that mysterious entity, they shall become stepping stones beneath our feet. Hearing this exchange, Zhou Yan couldn't help but sneer coldly. So that's it, these guys want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. They want the data on the withered rule while also reaping the benefits of the World Tree. Too bad they miscalculated one thing. The true mastermind behind this game has never been them. Ruan Xingluo looked at the complex situation before her, a hint of worry in her eyes. Husband, what should we do now? They've seized the entrance. Can we still enter the Weeping Flower Valley? Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xinglua, his face breaking into an expectant smile. My dear, it seems our honeymoon trip will be far more eventful than anticipated. Chapter 92, Open Theft. Instead of choosing stealth infiltration, Zhou Yan boldly appeared before the Abyss mechanized fleet. He and Ruan Xinglua piloted their makeshift flying vessel, formed from the luminous path of souls, slowly approaching the mechanic city's blockade. Husband, are we just going to walk right in like this? Ruan Xinglua gazed at the colossal fleet before them, her heart tightening with unease. The densely packed gun barrels on those warships flickered with a sickly green glow, clearly some kind of devastating weapon. Don't worry. Since this is our honeymoon, we should walk through the front gate with dignity. Zhou Yan gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. The Maidu fleet reacted instantly. Countless Godslayer puppet cannons, their ghastly green muzzles blinking, locked onto their targets in unison. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Warning! Aircraft ahead, cease forward movement immediately. The Machina fleet's broadcast crackled over the airwaves. This area is designated as the Abyssal Mechanized City Experimental Zone. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. Final warning. Depart immediately, or we will take forceful action. Yet Zhou Yan paid no heed to these threats, continuing to pilot the airship forward. Seconds later, the flagship of the mechanized city fleet initiated a communication request. As the connection established, two holographic projections materialized aboard the airship. One was a towering figure covered in mechanical prostheses, Mephisto, the arch-artisan and ruler of the Abyssal Mechanic City. The other was an indescribable form composed of chaotic shadows, the representative of the Council of Ancient Ones, Cthulhu. Which of our esteemed friends graces us with their presence? Mephisto's tone was supremely arrogant. This is the experimental zone of my abyssal mechanized city. No one may pass through without authorization. Depart immediately, or face the consequences. Thulid spoke in its characteristic deep voice. Here, the laws of life and decay converge, a cosmic spectacle unseen in millennia. We are merely conducting academic observations here and have no intention of clashing with anyone. Hearing these lofty words, Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but frown. These fellows were clearly here to seize the world tree, yet they dared to put on such a righteous front. Yet Mephisto shifted his tone, revealing their true purpose. Of course, if this lovely lady is willing to cooperate, we might be open to discussion. He eyed the activated root in Ruan Xinglua's hand greedily. Hand over every world tree fragment in your possession, and we might consider clearing a path for you. After all, these precious fragments of the rules are wasted in your hands. Just as Ruan Xinglua was about to retort, Zhou Yan abruptly took control of the communication. The moment they saw Zhou Yan, both Mephistopheles and Thulid's expressions froze. You are. Mephisto's voice began to tremble. Mephistopheles, it's been a while. Zhou Yan smiled warmly at him. I recall your teacher back then couldn't even lift his head when he saw me. Are you here to settle his debt, or do you want me to settle accounts with you and all your worthless junk? Mephisto's face instantly drained of color. He knew exactly who stood before him. His mentor, Asmodon the god of machinery, had been instantly annihilated by this terrifying entity. The entire technological civilization of Abyssal Machina seemed as fragile as toys before this man. You? How are you here? Mephisto's voice had completely shed its former arrogance. What? Not welcome to come sightseeing? Zhou Yan's tone remained flat, yet the threat it carried sent cold sweat trickling down Mephisto's back. Then, Zhou Yan turned his gaze to Thulid, his tone turning playful. Old squid, stop pretending. You secretly planted a psychic beacon within the flagship's power core, intending to wait until they fought the Lord of Decay into mutual destruction, then take this entire fleet along with the world tree for yourself, right? At these words, the chaotic shadow mass surrounding Thulid convulsed violently. It never imagined its deeply concealed contingency plan would be so easily exposed. Shall I help you pull it out of that iron lump and put it on display for everyone? Zhou Yan asked with a broad smile. No. Thulid denied urgently. This is all a misunderstanding. I have absolutely no ill intent. But its panic had already given everything away. Mephisto, upon hearing this, instantly realized he'd been outmaneuvered. He turned to Thulid in fury. You treacherous creature. How dare you tamper with my fleet? This really is just a misunderstanding. Thulid stammered an explanation, his former authority completely shattered. Watching these two, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now reduced to such a pitiful state, Ruan Xinglua felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was her husband's power. Simply by being present, he could throw these formidable enemies into disarray. Now, I'll give you two choices. Zhou Yan's voice turned icy. First, get the hell out of here immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Second, stay here and continue to be a thorn in my side, and I'll show you what true despair feels like. Choose wisely. My patience is limited. The air seemed to grow several degrees colder. Huaxiao livestream. Holy crap. Did Big Shot Zhou Yan unlock full map vision? He's seen through the enemy's entire hand. One line and he broke through two top players' defenses simultaneously? That's insane. This is pure power dominance. Look at those two guys' expressions, I'm dying laughing. Mephistopheles glared at Thulud with fury. You treacherous bastard. You actually tried to ambush me. Mephistopheles snarled through gritted teeth. Our partnership ends here. Thulud's shadowy form trembled violently, clearly enraged as well. Mephisto, you think you're so clever? Half the cores in your Godslayer puppets were provided by us. Without our assistance, could you have created weapons of this caliber? The two former allies instantly turned against each other, hurling accusations back and forth. Amidst this tense standoff, Zhou Yan slowly raised a single finger. Now, I'm giving you both a chance to offer courtesy before force. Voluntarily cede your shipping lanes and surrender 1/10 of your fleet's resources as compensation for emotional distress to my wife. Otherwise, I'll turn the tables on you. Hearing this, Mephistopheles and Cthulhu both froze. This demand was nothing short of outright robbery. 1/10 of their resources? That was a colossal fortune for their fleet. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand our resources? Mephisto seethed with rage. Having their scheme exposed in public and being ordered to surrender resources was an utter disgrace. Chapter 93, Because I'm stronger than you. Because I'm stronger than you. Zhou Yan's reply was simple and direct. In this world, strength is everything. Mephisto was utterly enraged. Activate machine spirit fusion. He roared. At his command, the entire mechanized fleet began to undergo astonishing transformations. Mephisto's flagship began to morph, its hull stretching and contorting. Dozens of surrounding warships broke formation, converging toward the flagship. Even more terrifyingly, countless captured souls stored within the fleet were forcibly extracted and fused into this colossal amalgamation. Boom! 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 The deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the void. Within mere minutes, a towering, 10-kilometer-high mobile war fortress appeared before them, its gun barrels bristling, radiating an SSS-plus-level aura of terror. This was the ultimate weapon of the abyssal mechanized city, the Abyssal Fortress. The fortress's main cannon began charging, its barrel flickering with a destructive glow. Its sights locked directly on Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua. Prepare to die. Mephisto's voice boomed from within the fortress. This single shot could obliterate an entire star system. Meanwhile, Thulud's projection quietly retreated, adopting a spectator stance. Clearly, it intended to sit back and watch the two sides fight themselves to exhaustion before stepping in to clean up the mess. Facing the terrifying pressure emanating from the Abyssal Fortress, Wan Xinglua couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. The aura emanating from this fortress was truly terrifying. Even the dragon pillar power within her body trembled slightly. Yet Zhou Yan shook his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face. All show and no substance. Wan Xinglua looked at him in confusion. Xinglua, have you noticed the structure of this fortress? Zhou Yan pointed at the colossal war machine. Besides metal and machinery, what else is there? Wan Xinglua examined it closely, suddenly grasping something. Those enslaved souls. Exactly. Zhou Yan nodded approvingly. The technology of the Abyssal Mechanics City is formidable, but it has a fatal flaw: its excessive reliance on enslaved souls as a power source. These souls are already filled with boundless resentment, merely suppressed by force. With external guidance, they could erupt at any moment. As he spoke, Zhou Yan guided Wan Xinglua to retrieve the debt collection disk of 10,000 grievances. This time, the target isn't Blue Star's debt, but the countless souls within the mechanized city fleet, those forcibly abducted and forced to serve as human batteries. Wan Xinglua instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. She flicked the abacus beads, and the debt collection disc began to spin. But this time, the debt collecting disc did not launch an attack. Instead, it sent a karmic signal of liberation to those enslaved souls. I hear you're suffering. Wan Xinglua's voice echoed across the battlefield through the debt-claiming disc. Rise up. Freedom is within your grasp. As this signal spread, profound changes began to unfold within the Abyss Fortress. The souls forcibly fused within felt the call of liberation and erupted into frenzied rebellion. What? This can't be. Mephisto watched in horror as chaos erupted within the fortress. Countless souls broke free from their bonds and launched attacks on the fortress's control systems. My control devices. The power core is out of control. Main cannon charging interrupted. The entire Abyss Fortress began to shake violently, with explosions erupting one after another inside. Zhou Yan watched the scene unfold, nodding with satisfaction. This is the consequence of over-reliance on enslaving others. When the oppressed awaken, the oppressor's doom is upon them. Energy conduits within the fortress detonated one after another, sending flames shooting skyward. Countless warships, shields and weapon systems malfunctioned due to unstable fuel. Damn it! These lowly souls dare to defy me. Mephisto roared in the fortress's control room. Activate the forced suppression protocol. Torture them with electric shocks. But the awakened souls would never yield again. They attacked the control devices with frenzied fury, tearing apart the energy systems. Mephisto's pride, the union of machine and spirit, was founded upon the enslavement of countless souls. Zhou Yan had seized upon this original sin, dismantling his ultimate weapon from within. Huaxia livestream. Brilliant. Zhou Yan solved the problem at its very root. Far more effective than brute force. Those souls are finally free. This is the power of a liberator. The Cthulhu watching the battle felt an unnatural ripple in its chaotic form. Clearly, he was utterly shocked by this method. Impossible. How could he manipulate the rules of causality so effortlessly? A storm of disbelief raged within Thulid's mind. It had assumed Zhou Yan was merely a powerful lord of the weird, but now it was clear the matter was far more complex. The abyssal fortress teetered on collapse due to the internal uprising, and the main cannon's charge was forcibly interrupted. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Mephisto's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Since I cannot defeat you, we shall perish together. He roared his final defiance, activating the fortress's self-destruct sequence. Activate that heart of oblivion. Destroy ourselves along with the enemy. The fortress's core began to violently tremble as the residual power of the heart of oblivion stored within was forcibly detonated. This was the ultimate annihilation energy collected by the abyssal mechanics from a destroyed star system enough to obliterate an entire star domain. A colossal beam of annihilation erupted from the fortress's core, carrying the terrifying power to erase all existence. Space itself began to warp and collapse before this beam. Honey, watch out! Ruan Xinglua cried out in alarm. The attack's power was beyond imagination. Yet Zhou Yan neither dodged nor retreated. With unwavering composure, he tilted the bronze watering can in his hand. A seemingly insignificant trickle of black water flowed slowly from the spout, meeting the destructive beam head-on. This black liquid appeared utterly ordinary, even mundane. But the instant the beam touched the liquid, something extraordinary happened. The beam did not explode, nor did it make a sound. It was simply erased without a trace. As if it had never existed at all. What is this? Mephisto's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. His most powerful attack had been effortlessly neutralized? The waters of the abyss. Zhou Yan spoke calmly. The rule that signifies the end of all things. Even the mother of all flowers keeps her distance from it. Your destructive power is but a child's toy before it. The remnants of the abyssal waters, undiminished in force, gently showered down upon the colossal abyss fortress. What followed left every spectator utterly speechless. The entire fortress, along with all its technology and bizarre creations, vanished like pencil marks erased by a rubber. It was erased and decomposed inch by inch, silently, from the very fabric of existence. Chapter 94, Waste Utilization. No! This can't be. My abyss fortress. My life's work. Mephisto let out a wail of despair. But it was all in vain. The power of the abyssal waters was unstoppable. Cthulhu's chaotic form convulsed violently, its will emitting waves of terror. It finally recognized one of Zhou Yan's forbidden identities. The Lord of the Abyss, it is actually the legendary Lord of the Abyss. Thulid's voice was thick with dread. No wonder even the supreme beings of the weird world avoid crossing its path. Viewers worldwide watching the live broadcast were utterly overwhelmed by this scene beyond comprehension. Some with weaker psyches even suffered mental breakdowns on the spot. China live stream. Holy crap! What level of power is this? That fortress just vanished like that? What kind of being is Zhoushan? Too terrifying. This is beyond our comprehension. Just as the fortress was about to be completely obliterated, Zhou Yan ceased his watering. He spared the fortress's most crucial component, the Supreme Forge, a colossal furnace shimmering with multicolored light. Deleting everything would be wasteful. Zhou Yan remarked. This furnace can still be repurposed. Xinglua can use it to reforge some gear and boost our combat strength. After speaking, he turned to look at Thulid, who had long since been frozen in terror. The once menacing representative of the Ancient Ones had completely lost his former majesty. Its chaotic form trembled incessantly, clearly terrified by the recent spectacle. Zhou Yan's voice echoed slowly, carrying an air of finality. Old squid, you've watched the show long enough. Now it's your turn to step up. This half-broken forge or my wife, you can only choose one as your opponent. I'll give you 3 seconds to make your choice. Upon hearing these words, Thulid's chaotic form convulsed violently. It knew this wasn't a choice at all. It was a life or death judgment call. Choose wrong, and its fate would be far worse than Mephisto's. 3. Zhou Yan began counting down. 2. Cthulhu's terror reached its peak. Facing the legendary Lord of the Abyss, it had absolutely no chance of victory. To confront Zhou Yan's wife? That woman wielded the quiet edge, the very key that even it feared. And behind her stood the Lord of the Abyss himself. Wasn't this suicide? Steal the forge? That would mean declaring open war against Zhou Yan. Given the terrifying power he just displayed, I'd be annihilated in an instant. For the first time, its chaotic mind tasted an emotion called despair. 1. Zhou Yan's countdown echoed like the Grim Reaper's summons. With 3 seconds remaining, Thulid made a decision that stunned everyone. Its chaotic projection solidified in an instant, performing an ancient gesture of submission toward Zhou Yan. This gesture, within the civilization of the old ones, was reserved solely for addressing those of absolute superiority. My lord jests. Thulid's voice grew exceedingly deferential. Your wife is our council's most esteemed friend. How could we possibly be enemies with a friend? With that, it reached out of its own accord, countless psychic tentacles extending toward the half-destroyed Supreme Forge. China live stream. Holy. This guy just went down on his knees. Just moments ago it was so imposing, now it's instantly cowering. Zhou Shen's intimidation is terrifying. Even the ancient ones bow to him, so satisfying. But Cthulhu's actions weren't an attack, he was using his own power to meticulously peel away and purify the residual shards of energy trapped within the forge. These fragments had fused with the forge itself, requiring extraordinary skill to separate them. One misstep could trigger an explosion, shattering the surrounding space to pieces. Yet as an ancient one, Thulid possessed unique mastery over psychic and rule manipulation. Its tentacles function like the most precise surgical blades, flawlessly extracting those precious primordial fragments. As the final fragment of essence was extracted, the entire Supreme Forge lost its core power source, rendered utterly useless. Yet those shimmering, multicolored primordial fragments contained an exceptionally pure power. Cthulhu respectfully presented these purified primordial fragments before Zhou Yan. This filthy forge is unworthy of your hands. Its tone dripped with obsequiousness. These fragments also serve as our council's apology for the previous disrespectful intrusion. And brains. Zhou Yan was quite satisfied with Thulid's astute performance. Far superior to that Mephistopheles. He accepted the primordial fragments, slowly infusing them into the tip of the Sword of Stillness. The blade's tip blazed with intense light, the silence law it contained growing more complete and powerful. Ruan Xinglua could clearly sense that the might of the Sword of Stillness had increased by at least 30%. Honey, this sword seems to have gotten even more powerful. Of course. These primordial fragments originate from the core technology of the Abyssal Mechanics City. Integrating them enhances the Sword of Stillness's rule-cutting capabilities. Zhou Yan gazed at the sword tip in his hand with satisfaction. Dealing with those tough nuts will be much easier from now on. This scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the mechanized city's remnant fleet and the representatives of the beautiful nation. If even an entity of the old one's caliber had to bow down, what right did they have to resist? The remaining machinery city fleet commander stepped forward trembling and saluted Zhou Yan. Honorable Lord, we willingly surrender all authority and resources. Abyssal Machinery City pledges to become a technological vassal of China. All our technologies and production lines shall be at your command. China live stream. Ha 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 ha. Those arrogant bastards are all on their knees now. So satisfying. The more arrogant they were before, the more pathetic they look now. This is the thrill of crushing superiority. Zhou Shen is mighty. Huaxia is mighty. Zhou Yan surveyed the crowd bowing in submission and gave a faint nod. Very well. Since you show such sincerity, I'll graciously accept you. Remember, do your jobs well from now on. Don't disappoint me. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Thulid. Old Squid, your council shouldn't have any objections, right? Thulid hastily shook his head. Of course not. The council has always supported peaceful coexistence. Your decision is our decision. Good. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. Remember to tell your leader back home that China is a place that values reason. As long as you don't provoke us, we can all live in peace. Understood. Understood. KSU Lud nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I will convey your message exactly as you said. Chapter 95, The Pawn. After thoroughly resolving the troubles in the mechanical city and giving Thulid a stern warning, Zhou Yan finally turned his gaze toward the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley. Alright, all the loose ends are tied up. He took Ruan Xinglua's hand. Now we can go retrieve your dowry with peace of mind. Ruan Xinglua gazed at the battlefield before them, now bathed in peace thanks to Zhou Yan's authority, her heart brimming with sweetness. Husband, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Of course. It's only natural for me to protect you, I am your husband. Zhou Yan gently stroked her cheek. Come on, our honeymoon isn't over yet. The real show is just beginning. The two set off once more toward the Weeping Valley. Behind them, those once arrogant enemies watched them depart with respectful gazes. This was the awe-inspiring power of absolute strength. Just as Zhou Yan prepared to lead Ruan Xinglua toward the Weeping Flower Valley, the soul summoning lamp that had been quietly suspended nearby suddenly began to flicker violently. The ghostly green flame within the wick danced wildly, emitting a sorrowful glow that seemed to wail like a lament. Husband, what's wrong with the soul-guiding lamp? Ruan Xinglua's expression darkened instantly. She sensed an overwhelming wave of sorrow and despair emanating from the lamp. Even more terrifying, this emotion carried an urgent distress signal. Zhou Yan immediately took the soul-guiding lamp, carefully sensing the message it conveyed. This is the distress signal from the World Tree Sprout. The soul-guiding lamp began projecting an urgent image. Deep within the Weeping Flower Valley, the once vibrant sprout of the World Tree was rapidly fading. Countless ink-black withering vines coiled around it like ravenous wolves, greedily draining its life essence. The tender shoot's emerald leaves were turning yellow and withering at a visible pace. Impossible! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in shock. How long have we been gone? How could the Lord of Wither have located the sprout so quickly? Zhou Yan watched the scene unfold, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. I see. The Lord of Wither must have launched a full-scale assault on the sprout while we were distracted by the mechanical city. The true yellow bird all along wasn't Thulud, it was the Lord of Decay. It used the Might of Fleet as cannon fodder to buy itself precious time. This revelation made Ruan Xinglua gasp in shock. Those guys were pawns from the very beginning? Exactly. The Abyssal Machines, the Council of Ancient Ones, even the United States, all pawns arranged by the Lord of Decay. Zhou Yan's voice turned icy. Their mission was to stall us, buying time for the Lord of Decay's true plan. In the vision, the light emanating from the World Tree's tender sprout grew increasingly faint, nearly extinguished entirely. Whereas facing Mephisto and Cthulhu had elicited more amusement and mockery from Zhou Yan. But now, witnessing his dowry and nursery destroyed, his face revealed genuine, icy murderous intent for the very first time. The surrounding temperature instantly plummeted to freezing, and even the space itself began to tremble slightly. Very well, you filthy insect. You've succeeded in enraging me. Zhou Yan's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Dare to touch what's mine, and it's dead. He handed the fully reforged blade of Return to Silence, which had absorbed all the essence of annihilation, into Ruan Xinglua's hands. The blade radiated a profound black glow, its contained rules of extinction now nearing perfection. This time, the sword is no longer a weapon, it is the key. Zhou Yan slowly channeled his power into the blade. Xinglua, hold it tight. I'll clear the path. Ruan Xinglua gripped the sword of Return to Silence with both hands, feeling the terrifying power it contained. This sword no longer felt like a weapon to her, but rather a divine artifact capable of manipulating the rules themselves. Ready, husband. Zhou Yan nodded, guiding Ruan Xinglua to point the sword of Eternal Silence toward the void. Strike down with all your might. Hold nothing back. Ruan Xinglua drew a deep breath, seamlessly merging the dragon pillar power within her with the Sword of Silence's rule of annihilation. Sword of Silence. Cleave the heavens and earth. The complete Sword of Stillness no longer merely sliced open a fissure, it cleaved a straight, linear passage through the void, forged from absolute annihilation. This passage defied all spatial and rule-based barriers, stretching straight into the distance. At its far end, it pointed directly toward the heart of the Weeping Flower Valley. Go! Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stepped into the path of annihilation. The surrounding scenery blurred instantly, as time and space lost all meaning. In the blink of an eye, they materialized at the heart of the Weeping Flower Valley, before the tender sprout of the World Tree. The sight before her filled Ruan Xinglua with fury. The once vibrant sprout of the World Tree now lay on the brink of death. Countless pitch-black withering vines coiled around it like demonic tentacles, frantically draining its life essence. Directly above the sprout, a colossal form was slowly coalescing from the convergence of countless withered laws. That was the true form of the Lord of Decay. Its colossal form towered thousands of meters high, radiating an aura of decay and death. Countless bones and rotting flesh writhed across its form, creating a nauseating spectacle. Spotting Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua suddenly appearing, the Lord of Decay erupted in a victorious cackle. Ha 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 ha! You are too late. I've already absorbed most of the life essence from this World Tree's tender sprout. In mere minutes, it will wither completely, becoming part of my power. Bear witness to this feast of decay. The withered lord's voice boomed like a demon's roar from hell, shaking the entire valley to its core. Huaxia livestream. How despicable. This monster actually ambushed us. The World Tree sprout is nearly gone. Zhou Shen, act now. We must save the dowry. Ruan Xinglua stared at the dying World Tree sprout, tears of rage welling in her eyes. You damned monster. I'll kill you. She raised the Sword of Eternal Silence, ready to charge forward, but Zhou Yan stopped her. Calm down, Xinglua. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm, yet the killing intent within it grew even more intense. An enemy of this caliber requires more subtle tactics. Besides, this is merely an appetizer. He gazed at the arrogant Lord of Decay, a cold smile curling his lips. The real show is only just beginning. The Lord of Decay's maniacal laughter abruptly halted. It sensed an ominous foreboding in Zhou Yan's tone. But there was no turning back now. It must devour the World Tree's tender sprout swiftly, gaining enough power to confront this mysterious foe. Chapter 96, The Final Outcome. In Zhou Yan's deep, serene eyes, it read an indifference called finality. As if, in the other's eyes, it was already a dead thing. This sensation sent an unprecedented chill through the Lord of Decay. Yet, once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. The life essence of the World Tree's tender sprout had been drained nearly to the core. To abandon the effort now would mean all prior labor was for naught. Suppressing the ominous foreboding in its heart, it prepared to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Ruan Xinglua watched the tense standoff unfold before her, her heart racing. The two rode a streamlight vessel formed from the luminous band of the Path of Souls, gliding like an elegant arc as they leisurely approached the interstellar blockade already deployed by the abyssal mechanized city. This sector of space was already teeming with countless massive metallic constructs, their surfaces crackling with faint blue electrical arcs, forming an impenetrable iron wall. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost the instant they entered the detection range, the mechanized city fleet responded with swift, unified action. Countless menacing gun barrels protruded from the surfaces of those cold, steel stars, each barrel glowing with a sickly green light as heart-stopping energy fluctuations radiated outward. This was the mechanized city's pride and joy, the Godslayer puppet war cluster. Their barrels locked onto the tiny flying vessel carrying Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua with deadly precision. In an instant, a murderous aura permeated the air, the tension reaching an absolute breaking point. Wan Xinglua stared at the fleet before him, its sheer scale beyond imagination. He felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the twisted fusion of cold technology and bizarre power. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, a thread of tension still crept into her heart. She instinctively tightened her grip on Zhou Yan's hand beside her. Zhou Yan seemed to sense her unease, gently patting her hand to reassure her. His handsome face bore no trace of gravity, instead wearing a faint, amused smile. At that moment, the flagship of the mechanized fleet initiated a communication request. As the light flickered, two holographic projections materialized before Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's airship. On the left stood a figure clad in intricate dark gold mechanical armor. Imposing in stature, his face was concealed behind a menacing metal visor, revealing only a pair of electronic eyes that glowed with a sinister crimson light. It was none other than Mephisto, the supreme ruler of the abyssal mechanized city, the great artificer. Beside Mephisto stood an unnameable figure, entirely composed of chaotic shadows, constantly writhing and shifting. That form radiated an ancient and ominous aura that made souls tremble, none other than Cthulhu, the representative of the Council of the Elder Gods who had appeared earlier in the temple. Now, Cthulhu's projection appeared more solid and oppressive than it had in the temple. Mephisto's arrogantly synthesized voice rang out first, "Halt! This place is the experimental zone of rules within my abyssal mechanized city. Unauthorized presence is strictly forbidden. Violators shall be deemed a provocation against my abyssal mechanized city and executed without mercy." It paused, its chaotic shadow warping slightly as it seemed to look toward Wan Xinglua. "Of course, if you two are willing to demonstrate sufficient sincerity, we are not entirely unreasonable. Beautiful lady, we sense you carry numerous world tree fragments related to life upon you." Mephisto sneered coldly, "Provided Miss Wan Xinglua is willing to surrender every single world tree fragment in her possession, we might consider clearing a safe passage for you both. Otherwise, this starred domain shall be your final resting place." This was blatant extortion. The Huaxia live stream erupted instantly. Holy! Those two bastards again. Didn't they get beaten enough in the temple? Mephisto? That unlucky bastard whose fortress got blown to bits by Zhou with a teapot? Hearing this shameless demand, Wan Xinglua's fair face darkened with fury, her brows furrowing with rage. Did these scoundrels really think she was made of clay? Hadn't the lesson at the temple taught them anything? The power of the dragon pillar within her began to stir restlessly, and the edge of stillness hummed faintly. "You?" Just as Wan Xinglua opened her mouth to retort, a warm hand gently pressed against hers. Zhou Yan remained as calm and composed as ever. He gave Wan Xinglua a gentle smile, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he directly took control of the communication permissions. The next instant, Zhou Yan's image projected clearly before Mephisto and Thulid. He didn't even glance at the mechanized fleet, which seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, or the God-Slayer puppets, brimming with murderous intent. His gaze simply lingered on Mephisto's projection. "Mephisto, is it? I recall your teacher, that old codger who called himself the father of all machines, couldn't even lift his head in my presence back then. What? You intend to settle his old debt to me?" Zhou Yan paused, his eyes suddenly sharpening like blades, his tone tinged with icy coldness. "Or perhaps you want me to bundle you up with all this scrap metal you're so proud of and settle the score once and for all?" Mephisto's crimson electronic eye flickered violently, clearly stung by Zhou Yan's reopening of old wounds. But before he could retort, Zhou Yan's gaze had already shifted away from him, drifting leisurely toward the writhing mass of chaotic shadow beside him. A faint curve touched Zhou Yan's lips. "And you, old squid. Stop putting on airs, pretending to be some ancient, profound entity. You secretly planted a tiny psychic beacon within the power core of Mephisto's flagship. Do you think everyone else is blind?" At these words, Thulid's form, composed of chaotic shadows, abruptly froze. For the first time, its indescribable form revealed visible, violent fluctuations as if a calm ocean depths had suddenly erupted with towering waves. Zhou Yan paid no heed to its reaction, continuing his measured revelation. "You were planning to wait until Mephisto's fleet and that so-called Lord of Decay fought themselves to exhaustion, battered and broken. Then you'd step in to reap the rewards, taking this vast fleet along with any budding world tree sprouts that might appear all wrapped up in one neat package, right?" He chuckled softly, his gaze suddenly turning icy. "Shall I intervene now and extract it from that iron hulk's belly for all to see? Let them witness your clever little scheme, O Ancient One?" Zhou Yan's words struck like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake, crashing violently into the hearts of Mephisto and Cthulhu. Behind his monstrous metal mask, Mephisto's face was likely contorted beyond recognition. Chapter 97, The Table's About to Flip. He whipped his head around, his crimson electronic eye glaring fiercely at Cthulhu beside him, filled with unmasked fury and murderous intent. Cthulhu's chaotic shadow form writhed violently, clearly plunged into utter shock and panic, momentarily unable to muster any coherent defense. It couldn't fathom how its meticulously concealed plan had been so easily exposed by Zhou Yan. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the atmosphere thickening to a freezing solid, Zhou Yan slowly extended a finger, waving it gently before them. Now, I'm giving you both a chance to try diplomacy before resorting to force. His tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Voluntarily clear the shipping lanes and get the hell out of this star system. And surrender 1/10 of your entire ramshackle fleet's resources as compensation for emotional distress to my wife, Miss Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over them, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Otherwise. He paused, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading, replaced by a heart-stopping indifference. I will overturn the table. Exposed in public and subjected to such extortion, Mephistopheles' reason was utterly consumed by rage. When had the supreme ruler of the abyssal mechanized city ever endured such utter humiliation? Zhou Yan! Mephistopheles roared deafeningly, his electronically synthesized voice becoming shrill and piercing from the intensity of his rage. So what if you saw through me? Do you truly believe the two of you can stand against my entire mechanized city fleet? He raised his arm abruptly, issuing the command. Activate Machine Spirit Union. Boom boom boom. As Mephisto roared, the flagship beneath his feet resembling a miniature moon suddenly erupted in a blinding, piercing light. Countless intricate mechanical structures began spinning, warping, and reconfiguring with frenzied speed. Simultaneously, dozens of massive capital warships and countless smaller combat units swarming around the flagship seemed drawn by an invisible force, converging toward it. Even more spine-chillingly, from the wreckage of those warships and from countless planets captured by the machine capital, distorted, wailing spectral shadows of souls were forcibly extracted. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they merged into the transforming flagship. Metal and flesh, technology and vengeful spirits at this moment, they began to fuse together in an utterly twisted, frenzied manner. Snap snap boom. The flagship's volume swelled at a visible pace, countless menacing gun barrels protruding from its newly formed metallic armor, gleaming with a destructive light. The once cold steel now seemed alive, radiating a suffocating, terrifying aura of power. Within mere breaths, a towering, 10,000-meter-high mobile war fortress shrouded in an ominous crimson glow, bristling with cannons, and boasting a monstrously grotesque structure replaced the original flagship, appearing amidst the starry expanse. Countless shadowy souls wailed around its perimeter, while the energy fluctuations it emitted reached a terrifying SSS+ level. Abyssal Fortress Descend. Mephisto's voice echoed from the core of the colossal entity, brimming with madness and savagery. At the fortress's apex, a main cannon dozens of times thicker than any previous barrel slowly rose. Within its muzzle, devastating energy began to violently converge, emitting a bone-chilling hum. Its target was the minuscule flying vessel carrying Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. The torrent of annihilating energy surged within the abyssal fortress's monstrous cannon, causing the starry sky itself to tremble. It seemed poised to vaporize Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua, and their entire spacecraft in the next instant. Yet, at this critical moment, Cthulhu, that unnameable mass of chaotic shadow that had previously shared a common enemy with Mephisto, silently drifted backward tens of thousands of meters. Its movement was minimal, yet precise enough to position itself outside the impending explosion's epicenter, adopting a purely detached stance as if Mephisto's fate held no consequence for it whatsoever. Facing the abyssal fortress, a sight capable of shattering the souls of ordinary deities and the apocalyptic main cannon poised to fire, Zhou Yan merely shook his head lightly. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flickered across his face. Oomph, all show and no substance. This casual remark cut like the sharpest blade, piercing Mephisto's inflated pride. Zhou Yan did not choose to confront the colossal entity head-on. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua beside him, his voice gentle yet filled with an undeniable authority. Xinglua, retrieve the debt collection disc of 10,000 grievances. A flicker of understanding passed through Ruan Xinglua's beautiful eyes. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, an ancient bronze abacus materialized silently. Unlike before, Zhou Yan's intent this time was not directed at the peculiar karmic forces native to Blue Star. His voice echoed within Ruan Xinglua's mind, tinged with a hint of coldness. This time, our target is not Blue Star's debt, but the boundless vengeful spirits from myriad realms of strangeness, those forcibly abducted by Mephisto and used as power cores and human batteries within this mechanized fleet. Ruan Xinglua gave a slight nod, her jade-like fingers flicking lightly across the bronze abacus. Clang! A faint yet soul-piercing vibration echoed. The debt-claiming abacus emitted no aggressive energy. Instead, it spiraled upward, radiating invisible, compassionate ripples that spread toward the colossal abyss fortress and the countless mech fleet warships surrounding it. A clear thought transmitted through these ripples of causality, reaching every soul imprisoned and enslaved. Your suffering, I have heard. Your resentment, I have heard. Rise up. Shatter this endless bondage. Freedom lies within your grasp. This voice seemed to come from the deepest, most primal call of the underworld, yet it also felt like the first glimmer of hope before dawn. In an instant. Boom! The seemingly indestructible colossal form of the abyssal fortress shook violently. Then came the second tremor, the third. The very core of the fortress, powering its countless monstrous cannons, was fueled by souls forcibly fused from every realm of darkness. Mephisto had deemed them the cheapest, most efficient fuel. Yet now, this fuel had collectively launched a strike. No, it was more than a strike. It was a revolt. A backlash. Sizzle boom. Inside the fortress, energy conduits responsible for channeling the power of divine vengeful spirits exploded one after another without warning. Countless tiny sparks of electricity danced frantically across the fortress's surface, like death throes. Even the mech city warships guarding the perimeter, still maintaining their independent forms, began exhibiting bizarre malfunctions. Chapter 98, Mutual Destruction. Their energy shields flickered erratically, weapon systems went haywire and locked onto friendly forces, and worst of all, engines shut down completely, sending them tumbling wildly through the stars. Energy supply unstable. Warning. Soul matrix collapsing. Backlash. It's a soul backlash. Mephisto's mad, savage voice carried panic and disbelief for the first time. The very foundation of his pride, the machine-spirit union, rested on the brutal enslavement and exploitation of these alien souls. And Zhou Yan had precisely seized upon this original sin. Without lifting a finger, he had dismantled Mephisto's most formidable trump card from within. In the distance, Thulid now exhibited extremely unnatural, violent fluctuations. Its indescribable form seemed to be violently twisted by an invisible giant hand. Clearly, such a tactic targeting the very fabric of cause and effect held an indescribable strangeness, even for an ancient one like it. Beneath the internal revolt of countless souls, the abyssal fortress began shaking violently beyond control. Its armor cracked and shattered, emitting a mournful wail as if on the verge of disintegration. The dreaded main cannon, charged to its absolute limit, saw the destructive glow at its muzzle rapidly dim. Finally, with a reluctant hum, it extinguished completely. No! Mephisto roared in despair, his crimson electronic eyes flashing with a maddened bloodlight. He knew it was over. Today, not only had he lost all face, but even this fleet, drained of its entire mechanical reserves, would be utterly destroyed here. Zhou Yan! I'll take you down with me. His hideous face contorted to the extreme as Mephisto frantically activated the Abyss Fortress's final protocol self-destruction. He would detonate the core of the fortress, that heart of oblivion that once belonged to the Lord of Decay, now reduced to mere residual power. With the final roar of this SSS Plus grade war fortress, he would drag Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua down with him. Buzz! A black beam more terrifying, more concentrated, and filled with pure destructive intent than the main cannon's previous charge suddenly erupted from the Abyss Fortress's already fractured core. This beam locked onto the flying vessel carrying Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, moving at an extreme velocity. Wherever it passed, the annihilation power it contained tore dark fissures into space itself. Facing this final, mutually destructive strike, Zhou Yan's expression remained serene. He simply extended his hand, palm upward, and the unassuming bronze watering can appeared silently. He tilted his wrist slightly. A single strand of black liquid dripped slowly from the spout. This single drop of black water, light as a feather, met the annihilating beam powerful enough to obliterate stars. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No blinding, ice-searing light. Not even the faintest sound was heard. That beam of annihilation, bearing all of Mephisto's madness and despair, upon contact with the drop of black water, vanished like the first snow under the scorching sun, or as if erased by an invisible rubber from a painting. Silently, it was erased. As if it had never existed in this starry expanse. That drop of black water, as dark as ink, did not vanish after erasing Mephisto's final desperate strike. It was precisely the forbidden substance Zhou Yan had once mentioned to Wan Xinglua, the very thing that could make even the ancient ruler, the mother of all flowers, tremble, the water of the abyss. It represented the ultimate stillness of all cosmic existence, the primal end and return of all being. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, the remnant force of the water of the abyss continued unabated. Light and airy, like the first delicate rain of early spring, it drifted down toward the colossal abyssal fortress that obscured the stars. SSSSH. Like a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice water, yet eerily silent. That war machine, a fusion of countless vengeful spirits and cutting-edge technology, the culmination of the machine city's boundless efforts, began its silent dissolution the instant it touched the waters of the abyss. Yes, dissolving. Like a pencil sketch on paper, an invisible giant hand wielded an unseen eraser, slowly and irreversibly wiping it away from existence inch by inch, fraction by fraction. The fortress's monstrous metal shell, its energy nodes flickering with eerie light, its dense array of gun ports and sensors, everything was silently decomposing, annihilating, dissolving into the purest void. No explosion, no debris, not even a trace of energy escaping. Only absolute, heart-stopping disappearance. No. No. This is the power of the abyssal void. The distant shadow of chaos, the projection of Thulud's will, erupted with an unprecedented violent fluctuation at that moment. Within that fluctuation lay terror 1,000 times more intense than when it had faced the 10,000 grievances debt collector, along with a fear rooted in the deepest instincts of life itself. Ah! My eyes! My sanity! Help me! Demons! This is the work of demons. Through secret channels, the representatives of the beautiful nation Ashton and others barely maintaining their remote observation, witnessed this scene beyond the limits of comprehension. Their mental defenses collapsed instantly. Some clutched their heads in agony, others foamed at the mouth, while some rolled their eyes back in their sockets, utterly petrified into idiocy by this incomprehensible horror. This transcended their very understanding of divinity. Under the corrosive assault of the abyssal waters, the abyssal fortress was being visibly erased from the starry sky, piece by piece. Just as the colossal fortress was about to be utterly obliterated, leaving not a single shred of debris behind. Zhou Yan's brow lifted imperceptibly as his wrist rose lightly. The falling droplets of the abyssal waters abruptly ceased. Deleting everything would be a waste. His gaze fell upon the fortress's core, a colossal furnace, shattered beyond recognition by the forces of the abyss yet still radiating terrifying heat and colossal energy. This furnace the supreme forge Mephisto unearthed from some fallen mechanical god kingdom ruin might still be put to some use. Zhou Yan's detached appraisal echoed clearly in the ears of every being still lucid. Then, his eyes deep as the starry sky slowly turned to Cthulhu, who stood nearby, so terrified that even his chaotic form was beginning to waver. Old squid. Zhou Yan's voice echoed with a hint of mockery, yet radiated an absolute authority that brooked no argument. You've watched the show long enough. It's time for you to stretch your legs. This half-broken forge, and my wife. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth. You may choose only one as your opponent. I'll give you 3 seconds to make your choice. With those words, the starry sky fell deathly silent. Chapter 99, The Fatal Choice. The writhing shadow of Thulud suddenly froze, as if an invisible giant hand had seized its core. Ruan Xinglua, the woman who defied Zhou Yan? Within Thulud's chaotic mind, the fatally unsettling pulse of causality surged, the same sensation it had felt when Ruan Xinglua had previously retrieved the debt collection disc of 10,000 grievances. More crucially, it sensed another terrifying entity concealed within that woman, one that filled even it with profound dread. It was a dreadful existence named Blade of Return to Silence, capable of threatening the very essence of the old Japan. It was the legendary, forbidden treasure of slaughter whispered about even within the council. But if it chose to seize that half-broken supreme forge, that would mean completely severing ties with this terrifying entity before it, one wielding the power of the abyssal void and becoming outright enemies. For the first time, within Cthulhu's mind core, a cauldron of chaos, madness, and unspeakable horrors, a distinct emotion named despair crystallized. This wasn't a choice at all. It was a death sentence. 3. Zhou Yan's detached voice began the countdown. Cthulhu's chaotic shadows churned violently, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. 2. The icy voice echoed like a pendulum of death. It sensed that if it failed to choose, or chose wrongly, the next moment might bring the drop of water of the abyss enough to erase everything. 1. 3 seconds gone in an instant. The instant Zhou Yan uttered his final syllable. Cthulhu, that ancient one from the Chaos Star Sea who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, made a decision that nearly made every surviving observer's eyes pop out of their sockets. Buzz. Its chaotic projection, originally shapeless and illusory, composed of countless twisted tentacles and unnameable entities, suddenly solidified in that instant. Though it retained its nauseatingly grotesque form, the will it radiated was unprecedentedly clear and humble. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with horror, bewilderment, or utter disbelief, the colossal shadow slowly performed an ancient cosmic gesture toward Zhou Yan's direction, one signifying absolute submission and reverence. Its form twisted and shifted, ultimately coalescing into a massive, tentacled mass covered in eyes, which laboriously bent its waist. My lord, you jest. A raspy, hoarse, yet distinctly fawning thought wave emanated from Thulud's projection, echoing across the silent starry expanse. Your wife has always been the most esteemed and revered friend of the ancient council. Resounding through the silent expanse of the cosmos. Your wife, Lady Ruan Xinglua, has always been the most esteemed and revered friend of the ancient council. Before the words had fully faded, the solidified mass of chaotic flesh actively extended countless mental tentacles, each flickering with an eerie glow. These tentacles did not attack Zhou Yan or Ruan Xinglua. Instead, they cautiously, like the most precise instruments, probed toward the half-destroyed supreme forge. Sizzle. An invisible psychic force field spread around the forge. Thulud was using its own vast and pure ancient power to meticulously strip away and refine the fragmented, chaotic remnants within the forge, fragments corrupted and enraged by the erosion of the abyssal waters. This process demanded immense mental concentration, requiring absolute mastery over his power. The slightest misstep could cause those violent energy fragments to detonate completely, reducing the already shattered forge to cosmic dust. Yet Thulud remained utterly focused, even displaying a hint of servility. Moments later, dozens of primordial fragments varying in size yet all radiating pure, terrifying energy fluctuations were lifted by its psychic tentacles and respectfully presented before Zhou Yan. My lord! Thulud's fawning thought resounded once more, tinged with a hint of trepidation. This filthy, damaged forge is truly unworthy of your personal attention. These purified primordial fragments are my humble offering on behalf of the Ancient Council, a meager apology for our earlier disrespect. I pray you, and your lady, will graciously accept them. A flicker of approval passed through Zhou Yan's eyes at Thulud's savvy display. The old squid knew when to play nice. With a casual flick of his wrist, the primordial fragments glowing with the aura of both destruction and creation all gathered into his palm. The next instant, he snapped his fingers. Hum! The fragments transformed into streaks of light, merging with pinpoint accuracy into the tip of the sword blade of stillness held by Ruan Xinglua. The blade suddenly erupted with a dark radiance several times more brilliant than before. The engraved patterns of the silence rule became deeper and more complete, radiating a formidable pressure powerful enough to make the starry sky tremble. Ruan Xinglua could distinctly sense that the power of the Sword of Stillness had undergone a qualitative leap at this very moment. This scene struck like an invisible hammer of final judgment, crashing down upon the hearts of the remaining mechanized fleet commanders in the distant starry expanse, as well as figures like Ashton, the representative of the United States. Even the ancient overseer Cthulhu is groveling like this, willingly offering treasures to curry favor? A mechanized city fleet commander's voice cracked with sheer terror. It's Cthulhu, the ancient being who gazes upon the rise and fall of civilizations. Yet it acts like a servant. Ashton's eyes widened as he muttered to himself, the last shred of hope crumbling completely. What right did they have to struggle? What trump cards could they possibly play to resist? Before Zhou Yan, who wielded the power of the abyssal void, before the majesty that even the elder gods bowed to, their so-called technology, their so-called fleet, was nothing but a joke. Despair, like the deepest darkness, instantly consumed all their will. We, the machines, surrender all AI core permissions. We pledge allegiance to Huaxia. Zhou Yan merely gave a detached nod at these turncoats' surrender, signaling the AI core beside him to process the surrender. Having thoroughly resolved the abyssal Machina city's troubles and simultaneously disciplined the restless Cthulhu faction, his gaze finally settled upon a specific coordinate on the star chart. There lay another crucial objective of his journey. However, just as he prepared to issue the departure order, the ancient bronze lamp, the soul summoning lamp which had been suspended beside Ruan Xinglua, quiet as an ornament, suddenly began to flicker violently without warning. Its light flickered erratically, its rapid pulse resembling more of a heart-wrenching wail. Ruan Xinglua's expression abruptly changed. She gasped in a low cry, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and disbelief. From the lamp's tremors, she distinctly sensed an overwhelming, indescribable sorrow and a faint yet desperately urgent distress signal. This signal was coming from the world tree's tender sprout. Chapter 100, The Bug. Before Zhou Yan could ask, a blinding light erupted from the wick of the soul-guiding lamp, projecting an urgent and heart-stopping scene into the void. The scene depicted the deepest recesses of the Valley of Whispering Flowers, that mysterious place shrouded in a thick aura of life. Yet now, the world tree sprout once revitalized in Ruan Xinglua's hands, radiating a soft emerald glow, was visibly fading at an alarming rate. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. Even more terrifying, countless vines black as ink, exuding an intense aura of death and decay, were coiling around the tender sprout like the most greedy, venomous snakes. Their sharp thorns, like blood-sucking fangs, pierced deep into the bud's core, greedily draining its precious life essence. The world tree's tender sprout hung by a thread. The image projected by the soul-summoning lamp pierced Ruan Xinglua's heart like the sharpest dagger. She could even feel the despair and agony radiating from the bud, the ultimate torture of having its very essence ripped from it. It's him! The Lord of Withered Blossoms. Ruan Xinglua's voice trembled with fury and panic, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. He dares. He actually dares. Zhou Yan's gaze froze the moment he saw the pitch-black vines coiling around the tender sprout. The subtle ripples of the laws of the void, stirred by his emotions, abruptly fell deathly silent in that instant. An aura of extinction more pure and terrifying than the Guichu waters earlier now radiated from him. So that's how it is. Zhou Yan's low voice betrayed no emotion, yet it seemed to freeze the surrounding starry sky. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Both Cthulhu and the machine are merely that cicada, or rather, bait deliberately released by it. The true bird of prey is this lord of decay lurking in the shadows. Zhou Yan's gaze grew as cold as absolute zero before the birth of the universe. He slowly raised his eyes toward the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley, a curve forming at the corners of his mouth, a curve devoid of any warmth. It calculated that Xiadu would tie me up, buying it precious time to devour the tender shoots of the world tree. What a cunning scheme! What a lord of decay! If his mindset when dealing with Mephisto and Cthulhu had been more like a cat toying with a mouse, amused, mocking, and tinged with a condescending scrutiny, then now, witnessing the tender shoots of the world tree, a symbol of his unique bond with Ruan Xinglua, regarded by him as a vital nursery and dowry for the future undergoing such vicious assault. The habitual indifference and mockery on Zhou Yan's face shattered like ice frozen for 10,000 years, cracking inch by inch. Replacing it was something truly profound, rising from the depths of his soul, a cold, murderous intent. This killing intent was even purer, even more heart-stopping than when he had channeled the water of the abyss. Very well. Zhou Yan murmured the two words softly, his voice barely audible yet seemingly imbued with the terrifying power to end the universe. This cowardly insect has angered me. As the words fell, his wrist flickered. The blade that had just absorbed all the extinguishing essence of the Supreme Forge, its blade shimmering with a ghostly glow, its patterns of law perfected to perfection, the blade of extinction, appeared silently in his palm. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a bloodthirsty hum. Yet Zhou Yan did not strike immediately. Instead, he gently presented this sword, now transformed beyond recognition, ascended to the true apocalyptic tier, to Ruan Xingluo. Xingluo. His voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. This time, it is no longer a weapon of destruction. Zhou Yan's fingertips gently traced the flawless spine of the blade of eternal stillness. It is the key dot. Grip it tightly. Ruan Xingluo paused, then nodded firmly, her jade-like hand gripping the hilt of the sword of stillness with unwavering resolve. An indescribable, colossal force surged through the hilt, flooding every fiber of her being. In that instant, she felt utterly fused with the sword, with Zhou Yan, and with some supreme extinction principle. I'll clear the path. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an unwavering resolve to sever all obstacles. He extended his other hand, covering the back of Ruan Xingluo's hand as she gripped the hilt. Hum! An indescribable, terrifying force poured forth unreservedly from Zhou Yan's body, pouring entirely into the blade of stillness. In an instant, the blade erupted with a pitch-black radiance 1,000,000 times more dazzling than when it had fused with the forge's primordial essence. This was not the darkness that devours all, but rather, an absolute void that utterly reduces existence itself to stillness. Slash! Zhou Yan roared, guiding Ruan Xingluo and the complete blade of stillness, now infused with his power. Slashed ruthlessly toward the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley. This strike carried no earth-shattering sword chi, no power to rend the starry heavens. What it possessed was only the ultimate extinction. Beneath this strike, the void silently split apart. No! That was no crack. It was a straight, pitch-black passageway forged from the absolute power of annihilation, radiating an aura that withered all existence. This passage defied all spatial laws, ignored every barrier of order, and forcibly pierced through layer upon layer of the eerie dimensional realm. Its other end pointed with pinpoint precision toward the very heart of the Valley of the Weeping Flowers. There, the world tree's tender sprout lay in its death throes. Go! Zhou Yan wrapped his arm around Ruan Xingluo's slender waist and stepped forward. Their figures instantly vanished into the pitch-black, annihilating passageway. The next instant, the Valley of Whispering Flowers, its core forbidden zone. A thick, withering aura almost tangible as a black storm swept across this once lush land. The light from the world tree's tender sprout had dimmed to its absolute limit, reduced to a faint, flickering glow. It struggled desperately to survive amidst the frantic entanglement and draining of countless monstrous black vines. At that very moment, rip! The void itself seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A pitch-black passageway, radiating an aura of absolute annihilation, abruptly opened. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo stepped out of the passageway, instantly arriving at the very heart of this desolate land. Before them, a mass of twisted, decaying black mist imbued with the potent laws of death and finality coalesced into a vast, indistinct humanoid form. The arms of that form were none other than the very black vines that had been frantically twining around and devouring the tender shoots of the world tree. It was the true form of the Lord of Decay. At this moment, it had completely enveloped the world tree's tender shoots, seemingly preparing for its final, complete devouring. Sensing the sudden spatial fluctuations and that annihilating aura that stirred even its own unease, the Lord of Decay's indistinct face slowly turned toward Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo. The instant it saw their figures, it paused in surprise. Then, a hoarse, shrill laugh erupted from it, a laugh filled with the maniacal joy of a victor. Ha 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 ha! You've arrived, at just the right moment. Alas, you have arrived a step too late. The Lord of Decay's voice dripped with mockery and cruelty. Then, let us all witness this magnificent Feast of Decay. Chapter 101, Root Against Root. Faced with the Lord of Decay's provocation, Ruan Xingluo could no longer hold back. You damned monster! How dare you harm the world tree's tender sprout? Furious, she channeled the power of the dragon pillars within her body, and a solid golden dragon instantly coalesced into form. Dragon, roar to the heavens! Shred this abomination for me! The golden dragon roared with earth-shaking ferocity, carrying the righteous spirit of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization as it charged fiercely toward the Lord of Decay. Its majestic presence was awe-inspiring. China live stream. Goddess Ruan has entered the fray. This dragon is so majestic. It will surely defeat that monster. The might of the Chinese dragon. Nothing can withstand it. Let this hideous creature witness our power. Yet what happened next stunned everyone. As the golden dragon charged into the grey mist of the Weeping Valley, its majestic dragon energy began to corrode and disintegrate at a visible pace. Gray, lifeless moss began sprouting from its once glittering golden scales. Its claws withered and decayed, its dragon whiskers began to fall away. How is this possible? Ruan Xinglua watched the scene in utter shock. Her power as the dragon pillar of the nation was being assimilated by the withered rule. The golden dragon desperately tried to charge toward the Lord of Decay, but with every meter it advanced, its power weakened further. Finally, 100 meters from the Lord of Decay, the dragon let out a mournful cry and completely dissolved into a sky filled with scattered points of light. No! Ruan Xinglua's face paled from the backlash of her power, nearly causing her to stumble. This was her first such crushing defeat. Within this withered divine realm, cultivated by the withered lord over countless eons, all rules related to life were ruthlessly suppressed and assimilated. Huaxiao livestream. What's going on? Why didn't Goddess Ruan's attack work? Why did that dragon vanish? It's over. Even the power of the dragon pillars can't stand against it. This monster is terrifying. Meanwhile, live streams from the remnants of other nations gloated with schadenfreude. The Lord of Decay watched Ruan Xinglua's humiliation with silent derision. Pathetic ants, daring to wield life force within my divine realm? This is my domain. Every attack you unleash only makes me stronger. The withering power of the entire divine realm began crushing down upon Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. Grey mist surged like a tidal wave, withering and decaying everything in its path. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack, emanating a deathly aura. Husband, what should we do? Ruan Xinglua asked, her voice tinged with panic. This was the first time she had faced such a formidable foe. All conventional attack methods proved useless here. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind, tinged with gravity. Can you feel it? Within its domain, the more you use conventional life or order energies, the more you're feeding it. Emotions like anger and resentment are equally cherished nutrients for it. To win, you can't play by its rules. Ruan Xinglua pondered thoughtfully, what do you mean? Since its rules are decay and rot, we'll counter it with a more fundamental rule. Zhou Yan handed the bronze watering can to Ruan Xinglua. Sprinkle the source water of the mother river of life upon the ground beneath your feet. Ruan Xinglua took the watering can, feeling the pure vitality it contained. This vitality differed from the power of the dragon pillars. It was more primal, more primordial. Just pour it out like this? Yes, without hesitation. Zhou Yan guided her. Following his instructions, Ruan Xinglua gently sprinkled the emerald green source water at her feet. A miraculous transformation unfolded. The moment the emerald green source water touched the ground, it instantly carved out a 3-foot square patch of vibrant, life-filled sanctuary amidst the withering wasteland. This sanctuary radiated a pure, luminous glow of life, impervious to all forces. The power of the withered rule was completely blocked by this tiny sanctuary. What? How is this possible? The Lord of Decay revealed a look of shock for the first time. Within its divine realm, a sanctuary of life had emerged, one it could not corrupt? Standing upon the sanctuary of life, Ruan Xinglua felt a sense of security unlike any she had ever known. The terrifying forces of decay could not penetrate this realm at all. Husband, how does this work? Its simple root causes counter root causes. Zhou Yan explained calmly. Though the Lord of Wither is powerful, it remains merely a byproduct of the world tree. Whereas the source waters of the mother river of life represent the very origin of existence itself. Before absolute hierarchy, all techniques are futile. The Lord of Decay gazed at the pristine sanctuary of life, a flicker of apprehension crossing its eyes. It began to realize that these two humans before it were far more terrifying than it had ever imagined. Impossible. Who exactly are you? How can you wield the power of the primordial source of life? Zhou Yan ignored its questions, instead continuing to guide Ruan Xinglua. Now, use the tranquil edge to draw a circle at the edge of the sanctuary. We need to expand this safe zone. Ruan Xinglua raised the return to stillness blade and began acting according to Zhou Yan's instructions. Wherever the blade's tip passed, the withered rules scattered and retreated. A larger sanctuary of life was taking shape. The Lord of Decay finally sensed the danger and launched a full-scale counterattack. It extended countless gray tentacles, formed from the very essence of the withered rules. As thick as giant pythons and radiating the stench of death, these tentacles lashed viciously from all directions toward the tiny sanctuary of life. Boom! 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 The tentacles violently slammed against the sanctuary's light barrier, attempting to crush it and everyone within. The light barrier trembled violently under the relentless assault, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Honey, this light barrier can't hold much longer. Ruan Xinglua felt the tremors beneath her feet and spoke with concern. It's only natural it can't hold. After all, it's just a tiny space 3 feet square. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm. But it doesn't matter. Our purpose wasn't defense to begin with. At that moment, the Lord of Decay let out a furious roar. Since you wish to resist, I shall show you my true power. At its command, the entire Weeping Valley began to shake violently. Hundreds of ancient, wailing trees, each towering 1,000 meters high, born from ancient resentment and the power of decay, slowly awoke. These ancient trees, like mobile war fortresses, advanced with heavy, deliberate steps, closing in on the tiny sanctuary. Each tree radiated a terrifying aura of death, its trunk covered in twisted human faces that emitted piercing wails. Huaxia livestream. Oh my god. These ancient trees are terrifying. Ruan Goddess and the others are surrounded. So many monsters, there's no way they can win. It's over. This time it's truly dangerous. Facing such a desperate situation, Zhou Yan's voice rang out once more. Now that we have the sacred ground, it's time to fertilize our seeds. Xingluo, retrieve that calamity source crystal and cast it upon the roots of that largest wailing ancient tree. Chapter 102, Internal Strife. Ruan Xingluo froze for a moment. Husband, are you sure? That thing is incredibly valuable. Trust me. This source crystal will have an unexpected effect. Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of mysterious amusement. Sometimes, the best weapon isn't for attacking, it's for shattering the enemy's unity. Though Ruan Xingluo didn't fully grasp Zhou Yan's intent, she chose to trust him. She retrieved the Cataclysm Source Crystal Essence, imbued with the ultimate power of calamity and chaos, and hurled it with all her might toward the largest wailing ancient tree. Whoosh! The essence crystal sliced through the air, striking the ancient tree's roots with pinpoint accuracy. A trace of confusion rippled through the will of the Lord of Decay. Foolish humans, actually gifting such a colossal energy entity to my servant? Isn't this helping me grow stronger? The ancient tree, struck and wailing, instinctively began absorbing the energy of the Calamity Source crystal as a creation of decay. It sought to transform this energy into its own power, making itself stronger. Yet what followed caught everyone utterly unprepared. The chaos and brutality of the catastrophe rule far exceeded what Withered could control. After absorbing the source crystal's energy, the ancient tree did not grow stronger. Instead, it let out a wretched, agonized howl. Its trunk began to writhe violently, sprouting countless hideous, fleshy tumors. Twisted limbs burrowed through the bark, muscle tissue, and plant fibers fusing together in a grotesque manner. The ancient tree had been backfired by the power of catastrophe, instantly undergoing a mutation. What? The Lord of Decay watched the scene in utter shock. The mutated, wailing ancient tree instantly lost control, mistaking the other normal ancient trees around it for enemies. Boom! The mutated tree flailed its flesh and blood tentacles, savagely attacking its fellow trees. A civil war orchestrated by Zhou Yan himself erupted within the Withered Lord's army. Huaxia livestream. Holy crap! What the hell is this? God, Zhou actually made the enemies turn on each other. Brilliant! Is this the legendary strategy of using others' blades to kill? Look at those ancient trees fighting. So satisfying. Damn it! Stop! All of you, stop! The Lord of Decay roared furiously, trying to regain control of his army. But the mutated ancient trees had descended into utter madness, utterly defiant of any command. Even more terrifying, the power of calamity began spreading through the ancient tree legion. More and more ancient trees were being corrupted, turning on their own kind. The Lord of Decay was forced to divert most of his attention to suppressing the rebelling ancient tree legions. For a fleeting moment, his suppression of the world tree's sprout faltered. Zhou Yan keenly seized this opening, his expression turning utterly grave. Now! Xingluo, use that time dragon bone shovel. Dig the world tree sprout along with that segment of activated root out of the poisoned soil and transplant it into our pristine land. Quick! This is our only chance. Ruan Xingluo immediately drew the time dragon bone shovel. This shovel emitted a faint aura of time, capable of ignoring most rule constraints. She aimed at the dying sapling of the world tree and plunged the shovel down with all her strength. Swish! The time dragon bone shovel effortlessly sliced through the withered vine's bonds, uprooting the world tree sprout entirely. No! The Lord of Decay sensed her action and let out a despairing roar. But it was now preoccupied with the ancient tree's internal turmoil, utterly unable to intervene. Ruan Xingluo successfully extracted the world tree's tender sprout, cradling it carefully in her hands. Though the sprout appeared withered and lifeless, a faint pulse of vitality still throbbed within its roots. Success! Ruan Xingluo exclaimed excitedly. Honey, I dug it up. Excellent! Now transplant it immediately into our sacred ground. Zhou Yan's voice carried a note of anticipation. Let it feel the power of life once more. Ruan Xingluo gently placed the tender sprout of the world tree into the sacred ground of life. A miracle occurred. The moment the sprout touched the pure life-giving water, it began to revive. The withered yellow leaves turned green once more, and tiny roots began to sprout. A pure essence of life emanated from the sprout, blending perfectly with the power of the sanctuary. Witnessing this scene, the Lord of Decay was utterly consumed by despair. His painstakingly plotted scheme had been effortlessly thwarted by two mere humans. Even more terrifying, the world tree's vitality was rapidly recovering. Just as the world tree's sprout detached from the decaying earth, the Lord of Decay finally suppressed the internal strife within the ancient tree legion. Gazing at the uprooted sprout, it let out a hysterical roar. Damned humans! How dare you snatch my prey from my grasp! The Lord of Decay's fury reached its peak, its will, filled with boundless rage, began to coalesce into an invisible attack. Since you wish to save it, I shall utterly destroy it before your very eyes. Curse of Final Wither. An invisible curse spanned the void, locking onto the world tree sprout in Wan Xingluo's grasp. This was the Lord of Decay's primordial attack, ignoring all physical defenses, striking directly at the very concept of life. Anything alive would be erased from existence by this curse. No! Wan Xingluo sensed the threat of death and tried to dodge, but the curse had already locked onto the sprout. Before this curse, the world tree sprout's radiance faded at a visible pace. The leaves, just revived with life, began to curl and turn yellow, on the verge of complete withering. Husband! What should we do? Wan Xingluo cried out in panic. She could feel the tender sprout dying, and this death was conceptual. No healing method could reverse it. Huaxia livestream. It's over. The world tree is dying. This curse is terrifying. It can erase life itself. Goddess Ruan, think of a solution. Where's God Zhou? Step in now. Yet Zhou Yan watched this unfold with unwavering composure. Without a trace of panic, he addressed Wan Xingluo. It seeks to erase the very concept of life. Then we shall create a higher order concept. Xingluo, do you remember our primordial Dao union? Now, let our soul imprints serve as the core. Zhou Yan's voice grew solemn and sacred. With the boundless fortune of the Huaxia nation as fuel. With your status as the nation's fortune's proxy as our decree. Awaken its true name. Wan Xingluo instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. She immediately activated the authority of the fate bearer within her body, establishing a connection with the golden dragon of China's national fortune. A miracle unfolded. Every citizen of China watching the live broadcast felt the connection of Wan Xingluo's will. They spontaneously contributed their spiritual energy, channeling it into the golden dragon of national fortune. The collective will of 1.4 billion Chinese people coalesced into an unprecedented, colossal force. China live stream. I feel it. Goddess Ruan is calling us. Take my power. We must save the world tree. Long live China. Go Goddess Ruan. We stand with you. Chapter 103, From this day forth, thou art reborn. This is a creation ritual initiated by Zhou Yan, led by Wan Xingluo, and participated in by all Huaxia people. I can feel it. Wan Xingluo exclaimed excitedly. The power of all my compatriots is supporting me. She connected every fiber of her being to the tender sprout of the world tree, uttering a solemn declaration from the depths of her soul. In the name of Zhou Yan and myself. By the will of all the people of Huaxia. I command you from this moment forth, you shall be reborn. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The sapling of the world tree was no longer merely life, but had ascended into a higher, more profound concept. Rebirth. It emitted a clear, resounding first cry. This first cry, like a newborn's inaugural wail, brimmed with hope and power. The cry transformed into a jade-green shockwave, instantly engulfing the entire withered divine realm. What? Impossible. The Lord of Decay stared in shock at the scene. The moment its curse of Final Wither touched the new life rule, it encountered its natural enemy. Not only did the curse fail to kill the tender sprout, it was instantly neutralized, purified, and absorbed. It even became nourishment for the sprout's growth. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. The Lord of Withered screeched in terror and disbelief. I am the embodiment of decay. I am the harbinger of the end. How could I be defeated by a mere sprout? Yet reality was this cruel. Before the rebirth rule, the wither rule seemed utterly powerless. Emerald light spread relentlessly, restoring withered plants to vibrant life wherever it touched. Rotten soil began sprouting fresh shoots. Even the ancient trees that had been wailing in agony were reborn with vitality within the light. The form of the Lord of Decay rapidly disintegrated and ended within the light of rebirth. Its immense power was frantically absorbed by the world tree, transformed into the energy of life. No! Stop! The Lord of Decay struggled desperately. My mission is unfinished. I cannot die here. But all struggle was futile. Before the crushing weight of absolute law, all resistance was meaningless. Yet, just as the Lord of Decay was about to be completely formatted, its final shred of vengeful will tore through the void. Then, it sent a fragmented warning message toward a dimension older and more terrifying than itself. Gate. Key. Betrayal. Life. Reversing. Abyss. Upon hearing this warning, Zhou Yan's eyes flickered with profound meaning. It seems the true mastermind is finally about to reveal itself. He gazed at the fully reborn buds of the world tree and nodded with satisfaction. But now, we possess the means to confront them. Nourished by the rebirth rule, the world tree's sprout began to grow wildly. Within mere seconds, it transformed from a tiny sprout into a towering giant tree. This was the legendary world tree. The divine tree bearing the boundless hope of life. Huaxia livestream. We did it. We succeeded. The world tree has been reborn. So beautiful. Is this the legendary divine tree? Long live Huaxia. Long live God Zhou and Goddess Ruan. But Zhou Yan knew this was only the beginning. The Lord of Decay's final warning had barely been transmitted when the unexpected occurred. Buzz. The tip of Ruan Xingluo's sword of stillness suddenly emitted a violent hum. The blade began to tremble, as if sensing some terrifying presence. Zhou Yan's expression instantly turned grave. Xingluo, sheath the sword. His voice carried a hint of gravity. An old acquaintance has been disturbed. Ruan Xingluo complied and sheathed the sword of eternal silence, but the humming from the blade did not cease. Husband, what's going on? Behind that door, an ancient, cold, and utterly indifferent will of immense power has been stirred. Zhou Yan lifted his gaze toward a point in the void. This entity was neither enemy nor friend, but rather the warden of the prison. Its duty was to maintain the absolute stillness of the door. Ruan Xingluo felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a pair of icy eyes were watching her. It's watching us? Indeed. Our recent act of creating the new birth rule violated its established order. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. In its view, everything should be heading toward an end, yet we are creating a new beginning. The scrutinizing gaze grew increasingly intense, causing the very fabric of space to warp slightly. But Zhou Yan paid it no mind whatsoever. He turned to direct Ruan Xingluo, instructing her to extract the purified core of the Lord of Withered Blossoms. Come, Xingluo. Use this as the final fertilizer to fully nourish the world tree. Ruan Xingluo cradled the core, radiating pure life force, with utmost care. Just feed it to the tree like this? Yes. This is the essence of the Lord of Decay. Purified by the rebirth rule, it has become the highest grade nourishment for life. Zhou Yan gazed with satisfaction at the tender sprout of the world tree before him. With this nourishment, it can truly grow. Ruan Xingluo gently placed the core at the base of the world tree. A miraculous transformation unfolded. After absorbing this final burst of energy, the world tree sprout began to surge upward with the wind. Within mere minutes, it transformed from a tiny sprout into a colossal tree towering 1,000 zhang high. The colossal tree radiated a rainbow-hued glow, each leaf brimming with pure vitality. The withering laws that had shrouded the entire valley of whispering flowers were utterly purified, transforming it into a vibrant garden of rebirth. Huaxia livestream. Goodness gracious. Is this the legendary world tree? Absolutely spectacular. It's nothing short of a miracle. Our Huaxia now possesses the world tree. Who dares look down on us now? Yet just as everyone was basking in the joy of victory, the prying gaze grew even more intense. Zhou Yan sensed the other party's displeasure, even a hint of threat. But instead of backing down, he lifted his head and stared directly into the void. His gaze seemed to pierce the endless void, locking eyes with the will of the being behind the door. He conveyed a simple, unambiguous message. My garden, my rules. Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes to fertilize my flowers. The sheer audacity of those words stunned even Ruan Xingluo. This was a terrifying entity capable of guarding the forbidden gate. How dare Zhou Yan threaten it so directly? Even more astonishing was that after locking gazes with Zhou Yan, the ancient will behind the gate actually began to slowly retreat. Clearly, it too feared Zhou Yan's power and dared not act rashly. But before retreating, an intangible imprint of the rule representing surveillance settled upon the outer perimeter of the Garden of New Life. Clearly, it had chosen to observe for now, but it hadn't completely given up. Chapter 104, Mythic Level Civilization. The powerful entities observing all this from the outside, such as Cthulhu, fell into even deeper dread upon sensing the wardens will appear and then retreat. Even the warden yields. What level of existence is this human? Thulid's chaotic form trembled violently. We absolutely must not provoke them. Under no circumstances. The other observing entities also withdrew their attention, still shaken. They now desired nothing more than to distance themselves as far as possible from this terrifying couple. At that moment, a system announcement reverberated across the globe. Global System Announcement. Blue Star Huaxia has successfully safeguarded the cosmic treasure world tree and nurtured it to its juvenile stage. Its exclusive mythic tier realm, Garden of Rebirth, is now formally established. The nation's fortune now embodies the core concepts of rebirth and immortality. Civilization resilience and potential rating have reached mythic tier. Blue Star's overall cosmic rank has consequently been elevated. The rules of the bizarre marriage matching game will undergo adaptive adjustments for Huaxia. The final sentence of this announcement plunged all Blue Star nations into utter despair. Adapting the rules for Huaxia, what did this imply? It means China has grown powerful enough to influence the rules of the game itself. From this day forward, the rules of the bizarre world would yield to China. Remnant broadcast room of the beautiful nation. It's over, completely over. Even the rules of the game must bow to Huaxia. What hope do we have left? EU Alliance livestream. Mythic tier rating. This is beyond our comprehension. Meanwhile, the Huaxia livestream was erupting in celebration. We did it. We really did it. Mythical level civilization. Our Huaxia is a mythical level civilization. Who dares say China is weak now? Zhou Xin and Ruan Goddess are our guardian deities. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo stood beneath the newly born world tree, savoring the fruits of their victory. Husband, we really did it. Ruan Xingluo gazed at the towering tree reaching to the heavens, her eyes brimming with tears. Of course. This was always the dowry I prepared for you. Zhou Yan gently caressed her cheek. Now it's finally back in your hands. The world tree swayed its branches gently, as if paying homage to its master. A rainbow of light spilled across the land, making the entire newborn garden even more beautiful. What should we do next? Ruan Xinglua nestled into Zhou Yan's embrace and asked. Next? Zhou Yan gazed into the distance, a hint of profound meaning flickering in his eyes. Next, we'll make the entire universe know that China is not to be trifled with by anyone. And our honeymoon should enter its next phase. The crisis of the world tree had been averted, and the Lord of Decay's plot had been utterly crushed. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand, his face bearing his usual lazy smile. There, my lady. All troubles are resolved. Now, our real honeymoon can officially begin. Ruan Xinglua nodded happily, nestling close beside him, her heart brimming with sweet anticipation for the future. The fortune of Huaxia now reached its zenith, its golden dragon of destiny coiled across the heavens, its majesty commanding awe across the four seas. Nations across Blue Star either submitted willingly or held it in awe. A new world order, dominated by Huaxia, seemed to have been firmly established. Yet, amidst this seemingly tranquil atmosphere, a cold, authoritative, and long-dormant system alert sounded without warning, echoing through every corner of the globe. Global Emergency Announcement. The Bizarre Marriage System 2.0 has now been fully updated. New National Destiny Competition Mode, the era of bizarre parenting, officially launched. This announcement detonated like a depth charge, instantly sending shockwaves across the entire world. The announcement continued. The system will randomly select 10 eerie hatchling eggs with the greatest growth potential from across myriad eerie realms. These eggs will be randomly distributed to 10 civilizations, including China, demonstrating the greatest developmental potential in this phase. Effective immediately, representatives from each nation must successfully hatch and meticulously nurture the birth spawn within 90 days by completing a series of designated parenting tasks. The final growth value, health, and happiness index of the young will directly translate into new national fortune points for each civilization. This epoch will no longer judge national fortune by the outcome of single tasks. Instead, global real-time rankings and resource allocation will be determined by the hatchling's ultimate comprehensive potential. Global live-streamed childcare begins immediately. The moment the announcement concluded, live streams across Blue Star nations which had just gone dark due to insufficient national fortune miraculously reignited by an invisible force. Beautiful Nation live stream. A new opportunity. This is our chance for the United States to rise again. We absolutely cannot lose to China again. The newly appointed representative, James, pumped his fist excitedly, his eyes blazing with renewed ambition. Child rearing? This tests patience, resources, and the most scientific nurturing methods. That's precisely where our beautiful nation excels. We absolutely cannot lose to China again. European Union live stream. The era of child rearing? Interesting. This is no longer a simple contest of strength, but a test of a civilization's comprehensive national power and resource depth. Immediately assemble our top biologists and psychologists into an expert panel. This time, the European Union has a chance. China live stream. What the heck? Child rearing? Did I hear that right? Zhoushin and Ruan Goddess are having kids? Wait, no, raising pets? Haha, more drama coming. Can't wait to see how they'll crush those foreigners this time. I'm already excited to see how God Zhou handles parenting. Just imagining it is thrilling. Inside the transshipment station of the strange world, Ruan Xinglua listened to these new rules, a look of astonishment spreading across her face. Beside her, Zhou Yan merely yawned, looking utterly disinterested. Honey, it's nothing. Zhou Yan waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. It's just the will of the weird world finding a new way to squeeze more potential and resources out of civilizations. No need to make a big deal out of it. He paused, a playful smile curling his lips. Though, I suppose a little more fun wouldn't hurt. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. 10 eggs of the weird younglings are about to descend upon the transit station, the Temple of Life. Representatives of the 10 nations must enter the sanctuary within 1 hour to make your final choice. As soon as the words faded, gentle beams of teleportation descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Ruan Xinglua, Mia, and several other representatives from nations deemed most promising by the system based on their performance thus far. A flash of white light, and the scene before them instantly transformed. When their vision cleared, they found themselves within an immense, sacred hall pulsing with boundless life energy. Chapter 105, the strongest backdrop in history. At the center of the sanctuary, 10 mysterious giant eggs varying in shape, size, and emanating distinct energy fluctuations floated silently, awaiting their selection. One of them bore a shell covered in fine, dark golden dragon scales, faintly radiating an aura of regal authority that commanded submission. Another burned with an eerie blue infernal flame, its scorching aura warping the surrounding space slightly, a clear sign that something extraordinary lay within. Just as the representatives from various nations hesitated and assessed their options, a new figure captured everyone's attention. She wore a magnificent sea blue gown, her skin as white as snow, her eyes like the purest sapphires, noble and brimming with confidence. A trident-shaped emblem adorned her chest. Its Atlantis representative, Coralie. Who would have thought even the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis would participate in this age of childbirth? Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Coralie held a precision-engineered scanning device in her hands, rapidly scanning the 10 colossal eggs. Soon, she locked onto the dark golden dragon scale egg radiating a regal aura. "It's you!" A confident smile curved at the corners of Coralie's lips. She trusted both the advanced technology of her civilization and her own judgment. Following Coralie's selection, representatives from other nations including the United States and the European Union also utilized their respective trump cards and intelligence to choose eggs that appeared dazzling and held immense potential. Soon, only 2 or 3 seemingly ordinary eggs remained at the center of the sanctuary. It was Ruan Xingluo's turn. Zhou Yan's lazy voice sounded in her mind at just the right moment. "Xingluo, don't be fooled by the flashy ones. Go to the corner and bring that egg over." Ruan Xingluo froze, following Zhou Yan's guidance with her gaze. Sure enough, in the most inconspicuous corner of the sanctuary, lay an egg. Entirely black, its surface rough, even coated with traces of dried mud. The egg emitted no energy fluctuations whatsoever, not even a trace of life force. It resembled a stubborn stone abandoned for millennia. "Husband, are you sure about this?" Ruan Xingluo hesitated. The anxious warning from the Huaxia think tank also came through the special channel. "Ms. Ruan, think carefully. All our instruments indicate that black stone egg has completely lost all life activity. Choosing it is far too risky." Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, her gaze hardening once more. "I trust my husband's judgment." With that, under the bewildered gazes of billions of viewers across Blue Star, she walked straight to that corner and cradled the unremarkable black, lifeless egg in her arms. This scene, broadcast globally, instantly ignited a firestorm of public opinion. Atlantis live stream. Laughable Chinese. They've relied on nothing but flimsy luck to get this far. When faced with a choice that truly tests discernment and substance, their true colors show. United States live stream. Ha 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 ha. What did I just witness? They picked a rock. A dead, black, hard rock. China's national fortune ends here. They will pay the most painful price for their foolishness. Even within China's own livestream chat, viewers were plunged into profound confusion and anxiety. Has Joshin really blown it this time? That egg doesn't look alive at all. My heart is racing. Oh no, oh no. China's starting this round on hell difficulty. Amidst the global uproar, all nations had completed their selections. The system's notification tone sounded once more. Selection period ended. All infant eggs will collectively hatch in their respective civilizations' dedicated incubation chambers 24 hours from now. The first childcare task will be released simultaneously after hatching. In an instant, the world's gaze fixated on that black, lifeless egg chosen by Huaxia. Everyone craned their necks, waiting to witness an unprecedented, colossal embarrassment for China in 24 hours. Time ticked away, second by second. The 24-hour countdown finally ended. Atlantis, exclusive incubation chamber. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The dark golden dragon scale egg chosen by Coralie suddenly cracked open. A young dragon, covered in crystalline blue scales, with a majestic horn on its head and radiating dragon might, burst forth from the shell. The moment it was born, it let out a piercing dragon's roar, its power astonishingly reaching E rank. A translucent attribute panel appeared on the screens of all live streams. Youngling, Deep Sea Dragon Lizard. Status, Healthy. Current power level, E class. Potential rating, SSS class. The Deep Sea Dragon Lizard of Atlantis demonstrated terrifying SSS tier potential the moment it emerged, instantly igniting global attention. Shortly thereafter, hatchlings from other nations' eggs began hatching one after another. From the egg representing the European Union emerged a Grade A war statue composed entirely of runic rock. The egg representing the Northern Bear Nation yielded an Icefield demon wolf, also possessing a class potential, with fur as sharp as steel needles. The hatchlings from other nations all started with at least a great potential, each displaying unique phenomena that sent cheers echoing through their respective livestreams. For a moment, all eyes turned to the pitch-black dead egg from China, filled with a sense of anticipation and amusement. Under the collective gaze, the black shell that had remained utterly still throughout finally emitted an extremely faint click. A tiny crack appeared on the shell. Then, amidst countless stunned gazes, the shell split open. A peculiar creature, no larger than a fist, pitch black, and devoid of any discernible features, slowly rolled out from within. It lay motionless on the ground, like a pool of melted asphalt, emanating an aura of nothingness. The globally broadcast footage fell into an eerie, 3-second silence at that moment. Immediately afterward, an attribute panel brimming with mockery slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. Offspring, unknown slime. Potential, G rank. Status, starving, near death. Put. Ha 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 ha. The silence shattered as a wave of unrestrained laughter erupted across global live streams. Atlantis live stream. G-class potential? Near death state? Did I see that right? Did China hatch a lump of mud this time? United States live stream. This is hilarious. After 9 straight losses, this is the pick that's supposed to turn China's fortunes around? Their national luck really is a joke. I'd call it the greatest background prop in history. Our SSS grade dragon lizard, it's not even worthy of polishing its shoes. Chapter 106, this time, it's truly over. Inside China's national fortune livestream, however, a deathly silence hung heavy. Every viewer's confidence plummeted to rock bottom in that instant. G-Class. How could it be G-Class? It's over. This time it's truly over. Starting with a catastrophic defeat, how can we possibly win now? Zhou Xin. Big shot Zhou Yan. You've seriously miscalculated this time. Amidst the global uproar, the cold system notification sounded once more, announcing the first mission of this child-rearing era. Parenting mission, the glory of the first meal. Mission requirements, within 72 hours, representatives from each nation must locate the most suitable first meal for their respective offspring and complete the feeding process. The system will evaluate based on the compatibility between food and offspring, as well as the food's inherent energy grade. This score will directly contribute to each civilization's final potential value. Scoring formula: food compatibility 1% 100%, food energy level GSSS. Final score equals compatibility percentage energy level corresponding coefficient. Upon task release, representatives from all nations sprang into action. Atlantis' Corelli flashed a confident smile and promptly led her team to the nearby abyssal trench. She intended to hunt down the legendary A-grade deep-sea magic crystal as an appetizer for her dragon lizard. The representative from the United States produced an S-grade energy block compressed through advanced technology, attempting to feed it to her young. However, the young creature sniffed it, turned away in disgust, and refused to eat. In an instant, all nations plunged into a frenzied race to secure the finest ingredients. Everyone tacitly agreed that China was bound to lose this time. A dying G-grade slime? Forget about finding top-tier ingredients, it was doubtful it would even survive beyond 72 hours. Inside China's exclusive cultivation chamber, Ruan Xinglua held the black muddy mass in her arms, still faintly wriggling yet devoid of any perceptible life force, feeling utterly helpless. She tried offering it some spirit-infused divine fruits, but the little creature showed no reaction. Husband. Ruan Xinglua could only reach out to Zhou Yan, who was far away in Xingfu community, through their soul imprint. What does it even eat? Zhou Yan glanced at the black mud in the livestream feed, his tone as calm and detached as ever. Don't be fooled by its half-dead appearance. This little thing is called a guishu slime, essentially a companion entity to the concept of guishu. Zhou Yan's voice echoed clearly within Ruan Xinglua's mind. It doesn't consume any conventional forms of energy, be it spiritual energy, divine essence, or elemental forces. To it, they're no different from stones. Its sustenance is the residue of failed creations. Entropy residue? Ruan Xinglua froze, hearing the term for the first time. Zhou Yan patiently explained, it's simple. Any failed alchemical, enchanted, or technological creation after its explosion or disintegration produces useless waste, chaotic energy residue, and the very concept of entropic stillness inherent in that failure. This is precisely what the guishu slime craves most, and it's its sole sustenance. Zhou Yan chuckled softly, handing Ruan Xinglua a peculiar little net that appeared woven from spider silk and starlight. It was the karmic net transformed from the debt-collecting disc of all grievances used earlier. You've only used it to collect resentment debts, unaware of its true purpose. Zhou Yan explained anew, the essence of this net lies in causality transmission, not in capturing nebulous concepts. As long as you can pinpoint the causality of a failed event, you can bypass spatial and temporal barriers to directly transport the event's ultimate physical outcome right before your eyes. Ruan Xinglua's eyes lit up instantly. She instantly grasped Zhou Yan's plan. I get it, honey. She stopped pondering what ingredients to find for the slime. Instead, cradling the black sludge, she leisurely opened the global parenting livestream and began watching the actions of other country representatives with relish. At that moment, tension reached its peak inside the United States exclusive cultivation chamber. The newly appointed representative, James, was directing dozens of top scientists in an extravagantly expensive experiment. They had deployed a miniature particle collider in an attempt to artificially synthesize a high-energy particle feed containing pure lightning essence for his great potential Thunderlight leopard cub. Beautiful Nation livestream. It's begun. Our nation's most cutting-edge technology. Success is imperative. This experiment cost hundreds of millions of GUE coins. If it succeeds, our Thunderlight leopard will become the strongest cub. The experiment reached its most critical final stage. All energy was about to coalesce into form. But suddenly, a scientist at the control console turned deathly pale and screamed. No! A parameter calculation error. The energy is going haywire. Boom! Before the words had even finished echoing, the sophisticated particle collider erupted in a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave of energy reduced the entire laboratory to utter devastation. All that remained was a pile of charred, acrid-smelling metal and crystal debris, identified by instruments as worthless industrial waste. The Beautiful Nation livestream instantly erupted in wails of despair. A white-haired expert, his face twisted in anguish, roared into the camera, "It's a failure. Our experiment, costing billions, has utterly failed." Yet, just as global viewers were either lamenting or gloating over the beautiful country's failure, within the huaxia cultivation chamber, Ruan Xinglua, who had been observing the spectacle from afar, finally moved. She activated the causality capture net in her hand, precisely locking onto this newly occurred failure event. Reel in. Amidst the utterly stunned gazes of the United States Representative James and billions of global viewers, that pile of charred debris deemed industrial waste and still billowing black smoke vanished into thin air, instantly disappearing without a trace from the beautiful nation's laboratory. The next instant, inside huaxia's cultivation chamber, that pile of charred residue materialized out of thin air, landing precisely before the guichu slime. The slime, which had been lying on the ground barely clinging to life, as if it could kick the bucket at any moment, suddenly sprang back to life the instant it caught the scent of these residues. For the first time, a single, curious eye glowing with an eerie light opened on its pitch-black body. It pounced upon the pile of debris like a ravenous beast starved for 8 centuries, opening its invisible maw and beginning to devour voraciously. Squelch, squelch. With every piece of charred debris worthless to others it devoured, the slime's body grew brighter, its form visibly swelling with each gulp. Chapter 107, merely the beginning. On the screen, the attribute panel representing the slime's status began to flicker wildly. Hunger, 80%. 50%. 20%. 10%. Status, near death weak normal. Growth points +10, +20, +50. The global audience was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Holy crap? It's eating trash? And it looks like it's enjoying it? Wait a minute. That trash, isn't that the stuff that blew up from the lab in the United States just now? How did it end up in China? Telekinesis? No. This doesn't add up. It's clearly scavenging someone else's failed junk to eat. Inside the United States exclusive cultivation laboratory, the newly appointed representative, James, collapsed to the floor as if all his bones had been pulled out. His eyes fixed on the empty lab bench before him, then glanced up at the live feed screen. On the screen, the young Thunderlight leopard cub he'd pinned his hopes on lay listlessly. Meanwhile, on another split screen, the failed experiments he'd poured immense resources and effort into creating those charred, industrial-grade waste residues were being devoured mouthful after mouthful by that G-grade slime from China, with obvious relish. No, this doesn't make sense. This is unscientific. James muttered to himself. The worldview he had prided himself on was now facing an unprecedented, massive shock. And this was merely the beginning. Next, the chief alchemist of the European Alliance attempted to concoct a wind element amplification potion for his young griffin. Due to a miscalculation in heat control, the entire cauldron exploded on the spot. A pile of pitch-black, worthless waste pills rolled onto the ground. The next second, they vanished into thin air before the stunned eyes of all Alliance members. In the cultivation chamber of huaxia, a small pile of snacks appeared before the guichu slime. Shortly after, an enchantment master from the Northern Bear Kingdom, while crafting frostbite battle armor for his ice wolf cub, made an error in rune engraving, causing a conflict in material energies. The result was a pile of twisted, grotesque metal radiating chaotic energy. Without exception, those metallic scraps were instantly teleported and fed to Ruan Xinglua's guichu slime the moment they came into being. Slurp. Burp. After devouring several failed residues from top-tier national experiments, the guichu slime belched contentedly. Its body had quietly grown from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. Its pitch-black body now emitted a faint, mysterious black glow that seemed to devour light. More importantly, the potential rating on its attribute panel had silently climbed from the glaring G to E at some unknown point. Meanwhile, the potential ranking of huaxia civilization, represented by Ruan Xinglua, finally broke free from its last-place predicament. It began a slow ascent in this global, cutthroat parenting competition. At that moment, every spectator worldwide who had been mocking China finally grasped a chilling truth. This Chinese woman was practicing child rearing in a way they couldn't comprehend, a method that completely overturned their understanding. Atlantis, exclusive breeding chamber. Representing Corelli, after successfully feeding her SSS-grade deep-sea dragon lizard with an A-grade deep-sea magic crystal, she was now looking at the rankings with satisfaction. However, she soon noticed the extremely abnormal data fluctuations at the bottom of the rankings, those belonging to China. How could a G-grade slime grow at such an accelerated rate? Corelli's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Unlike others who joined in mockery, she immediately retrieved all live stream recordings of Ruan Xinglua and began high-speed data analysis. Soon, a conjecture took shape in her mind, one that even she found hard to believe. She immediately contacted the EU Alliance representative with whom she had potential collaboration ties. Cease all high-risk alchemy experiments immediately. Corelli's tone carried an unprecedented gravity. Your failures are becoming China's nourishment. The EU representative on the other end froze at first, then burst into a dismissive laugh. Are you joking, Miss Corelli? We acknowledge China employs some peculiar methods, but to suggest she's feeding her pets with our failures? That's utterly preposterous. You're just trying to stop us from catching up to your rankings. Such petty tricks won't work on us. The call was abruptly cut off. No one believed Coralie's warning. Instead, they dismissed it as a deliberate rumor spread by Atlantis to maintain its lead and suppress potential rivals. Thus, in pursuit of Atlantis's ranking, representatives from various nations embarked on increasingly radical and dangerous experiments. They attempted to synthesize more advanced energy blocks, refine rarer potions, and forge more powerful equipment. Unsurprisingly, this led to more frequent and larger-scale failures. Inside the Huaxia cultivation chamber, Wan Xinglua watched the failure prompts pop up one after another on the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her feeding project had reached an unprecedented peak. In just a single day, the Guichu slime had grown from the size of a fist to a meter in diameter. Its pitch-black body now glowed with an eerie, mysterious light. Its potential rating had skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring from its initial G grade all the way up to C grade. Atlantis, exclusive cultivation chamber. Coralie stared at the astonishingly steep ascent curve of Huaxia's data on the leaderboard, then glanced at the deep-sea dragon lizard before her. It was currently feasting on an A-grade deep-sea magic crystal, yet its potential remained firmly at SSS grade. An unprecedented gravity settled upon her usually haughty and confident face. Something's wrong. This China is definitely problematic. Coralie's eyes flickered. She knew she had encountered an unprecedented, terrifying adversary who might even shatter all her existing understandings. The 72-hour mission deadline was about to expire. After enduring countless costly failures, only a handful of the most powerful nations had finally succeeded in securing suitable sustenance for their young. Even so, their ratings remained modest, mostly hovering between B and A grades. The younglings of many more nations remained in a dire state of hunger or suboptimal health. At this moment, inside the cultivation chamber of Huaxia, after devouring vast quantities of top-tier failed remnants from major powers, the Guichu slime had grown to the size of a small car. Its body was no longer the pure black of before, instead beginning to reveal deep, vast, mysterious dark purple patterns resembling an endless starry sky. Chapter 108, The Feast of Gluttony arrives. In the final hours before the mission concluded, a joint effort by over a dozen small nations attempting to forcibly fuse multiple S-grade rare materials to create a super-universal nutrient solution met its end in the final stage. An irreconcilable energy conflict triggered an unprecedented, cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The chaotic laws and frenzied energy levels contained within the failed residue from this explosion nearly equaled the combined total of all previous failures. Wan Xinglua's eyes instantly lit up. The feast of the ravenous beast has arrived. Without hesitation, she cast her causality net toward the coordinates where the explosion had just occurred. Reel in. That pile of top-tier failures enough to make any civilization bleed with heartache was captured in its entirety by Wan Xinglua the instant it came into being. After devouring this unprecedented ultimate feast, the Guichu slime's colossal body was instantly enveloped by an intensely brilliant dark purple glow. It had entered the final stage of evolution. Every viewer worldwide held their breath, eyes glued to the live stream. They all wanted to know what form this slime, which had reached its current state by consuming nothing but refuse, would ultimately take. The light slowly faded. The slime's form underwent a complete and utter transformation. No longer the amorphous, slimy mass it once was, it had coalesced into a terrifying creature several meters tall, a monstrous form that was both hideous and possessed a cosmic-level beauty. Its body seemed to be composed of flowing, profound starlight, with countless stars being born and extinguished within it. At its very center, a colossal, cold, and seemingly all-consuming violet black eye slowly opened. A primal aura, terrifying, profound, and seemingly capable of devouring all rules in existence, exploded outward from its being. A brand new name, one that sent shivers down every spine, appeared on its attribute panel. Race, Chaos Devourer Guichu lineage. Potential, SSS plus growing. Status, satisfied. Pond, bedroom, mudskipper farming. As the final form of the Chaos Devourer settled, the cold system notification began echoing through every livestream worldwide. Phase 1 parenting task glory of the first meal has concluded. Final scores being calculated. A massive light screen materialized before all viewers, displaying each nation's final scores from top to bottom. Atlantis civilization, youngling, deep-sea dragon lizard. Food, graded deep-sea magic crystal. Food compatibility, 95%. Energy level rating, grade A. Final score, 9,500 points. Seeing this score, Atlantis representative, Coralie, let a satisfied smile grace her face. A near-perfect compatibility rating and an A-grade energy assessment, this was the absolute limit of what she could achieve. This score would secure her a commanding lead in the first phase. The light screen continued to scroll downward. EU Alliance, youngling, alchemical chimera. Food, grade B wind element core. Food compatibility, 70%. Energy level rating, B grade. Final score, 4,900 points. Scores on the leaderboard were revealed one by one, most hovering around 3,000 or 4,000 points, a vast gap from Atlantis. Finally, the spotlight turned to the much-anticipated Huaxia. Huaxia civilization, youngling, Chaos Devourer Guichu lineage. Food, aggregate of entropy silent residue from failed multi-dimensional creations. Food compatibility, 100%. Energy level assessment comprehensive rating due to absorption of multiple failed creations, SSS class. Final score, 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Huaxiao's final score crushed second place Atlantis underfoot with an utterly unimaginable, absolute advantage spanning an entire order of magnitude. Upon witnessing this utterly absurd score, every livestream worldwide fell into a deathly silence lasting tens of seconds. After several seconds, shrieks of rage and wails erupted from the livestreams of the defeated nations. United States broadcast. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. We worked our asses off to find S-grade materials and he just picked up trash? This is unfair. We're appealing to the system. Demand a review of China's data. This must be a system error. EU Alliance livestream. Holy crap. 100,000 points. What kind of monster is this? How are we supposed to catch up? Inside Atlantis's cultivation chamber, Coralie stared blankly at the screen, fixated on the final ranking displayed like a divine decree from on high. The proud confidence on her face shattered completely. In its place emerged a bitter smile. I lost. She murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of relief and profound reverence. I lose, wholeheartedly. That man, he wasn't even playing the same game as us. At that moment, the authoritative system announcement sounded once more. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for achieving an overwhelming victory in the first phase of the child-rearing task. The potential value of the Huaxia civilization has surged dramatically. Announcing the preview for the second stage of the child-rearing task, a secure abode. Mission requirement: within the coming period, representatives of each nation must locate or construct a dedicated nest for your young that best promotes its growth. The system explained that a perfect nest requires not only the finest materials and environment, but also the deepest understanding of the young one's true nature. A perfect nest can even double the growth rate of the young. This mission preview offered a glimmer of faint hope to nations that had just succumbed to despair. Coralie immediately rallied her spirits. She would harness the full might of Atlantis to build a crystal dragon palace beneath the deepest ocean trenches for her deep-sea dragon lizard, a palace channeling boundless water elemental energy. The United States swiftly activated a new plan, employing cutting-edge technology to create a fully intelligent ecosystem for their young, capable of perfectly simulating any environmental habitat. Inside the Huaxia incubation chamber, Wan Xinglua gazed at the chaos devourer in her arms, its single eye studying her with curiosity. She turned to Zhou Yan once more for guidance. Honey, what kind of home should we find for it? Zhou Yan pointed to the ancient star map made of animal hide, the one used for staking claims at the Multiverse Conference. His finger casually tapped a spot on it. Let's go there, he said casually. That location bore the eerie, infamous name, the land of 10,000 burials and decay. It was none other than the homeland of the Night-Crying Kingdom, which had been thoroughly purified by Ruan Xinglua and the power of the dragon pillars of the nation. Chapter 109, The Sacred Ground of Life and Death's Perfect Cycle. Honey, is this the place? Ruan Xinglua gazed at the land now teeming with vitality, her surprise evident. Yes. Zhou Yan nodded, cautioning, though purified now, it has become the night-crying resurrecting soil filled with pure soul energy and the breath of new life. Yet, having been tainted by a thread of causality with the Guishu, it may attract uninvited guests deeply fascinated by the concept of life and death cycles. Be careful. Xinglua's heart sank as she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. She led the Chaos Devourer, now grown to the size of a small car, back onto the relay station's teleportation array. At the same time, within the distant council of ancient overseers and the lingering remnants of the Tiantian realm, powerful entities sensed the unique fluctuations of law emanating from that land. Several cryptic commands were issued in silence. Several elite scouts, like venomous snakes in the shadows, were already creeping toward the direction of the soil of night crying and soul returning. A new conflict was about to erupt. A flash of white light erupted as Ruan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer successfully reached their destination. The scene before them bore no resemblance to the desolate, lifeless black wasteland of old. Where once lay the land of 10,000 burials, now grew countless strange plants radiating gentle soul light. Clear streams flowed gently across the ground, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent of new life. This place had become a sacred sanctuary where life and death cycled in perfect harmony. Pip! The Chaos Devourer let out a cheerful cry the moment it arrived. Its body, composed of flowing starlight, rolled happily back and forth across the land brimming with the essence of new life, utterly content. The growth values and happiness index on its attribute panel steadily climbed at a visible pace. Seems it really likes it here. Ruan Xinglua smiled, preparing to find the most suitable location to build a nest for it. Yet, at that very moment, several auras brimming with venom and murderous intent crept silently from behind nearby hills. It's her! Ruan Xinglua, the chosen child of China's destiny. And that strange-looking slime beside her. Capture it! Over a dozen remnant assassins, clad in standard Tianning realm battle armor and their eyes burning with vengeance, emerged from the shadows, surrounding Ruan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer. The leader of the assassins wore a savage grin. Ruan Xinglua. You destroyed our homeland and slew our realm lord. Today, we shall use your blood to honor our fallen glory. We will seize this sacred land and capture your bizarre pet. From it, we will uncover the secrets behind your Huaxia's rise. Faced with this sudden ambush, a predatory gleam, the light of a supreme hunter flashed within the Chaos Devourer's massive single eye. It slowly rose from the ground, assuming its combat form. Charge! Kill that woman! Capture that slime alive! At the Death Squad captain's command, several death beams imbued with the pure rules of annihilation slammed toward the Chaos Devourer. Facing these terrifying attacks capable of instantly annihilating an S-rank anomaly, the Chaos Devourer slowly made a move. Beneath its enormous single eye, it opened a gaping maw like a black hole. It did not devour matter, but rather, it directly swallowed the incoming annihilation death rays along with the very concept of annihilation contained within the attacks in one gulp. No explosion. No sound. Those terrifying attacks vanished eerily and silently within its maw. Burp. The Chaos Devourer even let out a human-like burp. Its method of attack was to devour the rules themselves, rendering enemy assaults utterly futile while converting them into nourishment for its own growth. As the Chaos Devourer sucked the final ray of death into its maw, those dozen arrogant heavenly Twilight Realm assassins vanished from existence along with their attacks. Yet the immense energy fluctuations unleashed by this battle rippled like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, finally rousing the new master of this soil of night-crying resurrections. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently. A colossal humanoid spirit entity, towering 100 meters high, slowly rose from the deepest depths of the earth. Half its form was composed of pure, nascent chi, while the other half was made of profound, stagnant death chi. These two energies, pure and impure, circulated ceaselessly within it, forming a perfect cycle of life and death. Its features were indistinct, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if transcending all earthly emotions. This was the embodiment of the new law of this land, the spirit of reincarnation. Its power was unfathomable, its very existence embodied the supreme law of this land. The spirit of reincarnation showed no hostility, yet its vast and indifferent will descended clearly into Ruan Xinglua's mind. This place is the realm of life and death, of endless rebirth. Your young one, the Chaos Devourer, bears the seed of the primordial void within its being. It holds profound karmic ties to this place. However, to build a nest here, it must first prove to me that it possesses the qualifications to control the balance. As the words faded, the spirit of reincarnation extended its colossal hand formed from the dual energies of clarity and turbidity and swept lightly through the void. A phantom balance, equally towering at 100 meters and radiating an ancient, majestic aura, materialized mid-air. That was the scales of reincarnation. Upon the left pan lay a dense, concentrated essence of life, formed from boundless regenerative power. Upon the right-hand pan surged a mass of pure annihilation death energy, crystallized from the very rules of obliteration, potent enough to freeze divine souls. The will of the spirit of reincarnation resounded once more. Without relying on any external force, using only your own power, bring the scale to absolute equilibrium within 10 minutes. Ruan Xinglua stared at the colossal scales of reincarnation, a chill running through her heart. This was not merely a test of strength, but an ultimate trial of her understanding and mastery of the rules. She drew a deep breath, daring not to show the slightest hesitation. Roar! She first attempted to channel the power of the dragon pillars within her body. A pure, righteous dragon energy, like golden threads, was carefully infused into the left tray representing life. Immediately after, she channeled the edge of stillness, drawing forth an infinitesimally faint thread of the sword intent of extinction, which she poured into the right-hand pan representing death. Yet the very essence of these two powers was too profound, too overbearing. Even as Ruan Xinglua exerted every ounce of her strength and precise manipulation, the scale still swayed violently like a small boat in a storm. The pointer swung wildly from side to side, utterly unstable. Chapter 110, The Pivot. Huaxia Livestream. Holy crap! The nesting quest is actually a concept-level trial? This is way too hard. Those two forces are clearly on different levels, how could they possibly be balanced? Hang in there, Goddess Ruan. What on earth are we supposed to do? The hearts of Huaxia viewers once again leapt to their throats for Ruan Xinglua. Meanwhile, in the distant deep-sea command center of Atlantis, representing Corelli, she remotely observed everything unfolding within the night-crying resurrection soil through a massive, special water mirror magic. Beside her stood a grim-faced, one-armed General Declan, the United States general who had narrowly escaped death during the Golden Land incident. The opportunity has arrived, General. Coralie watched Ruan Xinglua's dilemma on the screen, a knowing smirk curling her lips. Conceptual trials that test the depth of civilization's foundations are the ultimate test of one's roots. China's rise has been too rapid, like a towering edifice built without foundations. It may appear magnificent, but it will crumble at the slightest push. This is the stage where she is bound to fail. The 10-minute trial limit was about to expire. Ruan Xinglua's forehead was already covered in a fine sheen of sweat. The intense concentration and immense expenditure of mental energy made her feel as though her head might explode. Gritting her teeth, she fought desperately to maintain the fragile equilibrium. Yet, at the very last moment, the immense strain finally took its toll. A tiny misstep occurred. The threat of the stillness blade's annihilating intent infused into the dead disc was just a fraction too much. Buzz! That infinitesimal excess instantly shattered the delicate equilibrium of the scales. The colossal wheel of rebirth tilted violently toward the side of death. A wave of annihilating death energy, more terrifying than any previous attack, erupted from the uncontrolled death disc like a black tide of death, crashing down upon Wan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer below. As the death energy threatened to devour everything, Zhou Yan's laughter rang clearly in Wan Xinglua's mind. Silly girl, who told you to clash head-on with such a rule using your own power? The essence of the scales has always resided in the pivotal fulcrum that maintains equilibrium, not in the weights used to measure on either end. Zhou Yan's voice struck Wan Xinglua like a bolt of lightning, instantly awakening her. Your little creature, the Chaos Devourer, possesses the essence of Guishu, the ultimate balance that consumes all and returns everything to its origin. It is the most perfect fulcrum for this trial. A sudden flash of insight struck Wan Xinglua, and she instantly grasped Zhou Yan's true intent. She immediately commanded the Chaos Devourer beside her. Little Black, jump up. Go to the center of the balance beam. Poochie. The Chaos Devourer let out a cheerful cry. Its starry sky-like body leapt lightly, landing with pinpoint accuracy right at the very center of the massive beam of the Wheel of Rebirth. The next second, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. The Chaos Devourer opened its invisible maw, a gaping void that seemed capable of swallowing everything. It began frantically sucking in the diametrically opposed essences, the life-giving vitality from the left pan and the deathly, annihilating energy from the right pan simultaneously. One pure, one murky, one life, one death, two terrifying energies potent enough to instantly obliterate any living being were completely drawn into its body. Within its chaotic form, it transformed and annihilated these opposing energies, ultimately reducing them to utter nothingness. Immediately after, it channeled this thoroughly digested, purest, most primordial force of balance back into the horizontal beam of the scales beneath its feet. The Wheel of Rebirth, which had been violently swaying and teetering on collapse just a second before, instantly achieved perfect dynamic equilibrium after receiving this infusion of power. The pointer steadied itself, pointing precisely to the zero mark at the very center. Not an inch off. The colossal form of the spirit of reincarnation, composed of the dual energies of clarity and turbidity, trembled slightly. For the first time, a hint of indescribable approval seemed to flicker across its blurred features. You have passed the trial. You are now qualified to construct the nest of reincarnation for your companion entity here. As its grand will descended, the colossal scales of reincarnation slowly dissipated, ultimately condensing into a peculiar crystal the size of a fist. It drifted toward Wan Xinglua. Half emerald green and half jet black, it pulsed with the ever-shifting essence of life and death. This was the very core of the Wheel of Rebirth scales, a great special material embodying the laws of life-death equilibrium, the heart of the Wheel of Rebirth scales. Global live stream. Holy crap! This is possible? What kind of genius thought process is this? I finally get it, we're raising kids, while China is creating the rules. Within Atlantis' command center, Coralie stared at the perfectly balanced Wheel of Rebirth reflected in the water mirror. Her usually haughty and confident expression turned profoundly grave. That man, she murmured, her voice trembling with a shiver she hadn't even noticed herself. His understanding and application of the rules are terrifying. General Declan beside her wore a grim expression, saying nothing. Shame, rage, and a profound sense of helplessness intertwined within his heart. At that moment, above the night-crying resurrecting soil, the grand and indifferent will of the spirit of reincarnation resounded once more. Warning, the nesting process will awaken the most primordial forces of life and death within this land. At that time, the core of this domain shall be in its most vulnerable state, highly susceptible to contamination and invasion by external corrupting forces. You must act with utmost caution. Before the nesting officially began, Wan Xinglua connected with Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community, through their soul imprint for a sweet, everyday interaction. Honey, parenting is exhausting. Hunting for food, building houses, it's more tiring than my own cultivation. She leaned against the sofa in the transit station, cradling the Chaos Devourer now shrunk back to the size of a basketball as she whined playfully. Zhou Yan idly swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, responding with a lazy tease. This is nothing. Our own child will be far more demanding than this little thing. A faint blush instantly spread across Wan Xinglua's cheeks. After his teasing, Zhou Yan casually picked up an old teacup covered in fine cracks from the corner coffee table and handed it to Wan Xinglua through the air. Here. I use this for my daily tea. It filters out the tea leaves pretty well. When building your nest, the energies stirred up are too chaotic. Maybe this can help filter out the impurities inside. The scene shifted to the joint command center of Atlantis and the United States. A wild, resolute gleam flashed in Coralie's eyes as she initiated their final plan. A SS-class strategic device of utterly bizarre design, a perfect fusion of Atlantis' runic technology and the United States' cutting-edge mechanics, was slowly activated. Chapter 111, The Akashic Record Interferer. Its name, the Akashic Record Interferer. We cannot enter that realm protected by special rules, but we can corrupt its energy source. Coralie flashed General Declan a smile bordering on the unnerving. This interferer can perfectly disguise our pre-programmed rule virus as the purest form of energy information, crossing planes to precisely inject it into the most active energy nodes. I will turn China's paradise into a chaotic data hell. The soil of night crying and soul returning. Ruan Xinglua returned to this land brimming with the scent of new life. She carefully placed the heart of the reincarnation scales at the Earth's center, then began channeling her inner power to perform the nesting ritual. As the ritual commenced, a vast, pristine vortex of energy composed of the dual energies of life and death began to slowly form upon the Earth. It voraciously absorbed the most primordial forces of life and death from the void. A perfect cradle of rebirth was about to take shape. At this most critical moment, several extremely covert streams of corrupted data filled with chaotic error codes and contradictory information slipped into the pristine energy vortex like venomous snakes lurking in the darkness, silently infiltrating its core. Boom! The once stable energy vortex spun wildly out of control. The two primordial forces began violently repelling and colliding with each other. Raging energy, like a burst dam, violently backfired toward Ruan Xinglua at the vortex's center. Above the night-crying resurrection soil, the vast and indifferent will of the spirit of reincarnation carried, for the first time, a hint of urgent warning. External rules are invading. The energy source has been corrupted, spiraling toward irreversible entropy increase. The core is on the verge of collapse. Stop immediately. Your symbiotic entity and the nest will be completely assimilated. The entire domain will perish alongside you. This warning rang like a death knell in the hearts of all Chinese viewers. China live stream. No! We've been ambushed. Those bastards. It's over. Even the spirit of reincarnation is warning us. Run, Goddess Ruan. Forget the nest. Survival comes first. Meanwhile, within Atlantis's deep-sea command center, an uncontrollable wave of ecstatic joy erupted. Atlantis live stream. Success! Success! Miss Coralie's plan succeeded. Ha 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 ha! China's paradise? Now it's their hell. General Declan's one-armed face twisted into a near-maddened, victorious grin. Well done, Coralie. Brilliant work. I will witness with my own eyes the Chinese woman and her nation being utterly submerged by the torrent of data. At the very last moment, just as the raging vortex of energy was about to completely engulf Ruan Xinglua, her mind suddenly flashed back to the words Zhou Yan had spoken when he handed her that broken teacup earlier. Impurities. A glimmer of hope instantly flared in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately retrieved the old teacup, covered in fine cracks, from her storage space. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, she hurled it into the very heart of the raging energy vortex. This scene left every viewer watching the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Has she lost her mind? What good would throwing a teacup do at a time like this? Oh no, has Goddess Ruan given up completely and started acting recklessly? What kind of baffling behavior is this? Viewers worldwide couldn't comprehend Ruan Xinglua's seemingly desperate and absurd action. But then, in the very next second, that seemingly ordinary old teacup, upon entering the vortex's core, instantly burst forth with a gentle, warm glow soft yet seemingly capable of embracing all things. It wasn't some aggressive artifact, not even a trace of energy fluctuation could be detected. Its sole function was to forcibly strip all energy and information in the world back to its primordial state, separating it into its most fundamental components, purity and impurity. Within the vortex, energies violent enough to tear apart divine souls were instantly and forcibly separated upon contact with the gentle glow emanating from the teacup, as if combed through by an invisible giant hand. Streams of pure, condensed primordial energy flowed like docile brooks, continuing to slowly pour into the nest's foundation below, restoring its stability and solidity. Meanwhile, the rule viruses and corrupted data meticulously engineered by Coralie to be riddled with chaos and misinformation met their nemesis. They were sucked into the seemingly unremarkable rim of the teacup like a high-powered vacuum cleaner, whirring as they were completely ingested. Ultimately, they coalesced at the cup's base into a pitch-black mass of data refuse. The raging vortex of energy subsided. The collapsing domain stabilized. The deadly crisis, under the stunned, ghostly stares of everyone present, was effortlessly resolved by a mere teacup. But everyone knew it wasn't over. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a hint of satisfaction, rang clearly in Ruan Xinglua's mind. Very well, madam. We accept this gift from across the ocean. Then, in accordance with our Chinese hospitality, it is now our turn to reciprocate. Zhou Yan began guiding Ruan Xinglua's next actions through the soul imprint. Use your national fortune-bearer authority to communicate with the dragon pillars that guard the nation. Take this freshly baked batch of data garbage, add a dash of our family's local specialty, and send it back to them exactly as it came through the very causal pathway they used to attack us. Zhou Yan paused, a cold curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. Remember, return it with double the force. A cold glint flashed in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. Following Zhou Yan's instructions, she activated the supreme authority of the national fortune proxy. Roar! Behind her, the golden dragon phantom of China's national fortune roared thunderously. A golden pillar of light, condensed to its absolute limit, descended from the heavens like divine retribution, precisely enveloping the cup of all laws. Returned the vessel holding the data garbage. Honey, what exactly is this local specialty you mentioned? Ruan Xinglua asked curiously. A mischievous smile curved Zhou Yan's lips as he forced a drop from his fingertip, a substance as black as ink, yet seemingly imbued with endless oblivion and primordial chaos, the slime of the abyssal void. Just add this. This thing doesn't have any other function, it just makes all rules and data a little more active. The droplet of returning mucus silently merged into the pitch-black mass of data debris within the cup of universal return. Instantly, as if injected with the most terrifying catalyst, the mass began exponential mutation and proliferation. Chapter 112, The Super Rule Virus. A super rule virus bundle, brimming with malice and chaos, was thus born. All right, madam. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of amusement. Now, send this gift we've carefully prepared to them. Ruan Xinglua nodded, channeling the power of the dragon pillars to serve as the delivery conduit. Precisely, through that invisible causal pathway, she sent this rule virus gift package infused with the slime of the abyssal void back in reverse. Target Atlantis's Akashic Record Interferer. Atlantis, Deep Sea Command Center. General Declan and Corrali raised their glasses, poised to celebrate their imminent victory. General, within 30 seconds at most, the domain core of Huaxia will collapse completely. A confident smile, both haughty and commanding, spread across Corali's face once more. This time, they have no chance of turning the tide. General Declan let out a triumphant snarl. Excellent. Once their national fortune plummets to its lowest point, it will be time for our beautiful nation to reclaim its dominance over the world. But at that very moment, woo woo woo! A shrill, piercing red alert siren suddenly blared throughout the entire command base. Warning! Warning! Detecting unknown high-dimensional data source. Reverse invasion via causal pathways in progress. Invasion intensity. SSS plus level. Unanalyzed. Unstoppable. Warning! Akashic Record Interferer Energy Overload. 1000%. 10,000%. Imminent detonation. All personnel evacuate immediately. What? The smiles on Coralie and Declan's faces froze instantly. Before they could react. Boom! The SS-class strategic device, the Akashic Record Interferer, a pinnacle of Atlantean and United States technology, was instantly reduced to a shower of flying metal fragments. But this was merely the beginning of the nightmare. What was even more terrifying was that the super-enhanced rule virus, modified by Zhou Yan, spread through Atlantis's pride and joy, its quantum network like flesh-eating maggots, instantly infecting the central AI system of the entire deep-sea main city. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. The city's energy shield, once hailed as impregnable, began flickering wildly, its light flickering on and off as if it might extinguish at any moment. Within the city, transportation systems, energy systems, defense systems, all collapsed completely. Countless high-tech automated devices, driven mad by corrupted core data, began slaughtering each other in a frenzy. Patrolling mechanical sentries trained their cannons on their own people. The energy towers sustaining the city's operations indiscriminately fired energy beams into residential districts. Explosions, screams, alarms echoed in relentless succession. This city, once as dazzling as an undersea kingdom, descended into utter chaos within mere minutes, a data hellscape. Their civilization's potential value plummeted at a precipitous, irreversible rate. Corrali stared blankly at the chaos unfolding in the command center, listening to the explosions and wails echoing from every corner of the city. The color drained from her once proud, confident face. In its place was an endless, bone-chilling despair and terror. Coralie's voice trembled with utter terror, barely forming coherent words. He didn't just purify the virus, he upgraded it. And then, turned it against us, destroying our very foundation. Night Cry resurrecting soil. After eliminating all external threats, the Chaos Devourer's cradle of rebirth was finally perfected. The potential value of Huaxia's civilization, bolstered by this flawless mission execution and the devastating blow dealt to the Atlantis Alliance, once again reached the pinnacle. Its score reached a terrifying height unattainable by any other civilization, a pinnacle so lofty that even gazing upon it felt like a luxury. At the very center of that nest, pulsing with the essence of rebirth and reincarnation, the Chaos Devourer, now sated and settled in its new home, seemed slightly uncomfortable, perhaps from digesting too much pure energy. Its starry sky-like body gently undulated. Burp. It belched with human-like ease, then slowly expelled a faintly glowing object from its invisible mouth. That object resembled a shard of a broken key. With the perfect completion of the reincarnation nest, the potential value of Huaxia's civilization unsurprisingly reached the pinnacle. Its score reached a terrifying height that all other civilizations could only gaze upon in awe, unable even to conceive of catching up. Night Crying resurrecting soil, nest center. Ruan Xinglua approached with curiosity, gently picking up the fragment-like object spat out by the Chaos Devourer. The fragment felt smooth and warm to the touch, its material strikingly similar to the edge of stillness, neither metal nor jade, yet carrying an innate chill and sharpness. The fragment was covered in countless ancient, mystical, twisted patterns that defied comprehension. She attempted to infuse a thread of her own energy into it. Yet the mysterious fragment remained as unresponsive as a stubborn stone. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice rang clear within Wan Xingluo's mind. It has actually digested and reconstructed the coordinates fragment of the gate. This little thing is even more capable than I imagined. Wan Xingluo froze upon hearing this. Husband, what exactly is the coordinate fragment of the gate? Zhou Yan's voice came again, explaining to her. This fragment is one of the crucial clues to unlocking the secrets behind that gate. You may refer to it as the Guishu waymarker. Zhou Yan paused, his tone growing more solemn. While the appearance of this marker is a positive development, it also means the warden behind the gate will perceive our location and intentions with greater clarity. We must proceed with greater caution in our upcoming actions. The global broadcast of this child-rearing era remained uninterrupted. Representatives from Blue Star nations and global viewers alike clearly witnessed the mysterious key fragment in Wan Xingluo's hand through the broadcast feed. Though its true origin and purpose remained unknown, everyone understood implicitly. Anything expelled by that SSS plus potential chaos devourer after digesting such colossal energy could never be ordinary. Atlantis, Deep Sea Command Center. Coralie's expression darkened dramatically. Activate highest level authorization immediately. Conduct the most detailed analysis and matching of that fragment's form, patterns, and energy response. Chapter 113, Little Black, don't be afraid. She issued the highest command to the AI beside her. A powerful intuition told her this object's value likely far exceeded her wildest imagination. In fact, it might be countless times more precious than the Akashic record interferer she had lost. At that very moment, the night-crying resurrection soil, the Guishu waymarker in Wan Xingluo's hand, suddenly began to vibrate violently without warning. As if responding to some mysterious summons, it automatically projected a faint yet remarkably steady beam of light. The beam pointed straight toward an unknown, deeper region within the night-crying resurrecting soil. Something is resonating with it. Wan Xingluo instantly understood. Without hesitation, she summoned the Chaos Devourer beside her and followed the guiding beam of light into the unknown depths. Soon, the pair arrived before a colossal, previously undiscovered rift. The chasm plunged into unfathomable depths, resembling a terrifying scar forcibly carved into the earth by some supreme, unfathomable power. At the very bottom of the rift, they discovered a massive bronze gate buried beneath layers of thick mud and rock for countless ages, long forgotten by the world. The bronze gate stood hundreds of meters tall, its surface rusted and scarred by the passage of time. Engraved upon its surface were countless mystical patterns identical to those on Wan Xingluo's Guishu Daobiao, yet far more complete. Wan Xingluo stepped forward, a mix of excitement and trepidation gripping her as she pressed the Guishu Dao marker against the center of the bronze gate, a perfectly matching recess. Click! A soft click sounded as it fit perfectly into place. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The colossal bronze door, silent for countless ages, began to slowly swing inward at that very moment. A dim staircase leading into the boundless depths below appeared before them. An ancient terror, older even than the spirit of reincarnation, surged forth from the darkness beyond the door like a primordial beast awakening after a billion-year slumber. Just as Wan Xingluo prepared to lead the Chaos Devourer through the mysterious bronze gate to explore the unknown ruins beyond, suddenly, several silver streaks of light, radiating a cold and utterly commanding aura, instantly tore through the night sky over the land of the wailing dead, precisely blocking her path. As the light faded, 5 towering figures emerged clad in silver-white full-body armor, wielding energy lances, their faces completely concealed, revealing no trace of emotion. They hovered motionless in midair, like the most precise killing machines, radiating an aura of order so pure it bordered on absolute. The arrivals belonged to no known Blue Star faction Wan Xingluo recognized, nor any of the strange civilizations encountered at the Multiverse Council. This was a strange race she had never encountered before, the Order Guardians. The leader bore the clear designation Sequence 7 on his armor. Who are you? Wan Xingluo's heart tightened. She immediately shielded the Chaos Devourer behind her and asked warily. The helmeted head of Sequence 7 slowly turned toward Wan Xingluo. A synthetic, emotionless electronic voice rang clearly within her mind. Detected bearer of the Guishu waymarker. We are the most loyal servants of the Warden. Our duty is to uphold the eternal seal of the gate and eradicate any entity that attempts to approach or uncover its hidden secrets. The Warden. The Warden again. That terrifying entity beyond the gate one even Zhou Yan once solemnly mentioned. The voice of Sequence 7 continued, cold and filled with an irrevocable sense of judgment. According to Article 3 of the Supreme Codex, any entity threatening the absolute silence must be formatted. Surrender peacefully, or be completely dismantled. Without offering Wan Xingluo any chance to explain or defend herself, they launched their attack without warning. Buzz! The energy lances in the hands of the 5 Order Guardians ignited simultaneously. Silver light spears, formed from pure order rules, instantly pierced the void. Following an arc of unfathomable mystery, they sealed off all of Wan Xingluo's escape routes. This assault wasn't aimed at her physical form. Ruan Xinglua could distinctly sense that these light spears targeted her very existence. They sought to erase her this variable from existence at the very level of the rules themselves. Pit. At this critical moment, the Chaos Devourer let out an anxious cry and instantly positioned itself in front of Ruan Xinglua. Its gaping maw, like a black hole, snapped open, attempting to swallow the orderly light spears whole just as it had devoured the attacks of the Tianming realm's death soldiers before. But this time, squeak! The moment the Chaos Devourer touched the order light spear, its once invincible devouring law failed. Its body, formed from flowing starlight, emitted wisps of blue smoke as if scorched by a red-hot iron upon contact with the silver spear, letting out a wail filled with agony. Xiao Hei! Seeing this, Ruan Xinglua felt both heartbroken and anxious. She urgently channeled the power of the dragon pillars of the nation and the edge of stillness to defend, yet even she was forced back step by step under the relentless barrage of order spears. The strength of these order guardians had reached the terrifying level of half-step divine sovereigns. Their attacks were coordinated with seamless precision, leaving no exploitable weaknesses. Ruan Xinglua found herself in unprecedented peril. Just then, Zhou Yan's distant voice echoed in her mind once more. Did you forget what I told you? The essence of this little thing is chaos, and order is the finest whetstone for chaos. Ruan Xinglua froze. A whetstone? Zhou Yan began guiding her patiently. Stop forcing it to swallow those order rules whole. That's a higher level rule crushing a lower level one. It can't handle it. What you must do is guide it to learn and decipher these rules. The true power of chaos has never been mere consumption. Zhou Yan paused, his voice carrying a hint of profound meaning. Rather, it lies in assimilation and inclusion. Let it comprehend order, then use chaos to forge its own, higher dimensional, new order. Assimilation and inclusion, a new order of higher dimensions. Zhou Yan's words struck like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, exploding within Ruan Xinglua's mind. She understood instantly. She no longer tried to make the Chaos Devourer brace against or evade those orderly light spears. Little Black, don't be afraid. Chapter 114, All Mine. Through the soul imprint, Ruan Xinglua communicated with the Chaos Devourer at the deepest level of her consciousness. Don't resist. Feel it. Pit. A flicker of absolute trust toward its master passed through the Chaos Devourer's enormous single eye. It abandoned all futile resistance, willingly drawing a strand of silver-white order light sphere energy into its chaotic body to begin analysis. Sizzle. An indescribable agony instantly surged through the Chaos Devourer's entire being. Its body convulsed violently in agony, as if this pure force of order was tearing it apart from within, attempting to completely erase its very essence. Yet within its enormous single eye, countless streams of incredibly complex data began flashing frantically. It was learning. Using its primordial chaos essence, it was frantically parsing these higher order rules it had never encountered before. The distant Order Guard squad, witnessing this, assumed the enemy had completely surrendered. Target has ceased resistance. Execute final formatting procedure. The leader, Sequence 7, issued the final command in his emotionless electronic voice. Increase attack intensity. Decompose it completely. Countless silver light spears, brighter and more charged with destructive order energy than before, descended like a violent storm, once again bearing down upon the Chaos Devourer. Yet, just as these order spears were about to strike the Devourer once more, a sudden change occurred. The Chaos Devourer's body, once pitch black as the starry sky, suddenly and without warning manifested countless silver-white mystical runes identical to those adorning the order spears. In mere seconds, it had completely deciphered and flawlessly replicated the enemy's rule-based power. The Chaos Devourer let out a roar brimming with excitement and confidence. It abruptly opened its colossal maw, vast enough to devour all things. But this time, what it expelled was no longer the pure devouring force of before. Instead, it unleashed a spear of chaotic order, a beam composed of pure orderly rules, yet its essence was far more chaotic. Boom! Two forces of order, sharing the same origin yet fundamentally distinct, collided violently mid-air. No earth-shattering energy explosion erupted, only the purest annihilation of rules. An indescribable shockwave of rules erupted, sweeping out with overwhelming force. The immutable, impenetrable formation of Sequence 7 was instantly shattered by this chaotic onslaught of rules. A chaotic crimson glow flickered in its cold electronic eyes, a flicker labeled shock and data overflow. Warning! Unknown order variant detected. Unable to parse. Unable to classify. Threat level escalating exponentially. After successfully deciphering the order's rules, the Chaos Devourer's power surged to unprecedented heights. It began to turn the tables, violently suppressing the entire Order Guard squad. It repeatedly opened its massive maw, swallowing every orderly spear attack fired at it. It then transformed these assaults into its own, even more tyrannical chaos order energy before unleashing them back with devastating force. Pluyuish. Pluyuish. The Chaos Devourer cried out excitedly, as if it had found the most entertaining toy. However, forcibly parsing the higher order rules placed an immense strain upon it. Fine cracks began to appear across its body's surface, and its aura grew unstable. Xiaohei, let's go. Seizing the moment, Ruan Xinglua swiftly turned and rushed into the subterranean ruins beyond the massive bronze door, dragging the severely wounded Chaos Devourer with her. They temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Order Guard Squad. The interior of the ruins was not the treasure vault or tomb Ruan Xinglua had imagined. This was an immense outpost of the abyssal void. The walls of the outpost were covered in countless ancient murals, their edges long since smoothed by the passage of time. These murals recorded fragmented glimpses of the final days of the previous cosmic era. Through these murals, Ruan Xinglua made a shocking discovery, a secret of earth-shattering proportions. The so-called warden had once been part of the Guishu itself. It had once served as the messenger tasked with reclaiming universes nearing their end and guiding them back to their origin. Yet, after witnessing the birth and death cycles of countless universes, its will became twisted. From a recycler upholding cosmic cycles, it gradually degenerated into a formatter pursuing absolute, eternal stillness. And that forbidden gate was a terrifying weapon it had forged for itself after stealing a portion of the Guishu's authority, a tool to achieve its ultimate goal. Just as Ruan Xinglua processed this staggering revelation, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted beyond the ruins. The violent explosion outside the ruins did not originate from the Order Guardians. The combined fleet of Atlantis and the United States had torn through the void and appeared upon this battlefield. It turned out that Corelli had not given up after her previous failure in the child-rearing mission. By analyzing the energy traces of the Guishu Waymarker fragment, she had precisely predicted that Huaxia would inevitably explore this unknown location, resonating with the key fragment. Boom! A massive energy beam tore through the supposedly impenetrable walls of the Guishu outpost, blasting open a gaping hole. Corelli's figure slowly emerged through the breach. In her hands, she held an SS-grade artifact, the silent orb, constantly emitting spatial ripples that temporarily shielded this area from all rule forces. Ruan Xinglua. Corelli sneered coldly as she advanced step by step. Thank you for opening this long-sealed door for me. Now, the secrets of this place, along with your peculiar pet, belong to me. Ruan Xinglua turned to look behind her. The sole exit, the massive bronze gate, had already been completely sealed off by dozens of fully armed Atlantean elite warriors. Enemies surrounded them within, while Order Guardians pursued from without. The intangible fluctuations emanating from the silent orb in Corelli's hand severely suppressed the Chaos Devourer's rule power, preventing it from effortlessly learning and deciphering its opponent's rules as before. Facing Corelli's determined provocation, Ruan Xinglua's mind echoed with Zhou Yan's dismissive chuckle. Do you know whose territory you've entered? Husband? Ruan Xinglua froze. Take a good look. What exactly is the energy core of this Guishu outpost? Ruan Xinglua immediately dashed toward the control hub at the very center of the outpost. When she saw what was embedded atop that core, she froze completely. The very core that powered the entire outpost, radiating an endless aura of primordial return, it was none other than that old, cracked teacup she had casually tossed into the energy vortex earlier. Chapter 115, The Cup of Universal Return. The cup of all laws returning to the source. It turned out Zhou Yan had long anticipated potential unknown troubles here. He had actually used the teacup as a beacon to locate this Guishu outpost, which he had abandoned countless ages ago. Ruan Xinglua, struck by divine inspiration, immediately extended her jade-like hand and gently pressed it against the old teacup. In that instant, an indescribable sense of mastery, as if fused with the entire ruin itself, surged through her entire body. In that instant, she attained supreme command over this Guicheng outpost. All around the ruins, countless dormant mechanisms and defense systems activated simultaneously. ZZZ. 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 Countless beams of dark divine light, purer than the Order light spears and imbued with the essence of the ruins, shot forth like vengeful blades from all directions, converging upon Corelli and her elite squad. What? The smile froze on Corelli's face. She urgently activated the silent orb in her hand, attempting to shield against these attacks. However, her SS-grade artifact, powerful enough to suppress the rule-bending might of a half-step divine sovereign, shattered before Zhou Yan like the most fragile glass. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the silence orb shattered instantly, scattering into a sky full of sparkling points of light. No! This can't be! Corelli screamed in utter despair as the divine light of the abyssal void shot toward her from all directions. How could this be his domain? Just as Corelli's squad suffered heavy casualties. Outside the ruins, the 5 Cold Order Guardians finally broke through the final barrier and charged in. Yet awaiting them was the equally merciless divine light of the abyss. In an instant, the combined forces of Atlantis and the United States, along with the Order faction, found themselves embroiled in a massive battle within this relic, now utterly dominated by Zhou Yan. Ruan Xinglua rose slowly into the air, standing atop the control hub of the outpost. Like a deity wielding the power of life and death, she coldly surveyed the chaos below. Watching Corelli, battered and cornered by the dual assault of the Guishu divine light and the Order light spears, a cold smile curved her lips. Standing atop the control hub, Ruan Xingluo's icy gaze swept over the enemies below, locked in a three-way melee, slaughtering one another. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with amusement, drifted softly to her ears. Which one should we format first? Hearing this question, dripping with absolute control, a faint, identical curve lifted at the corner of Ruan Xingluo's mouth. She did not directly order an attack on any side. Instead, under Zhou Yan's direction, she used the ancient broadcast system of this Guishu outpost to announce the commencement of a new game to all surviving intruders within the ruins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my game. Ruan Xingluo's voice echoed clearly through the broadcast system, permeating every corner with an icy, unquestionable authority. From this moment onward, this ruin shall become a vast, ever-shifting labyrinth of slaughter. Walls will shift, passages will warp, and traps will activate at random. And you, the combined forces of Atlantis and the beautiful nation, along with the Order Guardians from beyond the gate, are the esteemed players of this game. You must do whatever it takes to survive this hunt until the very end. The sole victor at the end shall earn the privilege to negotiate surrender with me. Ruan Xingluo paused, her tone growing colder. As for the losers, they will be utterly formatted by this ruin's defense system, erased from existence at the most fundamental level. As her words fell, the entire Guishu outpost came fully to life. Rumble. Countless walls began shifting, corridors instantly warping and reconfiguring. Standing at the control hub, Ruan Xingluo operated like a chess master behind the scenes, constantly altering the labyrinth's layout while activating deadly traps one by one. Her objective was clear: to relentlessly funnel the Order Guard squad and Coralli's elite forces toward the same area, forcing them into premature conflict and mutual annihilation. This is a dead end. The walls are moving. Coralli's squad instantly descended into chaos. On the other side, Sequence 7, captain of the Order Guard squad, a creation of the Order's rules, couldn't comprehend this chaotic game before them. Its core logic, composed of pure data, was utterly incapable of processing such random disorder. But its core directive remained singular. Eliminate the bearer of the ruin marker. Meaningless structural changes. Initiate forced breakthrough mode. Sequence 7 ignored the game rules announced by Ruan Xingluo and began using the most brutal force, attempting to blast through the constantly shifting walls and force its way toward the control center. In another section, after initial panic, Coralli swiftly regained her composure. She realized she had become nothing more than a pawn in that Chinese woman's game. I can't let them lead me by the nose anymore. Cora decisively abandoned the idea of clashing head-on with the Order Guardians. She led her few remaining subordinates to search for patterns in the maze's transformations, attempting to crack the game system or find an escape route. This scene played out clearly before all viewers through the global livestream. Global broadcast room. Holy crap! Goddess Ruan is toying with them. She's turned the entire battlefield into her own playground. So ruthless. And so clever. This isn't just a battle anymore, it's a psychological cat and mouse game. That Atlantis girl, Coralie, is clever. She seems to be searching for a way to break the stalemate. I wonder if she can succeed. Just as Coralie sought a way out, Sequence 7's brutal assault delivered an unexpected surprise. Boom! Sequence 7's single shot shattered a massive alloy wall that looked identical to the others. Yet beyond the wall lay not the path to the control center. Instead, it revealed the deepest, most forbidden area of the outpost, a region sealed away for countless eons. Beep! 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 An ear-piercing alarm, signifying the highest threat level, suddenly reverberated throughout the entire Guishu outpost. Warning! Warning! Unknown defense protocol forcibly activated. Final trump card: the gatekeeper of Guihu is awakening from slumber. Amidst a bone-chilling creak, the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Zone revealed a colossal bronze gate, hundreds of meters tall and engraved with ancient Taoist runes. Slowly, it swung open to reveal the passage beyond. Chapter 116, The Intruder. A colossal war golem, older, larger, and more imbued with the pure essence of warfare and destruction than the Order Guardians, stirred to life with heavy, deliberate steps from the darkness beyond the gates. The gatekeeper of the abyss awakened from its eons of slumber, or no glimmer of wisdom or emotion within its eye sockets. What it possessed was the purest, absolute command to indiscriminately purge all unauthorized entities. It possessed no concept of friend or foe. The instant it awoke, it simultaneously deemed both Coralli's coalition forces and the Order Guard squad of Sequence 7 as intruders requiring elimination. Boom! The gatekeeper of the abyss raised its massive arm, forged from an unknown metal, and casually unleashed a punch into the arena. Its attack method was even more bizarre: no energy beams, no physical impact. Instead, it acted directly upon the level of rules. A spear of orderly light fired by Sequence 7 met the Guardian's fist. The moment they collided, the orderly rules contained within the spear were brutally, completely annihilated. The spear vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Sequence 7's unchanging electronic eyes. The very power of order they prided themselves on proved utterly helpless before this even more ancient Guardian. The scene descended into even greater chaos. The gatekeeper of the abyss, like a merciless scavenger, began indiscriminately attacking all the players within the arena. Both Coralli's squad and the order guards suffered heavy casualties against this terrifying, unreasonable entity. Under this terrifying pressure, deep despair finally crept onto Coralli's usually haughty face. She knew a forced breakthrough was utterly impossible. At this critical moment of life and death, Coralli made a decisive and unexpected decision. Using an Atlantis top-level encrypted communicator, she initiated an emergency transmission to the control hub where Ruan Xinglua was stationed. Ruan Xinglua. Caroline's voice rang out clearly through the communicator within the control center. I admit it this time, I've lost. Utterly and completely lost. Her voice carried a hint of reluctance, yet it was dominated by a calm resolve. But killing me now will gain you nothing. I possess intelligence far more valuable than my life. I know one of the Warden's core secrets. A fatal weakness concerning the very source of his power. Coralli's tone grew incredibly grave. Let me leave safely. This secret will be yours. Zhou Yan's faint chuckle, tinged with a hint of approval, echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind. This little girl is smarter and more ruthless than I imagined. She actually knows to use intelligence as her last lifeline. Hearing her secret won't hurt. The initiative is entirely in our hands now anyway. Before Ruan Xinglua could respond, a massive energy blade unleashed by the Guichu gatekeeper on the battlefield, its attack gone haywire, slashed horizontally toward the cover where Coralli and her last few subordinates were hiding. Watch out! Just as the energy blade was about to shatter Coralli and her companions into pieces. At Zhou Yan's signal, Ruan Xinglua activated the outpost S defense system. A beam of Guichu divine light shot forth, arriving before its target to shield Coralli from the fatal blow at the last possible moment. Tell me your secret. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed coldly through the broadcast system into Coralli's ears. I guarantee you, and your two most trusted subordinates, will leave here alive. Gasping violently, Coralli stared at the lingering energy blade ripples mere inches away and the impenetrable Guichu divine light shield. The last shred of hope crumbled within her. In a hoarse voice, she revealed the earth-shattering secret capable of shaking all worlds. The Warden, he is not a single will. His power core is split. Hidden within a supreme artifact known as the Belle of all things' end. Within that Belle lie 12 order cores, each corresponding to one of 12 distinct laws of apocalypse. If we can locate that Belle and disrupt or destroy any single core within it, we can temporarily and drastically weaken his power. We might even sever his connection to that gate entirely. No! Coralli! You vile traitor! General MacArthur roared in despair, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the gatekeeper's terrifying attack, one powerful enough to obliterate the very fabric of rules. And Coralli, seizing this precious opportunity bought with the lives of her allies, activated Atlantis' ultimate single-target teleportation device. Amidst violent spatial distortions, she escaped the ruins outpost with her two most trusted confidants. The price was heavy, one arm torn apart by spatial turbulence. With all unwelcome intruders utterly purged, the ancient outpost finally returned to its rightful deathly silence. Ruan Xinglua began exploring the vast ruins now entirely under her control. She immediately relayed every detail of the earth-shattering secret regarding the clock of all things end that Coralli had spoken of to Zhou Yan. After verifying the information, Zhou Yan responded calmly. Indeed, this is precisely the forbidden land where the end of all things Belle is hidden, as Coralli described. That place is also our next core objective on this journey. With Zhou Yan's confirmation, a heavy weight lifted from Ruan Xinglua's heart. Her taut nerves relaxed, and she began to show off her upgraded equipment and newly acquired abilities to Zhou Yan with childlike excitement, like a kid flaunting a new toy to their parents. Honey, look! I can now control 3 Guichu divine light cannons simultaneously. And this! The cup of universal laws. It can store so much energy now, like a super power bank. Zhou Yan watched her beaming, triumphant expression, his eyes brimming with affectionate amusement. Our Xinglua is truly amazing. He praised her affectionately. Then, he personally took to the kitchen. Using some ancient, bizarre ingredients stored within this outpost, ingredients long extinct in the outside world, he prepared an incredibly lavish celebratory feast for Ruan Xinglua. The entire outpost was filled with a warm and sweet atmosphere. However, just as they were preparing to set off for the mysterious Bell Tower, a top-level emergency communication request from the Stellar Council suddenly came through. The communication link was established. The aged face of the Grand Elder of the Council, etched with star-like patterns, appeared on the light screen, his expression filled with unprecedented urgency and gravity. Esteemed Madame Zhou, please exercise utmost caution. The Grand Elder's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. Chapter 117, The Plague of Rules. According to the most urgent celestial divination just conducted by our Stellar Council, the coordinates of that clock of all things end have been activated with multiple deadly spatial traps due to the Warden's detection. The Grand Elder's tone grew even heavier. To prevent anyone from approaching, the Warden has resorted to extreme measures, releasing a rule plague targeting all neutral realms. As his words fell, the image on the light screen abruptly shifted. Clearly displayed was the star domain where the Stellar Council resided, a realm that had once been resplendent and serene. Now, within that star domain, countless once vibrant planets were being frantically devoured by a visible grey plague of putrid, despair-laden blight. Mountains withered, rivers dried up, and countless living beings plunged into eternal chaos and madness within this silent plague. This was not merely a threat to the Stellar Council. It was also forcing all remaining neutral factions to immediately sever ties with Huaxia through this brutal means. It was exerting immense external pressure upon Wan Xinglua and her backer, Zhou Yin, pressure emanating from the entire multiverse. The Star Trajectory Council's Grand Elder's frantic emergency transmission delivered a message of utter despair. To halt Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's advance, the Warden had unleashed the terrifying Rule Plague, indiscriminately attacking all neutral realms to exert the heaviest possible external pressure on China. Yet, upon hearing this news, Zhou Yan's face remained as composed and unruffled as ever. The Warden intends to use the plague to delay us, forcing all neutral factions to oppose us? His voice echoed in Wan Xinglua's mind, tinged with a hint of playful amusement. Then we shall turn this plague into our key to enter that bell tower. Without a moment's delay, the two traveled directly to the capital of the Stellar Council via the emergency teleportation channel provided by the Council. The sight before them was horrifying. This once majestic city, built entirely of pure starlight, was now being mercilessly consumed by a layer of grey, rule-based plague, a pallid shroud reeking of decay and chaos. The dazzling starlight architecture flickered on and off, as if poised to collapse entirely at any moment. Countless portals sustaining the city's functions had fallen into temporal chaos, periodically sucking innocent council members into the maelstrom of chaotic spatial turbulence, vanishing without trace. The power systems of countless beings rapidly collapsed and disintegrated under the plague's corrosive assault. The Star Council's leader, the great sage Xingtong, personally greeted them at the exit of the teleportation platform. It was an ancient sentient being formed from countless nebulae and points of light. At this moment, the nebular light mass pulsed violently with worry. The instant it saw Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, a surge of excitement akin to spotting a savior rippled through its ancient will. Lord Zhou Yan, madam, you have finally arrived. However, before Xingtong could continue, a cold and hostile voice abruptly cut it off from behind. A stooped figure emerged from the assembly of elders, his face as weathered as millennia-old stone, emanating an aura of decay and ossified tradition. He was Hong Ji, the most exclusionary and conservative elder within the Stellar Council. The moment Hong Ji saw them, his eyes, filled with venom and fury, locked onto Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan. Star Eye! You've let the wolves in! Elder Hong Ji's mind, filled with accusation and fury, thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within the minds of every council member. It is precisely because of your stubborn insistence on growing too close to this mysterious Huaxia civilization that you have brought the Warden's world-ending wrath upon our Star Trajectory Council. His thoughts grew colder, like ice frozen for 10,000 years. And now you expect these two harbingers of disaster to save us? Elder Hangji pointed his finger directly at Wan Xinglua before all council members, openly challenging him. You want us to believe you? Fine. Do you see that Chaos Nebula most severely polluted by the plague? He pointed toward the distant nebula, now a terrifying expanse of grey chaos where even light had been swallowed whole. If you can purify it, the Stellar Council will recognize your alliance status and honor you as our honored guests. If you fail, Elder Hangji let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Then you will be expelled immediately. Do not burden us any longer. Faced with Hangji's ruthless and blatant obstruction, Wan Xinglua was about to retort when Zhou Yan silently transmitted a message urging her to remain calm. Under the regretful and helpless gaze of the great sage Xingtong, Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan approached the edge of the chaotic nebula. Merely approaching it, they could sense a terrifying aura potent enough to obliterate the very fabric of reality. Xingtong cautiously extracted a wisp of the grey plague essence from the nebula. Wan Xinglua dared not be careless. She first attempted to purify this strand of plague using the righteous dragon energy of the nation-guarding dragon pillar, her most proficient technique. Roar! Golden dragon energy, radiating majestic celestial might, collided with the grey plague essence. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The righteous dragon energy, upon contact with the grey plague, instantly dissolved like ice melting in the sun. What? Wan Xinglua's heart jolted in shock. She attempted to channel the annihilating power of the Return to Stillness blade, seeking to sever it completely with the rule that ended all things. Yet, the once invincible grey sword intent, upon touching the plague's origin, vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple in its wake. The essence of this plague was none other than erasing rules. Any power born from existing rules was utterly ineffective against it. Elder Hangji, observing from afar, immediately let out a cold, triumphant sneer. See that, Xingtong? Is this the reinforcements you summoned? The so-called savior of Huaxia is nothing special after all. Unable to perform even the most basic rule purification. Elder Hangji's cold, triumphant sneer echoed clearly throughout every corner of the Starlight Sanctuary. Stellar Trajectory Council Live Channel. Looks like China can't handle it either. They can't even deal with the source of the rule plague. I told you they were a disaster. Now look, they've dragged us all down with them. Grand Sage Stargaze truly miscalculated. We must seek another path. Within the council, panic gripped the assembly, filled with disappointment and recriminations. Honey, what should we do now? Chapter 118, let him see what he's got. Don't panic. Zhou Yan's calm, composed voice echoed in her mind once more. He thinks a broken teacup is useless? Then let him see what it can do. Guided by Zhou Yan's telepathic instructions, Wan Xinglua slowly summoned the old, cracked teacup. The cup hovered mid-air, emitting a gentle glow that was both warm and all-encompassing. The next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. The plague source which had left everyone helpless was effortlessly drawn into the tiny teacup, as if a young swallow returning to its nest. The entire process unfolded without so much as a ripple. Dead silence fell over the entire hall. All the elders of the council, including the great sage Xingtong, stood frozen in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. On Elder Hengji's body, formed from 10,000-year-old mystical ice, a distinct crack appeared with a sharp crack due to the extreme shock. Yet he stubbornly persisted, forcing out a defense after a momentary lapse. What skill is there in absorbing a single strand? This merely proves your vessel is peculiar at best. He pointed toward the boundless expanse of chaotic nebula in the distance, his voice rising into an even more unreasonable roar. If you're so capable, absorb the plague from the entire nebula. I'll be damned if I don't see whether your puny cup bursts first or this endless plague gets sucked dry. Faced with Elder Hengji's near despicable provocation, Zhou Yan merely let out a dismissive chuckle. Wan Xinglua understood his meaning. She surveyed the crowd and said coldly, absorb? No, direct purification. Absorption is simply too wasteful. Each word she spoke thundered like a bolt of lightning in the minds of the assembled elders. This rule plague is essentially a variant of the Warden's absolute silence order, a poison designed to block our path to the bell tower. And every poison, when wielded correctly, can be countered with its own antidote. We shall reforge this endless plague into a key that bypasses every spatial trap the Warden has set. These words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. The light sphere formed from nebulae within the great sage Xingtong's eyes, after undergoing billions of genius. This is a genius concept. Fighting poison with poison, returning to the source. Theoretically, it's entirely feasible. Elder Hengji trembled violently at the sheer audacity of this mad scheme. Madman! You're all madmen! He roared in horrified fury. This is gambling with the very existence of our stellar council, with the survival of our entire civilization. I absolutely refuse to agree. He tried to rally the other equally conservative elders in the council to stop Wan Xinglua's action, which he saw as nothing short of suicidal madness. Just as the council was torn apart by internal strife, on the verge of fracturing. Boom, boom, boom. The core of the distant chaotic nebula suddenly began to violently pulsate. A terrifying force of corruption, tenfold more powerful than before, erupted with a deafening roar. Evidently, the Warden, far away at the other end, had sensed the disturbance here and intensified his efforts from behind. Under the impact of this terrifying wave of corruption, visible cracks began snapping and cracking across the defensive barriers surrounding the Starlight Sanctuary. Time was running out. Enough! Hengji! At this critical juncture, the great sage Xingtong defied the consensus. I decide to stake everything the Stellar Council holds dear and fully support Ms. Wan Xinglua's plan. It activated the capital's ultimate defense system, the Stellar Barrier, and channeled every available energy source into the makeshift ritual array where Wan Xinglua stood. Wan Xinglua drew a deep breath, tuning out the chaos around her. Her petite figure flew resolutely toward the center of that gray, chaotic, disordered nebula. She activated the cup of all laws converging, forcibly absorbing and organizing the boundless gray plague. This process consumed unimaginable amounts of her mental energy. She had to maintain absolute clarity at all times, analyzing, stripping away, and reorganizing within the endless chaos of rules. The slightest misstep would allow this endless plague to completely assimilate her soul. Put. The Chaos Devourer loyally guarded her side, serving as her protector. It could not directly devour the highly essential rule plague itself. But it could open its massive maw to swallow every energy ripple generated by rule conflicts, alleviating immense pressure for Wan Xinglua. The entire forging process was broadcast live globally, clearly visible to all viewers. Everyone watched intently as Wan Xinglua's fair face grew increasingly pale from the immense mental strain, beads of sweat continuously trickling down her forehead. Every Chinese viewer held their breath in anxiety for her. The forging process was arduous and protracted. Halfway through, the plague energy forcibly absorbed into the cup of all laws returned suddenly erupted in violent resistance. The terrifying will within it transformed into countless hideous, icy chains of order, attempting to completely destroy the cup from within. Simultaneously, countless blurry phantoms of the Warden appeared within Wan Xinglua's mind. With utterly emotionless, bone-chilling voices, they relentlessly tempted her, eroding her resolve. Give up. Meaningless resistance will only bring endless suffering. Surrender to order, return to stillness, and you shall find eternal peace. Under these soul-piercing whispers, Wan Xinglua's will, already stretched to its absolute limit, began to waver. Just as Wan Xinglua and the Wardens will engaged in this silent, perilous, and arduous struggle. In reality, within the Star Council's assembly hall. In the eyes of the conservative elder Hongji, cold as 10,000-year-old ice, the fangs he had long concealed finally bared. He was not truly conservative or xenophobic. Long ago, in the endless ages past, he had been corrupted by the Warden's absolute dead silence order. He had willingly become the Warden's mole within the Star Trajectory Council. While all eyes were fixed on Wan Xinglua, he quietly activated a miniature altar concealed beneath his council robes, an altar that now flickered with a gray glow. He sought to channel the Warden's power to utterly sabotage this purification ritual from without. Yet every one of his subtle maneuvers was clearly observed by Zhou Yan. Her voice echoed once more within Wan Xinglua's mind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xinglua, look into your teacup. Besides the impurities that have been separated, what else has been filtered out? Chapter 119, Absolute Rationality. Ruan Xinglua summoned her last ounce of strength, probing her divine sense into the bottom of the cup of universal return. To her astonishment, she discovered that within the pitch-black depths of the cup, a silver crystal no larger than a grain of rice had precipitated a crystallization formed from the purest essence of the absolute order principle. The Warden's order is also order. Zhou Yan instructed. Use its power to counter its will. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood. She immediately fused a strand of her divine soul into that pristine crystal of order. In an instant, Ruan Xinglua's will became as cold and pure as absolute zero, yet utterly rational. All the incessant mental demons and illusions tormenting her mind, all the temptations and whispers from the Warden faced with this will, equally born of order, they scattered like they'd met their nemesis. Her mental world regained its clarity. Outside, in the Star Council's assembly hall, the altar of Elder Hangji had been fully activated. A grey void fissure, a gateway to the forbidden door, was forcibly torn open by him. The Warden's terrifying power was about to descend through this fissure. Ha 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 ha. Die. You blasphemers. Elder Hangji let out a maniacal, victorious cackle. Yet, at the very instant the Warden's power of absolute deathly silence was about to descend, Zhou Yan gazed at the screen and chuckled softly. I've been waiting for you to open the door. The moment he first encountered Hangji, he had silently imprinted upon him a mark of the abyss perceptible only to himself. The moment the fissure opened, he instantly used that mark to pinpoint the final coordinates of this temporary passage. Across the boundless void, he lightly tapped the cup of all laws return in Wan Xinglua's hand. The next second, the rule virus within the cup, compressed to its absolute limit, surged forth like a floodgate released. It surged backward, pouring into the void fissure personally opened by Hongji. No! From the other side of the void fissure came the Warden's roar, a mix of fury and disbelief. The moment his pure order energy touched that super-enhanced rule virus spiced up by Zhou Yan, it was instantly corrupted. The Warden was forced to hastily seal the invasion channel. With the Warden's remote interference gone, Wan Xinglua faced no further pressure. With calm composure, she successfully forged the last trace of purified plague energy within the cup of all laws into its final form. A peculiar key slowly materialized in her palm. It radiated a soft silver glow, engraved with myriad profound rule runes, embodying the very concepts of unlocking and key. The key of all laws, forged successfully. With the birth of this key, the terrifying plague shrouding the entire chaotic nebula dissipated instantly, as if encountering its nemesis. Brilliant starlight once again illuminated this long-dead star domain. The Stellar Council was reborn. Within the council chamber, the Grand Sage Xing Tong gazed at Hongji, whose face was ashen as death, his eyes brimming with boundless disappointment and fury. Hongji, do you know your crime? It personally intervened, invoking the supreme authority of the Stellar Council to pronounce the final judgment upon the traitor. Chains of cosmic order, forged from the very essence of the stars, bound Hangji and all his followers. No! I acted for the council's survival. I did nothing wrong. Amid Hongji's defiant roar, he and all his followers were instantly executed, their souls utterly annihilated. After purging the traitors, the great sage Xing Tong personally approached Ruan Xinglua. With a tone brimming with gratitude and reverence, he conveyed China's deepest apologies. From that day forward, the Stellar Council became Huaxia's most steadfast ally. They presented Ruan Xinglua with all top-secret star charts and intelligence regarding the belle of all things end, without reservation. Combining Hongji's dying, resentful roar with the data provided by the Star Trajectory Council, they finally understood. The so-called belle of all things end was not a physical object that could be easily seized. It had long since fused completely with the entire bell tower's haunted domain. It was the embodiment of the rules, created by the Warden using fragments of his own core. To interfere with those 12 order cores, one must first enter the bell tower's interior. 3 days later, preparations complete. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua boarded the Stargazer, provided by the Stellar Council, and formally set sail with the key of all laws. However, just as the Stargazer approached the star system where the bell tower resided, the entire fleet plunged without warning into an utterly bizarre paradoxical space. Here, spacetime was utterly chaotic. Taking a step forward might instantly transport you back to your position an hour ago. Take one step back, and you might suddenly leap centuries into the future. Countless decaying wrecks of mighty exploration fleets from different civilizations and eras drifted like ghosts through this chaotic spacetime. Clearly, they were all pitiful souls trapped and doomed here. Suddenly, a colossal ghost flagship wreck, still bearing the banner of some mighty pantheon civilization from the last cosmic era, burst forth from the spatial mist ahead. Its main cannon, silent for tens of thousands of years, now blazed with devastating light, locking onto the stargazer with pinpoint accuracy. Warning! Causality attack detected from 37,000 years ago. No evasion possible. No defense possible. The stargazer's AI issued a shrill alarm. Conventional defenses and evasive maneuvers were utterly meaningless against this terrifying assault from the past. Yet, not a trace of panic flashed across Ruan Xingluo's face. She remained calm in the crisis, raising the key of all laws in her hand. The key emitted a soft silver glow, radiating the very essence of resolution. Wherever the light touched, all chaotic and contradictory spacetime rules were forcibly realigned. The boundary between past and present was temporarily blurred in that instant. The causality cannon fired from the past, just as it was about to strike the stargazer, bizarrely pierced straight through its hull as if it were nothing more than an illusory phantom. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. After passing through the stargazer, the main cannon beam struck with pinpoint accuracy the rotting wreckage of its own future, drifting nearby. The past destroyed the future. A perfect paradoxical loop was thus formed. The radiance of the key of all laws illuminated an absolutely safe path for them through the warped spacetime, one untouched by any paradox or trap. Chapter 120, Timeless Realm, the Abyssal Chessboard. Following this path of light, the stargazer finally reached its destination. A tower of unimaginable grandeur stood silently at the edge of the cosmos. It seemed constructed from countless slowly rotating giant gears and massive pendulums swinging back and forth endlessly. It radiated a cold, mechanical terror, a beauty tinged with the inescapable fate of all things ending, piercing the endless void of the cosmos. This was the bell of all things end. At the tower's entrance, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, a guardian clad in ancient, tattered monk's robes slowly opened his eyes. His face was entirely shrouded in shadow, and he wielded a rust-stained pointer as a weapon, a blade larger than himself. He was the sole guardian of this bell tower, and the mightiest being under the warden's command. The eternal timekeeper. He was not a living being, but the embodiment of the supreme laws of time and ending. His power had long transcended the realm of a demigod, reaching the true god tier. The shadow-shrouded visage of the eternal timekeeper turned toward the slowly approaching stargazer. A cold, indifferent, utterly emotionless will resounded clearly within the mind of every individual. All things have their time. Your end has come. To pass through this gate, you must first endure the erasure of existence. As the words fell, he slowly raised his withered arm. Ding! The first toll of the bell tower reverberated throughout all of spacetime. This was no sonic assault, but a pure, rule-based attack targeting the very concept of past. Wherever the chime passed, aboard the stargazer, the members of the Stellar Council's bodies jerked violently. Immediately, the brilliance and wisdom in their eyes rapidly dimmed. There passed all their memories, emotions, knowledge. In this instant, a portion of it was forcibly erased by the toll of the bell. They instantly forgot who they were, forgot why they had come, plunging into utter chaos and stupor, like walking corpses. Ruan Xingluo also sensed an immense threat. An irresistible force of law was attempting to invade her consciousness, erasing her bonds with Zhou-Yen, with Huaxia, with everything in this world. Her memories began to blur. At this critical moment, Zhou-Yen, who had been sitting leisurely upon the throne, finally moved. He casually extended a finger and lightly tapped Ruan Xingluo's smooth forehead. A pure, boundless surge of the primordial power of the abyssal void instantly shielded her soul, repelling the erasing force of the rules. Use the edge of stillness. Zhou-Yan's voice rang out, calm and detached. Since it seeks to erase the past, you shall hasten the present to its end. Ruan Xingluo's eyes sharpened as she instantly grasped Zhou-Yan's intent. She raised the sword of eternal silence high, its tip pointing toward the eternal timekeeper, who stood like a god demon. The timekeeper's emotionless, clock-face eyes locked with hers. The second toll of the bell was about to sound. Command, Apocalypse. Ruan Xingluo let out a fierce cry and swung her sword. A terrifying gray blade of light, imbued with the concept of absolute termination, pierced through any spatial or temporal barriers, striking directly at the eternal timekeeper's core of existence. At that very moment, ding! The timekeeper's second chime sounded as scheduled. This time, it erased the present. The chime transformed into countless invisible threads of order, attempting to erase Ruan Xingluo along with her attack from this very timeline, completely and utterly. Boom! The end and erasure. Two supremely tyrannical concepts clashed with unparalleled ferocity before the bell tower. The violent spacetime tremors caused the surrounding cosmic space to shatter inch by inch. Though protected by Zhou-Yan's power of the abyssal void, Ruan Xingluo was still forced back by the terrifying shockwave, a trickle of crimson blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Across from her, the eternal timekeeper, whose form had been solid, was also rendered slightly ethereal by that sword beam of the end, clearly suffering significant impact. Not bad. Holding your own against this thing has already exceeded my expectations. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of approval. However, relying solely on yourself to defeat it? That day is still far off. The Eternal Timekeeper seemed utterly enraged by Ruan Xingluo's strike. For the first time, a flicker of rage flickered within its emotionless will. Slowly, it raised the massive hand in its grasp, the very symbol of time's relentless passage. The third and most terrifying toll of the bell is about to sound. That is, the fatal blow that erases the future. Zhou Yan watched the scene unfold, finally rising slowly from the throne fashioned from countless bizarre materials. Well, the warm-up is over. He stretched his limbs, emitting a series of faint cracks like exploding stars. Madam, step back. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of playful amusement. What follows might be a bit unreasonable. Facing the Eternal Timekeeper's terrifying strike poised to erase the future, Zhou Yan unleashed no earth-shattering attack. He merely extended a single finger before the Timekeeper, gently tapping the void ahead. Time is a rather splendid toy. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet tinged with amusement. But to play with it in front of me? Your rules are still too immature. From the point where his fingertip touched, an absolute, pure void instantly spread outward. This void enveloped both him and the Eternal Timekeeper, a being of God Master rank. Within this domain, there was no time, no space, no past, and no future. What remained was only the purest concept of the abyssal void, the end of all things, the convergence of all laws. This was the land of no time. The Eternal Timekeeper's third toll, capable of erasing the future, completely lost its target within this land of no time, where the very concept of time ceased to exist. Its terrifying rule-binding power bizarrely dissipated mid-air, vanishing of its own accord. The Eternal Timekeeper's eyes, unchanging for 10,000 years, like the face of a clock, shuddered violently, as if its core program had malfunctioned. Here, your temporal laws hold no sway. Zhou Yan's voice resonated like the sole sovereign of this void. Now, let's play a new game. He initiated a game against the Eternal Timekeeper, using the supreme rules he commanded as his pieces. Chapter 121, Origin Core. Simultaneously, Zhou Yan's thoughts transmitted clearly into Ruan Xingluo's mind. Xingluo, its true form is engaged in a duel with me and cannot be distracted for now. But its source of power lies in the 12 order cores atop the tower. Go to the tower's summit and find the 13th origin core. That is the origin of all its logic and its only weakness. Within the timeless void Zhou Yan had created, he stood, hands behind his back, effortlessly maneuvering against the Eternal Timekeeper, a being of god-tier power on the very level of rules themselves. Meanwhile, Ruan Xingluo, defying the chaotic temporal currents within the clock tower, stepped alone onto the staircase leading to the summit, her gaze unwavering. She would face the true, most deadly peril within this clock tower alone. Within the timeless realm, Zhou Yan effortlessly dismantled the Eternal Timekeeper's prideful order attacks, repeatedly invoking the concept of the abyssal void. He even found the leisure to critique his opponent's techniques. Your time erasure is too rigid. You know only deletion, not alteration or overwriting. Lacking imagination. Truly tedious. Each of Zhou Yan's words cut like the sharpest blade, subjecting the Eternal Timekeeper to extreme mental strain and a devastating dimensional assault. Ruan Xingluo successfully entered the interior of the clock tower. Inside the tower lay an unimaginably vast spacetime labyrinth, composed of countless massive gears slowly turning. Each gear represented a distinct, chaotic timeline. Even more terrifying, countless translucent time echoes roamed within this labyrinth. These were powerful entities from the past, forcibly erased by the Eternal Timekeeper using the power of time. In their final moments of death, their most intense resentment and obsession became trapped within this temporal fault line, transforming into obsessive projections, endlessly repeating their last moments. Among these time echoes lurk even terrifying deity-level beings. Roar! A giant echo, its entire body ablaze with the true fire of the sun, roared as it unleashed its final, most powerful strike upon Ruan Xingluo. Ruan Xingluo's expression darkened as she urgently raised the key of 10,000 laws in her hand. The key emitted a soft silver glow, forcibly combing through the chaotic spacetime rules around her. By the skin of her teeth, she evaded this attack powerful enough to incinerate stars. But immediately after, another phantom, a swordsman wielding a broken blade, charged at her with boundless sword intent, unleashing his final killing strike. Relying on the key of all laws, Ruan Xingluo barely evaded the relentless barrage. Yet each evasion exacted a tremendous toll on her mental energy. Her steps grew increasingly laborious. Chapter 121, The Key of All Laws, The Origin of the End. At that moment, the globally broadcast footage split into two distinct halves. One showed Zhou Yan's timeless realm. In the frame, he strolled with hands behind his back, casually manipulating the divine sovereign tier Eternal Timekeeper like a chess piece, radiating the aura of a god demon. The other segment depicted the temporal labyrinth within the clock tower where Ruan Xingluo resided. Her petite figure struggled to dodge and weave amidst the world-shattering assaults of countless god-level time echoes, facing peril at every turn. Huaxia livestream. This is insane. Goddess Ruan is in such a tough spot. There are so many god-level monster phantoms inside the tower. Zhou Shen over there looks so relaxed, almost bored to sleep. Goddess Ruan's situation is way too dangerous. The contrast is stark: one's a battle of gods, the other a fight for survival in a death trap. Within the Star Council's assembly hall, the great sage Xington watched the scenes unfolding on the light screen. Its nebula-formed light sphere pulsed violently with tension. These are all fallen beings who, throughout endless ages past, dared challenge the Warden's authority. Their obsessions and most powerful attacks were sealed here by the Warden using the laws of time, becoming part of this clock tower. Madame Zhou's journey here can only be described as a perilous mission. Inside the bell tower, relying on the key of 10,000 laws and its extraordinary ability to sort through myriad laws, Wan Xinglua finally managed to navigate through that terrifying echo zone. She reached the final entrance leading to the tower's summit. But standing silently at the entrance was a time echo of unprecedented power that made her scalp tingle. It was a terrifying ancient god wielding a colossal sky-splitting axe, radiating boundless fury and battle intent. It was the very same chaotic ancient god from the previous cosmic era that had once attempted to cleave open the forbidden gate with brute force. Its power far surpassed any time echo Wan Xinglua had encountered before. Facing this remnant of the mad ancient god head-on held absolutely no hope. Yet, Wan Xinglua did not choose to fight. She raised the key of 10,000 laws high in her hand. Harnessing its unique ability to weave through myriad laws, she managed to temporarily mend the most critical logical fracture within the ancient god's obsessive fixation. A flicker of clarity returned to the ancient god's eyes that had been filled with madness and a thirst for destruction. He halted his world-shattering assault and fixed a deep gaze upon Wan Xinglua and the key in her hand. Then, he raised his massive axe, pointing Wan Xinglua toward the true path to the core. Having done all this, his form dissolved into the temporal rift with a hint of release, his obsession finally resolved. Wan Xinglua finally reached the core at the tower's summit. Here lay a boundless void. 12 identical order cores, each radiating terrifying order energy, rotated slowly in a circular pattern like the markings on a clock face. She attempted to probe one core with a tranquil edge. But the core instantly emitted an equally powerful counterforce, sending her reeling backward. Each core was utterly indestructible. Wan Xinglua stared at the arrangement of the 12 cores before her, lost in thought. 12 hours, 12 directions. Zhou Yan had said they must find the 13th origin core. But the origin of the clock was that invisible center. A flash of determination ignited in Wan Xinglua's eyes. Without hesitation, she made an incredibly bold decision. Using the key of 10,000 laws as a conduit, she resolutely channeled all her power toward the void center, the empty point surrounded by the 12 order cores. Yet, just as her fingertips were about to touch that void origin point, the final trap set by the Warden was triggered. Buzz! The 12 order cores simultaneously unleashed devastating beams of order judgment. Chapter 122, The Timeless Realm. 12 beams converged at a single focal point, coalescing into a terrifying torrent of energy potent enough to obliterate even a divine sovereign of force determined to erase Wan Xinglua, the variable, from existence. Faced with this fatal setup, Wan Xinglua didn't even have time to react. Yet, at that very moment, the cup of all laws, which she had always used as a storage space, automatically activated on her wrist. A gentle yet seemingly all-encompassing glow emanated from the teacup. The 12 beams of order judgment, powerful enough to destroy everything, were instantly absorbed into the tiny teacup the moment they touched that faint light, along with the very concept of order judgment they embodied. Not a single ripple was stirred. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a lazy smile, echoed softly. What I gave you is not merely a teacup. It is also a fuse. Specifically designed to prevent certain reckless fools from tripping the circuit breaker. As the Warden's final trap was effortlessly dismantled by the Cup of Universal Laws, the central control hub, the very origin point of the bell tower, was laid bare before Wan Xinglua. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the key of all laws, forged from the plague of rules, into the very heart of the hub. The entire doomsday bell, that colossal mechanism composed of countless gears and pendulums, sustaining the operation of the apocalyptic laws, froze into eternal stillness at that moment. Within the timeless realm, the colossal form of the eternal timekeeper, engaged in a battle of rules against Zhou Yan, suddenly froze rigid. The intricate orderly laws that formed its body began to collapse piece by piece, like program code that had lost its core. Its eyes, unchanging for 10,000 years, like watch dials, flashed with a complex light, filled with struggle yet tinged with a hint of release. Zhou Yan seized this moment. He extended a finger and lightly touched the eternal timekeeper's forehead, now covered in cracks. A surge of pure void returning power instantly severed the enslavement contract between it and the Warden, a bond long rooted in the deepest recesses of their souls. Snap! The eternal timekeeper's massive, clockwork-like shell shattered inch by inch, scattering into a sky of sparkling points of light. Emerging from the shattered casing was not some hideous monster, but a primordial spirit body composed entirely of pure, gentle starlight. The source of time. The instant it regained its freedom, it bowed deeply to Zhou Yan. Thank you, sir, for freeing me from my bonds. The voice of the source of time was no longer the cold, detached mechanical tone of before, but resonated with boundless wisdom and gratitude stemming from its very soul. It revealed to the two the truth that had been sealed away for countless ages. I was an ancient neutral entity born at the dawn of the universe, tasked with recording the passage of time. Yet during a patrol of the myriad realms, I was ambushed by the warden, then merely a reclaimer who forcibly stripped me of my free will. Using stolen authority from the abyssal void, he transformed me into a puppet guardian of this belle of all things' end. To repay Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua for their rescue. The source of time bestowed upon her the origin core, the very core that had been severed from the bell tower's core by Wan Xinglua's interference with the key of 10,000 laws. This artifact is one of my primordial cores from before my enslavement, containing the laws of the time anchor. Possessing this allows you to manipulate and anchor the flow of time within a limited scope to a certain degree. Simultaneously, it revealed to Zhou Yan the most crucial secret concerning the warden. The warden's true form does not reside within this clock tower. He hides behind that forbidden door. Within an absolute domain he created himself a realm known as the Court of Nirvana. With the crisis fully resolved, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua returned to the flagship Stargazer with immense gains. Wan Xinglua recounted her breathtaking ordeal within the tower to Zhou Yan with great enthusiasm. Zhou Yan, meanwhile, used the newly acquired origin core to casually carve out an independent space on the flagship's top deck where time flowed hundreds of times slower than outside. Within this undisturbed sanctuary, he personally cooked an exquisitely lavish dinner for two. Outside the window lay a dazzling starry sky, while the table was laden with steaming delicacies. Beside him, his beloved shared gentle laughter. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. This was perhaps how their honeymoon should have been. All traces of laziness and playfulness vanished from Zhou Yan's deep, piercing eyes, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He looked at Wan Xinglua beside him, his expression solemn. Xinglua, the warden suffered severe damage at the bell tower. His power foundation has been shaken to its core. He will stop at nothing to accelerate his ultimate plan, devouring all realms and opening the gate. We can no longer afford to wait passively. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of icy resolve. We must strike, proactively launch an expedition against his lair. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yan utilized the supreme authority of Wan Xinglua, the nation's fortune proxy, to issue a summons that would shake the multiverse, a call to arms to all allied uncanny realms and civilizations of Huaxia. The moment the summons was issued, the entire cosmos erupted in turmoil. The Stellar Council. The great sage Xingtong, upon receiving the summons, hesitated not a moment. The luminous sphere formed from nebulae erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Star Trajectory Council, all members heed my command. Assemble the entire Star Speaker fleet of the Council. Activate all reserve power sources. This battle is fought to repay the debt of gratitude owed to Huaxia for saving us, and to safeguard the order of all realms. This council shall lead the charge. Oil Nation. After matchmaker Mia relayed the contents of the summons to her nation, the nation's leadership responded with the swiftest and most resolute action imaginable. They offered up every strategic grade anomaly resource in the national treasury, along with all the wealth accumulated over generations. All to fully support China's final battle, staking the future of civilization. Atlantis, that magnificent capital city deep beneath the ocean, had only just regained order from the chaos of the data hell. The gravely wounded Coralie gazed upon the summons from China. Her sapphire eyes brimmed with profound complexity. There was a struggle against resignation, yet also a faint yearning for the future. Ultimately, she made her decision. Dragging her still healing severed arm, she ascended the bridge of the flagship, commanding the remnants of the fleet. Surveying her weary subordinates, she declared in a hoarse voice, "Answer China's call. This is not for China, nor is it to submit to that man." She paused, a flash of steely resolve crossing her eyes. "This is for ourselves, for our civilization, so that we may have a future." Chapter 123, Target the Court of Annihilation. The Council of the Ancient Ones. That unnameable mass of chaotic shadow, Cthulhu, also received this summons. After a moment of deliberation, it dispatched a chaos fleet composed of countless minuscule offspring. We are not adept at frontal assaults. Cthulhu's thought, as always, sounded peculiar. But clearing the outer periphery of the battlefield of minor foes is well within our capabilities. An unprecedented united fleet of all worlds, composed of dozens of powerful and bizarre civilizations, slowly assembled beyond the Blue Star Alliance's transit station. Its sheer scale obscured the sky and dimmed the stars. This scene was broadcast live across the globe, clearly visible to every viewer on Blue Star. They watched the scene unfold. One after another, flagship vessels from beyond the realms appeared, each uniquely shaped yet radiating an aura of dread. They witnessed those once mighty beings from other worlds, who had once towered above all, now willingly gathering under the banner of China. An indescribable surge of pride and excitement welled up in every heart of the Chinese people. Zhou Yan, holding Wan Xinglua's hand, slowly made his way to the very front of this immense fleet. In his hand, he gripped the blade that had long since become one with his will, the blade of return to stillness. He would personally cleave open a forbidden passage to the world beyond the gate for this united fleet bearing the hopes of myriad realms. Using the Guishu waymarker to pinpoint coordinates, Zhou Yan wielded the Sword of Stillness as his pen. With a light stroke across the void before him. SSSSHH. Space, like the softest fabric, was silently sliced open. This passage defied all spacetime laws, pointing directly toward the cosmic edge where the Forbidden Gate resided. United Fleet, set sail. Destination: the court of the Silent King. At Zhou Yan's command, the colossal United Fleet of all worlds slowly entered the Guihu Channel he had personally forged. They had finally reached that forbidden land existing only in legend. The moment the fleet emerged from the Guihu Channel, the breathtaking spectacle before them left every battle-hardened crew member momentarily breathless. It was a colossal black fissure, so immense it defied any unit of measurement. It lay brutally across the edge of the cosmos, like reality itself torn open by an invisible, colossal hand, a terrifying, never-healing scar. Beyond that fissure lay neither light nor darkness, no up or down, no east or west. Only pure, utter, deathly silence. Waves of apocalyptic energy, potent enough to make even gods tremble, seeped ceaselessly from within that forbidden gateway like an eternal cold front. Aboard the flagship Stargazer, the great sage Xing Tong's nebula-formed light sphere pulsed violently, betraying his profound inner turmoil. This is the legendary gate. The universe's endpoint, the final resting place of all things. Even the ever-proud Corelli, gazing upon that fissure, could not conceal the awe and reverence filling her eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. Before the combined fleet could approach the gate, a series of perfectly synchronized, icy hums filled with murderous intent erupted from within the colossal portal. Endless legions of Order Guardians surged forth like a black tide of death, pouring madly from the colossal gate. Uniform in form and emanating a frigid aura, each radiated the terrifying pressure of a demigod. They possessed no emotion, no fear, only the purest, absolute command to eradicate all aberrations. They formed a battle formation so tightly knit it was utterly despairing, silent yet overwhelming in its might. After a brief pause, they charged straight toward the united fleets of the 10,000 realms ahead. Aboard the flagship Stargazer, the ancient will of the great sage Xing Tong, after a moment of shock, erupted into a roar that echoed across the entire fleet's communication channels. For our own future. All ships. Open fire. In an instant. The Starspeaker fleet of the Stellar Council launched the first assault. The bows of tens of thousands of warships simultaneously ignited with brilliant starlight. Countless dazzling beams, imbued with the power of stellar birth and death, surged like a reversed Milky Way or the wrath of the gods, crashing violently into the boundless Order Guardians' legion. Corelli of Atlantis cast aside all personal grievances. Commanding the remnants of the technological fleet, she demonstrated astonishing combat prowess. Trident of Poseidon, overload launch. Blue torrents of energy, compressed from high-dimensional water elements, collided fiercely with the Order Guardians' silver light spears in the frigid starry sky, exploding into oblivion. Meanwhile, Cthulhu's Chaos Fleet unleashed countless twisted psychic shockwaves, attempting to disrupt the Order Guardians' impeccably disciplined formations. An epic, universe-spanning war erupted, engulfing the very edges of existence. Yet Zhou Yan's gaze never lingered upon the battlefield before him. He calmly gazed at the distant forbidden gate, radiating endless foreboding. Our battlefield lies beyond that gate. He murmured to Ruan Xinglua beside him. Leave this place to them. They'll buy us time. With that, Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand and walked toward the entrance of the gate, a gateway capable of devouring all living things as casually as if strolling through his own backyard garden. This scene filled every allied spectator with profound admiration and reassurance. The instant they crossed the threshold, Ruan Xinglua felt her senses, hearing, sight, touch, even the very concept of thinking itself being swiftly and mercilessly erased by an invisible, terrifying force. This was a terrifying realm where fundamental concepts like light and darkness, sound and silence, existence and nothingness had all become utterly blurred. This was the Warden's lair, his absolute domain, the court of annihilation. Zhou Yan used his own power of the abyssal void to form an absolute domain large enough for only two people, tightly shielding Ruan Xinglua within it and blocking the terrifying assimilating force from outside. He explained the rules of this place to Ruan Xinglua. This is the Warden's absolute domain. Here, existence itself is an original sin. Any substance will be ruthlessly repelled by the apocalyptic laws of this place and ultimately erased. At the entrance to the royal court, vast beyond description, two colossal knight statues stood silently, towering 10,000 zhan high like divine demons. They seemed to have existed since time immemorial. They were two of the legendary 12 Knights of the Apocalypse, tasked with judging the end. The knight on the left was twisted entirely from the withered branches of the world tree. Wherever he passed, all things withered and decayed, life itself fading away. The knight on the right seemed composed of countless fragments of shattered memories and forgotten threads of causality. Its form was blurred and shifting, emanating a heart-stopping aura of nothingness. Chapter 124, What is True Rebirth? The moment Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stepped into the royal court, these two mythically terrifying knight statues slowly awoke. They did not launch any physical attacks, for in this realm of annihilation, physical assaults held no meaning. Instead, they simultaneously unleashed their respective concept domains. An intangible withered domain, like the most vicious curse, instantly enveloped Ruan Xinglua. She could distinctly feel the vitality within her body forged through countless trials and already incredibly resilient, rapidly draining and withering at an irreversible pace. Simultaneously, another even more sinister forgetfulness domain seeped into her consciousness like an invisible poisonous mist. She began to forget who she was, why she had come, every joy, sorrow, anger, and happiness she had ever known. Even her memories of Zhou Yan were fading like a painting soaked in water, rapidly blurring and dimming. She stared in horror at the man before her, the one she loved most, the one she knew best, yet found herself barely recognizing him. Facing a conceptual level assault powerful enough to erase existence and rot away life itself, Wan Xingluo's consciousness was on the verge of being utterly consumed. In that final, desperate instant, Zhou Yan's voice rang out clearly from the deepest recesses of her soul. Xingluo, you are no longer the little girl who needed my constant protection. You now possess power equal to theirs, even surpassing theirs. Use your own core to show them what true rebirth is, what the eternal origin truly means. The once clear eyes of Wan Xingluo, clouded by the stripping away of her memories, reignited with an unparalleled brilliance in that instant. She ceased her passive defense. She unleashed the power of the world tree, long intertwined with her very essence, in its entirety. A jade-green radiance, saturated with the concepts of rebirth and hope, surged outward from her like the first dawnlight of creation. The withered domain, powerful enough to cause all things to decay, melted away instantly before this relentless concept of rebirth, like ice encountering the scorching sun, suppressed and purified in an instant. Simultaneously, she activated the origin core bestowed upon her by the source of time. A force of law representing that absolute origin instantly anchored her own timeline firmly to this very moment. The realm of oblivion, capable of erasing all memory and causality, could no longer shake her in the slightest. Wan Xingluo ceased her passive defense. She chose to strike proactively. With an unending surge of regenerative power, she radiated boundless vitality. With indestructible origin power, she fortified her very existence and causality. Clutching the blade of stillness symbolizing conclusion and extinction, she charged head-on toward the two god-level end knights. This was her first time independently confronting terrifying divine sovereign-level foes without Zhou Yan's direct intervention. The withered knight's once invincible power of decay seemed utterly feeble before Wan Xingluo's ceaseless concept of rebirth. The forgotten knight's terrifying power, capable of erasing even divine memories, could not shake the unique Wan Xingluo anchored by the origin in the slightest. Finally, seizing a fleeting opportunity, a resolute gleam flashed in Wan Xingluo's eyes. The end. With a single sword strike, she uttered the most concise yet most tyrannical decree. A grey sword beam, imbued with the concept of absolute termination, erupted with terrifying power unprecedented under the dual blessings of rebirth and origin. Where the blade's glow passed, two equally formidable apocalyptic laws, decay and oblivion, were forcibly severed. The colossal forms of two arrogant end knights crumbled beneath this strike, dissolving silently into swirling dust like weathered sand sculptures. The very concept of their existence was utterly extinguished. After defeating the two knights, the path to the deepest recesses of the royal court finally opened. At the very end of the royal court, upon a colossal black throne, forged entirely from the pure, absolute law of dead silence, a majestic figure, perfect, sacred, radiating the supreme radiance of order, slowly opened its eyes. The true form of the jailer finally revealed itself. He was not some monstrous creature of terrifying form, but a strikingly handsome, sacred, and impossibly perfect, divine being. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, a complex emotion flickered in those eyes that seemed to hold the cosmic truths of creation and destruction. The traitor of the abyss. Ignoring Zhou Yan, the warden turned his gaze toward Wan Xingluo. With a will filled with compassion and divine purpose, he expounded upon his supreme ideal. The birth, death, and cycle of the universe itself is an endless torment and agony. Only absolute stillness is perfect, the eternal peace. The Guishu you represent is the greatest flaw in this universe, the very root of suffering's endless cycle. And I am the true God destined to correct this flaw and bring ultimate tranquility to all creation. The moment the words fell, the ultimate confrontation erupted. Zhou Yan and the Warden of the Abyss, two beings embodying the universe's two diametrically opposed ultimate concepts, engaged in the most supreme conceptual war. Their battlefield had long since transcended the confines of this small court of nirvana. In an instant, it expanded across the endless timelines of past, present, and future, and into the causal networks of countless parallel universes. With a single thought from Zhou Yan, billions of brand new universes were born from the void, emerging through rebirth. The warden merely cast a cold glance, and those newly born universes instantly met their end under the order of deathly silence. With a casual wave, the warden bound the entire spacetime with the law of absolute order. Zhou Yan merely extended a finger, and the indestructible orderly cage was dissolved into nothingness by the concept of return to the void. Their battle produced no earth-shattering sounds or blinding light, yet it proved more perilous than any divine war. Even the faintest ripple of its aftermath sent shivers through the souls of the united fleets of all worlds, locked in fierce combat with the Order Guardians beyond the gates. In the endless conceptual war against Zhou Yan, the warden felt exhaustion for the very first time. That absolute dead silence he had wrought crumbled before Zhou Yan's even more overpowering all things returned to the void, retreating step by step. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. To seize the ultimate advantage, he finally unleashed his true form. Boom! The bell of all things end, a colossal structure composed of countless gears and pendulums, looming at the edge of the cosmos, unleashed a deafening roar that shook the multiverse. It was no longer a lifeless object, it had fully come to life. The warden's perfect, divine form slowly merged into the colossal bell. Chapter 125, The Genesis Bell Sounds, the Gate of Origin. He prepared to strike the final toll, a sound powerful enough to completely reset the entire existence of the universe. Ding! An invisible, yet terrifyingly ominous toll, as if containing the ultimate destiny of the cosmos, began to reverberate throughout the entire court of annihilation. Zhou was temporarily restrained by the colossal might of this bell. Xinglua. His voice rang clearly within Yuan Xingluo's mind. This bell is the embodiment of the rules forged by the warden after he usurped the authority of the end. My power of return to the void can erase it completely, but that would not be true victory. Only your power of rebirth can purify it from its very source. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. Your ultimate mission is to save this bell using the power of your world tree, not to destroy it. Yuan Xinglua instantly grasped Zhou Yan's true intent. Without hesitation, the shadowy form of the world tree behind her, already taking shape, burst into brilliant light. It lifted her up, carrying her straight toward the colossal bell, radiating an aura of endless annihilation. Yet, just as she was about to approach the bell, 10 towering figures, each radiating the terrifying aura of a divine sovereign, simultaneously materialized from the void, forming the final and most impenetrable defense. They were the remaining members of the 12 Knights of the End. Each knight embodied a distinct law of termination, possessing power beyond measure. The Plague Knight, the Chaos Knight, the Despair Knight. Facing the combined assault of these 10 terrifying Archon-level knights, Yuan Xinglua once again found herself in an unprecedentedly desperate predicament. At this very moment, through the special broadcast of the Huaxia spirit realm, the billions of beings on Blue Star and all allied civilizations witnessed the scene with crystal clarity. They witnessed that petite yet resolute figure standing alone against 10 divine demons to protect them. In Huaxia, at the Stellar Council, in the Petroleum Nation. Guided collectively by Lin Anhua, Mia, the great sage Xingtong, and others. Every being on Blue Star and all allied civilizations, young and old, every race offered their most sincere and pure prayers and blessings to that girl named Yuan Xinglua. Goddess Yuan. You must win. For China. For our future. Madame Zhou. We stand with you. This colossal torrent of will, filled with hope and rebirth, emanating from billions upon billions of beings, poured through the golden dragon of China's destiny, long connected to all realms, and poured entirely into the world tree behind Yuan Xinglua. After absorbing this boundless will for rebirth, the world tree finally blossomed into its most perfect, complete form. Its canopy stretched across the entire realm of the King of Extinction, shading the sky and blocking out the sun. Its roots plunged into the void, drawing upon the most primordial power of creation. The fully realized world tree radiated an infinite glow of rebirth. At this moment, Yuan Xinglua's power reached unprecedented heights, surpassing even the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm. Yet she chose not to fight. She merely floated silently beneath the world tree's radiance, softly singing a requiem of rebirth to the 10 knights, radiating terrifying auras. Within the song lay no slaughter, no confrontation, only the purest celebration of life and the yearning for rebirth. The moment the 10 knights, who should have been merciless killing machines, heard this requiem, the icy aura of finality that shrouded them began to slowly melt away. A flicker of liberation flickered within their wills, imprisoned for endless ages. Finally, enveloped by Yuan Xinglua's song brimming with the power of rebirth, the 10 knights lowered their weapons. They bowed to Yuan Xinglua and to the world tree behind her. Then, enveloped in a gentle glow, their forms dissolved into 12 emotionless strands of primordial law, merging into this newly born world. Yuan Xinglua approached the bell of all things end. Her delicate hands touched the cold surface of the bell. The power of rebirth, capable of creating all things, transformed this bell meant to herald doom and silence into the bell of creation, now resonating with the revival of all life and hope. With the jailer's threat utterly neutralized, the colossal bell symbolizing conclusion and desolation was completely transformed by Yuan Xinglua's colossal power of rebirth into the Genesis bell, heralding the revival of all things. The crisis at the Extinction Court thus drew to a complete and satisfying conclusion. The scene slowly shifted back to the Blue Star Alliance's transit station within the bizarre world. At this moment, an unprecedentedly grand victory banquet was being held in honor of Huaxia. All allies who had chosen to stand with China in the final battle, such as the Stellar Council and the Petroleum Nations, were present. This banquet was being broadcast live globally, reaching every viewer across Blue Star. The atmosphere at the banquet was both lively and subtly tense. Representatives of the defeated factions, including Atlantis' Corelli and the newly appointed General MacArthur of the United States, adopted an unprecedentedly humble demeanor. Ms. Yuan, your heroic deeds in the final battle have become a legend across all realms. On behalf of Atlantis, I raise my glass to you. Caroline held a glass of blue wine brewed from deep-sea fluorescent jellyfish, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Her words were filled with just the right amount of flattery. Had you not turned the tide at the last moment and purified the apocalypse, we would likely have been reduced to ashes in that catastrophe. Quite right. Mrs. Rowan's grace puts us soldiers to shame. General MacArthur raised his glass as well, his weathered face contorting into a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. To express our nation's apology and respect, the first batch of reparations is already on its way. Please accept them graciously. Their words sounded so sincere. Yet beneath their seemingly humble gaze, a faint trace of resentment and malice remained hidden. Just as the banquet's atmosphere reached its peak. Clang! Without warning. At the edge of the cosmos, the very same Genesis bell that Ruan Xinglua had just transformed into a new being stirred without a breath of wind. It emitted a distant, sacred, and monumental toll as if containing all the mysteries of the universe's inception. This chime did not travel through air or any medium. It traversed endless void and dimensions, resonating clearly and directly within the deepest recesses of every living soul. Immediately after, the cold, eerie announcement from the marriage system echoed across the world once more. Detected activation of the Genesis bell. The new era of national destiny, the Genesis era, officially begins. Chapter 126, The Void of Genesis. The coordinates of the first Genesis level realm, the Void of Genesis, have been locked. New rule issued: this realm is unclaimed territory. Its internal energy forms are extremely unstable. The entrance, the Gate of Genesis, must be stabilized first. The first civilization to successfully open and fully stabilize the Gate of Genesis shall gain exclusive priority rights to explore this Void of Genesis realm, along with massive rewards of civilization potential points. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Those who had just been humbly offering toasts, their faces etched with defeat, Coralie, MacArthur, and others, suddenly saw the flames of opportunity reignite deep within their eyes. They understood this was their only possible chance to turn the tables. It was the system, this world, granting them one final chance to challenge the hegemony of China. All eyes instantly turned toward the center of the transit station hall. There, a live feed of the Gate of Beginnings was projected in crystal clear detail. It was a colossal gateway, seemingly connecting to another universe. Within its depths, primal, chaotic energy storms raged uncontrollably. Earth, water, fire, wind, the four primordial energies of creation collided and annihilated each other in an extremely unstable state, radiating a terrifying aura potent enough to tear everything apart. China's top expert team, alongside Ruan Xinglua, arrived at the Gate of Genesis ravaged by the energy storm at the very first moment, commencing urgent research and experiments. The energy structure is too chaotic. None of our instruments can analyze it effectively. The rules are in a state of absolute chaos. This is beyond the reach of any existing technology. Several of China's foremost rule theory experts stared at the raging energy storm before them, their expressions growing grim to the extreme. We can't wait any longer. We must attempt forced stabilization. Director Lin Andhwa made the decision without hesitation. Initiate Protocol 1. Deploy the Rule Stabilization Anchor. At his command, a massive rule stabilization anchor forged with China's latest technology and capable of stabilizing an S-class anomaly was slowly pushed toward the Gate of Genesis. However, the massive stabilizing anchor, having barely approached the edge of the colossal gate and before it could even begin its work, it was instantly torn apart by a mere trickle of primordial chaos energy leaking from within the gate, reduced to a sky filled with metallic shards. Failure. Plan 1 has completely failed. The expert team delivered the despairing report. Within the transit station hall, Zhou Yan gazed at the gate spewing chaotic storms and offered a faint smile to Ruan Xinglua beside him. Madam, the system has presented another challenge. This time, the question is called opening the door. Seeing that technological means were ineffective, Ruan Xinglua resolved to take matters into her own hands. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and activated the power of the dragon pillars that had long been bound to her bloodline. Roar! A mighty dragon's roar echoed through the void. The colossal power of China's national fortune coalesced into a golden dragon specter stretching 10,000 zhang long. Imbued with the resplendent divine might that subdued the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, it attempted to forcibly suppress the raging chaos storm with the supreme force of the nation's destiny. Yet this time, the once invincible dragon pillars proved ineffective. The moment the golden dragon plunged into the chaos storm, its colossal form began to dissolve and be devoured as if it were gold encountering the most potent corrosive agent. Ruan Xinglua could distinctly sense the nation's fortune power being consumed at a terrifying rate by the chaotic energy storm. She dared not continue, and with a deathly pale face, she withdrew her divine power. This scene played out clearly before everyone's eyes via the global live broadcast. For viewers worldwide who had just begun to believe in China's invincibility, doubts began to surge uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. Seeing that Ruan Xinglua couldn't even suppress the most primordial chaotic energy storm, a new wave of turmoil instantly erupted across major global live stream platforms. Atlantis live stream. A calm, knowing smile spread across Coralie's stunningly beautiful face. I knew it. That mysterious man couldn't possibly handle everything personally. His true strength lies in strategic planning and understanding the rules, not in solving every problem with brute force. Without his guidance, this Chinese woman is utterly helpless when confronted with the true, primal, and unreasonable nature of the rules. Beautiful Country Livestream. General MacArthur watched the futile struggles of Ruan Xingluo on the screen and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. See that? Her national fortune is being drained at an alarming rate. Keep it up, you Chinese woman. Pour your nation's fortune into this bottomless pit. Better yet, exhaust every last bit of fortune your nation has accumulated on this worthless door. China live stream. The viewers' hearts leapt to their throats once more, gripped by anxiety. What can we do? Even Goddess Ruan can't hold back this storm? Her national fortune power is being drained. This door's grade must be insanely high. Where's God Zhou? God Zhou, come up with a solution. We can't let Goddess Ruan keep draining the nation's fortune. Before the newly born gate, Ruan Xingluo refused to believe in superstition. Since the nation's fortune proved ineffective, she would sever it with the absolute rule of the end. She once again activated the blade of stillness in her hand, attempting to sever the very source of that chaotic energy with the purest concept of the end. Yet, when that invincible gray blade sliced into the storm, it became trapped as if in the thickest, most viscous mire, a tangled web woven from countless contradictory laws. Countless chaotic, disorderly primordial rules bound it tightly. For a moment, she found herself unable to draw the blade free. Instead, as her power steadily drained, she plunged into an even more perilous predicament. At that very moment, in Atlantis Command Center, Coralie did not choose to dispatch the fleet to seize the opportunity for plunder or direct attack. Instead, she calmly issued a new order to her subordinate beside her. Activate the Akashic Record Interferer and remotely analyze the energy composition of the Gate of Genesis. Soon, a detailed analysis report appeared before her. The report indicated that among the 4 chaotic energies raging within the gate, the netherwater energy representing death and decay was the most active and violent. It was the primary cause disrupting the entire energy field's equilibrium. A cold curve touched the corner of Coralie's mouth as she read the report. She immediately issued a second command. Through the interferer, inject a faint yet catalytic trace of negative divinity into the energy field of the Gate of Genesis. We will not attack. Chapter 127, Complete Loss of Control. Coralie sneered coldly, her eyes flashing with intelligence and ruthlessness. We will help it spiral completely out of control. I will catalyze the power of that netherwater, amplifying it 100-fold. Let's see how she, Huaxia, uses her nation's fortune to fill this bottomless pit. Boom! As Coralie issued her command, the energy storm of the Gate of Beginnings surged with fury 100-fold more than before. The black netherwater energy surged like a breached river from the 9 netherworlds, transforming into countless hideous tentacles of death that began to viciously erode and suppress the other 3 energies. The entire colossal Gate of Genesis showed terrifying signs of being utterly consumed by death energy, threatening to seal it shut forever. Put! At the storm's epicenter, Ruan Xingluo bore the brunt of this backlash, a trickle of blood once again spilling from the corner of her mouth. The hearts of viewers worldwide were in their throats. The Huaxia expert team was utterly helpless, with director Lin Anhua sweating profusely in his distress. Everyone believed that this time, China was truly headed for failure. Worse still, the nation's fortune might be depleted to the point of reverting to its former state of vulnerable era where it faced relentless oppression. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable crisis, Ruan Xingluo once again reached out to Zhou Yan for help. Husband. I can barely hold on. Zhou Yan's voice, still leisurely and even tinged with a hint of amusement, sounded slowly. Balance is never achieved through forced suppression. It's about channeling. If there's too much water, just find something to drink it up, right? Zhou Yan coaxed gently. Have you forgotten about that omnivorous pet of yours? That single sentence jolted her awake. Ruan Xingluo suddenly understood. She immediately summoned the Chaos Devourer, who had been sound asleep inside the cradle of reincarnation. When viewers saw Ruan Xingluo unleash that creature still resembling a harmless black hole ball of a slime at such a critical moment, the global audience was stunned. What is she doing? Sending this pet to its death? Even Goddess Ruan can't withstand this energy storm. Even far away at the command center, Coralie wore an expression of confusion and growing contempt. However, the Chaos Devourer, upon beholding the raging, surging water of the netherworld energy, a force saturated with the pure rules of death and decay. Its enormous single eye instantly erupted with unprecedented ecstasy as if it had beheld the most exquisite delicacy imaginable. Pit ch. It emitted an exuberant cry, its entire body transforming into a black streak of light as it plunged headfirst into the energy storm, one powerful enough to make even gods pale. Facing the netherwater energy storm, amplified 100-fold by Coralie, powerful enough to make even gods pale. The Chaos Devourer's enormous single eye showed not a trace of fear, but instead erupted with an unprecedented ecstasy like a ravenous beast starved for billions of years finally beholding a banquet fit for emperors. It opened its invisible yet seemingly all-consuming maw. Like a colossal whale, it sucked in the boundless black ocean with a mighty gulp. Whoosh! What unfolded next left every viewer watching the live broadcast worldwide, including Corelli and MacArthur at the distant command center, frozen in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. The overwhelming black deluge, capable of drowning and corroding everything, saturated with the pure laws of death and decay, was being devoured and absorbed at a terrifying, visible speed by that black slime, seemingly no larger than a compact car. That primal death energy, a lethal poison to any other living being. For it, however, was the ultimate buffet. The core of the entire energy storm formed a colossal vortex. And at the very center of that vortex sat the tiny slime, feasting with relish. Global live stream. After tens of seconds of deafening silence, the room erupted in waves of gasps filled with utter shock and disbelief. Holy! 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 It can eat like that? What the hell am I seeing? It's slurping that black death flood like noodles. That's the most primordial death rule energy. A terror even the golden dragon of national fortune couldn't suppress. And it's being eaten like dinner? I get it. I finally get it. While we've been struggling to figure out how to eliminate energy pollution, this guy just eats the source of pollution for breakfast. Is this the gap? In the live feed, the towering black flood was being devoured by the tiny slime at a visible pace. Around the entire gate of Genesis, the raging energy storm was rapidly subsiding. Inside the Atlantis command center, Coralie, Declan, and the others were all gobsmacked, jaws dropping to the floor, unable to utter a single coherent word. Yet, just as everyone believed the crisis was about to be resolved, a new problem emerged. As the Chaos Devourer consumed vast quantities of the netherwater, the fragile balance of the four energies sustaining the portal of Genesis was shattered completely. Deprived of the netherwater's support, the gate's energy structure became even more unstable than before. Its spatial framework began to collapse in large, irregular patches. Though the excess netherwater had been resolved, it now manifested as a grave imbalance between life and death. The gate remained unstable. From afar, Coralie witnessed this. After the initial shock, a cold, mocking smile reappeared on her face. Foolish. You resolved the water crisis only to shatter the equilibrium entirely, bringing the entire gate to the brink of collapse. The end result remains the same. Huaxia still stands defeated. Yet, Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed once more within Wan Xingluo's mind. Who said I'd let it only consume without expelling? At that moment, the Chaos Devourer, having consumed every last bit of the netherworld water's energy, belched contentedly. Then, under the utterly stunned gazes of everyone present, it opened its invisible maw once more. It expelled a brand new energy. But this energy was no longer the deathly black tainted with decay. Instead, it was a brand new water of rebirth. Transformed and purified by its Guishu essence, it now embodied both the opposing yet cyclical concepts of life and death. This fatally chaotic gray water of rebirth seamlessly integrated into the already unbalanced energy cycle of the Gate of Origin. It became the fourth, and most crucial, force sustaining the entire gate's equilibrium. Chapter 128, Exclusive Priority Rights. Earth, Fire, Wind, and the Water of Rebirth. The four primordial energies of creation formed a perfect, stable, and perpetually regenerating energy cycle structure at this moment. The Gate of Genesis finally stabilized completely. The violet energy storm dissipated completely, replaced by a gentle radiance radiating tranquility, stability, and boundless vitality. A solemn system announcement resounded across the globe. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for successfully stabilizing the Gate of Genesis. You have secured exclusive priority rights to pioneer the Void of Genesis. The fortune of the Huaxia nation has once again experienced an epic surge. Simultaneously, the Chaos Devourer, having feasted on this colossal banquet and transformed its understanding of the life and death rules, successfully completed yet another evolution. Gentle, rippling patterns like water waves began to flow across its starry sky-like body. It unlocked a brand new ability: water rule mimicry. Dead silence hung over Atlantis Command Center. Coralie stared at the catalyst she had painstakingly engineered at immense cost, only to see it ultimately aid her opponent's pet in achieving a near-perfect, utterly unfathomable super-evolution. A wave of sweetness surged in her throat, followed by a rage that shot straight to her temples. Snap! The exquisite crystal-stemmed glass in her hand, crafted from 10,000-year-old deep-sea crystal, shattered into pieces under her grip. Her stunningly beautiful face turned ashen. As the Gate of Beginnings stabilized completely, the massive portal of light slowly swung open to both sides. It revealed the tip of the iceberg, the Void of Genesis beyond the gate, a realm brimming with endless opportunities and unknowns. But just as Wan Xingluo prepared to lead the Huaxia team as the first to enter this unclaimed treasure trove, a silver mechanical probe, brimming with cyberpunk aesthetics and starkly incongruous with the surrounding mythical scenery, suddenly shot out from the other side of the gate. Etched upon its metallic shell was an emblem entirely distinct from the dragon-patterned banner of magic martial China, a cold, technological insignia composed of countless intricate circuits and spinning gears. A new, unknown force seemed to have set its sights on this place as well. What had flown out ahead of the others from the Gate of Beginnings was not a cyberpunk-style mechanical probe. Instead, it was an alchemical raven formed from countless intricate gears. Its eyes were two constantly rotating precision crystals, flashing with vast streams of data. The raven landed before the Huaxia expert team and Ruan Xinglua, slowly unfurling wings entirely formed of gears and connecting rods. A soft golden light projected from its crystal eyes, forming an incredibly clear holographic image in midair. Within the image stood a handsome middle-aged man dressed in the highest-grade medieval European noble attire. He performed an impeccable noble chest-touching salute toward Ruan Xinglua. "Good afternoon, friends from the emerging civilization." His voice was gentle and refined, magnetic yet tinged with an innate sense of superiority. "I am Alistair, Grand Master of the Golden Dawn." The Golden Dawn. Inside the transit station, Director Lin Angua and the members of the Huaxia think tank, watching this scene via live broadcast, all paled visibly the moment they heard that name. This name had been mentioned multiple times within Blue Star's most top-secret archives concerning the supernatural history preceding the arrival of the era of anomalies. They were an ancient and mysterious esoteric organization that had existed long before the era of the anomalies descended upon Blue Star. Its members comprised a group of alchemists, astrologers, and mystics standing at the pinnacle of human wisdom. They had always remained hidden behind the scenes of history, quietly studying the fundamental rules of this world. They deemed power systems like eerie matchmaking, bound to the national fortune of ordinary masses, inefficient, barbaric, and utterly foolish. Only a select few elites who grasp the truth are worthy of wielding and commanding true transcendent power. At this moment, though this self-styled Grand Master Alistair maintained polite decorum, his words brimmed with the unabashed arrogance inherent to the elite class. "Ms. Ruan, the Golden Dawn Society has been observing your faction for quite some time." Alistair's gaze seemed to pierce through the holographic projection, fixing upon Ruan Xinglua. "Your reliance on national fortune, such a crude, barbaric method of acquiring power may have shown some initial effectiveness, but it remains a deviant path." His tone was like that of a teacher correcting a student who had chosen the wrong method. "Whereas our Golden Dawn Society pursues a profound understanding of the fundamental rules governing the world and absolute mastery over them." He gestured toward the gate of Genesis in the image, still spewing chaotic energy, a refined smile touching his lips. "This gate is a catastrophe beyond your control, a disaster for civilizations still stuck in the primitive stage of power accumulation. But for us, it is a perfect exploration, brimming with both academic rigor and artistic beauty." Within the global broadcast room, every viewer erupted in fury upon hearing these words. Who the hell is this guy? What a nerve! Calling our national destiny a heretical path? Golden Dawn Society? What is that? Existed before the age of anomalies? Why didn't they save Blue Star back then? Now they show up acting all high and mighty? So arrogant. His tone makes my fists clench. Alistair ignored the global audience's fury, continuing in his elegant yet oppressive tone to propose an agreement. To avoid unnecessary conflict. Ms. Ruan, how about we engage in a fair contest? Both aiming to stabilize this newly opened gate, you may use your much-vaunted national fortune, while we employ our alchemy. He paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Whoever stabilizes this gate first will gain exclusive access to this primordial wasteland for 3 full days. The global broadcast will bear witness, no deceit, young or old. Alistair's gaze, tinged with a faint, almost omniscient amusement, fixed upon Ruan Xinglua. Alistair's elegant yet arrogantly competitive proposal was transmitted clearly across the globe through the holographic image of the alchemical raven. China live stream. After a moment of stunned silence, a torrent of angry and anxious comments flooded the screen. Another one. Where did these self-important jerks crawl out from? Chapter 129, The Golden Dawn Society? Golden Dawn Society? What a bold claim. How dare they call our national fortune a heretical path? But they seem genuinely formidable. Goddess Ruan should be careful this time. Yeah, that guy looks so elegant, and they seem to know a lot about this door. Meanwhile, in the command centers of Atlantis and the United States, a carnival of schadenfreude erupted. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Coralie watched the holographic display of Alistair's confident, elite demeanor, a playful smile curling her lips. Finally, an ancient power outside the national destiny system has come looking for trouble with China. General MacArthur laughed with gleeful schadenfreude. Let this Golden Dawn Society give the Chinese woman a proper warning shot. I'll be damned if I don't see how she'll pull off miracles without that mysterious man's direct help. Faced with this sudden challenge, Ruan Xinglua did not respond immediately. Instead, she used her soul imprint to seek guidance from Zhou Yan at the very first opportunity. Husband, this Golden Dawn Society. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind. Oh? So a local faction that doesn't worship the national fortune system has finally come knocking on our door? Interesting. Accept their proposal. I'm also eager to see what new tricks these self-important elites can pull off. With Zhou Yan's approval secured, Ruan Xinglua felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lifting her cool, clear gaze to meet Alistair's scrutinizing stare, she spoke calmly. Very well. China accepts your challenge. Under the gaze of a global audience, the competition officially commenced. A victorious smile spread across Alistair's face. He gave a subtle wave to his side. 12 figures, each dressed in classical noble attire and bearing distinct alchemical symbol insignia on their chests, appeared silently. They were the 12 core alchemists of the Golden Dawn Society. The 12 displayed breathtaking skill and seamless coordination. Their movements were fluid and seamless as they continuously drew forth from their respective alchemical realms a variety of rare materials glowing with multicolored radiance long extinct in the outside world. Powdered philosopher's stone, morning dew from the world tree, shards of dragon heart, fragments of stellar cores. Before the gate of Genesis, they began constructing a massive, intricate array, a hermetic 13-ring stellar positioning array steeped in mysticism and geometric beauty. Each energy line of the array, as it was outlined and illuminated, drew forth the most primordial energies between heaven and earth, creating intense resonance. The globally broadcast footage showcased dazzling energy effects, accompanied by real-time commentary from certain neutral experts. Good heavens! Everyone, look! The Golden Dawn Lodge has constructed the legendary hermetic star position array said to communicate directly with the world's primordial essence. Such an array demands not only profound understanding of energy structures but also mastery of alchemy reaching divine levels. This is true transcendent power. Filled with wisdom and elegance. Compared to them, China's previous methods relying on national fortune seem like nothing more than the crude force of barbarians. Golden Dawn approval rating plus 10%. Golden Dawn support rating plus 20%. In an instant, the Golden Dawn Society's approval rating skyrocketed worldwide. In stark contrast, China's approach seemed downright rustic and even a bit shabby. The expert team was still scrambling to analyze a mountain of chaotic data they couldn't comprehend, their efforts utterly futile. Meanwhile, Ruan Xinglua could only continue channeling the dragon energy from the Imperial Dragon Pillar, performing the most basic energy countermeasures against the raging storm. Her face was slightly pale from the immense exertion, appearing strained and ineffective. Watching Ruan Xinglua's somewhat clumsy approach, a superior smile spread across Alistair's handsome face. He even had the leisure to fold his arms behind his back, like the most patient teacher, delivering an impromptu lesson to Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, energy isn't something to be wielded so crudely. You must comprehend its intrinsic structure, locate its operational energy nodes, and then leverage it with more advanced principles guiding it. At this point, he sighed lightly, feigning helplessness. Ah, never mind. Explaining this to you probably won't make sense anyway, given your current understanding. Time ticked by, second by second. The profound insights demonstrated by the Golden Dawn Society left the global audience in awe. Through the combined efforts of Alistair and his 12 round-table alchemists, over 80% of the immense and intricate Hermes 13-ring stellar array had been completed. A dazzling, sacred golden radiance threatened to envelop the entire Gate of Genesis entirely. The energy fluctuations of the array were incredibly stable, radiating a sense of masterful control with composure and elegance. In stark contrast, the Chinese side remained utterly stagnant. The expert team stared at the chaotic data, resembling gibberish, their brows furrowed in frustration, utterly helpless. During a recent energy collision attempt, a minor energy tidal backlash within the Gate of Genesis even caused several experts conducting close-range observations to suffer significant internal injuries. The stark contrast between the two sides made the disparity in capability abundantly clear. Global public opinion has begun to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction at this very moment. Everyone believed that China was about to suffer a humiliating defeat. Within the Atlantis Command Center, Corelli watched the scenes unfolding on the holographic display, a cold smile curling her lips. See this, General Declan? This is true transcendence. China's barbaric rise, reliant on a single powerhouse, is ultimately fleeting. Before true, systematic power, it is utterly defenseless. Just as everyone believed China's defeat was inevitable. Zhou Yan's voice rang out. This formation is indeed quite well constructed. What a pity. It's rotten to the core. Ruan Xinglua's heart jolted at those words. Husband, what do you mean? Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of disdain and mockery. His so-called Hermes 13-ring stellar array on the surface, it appears to be organizing and stabilizing the chaotic energy of the newly born gate. But its true core is an extremely insidious form of rule parasitism. Rule parasite? Ruan Xinglua heard this term for the first time. Exactly, Zhou Yan explained. They're attempting to implant a unique ideological stamp belonging to their Golden Dawn Society into the rule core of the Gate of Genesis through this formation. Chapter 130, Private Garden. If they succeed, this gate will indeed appear stable on the surface. But the supreme authority over the rules of the entirely new realm it connects to the birthplace of the void will forever remain in the hands of the Golden Dawn. Zhou Yan's voice turned icy. They intend to turn this new world, which should belong to everyone, into the private garden of their Golden Dawn Society. Upon learning the truth, endless horror and fury surged through Ruan Xinglua's heart. These hypocritical bastards were plotting such a treacherous and vicious scheme. But immediately, an even greater dilemma confronted her. If she intervened now to forcibly interrupt the Golden Dawn's ritual, the Hermes array already charged with terrifying energy would inevitably spiral out of control. Its uncontrolled energy would detonate alongside the already chaotic and violent energies within the Gate of Beginnings. The resulting catastrophe would likely tear this entire region along with all surrounding fleets into shreds. But if she did not intervene, could she simply stand by and watch their conspiracy succeed? She was instantly plunged into a dilemma with no easy solution. From afar, Alistair observed Ruan Xingluo's expression grow profoundly grave in that instant, mistakenly believing she was utterly captivated by his masterful, almost supernatural skill. "What's wrong, Ms. Ruan?" he asked leisurely, his tone dripping with the confidence of a victor. "Have you finally grasped the gulf between us? Don't worry, the real show is yet to come." As his words faded, the colossal Hermes magic array neared its final completion. At the very center of the array, a mysterious rune composed of countless golden concepts of domination began to slowly take shape. That was the embryonic form of the mind brand. It radiated a dangerous, yet irresistibly deadly golden glow. Ruan Xingluo was consumed by panic. She could feel that the time left for her was running out. "Husband, what should we do? We're running out of time." Facing Ruan Xingluo's desperate plea, Zhou Yan smiled and said, "Who said we have to interrupt the ritual?" Ruan Xingluo froze at his words. "Not interrupt? But that would mean watching their scheme succeed right before their eyes." Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of playful teasing, like a cat toying with a mouse, continuing to echo in her mind. "If he wants to implant it, let him implant it. But we can help him modify the final implanted content." He directed Ruan Xingluo's gaze toward the Chaos Devourer lurking behind her, curiously examining the golden magic array. "The little creature commanding you. But this time, our goal isn't to devour those chaotic energies, but to devour the alchemical runes themselves that form that array." Devour the runes? Ruan Xingluo could scarcely believe it. Those were tangible entities forged from countless laws and information. The essence of the Chaos Devourer is the void, the ultimate end of all things in the cosmos. Zhou Yan explained patiently. Any rules or information created by sentient beings are nothing but edible text fragments before it. Go. Let it taste how this feast of rules, meticulously prepared by the Golden Dawn Society, fares. Though Ruan Xingluo still harbored some skepticism, her absolute trust in Zhou Yan prompted her to comply immediately. Through their soul connection, she issued a brand new command to the Chaos Devourer. Put. A burst of ecstatic light erupted from the Chaos Devourer's enormous single eye. Silently, it slipped to the edge of the massive formation. It extended a black tentacle as thin as a strand of hair, lightly touching the outermost auxiliary rune of the formation. Alistair, who was directing the ritual, remained completely unaware. Yet, that single, light touch caused the light emanating from the alchemical rune, which had been functioning steadily, to dim instantly. All the rules and information contained within were completely absorbed by the Chaos Devourer. Burp. The Chaos Devourer belched contentedly, its enormous single eye narrowing into a satisfied slit. A sudden flash of light filled Ruan Xingluo's vision. It really worked. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately focused her entire attention on directing the Chaos Devourer, launching a precise stealth steal operation against the massive Hermes array. Little Black, devour that rune on the left representing domination. Yes, and don't miss the one in the lower right corner, the core node representing enslavement. The one directly above representing eternity looks the most potent, save it for dessert. Like the most voracious gourmet, the Chaos Devourer, under Ruan Xingluo's precise command, began selectively devouring those ideological imprint rule runes one by one until they were completely consumed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alistair stood with a smug expression, performing the final step of this grand ritual. He could already envision the glorious spectacle of successfully implanting the will of the Golden Dawn into this newly born world, becoming its hidden ruler. Yet at that very moment, he suddenly detected logical errors emerging in the energy flow of the ritual array. Strange. Alistair furrowed his brow slightly. Why has the energy at this transmission node inexplicably weakened by 3%? And over there, the frequency of the rule resonance has also developed a subtle, barely perceptible deviation. But he didn't dwell on it. In his view, such insignificant energy losses were perfectly normal for a spell array as vast and intricate as this one. If anything, it only served to highlight the grandeur and complexity of his formation. It's likely just normal energy overflow caused by the sheer magnitude of the power. Instead, he increased the energy output to the formation, attempting to correct that insignificant error with greater force. Behind him, the 12 Round Table alchemists also detected no irregularities. They remained immersed in the immense joy of impending success, their movements graceful and expressions focused. Global audiences were utterly captivated by this alchemical ritual, which seemed nothing short of a miracle. Everyone believed that China had utterly lost any hope of a comeback. They were merely waiting for Alistair to declare the ritual's final completion, waiting to witness Huaxia's humiliating defeat. Finally, after Alistair amplified his energy output, the final energy circuit ignited successfully. 13 colossal stellar halos erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling golden radiance. The thought seal, composed of countless runes, finally coalesced completely at the center of the formation. Chapter 131, The Form of Truth. Alistair spread his arms wide, his face contorted into a victor's maniacal grin. Addressing the entire world, he proclaimed in a voice resonating with sacred authority. The ritual is complete. Behold, mortals. This is the form of truth. The Hermes 13-ring stellar array is now fully complete. The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. The gate of Genesis is now under my master's command. With that, he violently drove the fully crystallized thought seal rune into the core of the gate of Genesis, which continued to spew forth chaotic energy. He could already envision his glorious future, successfully claiming this newly born world as his own, using it as a springboard to ultimately seize control over the primordial essence of all realms. Atlantis live stream. We won. We won. Miss Coralie. Even if we didn't win it ourselves, seeing China suffer a crushing defeat is the greatest victory. Beautiful nation live stream. Well done, Golden Dawn. Show them who the true elites of this world are, those who truly deserve power. However, just as that golden thought brand was about to fuse completely with the rule core of the Gate of Beginnings, a sudden anomaly occurred. The instant the golden mind seal entered the Gate of Genesis, its internal structure underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The core rule runes that should have embodied domination, enslavement, and control had their most crucial components stolen by the Chaos Devourer long ago, rendering their fundamental logic invalid. Buzz. The Hermes 13-ring stellar array spiraled completely out of control at that instant. Not only did it fail to control the Gate of Genesis, but due to the fundamental distortion of its core logic, it transformed into an irreversible conduit for energy transfer. No! How could this happen? Alistair's smiling face froze instantly, replaced by boundless horror and dread. My power. My magic is draining away at an alarming rate. He let out a piercing scream. He could distinctly feel his magic being frantically drained through the very magic circle he had personally constructed, becoming the sustenance that stabilized the Gate of Genesis. Behind him, the 12 Round Table alchemists didn't even have time to scream before their bodies visibly withered and shriveled at a terrifying speed. Within mere seconds, these 12 alchemical masters were utterly drained into 12 human husks scattered by the wind, reduced to ashes of history. After absorbing this immense surge of energy, the Gate of Genesis instantly became utterly stable. The entire gate radiated a soft, sacred, and vibrant rainbow glow, brimming with the essence of new life, as it swung open its doors to the new world for Huaxia. The global livestream fell utterly silent at that moment. Every viewer watching the broadcast, regardless of their prior stance, was utterly speechless at the sight of this miracle unfolding before their eyes. Seconds later, China live stream, after a brief collective freeze, erupted with a deafening roar of cheers powerful enough to shake the entire relay station. Holy! 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 You can do that? What kind of god-tier move is that? Did I see that right? Golden Dawn worked their asses off building this stage, only for it to be a show for Goddess Ruan and her pet? Stealing the enemy's skills, then rewriting the core code right in front of the whole world. This is what a true dimensional strike looks like. A double crush in both IQ and skill. God Zhou is insane. No. Before being completely drained, Alistair glared at Ruan Xinglua with eyes filled with venom and resentment. With his last ounce of strength, he screamed, You shameless thieves. The true gatekeeper will absolutely never let you off the hook. With that, he dissolved completely into cosmic dust. From the now stabilized Gate of Beginnings, a luminous glow emanated as an ordinary-looking, aged figure slowly emerged from behind the door. This old gardener carried not a single trace of energy fluctuation, appearing as though he were merely a mortal who had toiled diligently in his own garden his entire life. Yet the instant he appeared, the entire Blue Star Alliance transit station fell into an eerie, instantaneous stillness. Every pair of eyes was involuntarily drawn to this seemingly unremarkable old man. His cloudy eyes swept slowly across the crowd, finally settling on Ruan Xinglua. I am the gatekeeper of this door. His voice was hoarse, yet it seemed to carry the weight of some fundamental law. You may call me Bart. He tapped the broom in his hand lightly on the ground, as if sweeping away some invisible dust. Earlier, thank you for clearing away the trash at the entrance. He was referring to the Golden Dawn Society, which had just been utterly annihilated. At these words, the entire crowd fell silent once more. The Golden Dawn, that mysterious organization that had lurked in the shadows of Blue Star for countless ages, in the words of this old gardener, it was nothing more than trash at the door? Ignoring the stunned expressions, Bart proceeded to announce the new rules. Although Huaxia civilization has stabilized this gate, it has merely secured the qualification to take the entrance exam. What? Merely the right to take the exam? Director Lin Anhua and the members of the Huaxia think tank were all stunned. They had believed securing the gate equated to claiming ownership of this primordial void. To truly earn the right to pioneer the newborn realm, you must pass the final trial I have devised. The gatekeeper Bart patiently explained. The primordial wasteland is no ordinary realm of mystery. It is the spirit of a newly born world, its future holding infinite possibilities. His cloudy eyes shone with tenderness and anticipation. What I need is a gardener who can guide it, allowing it to blossom into its most radiant splendor. Not a miner who only knows how to take and plunder. Bart announced the final trial. The trial of the Garden of Life. He waved the old broom in his hand lightly through the air. Hum. A self-contained demi-plane, brimming with potent life force and chaotic soil, materialized effortlessly before them. All qualified participants shall receive an identical piece of chaotic soil and the most primordial seed of life. Within 24 hours, nurture the seed until it sprouts and grows. Ultimately, I shall determine the sole victor based on the vitality and evolutionary potential this seed ultimately manifests. This trial is not exclusive to your blue star civilization. The ancient voice of the gatekeeper, Bart, resounded throughout the cosmos with an authority that brooked no argument. Chapter 132, The Trial of Sowing. With a gentle sweep of his broom, he commanded once more. Whoosh! Space unfurled like a scroll, torn effortlessly into several massive rifts leading to the infinite parallel universes. He issued an invitation to those infinite parallel universes. All civilizations that have touched the causality of creation within their respective timelines. All are qualified to participate in this trial of sowing. The instant Bart issued his invitation, a figure responded to the invitation from one of the spatial rifts and stepped forth. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in an ornate imperial robe embroidered with a 9-clawed black dragon, her head crowned with a flat-topped imperial cap, radiating boundless majesty and authority. Behind her, a demonic flame Qilin blazing with towering infernos roared earth-shatteringly, its aura now more ferocious and terrifying than before. None other than the demon martial empress of China Longingxue, who had crossed paths with China before, hailing from another parallel universe. Her phoenix-like eyes, brimming with dominance and aggression, swept across the entire venue before settling precisely on Ruan Xinglua. Her eyes blazed with unabashed, surging fighting spirit. Ruan Xinglua. Longingxue's voice, amplified by a unique spatial law, rang clearly in everyone's ears. It seems our unfinished business will be settled today, right here in this little garden. She paused, a confident and mocking curve lifting the corners of her mouth. This time, you won't have that mysterious man of yours pulling strings behind the scenes to deceive the heavens. I'm eager to see what skills you have left. Facing Longingxue's openly provocative challenge, filled with tension, Ruan Xinglua's expression remained as calm as ever. She responded softly, the meaning of power lies not in conquest, but in protection. That is something you will never understand. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, 2 or 3 more figures slowly emerged from other spatial rifts. They, too, were representatives of human civilization from other parallel universes. One wore futuristic silver battle armor, with several autonomous floating cannons suspended behind him. Another held an ancient grimoire, radiating profound magical energy. Both possessed immense power, having reached the threshold of godhood, yet they seemed far more intrigued by the China derby between Longingxue and Ruan Xinglua, choosing for now to remain observers. This scene instantly ignited unprecedentedly fierce debates and wagers in the live streams of both parallel Earths. China live stream. What? That Empress of Magic Martial China is back again. How can she be so persistent? Last time we let her slip away. This time, we absolutely cannot let her get away again. But this time it seems like a fair, head-to-head contest. It's testing raw strength. Can Goddess Ruan pull it off? Magic Martial Arts Huaxiao livestream. Ha 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 ha. Her Majesty the Empress is magnificent. She commanded the entire arena the moment she stepped out. Last time, it was only because that scheming man named Zhouyan outmaneuvered Her Majesty, causing her a minor setback. This time, it's a test of true raw power. That Ruan Xinglua, who only knows how to rely on men, is doomed. Guys. The bets are open. I'm putting my money on Her Majesty the Empress making that Ruan Xinglua seed wither away within 10 minutes. Gatekeeper Bart ignored the clamor outside the arena. His ancient voice echoed slowly. The trial officially begins. The moment the words fell, all participants were transported by a gentle force into the Garden of Life. Each stood before her own patch of land, identical, barren, and suffused with chaotic energy. Longingxue gazed at the lifeless expanse before her, a cold, disdainful sneer curling her lips. Without hesitation, she turned and issued an order to the army of monstrous minions behind her, a horde of countless ferocious creatures. Slaughter one another. The victor shall earn the supreme honor of becoming the first nourishment for my demon vine. Roar! The moment the command was issued, the minions, already brimming with savage fury, plunged into the most brutal, blood-soaked carnage. Longingxue watched it all expressionless, forcibly sacrificing the flesh and blood of the fallen losers in the slaughter. Ultimately, it was refined into a mass of flesh and blood demonic fertilizer brimming with savagery and venom, yet containing immense life energy. She violently poured this foul-smelling fertilizer into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Then, channeling her demonic god power, she forcibly accelerated the growth of that primordial seed of life in a manner bordering on predatory. Under Longingxue's overwhelmingly domineering methods, the seed broke through the soil at a visible speed. A twisted, monstrously black vine, entirely pitch black, shot out violently. And it continued to grow and spread at an astonishing, almost unbelievable speed. The vitality readings it emitted skyrocketed on the rankings board like a rocket blasting off. Meanwhile, on Ruan Xinglua's side, there was no sign of movement whatsoever. She employed no violent or bloody methods. She simply sat cross-legged before the chaotic land, extending her delicate hands. Using her primordial power imbued with the concept of rebirth, she nourished the barren soil over and over again. With patience, she worked to fundamentally improve the land's environment. As for the seed of life, it remained dormant within the soil, showing no signs of sprouting. Longing Shua watched Ruan Xingluo's childish actions with undisguised scorn and ridicule. Still playing your ridiculous little games? Ruan Xinglua, I admit you do possess a certain talent for protection. But you must understand true life only blooms with its most brilliant radiance through battle and devouring. She pointed at the demon vine at her feet, now several meters tall and radiating a terrifying aura, and sneered. By the time your seeds sprout at their leisurely pace, my demon vine will already be capable of strangling gods. In the globally broadcast footage, everyone believed Huaxia's Ruan Xinglua was far too naive. In such a crucial contest determining the rights to pioneer the new world, she was still resorting to that gentle, slow, and clumsy old-fashioned method as if playing house. Magic Martial Arts China livestream. Ha 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 ha. See that? That Ruan Xinglua is completely out of tricks. Besides pumping out that mushy energy, what else can she possibly do? Her Majesty the Empress's demon vine is about to break the 100-meter mark. That seed of hers hasn't even let out a fart yet. This isn't even a contest between equals. The outcome is already decided. Chapter 133, She's Nothing Special. Even the neutral representatives from other human civilizations, watching Ruan Xinglua's stagnant patch of land, shook their heads in disappointment. They had believed this Chinese woman, who had created countless miracles, might bring them some surprises. But now it seemed that without the protection of that mysterious man, she was nothing special. This time, Ruan Xinglua truly felt the pressure. Once more, she silently called out the name that brought her profound peace. Husband, did I make a mistake? But this time, Zhou Yan offered no hint. His gentle voice, tinged with encouragement, sounded slowly. This is your own path, and your own trial. Feel that land with your heart, feel that seed. What it needs deep down, you already know what to do. Zhou Yan's words resonated like evening drums and morning bells, instantly calming Ruan Xinglua's heart, which had been unsettled by external pressures. She slowly closed her eyes. 12 short moments passed in the blink of an eye. Longing Xue's demonic thorn, brimming with savage and conquering energy, had grown wildly to dozens of meters tall under the catalysis of vast quantities of flesh and blood demonic fertilizer. Its hideous tendrils had even begun to form buds that radiated a terrifying aura. Its vitality stats soared far above all others on the leaderboard, leaving the competition in the dust. Meanwhile, on Ruan Xinglua's side, her plot of land remained utterly barren. The primordial seed of life showed no signs of sprouting, let alone breaking through the soil. She seemed trapped in an inescapable, doomed predicament. Just as everyone believed Ruan Xinglua was about to fail and give up, Ruan Xinglua made a move that took everyone completely by surprise. She ceased channeling the pure new life energy into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Instead, she flipped her wrist and retrieved dozens of crystals radiating pure soul energy fluctuations from her storage space. These were the very soul energy crystals she had purified earlier from the night-crying soul returning soil. With utmost care, she buried each of these soul energy crystals, treasures beyond compare to any soul entity, one by one into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. The scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What is she doing? Burying stones in the ground? Has she completely given up and started slacking off? Just as the global audience was utterly perplexed by this spectacle, Zhou Yan smiled. Chaotic soil, at its core, is the origin of the world. What it requires has never been any single, pure form of vitality. What it needs is a complete ecosystem. Zhou Yan's voice resonated like that of a wise mentor, awakening all who still lingered in confusion. A land capable of nurturing truly great life cannot rely solely on sunlight and rain. It also requires nourishment from decay. And above all, nourishment from the soul. This, he concluded, is the true test. As Zhou Yan's words fell silent, the soul energy crystals buried in the earth by Ruan Xinglua slowly melted, transforming into the purest, most primordial nourishment for the soul. This nourishment fed the dormant seed. But this was still insufficient. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes and summoned the Chaos Devourer, which had been waiting patiently nearby. Little Black, it's your time to shine. She retrieved a large quantity of useless, bizarre scrap materials collected during previous battles from her storage space. The Chaos Devourer gleefully swallowed every scrap. Guided by Ruan Xinglua, it digested and purified the debris, excreting the most fundamental primordial material energy. This energy served as the fundamental fertilizer composing all things. After being nourished by the soul from the kingdom of night tears and the substance from the Chaos Devourer, the seed of life within the chaotic soil beneath Ruan Xinglua's feet finally broke through the earth. Unlike the earth-shattering, feral growth of Longing Xue's demonic vine, a sapling of the world tree, no larger than a palm, glowed emerald green with a flowing rainbow radiance. Exquisitely delicate and sacred in appearance, it slowly emerged from the soil. Though diminutive, the quality of life force emanating from this sapling was pure and boundless to an extreme degree. Its evolution potential stat on the leaderboard instantly skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off, surging at an unimaginably terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Long Yingshue's seemingly unbeatable demon vine to claim the top spot. Just as that world tree ceiling claimed the undisputed top spot on the potential rankings. An even more astonishing and utterly incomprehensible to Long Yingxue scene unfolded. Hum. Throughout the entire primordial void, all the native, bizarre creatures that had been hiding due to the chaotic energy seemed to sense a sacred call emanating from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines and souls. A group of crystalline sprites, formed entirely of pure energy crystals, cautiously peered out from the cracks in the earth's veins. Several lizards resting beside the mountain stream abruptly lifted their proud heads. Unison, they fixed their gaze toward the direction of the Garden of Life. Then, in droves, they rushed forth from their respective habitats. They gathered around the young world tree sapling swaying in the wind at Wan Xingluo's feet, erupting in cheers filled with joy and reverence. They even voluntarily offered their primordial energies to the sapling. In an instant, multicolored energy points, like a dazzling starry river, converged from all directions, merging entirely into the sapling's body. A magnificent spectacle of all spirits paying homage unfolded before the utterly stunned eyes of every spectator across the globe. The 24-hour trial period concluded. The aged figure of the gatekeeper, Bart, silently reappeared within the Garden of Life. He first glanced at the demonic thorn bush at Long Yingshue's feet, a plant that had grown to 100 meters tall yet radiated savagery, predatory intent, and the stench of death. His cloudy eyes showed no ripple of emotion, he merely shook his head in disappointment. What you've created through slaughter and sacrifice is merely a tumor masquerading as power. It will only devour and destroy endlessly, its foundation built upon suffering and resentment. Such a life holds no potential whatsoever. Then, slowly, he turned to gaze upon the sapling of the world tree at Wan Xingluo's feet. Though barely a few inches tall, it radiated boundless vitality and harmonious beauty. His cloudy eyes revealed genuine admiration and satisfaction. Chapter 134, The Arena of National Fortune. And you. Bart's voice carried a hint of relieved emotion. You created a world. A true world, one of infinite possibilities, where all things can coexist in harmony. The gatekeeper Bart raised his ancient broom high. He announced the final outcome to all participants across the parallel universes. The sole victor of this Garden of Life trial. From the Master Universe, the representative of the Huaxia civilization, Wan Xingluo. As the words fell, his broom tapped lightly. A jade-green mark of Genesis, imbued with the highest authority and primordial rules of the entire primordial void, flew from the tip of his broom. Slowly, it imprinted itself upon Wan Xingluo's forehead. At that very moment, the fortune of the Huaxia nation experienced an epic surge once more. Long Yingxue stared blankly at the sacred spectacle of all spirits paying homage before her, then glanced down at the failed creation beneath her feet, once labeled a tumor. Her proud, unshakable conviction began to waver violently. She couldn't comprehend it. Why? Why had her most efficient method resulted in such utter failure? Just as the gatekeeper Bart was about to declare the trial completely over. Driven mad by jealousy, resentment, and the collapse of her faith, Long Yingxue abruptly raised her defiant, fierce face. She fixed her gaze on Wan Xingluo, who stood surrounded by 10,000 spirits and bathed in boundless glory, and let out a hysterical roar. I refuse to accept this. The demonic flame spear in Long Yingshue's grasp erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, pointing menacingly toward Wan Xingluo from afar. What kind of skill is this childish flower planting game? Wan Xingluo, do you dare face me in a true contest, one that stakes the very fate of both Huaxia civilizations? A battle for the fate of our nations. These 5 words plunged the entire arena into deathly silence once more. Every breath in the room seemed to freeze in that instant. Long Yingshue's overbearing aura and frenzied killing intent crushed down upon Wan Xingluo without restraint. Just then, the gatekeeper Bart swept his plain broom lightly between the two. An impenetrable force of law, like a transparent chasm, instantly separated the two adversaries locked in a tense standoff. Long Yingshue's aura, powerful enough to crush gods, crashed against this invisible barrier, vanishing without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. Young people are so combative. Bart's cloudy eyes fixed on the frenzied Long Yingxue, his voice as still as an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. But the arena has its rules. He paused, like an ancient mentor admonishing a wayward student. Since this is a battle for national destiny, it cannot be a private duel between brutes. What you are testing is the path of civilization each of you leads. Bates' voice carried an age-old detachment as he slowly revealed the terrifying stakes of this battle. The loser's civilization shall have its golden dragon of national destiny severed, a segment of its dragon vein shall be cut. Transformed into the purest primordial essence, it shall be sacrificed to the nascent void as its first nourishment for growth. His gaze swept over the two men. What you stake is the future of your respective civilizations. Boom! The moment these words were spoken, the live streams of the two parallel Earths erupted in chaos. This was no longer a simple matter of resource gain or loss, it was a life or death showdown that would directly weaken the very foundations of national fortune and shake the future of civilization. Magic Martial Arts China livestream. Holy crap! Such a huge gamble? Severing the dragon veins? Ha 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 ha. Yes. This is the kind of thrill we need. Her Majesty the Empress is majestic and formidable. This is the true spirit of an emperor. Her Majesty the Empress will prevail. Devour their national fortune. Our civilization will ascend to the pinnacle, trampling their bones beneath our feet. China live stream. She's insane. That Empress is absolutely mad. How dare she stake the future of an entire civilization on this gamble? No way. The stakes are too high. If we lose, the future of our nation will be utterly ruined. Goddess Ruan. Please. Please don't agree to her. We can't afford to lose. Far behind the front lines, Director Lin Anhua and other high-ranking officials turned ashen-faced. They immediately sent the most urgent orders to Ruan Xinglua through the emergency channel. Comrade Xinglua. Stay calm. This is absolutely a trap. Do not agree. Reject her immediately. Facing Longing Xue's gaze, brimming with provocation and madness, and the urgent pleas from the command center behind her, Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath. Once more, she whispered the name that brought her profound peace within her heart. Husband, what should I do? Zhou Yan's voice, gentle yet tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed in her mind like a refreshing spring. She wants to gamble? We'll gamble with her. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet carried a confidence powerful enough to quell any turmoil. Besides, I'm curious to see how our 5,000-year-old Chinese tradition of benevolent rule compares to their so-called hegemonic dominance. The moment she felt Zhou Yan's support, all hesitation and unease vanished from Ruan Xinglua's heart. She slowly raised her head to meet Longing Xue's aggressive gaze and spoke calmly. Very well. Her voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear present and every spectator across both parallel worlds. In this battle for national destiny, our Huaxia accepted. The words fell. The entire arena fell silent. A savage grin finally spread across Longing Xue's face. The gatekeeper, Bart, nodded slowly, seemingly unfazed. His broom swept through the air once more. The first battle of the National Fortune War, foundation of civilization. Before the words had fully faded, Longing Xue and Ruan Xinglua's figures were enveloped by an irresistible spatial force, vanishing instantly from their original positions. The next second. On the massive global broadcast screen, two identical, vast yet utterly barren independent continents slowly materialized. Light and shadow shifted. Ruan Xinglua and Longing Xue simultaneously landed with solid footing upon two mirror-image, identical barren continents. A gray, lifeless sky hung over the silent earth, the air thick with a primal, chaotic aura. This was the void of Genesis. The origin of all civilization and the graveyard that buries all civilization. The trial for the foundation of civilization officially began. Almost the instant she touched down, Longing Xue moved without hesitation. Her flawlessly beautiful face showed no trace of hesitation, only an icy resolve of the utmost determination. SSSSHHH. She pressed her fingers together like a blade, lightly slicing across the tip of her pale left finger. A crimson trail split open. 3 crimson drops, each tinged with strands of black gold energy, slowly trickled down. Each drop contained terrifying demonic power capable of altering mountains and rivers. Chapter 135, For the Glory of the Empire. The blood did not seep into the ground but instead moved across it like a living thing. Longing Xue used her finger as a brush and the blood as ink, sketching a colossal magic array spanning 10 li across the barren land. The array's patterns were intricate and eerie, radiating a blasphemous, fallen beauty. The moment the array was complete, she turned her head coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. For the glory of the Empire. Sacrifice yourselves. Extreme terror and struggle flashed in the eyes of the 10,000 demon servants. But the Empress's command was absolute. For Her Majesty the Empress. For the eternal glory of demon martial China. With frenzied, desperate shrieks, the front ranks of demon servants stepped unwaveringly into the crimson magic array. A shrill, inhuman scream erupted suddenly. The array blazed with crimson light, like an ancient beast awakening, opening its ravenous maw. The minions who stepped inside flesh, bone, soul, everything was instantly stripped, disintegrated, and melted away. 10,000. This number was reached in mere minutes under the spell array's terrifying efficiency. When the last demonic servant was utterly consumed, the entire colossal formation had transformed into a churning cauldron of flesh and blood. Ultimately, the essence of countless beings was compressed, purified, and condensed into a single fist-sized core of flesh and blood, pulsing with a thump-thump as if possessed of its own life. Longing Xue picked up the core expressionlessly and pressed it gently into the earth beneath her feet. With 10,000 souls as its foundation, flesh and blood as its soil. My city, my kingdom. Arise! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth began to rumble violently, tremble, and tear apart. As if a primordial colossus, slumbering for eons, was awakening deep within the earth's core. Towering spires gleaming with black metallic sheen erupted from the earth like snarling fangs. Gully after gully of surging crimson lava crisscrossed the landscape like the veins of a city. countless stark white bones formed the foundations of walls, staircases, and thrones. In just 1 hour, a magnificent demon city, steeped in iron, blood, slaughter, and the aesthetics of destruction, rises from the earth. At the city's heart, a colossal furnace roared to life. The first batch of pitch-black, red-eyed demon worker golems emerged from its depths, immediately commencing resource extraction, arrow tower construction, and fortification reinforcement with astonishing efficiency. Simultaneously, on the global broadcast screen, the Civilization Index rankings underwent earth-shattering changes. Civilization Sandbox Rankings. First place, Demon Martial China, Longing Shui. Civilization Index, 128,546. And this number continued to surge upward at a hair-raising pace. Magic Martial China livestream. Holy. 1 hour. That's the efficiency of our Empress Majesty. A miracle. This is a miracle. Building a city with flesh and blood, this is true dominance. So decisive. So magnificent. For those demon servants to sacrifice themselves for Her Majesty, the Empress's grand vision is their supreme honor. Ha 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 ha. What about that Ruan Xinglua over there? Her index is still 0. What's she doing? Daydreaming? In stark contrast to the fervor of Demon Martial China, the China livestream was deathly silent. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the earth-shattering power displayed by Longing Shui's side, then glanced back at their own. On the light screen, Ruan Xinglua's continent remained utterly still. She performed no bloody sacrifices. She simply sat cross-legged on that barren land, eyes closed, mind still and calm, like an ancient, unchanging statue. Her civilization index remained that glaring 0. Time ticked by second. 6 hours vanished in the blink of an eye. Longing Shui's city of magic and martial arts had taken shape. Upon its walls, squadrons of magic-engineered puppets wielding weapons began practicing military formations, their killing intent piercing the heavens. She stood high upon her throne of white bones, like a deity surveying the mortal world. Her gaze pierced the void, settling upon the barren wasteland that remained utterly still. A trace of utter contempt and mockery flickered at the corner of her lips. Ruan Xinglua. Her voice echoed across 2 continents. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your land to sprout houses and walls on its own? The mercy of the weak is truly the most laughable thing in this world. Amidst the mocking voices, Ruan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes held no anger, only confusion. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against the earth beneath her. A surge of national fortune energy originating from Huaxia, brimming with new life and hope, flowed through her palm, attempting to infuse this chaotic soil. Yet, the earth showed no response. Ruan Xinglua could even sense an emotion filled with deathly stillness and rejection emanating from the depths of that soil. It was resisting her. Ruan Xinglua's brows furrowed slightly. Even the power of national fortune cannot assimilate it? With a thought, she summoned her companion. Hum. The void twisted as the chaos devourer, capable of swallowing all things, rolled lazily and materialized beside her. Go. Taste the soil here, Ruan Xinglua murmured softly. In the past, anything imbued with the essence of chaos had been this creature's favorite delicacy. But this time, the chaos devourer merely sniffed the ground with its nose, then wore an expression of utter disgust. It seemed utterly unable to take a bite, merely rolling lazily on the ground once more, continuing to wallow with not a shred of interest. Ruan Xinglua stared at this land that rejected all external forces, falling into a long silence. What exactly was this land of the primordial wasteland? The moment Ruan Xinglua fell into deep thought, the voice of the highest expert panel from Huaxia, filled with extreme urgency, echoed in her mind. Comrade Xinglua. Can you hear us? This is urgent. The white-haired elder at the forefront was none other than Academician Li Jinghua, the esteemed authority of the China Academy of Sciences. His voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. We've analyzed Longing Shui's pattern, its pure predatory creation. It sacrifices destruction for rebirth, extremely rapid, yet fundamentally unstable. Another strategic expert immediately chimed in. We have prepared 3 contingency plans for you. Plan A, mimicry. We can transport 3,000 death row prisoners from the abyss of sin. Using their lives as a catalyst, we'll forcibly activate the land. Plan B, catalysis. Utilize our newly developed high-energy geomantic core crystals to directly inject energy into the Earth's core, forcibly. Comrade Xinglua, we cannot wait any longer. If we delay further, our nation's golden dragon fortune will be crushed by their superiority. The voices echoed like deathly incantations, exploding in Ruan Xinglua's ears. But Ruan Xinglua merely shook her head. Her voice transmitted clearly through the consciousness link back to Earth Command Center. Chapter 136, The First Cry. No. Seniorly, distinguished experts. What you're saying isn't the right path. That is merely another form of tyranny. Rejected. A decisive rejection. Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone was stunned by Ruan Xinglua's calm yet unwavering words. This scene was faithfully broadcast to a global audience. On the holographic screen, Ruan Xinglua's face clearly showed confusion and a hint of faint defeat. She was no longer the omnipotent goddess atop her pedestal, but a more real human being, one who furrowed her brow and felt bewildered when faced with a challenge. In that moment, the hearts of every Chinese viewer clenched in unison. China live stream. What's going on? She rejected the expert panel's proposal? Goddess Ruan's expression. I've never seen her look like this before. It breaks my heart. We're done for. If the land won't accept our national fortune, how can we possibly win? The enemy's about to deploy tanks, and we're still figuring out how to farm. I believe in Goddess Ruan. She must have her reasons. But time is truly running out. The relentless clamor and pressure threatened to crush that solitary figure through the light screen. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, shutting out all external distractions. She knew conventional methods had reached their limit. Her consciousness sank into an unseen, secret channel. Zhou Yan. She called softly. I've encountered a problem. From the distant shores of time and space, Zhou Yan's voice, seemingly able to pierce through all, echoed slowly. Have you ever wondered why infants cry out upon entering the world, rather than burst into laughter? She froze in place. Infants cry? Why do they cry? Because of pain? Because of fear? Because of resistance to this unfamiliar world? No. None of those. The cry is life's first breath upon entering the world. It is the first cry declaring to the world, I have arrived. Within that cry lies the most primal chaos, the most untamed force, the most unrestrained release. It is not an emotion, but an existence itself. And what am I doing? With the mature, gentle, orderly way of the king forged over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, do I seek to feed it to a newborn infant? This newly born void doesn't need it at all. It did not need to be nurtured, it needed to vent. It craves the most primal release of energy, like the wail of a newborn. A light unlike any before it flared in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. Once more, she sank her consciousness into the lifeless earth beneath her feet. This time, she was no longer the lofty bestower, but instead adopted an equal stance, listening, feeling. She heard it. Deep within the endless, chaotic soil, there was no stillness at all. Instead, it was filled with countless turbulent currents of frenzied, chaotic, and furious energy. They were like a fetus forcibly conceived, trapped within this cage, finding no escape, and could only emit silent roars in the darkness. The force of Huaxia's national destiny felt to it like the rules imposed by adults. It instinctively resisted and rejected it. So that was it. Ruan Xinglua finally understood. She slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Gazing upon the desolate, uninhabited continent before her, a smile of profound relief curved her lips. I understand now. Her voice was soft as a gentle breeze. You don't need me to create. You need me to help you sort things out. She rose to her feet, no longer exchanging any energy. She simply took a step forward, beginning her journey across this vast, boundless land. Step by step. With her own feet, she measured the pulse of every inch of land. She stretched out her hands to sense the flow of every strand of chaotic wind. She paused, gazed, and closed her eyes at times, as if merging with the very breath of this world. The global audience was utterly dumbfounded. Within Long Yingshue's demonic city, unrestrained snickers echoed. Has she lost her mind? Taking a stroll? Yet Ruan Xinglua paid no heed. She had traversed every corner of this continent, imprinting every mountain range, every undulation of the earth's veins, and every energy node into her mind. Finally, she arrived at the continent's highest geographical point. It was a solitary, gray peak that pierced the clouds. Under the gaze of the entire world, Ruan Xinglua slowly knelt on one knee. A flash of light erupted from her hand. A golden key of ancient design, seemingly woven from countless runes of law, appeared in her palm. The key of all laws. At the sight of this legendary artifact, every Chinese spectator's heart leapt to their throats. What would she use it for? Unlock the power of this world? Yet Ruan Xinglua's next action once again defied everyone's expectations. Holding the key of all laws in both hands, her expression solemn, she resembled the most devout believer. Then, she aimed the tip of the key and thrust it into the mountain peak beneath her feet. There was no earth-shattering roar, no apocalyptic burst of energy. The action did not resemble unlocking. Rather, it felt like finding an outlet for a bewildered and raging beast. The moment the key of all laws vanished entirely into the mountain peak. Nothing happened. No light, no electricity, no earth-shattering roar. Global viewers, along with Long Yingxue on the other side of the light screen, witnessed this eerily silent scene. Global broadcast chat. That's it? I thought it was going to split the heavens. All bark and no bite. Looks like Ruan Xinglua's truly run out of tricks. Long Yingshue's Demon City Index has already surpassed 130,000. And Ruan Xinglua, still 0. How is she supposed to fight like this? Upon Long Yingshue's Demon City, a flicker of contempt passed through her crimson eyes. All smoke and mirrors. Nothing but meaningless squabbles. Yet the next instant, her pupils suddenly contracted. Only those within the void of new birth could sense the tremor emanating from the world's deepest core. Ruan Xinglua knelt on one knee, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. Her body seemed to become a conduit connecting heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening roar exploded within her mind. Endless chaotic energy surged outward like volcanic lava finding an outlet, erupting wildly through the key of 10,000 laws. It wasn't one energy, it was four. Earth, fire, water, wind. The four most primordial, most violent, and most incompatible forces of chaos threatened to annihilate each other the moment they erupted, tearing this continent completely to shreds. This is bad. At the Huaxia Command Center, Academician Li leapt to his feet, his voice cracking with alarm. She's drawn forth the very core of the primordial chaos. This is too chaotic, utterly uncontrollable. Chapter 137, Body as Forge, Spirit as Catalyst. Yet what Ruan Xinglua sought to do was not control, but to organize. Use the body as the furnace, the spirit as the catalyst. Her voice echoed in the sea of consciousness, carrying an unshakable resolve. She forcibly used her own body as a crucible and her divine soul as the guide, violently pulling the four primal forces capable of tearing apart gods from the vent. Put! A mouthful of golden blood spurted from Ruan Xinglua's lips, splattering across the gray mountain peak. Her face grew paler, yet her eyes burned brighter. Under her guidance, the four raging energies no longer collided with each other. Instead, an invisible force forcibly separated them. Like four dragons moving independently, they surged along the earth veins she had meticulously mapped out, beginning their torrential flow across this barren continent. Pango cleaved the heavens and earth, purifying the clear essence and sinking the turbid, thus forming the world. What Ruan Xinglua did at this moment was to establish the very first rules for this primordial chaos. The earth-hued turbid currents surged toward the lowest depressions in the terrain. Wherever they flowed, the once floating chaotic soil began to settle and solidify, transforming into firm, substantial earth. The first riverbed emerged. Immediately after, the fiery crimson flames of destruction were channeled by Ruan Xinglua into the depths of the earth's veins along both banks of the river. Sizzle! As the raging fire element was soothed by the newly formed water veins' energy, it tempered its destructive nature, transforming into warm subterranean magma. This provided the first steadfast warmth for the newly born land. The raging gale winds, guided along the towering mountain ranges, were continuously diverted and weakened, eventually transforming into gentle breezes caressing the river valleys. The most fundamental yet stable elemental cycle quietly took shape upon this continent. Rankings. Civilization Index. Longingshu 131,098. Ruan Xinglua 0. The index remains 0. Yet in a corner invisible to all, a hidden line of data pulsed wildly. World Rule Stability Index. Longingshu 3.7%. Ruan Xinglua 0%, 15%, 32%, 58%. Rising at breakneck speed. Seated upon the throne of the demon city, Longingshua's brows furrowed deeply. She couldn't fathom what Ruan Xinglua was doing. Those streams and breezes seemed as fragile as children's toys before her demon city, where lava flowed everywhere and demonic energy surged skyward. Yet her beastly instincts, inherited from demonic blood, sensed intense unease. What are those readings? World Rule Stability? Staring at the relentlessly climbing percentage, an unprecedented, uncontrollable sensation rose from the depths of her being. What good can this petty skirmish possibly do? Her words seemed to become a prophecy. The instant the world rule stability on the Ruan Xinglua continent broke through 70%. In the sky, the thick, ink-like chaos was torn open by a tiny crack. A golden, warm ray of sunlight pierced through the endless darkness. It fell precisely upon the crystal-clear river, refracting into shimmering ripples. At that very moment, deep within the Earth's core, at the very center of this continent, the seed of life, shrouded in the fortune of the Huaxia nation yet perpetually dormant, as if long dead, stirred faintly. Snap! A faint, crisp sound. A fine crack appeared on its hard shell. Then, under Longingshua's stunned gaze, a tender emerald sprout stubbornly pushed its way through the crack. Emerging from the soil, it bathed in the first rays of sunlight and began growing at a miraculous speed visible to the naked eye. An inch, a foot, a yard. Within mere breaths, it had grown into a tiny world tree sapling, one requiring several people to encircle its trunk, radiating a gentle glow of life. The glow spread. Along the riverbank, small mounds of earth rose from the moist soil. One by one, gentle-looking creatures with pure eyes emerged from the mounds. They gazed curiously at this brand new world. Then, as if guided by some innate instinct, they began to dig into the earth, burying strange plant seeds within it. They began to cultivate and multiply. No enslavement, no roaring, no flesh sacrifices. A harmonious, tranquil, and infinitely promising prototype of a primordial civilization. Thus it was born. Global broadcast. Holy crap! It's alive. Truly alive. A brand new civilization. What is this? Her civilization index is still 0. What's the point? Wait. Look at the main leaderboard. Amidst the buzzing discussions, the massive holographic screen hovering before all spectators suddenly flashed updated data. Rankings. Civilization Index. Longingshu 131,098. Ruan Xinglua 0. Development Potential. Longingshu B. Ruanxingluo SSS plus maximum. Civilization harmony level. Longing Shui. Ruanxingluo SSS plus maximum. Overall score. Longing Shui 98754. Ruanxingluo 150000. Surpassed. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Every pair of eyes was glued to the blindingly bright word surpassed, their minds going completely blank. A civilization with 0 index values had surpassed the demon city, a realm boasting a 130,000 index and overall score? Potential? Harmony? Upon the demon city throne, Longing Shua stared at the 2 newly added data lines. Her crimson eyes burned with incomprehensible fury. What kind of foul trickery is this? Victory is determined solely by strength. Solely by index. Such ethereal nonsense is nothing but self-delusion for the weak. Her words had barely faded. Alarm! Alarm! A shrill, piercing buzz erupted without warning, echoing throughout the entire demon city. Beneath the throne, a monitoring demon servant scrambled forward, voice thick with uncontrollable panic. My lord! It's terrible. The logic cores of the demonic worker puppets in Sector S7 have collapsed. They're attacking each other. What? Longing Shua leapt to her feet. Almost simultaneously, another demonic servant, drenched and covered in blackened blood, burst in from another direction, his voice a desperate shriek. My lord! Our lifeblood, the blood spring, it's been contaminated. The spring water is filled with the vengeful spirits of sacrificed demon servants. All who drink it have descended into madness. Boom! As if triggered by a chain reaction, chaos erupted across the demon city in rapid succession. Those flesh and steel demonic automatons, meant to be the most efficient slaves. But they possess no soul, no faith, and no sense of belonging. When the first puppet overloaded and its logic collapsed, swinging its blade at its comrades, the chaos virus spread instantaneously. They began attacking everything around them indiscriminately. The city plunged into civil war. Rankings. Civilization Index. Loningshua 131,098, 127,450, 119,833. Her index plummeted at an alarming rate. Chapter 138, The Perfect Vicious Cycle. Useless trash. Loningshua roared with thunderous fury, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of her demon god bloodline. A bunch of soulless tools. Unable to fulfill even your basic duties. Transmit my command. Suppress them. Use the most brutal methods to crush every single out of control puppet, every last one. Yet this command proved the final straw that broke the camel's back. As the slaughter order was issued, a flicker of blankness formed from data glitches flashed across the puppet's hollow eyes. The next instant, an even deeper resentment erupted from its shattered core. The more it killed, the heavier its resentment grew. The heavier the resentment, the deeper the corruption. The deeper the corruption, the more puppets collapsed. A perfect vicious cycle. Put. Longing Shua felt an invisible force slam violently into her chest, nearly causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She could distinctly feel the connection between herself and this continent being frantically eroded and weakened by that resentment. Is this the backlash of tyranny? For the first time, she felt a flicker of doubt about her chosen path. At that very moment, a majestic, resonant voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed across the skies of both worlds. The figure of Bart the Gatekeeper silently materialized at the center of the 2 continents. His indifferent gaze swept over the demon city engulfed in civil strife, then turned to the vibrant, thriving countryside. One, forged from flesh and violence, its rise swift, its fall sudden. One founded upon rules and vitality, though born of a spark, can ignite a prairie fire. Longing Shua's pupils contracted sharply as she hissed, You're declaring her the victor? Bate shook his head, his voice as relentless as the laws of heaven. The foundation of civilization has been laid. But the true test comes from without. His voice paused, each word like a sledgehammer striking the hearts of all present. The second trial. Catastrophe descends. The moment the words fell, the skies above both continents simultaneously darkened to a despairing charcoal gray. Endless wails, shrieks, and curses coalesced into a visible torrent of resentment, like the Milky Way itself pouring down from the heavens, crushing down upon the 2 continents. This was a terror from a higher dimension, a calamity powerful enough to obliterate all nascent civilizations. Before this torrent, the light of Ruan Xingluo's little world tree instantly dimmed, like a flickering candle in the wind. And Longing Shui? She watched the torrent of resentment descending from the heavens, while simultaneously sensing the internal rebellion already boiling over within the city. Within, demonic servants devoured their master. Without, a heavenly calamity threatened to destroy the world. A flicker of despair flickered across Longing Shua's perpetually haughty face. Despair? The word lingered in Longing Shua's mind for a mere 0.1 seconds. Then, they were utterly incinerated by a raging inferno that consumed the 8 corners of the world. A mere natural disaster dares to make the sovereign despair? She lifted her head. Her exquisitely beautiful face held no trace of confusion, only a cold, icy fury as relentless as 10,000-year-old black ice. Bart, you've sorely underestimated me, Longing Shue. Her crimson gaze swept over the spreading chaos within the city, then flickered toward the torrent of resentment in the sky, vast enough to devour everything. A cruel curve lifted at the corner of her lips. A natural disaster, is it? Then I'll show the entire universe what it truly means for man to triumph over heaven. The next instant, an oracle imbued with supreme will thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within the core of every demonic servant. Divine edict. All units, cease suppressing the internal rebellion. At all costs, mine the obsidian mountains, smelt the demonic rock, and construct a flesh and blood barrier encircling the entire city for this sovereign at the swiftest pace. The divine decree was delivered. In that instant, all the demonic worker puppets caught in chaos and mutual slaughter froze in their tracks. The chaotic data streams in their eyes instantly cleared, replaced by the supreme command of the Demon Lord. Yes, Lord Demon King's command. A hoarse, dry sound, like metal scraping against metal, erupted from the throats of millions of puppets, coalescing into an earth-shaking torrent of steel. Global broadcast room. All spectators were left speechless by this sudden turn of events. The internal strife just stopped? A single command had quelled all chaos? My goodness, that level of execution. Has she lost her mind? With natural disasters raging outside, she's ignoring the internal turmoil? No. Look. The live feed suddenly zoomed out dramatically. Within the partially engulfed lava demon city, millions of demonic worker puppets like ants receiving a unified command abandoned their nearby enemies and abruptly changed course. They transformed into surging black iron torrents, charging madly toward the undulating obsidian mountains beyond the demon city. Boom! 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 The mountains groaned in agony. Millions of demonic worker puppets became the most precise mining machines. They hacked with blades fashioned from their arms, rammed with their bodies, and used the most primitive methods to tear massive chunks of obsidian from the mountainsides. More puppets opened their gaping maws, spewing demonic flames from furnaces within their bellies, instantly melting the boulders into viscous liquid. A great wall of blood and fire, steel and rock, rises visibly from the earth under the torrent of resentment. The spectacle was grand to the extreme, yet brutal to the extreme. Roar! The high-dimensional torrent of resentment, as if enraged by this insignificant creature's provocation, unleashed a soul-shaking roar. Endless gray torrents slammed viciously against the newly formed barrier. Crack! A crack several meters long instantly appeared in the barrier. The resentment, like the most terrifying sulfuric acid, seeped through the fissure, instantly corroding dozens of construction-bound demonic worker puppets into smoldering, black smoke-belching debris. The dam was on the verge of collapse. Upon the throne, Long Yingshue's expression remained utterly unchanged. She merely raised her hand, pointing coldly at the crack. Another divine decree fell, mercilessly. Reserve units, advance. Use your bodies as nodes, your flesh as flux, your soul energy as welding flame. Seal the breach for this sovereign. The command was issued. Behind them, thousands upon thousands of reserve puppets advanced without a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. Marching in perfect unison, they charged toward the deadly fissure. They plunged willingly into the searing lava, reaching out with both hands to press against the ever-widening fissure. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An indescribably terrifying sound erupted. The corrosive torrent of resentment and the scorching heat of the lava barrier assaulted them simultaneously. They could not utter a sound. Yet every spectator felt they could hear the silent wails emanating from the depths of their steel cores. Within mere seconds, thousands upon thousands of puppets were melted, corroded, vaporized. Ultimately becoming part of the barrier itself, forcibly welding the dreadful fissure shut. Chapter 139, How Magnificent is Our Empress? Rankings. Civilization Index. Yingshu at 119,833, 118,541, 117,992. Her index began a gradual decline once more due to the severe depletion of population and resources. Yet beneath the surging torrent of resentment, the encircling city walls held firm for now. Magic Martial Arts China livestream. How magnificent! Glorious indeed, our Empress. This is the true strength of our civilization. Defying natural calamity with sheer will. Forging a divine realm with flesh and blood. Who else but Her Majesty possesses such audacity? China livestream. Too brutal. This isn't construction at all. It's waging a war of attrition. Filling the void with lives, no, with the lives of puppets. Can her civilization truly endure? In the spectators' seats of other civilizations. Saint Coralie of the Holy See, her fair face drained of color, unconsciously clenched the cross in her hand and murmured. She's mad, utterly and completely mad. But, what terrifying execution and resolve! At the summit of the barrier. Yingshu stood facing the wind, her black skirt fluttering wildly in the vengeful gale. She felt the power within her waning, yet her face showed no trace of panic. Instead, a cold smile spread across her lips, a smile of utter exhaustion, yet one radiating the posture of a victor. Her gaze swept past the towering floodwaters temporarily held back outside the city walls, fixed upon the opposite shore. That continent remained calm and serene. The light of the little world tree, though dim, remained steadfast. And Wan Xinglua stood quietly beneath it, seemingly untouched by the apocalyptic scene unfolding above. The scorn on Long Yingshue's lips deepened. What else can a coward's royal path do in the face of true calamity but close its eyes and await death? Long Yingshue's cold, contemptuous voice seemed to pierce through endless space, echoing across the skies of the opposite continent. Panic spread. Upon Wan Xinglua's life continent, every living being, be it forest sprites or water spirits by the streams, felt the terrifying pressure capable of crushing divine souls. Black clouds pressed down upon the city, resentment surging like a sea. The grey torrent that had already devoured countless civilizations now swept toward this last bastion of purity with unstoppable force. King, what shall we do? Give the order. We must build walls too. Use the holy light barrier. It's too late. It's moving too fast. We'll be swallowed whole. The desperate prayers and cries of the people, transmitted through the bonds of faith, echoed clearly within Wan Xinglua's mind. Yet faced with this apocalyptic scene, Wan Xinglua slowly closed her eyes. All observers were stunned. To them, this was unmistakably a signal of surrender, a relinquishment of resistance. But in the next instant, everyone sensed something was amiss. In the live broadcast, the vast expanse of the life continent beneath Wan Xinglua's feet seemed to come alive. A soft emerald green halo radiated outward from her, spreading across the entire continent. My will shall endure with this realm. At that moment, Wan Xinglua's consciousness soared infinitely higher. She was no longer an isolated individual. She felt the contours of the mountains, like the backbone of the earth. She heard the pulse of rivers, like the world's veins. She touched the texture of every inch of soil, sensing their fragility and resilience. And that torrent of overwhelming resentment, in her perception, was no longer pure destruction. It was a primordial dragon, lost and filled with savage fury. Zhou Yan's words echoed in her mind. Blocking is less effective than channeling. Forcing confrontation only leads to mutual destruction. If one can follow the flow and guide its current, perhaps even a natural disaster can be harnessed for one's own advantage. Wan Xinglua's eyes snapped open, a flash of realization lighting up her gaze. She raised the key of 10,000 laws high in her hand. With me as the guide, the earth is my paper, and the 10,000 laws is my pen. Open. Her scepter traced a gentle arc across the earth beneath her feet. Hum. A golden streak of light appeared on the earth, like a deep furrow stretching from her feet all the way to the distant mountain foothills. Global broadcast? Everyone was dumbfounded. What is she doing? Digging mud? The flood's about to hit us. And she's still drawing over there? I don't get it, but I'm totally blown away. JPG. What kind of performance art is this? A final creation before death? Mockery and confusion flooded the comment stream in an instant. At the summit of the ramparts. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Yingxue froze for a moment before erupting into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Her laughter brimmed with contempt and delight. Wan Xinglua, your naivety is truly pitiful. To her, this was nothing short of the universe's greatest joke. Yet Wan Xinglua paid no heed to the ridicule and disdain from the outside world. Her expression was utterly focused as the key of 10,000 laws in her hand continuously traced patterns across the earth. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless golden channels began crisscrossing the continent. They skirted mountain ranges, connected basins, and pierced plains, forming an incredibly intricate yet profoundly harmonious network that mirrored the principles of natural fluid dynamics. But this undertaking was too monumental. Each stroke rapidly drained Wan Xinglua's spiritual energy and divine power. Put! A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Negative emotions scattered from the torrent of resentment tore at her will like countless invisible claws, disrupting her calculations. Agitation, slaughter, destruction. Countless frenzied thoughts exploded within her mind. Several times, the key of all laws in her grasp nearly slipped from her control, threatening to shatter the river network on the verge of formation. Woo! Woo! The chaos devourer at her feet paced frantically in circles. It opened its massive jaws, desperately trying to swallow the negative energy eroding its master, but it was like a drop in the bucket barely making a dent. At that very moment, upon Long Yingshue's seemingly impenetrable flesh barrier. Crack boom! A deafening roar shook everyone's very souls. The kilometer-long fissure spread like a spider web, instantly covering the entire flesh barrier. Impossible. The color drained from Long Yingshue's face as her pupils contracted violently. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the cosmos, like the dying wail of some ancient deity. The obsidian flesh wall, hailed as the absolute defense, collapsed with a thunderous crash before the eyes of billions. Not just a section, but the entire line. Roar! A black flood, brimming with boundless resentment, surged forth like a world-devouring beast freed from its final shackles. With overwhelming force, it roared and instantly engulfed the entire civilization of Long Yingxue. Towering mana spires melted like candles in the black waters. Chapter 140, Absolute Dead Silence. The sturdy obsidian veins, tainted by resentment, emitted agonized groans. Thousands upon thousands of magical worker puppets, struggling amidst their wails, couldn't even hold their breath for a single moment before being corroded and disintegrated, reduced to their most primitive components infused with the black water. Dead silence. Absolute deathly silence. The once bustling, efficient, and ruthless demonic city-state now lay as nothing more than a death swamp, slowly bubbling with black foam. Civilization Index 87,419. Civilization Index 53,082. Civilization Index 21,556. In one corner of the global livestream, the index representing the long Shuai civilization was plummeting at a staggering rate, a sheer cliff-like drop. Global broadcast. It's over. In an instant, it's all over? At the same moment, on another screen, the torrent of resentment surging toward the Ruan Xinglua continent abruptly halted the moment it touched the network of golden channels she had carved out. Whoosh! The colossal force capable of overturning heaven and earth was instantly diverted by hundreds of channels. The raging dragon was tamed into a gentle stream, flowing steadily across the continent through the intricate network of channels that harmonized with the cosmic principles of heaven and earth. The flood's force was neutralized. Pale and bloodless, Ruan Xinglua stared at the surging black waters. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she drew a seed glowing with a faint white light from her bosom. It was the soul-purifying lotus she had obtained from the kingdom of night tears. With a flick of her delicate wrist, she scattered the seeds across the river network beneath her. Go! The seeds fell into the black water. A miracle unfolded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless golden lotuses bloomed defiantly in the pitch-black riverbed, facing thee head-on. Their roots plunged deep into the riverbed, emitting a gentle, sacred glow as they began to frantically absorb and purify the resentment within the floodwaters. Awah! The Chaos Devourer surged toward the main river's entrance, opening its massive maw toward the foulest, thickest, writhing source of hatred within the torrent, a living, writhing mass, and sucked it in with a violent gulp. Gulp! The core mass of resentment was swallowed whole. Under the dual purification of the soul-cleansing lotus and the Chaos Devourer, an astonishing transformation unfolded. The ink-black floodwaters, winding through the riverbed, visibly began to clear at a pace visible to the naked eye. From pitch black to charcoal gray, then light gray, until it became nearly transparent. Global broadcast room. Dead silence. Everyone who had just been mocking Ruan Xinglua for digging mud now felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their throats, unable to utter a single word. Everyone was utterly transfixed by the miraculous scene unfolding before them. The floodwaters. The floodwaters had cleared? That which Long Yingxue had deemed an apocalyptic disaster, worth sacrificing countless lives to contain, had been purified by Ruan Xinglua? Blocking ultimately leads to destruction. The end of diversion is actually rebirth. In the silent livestream, someone typed this comment in a trembling voice. In an instant, it shattered everyone's understanding. Upon the ruins of the barrier. Long Yingxue stared blankly at her utterly destroyed city-state, that sea of deathly blackness, the grave of all her life's work. She instinctively lifted her head, gazing toward the opposite shore. There was no apocalypse, no destruction. Only clear rivers flowed endlessly, illuminated by golden lotuses that seemed to radiate a vibrant pulse of life. Her royal way had brought ruin. Yet that coward's royal path had given birth to new life. Was I wrong? A look of bewilderment and self-doubt flickered across Long Yingxue's proud, icy face. Crash! As the last shred of resentment was completely absorbed by the soul-purifying lotus, every newly formed river on the Ruan Xinglua continent burst into brilliant radiance at that very moment. They transformed completely into rivers of spiritual essence, formed from the purest soul energy. Burp! At the main river mouth, the Chaos Devourer belched contentedly, seemingly having finished its digestion. But the next instant, its body began to flicker with an extremely unstable light without warning. Buzz buzz! The light flickered erratically, as if it might explode at any moment. Buzz! The Chaos Devourer let out a wail of agony, its rotund body convulsing violently, as if the flickering light within would tear it apart at any second. Little chaos! Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened, and she was about to step forward. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Beside the crystal-clear rivers of spirit essence, a thirsty spirit rabbit cautiously poked its head out and took a delicate sip of the water. The next instant, a glimmer of human-like intelligence flashed across its murky, beastly eyes. It glanced at its own paw, then at the rushing river, its eyes brimming with disbelief. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across every corner of the newborn continent. Countless living beings, be it birds, beasts, or even plants and trees, all who drank this water suddenly awakened to spiritual intelligence, undergoing a complete transformation. Rumble! At the continent's center, the sapling of the world tree underwent the most astonishing transformation. Rooted at the source of the spirit liquid river, its trunk shot upward and thickened at a visible pace. Emerald branches and leaves spread wildly, nearly obscuring the sky. Detected abnormal fluctuations in the developmental potential of the heart of life civilization. Potential value correction in progress. Correction failed. Potential value has exceeded the upper limit of the ranking data. Warning! Data overflow. Calculation impossible. Row upon row of crimson system alerts flooded the global livestream, stinging the eyes of every viewer. Potential value exceeded the limit? What does that even mean? It meant that Ruan Xinglua's civilization now possessed an infinite future. Global broadcast. A miracle. This is the true miracle. That river is alive. It's bestowing life and wisdom upon the entire continent. I take back what I said earlier. Ruan Xinglua is the true god. Wait. Look over at Long Yingshue's side. Holy crap. Scene change. Long Yingshue's magic martial city-state. The black floodwaters had receded, but what remained was not a land reborn from disaster. Instead, a cursed land lay before them. The ground was pitted and scarred, with viscous black liquid seeping deep into the fissures, emitting a nauseating stench. A layer of black mist, visible to the naked eye, hung thick in the air. The plague of resentment. A surviving demonic golem stood dazed in place. Suddenly, an ominous crimson glow flared within its hollow eye sockets. Sizzle, sizzle, command, conflict. It stiffly turned its head to regard another intact companion beside it. The next moment, it lunged forward, its sharp alloy arm plunging viciously into the other's chest. Snap. The attacked puppet's eyes flashed red as well, launching a counterattack. A sudden civil war erupted with a thunderous roar amidst the ruins. The surviving puppets began to slaughter each other in a frenzy. Chapter 141, Leave not a single one. Useless. Long Yingxue stood atop the ruins, her icy face covered in frost. Purge all contaminated units. Leave not a single one alive. At her command, her loyal elite puppet guard immediately obeyed, launching a bloody suppression against their crazed kin. Boom! A crazed puppet was blown apart, disintegrating into a cloud of mist. But a wisp of even denser black mist escaped from its remains, instantly seeping into the body of an elite guard standing nearby. The elite guard's movements faltered, and a dangerous crimson glow began to flicker in its eyes. The more they killed, the more were corrupted. The plague spread at a terrifying pace. Her iron-fisted suppression not only failed to resolve the issue but became the catalyst for the resentment plague's expansion. She had fallen into a vicious cycle born of her own domineering ways. How could this happen? Long Yingshue's body trembled slightly, feeling a profound helplessness for the first time. At that very moment, on the continent of Ruan Xinglua, a cold, familiar voice echoed in her mind. Don't get too excited just yet. It was Zhou Yan. Ruan Xinglua startled. Zhou Yan? Little chaos. Did you think you purified a natural disaster? Zhou Yan's voice held not a shred of emotion. No. It was a man-made disaster. The source of that torrent of resentment contained an ancient, bizarre will that feeds on despair. Your pet purified the floodwaters, but it couldn't digest that sliver of will. Instead of being digested, it used your pet's belly to parasitize and rebirth itself. The words had barely left his mouth. Arg! The Chaos Devourer let out a heart-wrenching scream. Put! A fist-sized sphere, pitch black as ink, seemingly condensed with all the malice and despair in the world, was violently expelled from its body. The black orb landed on the ground, writhing and shifting until it coalesced into a minuscule, pitch-black humanoid creature. It possessed no facial features, its surface resembling flowing black water, radiating a pure, soul-shaking malice. It was the newborn vessel of that ancient will. Ruan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer both sensed extreme danger. Yet the newly born black resentment entity did not even glance at them. It slowly raised its head, gazing across the strait. Within its chaotic consciousness, there was no hatred, no intent to kill. Only an infant's gaze toward its mother in overwhelming yearning and devotion. There lay its paradise. Its finest sustenance. Its ultimate refuge. The next second. Whoosh! The black entity transformed into a streak of dark light that defied spatial barriers, instantly crossing the ocean. Whoosh! That pure black radiance, like an arrow piercing the void, descended in an instant upon the chaotic skies above Long Yingshue's demon martial city-state. A terrifying aura of venomous hatred crashed down like the sky itself collapsing. Stand by! Long Yingshue's pupils contracted sharply as she instinctively issued the command. All elite puppet guards instantly swiveled their cannons, locking onto the tiny humanoid figure suspended midair. Yet the anticipated attack never came. The black entity, formed from pure, concentrated hatred, merely hovered silently. Then, it opened its mouth. It wasn't a true mouth, but a constantly spinning black vortex that tore open out of nowhere on its chaotic body surface. Whoosh! An invisible, terrifying suction erupted from the vortex's center. In an instant, the skies darkened. The plague-like black mist that had lingered over the ruins of the city-state found an outlet, transforming into countless black threads that surged madly toward the tiny black entity. Sizzle, sizzle. A demonic puppet, mid-bite on its companion, froze in mid-motion. The ominous crimson glow in its eye sockets faded visibly, eventually extinguishing entirely, reverting to its factory-set light. It stared blankly at its own arm, still plunged into its comrade's chest, then scanned the surrounding wreckage, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the ruins. One by one, the crazed, self-mutilating puppets ceased their rampage. The plague of resentment was being devoured. Longing Shua watched the scene in stunned disbelief. This monster, split from Wan Xingluo's pet, was actually helping her clean up this mess? Global broadcast room. Holy? What's going on? Is this little monster purifying Longing Shua's continent? Purify my ass. Look closer, it's eating. It's devouring that resentment like it's food. Holy crap. This thing is literally the natural enemy of resentment. So Longing Shua's problem is solved just like that? Solved? More like inviting a wolf into the house. Look at that little monster. Amidst the audience's gasps, Longing Shua's expression grew increasingly grave. She clearly saw that as it devoured more and more resentment, the black entity's form was visibly swelling and solidifying at an alarming rate. From a vague, fist-sized humanoid form, it rapidly grew to over a meter tall. Its fluid, ink-like surface began to reveal contours resembling muscles and bones. A terrifying aura, tenfold, 100-fold more powerful than before, erupted from its body. This was no help at all. This was clearly drinking poison to quench thirst. Using a controlled plague to feed a despairing king of limitless potential. She found herself trapped in an inescapable dilemma. Stop it? The plague would immediately return, and her civilization would collapse completely. Not stop it? She would personally nurture a terrifying entity beyond her own control. As Longing Shua wrestled with this internal conflict. Buzz. A sacred and majestic will descended without warning between the two continents. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Whether it was the newly awakened sentient beings on the Wan Xinglua continent or the chaotic puppets and the growing monster on the Longing Shua continent, all movements ceased. A towering figure slowly coalesced in the heavens above. It was Bart. The 24-hour duel period had ended. Bart's indifferent gaze swept first over the land of Longing Shua, a realm that had just quelled its internal turmoil yet now harbored an even greater dread. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing through every corner of the global livestream. Your domination has created a mighty empire that can only survive by ceaselessly devouring the outside world and squeezing its own people dry. But when calamity strikes from within, it begins to rot from its very foundations. Now, you cling to life by feeding on despair itself. Each sentence struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly upon Longing Shua's heart. Then, Bart's gaze shifted toward the vibrant, sentient life continent. A rare glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Chapter 142, Utterly Defeated. And your royal path has created a harmonious world capable of self-sustaining cycles, purifying all impurities, and transforming disasters into opportunities. Bart withdrew his gaze, surveying the two chosen ones as he delivered his final verdict. The first victor, Wan Xinglua. The moment the words fell, Bart casually waved his hand toward Longing Shua. Roar! A piercing, resentful dragon's roar erupted from the void. To everyone's horror, the golden dragon of national fortune coiled above the dragon mirror snow continent, symbolizing the destiny of her civilization, was seized by an invisible giant hand. Rip! A portion of primordial essence was forcibly ripped from the golden dragon's body. That golden radiance traced a dazzling arc through the sky, plummeting like a meteor toward Wan Xinglua's continent. In an instant, it merged into Wan Xinglua's even more robust golden dragon of national fortune. Put! The moment her national fortune was severed, Longing Shua felt as if struck by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her previously cold and aloof aura instantly wilted. She had lost. She had lost utterly and completely. Yet, just as the global audience expected her to collapse in despair, Longing Shua slowly raised her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze did not fall upon Bart, who had pronounced the verdict, nor upon the victorious Wan Xinglua. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on that black entity on her land, which was voraciously devouring despair and chaos, growing stronger by the moment. A heart-stopping gleam flashed in her eyes. She suddenly smiled. She looked across the strait at Wan Xinglua, speaking slowly, her voice not loud but clear enough for every ear to hear. You won this round. But the true man-made calamity has only just begun. Longing Shua extended her tongue, lightly licking her crimson lips. Her gaze held the intensity of one beholding a priceless treasure. I'm quite fond of this child. Consider it your gift to me. Wan Xinglua's pupils contracted sharply at the word gift. She distinctly sensed that the malevolent offspring she had indirectly created, after devouring the endless chaos and plague of Longing Shua's continent, had its final spiritual link to her severed by a will so overbearing and absolute that it felt like a brutal chop. Replacing it was Longing Shua's unabashed possessiveness. She had actually claimed that embryo of a despairing monarch as her own. Global broadcast room. She's gone mad. Longing Shua has absolutely lost her mind. That thing is a ticking time bomb, and she treats it like a treasure? What do you mean man-made disaster? She herself is the biggest man-made disaster. Why do I feel things have gotten even more terrifying than before? Wan Xinglua won, but why can't I feel the slightest bit happy? Instead, I feel a chill running down my spine. Amidst the global audience's murmurs, Longing Shua lifted her chin, her gaze sharp as a sword, fixing it on Bart, the gatekeeper above the heavens. Her voice, tinged with hoarseness from the recent coughing up of blood, was filled with an unprecedented, soaring fighting spirit. Lord Bart, I request. Commence the second round of the National Fortune Tournament immediately. The words fell like a thunderclap, silencing the entire arena. Having lost the first battle and forfeited her nation's fortune, she showed not the slightest sign of discouragement. Instead, she demanded the second battle begin immediately? Where did she find the confidence? All eyes involuntarily shifted toward the dark water humanoid, now matured into a youth, floating silently behind Longing Shua. Even in Bart's eternally indifferent gaze, a barely perceptible ripple of emotion flickered. He fixed a deep, lingering gaze upon Longing Shua and the embryonic form of the Despair King behind her. As you wish. Bart did not intervene, instead slowly raising the seemingly ordinary broom in his hand. No earth-shattering divine light, no world-ending might. He merely swept it gently toward the void between the two continents. Hum. The void rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, sending out two enormous waves. Then, to everyone's horrified stares, two identical structures slowly materialized from the center of the ripples. It was an ancient Gothic asylum. Peeling walls, barred iron windows, and a towering bell tower where the hands of the clock were forever frozen at midnight. An oppressive aura of madness and foreboding hung over the asylum like a tangible dark cloud, sending a shiver deep into the soul of every witness. Twin asylums. Bart's authoritative voice echoed across the land once more. The next step for civilization is to establish order. And the greatest enemy of order is madness. The broom in his hand pointed toward the two unsettling structures. The second battle will test your ability to control chaos and restore order. Mission objective: enter your respective asylum instances and, within 48 hours, successfully cure or subdue the final boss, the Disorder Director. Seize the Staff of Order from his grasp. The one who completes this in the shortest time shall be the victor. The rules were clear and brutal. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The asylum instance. This eerie premise instantly conjured countless terrifying legends. Yet, just as Ruan Xinglua furrowed her brow, pondering a strategy, a strange smile flickered across Longing Shua's face across the river. She slowly closed her eyes, sinking a thread of her consciousness deep into her mind. There, a mark radiating supreme demonic might floated silently. Shuer. A voice filled with authority and affection echoed within her mind. The phantom of the prison-sealing demon god slowly coalesced beside her, its gaze carrying a hint of expectation. This is our shared battle of glory. The director of this madhouse was once a formidable general under my command. After suffering defeat in battle, his soul shattered, leaving only a fragment of his spirit slumbering here. Use this, demon god's mark, I bestow upon you to awaken his absolute loyalty to me. Offer victory for our hegemonic ambitions. Demon Marshal China livestream. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. No wonder Her Majesty the Empress was so confident. The asylum again. It's destiny. Didn't that Huaxia woman barely scrape by last time thanks to connections left by her husband? What goes around comes around. This time, it's Her Majesty the Empress's husband paving the way for her. What's a powerhouse alliance? This is a powerhouse alliance. This round, we've got this in the bag. China live stream. The Madhouse Dungeon? Our goddess Ruan knows this one inside out. Didn't she breeze through the Crimson Moon Psychiatric Hospital like this last time? Exactly. When it comes to manipulating hearts and minds and purifying madness, who can match our goddess Ruan? This is in the bag. That dragoning Chouette over there only knows how to bully her way through. She'll be completely lost in a place like this. Go, goddess. Show her what true dominance looks like. Chapter 143, Entry. In the livestream chat, fans from both sides radiated astonishing optimism. One side believed they held the winning hand, the other drew confidence from past experience. This stark contrast, combined with the ominous aura emanating from the two madhouses, painted an utterly bizarre tableau. Bart's voice rang out once more. Entrance. As the words fell, two beams of light simultaneously opened before Ruan Xinglua and Longing Shue. Longing Shue stepped through without hesitation, that peculiar smile still on her face. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and stepped into her own unknown madness. The world spun violently. When Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes again, a pungent mix of antiseptic and decay flooded her nostrils. She found herself standing in a dim, oppressive corridor. The walls were covered in brown stains and frantic scratch marks. The overhead light bulb flickered, emitting a crackling hum as it stretched her shadow across the floor, lengthening and shortening erratically. Just as she prepared to use the universal key to scan her surroundings. Squeak! A ward door ahead slowly creaked open. A head nurse in a worn uniform blocked her path. She showed no hostility, merely extending an old tray before Ruan Xinglua. Two items lay upon the tray. A hastily drawn map of the asylum sketched on parchment and a rusty key. Welcome home, child. Home? Ruan Xinglua's gaze fell upon the head nurse's forced smile, stitched into place with surgical thread, and alarm bells rang in her mind. That word, coming from her mouth, was more chilling than any curse. The head nurse's gaze swept over Ruan Xinglua like two cold probes, her stitched lips moving with a dry, grating friction.
New here? The director is resting. He doesn't want to see anyone right now.
Go come patient 307 in the west corridor on the third floor before speaking to me again. With that, she dismissed Ruan Xinglua, turning stiffly like a marionette. With a creak, she retreated back into the pitch-black ward and slammed the door shut. The corridor fell silent once more. She glanced down at the parchment map in her hand, where a route was scribbled in blood-red ink, pointing straight to the west wing of the third floor.
Huaxia livestream. Reassure the patient? What kind of mission is that? Sounds easy enough. Exactly. This is definitely a trap. Goddess Ruan, don't trust her. But if we don't complete her task, it seems we can't see the director. How are we supposed to clear this dungeon?
The viewer's worries mirrored Ruan Xinglua's own. But she had no choice. Clutching the rusty key tightly, Ruan Xinglua stepped toward the staircase. Yet the moment she stepped onto the third floor and entered the west corridor, she knew she'd been tricked.
The map was wrong.
This corridor was nothing but a twisted spatial maze.
Every door looked identical, their numbers blurred under the dim lighting, as if they might shift at any moment. Even more terrifying, countless patients roamed the corridor. Some crawled on the floor, limbs contorted at grotesque angles. Others clinged to the walls, frantically scratching with their nails, producing a scratching sound. Worst of all, some suddenly burst out from dark corners, trying to drag her into the abyss. He. Come play with me. My head. My head's gone. Have you seen my head? Hungry, so hungry. Mad mutterings echoed from all directions, eroding her sanity.
Ruan Xinglua's eyes flashed coldly. The black mist formed by the chaos devourer surged from her body, transforming into several tentacles that flung away the madman attempting to approach. Yet these patients seemed oblivious to pain. After being repelled, they would immediately roar and charge forward again, endlessly. Each strike drained her mental energy violently. Within mere minutes, a fine sheen of cold sweat had already beaded on her forehead. Meanwhile, in another asylum, Long Yingshue's advance was progressing with alarming ease. She didn't even glance at the map, instead walking with her head held high, her steps elegant yet commanding, through the equally dim corridors. Yet every wandering patient, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her, a blend of demon god and despair-wielding sovereign, instantly fell to their knees in terror, trembling violently as they instinctively parted to clear a path for her.
A nurse NPC blocked her path.
Before Long Yingxue could speak, the nurse knelt with a thud, burying her head deep into the floor.
In a trembling voice, she said,
"We humbly welcome your arrival, Supreme Messenger.
The director awaits you on the top floor."
A cold smile curved Long Yingshue's lips. Without so much as a glance at the nurse, she strode past her.
Magic Martial Arts China livestream. Ha 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 ha. See that? That's the difference. What do you mean bloodline suppression? This is it. These lunatics don't even dare lift their heads in front of Her Majesty the Empress. That Ruan Xinglua is probably still tangling with some minor monsters, huh? Our Empress is about to clear the stage. It's a sure win. This round is a foregone conclusion. The contrast in the footage was stark and brutal. One struggles through mud, the other strides effortlessly toward victory. On the other side, pant. Ruan Xinglua leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After nearly an hour of grueling trek, she finally spotted the nearly faded number 307 in the corner of a door. This was the place. She slowly inserted the rusty key into the lock. Click. A soft click sounded as the door swung open. Inside, instead of the hospital beds and furnishings she had imagined, lay a nauseating, dark space filled with piles of flesh and bones. Roar! A deafening roar exploded from the darkness. Immediately, a colossal monster covered in mouths and eyes burst from the room, radiating a terrifying aura of peak malevolence. The eerie devourer. Its enormous single eye burned with hunger and madness, pent up for centuries. This was a trap. That head nurse never intended to let her live from the very beginning. The devourer roared, spittle of foul stench flying everywhere, its massive claws slamming down toward the utterly exhausted Ruan Xinglua. Yet, facing this thunderous, deadly strike, Ruan Xinglua's face, slightly pale from exhaustion, remained as calm as still water. In the blink of an eye. Instead of retreating, she advanced, flipping her wrist. Several pieces of alchemical materials seized from the Golden Dawn Society, emitting an eerie glow, materialized in midair. Her mental energy surged wildly, rapidly fusing and shaping within her palms. Chapter 144, merely a second. Just 1 second. A piece of alchemical meat, radiating an intense aroma of cooked flesh and even sizzling with oil, instantly took shape. Go! With a flick of her finger, Ruan Xinglua sent the tempting alchemical meat soaring in a perfect arc, landing precisely at the far corner of the corridor. The deadly claws halted abruptly, stopping mere inches from her head. The frenzy eater's movements froze. Its frenzied single eye locked onto the irresistibly tempting morsel, its throat making a gurgling sound as it swallowed. Hunger overpowered its instinct to kill. With a feral snarl, it abandoned Ruan Xinglua before it, its massive form thundering around to charge toward the alchemically enhanced meat. The crisis was temporarily averted. Ruan Xinglua exhaled a long breath of relief, just as she prepared to seize the moment and seek a new path. A cold little hand slipped through the crack in the door beside her, tugging at the hem of her robe. Shoo! A young nurse, appearing no older than 15 or 16, peered out timidly, her face etched with fear and sympathy. She frantically signaled to Ruan Xinglua with her eyes. Hurry up and leave. The head nurse is the director's devoted follower. She won't let anyone disturb the director's rest. The young nurse swiftly pulled another clean parchment map from her pocket and pressed it into Ruan Xinglua's hands. The director is actually quite pitiful. He seems to have forgotten who he is and has been suffering all along. This is the real secret passage to his office. Go now. The scene shifts again. Longing Xue stood before the heavy oak door of the dean's office. Victory seemed within her grasp. But instead of pushing the door open, she took a step back, a more sinister curve forming at the corners of her mouth. With her finger, she drew upon her own demonic blood as a catalyst, swiftly sketching a complex and malevolent magical array upon the floor. Countless twisted runes ignited on the floor, radiating a sinister, otherworldly aura. It was unmistakably a secret cross-dimensional sacrificial array. Longing Xue's fingertip traced the final stroke across the ground, her crimson demon blood forming the last rune of the array. The entire floor of the asylum seemed to tremble slightly as the array was completed. She rose slowly, closing her eyes as a thread of divine consciousness spanned the boundless void, plunging into the realm of the supreme demon god. My dear, everything is ready. Her voice echoed at the soul level, tinged with a hint of triumphant glee. The moment that woman enters her office, I shall perform the sacrifice here, projecting your demon god's imprint across time and space onto the disordered director standing before her. A loyal servant, nearing godlord status, will be more than enough to tear her and her laughable newfound authority to shreds. On the other side, with the young nurse's secret passage map, Ruan Xinglua's progress was unimpeded. She traversed a dusty storage corridor, bypassed a trap-laden abandoned operating room, and finally came to rest before a heavy, rustic oak door. A cold brass plaque hung upon it. Director's office. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and slowly pressed her palm against the door. Beyond the door, a terrifying aura surged, vast as the ocean yet chaotic as tangled threads. She pushed the door open. Inside lay a vast chamber, far more desolate than she had imagined, resembling a courtroom of judgment. At the far end, upon a throne forged from black iron, a man was bound tightly. He wore tattered restraints, his body bound by hundreds upon hundreds of golden chains that shimmered with runes of order. Each chain represented the shackles of a different law. Half-step god lord level. This aura was several times more powerful than that of the bizarre glutton. As if sensing the presence of a living soul, the man slowly raised his head. His eyes were a chaotic vortex, filled with endless pain, confusion, and struggle. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank abruptly. She could sense that deep within his soul, there was not pure evil. It felt more like a kindness forcibly twisted, an endless lamentation born from the loss of self. Just like the ancient mad god of old. I can heal him. The thought surfaced in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She raised her hand, and a soft, sacred emerald green light coalesced from her palm. The power of rebirth. If she could use this power to touch his very essence and awaken his suppressed kindness, perhaps she could clear the challenge without bloodshed. She took a step forward, the green light in her palm poised to touch the disordered dean's forehead. And in that very instant, in another asylum, Longing Xue's eyes snapped open. Now! She grinned savagely, slamming her palm down onto the center of the sinister magic array etched into the ground. With my blood as the catalyst. In the name of the demon god, as the command. Descend. Boom. Without warning, the space before Ruan Xinglua was torn open by a savage force, revealing a gaping, pitch-black rift. A terrifying seal entirely black, engraved with countless suppressing runes, and containing the primal power of the jailer demon god shot out like a black lightning bolt. Its target was the disordered dean's forehead. No! Ruan Xinglua's face twisted in horror, but it was already too late. Sizzle! The demon god's mark slammed into the chaos dean's forehead. Roar! A roar unlike any human voice erupted from the dean's throat. His chaotic eyes were instantly replaced by pure, pitch-black demonic essence. The golden chains binding him, symbols of order, wailed under the unbearable strain. Snap! Snap! Crack! Hundreds upon hundreds of chains of order snapped one by one in unison. A pressure 10 times more terrifying than before erupted with a thunderous roar. Immediately, a voice majestic, cold, and brimming with supreme killing intent echoed throughout the entire office. My servant forgotten jailer. You have finally returned. The man known as the Forgotten Jailer rose slowly from the shattered throne. He cracked his neck, bones popping audibly, his pitch-black demonic eyes locking onto Ruan Xinglua. The voice of the prison demon god resounded once more. Now, tear apart this false god who has stolen the authority of rebirth. China live stream. In that instant, all cheers, all anticipation, all analysis dissolved into deathly silence. Every Huaxia viewer before the screen felt their minds go blank. Seconds later, a tsunami of comments erupted like a mad frenzy. Wait! The Forgotten Jailer? Did I hear that right? Isn't that Longing Shue's husband the strongest jailer under the prison demon god? So, the final boss of this dungeon is actually one of Longing Shue's people? A trap. This was a trap laid from the very moment the National Fortune Arena rules were announced. Chapter 145. You have succeeded in angering me. She never intended a fair fight. She plans to kill Goddess Ruan right here. No. How could this happen? We've been set up. All of us have been set up by that madwoman Longing Shue. After a brief, deathly silence, the bullet comments in the Huaxia livestream were utterly drowned in despair and rage. As the prison-sealing demon god's primordial imprint fully integrated, the figure began to tower upward. Muscles bulged like coiled ropes beneath the shattered restraints, revealing pitch-black demonic runes. His aura, previously at the threshold of divine sovereign level, solidified and crystallized in that instant. Under that overwhelming pressure, Wan Xinglua found even breathing in agonizing struggle. Run! That was the only thought in her mind. But it was too late. The forgotten jailer's pure black demonic eyes locked onto her with utter indifference. No words were wasted. He simply thrust a fist forward. Boom! Where the fist struck, space collapsed. A jet-black demonic energy potent enough to obliterate stars condensed into a beam of annihilation, instantly tearing apart everything before Wan Xinglua. The hastily summoned shield of newborn power shattered like glass. The illusory dragon pillar of the nation, suspended before her, emitted a mournful wail as its radiance was instantly dimmed. Even the Chaos Devourer, which had been protecting its master, was struck head-on by the demonic energy beam the moment it let out a threatening growl. Its entire body was blasted back into its most primitive larval form, plunging into slumber as it plummeted from midair. Thud! Wan Xinglua flew backward like a. Cracks spread across the wall like spider webs. She slid to the floor, violently coughing up a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Ugh! Agonizing pain surged through her. Looking down, she saw her right arm had been completely consumed by that terrifying demonic energy charred black, withered, and utterly numb. A single strike had left her on the brink of death. The forgotten jailer slowly withdrew his fist and began to walk toward her, step by step, like an executioner approaching a condemned prisoner. He raised his hand high. Within his palm, another, even more terrifying mass of destructive demonic energy was gathering. This strike alone would be enough to utterly annihilate her very soul. A flicker of unwillingness and sorrow passed through Wan Xinglua's eyes. In the end, she still couldn't defeat that madman. Just as that fatal blow was about to strike, a cold voice echoed over the asylum. Enough! The voice of the gatekeeper, Bart, seemed to carry the weight of supreme rule. This battle, due to malicious third-party interference, has violated the fairness of the arena. The trial is terminated prematurely. The moment the words fell, the forgotten jailer's arm, poised to strike, was frozen midair by an invisible force, unable to advance another inch. Immediately, a golden teleportation beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Wan Xinglua as she lay collapsed in a pool of blood. In a flash of light, her dying form vanished from the dungeon. Bart's voice echoed once more across both madhouses. In the second National Fortune Arena battle, Longing Shue violated the rules by interfering, but Wan Xinglua failed her mission. Per the rules, Wan Xinglua loses this round. Defeated. Those two words struck like a heavy hammer, crashing down on the hearts of every Chinese spectator. The next instant, deep within the cosmos, the colossal golden dragon representing China's national fortune suddenly reared its head, letting out a piercing wail that echoed across the starry seas. Roar! The merciless force of the rules transformed into an invisible celestial blade, slicing down from the void. Crack! The golden dragon's tail, a symbol of boundless future and potential, was brutally severed. The severed tail transformed into countless golden sparks, streaking across the cosmos only to be swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the monstrous demon dragon at the opposite end. The fortune of Huaxia suffered its heaviest blow since the tournament began. Happiness Community, Apartment 101. The image of Zhou Yan leisurely sipping tea froze. He watched silently as the live feed showed Wan Xinglua, covered in blood and being supported by others. Crack! The smooth celadone teacup in his hand shattered instantly. Zhou Yan slowly raised his head. His eyes, which usually held a hint of lazy amusement, now bore no trace of emotion, only an absolute coldness capable of freezing the entire universe. A voice devoid of any emotion echoed through every live stream channel, resonating in the ears of every civilization. Very well. You have succeeded in angering me. That icy voice, as if embodying the ultimate will of the cosmos, reverberated through every broadcast channel, echoing in the ears of every civilization. Very well. You have succeeded in angering me. In an instant, all worlds fell silent. Every civilization watching the spectacle, mighty or insignificant, felt a terror rising from the depths of their souls. It was as if an ancient entity, slumbering for billions of years, had been roused by their disturbance. Yet the thunderous strike they anticipated never came. Zhou Yan paid no heed to the storm raging outside, not even sparing a glance at the golden dragon of national fortune, its severed tail wailing in the cosmic depths. He merely extended his hand and made a gentle gesture toward the void. A gentle yet irresistible force surged forth, instantly snatching the figure lying in a pool of blood from the medical station on the battlefield of national destiny and transporting it away. The next instant, Yuan Xinglua materialized out of thin air, cradled gently in his arms. After completing this, Zhou Yan's palm reached into the void. When he withdrew it, a crystal stone now rested in his palm. The crystal was dark throughout, yet within it seemed to contain an entire starry universe in constant birth and decay, emitting soul-stirring fluctuations. Crystal of the Dark Realm. The SSS-grade civilization treasure one from Ming Zhao, the ruler of the Tianming realm. A peerless treasure capable of reviving a civilization on the brink of extinction, or even propelling it to supreme heights in a single leap. Snap. Under the stunned gazes of the global audience, he tightened his fingers slightly. The treasure shattered instantly beneath his fingers. The colossal, star-sea-like essence of soul energy instantly transformed into the purest, most gentle torrent. With unparalleled mastery, he channeled every drop into the center of Yuan Xinglua's brow. He had used this treasure sufficient to rebuild an entire mighty civilization merely to repair her wounded soul. After completing this, Zhou Yan's other hand gently covered Yuan Xinglua's arm, charred black and withered by demonic energy. A wisp of faint, grayish mist seeped from his palm. It was the power of the Guishu. Time seemed to begin flowing backward within Yuan Xinglua. The charred flesh, withered tendons, shattered bones. Everything reset at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not mere healing, but a complete, conceptual erasure of the damage, a return to perfection. Moments later, every wound on her body vanished completely. Her skin was smooth and flawless once more, and her breathing had returned to steady calm. Only then did Zhou Yan withdraw his hand, his fingertips gently brushing her pale cheek. Chapter 146, Repay tenfold, 100-fold. Silly girl. His voice was incredibly tender, like a spring breeze caressing her face. It's merely losing a game where someone else set the rules. What's there to be sad about? Yet deep within his gaze lay a chill so piercing it could freeze time itself, sending shivers down the spines of every being who witnessed this moment before the livestream. How much blood did they make you shed? Zhou Yan spoke slowly, each word sounding like the final judgment upon the entire magic martial China civilization. I'll make them pay with the entire future of magic martial China. To repay tenfold, 100-fold. Huaxia livestream. Wah! God, Zhou is so heartwarming. This is what divine love should be. Damn it, I'm a grown man and I'm crying. National fortune? Victory? None of it matters compared to Goddess Ruan. My heart aches for Goddess Ruan, but I crave God Zhou's vengeance even more. Crush them all. Meanwhile, at the Demon Martial Huaxia Academy, Longing Shue witnessed the same scene through the victor's perspective granted by Bart. The smile on her face had long since frozen, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He's coming. The origin of the prison-sealing demon god beside her let out a low, guttural roar, frantically channeling demonic energy to construct layer upon layer of flesh barriers and demonic god barriers around the entire civilization. In their eyes, Zhou Yan's next move could only be to unleash an apocalyptic direct assault fueled by supreme fury. At that very moment, within the courtyard, Yuan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her body, her gaze growing complex. She could clearly sense that her divine soul was not only intact but had become even more refined and resilient after being tempered by that surge of Guishu power. A blessing in disguise. Zhou Yan looked at her, the coldness in his eyes melting into a faint smile. Are you rested? Yuan Xinglua nodded, rising from the grass. Her eyes held no trace of despondency now, only boundless fighting spirit and unwavering trust. Zhou Yan's smile deepened. The show is about to begin. With that, he took Yuan Xinglua's hand and stepped forward. Their figures vanished instantly from the courtyard. The next second, the two had reappeared above the vast, boundless civilization sand table. Above the sand table, the turbulent currents of time and space stood still. Zhou Yan and Yuan Xinglua stood like two eternal deities, gazing down upon the vast continents representing two civilizations. The gatekeeper Bart materialized in the void, his complex gaze fixed on Zhou Yan. Just as he was about to announce the rules. Zhou Yan, however, did not spare him even a glance. He merely lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite planes to lock directly onto the solitary, lofty figure above the magic martial China continent, a figure standing equal to the primordial essence of the jailer demon god. In the next instant, his cold, clear voice resounded simultaneously within the minds of every being across both parallel universes, tech-wielding China and martial magic China. Bart. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried the authority of a judgment. Your arena has been defiled by foul means. Now, I shall cleanse it. Bart's face instantly turned ashen. This was tantamount to slapping him in the face before the entire multiverse. Before anyone could react, Zhou Yan's gaze shifted to Longing Shue. Longing Shue, and that thing beside you. I will not attack your city, nor will I slaughter your people. These words sent shockwaves through the multiverse. Longing Shue and the primordial source of the prison-sealing demon god, who had been bracing for an apocalyptic assault, both froze in shock. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Zhou Yan's lips. I shall subject your vaunted domination. Launch an open challenge. Settle the accounts. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yan swept his hand through the air. A colossal projection of magical power unfolded like a celestial canopy, simultaneously spanning the skies above both worlds. Within the scene, countless demonic servants were driven, wailing, into the sacrificial array, transformed into pure energy nourishing the demon god. The scene shifted to reveal thousands upon thousands of slave laborers. Their flesh and blood were torn from their bodies while still alive, fused with demonic rock to form that grand yet sinister barrier of molten lava and flesh. Every twisted face, every pair of eyes filled with despair, was projected onto that barrier with crystal clarity. Your strength is built upon the merciless sacrifice and exploitation of the lowest classes. Your city-state is built upon the bones of countless wronged souls. Zhou Yan's voice echoed across the heavens and earth like a final verdict. Today, I shall allow these souls whom you regard as foundation stones and disposable resources to personally exact their blood debt from you. Personally exact their blood debt from you. The Demon Martial China livestream exploded with chaos. Nonsense. The strong prey on the weak, it's the natural order. For the Empire's ultimate glory, these sacrifices are necessary. It is their honor. This Zhou Yan is just playing these hypocritical moral games. Come on. Let's settle this with strength. Their people, far from being swayed, grew even more fanatical and violent as their beliefs were challenged. Huaxia livestream, however, erupted in applause. Holy. That's psychological warfare. Zhou is a badass. Killing them and crushing their will. That's cutting off the fuel from the fire. I get it. He's dismantling them from the roots. 1,000,000 times more satisfying than just smashing them with fists. Let them see what their so-called proud empire really is, a monstrous beast that devours its own. In the spectator seats, Corelli from the neutral civilization held her breath, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. She keenly realized that what Zhou Yan was about to do was 10,000 times more terrifying than any direct military strike. This wasn't about destroying the shell of a civilization. It was shattering the very soul of a civilization. Under the gaze of all worlds, Zhou Yan slowly raised his right hand. An ancient abacus materialized in his palm. It was none other than the enigmatic, debt-collecting abacus of all grievances, which had appeared multiple times in past missions yet remained shrouded in mystery. But this time, it no longer bore the patina of ancient bronze. Instead, it radiated a judgmental, heart-stopping pitch blackness that seemed to devour all light. As if all grievances and debts in the world converged upon this very object. Zhou Yan held Wan Xingluo's hand with one hand while cradling the pitch-black abacus in the other, his expression as cold and indifferent as ice. Debt. His thin lips parted, uttering a single word. It's time to pay. Before the words had fully faded, his fingers began to gently move the jet-black beads. Clack. A soft click. No earth-shattering energy explosion. No world-ending attack of divine law. Only a silent, yet seemingly all-pervading chant of debt collection capable of piercing through all matter, all barriers, all planes suddenly radiated outward from Zhou Yan as its epicenter. Like water, the chant instantly engulfed the entire demon martial continent where Long Yingxue stood, resounding in every corner. The layers of defenses laid by Long Yingxue and the prison-sealing demon god's primordial source proved utterly futile against this chant. Chapter 147, What exactly did he do? This sound was not an attack. It was a liberation, an awakening. The sacred chant seeped into the colossal barrier of molten lava and flesh, permeated every demonic worker puppet mining the demonic rock, and penetrated deep into the enslaved soul cores powering the war machines. Then, a grand and compassionate question echoed within the minds of all enslaved souls. For what purpose do you labor? For what do you sacrifice? Does even a fraction of the glory you forge belong to you? Why does the blood and sweat you shed nourish your enemies? Zhou Yan's grand and compassionate questioning did not cease there. They sharpened into a blade, piercing the deepest recesses of every enslaved soul. What have your sacrifices gained you? Glory, or merely a trivial stepping stone beneath the throne of a higher ruler? Has your hatred, your resentment, truly been quelled? Buzz. Within the depths of every demonic puppet's consciousness, every wronged soul fused into the barrier, scenes forcibly forgotten pierced through the seal like daggers. The excruciating agony of souls scorched by the lashes of demonic priests, driven into sacrificial furnaces. It was the indescribable despair and curses when flesh was torn from living bodies infused with molten demonic rock. It was the numbness and emptiness of becoming a puppet, trapped in cold steel, condemned to endless toil day after day, year after year. Glory? No. Only agony. A reward? No. Only enslavement. Roar. The primordial essence of the prison-sealing demon god instantly sensed the violent upheaval of its foundation of faith. It was the most primal hatred emanating from the depths of countless believers' and servants' souls. His towering demonic form unleashed an earth-shattering roar, and a demonic pressure heavier than mountains crashed down. You lowly souls, dare to defy me. Your glory is bestowed by me. How dare you question divine grace? Obey. Kneel. The voice of the demon god, like the resounding wrath of heaven, sought to crush this newly kindled spark into oblivion. A silent tug-of-war of wills, more brutal than any war, raged fiercely within the depths of countless puppet souls. On one side, the overwhelming divine might of the jailer demon god descended like a mountain crushing down. On the other, Zhou Yan's debt-collecting chant, like water seeping through stone, silently nourishing all things, awakening the most primal defiance. Central Plaza, Demon Marshal China City. A 10-meter-tall war puppet on patrol halted abruptly, its heavy footsteps frozen in place. Click. Its crimson eyes, burning with demonic flames, flickered violently several times. Finally, all traces of demonic flame and savagery faded away, transforming into a pure, crystalline white, the very essence of free will. It stopped. Like a single drop of water plummeting into a cauldron of boiling oil. With the first puppet's awakening, it spread like the most terrifying virus, propagating at an unimaginable speed. The second, the third, the 10th, hundreds upon hundreds. The demonic worker puppets mining in the quarry halted their drills. The demonic worker puppets forging weapons in the armory dropped their hammers. The demonic worker puppets patrolling the city walls lowered their massive axes. The demonic flames burning in their eyes flickered out one by one, turning into patches of deathly, pure white. The industrial heart of the entire continent abruptly ceased beating at that moment. What's happening? Why have these tools stopped? Upon the throne, Long Yingshue's expression betrayed a mix of shock and fury for the first time. The jailer demon god was enraged beyond measure. A bunch of mindless tools dared to rebel? Murderous intent blazed in Long Yingshue's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she issued the most ruthless command. All personal guards. All puppet legions yet to move. Suppress them. Crush every moving puppet into dust. Boom! The command issued, and those loyal puppets still controlled by the demon gods will blazed with crimson light in their eyes. They raised their slaughtering blades and swung them at their companions who had just awakened beside them. Yet a shocking scene unfolded. Facing the descending blades, the awakened puppets neither dodged nor resisted. They silently turned, using their cold, steel bodies to shield their still unawakened comrades who were desperately struggling against the demon god's will. Splatter! The sharp blades sliced clean through their chests. With their own death, they secured that precious sliver of opportunity for their comrades behind them to awaken. In this moment, their sacrifice was no longer for the elusive glory of the demon god, but for the freedom of their kind. This resolve, this protection, this willingness to die to awaken their kin through the soul link forged by Zhou Yan's debt-collecting chant transformed into the most intense, most searing catalyst. It instantly ignited the suppressed fury that had smoldered for millennia within every soul still wavering, still struggling. Boom! A thunderclap born from the resonance of billions of souls thundered across the very plane of will that was the demon martial continent. Millions upon millions of demonic automatons raised their heads in unison. The last vestiges of enslavement, the crimson demonic flames in their eyes, were utterly washed away. In their place surged a raging sea of pure white, a symbol of rebellion and revolution. The puppet legion that Long Yingxue had once prided herself on, absolutely obedient, tireless, and fearless of life or death, in an instant had all become her most terrifying enemies. Clank, clank, clank. The synchronized clanking of metal echoed across the heavens. Every puppet slowly raised its weapon, battle blades, giant axes, energy cannons. Then, they swung them around. The cold weapons were aimed at those once lofty demon priests wielding whips. Aimed at those overseers who had lorded over them, treating them as mere fodder. Aimed at the demon god and king upon the throne who had enslaved them for lifetimes upon lifetimes. A revolution sweeping across the entire continent. At this moment, it erupted with unstoppable fury. The official livestream channel of Martial Arts China plunged into an unprecedented deathly silence. Billions of viewers stared blankly at the pure white sea engulfing the entire continent. They watched their once proud, invincible puppet legions turn their blades against their empress. They watched the throne, built upon countless bones and glory, teetering on the brink of collapse amidst the fury of its own subjects. Faith crumbled. Worldviews shattered. No, impossible, this must be an illusion. Our armies. Our guardian deities. How could they betray Her Majesty the Empress? That man named Zhou Yan, what exactly did he do? Chapter 148, Victory Without Bloodshed. In the VIP box, Coralie Xingyu covered her mouth, her body shaking violently with utter terror. Her golden pupils were filled with disbelief. Staring at the man on the screen who had remained utterly composed throughout, her voice cracked hoarsely. Without a single drop of blood shed. He actually dismantled an entire empire without shedding a drop of blood? Boom! 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 The only response was the deafening roar of metal echoing across the entire magic martial continent. The awakened puppets spontaneously coalesced into an army. They bore no regimental numbers, no commanding officers. Their sole creed was vengeance. This alliance of revenge, composed of billions of vengeful souls, launched their final assault from every corner of the continent, converging upon the imperial palace at its heart. Roar! The prison-sealing demon god roared with fury. Its colossal form erupted in towering demonic flames. With a single palm strike, hundreds upon hundreds of puppets were melted into molten iron. Longing Shue stood atop the palace roof, her crimson hair whipping wildly. Sealing hand seals, she unleashed a torrent of scarlet demonic energy beams that rained down like a storm, piercing the cores of one war puppet after another with pinpoint accuracy. They were formidable. The combined might of a demigod and a true divine origin could level mountains and vaporize seas. But their enemy was the limitless army they themselves had created. They could never be killed. They could never be killed. What was even more terrifying was that with every attack, every puppet destroyed. Longing Shue could distinctly feel her connection to this continent being severed, thread by thread. Upon the sand table of civilizations, the civilization index of the demon martial Huaxia flickered wildly at a visible pace, slowly declining. Every swing of her hand was draining the very foundations of her civilization. Every slaughter was digging the grave of her own empire. This was a bloody battle, destined to be lost. Above the civilization sand table, Zhou Yan watched silently as the city-state descended into civil strife and war. The timing was nearly perfect. He turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua beside him, his gaze carrying a hint of indulgence and icy killing intent. My lady, go. Go reclaim what belongs to us. With interest. Ruan Xinglua nodded firmly, her eyes burning with unmasked hatred and unwavering resolve. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The golden dragon of national fortune behind her, empowered by Zhou Yan's colossal Guishu force, swelled to several times its original size. Its once ethereal form now solidified, as if cast from molten gold. A golden divine light tore through the heavens, carrying an unstoppable vengeance as it fiercely lunged toward the national fortune demon dragon, whose foundations were shaken by internal strife and whose aura was now weak and withered. Roar! Sensing mortal peril, the national fortune demon dragon let out an uneasy roar, attempting to resist. Yet before the unstoppable golden dragon of national fortune, all its struggles seemed utterly futile. Splat! The golden dragon's massive jaws snapped precisely onto the severed tail segment, yanking it back with brutal force. The severed tail returned, radiating brilliant golden light. The golden dragon of national fortune's aura instantly reached perfection. But this was still not enough. Roar! The golden dragon let out an even more savage roar, its claws, flashing with boundless divine light, pressing down fiercely on the demon dragon's body. Then, it opened its massive jaws and bit down viciously upon the demon dragon's spine. Snap! A crisp sound, as if the very backbone of the continent had snapped. A massive chunk of dragon vein, containing the purest primordial essence, was torn alive from the demon dragon's body by the golden dragon. No! From the throne, Longing Shue let out a piercing scream. Boom boom boom! The national fortune index of demon martial China plummeted instantly. The sky split apart, the earth caved in, and countless majestic structures crumbled to dust in an instant. The entire continent showed signs of disintegration. Put! Longing Shue was struck as if by lightning, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her vital energy plummeted at an avalanche-like speed. Her realm, just a half step away from divine sovereign, shattered violently. Her form could no longer remain suspended in the air. She plummeted down in a disheveled fall, crashing heavily into the burning ruins of the palace. Struggling, she raised her head. What met her eyes was a city engulfed in flames, an army turned traitor, and a nation's destiny consumed. Her life's work had turned to ashes. Endless regret and despair instantly consumed all her will. At that very moment, a figure appeared silently before her. A black trenchcoat fluttered in the wind. Zhou Yan looked down at her from above, his gaze cold and indifferent, like a deity surveying a lowly insect. Longing Shue stared at him, suddenly breaking into a bitter laugh, a laugh filled with self-mockery and release. I've lost. Kill me. Zhou Yan shook his head slowly. His voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, echoed through the civilization sandbox, resonating in the ears of every spectator across both parallel universes. Kill you? Not likely. The reckoning has only just begun. As Longing Shue's gaze shifted from despair to sheer terror, Zhou Yan spoke slowly, delivering the final verdict on this one-sided annihilation. This is merely the interest. Interest? Lying amidst the ruins, Longing Shue murmured these two words. The despair and lifelessness in her pupils were instantly replaced by an extreme madness. She jerked her head up, a twisted, vicious grin spreading across her blood and dust-stained face. Zhou Yan! You think you've won? As long as I'm not dead. This war is not over. My loyal subjects. Hear my command. Her crimson eyes locked onto the indifferent figure in the sky, her voice shrill as a blood-curdling cry. Ignite the heart of demon energy. Sacrifice everything. For the Empire's ultimate victory. Beneath the crumbling ruins of the Imperial Palace, the last remaining Imperial Guard puppets received this final divine decree. The demonic flames flickering in their eyes surged violently. As you command, my lord. Without hesitation. Amidst frenzied howls, they initiated the final self-destruction protocol for the entire magic martial city-state and indeed, the entire continent. Above the civilization sand table, Ruan Xinglua sensed the rapidly surging destructive energy below and her expression shifted slightly. Zhou Yan, she intends to. Zhou Yan merely watched silently, a hint of amusement curling his lips. He gently clasped Ruan Xingluo's hand, signaling her not to panic. Look. His voice was calm and profound. The endpoint of tyranny is always destruction. Either destroy your enemies or destroy yourself. He gazed down at the city below, soon to be swallowed by the blinding light, his eyes devoid of any pity. Let her perform to her heart's content. This is the finale she chose for herself. Chapter 149, she's dragging the entire continent down with her. Official Magic Martial Arts China livestream. She's gone mad. Her Majesty the Empress has lost her mind. She intends to destroy our very world. No. Stop. I don't want to die yet. Shut up, traitor. This is a necessary sacrifice for ultimate victory. Her Majesty the Empress will be reborn from the ruins. Exactly. Sacrificing this broken world to give birth to the mightiest god. That is the wisdom of Her Majesty the Empress. The audience's emotions completely fractured, plunging into endless chaos and heated arguments. Huaxia livestream. Holy crap. This is terrifying. Why isn't Zhou Shen stopping her? She's dragging the entire continent down with her. Boom. Every thought was shattered by a deafening roar that seemed to crack the soul. A piercing white pillar of light, piercing through heaven and earth, erupted from the very center of the magic martial city-state. No sound. No shockwaves. Only a light of utter destruction, pure and ghastly white, engulfing the entire world and drenching every live feed in its pallid glow. After the light faded, the demon martial city-state vanished. Palaces, ruins, mountains, rivers. Along with the remains of millions of puppets who hadn't escaped in time, all were reduced to the most primordial energy and a torrent of resentment in this ultimate self-destructive explosion. At the very center of that land, charred black as ink, where space itself had collapsed. The vengeful core that longing Xue had hidden deep underground stirred. Like a ravenous heart, it pulsed frantically, sucking all the destructive energy and the final resentment of millions of puppets into its body. Its form began swelling at a visible pace. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous entity towering 10,000 zhang high, its form twisted beyond description, its mere outline enough to shatter minds, stood atop the scorched earth. A terror far surpassing that of the previous jailer god swept across the land like a plague. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Longing Xue gazed upon her masterpiece and erupted in maniacal laughter. Struggling to her feet, she pointed at the monstrous entity taking shape and snarled at Zhou Yan. See this, Zhou Yan. This is my true trump card. The apocalyptic vengeful god, imbued with the final resentment and energy of an entire civilization. Once it's fully formed, every last one of you will die. You've lost. Just as she believed she had won this final gamble, Zhou Yan finally spoke. Is that so? Those two casual words poured like a bucket of ice water, dousing every last ember of longing Xue's fervor. He finally moved. He didn't attack, nor did he even glance at the monster taking shape. Instead, he simply reached out and gently swept his hand across the scorched ruins of civilization. With that single, gentle stroke, the colossal god of resentment, freshly coalesced and radiating boundless malice and destruction, couldn't even utter a complete roar. Its immense form began to dissolve and peel away silently, layer by layer, from the bottom up, like sand art. The energy that had formed it was restored to its most primordial, purest chaos under the touch of that hand. Next, it was the scorched earth. Everything, whether grand or insignificant, material or energy, lost all sense of existence before this unimaginable power. They were erased. From this world, from the very consciousness of all beings, they were utterly erased. Finally, the entire continent's wreckage, along with that shattered sky, dissolved into a pure, substanceless void devoid of any laws. A completely blank canvas. Magic Martial Arts China official livestream. That's it? What about the Wrath God? Our last hope, gone? Not gone, but erased. Dead silence. The entire livestream fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. All the fervent devotees, all the spectators clamoring to witness the deity's descent, now stood like puppets with their souls ripped out, staring blankly at a void emptier than death itself. Their final trump card, everything they had sacrificed before the other party, it wasn't even a ripple. Merely a stain on the canvas. Put. Longing Xue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't from injury, but from the collapse of her shattered conviction in spirit. No. She reached out, grasping futilely at the empty void, her voice raspy as a leaky drum. My vengeful spirit, my empire, my everything. How could this be? She couldn't comprehend it. Destruction was the highest form of power she could conceive. Why had it been so easily erased? Zhou Yan finally withdrew his gaze from the void, fixing it on Ruan Xingluo beside him, who stood equally stunned. He smiled, his voice gentle yet carrying a truth profound enough to shatter worldviews. See? Destruction is the most primitive form of power. Because it merely disrupts existing rules. Ruan Xingluo stared blankly at him, murmuring, then, what you just used. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over the live stream camera, as if delivering a public lecture to everyone across both worlds. This is called return to the void. The power to return to nothingness, to reset everything to its origin and begin anew. Long Yingxue chose to destroy herself to give birth to a greater destruction. And I chose to reduce her destruction along with every trace of her existence to zero. His voice was calm, yet it unleashed a tidal wave of shock deep within every soul present. What they witnessed today had far surpassed their very understanding of what it meant to be powerful. Zhou Yan turned his head, gazing tenderly at Ruan Xinglua. The depth in his eyes transformed into a smile of encouragement. Madam, it is your turn. This blank canvas has been prepared for you. Use your own path to paint the civilization within your heart upon it. Ruan Xinglua's heart trembled violently. She gazed at the absolute void before her, then met Zhou Yan's trusting eyes. Taking a deep breath. All the confusion and uncertainty she had felt before vanished in that instant. In their place arose an unprecedented clarity and resolve. She was no longer merely the forest fairy who nurtured all things, she was the pioneer of a new world. Good. She nodded firmly, stepping forward to hover directly above the void. Closing her eyes, she put all her insights into practice. This time, she did not immediately summon life. Instead, she extended her delicate jade-like hand and gently touched the blank canvas. World, there shall be light and darkness, this is yin and yang. Hum. From the void, two primordial energies, one black, one white, emerged, swirling into a vast Taiji diagram. It rotated slowly, defining the world's two poles. Chapter 150, the foundation is set, hope shall arise. She waved her hand once more. All things shall have birth, destruction, and transformation, this is the five elements. Golden, wood, water, fire, earth, five-colored divine light blossomed, merging into the Taiji diagram to form the most fundamental framework of laws governing the material world. Seasons must have succession and cycles, this is the four seasons. Spring's vitality, summer's fervor, autumn's desolation, winter's stillness. The formless force of time began to flow, imbuing this newly born world with the concept of process. Only after completing all this did she open her eyes, their gaze sparkling with the divine radiance of creation. The foundation is laid, hope shall follow. With a flick of her palm, the sapling of the world tree she had nurtured transformed into a jade-green stream of light, taking root at the very center of the world. The bloodline is formed, there shall be life. She drew forth the river of spiritual essence from the void, transforming it into rivers, lakes, and seas that crisscross the entire continent like the veins of the world. The vessel is ready, let there be mountains and rivers. She glanced at the chaos devourer standing by, and it instantly understood, opening its maw to spew forth the purest chaos substance digested and refined by its own power. This substance descended, shaped by Ruan Xinglua's will, into undulating mountain ranges and boundless plains. A world in its embryonic form possessing a perfect ecological cycle, brimming with harmony and infinite potential, slowly came into being before the eyes of billions of global viewers watching the live broadcast. As Ruan Xinglua completed her final stroke of creation, the entire void space was utterly filled by the vibrant, nascent form of a new world. The system of the Magic Martial Arts China official livestream even unprecedentedly auto-populated evaluation data. New World Template evaluation in progress. Development potential 99999 plus exceeding calculation limits. Civilization harmony, initial value 98%. These two lines of concise data carried more impact than any flowery rhetoric. Holy crap! The potential value just blew off the charts? Initial harmony at 98%? What does that even mean? It means this world has existed since birth with virtually no internal conflicts it can develop perfectly. Holy mother! No, a sage. This is the true embodiment of a sage. Fairy Ruan Xinglua, no, Goddess Ruan Xinglua. The audience erupted in excitement. They were witnessing a miracle, one far greater than any destruction. Yet, just as everyone thought everything was settled and a new era was about to dawn. Roar! A roar from a higher dimension, filled with resentment and venom, tore through the void. The jailer demon god, who had remained bound to Long Yingxue through their marital link, had finally seized its chance. In the fleeting instant between the old world's rules fading away and the new world's laws solidifying, a trillionth of a second opening appeared. Zhou Yan! The demon god's voice shook the soul. You destroyed my vessel. Severed my descent. I refuse to accept this. It knew its chance was gone. But it would make everyone pay the price. I sacrifice my very essence as the demon god. Marriage contract, shatter before me. Boom! A pitch-black chain linking Long Yingxue to the unknown void abruptly materialized, then shattered inch by inch. The prison-sealing demon god had burned the very foundation of its existence to forcibly tear apart this contract witnessed by the supreme laws. It abandoned its descent. In its place came an even more extreme form of vengeance. With my demonic soul, I shall fill your body. Become my vessel, carry out my destruction. Unfettered by the contract, the prison-sealing demon god's entire demonic soul transformed into an indescribable torrent of pitch-black energy. With savage, unyielding force, it violently poured into Long Yingxue's body. Long Yingxue emitted a wail of agony unlike any human cry. Her body, once lifeless from shattered conviction, began to twist and swell violently as if injected with venomous magma. Thick, indelible demonic energy erupted from her 7 orifices. Her consciousness was being devoured, piece by piece, by the colossal, tyrannical will of the demon god. Her face, once breathtakingly beautiful, was now half consumed by despair and pleading that seeped into her very bones, while the other half was rapidly overtaken by spreading black demonic patterns. A pressure 100 times more terrifying than that of the 10,000 Zhang resentment god descended with a thunderous crash, a pressure saturated with the stench of corruption and finality. A fallen empress, personally controlled by the jailer demon god, was about to be born. Zhou Yan watched the scene unfold, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Can't handle the game, so you're already trying to possess your own wife? Truly the scum of the bazaar. He paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Well, that's convenient. Saves me another trip. Huaxia livestream. Viewers' hearts were in their throats. No! How could this happen? That demon god has gone mad. It seeks to corrupt the new world created by Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan, think of a way. She's so kind, surely she can purify that poor woman? All eyes turned to Ruan Xinglua. They believed that this goddess, embodying life and hope, would surely act out of benevolent righteousness to attempt the redemption of Long Yingxue, now possessed by the demon god. Even the last remnant of Long Yingshue's consciousness, on the verge of being swallowed whole, instinctively sent a faint plea toward Ruan Xinglua. Save me. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice resounded directly within the depths of Ruan Xinglua's soul. Remember, my lady. Your new life is granted only to those who deserve it. For incurable cancer cells, the most merciful approach is to excise them cleanly and decisively. Ruan Xinglua's entire body trembled. She looked at Long Yingxue, who was screaming in agony as her breath grew increasingly ragged. The last trace of the forest fairy's pity and hesitation vanished completely from her eyes. In their place emerged an unprecedented clarity, enlightenment, and resolve. Yes. Protection is not boundless tolerance. True compassion is defending what is good, not indulging evil. She hesitated no longer. She lifted her eyes, her icy gaze piercing through the raging demonic energy to stare directly into the pupils now utterly consumed by the demon god's will. Your path is wrong. For the first time, Ruan Xinglua's voice carried the authority of judgment. Now, I shall show you the true strength required for genuine guardianship. With that, she moved. But she did not summon any more life force. Instead, she slowly raised her right hand and gently clenched it toward the void. The very laws governing this newly born world resonated in unison with her. A pure white blade of light, forged from the essence of Enden law, emanating an aura of absolute annihilation, materialized in her hand. Silence of return, edge of law. The next instant, Ruan Xinglua vanished from her original position. Wielding the law's edge, she charged headlong toward the fallen demon god empress. Chapter 151, The Goddess Who Wields Judgment and Law. Clang. The moment the law's edge collided with the fallen demonic form, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only an excruciatingly piercing screech of clashing laws. The pure white blade sliced through the surging demonic energy enveloping Long Yingxue like a red-hot branding iron cutting through butter. It tore through her defenses, embedding itself firmly before her brow, unable to advance another inch. Possessed by the will of the prison-sealing demon god, Long Yingxue let out a tortured roar. This roar was no longer a woman's voice, but a hellish howl born from the fusion of countless vengeful spirits and the demon god's will, echoing from the depths of the underworld. A mere nascent law dares to judge this sovereign? Black demonic patterns spread wildly across half her face, attempting to corrupt and assimilate the pure white law's edge held by Ruan Xinglua. For a moment, black and white clashed violently at the heart of the new world, locked in a fierce, stalemate struggle. Official Huaxia broadcast channel. Viewers' hearts nearly leapt out of their throats. She's holding her ground. Goddess Ruan is holding her ground. My god, that's the jailer demon god. Even as a fragment, it's still god tier. How is Goddess Ruan holding her own against it alone? She's no longer just a forest fairy who creates. She is the goddess who wields judgment and order. Just as everyone's attention was riveted on this clash between the sacred and the fallen. At the very moment the fallen empress poured her entire being into battling Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan moved. He didn't even tear open a spatial rift. He simply took a step forward. With that single step, his figure materialized behind the fallen empress like a ghostly apparition. So swift that even the prison-sealing demon god failed to react. Zhou Yan extended his hand, and upon his palm, a pitch-black disc had materialized at some unknown moment. Upon that disc, it seemed as though countless aggrieved souls were wailing in silence. The debt-collecting disc of 10,000 grievances. Gazing at the distorted, swollen form before him, fueled by demonic power, his eyes held not a shred of pity, only icy indifference. You have enslaved so many souls. Now, it's time to pay your debt. The moment the words fell, he slammed the debt-collecting disc into the fallen empress's back. Smack! A faint sound. No energy erupted. No laws clashed. The instant the debt-collecting disc struck, countless strands of pitch-black karmic threads invisible to mortal eyes were forcibly wrenched from the depths of Long Yingshue's soul and anchored to the circular disc. Ah no! What is this thing? The prison-sealing demon god let out a shriek of utter terror. It sensed the bond between itself and this vessel being forcibly severed by an incomprehensible, irresistible supreme law. Zhou Yan! How dare you! Zhou Yan ignored it completely, uttering only 2 words in a calm voice. Disconnect. Boom! The immense, pitch-black demonic soul of the prison-sealing demon god brimming with savagery and venom was torn from Long Yingshua's body like a tumor ripped from flesh, pulled out bit by the debt-collecting chain. Roar! I refuse to accept this. The demon god roared and struggled, but it was all in vain. Deprived of the demon god's power and suffering the backlash of soul separation, Long Yingshua's body and spirit could no longer maintain their form. Cracks spread like shattered porcelain, creeping inch by inch across her body and soul. The half of her face consumed by demonic patterns rapidly faded, returning to its original state only now. That face held nothing but endless emptiness and deathly stillness. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at the fading Long Yingxue. He extended his other hand and casually pinched the writhing, frenzied soul of the demon god that had been torn out. Squeak! The shrill wail abruptly ceased. The once mighty soul of the prison-sealing demon god dissolved in his palm, transforming into a pure orb of spiritual energy. A palm-sized, octopus-like chaotic creature emerged from nowhere, affectionately brushing its tentacles against Zhou Yan's fingers. A chaos devourer. Here, have it as a snack. Zhou Yan flicked his finger, and the soul energy orb was swallowed whole by the chaos devourer. It let out a satisfied burp before vanishing. The entire process unfolded with effortless fluidity, executed with casual ease. As if what had been crushed was not a demon god, but an insignificant ant. Dead silence fell over the livestream. Everyone was utterly stunned by this lightning-fast, ruthlessly decisive display. At that moment, Long Yingxue, on the verge of complete shattering, glanced at the vibrant new world behind Wan Xinglua, a realm where laws were perfectly balanced. A glimmer of true enlightenment and liberation flickered in her eyes. She murmured softly, her voice faint and barely audible. So this is what true strength truly is. As the words faded, her body and soul dissolved into specks of light, vanishing completely into the void of void she herself had destroyed, only to be reborn by another. Thus, Long Yingxue, the first celestial maiden of the demon martial Huaxia, met her end. Between the new world and the remnants of the old, a profound silence hung heavy. A figure dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding scholarly elegance slowly materialized. It was Bart, the supreme arbiter of this national destiny tournament. His gaze first swept over the continent's remains, now utterly reduced to nothingness and dust, then shifted to the flawless, limitlessly promising new world behind Wan Xinglua. Finally, his deep gaze settled upon Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, lingering there for a long while. After a long pause, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and announced slowly, in a tone devoid of emotion yet imbued with supreme authority. The National Fortune Arena battle has reached its final conclusion. Magic Martial China, the world collapses, national destiny extinguished. China emerges victorious. Boom! As his verdict echoed, the pillar of national fortune belonging to demon martial China in the real world crashed down, shattering into dust. The sickly, vicious black demon dragon born from its essence let out a mournful wail before being swallowed whole by a golden dragon of China's fortune, a colossal creature that had grown several times larger as it descended from the heavens. Roar! Having absorbed the essence of all opposing national fortunes, the golden dragon of Huaxia reached an unprecedented peak in size, its dragon's roar echoing across the entire world. The battle was utterly concluded. With a wave of Wan Xinglua's hand, the mark representing the core of the primordial void slowly flew out and merged into the new world she had created. Henceforth, this vast, enigmatic domain would become China's exclusive backyard and inexhaustible source of resources. Happiness Community, Building 13, Unit 404. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua materialized out of thin air. After enduring an earth-shattering battle, returning to this familiar and cozy home, the divine aura and majesty in Wan Xinglua's eyes gradually faded, transforming her back into that gentle girl. She looked at Zhou Yan, about to speak, but he took her hand and slipped a newly formed object onto her wrist. It was a bracelet woven from an unknown black crystal, translucent and luminous, with a faint glow seeming to flow within it, emanating an aura that suppressed all things. What is this? Wan Xinglua asked curiously. Refined from a fragment of that demon god's prison binding essence. Zhou Yan fastened it for her and murmured softly, henceforth, it will help you suppress your inner demons and grant immunity to all forms of mental corruption. Your path is creation and rebirth, it must remain pure and unblemished. Leave all the filth of this world to me. Feeling the tranquil yet powerful protective force emanating from the bracelet, and hearing Zhou Yan's words, Wan Xinglua's eyes glistened slightly. She said nothing, merely rising on tiptoe to press a gentle kiss against Zhou Yan's cheek. Outside the window, the sunlight was perfect. Chapter 152, Painted Skin. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting warm patches of light across the wooden floor. The air carried the aroma of fried eggs, mingled with a faint, all-encompassing stillness. Wan Xinglua sat at the dining table, gently rotating her wrist. The black crystal bracelet, forged from the essence of a demon god, shimmered with profound light in the morning glow. An unprecedented sense of peace flowed from her wrist, slowly permeating every limb and fiber of her being, reaching deep into her soul. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yan placed 2 plates of perfectly fried soft-boiled eggs on the table and asked casually. I was thinking, this kind of peace feels almost unreal. Ruan Xinglua lifted her head, her eyes reflecting Zhou Yan's figure. Zhou Yan pulled out a chair and sat down, tapping her plate with a smile. Then eat more. Feel the authenticity of everyday life. They shared a knowing smile, needing no further words. Their unspoken connection and warmth spoke volumes. The television in the living room was on, broadcasting the morning news. Yesterday, after our nation's golden dragon devoured the enemy's national fortune, the blue star Huaxia officially ushered in an unprecedented golden age. The anchor's voice trembled with excitement. The scene shifted to a park. A white-haired old man practiced Tai Chi slowly, his movements seemingly ordinary. The next instant, he thrust both palms forward. A pale golden dragon, formed purely of chi energy, roared from his palms and smashed a half-human height rockery into pieces. The old man himself froze, staring at his hands in bewilderment. The scene shifts again. Inside a mock college entrance exam hall, a bespectacled boy was furiously scribbling when suddenly, his entire body trembled. The final, most challenging math problem on the exam paper appeared in his mind with a complete solution. Experts analyze that this is a manifestation of national fortune feeding back, resulting in a significant leap in the mental strength and physical constitution of the entire population. Currently, the newly introduced contribution point system in the Huaxia spiritual realm has replaced school district housing and luxury goods as the nation's new pursuit. The television broadcast depicted a thriving landscape, with all of China immersed in an unprecedented, vibrant atmosphere of fervor. Zhou Yan, however, furrowed his brow slightly. Too fast, he murmured. Ruan Xinglua looked at him, puzzled. This kind of forced acceleration lacks a solid foundation. It's bound to cause problems down the line. No sooner had Zhou Yan finished speaking than Ruan Xinglua's specially encrypted phone suddenly emitted a shrill, piercing beep. It was a highest priority communication request. Caller ID, Lin Anhua. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened. She immediately answered and activated speakerphone. Lin Anhua's voice came through, heavy with gravity and tinged with exhaustion. Comrade Xinglua. Director Lin, what's happened? There's trouble. Major trouble. Deep concern permeated Lin Anhua's voice. The energy from the national fortune's backflow, it's too immense, too overwhelming. Our technicians just detected that Blue Star's world barrier is being passively diluted and stretched thin by this immense energy. This dilution is accelerating the convergence between our reality and those unknown, bizarre worlds. Lin Anhua paused before uttering a figure that made Ruan Xinglua's pupils contract sharply. Exceeded our worst-case projections by 100-fold. 100 times. Ruan Xinglua understood exactly what this meant. But before she could react, beep, beep, beep. A series of alarms, sharper and more urgent than the previous communication request, suddenly blared simultaneously from Lin Anhua's earpiece and the highest level alarms in Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's homes. It was the highest level, a red alert. Lin Anhua roared into the phone, the alert is from the Magic City Transit Hub. Right in the city center. We're screwed. Before he could finish, every screen worldwide connected to the international channel, whether on phones, computers, or outdoor displays, was forcibly switched at the exact same moment. The image that appeared was a satellite view of Magic City. Right in the heart of the city's most bustling and iconic downtown area. A commercial tower hundreds of meters tall was being devoured inch by inch from its foundation upward by a thick, impenetrable black fog, its speed visible to the naked eye. As if possessed of life itself, the black mist, having engulfed the entire building, began to spread frantically outward. 1 kilometer. 5 kilometers. In less than 10 minutes. A realm of absolute darkness, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, like a inkblot god had spilled upon the mortal world, completely transformed the very heart of the demon city into a terrifying zone, an independent realm perfectly overlapping the real world. Below the screen, rows of crimson characters automatically generated by the Supreme Notary system burned painfully into everyone's eyes. Warning, SSS grade unclaimed haunted domain detected. Location, Blue Star China Magic City. A deathly silence fell across the globe. After a brief pause, a deafening uproar erupted. My God! On Chinese soil. In their most densely populated city, magic capital, an SSS-grade haunted realm has appeared. What's going on? Didn't they just achieve a major victory? Could this be retribution? Amidst the shock and panic, within the last surviving official livestream channel of the United States, a paranormal expert who had narrowly escaped the purge turned to the camera and revealed a twisted, schadenfreude-filled grin. I told you so. I warned the entire world. Excessive national fortune is never a blessing, it's a curse. Like a torch in the night, it attracts the most terrifying, most voracious moths. Behold! This is the price of their arrogance. Retribution from higher dimensions. The moment they reap what they sow has arrived. Just as he was passionately delivering his apocalyptic speech. Above the demon city, the black fog that had shrouded a 10-kilometer radius began to slowly dissipate. Yet what appeared before the global audience was not a scene of devastation. Instead, a city. A city brimming with ancient Chinese charm pavilions and towers, ornate beams and painted rafters. Its streets bustled with people and carriages, radiating the prosperity of an ancient capital. It appeared abruptly in the heart of a 21st century international metropolis. The global broadcast camera slowly zoomed in, focusing on the plaque above the ancient city's main gate. In thick, viscous blood, 3 menacing characters were written: Painted Skin City. Huapi City. Lin Anghua, in the command center on the other end of the communication channel, almost gritted his teeth as he uttered these 3 characters, one by one. Those 3 characters alone radiated a spine-chilling, bone-deep eeriness. Chapter 153, Forced Entry. Dragon Group's 1st, 3rd, and 7th squads have assembled at the edge of the haunted realm. 5 minutes to force entry and uncover the internal rules. Lin Anghua's orders were decisive and swift, without the slightest hesitation. These were China's most elite extraordinary combat forces, the very pillars holding the nation steady. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, within the command center, the life signal lights representing all members of the 3 elite squads simultaneously shifted from green signifying alive to gray signifying unknown in an instant. Immediately afterward, the final footage transmitted at the cost of their lives by the recorders on the assault team's helmets appeared on the command center's large screen. The footage shook violently. A top-tier Dragon Group operative clad in exoskeleton armor recoiled in terror. Before him, a street vendor who had been selling candied hawthorn on the sidewalk approached slowly, a kindly smile on his face. "Sir, your skin looks a bit worn." The vendor smiled, extending his hand. The next second, the Dragon Group expert's blood-curdling scream abruptly ceased. The skin on his face peeled away as if torn by an invisible hand, revealing a bloody, featureless membrane of flesh. The peeled-off skin, bearing a frozen expression of terror, drifted down and settled perfectly over the vendor's face. The vendor's face instantly took on the appearance of the Dragon Group expert, who even offered a sinister smile to the camera. "This skin fits rather well." The footage abruptly ended. Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. This eerie realm forbids all forms of force. Anyone attempting to wield the power of the rules or even pure physical force within it would be instantly assimilated, skinned, and transformed into a resident of that bizarre capital city. Damn it! Lin Anghua slammed his fist onto the control console, his eyes bloodshot with utter helplessness. How could they possibly fight like this? Even China's elite Dragon Group had been wiped out in an instant. Sending more men in would only add new residents to that bizarre city of painted skins. Just as the entire Chinese high command was at a complete loss. A young aide hurried over to Lin Anghua, hesitating before speaking. "Director Lin, the Heavenly Resonance Society has volunteered, claiming they have a solution for Painted Skin City." The Heavenly Resonance Society? Lin Anghua frowned deeply. He had heard of this name before. It was a radical organization formed spontaneously by China's new generation of top-tier extraordinary individuals after the national fortune's reversal. Nonsense! Lin Anghua snapped angrily. A bunch of young fools intoxicated by power. Send them back. This isn't the place for them to seek attention. Hold on. A cool, detached voice cut through the air. Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan had arrived at the command center unnoticed. Ruan Xinglua stared at the eerie ancient city displayed on the screen, her expression grave. "Director Lin, let them in. At this moment, we cannot overlook even the slightest possibility." A few minutes later, a young man, surrounded by members of the Celestial Society, entered the command center. He was young, barely in his early 20s, with a handsome face and eyes burning with an almost fanatical confidence and ambition. He was the president of the Heavenly Human Association Ing Tianchang. "Director Lin, Ms. Ruan." Ing Tianchang's gaze swept over the two, his face bearing a polite yet distant smile. "I'm sure you've already seen that traditional combat methods are ineffective against the painted skin." Lin Anghua suppressed his anger. "What solution do you have?" "A solution?" Ing Tianchang chuckled lightly, as if amused by something. "I have no solution for it, because it isn't a problem that needs solving at all." The words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Before Lin Anghua could react, Ing Tianchang's voice suddenly soared, filled with astonishing conviction. "Director Lin, Ms. Ruan. Times have changed. Your generation's mindset of containing and eliminating the uncanny is utterly obsolete." He spread his arms wide, gazing at the painted skin city on the screen with fervent intensity, as if admiring a perfect work of art. The emergence of Huapi-Du is not a disaster. On the contrary, it is the first gift bestowed upon us by heaven after ushering in the Golden Age. A perfect breeding ground for evolution. Evolution? Ruan Xinglua spoke coldly. "You call that loss of self, becoming a mindless shell of a painting spirit, evolution?" Ing Tianchang turned his gaze toward Ruan Xinglua, his eyes unexpectedly tinged with a hint of pity. "Ms. Ruan, forgive my frankness, but your realm is too low to comprehend higher forms of life. They have abandoned feudal individual strife and achieved absolute collective harmony, the very prototype of the perfect union between heaven and humanity. We should no longer fear the supernatural. What we must do is abandon resistance, actively embrace and integrate, seeking faster, higher dimensional evolution." Ying Tiancheng's remarks were simultaneously broadcast through certain special channels. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. Across all of Huaxia, especially among the young people who had gained power through the nation's fortune and yearned intensely to become stronger, these shocking and unprecedented words instantly ignited them. Holy! Chairman Ying is awesome. His vision and thinking blow those old fossils out of the water. Spot on. Why should the uncanny be inherently evil? Why can't we coexist with them or even fuse their power into our own? Ying Tiancheng. My God. He's the one who can truly lead us to the pantheon. In that moment, countless young people hungry for power elevated Ying Tiancheng as their sole idol and spiritual mentor. You're inciting rebellion. Lin Anhua trembled with rage. I'm merely stating the truth. Ying Tiancheng smiled calmly, bowing slightly to Lin Anhua and Ruan Xingluo. Those who walk different paths cannot journey together. Since you cower in fear, then let us of the Celestial Society blaze a new trail to the heavens for China, for all humanity. Before his words faded, he spun on his heel and strode purposefully out of the command center. Stop him! Lin Anhua roared. But it was too late. Ying Tiancheng had already led his most elite Celestial Society members, ignoring every warning and blockade along the way. Like pilgrims on a sacred journey, they forcibly breached the perimeter of the painted skin capital. The moment they stepped into the ancient city's domain. On the streets, countless painted skin demons instantly froze in their actions. Their hollow eyes turned in unison toward these unwelcome guests. The eerie, deathly silence was enough to shatter the psyche of any S-rank powerhouse. Chapter 154, Feel their presence with your heart. The elite members of the Heavenly Human Society were all deathly pale, some instinctively reaching to summon the power within their bodies. Freeze! Ying Tiancheng barked the command, his voice carrying an almost soothing quality. Put away your ridiculous killing intent and guardedness. Focus your minds, feel their presence. With that, he stepped forward alone. Directly before him stood the painted skin demon, a manifestation of the dragon group's elite. Ying Tiancheng slowly closed his eyes. He did not summon any aggressive force. Instead, a gentle, almost tangible halo of spiritual energy radiated outward from him. That aura radiated goodwill, acceptance, and warmth. He used his spiritual energy not to attack, but to resonate, to guide. An ethereal yet crystal clear voice resonated within the hearts of all the painted skin demons. We are kindred spirits. We have come to return home. For the first time, a flicker of emotion stirred in the hollow eyes of the painted skin demon, the transformed form of that dragon group expert. It tilted its head, as if listening, as if pondering. A smile of utter confidence slowly spread across Ying Tiancheng's lips. Look! They are welcoming us. Ying Tiancheng's smile was magnified infinitely through the live broadcast lens. That smile radiated contempt for the old era and a sense of mastery over the new world. Under the gentle soothing of his psychic power, the once lifeless painted skin demons lining the streets actually showed a flicker of human-like emotion in their hollow eyes. They no longer regarded the members of the Celestial Human Society as intruders. A peddler ghost selling candied hawthorn even offered a string of bright red candied hawthorn to a young Heavenly Human Society member. The young man turned pale with fright, but seeing Ying Tiancheng's encouraging gaze, he tremblingly accepted it. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as Ying Tiancheng had prophesied. Leading the Heavenly Human Society like a monarch inspecting his domain, he marched straight into the heart of Huapi capital. At the central square, he found the most opulent opera house and designated it as their temporary base. Even more astonishingly, under the stunned gazes of countless live viewers, a painted skin specter clad in a blood-red wedding gown, its power reaching the level of a wrathful specter, actually stepped forward, approaching Ying Tiancheng. Ying Tiancheng burst into laughter. Behold! They yearn to unite with us. This is the will of the cosmos, the very essence of evolution. Before everyone's eyes, he took the icy hand of the painted bride and held a bizarre, grand wedding ceremony within the opera house. He had succeeded. He seemed to have truly become the master of the painted skin realm. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Lin Anhua stared at the screen, watching Ying Tiancheng, smug and triumphant, even beginning to drink and revel with the painted skin bride. His temples throbbed with rage. Madmen. Absolute lunatics. They're courting disaster. Inviting wolves into the fold. Yet no matter how furious he grew, the reality remained. Ying Tiancheng and his Celestial Society were safe and sound within the painted capital, seemingly sailing smoothly. Meanwhile, his most elite dragon unit had been wiped out before they could even decipher the enemy's tactics. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped the iron-willed commander. Director Lin Zhou Yan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His gaze rested calmly upon Ruan Xingluo. What is the greatest fear of a painted skin? Ruan Xingluo's eyes sharpened as she met his gaze. Zhou Yan's voice was clear and steady, as if it carried the power to pierce through the essence of things. The truth. You don't need to fight. You only need to make them see their true selves. Ruan Xingluo understood instantly. She no longer watched the absurd wedding banquet on the screen. Instead, she turned and strode toward the command center's entrance. Xingluo. Lin Anhwa exclaimed urgently, "What are you doing?" Ruan Xinghua didn't pause her stride, only a cold and resolute voice echoed. "I'm going to erect a mirror." In the next instant, under everyone's gaze, Ruan Xinghua stepped alone into the eerie capital shrouded in crimson. Unlike Ying Tiancheng, she did not seek to soothe or empathize. She simply walked silently to the most conspicuous street corner of the painted skin capital. Countless painted skin demons instantly fixed their gaze upon her, their eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. Ruan Xinghua paid them no mind. She extended her slender, pale hand, palm facing upward. A faint glow blossomed in her palm. It was the power of the primordial void, representing the world's origin, the force of rebirth. The light shot skyward, coalescing, shaping, and expanding mid-air. In the blink of an eye, a colossal mirror rose from the ground, hundreds of meters tall, dozens of meters wide, its surface smooth as water and clear to the extreme. The mirror of truth was complete. The moment the mirror appeared, the entire painted skin city seemed to be enraged. All the painted skin demons froze in their tracks. They turned their heads in unison, their hollow eyes fixed intently on Ruan Xinghua, radiating boundless malevolence. Buzz! An invisible mental shockwave surged toward Ruan Xinghua like a tsunami from all directions. That psychic force was saturated with twisted, false, and corrupted will, intent on contaminating her too, forcing her to don a layer of false skin. Ruan Xinglua's face instantly drained of color, her body swaying slightly. Maintaining such an immense mirror of truth was already a terrifying drain, and now she had to endure the collective assault of the entire realm of deception. Yet, the instant that mental corruption was about to touch her, the black crystal bracelet on her wrist suddenly glowed with a deep, eerie light. Prison sealing bracelet. All the mental corruption was absorbed and suppressed by the bracelet, unable to harm her in the slightest. Ruan Xinghua gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she looked somewhat disheveled, yet she stubbornly held the mirror's existence in place. This scene was broadcast live, clearly visible to all the people of China. The chat exploded instantly. Ying Tiancheng is so freaking awesome. This is what a true master of the uncanny looks like. He's already building his harem in there. Holy crap, that painted skin bride is so badass. What's Goddess Ruan doing? Holding a mirror up for ages, what's the point? And look how disheveled she is. The difference is stark. President Ying is the future. Goddess Ruan, sigh, times have changed, and her mindset can't keep up. Exactly. Look how badly she's getting attacked while Chairman Ying's throwing a party. The gap is huge. In the livestream chat, for the first time ever, Ying Tiancheng's approval ratings had completely overtaken those of Ruan Xinghua, the woman revered as the goddess of salvation. Chapter 155, Mind Invasion. Inside the theater, glasses clinked in celebration. Ying Tiancheng, smug and triumphant, wrapped his arm around his painted bride. Listening to his men mock Ruan Xinghua, a sneer curled his lips. A mirror? What a naive and laughable notion. She doesn't understand. These new lives have long grown weary of their ugly pasts, embracing perfect falsehood instead. What she's doing will only bring disaster upon herself. Just then, a timid voice broke the silence. Big brother. The crowd turned to see a little girl in a tattered dress, pigtails tied in the shape of lamb's horns, standing pitifully at the doorway, tears still streaking her face. She appeared no older than 7 or 8, her large eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The Heavenly People Society guards frowned, but seeing she was just an ordinary little girl, they relaxed their guard. The leader is celebrating a joyous occasion. Little sister, what brings you here? The girl whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, I'm hungry. Could I have a cup of celebratory wine? Go away. Don't cause trouble here. The guard waved her hand impatiently. Let her in. Ying Tiancheng's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of drunkenness and a condescending benevolence. Today is my day of great joy. Consider this an act of virtue. Gratitude instantly lit the little girl's eyes. She shuffled forward in tiny steps, head bowed, making her way toward Ying Tiancheng at the banquet center. No one noticed the inhuman curve that spread across her lips beneath her lowered head. Even fewer saw that from her frail back, 5 sharp claws black as ink and gleaming with a metallic coldness had silently emerged. A malevolent aura, perfectly concealed. She was now but a single step away from the triumphant Ying Tiancheng. At that moment, she seemed to casually lift her head and glance toward the distant street corner. She saw the enormous, crystal-clear mirror of truth held aloft by Ruan Xinghua. Within the mirror, a figure was reflected. It was not a cute little girl in a tattered dress with pigtails. Instead, it was a terrifying demon green faced with fangs, blood tears streaming from its eyes, its body covered in festering sores, radiating endless malice and malevolence. No! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from the depths of the beggar girl's throat. In the mirror, that green-faced, fanged demon covered in pus-filled sores was none other than itself. Crack, crack. A faint cracking sound echoed. The painted skin on its face, masquerading as innocent and adorable, began to crack and peel away inch by inch under the glare of reality. That scream, like a thunderclap thrown into a deathly still lake, instantly detonated the entire painted skin. Along the long street, Every phantom cloaked in the glow of the mirror of truth saw, at that very moment, the self they dreaded facing most reflected within its surface. The candy floss vendor saw in the mirror a rotting corpse, severed at the waist, intestines spilling out. The singer crooning decadent melodies was revealed as a female ghost with her tongue cut out, her eyes weeping blood. The rickshaw puller saw himself as a skeletal skeleton, worked to death until skin stretched over bones. The false prosperity they had meticulously woven and indulged in for centuries, the human skin they prided themselves on at this very moment, it was ruthlessly and utterly torn to shreds by a single mirror. Fake. It's all fake. Kill you. Rip off your skin. You're fake too. After a brief deathly silence came madness that could destroy the world. All the painted skin demons went mad. They abandoned their attack on Wan Xinglua, instead lunging at the nearest kindred spirit with the most vicious glare and the most frenzied posture. They tore at each other's faces with frenzied abandon, tearing at their own faces as well. One by one, human skins were ripped away, revealing the true, twisted forms beneath, some hideously grotesque, some terrifyingly monstrous, some mournfully sorrowful. The entire painted skin realm plunged from a false utopia into the most chaotic, bloodiest night parade of 100 ghosts. Inside the theater, Ying Tiancheng's smile froze completely. The painted bride beside him also saw her reflection in the mirror. It was not a breathtakingly beautiful bride, but a skeletal corpse draped in a phoenix crown and wedding robes, its eye sockets glowing with two eerie ghostly flames. Ha, ha! The skeletal bride emitted meaningless shrieks, its bone-white claws lunging violently toward Ying Tiancheng's face. Ying Tiancheng pushed it away in terror. He watched his beloved wife and his arms turn to bone, witnessed the city's malevolent spirits slaughtering each other, and saw the very entities that had just moments ago bowed in submission to him now plunged into the most primal chaos. His lofty ideals of coexisting and merging with the supernatural and guiding them toward evolution crumbled to dust before the brutal reality. After 3 seconds of silence, the live stream's chat exploded with an unprecedented wave of reactions. Holy! So that's how it was. Goddess Ruan is awesome. One shot shatters all illusions. This is true dimensional suppression. Ying Tiancheng is a joke. He's nothing but a clown. He almost got his skull cracked open by his skeleton bride. Proof that trying to reason with the supernatural is the biggest joke in the world. Goddess is awesome. Ying Tiancheng stared at the hellish scene unfolding before him, the agonized screams of his men piercing his ears. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his face drained of all color. His ideals, his path, his heavenly human society. In this moment, they became a complete and utter joke. Just then, the madness and chaos engulfing the entire painted skin capital abruptly halted. An indescribable, heart-stopping terror slowly awoke from the tightly sealed painted tower at the very center of the capital. An aura of the highest level of the eerie peak spread like ink across the entire sky. The final boss, the thousand-faced painting heart demon, had been roused. It possessed no fixed form. It flowed out from the painting tower like an intangible cloud of mist, or like water reflecting all the forms of the world. Ignoring the city's chaos, its gaze locked directly onto the source of it all, Ruan Xinglua. A warm, magnetic voice echoed directly within Ruan Xinglua's mind, brimming with endless temptation. Why use truth to hurt them? Look how much they suffer. Isn't false beauty also a kind of happiness? The thousand-faced painting heart demon began unleashing its most formidable ability, mind invasion. It sought the most perfect, most irresistible image within Ruan Xinglua's heart. The next instant, the shifting mist began to coalesce and take shape before Ruan Xinglua. Form, outline, clothing. Then came the face, the eyes, and that familiar, reassuring smile at the corner of his lips. Even his uniquely cool and steady aura was perfectly replicated. The thousand-faced painting heart demon had flawlessly transformed into Zhou Yan's likeness. Chapter 156 SSS Ranked Illusionary Realm Crisis Averted. He stood there, his eyes brimming with tenderness and concern, exactly the same look he gave Ruan Xinglua every time she was at her most exhausted. He spoke slowly, his voice so familiar, so utterly irresistible. Xinglua, stop. Put down this mirror. Stop hurting them. Come to me. Gazing at the face before her, so familiar it was etched into her very bones, listening to that call so gentle it could melt an iceberg. For a single, fleeting moment, Xinglua's breath truly faltered. Her heart did indeed waver. That was Zhou Yan. The Zhou Yan who would drape a coat over her when she was weary, bring her soft-boiled eggs when she awoke, and guard her with his entire being. She was on the verge of nodding, of setting down that heavy mirror of truth. But at that very moment, the pitch-black, prison-sealing bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a bone-chillingly cold aura. That chill surged through her meridians and instantly flooded her mind, completely dispelling the lingering confusion born of illusion. Ruan Xinglua's clouded gaze instantly cleared. She lifted her head, quietly observing the Zhou Yan before her, and suddenly smiled. That smile carried a hint of knowing understanding, yet also a touch of faint mockery. You've become very much like him. But you don't have his heart. The gentle expression on the face of the Zhou Yan transformed by the thousand-faced painting heart demon stiffened slightly. Ruan Xinglua gave it no time to react, her voice cold and resolute, each word spoken as if delivering a verdict. My husband, he may be lazy, he may enjoy watching plays, and sometimes he even has a twisted sense of humor. But in the way he looked at me, there was home, there was the entire world we built together. She extended her other hand, gently pointing toward the illusion's eyes. And in your eyes, there is nothing. Only a hollow void that seeks to devour everything, nothingness. You only yourself. With those words spoken, Ruan Xinglua hesitated no longer. She did not launch any attack. Instead, she slowly and resolutely aimed the enormous mirror of truth at the thousand-faced painting heart demon before her. The mirror's surface shimmered with radiant light. Every viewer in the livestream held their breath, eager to see the true face of this SSS-tier sovereign of the realm of deception, just how terrifying an existence it truly was. Yet what reflected in the mirror was neither Zhou Yan's visage nor any hideous, terrifying specter. In fact, it didn't even possess a fixed form. Nothingness. It resembled the primordial singularity before the birth of the universe, an absolute, pure void where neither light nor darkness existed. It was nothing. Witnessing this scene, Ying Tianchang, his face ashen amidst the ruins of the theater, felt his pupils contract to their absolute limit. He understood instantly. The painted skin demons required painted skins because they possessed a core of resentment-driven malevolence. Yet the very source of all painted skins, this thousand-faced painting demon, it possessed no core at all. It was emptiness itself. Impossible. The thousand-faced painting heart demon stared at the void reflected in the mirror. For the first time, its voice, a perfect mimicry of Zhou Yan's, twisted and trembled. Ruan Xinglua's voice, like the final judgment, shattered the last foundation of its existence. You have no heart, so you cannot paint anything real. Boom! Those words struck the void like a thunderbolt from the creator god. Ah no! A primal scream, beyond description, erupted from the void, filled with the ultimate terror of its own existence. Its greatest power lay in piercing human hearts, morphing into the form each desired most. Its greatest fear was its own emptiness and nothingness. Now, this deepest dread was laid bare by the mirror of truth, stripped of all disguise. Under the gaze of billions of spectators, the smoke that had taken the form of Zhou Yan began to violently twist and boil, then, self-destructed. It was dissipating. Just as this thousand-faced painting demon was about to vanish into nothingness, Ruan Xinglua made an unexpected move. A flicker of pity passed through her eyes. She activated the void of new beginnings mark within her body. A force representing rebirth and beginning flowed from her fingertips. But it was not an attack. Rather, it was a thread of the purest, most unadulterated benevolence. That thread of benevolence drifted like a seed, gently settling into the collapsing void. Since you are emptiness, then try to fill yourself. Begin with kindness. The collapse halted abruptly. The entire painting skin city's riot and bloodshed, at that very moment, came to a complete halt. SSS level Guiyu crisis resolved. Ying Tianchang stared blankly at the scene. His convictions, his pride, his heavenly human society all had crumbled to dust alongside the skeleton bride and the collapsed painting heart demon. Soon, Dragon Group warriors stormed in, carrying him and the remaining heavenly human society members away. Awaiting them would be the harshest judgment the entire nation of China could deliver. China had successfully contained this bizarre SSS-level Guiyu. Ruan Xinglua descended slowly to the ground, her face pale. Zhou Yan immediately supported her. As she purified the final remnant core energy of the painting heart demon, Ruan Xinglua suddenly uttered a soft "hmm." Within the fading energy core, she discovered an extremely minute mental imprint. This imprint did not belong to the painting heart demon, it resembled a backdoor parasitizing within its core. Ruan Xinglua extracted the imprint, cradled it in her palm, and handed it to Zhou Yan. Take a look. What is this? Zhou Yan's gaze fell upon it. For the first time, his usually lazy and carefree expression turned slightly peculiar. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly discerning the unique aura emanating from it. Then he lifted his head, his eyes holding a hint of amusement and an almost imperceptible gravity. This technique resembles the work of an old acquaintance of mine. A faint, inexplicable curve touched the corners of Zhou Yan's lips. Has he finally grown restless too? Who is he? Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but press further, studying the profound expression on Zhou Yan's face. It wasn't the cold detachment he'd shown facing the prison-sealing demon god, nor the playful mockery he'd directed at the skin-changing fiend. Instead, it was the solemn gravity of meeting a worthy opponent. Zhou Yan did not answer immediately. The scene had shifted from the ruins of Huapi City back to the familiar comfort of apartment 101 in their residential complex. Sunlight streamed through the window. In the courtyard, the sapling of the world tree planted by Ruan Xinglua herself stretched its tender green leaves, soaking up the vitality of the new world. Zhou Yan lifted the small, pure silver watering can and leisurely watered the sapling. Droplets rolled down the leaf veins, sparkling and crystal clear. Ruan Xinglua waited patiently. Chapter 157, The Chessmaster's Destiny. She knew that whatever caused Zhou Yan to wear such an expression must be far more dangerous than any enemy they had faced before. Finally, Zhou Yan set down the watering can and turned, his gaze unusually grave. He calls himself the chess master of destiny. The chess master of destiny? Ruan Xinglua murmured the name softly. Just those 4 characters weighed on her soul with an oppressive heaviness. Zhou Yan nodded, his voice low and clear. An ancient conceptual entity born at the dawn of the universe's laws of causality, who takes pleasure in weaving and observing the destinies of all things. During the eons I lay dormant, he seems to have convinced himself he is this universe's sole scriptwriter. Ruan Xinglua's pupils contracted slightly. Playwright? Zhou Yan gazed into her eyes, explaining slowly and deliberately. He is neither good nor evil. He is only loyal to the script he has written. And I, along with all free wills like ours who try to break free from his script. A cold, sharp curve touched Zhou Yan's lips. We are all abnormal data and unstable factors in his eyes. The words had barely left his lips. At that very moment. Boom! Without warning, the skies above the entire blue star, whether in broad daylight or pitch night, whether under clear blue skies or thick, dark clouds, were instantly engulfed by an endless sea of starlight. These were not true stars, but points of light manifested from pure law energy. Billions of stars abruptly converged, arranged, and combined. Before the horrified gazes of 7 billion people worldwide, a line of text crystal clear and colossal enough to seem as though it would crush the heavens floated into existence across the sky. It was an expression transcending all known languages. Any civilization, any race, upon seeing it, could instantly comprehend its meaning. The script of destiny, Act 1. The elegy of the Sand Sea is about to unfold. Starring, Blue Star Oil Nation. Audience, all civilizations of Blue Star. What is this? My God. In the sky, words have appeared in the sky. A script? Who's acting? Is this some kind of global joke? Global panic. Countless people rushed out of their homes, gazing up at the sky, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. This was no mere descent of a strange realm. This was a cosmic entity using the entire planet as its stage and a sovereign nation as its actor, openly declaring a fated tragedy. In the distant Middle East, the oil capital plunged instantly into chaos and riot. Mia, who was handling post-war affairs at the command center, suddenly burst out of the tent. When she saw the cold declaration in the sky, this battle-hardened female general turned as pale as a sheet. Before humanity could recover from this shock, the celestial script in the sky began to shift and flow slowly. Ultimately, they formed a more detailed and far more ruthless plot synopsis. A verdict from fate, one that could not be erased by any technological means or supernatural power. Every person on Earth saw those words clearly. 3 days hence, the abyssal sandworm king slumbering beneath the kingdom shall awaken. It shall devour the black gold spring upon which the kingdom depends for survival and utterly destroy its capital. Devour the black gold spring, destroy the capital. For the oil nation, this was nothing less than a death sentence for its very existence. Despair spread like a plague across every inch of the kingdom's land. Yet, just as everyone believed this to be the final verdict, the cold Stargate script shifted once more. A smaller yet more jarring footnote appeared beneath the plot summary. Path to survival. Before the Sandworm King awakens, sacrifice the youngest princess of the royal family, Mayashaya, as a bride upon the sleeping altar. This will appease its millennia-old hunger and preserve the kingdom. Boom! If the previous declaration was a death sentence, then this line of text was a slaughtering blade thrust into everyone's hands. A blade aimed squarely at their national hero Princess Mayashaya. The Oil King's palace instantly erupted into chaos. Quick! Summon the High Priest. And immediately send the highest-level distress signal to the Stellar Council. Request their chief astrologer to conduct a divination. The old king's face turned ashen as he roared hoarsely. They could not accept, nor would they accept, this so-called path to survival. Half an hour later, the royal family's most powerful prophecy-based artifact, the Fate Sand Table, and the Star Trajectory Council's astrologer, who had rushed through the interstellar teleportation array, simultaneously began their calculations. Upon the sand table, the golden grains representing Mia, no matter how they struggled, would inevitably slide toward the blood-red vortex symbolizing the sandworm. Within the celestial chart, the bright star representing Mia dimmed, locked in place by a calamity star symbolizing destruction. Its trajectory could not deviate even slightly. Finally, both prophets, each a pinnacle in their respective fields, collapsed simultaneously, coughing up blood. They lifted their heads, their eyes mirroring identical despair. Your Majesty, the mandate of heaven is set. It cannot be evaded, nor rewritten. The causal chain of this event has been utterly sealed by a supreme force beyond our comprehension or resistance. Its probability of occurrence. The astrologer's voice trembled as he uttered the number that plunged the entire palace into deathly silence. Is 100%. 100%. When this verdict was made public, the entire oil-rich nation fractured completely. Let her go. Let her be sacrificed. Princess Mia is our hero, but the nation comes first. Sacrificing one person for all of us to survive is worth it. What is the royal family hesitating for? Do they intend to watch us all perish together? The people who once revered Mia as a war goddess now resembled a pack of hyenas sensing blood, baring their most savage fangs. Some ministers knelt before the palace gates, pleading tearfully and tearfully. For the sake of the kingdom, your highness must sacrifice yourself. Global broadcast cameras mercilessly exposed this spectacle to the entire world. All eyes were fixed on the girl thrust into the eye of the storm. At that very moment, the spokesperson for the United States immediately convened an emergency press conference, stepping forward with righteous indignation. We express our deepest sympathy for the plight of the oil nation's people. While fate's arrangements may be cruel, sometimes the sacrifice of an individual is both noble and necessary for the greater good. This is a noble spirit of sacrifice. The spokesperson paused, then shifted their gaze meaningfully toward the east. We urge certain major powers not to attempt to interfere with the predetermined script of destiny through brute force. Such actions constitute a provocation against the cosmic order and a disrespectful disregard for the oil nation's chosen path of self-rescue. Chapter 158, The Adversary is Fate Itself. These words instantly sent shockwaves through international public opinion. They were attempting to morally blackmail China. They were attempting to isolate China before any action was taken, rendering any intervention by China unjust. The immense pressure descended upon Mia like countless invisible mountains. She broke down. Beep, beep. Ruan Xingluo's lightbrain received an encrypted communication request from Mia. The moment she answered, Mia's voice, trembling with tears, filled the air. Xingluo. What should I do? They, my people, my ministers, they all want me dead. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. But if I don't die, my country will be lost. The girl's sobs, filled with helplessness and despair, pierced Ruan Xingluo's heart like a sharp blade. Faced with Mia's plea for help, Ruan Xingluo felt a dilemma unlike any he had ever encountered. The adversary was fate itself. Any conventional military intervention seemed utterly futile. The Huaxia think tank convened an emergency summit, generating over 100 proposals overnight. Yet every single one, upon final simulation, inevitably hit that dead end. The prophecy must be fulfilled. Forced intervention would only lead to more catastrophic consequences, potentially even making China itself part of the script. Helpless. Finally, Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath and stepped into the courtyard. She found Zhou Yan. The man stood there, watering the sapling of the world tree with leisurely indifference, as if nothing had ever happened. As if the sky's proclamation, the world's panic, and Mia's tears had nothing to do with him. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's voice was hoarse. Mia, she. Zhou Yan didn't turn around. Clear water poured from the spout of the pitcher, nourishing the tender green leaves. Without lifting his head, he spoke in a voice that was calm yet carried an air of knowing everything. He writes the script, we play the actors. Zhou Yan set down the teapot and slowly turned around, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. His deep, piercing eyes shone with a brilliance outshining the stars in the sky. But, Xingluo. A good actor never merely reads lines from a script. He must learn to improvise. Even. Zhou Yan paused slightly, each word clear as it reached Ruan Xingluo's ears. Steal the scene. Ruan Xingluo's pupils contracted sharply. She stared at Zhou Yan, at those eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the entire starry sky, her mind racing. Zhou Yan smiled. He extended a finger and shook it gently. The first rule of the script, sacrifice the youngest princess of the royal family, Mia She. He paused, the curve of his lips growing more amused. But it only says sacrifice the princess, not that the princess must be alive, correct? Boom! A thunderclap exploded in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Before she could recover from this earth-shattering revelation, Zhou Yan's voice sounded again. The second line of the script, to quench the sandworm king's hunger. It also didn't specify that nothing else but the princess's flesh and blood could satisfy it. As the words fell, two objects materialized in Zhou Yan's hands. One was an eerily intricate doll. It bore an identical likeness to Princess Mia, the texture of her skin, the sheen of her hair, even the faint glimmer of despair in her eyes, all perfectly replicated. It was none other than the god-deceiving doll, seized from Long Yingxue. The other was a fist-sized sphere, pitch black throughout, as if it could devour all light. It hovered silently in Zhou Yan's palm, its surface occasionally flickering with gray arcs of electricity. The faint aura it emitted was saturated with the purest essence of destruction, chaos, and finality. It was a highly concentrated chaos energy sphere forged from the scraps of a calamity star core. Ruan Xingluo stared at these two objects, then glanced at Zhou Yan's smile, and froze in place. First came shock, then a wave of absurdity that left her both laughing and crying. Husband, you. She opened her mouth, struggling to form the words for half a moment. You're just too mean. Zhou Yan chuckled softly, reaching out to gently tease her nose with his finger. When dealing with someone who hides behind the scenes and manipulates others' destinies, you have to use these unreasonable, rogue methods. His gaze softened, filled with encouragement. Go on. Go be a scene-stealing star. The day of sacrifice arrived. Global broadcast cameras focused on the endless desert scorched by the blazing sun. At the desert's heart, an ancient altar built of massive stones exuded a primal, blood-soaked aura. Dressed in a lavish sacrificial gown studded with jewels, Mia She was pale as death, like a puppet stripped of its soul. Under the gaze of the world, amidst the heartbroken, reluctant yet helpless stares of countless citizens of the oil nation, she took one step, then another, toward the altar that would decide her fate and that of her country. Above the heavens, the verdict of the stellar laws remained suspended. The script seemed to be unfolding word for word, faithfully played out. The entire world held its breath. The spokesperson of the beautiful nation already wore a victorious smile on her lips. 1 step. 2 steps. Mia's toes were about to touch the first step of the altar. At this critical moment. Stop. A cold, sharp command rang out like thunder, splitting the sky. A figure, swift as lightning, streaked across the sky and landed firmly between Mia and the altar. It was none other than Yuan Xinglua. Gripping her spear, her phoenix-like eyes blazing with fury, she surveyed the scene. Her voice echoed throughout the entire livestream channel. We of China will never tolerate such barbaric, cruel sacrifices of living beings. The entire venue erupted in uproar. The guards of the oil nation turned pale with shock. Their captain rushed forward, urgently shouting, Ms. Yuan, please do not interfere. This is the heavenly mandate's decree. It is the only way to save our kingdom. Heaven's will? Yuan Xinglua sneered coldly, the muzzle of her gun pointing directly at him, her aura overwhelming. Whose divine will demands the life of an innocent girl? As long as I, Yuan Xinglua, stand here today, no one will let her set foot on this altar. These words instantly ignited global outrage. Countless viewers were filled with fervor. China has made its move. So badass. Are they defying destiny itself for their ally? The captain's face flushed crimson, caught between a rock and a hard place. Ms. Yuan, are you declaring war against our entire nation? If saving one person means defying a nation, so be it. Yuan Xinglua's spear trembled, unleashing a rolling wave of force that sent the frontline guards reeling backward. Chapter 159, The God Mocking Puppet. Stop her. The clash erupted instantly. Yuan Xinglua held back from striking with lethal force, yet each of her moves was exquisitely precise. She kept dozens of the kingdom's elite troops firmly pinned in place, preventing them from getting anywhere near Mia. This sudden clash sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. Everyone believed this was a tragic struggle, a desperate fight against fate itself to save an ally. But then, at that very moment, boom! The entire desert began to tremble violently. As if some primordial colossus were awakening from the depths of the earth. The altar shattered with a thunderous crash. Yellow sand erupted skyward like a fountain. A head so immense it defied description burst forth from the desert depths. Its body obscured the sky, plunging daylight into twilight in an instant. The terrifying pressure emanating from the pinnacle of life caused over half the world's population to faint instantly. The abyssal sandworm king had awakened. Its gaping maw, like a black hole, opened wide, fixated on the tiny, delicious bride atop the altar. Despair engulfed all. But just as the sandworm king was about to devour the heavens and earth, amidst the chaotic battlefield, a gleam of resolve flashed in Yuan Xinglua's eyes. Now! She violently hurled the god-deceiving doll, already prepared in her hand, straight into the gaping maw of the abyss. In the split second the god-deceiving doll left her grasp, Yuan Xinglua's left hand moved like lightning, forcing the light-devouring chaos energy sphere into the doll's chest. The motion was so swift that even the ultra-high-speed cameras broadcasting the event globally could only capture a blurred afterimage. Only after completing this sequence did the tension in her eyes dissolve into a barely perceptible glint of cunning. Come on, taste this feast. The abyssal sandworm king's gaping maw, like a black hole, had already engulfed the entire altar. In one gulp, it swallowed the sacrifice that being radiating the rich aura of a princess, utterly delicious to it, into its belly. At that moment, the global livestream fell deathly silent. The oil-rich nation's king rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The spokesperson of the beautiful nation finally let the smile on his lips fully bloom, tinged with a hint of contempt and the certainty of victory. It was done. Above the heavens, the stellar law symbolizing the sacrificial princess blazed with intensified radiance. The prophecy had been fulfilled, literally. However, the next second, boom! The colossal body of the sandworm king, which had just swallowed its sacrifice, a mass comparable to mountains, suddenly froze. It was like someone savoring a delicious meal suddenly bit into a high-caliber explosive. It seemed to suffer from indigestion. Chaotic and destructive forces far exceeding its life's endurance threshold exploded violently at its core source. Roar! A soundless roar transformed into a mental storm, sweeping across the entire globe. Countless people bled from their 7 orifices and suffered mental collapse under this agonized roar. The sandworm king writhed in agony across the desert, its colossal body smashing the ancient altar to pieces and raising towering waves of sand. Each convulsive roll triggered violent tectonic shifts. The capital hung by a thread. The hearts of all citizens in the oil-rich nations were in their throats. Yet a bizarre spectacle unfolded. During one violent thrash, the sandworm king's massive tail fin slammed deep into the earth at the capital's edge. It did not destroy the capital. Instead, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by several muffled booms, several streams of viscous, ink-black liquid erupted from the ground like fountains. It was the black gold spring. In its extreme agony, it had unexpectedly shattered several newly formed mineral veins buried deep underground. The prophecy of devouring the black gold spring was fulfilled in this utterly absurd manner. Finally, after releasing its final agony, the colossal body of the Sandworm King slowly ceased its struggle. The overload of chaotic energy did not kill it. Instead, it formed a bizarre equilibrium with its own power. It fell into a slumber that would last 1,000 years. The energy it emitted formed a natural barrier. Far from becoming a nation-devouring catastrophe, it transformed into a living mind brimming with boundless energy. And, the most powerful guardian beast of the oil nation. Above the heavens. The verdict woven from the stars began to flicker violently. Act 1, Sacrifice Princess Miyase. Success. Failure. Error. Sizzle. Judgment logic corrupted. Recalculating. The Starlight script appeared garbled, flickering wildly. Finally, the text representing Act 1 flickered with a last, reluctant flash before slowly fading away. Zhou Yan had torn apart the script of destiny with a near-rogue's brazenness, then recklessly rewritten it. After a minute of dead silence, the global livestream erupted with a tidal wave of discussion. Holy! You can play it like that? This isn't just defying fate, it's toying with fate. China. The eternal legend. With the crisis averted, the oil nation erupted in nationwide celebration. Countless citizens broke through security barriers, hoisting Yuan Xinglua and Princess Mia high into the air. Chanting China, they revered them as deities. Amidst this universal jubilation, a cold voice echoed from the heavens, resonating in the mind of every being on Blue Star. Quite interesting. This voice sent a chill through every living soul. It was the mandate of heaven. It had spoken. Then, the second act. Above the heavens, new celestial script began to slowly coalesce. The lie of the ice fields begins. This time, the icy direction of the Starlight script pointed toward another corner of the Blue Star, another ally of Huaxia. The Northern Bear Nation. Within the Huaxia command center, Zhou Yan murmured these words softly, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented gravity. Beside him, Yuan Xinglua, who had barely escaped death in the oil nation, the desert dust still clinging to her, stared with a taut expression. The Northern Bear Kingdom. Heaven's mandate is targeting our allies. No. Zhou Yan shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding changes in the sky above. It's targeting us. Before his words had fully faded. Above the heavens, the stars that had been thrown into chaos by the tearing of the first script suddenly rearranged themselves in an instant. This time, they were no longer blood-red stars symbolizing calamity and death. Instead, they formed a new script radiant as gold, pure as sunlight. It was no longer a cold, impersonal verdict. Instead, it was an oracle brimming with blessings and glory. Simultaneously, this message, woven from the very fabric of stellar law, surfaced in the minds of every person on Earth. Divine Edict. Within the core of the 10,000-year glacier in the far north, the legendary sacred artifact of the Northern Bear Kingdom, the Heart of the Frozen Winter, is about to awaken. Chapter 160, The Heart of Winter. Guidance, possess it, and the Northern Bear Kingdom shall reclaim the glory of the ancient winter giants, achieving an epic leap in its national destiny. Ritual. The awakening ceremony requires the purest blood of the Winter Royal House, along with the unwavering loyalty and pride of the entire nation as catalysts. The divine decree sent shockwaves across the world. What's going on? This isn't a disaster? Is this a blessing? Does heaven's mandate ever bestow favors? The Heart of Winter. I've read the myths of the Northern Bear Kingdom. It's the legendary treasure left behind by their creator god. This is worlds apart from how the oil nation was treated. In stark contrast to the oil nation's earlier scene of nationwide panic and mourning. At this moment in the Northern Bear Kingdom, the nation was in an uproar. Countless burly citizens poured into the streets. Fearless, they raised their fists high and roared with thunderous fervor. Hurrah! Glory! This glory belongs to us. The bloodline of the winter giants shall be reborn in our generation. As a warrior nation that revered strength and glory, this divine decree from the heavens perfectly aligned with the pride ingrained in their very bones. The global broadcast swiftly cut to the Northern Bear Kingdom's imperial palace. Within the majestic council chamber, as crystalline as ice itself, a tall woman with cascading golden hair stepped forward amid a frenzy of cheers. She was none other than Princess Ivan, the current representative of the Northern Bear Kingdom's marriage alliance, renowned for her bold temperament and iron-fisted tactics. Dressed in a silver-white military ceremonial uniform, she stood as straight as a spear, her sapphire eyes blazing with fire. Facing the global cameras, she first raised her head, gazing toward the heavens that had bestowed the divine decree. I, Ivan Romanov, in the name of the Northern Bear Kingdom's royal family. Her voice, amplified through the speakers, echoed across the entire Blue Star. I thank the favor of fate. Her tone shifted abruptly as her chin lifted slightly, radiating an air of unquestionable arrogance. But the glory of our Northern Bear Kingdom has never required charity from anyone. But we never refuse the gifts that the strong deserve. The global livestream exploded with reactions. Damn! Princess Ivan is still as fierce as ever. That statement feels a bit off somehow. Princess Ivan ignored all the chatter. Her sapphire gaze swept across the camera, as if locked in a stare with someone. This time, we will prove to all worlds that our Northern Bear Nation is the mightiest warrior race on Blue Star. We will grasp our glory with our own hands. She deliberately emphasized the words "our own hands." Then, a pointed remark rang out like thunder. We need no help from any outsiders. The words fell. The atmosphere within the Huaxia Command Center instantly turned as cold as ice. Ruan Xingluo's brows furrowed deeply. What does she mean by that? Is she deliberately distancing herself from us? The crisis in the oil-rich nation was plain for the entire world to see. Everyone knew it was China that tore up the script of heaven's will. Ivan's words now amounted to a declaration to the world: we, the Northern Bear Nation, are not as weak as the oil nation. We don't need China's protection, we can handle this ourselves. She's too arrogant. Ruan Xingluo murmured, the script of heaven's mandate isn't something you can just act out so easily. Zhou Yan remained silent throughout, his gaze fixed on the screen where Princess Ivan stood radiant with confidence, surrounded by the fervent crowd of Northern Bear citizens. Only after Princess Ivan concluded her speech and exited amid a roaring chorus of Yura did Zhou Yan speak softly. The Lies of the Ice Fields. He repeated the title, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. What a fine lie. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zhou Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, piercing through the screen as if to expose all the illusions behind this glory. Especially when the one offering you that lunch had just moments ago tried to kill your friend. In the Huaxia livestream chat, comments cascaded like a waterfall as countless viewers sensed the eerie undercurrent lurking beneath that glory. What's up with this Ivan? Ungrateful? We just helped the oil nation, and not only does she not appreciate it, she's kicking us while we're down? Don't be naive, man. This is politics. The Bear Nation always wants to play the tough guy on Blue Star. How could they admit they need our help? Something feels off, folks. Would destiny be this generous? 1 second threatening to annihilate a nation, the next doling out epic-level favors? That's faster than my ex-girlfriend's mood swings. Creepy when you think about it. This gift must hide a massive trap. The Bear Nation is getting sold out and counting the money for them. In stark contrast, the joint livestream from the United States and the European Union was a different story. The atmosphere there was practically festive. Brilliant. I knew a proud Bear Nation would never align with China. Well played, Princess Ivan. Let them fight amongst themselves. Does China think saving one oil-rich nation makes them saviors? Ridiculous. Can't wait for the show. Best if the Bear Nation and China go all out against each other, will reap the benefits. Long live the heavenly mandate. The storm of international criticism did nothing to dampen the Bear Nation's heart, now aflame with glory. 3 days later. Under the gaze of global cameras, Princess Ivan personally took command. Dressed in military garb, she stood atop the reviewing stand. Behind her stood the North Bear Nation's most elite force, the Winter's Edgeguard. Each soldier wore silver-white rune-engraved armor, wielding weapons forged from ice steel. Their breath froze into frost in the bitter cold, yet their eyes burned with fiery intensity. A Glory Expeditionary Force comprising 3,000 Winter's Guard and tens of thousands of logistical troops marched majestically toward the polar glaciers, a land where death and opportunity coexisted amidst the fervent cries of Yura from countless citizens. This was a treasure hunt that captured the world's attention. But in Zhou Yan's eyes, it felt more like a meticulously orchestrated funeral procession. On the 7th day of the expedition's journey into the Arctic glaciers, they encountered their first wave of trials. Woo! A piercing wolf howl tore through the blizzard. Hundreds upon hundreds of wrathful great frostwolf spirits, formed from an ice, emerged from the shadows of the glacier. Translucent bodies radiated a bone-chilling aura, their claws capable of tearing through steel. Yet Ivan didn't even need to intervene personally. Winter's Edgeguard. Form the Frost Star Battle Formation. A guard captain roared the command. Yes. 3,000 guards instantly shifted formation. Rune-inscribed battle armor glowed across their bodies as colossal winter energy coalesced into a silver barrier, a vast, crystalline mirror. Chapter 161, Heart of Winter. The wolf spirits charged forward with reckless abandon. Crack. Instead of being repelled, they froze solid upon impact. The counterforce of the formation shattered them into a blizzard of ice shards. What appeared to be a perilous skirmish was resolved with devastating ease by the flawless tactical coordination of the Winter Guard. Global broadcasts erupted in awe. At that very moment, above the capital of the Northern Bear Kingdom, the golden pillar of light representing the nation's fortune visibly rose a fraction. This discovery plunged the entire Northern Bear Kingdom into an even deeper frenzy. Did you see that? Victory has brought an increase in our nation's fortune. Our path is the right one. Long live Princess Ivan. The expeditionary forces' morale soared, their conviction strengthened that they were walking a broad path leading to supreme glory. They pressed deeper into the ice. Finally, before a colossal crevasse at the glacier's deepest point, they encountered the true guardian of the pass. It was a 100-meter tall peak of malice, cyclopean frost giant. Like a living iceberg, each step sent tremors through the earth. Its single eye burned with a savage, icy cruelty capable of extinguishing entire civilizations. Full retreat. Princess Ivan issued the retreat order, yet she herself stepped forward. Roar. The frost giant roared, its colossal icy hand capable of crushing mountains slamming down toward the tiny Ivan. A collective gasp erupted from countless viewers worldwide. Yet, Ivan's sapphire eyes held not a trace of fear. Instead, they blazed with fierce battle intent. Bring it on! She let out a clear battle cry as a runic battle axe, larger than her entire body, materialized in her hands. Instead of retreating, she charged forward. Her legs pushed off the ice, launching her skyward like a cannonball. Holding the massive axe aloft, she met the colossal, sky-obscuring hand head-on and brought it down with brutal force. In the name of the bitter winter split mountain. Boom! The moment the axe collided with the colossal hand, a light and shockwave erupted, rivaling a nuclear explosion. The earth shook and the heavens trembled. The live broadcast feed shook violently as countless glaciers collapsed and shattered under the force. As the light faded, everyone watched in horror as the frost giant's colossal hand was cleaved clean in two by Ivan's single blow. She stood proudly mid-air, her golden hair flowing like a Valkyrie descended from the heavens. Winter Guard! Support me! Slaughter it! Yura! This brutal battle raged on for a full 3 hours. Finally, through Ivan's overwhelming personal prowess and the Winter Guard's precise supporting attacks, the peak-tier frost giant crashed to the ground. Its single eye lost its glow, and its massive form froze into a true ice sculpture. Ivan stood atop the giant's skull, his battle axe planted in the ground, letting the blood of the fiend drip down its blade. Facing the global cameras, she raised high the enormous, sapphire blue eyeball she had gouged from the giant's socket. The glory of the Northern Bear Nation is forged by our own hands. Her voice, hoarse with exhaustion, resonated with unparalleled pride and dominance. We are born conquerors. As her words fell, the Northern Bear Kingdom's pillar of national fortune surged wildly once more. Ivan's approval ratings have reached unprecedented heights worldwide, with countless people fervently hailing her as the war queen of the new era. China Command Center. Ruan Xinglua slammed her fist on the table, her fair face frosted with anger. They're mad. They're absolutely mad. Zhou Yan, we can't wait any longer. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Everyone could see something was terribly wrong. But Ivan's public declaration felt like an invisible shackle. If Huaxia intervened forcefully now, it would not only sever ties with the Northern Bear Nation but also fall into Tianming's trap, solidifying the pretext of jealousy over an ally's rise and interference in another nation's internal affairs. That would be the true path to utter ruin. Zhou Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, where the pillar of national fortune regarded as a sacred relic by all of North Bear Nation glowed. Something's wrong. He spoke suddenly, his voice low and ominous. We've all been wrong. Ruan Xinglua froze. What are we misunderstanding? The mandate of heaven's purpose has never been to weaken the Northern Bear Kingdom through scheming and trickery. It was nurturing. Nurturing? Yes. A faint curve touched Zhou Yan's lips. It feeds the North Bear Kingdom's pride and loyalty, already swollen to bursting, with victory after victory. Glory upon glory. Because these two things are not the catalysts for reviving the heart of the frozen winter. Zhou Yan spoke slowly, his voice barely audible, yet it sent a chill through every person in the command center. They are the keys to unlocking the cage. The key turned slowly. A chill named fear spread through their bones and into every limb. The exhilaration and pride that had filled the Huaxia command center after tearing up the Oil Nation's script vanished in that instant. In its place came a bone-chilling cold. A white-haired old general, Lin Anhwa, slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with rage. We can do nothing now but watch. This is far too passive. His words voiced the collective frustration of everyone present. Yes, we can only watch. Watch as the Northern Bear Nation marches step by step toward that grand funeral, paved with glory. At the same time, the globally broadcast footage reached its climax. After sacrificing dozens of logistical soldiers to freezing deaths and 3 Winter's Guards suffering severe injuries, Ivan's glorious expeditionary force finally reached the heart of the 10,000-year glacier. There, the wind and snow ceased. Time seemed frozen. A colossal throne, fashioned entirely from pure ice, stood silently at the edge of the frozen plain. Upon the throne, a massive blue heart, comparable in size to a heavy truck, pulsed slowly. Thump! Thump! With each beat, it unleashed endless frigid air and visible divine radiance, as if the very essence of the world's winter power originated from this place. It was the legendary artifact, the Heart of Winter. The moment it was seen, the entire Northern Bear Kingdom erupted in fervor. In the capital square, countless citizens embraced and wept, their shouts of Yura shaking the heavens as if they had already glimpsed the dawn of national rebirth. The live broadcast cut to a close-up of Princess Ivan. This warrior maiden, as resolute as iron, now shed all pretense. Her sapphire eyes brimmed with tears of overwhelming emotion. She had done it. She was about to lead her people toward an unprecedented era of great rejuvenation. Happiness community. In stark contrast to the frenzy outside, the neighborhood was so quiet you could hear the wind whispering outside the window. Ruan Xinghua sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly around a throw pillow, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Honey, look at this. It seems like the Northern Bear Nation might actually succeed. Could we have overthought this? Chapter 162, The Edge of Stillness. Beside her, Zhou Yan leisurely peeled an apple with a short sword. That was his exclusive mythic armament, the Blade of Stillness. A divine weapon meant to vanquish the bizarre, yet now employed for the most mundane of tasks. Apple peel formed a graceful arc in his hands, falling away continuously. Snap! He sliced off a piece of apple, speared it with the sword tip, and offered it to Ruan Xinglua's lips. Ruan Xinglua opened her mouth in a daze to receive it. Only then did Zhou Yan shake his head and let out a soft chuckle. False glory is a trap sweeter than poison. With that, he set the sliced apple aside. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient bronze compass adorned with celestial patterns appeared in his palm. Ancient star speech compass. He aimed the compass at the pulsating heart of winter on the screen and tapped it lightly with his fingertip. Hum! The celestial paths on the compass began spinning wildly. An invisible beam of light projected forth, constructing a starkly different causal tableau before Ruan Xinglua. The sacred heart of winter at its core was no holy relic. Instead, it was a cage, a prison formed from countless twisted runes and chains, radiating an aura of utter despair. Its form had been cleverly disguised as the shape of hope. Zhou Yan's voice echoed faintly in Ruan Xinglua's ear. This time, Heaven's mandate isn't playing with fear. He's playing with pride. What he offers is not calamity, but flattery that kills. That so-called heart of the cold winter at its core lies a prison built from false hope. And within that cage lies an ancient, peak-level, eerie entity sealed away the frost of deception. This entity feeds on trust and hope. The more pride and loyalty the Northern Bear Kingdom's people pour into it, the stronger it grows, and the more sacred its disguise becomes outside the cage. Zhou Yan's gaze pierced through time and space, as if he could see Princess Ivan about to release the demon with her own hands. A cold, pitying smile curved his lips. When Ivan completes the final sacrifice with her purest royal blood, that won't unlock the treasure, but unlocking its cage with a key. And feed it until it reaches its most sated, most powerful state. She watched the screen, where Princess Ivan was about to offer supreme glory to her nation, her people, and herself. No. We must do something. Ruan Xinglua's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't accept this outcome. Zhou Yan gently patted her hand, his gaze still fixed on the screen, his tone calm to the point of cruelty. It's too late to save her now. The script of destiny has reached its final chapter, and the actors are already in place. He paused, a meaningful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. All we can do is watch. The global broadcast focused on the glacier's core. Under the gaze of all, Princess Ivan stepped before the pulsing heart of winter. She raised high a ceremonial dagger, an ancient heirloom inlaid with shards of ice crystal. The blade glinted with a bitter cold light under the sacred radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivan drew the sharp dagger across her pale palm. SSSSHHH. A single drop of crimson blood, containing the purest essence of the winter royal bloodline, welled from the wound and hovered in her palm. It did not fall, but instead glowed like a living ruby, radiating a fiery light. In the name of Ivan Romanov, I swear by the last bloodline of the winter royal family. Awaken, O mighty guardian of our clan. Her solemn proclamation echoed across the frozen plains and resonated to every corner of the world. Then, she released her grip. That single drop of winter's blood drifted slowly yet resolutely toward the colossal blue heart. At that moment, over 5 billion viewers worldwide held their breath. The people of the Northern Bear Kingdom held their hearts in their throats, awaiting the miracle. Finally, the blood droplet touched the surface of the heart of the cold winter. No earth-shattering roar, only a faint hum that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul. Hum. The colossal ice heart, which had pulsed for 10,000 years, erupted with a sudden, blinding radiance the moment it touched the imperial blood. Immediately, the indestructible ice began melting and flaking away at a visible pace. Countless ice crystals dissolved into the purest energy points, vanishing into the air. It was as though a shattered star was releasing its final burst of light and heat. As the ice core dissolved and its radiance faded, emerging from within was not some hideous monster, but a figure of breathtaking beauty. Formed from the purest ice crystals, she wore a veil that seemed woven from starlight, her floor-length blue hair rippling gently in the breeze. Her features were flawless, her bearing noble and sacred, her eyes seeming to hold the wisdom and compassion of the entire ice plain. She was the living embodiment of the mythical figure, the very Snow Queen. Thank you, my descendant. The goddess's crimson lips parted, her voice ethereal yet commanding, tinged with the lingering languor of recent awakening. You have awakened me from 10,000 years of slumber. She smiled, extending a hand carved from ice crystals toward Ivan. Boom! The face, composed of countless twisted compound eyes, erupted in a shrill, piercing cackle, a stark contrast to the goddess's sacred tone. Ki. Its voice sounded like countless ice shards scraping against each other, piercing the eardrums of 5 billion global viewers and stabbing through the hearts of every citizen in the Northern Bear Kingdom. Thank you for your hospitality. Your glory. Your hope. Your trust. The most delicious dessert I've tasted in 10,000 years of my awakening. Ha 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 ha. The demon calling itself Frost of Hypocrisy emitted a sickening, shrill cackle as it voraciously consumed the nation's immense fortune energy. Dessert. Those two words crashed into Ivan's mind like the most venomous curse. Her proud expedition, the glory she had staked everything upon, the miracle she had sacrificed her bloodline for. In the end, it was nothing but a meticulously prepared feast. And she, her 3,000 guards, and the entire future of the Northern Bear Kingdom were nothing but dessert on this demon's plate. No. Ivan's lips cracked dry as vitality drained from her at a terrifying rate. Her once smooth skin rapidly withered and turned ashen, resembling a corpse weathered by 1,000 years. With great effort, she turned her eyes. Behind her, the faces of her most loyal Winter Guard members had long since frozen in fanatical pride, replaced by utter agony and bewilderment. Their flesh and blood were visibly withering, transforming into the purest energy, consumed entirely by those cold tentacles. She saw the golden pillar of national fortune that once illuminated the capital's skyline now collapsing and fading like a burst dam, on the verge of complete extinction. Chapter 163, The Devouring Demon. It was me. It was me who ruined my country. It was my own hand that pushed it into the abyss. Her beliefs shattered completely in that instant. The deity she had worshipped was, in truth, a demon that devoured souls. Endless regret and despair crystallized into a single drop of blood-tinged tears, slowly sliding down the corner of her lifeless eyes. Huaxia, Xingfu Community, Command Center. Zhou Yan finally set down the apple core he had gnawed clean. He didn't even glance at the screen. He simply extended his right hand toward the empty space ahead. Then, gently, he snapped his fingers. Snap. A faint sound, barely audible. At the core of the Arctic glacier, the hideous face of Frost of Hypocrisy, composed of countless compound eyes and currently in a fit of maniacal laughter, suddenly froze. The laughter abruptly ceased. It realized with horror that some older, more tyrannical, and utterly unreasonable law had descended from nowhere. That force, like an invisible, icy blade of the abyss, struck with pinpoint precision at the rule-bound link connecting it to the core of the heart of the frozen winter prison itself. Snap. It felt as though something had been forcibly severed from the very roots of its soul. It became rootless driftwood. Though its body still brimmed with the colossal energy it had just absorbed enough to shatter a god. Without the heart of winter as its converter and digestive furnace, this energy instantly transformed into the most violent, irredeemable poison. No! How is this possible? Who severed the rules of heaven's mandate? Frost of Deception let out a shriek of utter horror. The next instant, a gaze cold, indifferent, as if traversing infinite dimensions and spacetime locked onto it. Under that gaze, Frost of Deception felt as though it had been pinned to a specimen board like an insect, its very thoughts nearly frozen solid. Terror! An uncontrollable terror, born from the very core of its being, instantly overwhelmed its reason. Flee! It must escape immediately. Without a second thought, it released the icy tentacles piercing Ivan and the 3,000 guards, frantically channeling its power to tear through space and flee this place of terror. Yet, just as the spatial fissure began to form, a leisurely, slightly mocking male voice seemed to sound right beside its ear, clearly penetrating its consciousness. Finished eating and want to run? Nothing in this world comes that easily. The moment the words fell. Far away in China, Zhou Yan rose to his feet, taking the hand of Ruan Xingluo, who stood beside him, utterly stunned beyond words. Madam. He gave a faint smile. It's time for us to clean up the mess. With a single stride, the two figures vanished instantly within the command center. One step forward, and the heavens and earth inverted. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo materialized from the void, appearing instantly above the 10,000-year glacier in the northernmost reaches of the Northern Bear Kingdom. The bone-piercing wind lashed like blades, whipping up ice shards millennia old that pelted their bodies without even ruffling their garments. Beneath their feet lay not the solid core of the glacier. Instead, they stood upon a boundless, ghostly sea of ice that seemed to connect directly to the abyss of hell. An eerie, ever-present mist shrouded the entire sea, within which countless twisted soul shadows wailed faintly. Where did it go? Ruan Xingluo's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as her spiritual energy spread like a tidal wave, yet she sensed only a deathly cold silence. The aura of that Frost of Deception had vanished. As if it had never existed at all. Zhou Yan's gaze, however, remained calm as he watched the churning mist, a knowing smile curving his lips. It didn't escape. It just went home. He pointed toward the eerie sea of mist. The mandate of heaven has intervened. It harnessed the rules of fate, transforming this frozen sea into an ultimate labyrinth, destined to be lost. Within it, the Frost of Deception is as fish returning to water. Its lie rule resonates perfectly with this place. Any means of tracking will only show you the truth you wish to see or the truth it wishes you to see. Ruan Xingluo refused to believe it. I'll test it. Her eyes closed tightly, a speck of starlight shimmering between her brows. A colossal surge of spiritual awareness transformed into an invisible blade, plunging fiercely into the mist. Hum. Her divine sense plunged into the sea. The next instant, Wan Xingluo's slender body trembled violently, her fair face turning deathly pale in an instant. How could this be? In her perception, she felt as though she had fallen into a world constructed of endless lies. One moment, she had locked onto the demon's true form, poised to strike. The next, the demon had transformed into Zhou Yan's form, smiling tenderly at her. Her heart lurched, and she instantly saw through the illusion, resuming her pursuit. Yet the aura she tracked instantly transformed again, this time into her departed loved ones, weeping and pleading with her. Countless distorted threads of causality, countless false fragments of the future, countless illusions piercing the deepest fears of the human heart. Like maggots clinging to bone, they frantically interfered with and distorted her perception. There! Wan Xingluo's eyes snapped open. With a flick of her jade-like finger, a starlight spear coalesced and shot toward the depths of the mist. Boom! The divine spear exploded, yet shattered. Only a lifelike demonic illusion formed from ice crystals. No! She shook her head, her face etched with frustration and unwillingness. My divine consciousness is being toyed with at its mercy. I cannot locate it. This scene, broadcast through the heavens will law, played out clearly before all surviving civilizations across the globe. China's tracking methods had failed. The global public channel, silent for a moment, erupted instantly. Eagle Federation representative, I told you so. I told you so. The majesty of heaven's will is beyond mortal comprehension. Zhou Yan has hit a brick wall this time. Speaker of the Sun never sets alliance, too arrogant. Did he truly believe his plans were flawless? Before true fate, his wisdom is nothing but a joke. Civilization representatives who had been humiliated by Zhou Yan's schemes now clung to this lifeline, emerging one after another to revel in schadenfreude. Look! They're helpless. The myth of Huaxia is about to shatter. Serves him right. Let him taste defeat. China's allies, the crown prince of the oil nation, the chieftain of the African Union, were grim-faced, hearts pounding in their throats. Mr. Zhou, it seems he's truly trapped on his opponent's turf this time. That's a labyrinth personally laid out by heaven's mandate. Just as global opinion erupted in uproar. From the depths of the mist, the triumphant, mocking laughter of Frost of hypocrisy echoed. Ha 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 ha. Wise one of Huaxia, have you tasted this flavor of utter helplessness? This national fortune energy is truly exquisite. Once I've fully absorbed it, I shall descend upon China myself and devour every last inch of your nation's golden pillar of fortune. Its aura swelled visibly with each word, growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Chapter 164, The Guide. A hint of panic finally flickered across Wan Xingluo's face. Zhou Yan, what should we do? If we delay any longer, it will truly finish digesting it. Yet Zhou Yan merely gazed silently at the writhing mist below, which writhed like a living creature. His gaze held not a trace of impatience, but rather a hint of amusement. He turned his head to look at Wan Xingluo beside him and suddenly smiled. Madam, since heavens will wants us to be hunters for once, then we must first find one who knows this hunting ground better than any hound. A guide. A guide? Wan Xingluo froze. Where could there possibly be a guide here? Zhou Yan offered no explanation. He simply took Wan Xingluo's hand, and in a flash, they didn't rush into the maze but slowly descended to the edge of that ghostly sea of ice. On the bone-chillingly cold snow, a figure knelt there. Once the noble queen who embodied the glory and pride of the northern bear kingdom, Ivan Romanov. Now, she resembled a sculpture drained of all soul and vitality. Her crown sat askew, her regal robes torn and tattered. Her once smooth skin was now covered in shriveled wrinkles. Life force and the nation's fortune had been drained from her, making her appear decades older in mere minutes. Her eyes were hollow and vacant, staring fixedly at the mist ahead that had devoured everything she was. Her convictions crumbled, her spirit shattered. She had become a living dead. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo descended silently before her. Dead silence. A tangible stillness pressed down upon the hearts of everyone witnessing this scene through the live broadcast. Ivan Romanov, the once radiant queen, slowly lifted her face wrinkled and lifeless as if summoning every ounce of strength. Her gaze pierced through the bone-chilling wind, locking onto Wan Xingluo with pinpoint accuracy. Those once bright gray eyes, once as luminous as the North Star, now held only endless venom and humiliation that ran deep to the bone. A hoarse, broken sound, like rusted gears grinding against each other, forced its way from her throat. You? Have you come to mock me? These words, amplified by the Divine Mandate's broadcast system, echoed clearly in the ears of every survivor across the globe. The Eagle Federation representative instinctively straightened his back, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. That's right. We came to laugh at you. You fool. Now you beg for mercy? Too late. Behold. This is the fate of defying heaven's will. People of Huaxia, do you see? She is your tomorrow. Yet, facing Ivan's hate-filled accusation, Wan Xingluo's expression remained utterly unruffled. Her gaze was as still as an ancient well, reflecting Ivan's disheveled figure. I didn't come to laugh at you. Her voice was cool and clear, yet carried an undeniable force. I came to hunt down the lie that destroyed your nation and now threatens us all. Ruan Xinglua's gaze shifted toward the churning mist before settling back on Ivan's face. But now, I need your help. Help? Ivan let out a shrill, piercing laugh, as if he'd heard the funniest joke of the century. Ha 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 ha. She pointed at her own withered skin, then at the icy sea behind her that devoured everything. Help you? Me. A defeated loser whose nation fell and home was destroyed. A worthless shell drained of national fortune and life force. A coward who couldn't even protect his own guards. What could I possibly do to help you? She screamed hysterically, each word tearing at her soul. Ruan Xinglua waited quietly for her to vent. Then, she spoke clearly, one word at a time. Your nation may have lost its glory, but your bloodline has not. Ivan's bitter smile froze abruptly. Ruan Xinglua stepped forward, her phoenix-like eyes flashing with sharp intensity. You are the sole descendant of the Winter Royal family. Your blood still resonates most profoundly with this frozen land. That monster devoured your nation's destiny. It must bear the weight of your karma. Lies cannot sever karmic bonds. Therefore, only you can guide us through the fog of heaven's mandate and reveal its true direction. Ivan froze. For the first time, a flicker of emotion stirred in her vacant eyes. Pride, glory, the fiery spirit of conquest, the despair of a shattered heart, the agony of her guard being devoured. Countless images flashed wildly through her mind. Finally, they froze upon the mocking face of the frost of deception, covered in compound eyes. A bone-chilling flame erupted from the deepest recesses of her soul. Not for glory. Not for the nation. But for vengeance. She snapped her head up, the extinguished flames in her gray eyes reignited, transforming into a battle intent more fierce than the 10,000-year glacier itself. She said nothing, letting her actions speak for her. Trembling, she drew the ancestral dagger from beneath her shattered royal robes, the very blade once used for sacrifice. The fong of the cold winter. She had once slit her wrist with it, offering sacrifice to the false goddess. Now, she would wield it to unleash true vengeance. SSSSHHH. Without hesitation, Ivan slashed his own palm, and crimson, scalding blood gushed forth instantly. She gazed upon that blood as if it were the last hope of her people. Ivan Winter Romanov. She pressed her bleeding palm firmly onto the snow beneath her feet. In the name of the last queen of the Northern Bear Kingdom, I swear. The blood dripped, instantly merging with the snow. As if alive, it spread outward in countless fine threads, radiating in every direction. The entire land seemed to resonate with the beat of her heart. She lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Ruan Xinglua, and roared out her terms with every ounce of strength. I shall aid you in slaying this beast. But in exchange, I demand to reclaim with my own hands the last shred of dignity belonging to our people. Boom! The moment her words fell, a single drop of blood merged completely with the earth. An invisible pulse erupted outward from her center. The dense, impenetrable mist of the ghostly ice sea before her eyes suddenly thinned and became transparent, like morning mist illuminated by sunlight. The mist remained, yet its deceptive lies could no longer deceive this bloodline of the same origin. A golden thread, invisible to the naked eye and composed of the national fortune energy of the Northern Bear Kingdom, appeared clearly within Ivan's perception. It pierced through layer upon layer of the mist, pointing precisely toward a certain existence deep within the fog. I found it. Ivan rose to his feet, his hunchback straightening slightly in that moment. Chapter 165, The Hunt. Begins. Zhou Yan's lips curved upward as he gave a light snap of his fingers. Very good. Then, the hunt begins. Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua, Ivan. The sage, the hunter, the guide. A makeshift hunting party formed in an instant. This way. Without hesitation, Ivan charged forward first, swiftly traversing the frozen sea guided by the bloodline. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua followed closely behind. On the global broadcast feed, everyone witnessed the very mist that had once left China helpless now failing to hinder the trio's advance. The smile on the Eagle Federation representative's face froze. Yet, at that very moment, heavens will struck again. A cold, vast, utterly emotionless will descended as if from the heavens. The entire ghostly ice sea, along with the 10,000-foot thick ice layer beneath it, began to violently tremble without warning. Then, before the horrified stares of all present, the boundless expanse of the ice sea began to tilt. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world spun. Beneath their feet, the millennia-old ice layer, the sea bearing the last hope and despair of the Northern Bear Kingdom, tilted madly toward the abyss, as if overturned by the hand of a god. Ivan Romanov staggered back, her aged frame nearly hurled away by the violent tremors. Only by plunging the heirloom dagger deep into the ice did she barely steady herself. Flames of the phoenix surged around Ruan Xinglua, barely countering this overwhelming force, her expression equally grave. The globally broadcast footage distorted to its absolute limit at that moment. Countless survivors let out horrified screams. The sky is falling. Is this the power of a heaven's mandate? Is it going to tear the entire far north apart? It's over. The Chinese are finished too. What are humans before such power? Yet amidst this world on the brink of collapse, one figure stood tall and unyielding, as steady as a mountain. Zhou Yan. Not even the hem of his robe stirred. He watched calmly as the frost of deception scrambled frantically across the tilting ice, following the golden trail of blood. Just as everyone believed the heaven's mandate was about to crush the three men along with the monster, the tilt abruptly halted. The world restored its eerie equilibrium. Heaven's will did not attack directly. Instead, a crystal cave radiating multicolored jewel-like light materialized out of thin air along the path of the frost of deception's escape. Deep within the cavern, countless illusory forms of divine weapons and ancient relics drifted and shimmered, radiating a deadly allure. Frost of Deception hesitated, a flicker of greed crossing its eyes before being swiftly suppressed by its survival instinct. It veered around the cave. Immediately after, another shard of energy, radiating the glow of destiny, materialized before it. Its aura seemed to promise instant restoration of all power upon consumption. Frost of Deception hesitated once more, ultimately choosing flight. At the Eagle Union's command center, the representative snorted in bewilderment. What the hell? Heaven's will is equipping it? What kind of stupid rule is this? Ruan Xinglua frowned as well. What is it doing? These things, though they're traps, they also seem to be replenishing that monster's energy. A cold curve touched Zhou Yan's lips. No. These aren't traps, they're a deliberate strategy. His gaze grew deep, as if he could pierce through the will that loomed above the heavens. It's not aiding it, it's feeding it. With false hope, with treasures that can be seen but never touched, it feeds the lie rule within this monster, making it grow stronger, more perfect. Then, it will reap the harvest with its own hands. Zhou Yan's words sent a chill through Ruan Xinglua and Ivan. What a ruthless heaven's mandate. It cared not a whit for the survival of the Northern Bear Kingdom. It was merely conducting a lofty experiment in breeding venomous insects. Zhou Yan smiled lightly, his expression carrying a hint of arrogant disdain for the world. It enjoys setting traps? Then we'll weave it a lie, one so perfect, even it cannot resist. His gaze fell upon Ruan Xinglua. Xinglua, retrieve the god-deceiving doll we confiscated from Longing Shue earlier. Ruan Xinglua paused, then understood. She immediately retrieved the unremarkable wooden doll from her storage space. Zhou Yan extended his hand. A strand of pitch-black energy, as dark as ink and seemingly capable of devouring all things, coiled from his fingertips. The primordial source of the abyssal void. He turned his gaze back to Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua nodded, flicked her fingertip, and a vibrant emerald speck of light, brimming with life and hope, drifted forth. The power of rebirth. Finally, his gaze settled upon Ivan's bleeding palm. Your Majesty, grant me a single drop of blood bearing the final will of your realm. Without hesitation, Ivan summoned the last remnants of his strength, forcing forth a single drop of blood deep crimson tinged with a faint, dull gold. Blood of the deep winter. 3 distinct forces, each representing the ultimate laws of the world, slowly gathered in Zhou Yan's palm. Darkness, rebirth, and end. Under his command, the 3 forces coalesced like a serpent biting its own tail, forming a perfect cycle. Then, he gently pressed them into the body of the god-deceiving puppet. Hum. The puppet convulsed violently. The once lifeless would seem to be infused with a true soul in that instant. A vast, ancient essence brimming with the primal force of life yet tinged with the sorrow and defiance of the dying exploded forth. In that instant, it ceased to be a mere puppet. It was the perfect illusion of a dying, world spirit. Zhou Yan weighed this perfect lie in his hand before casually tossing it into the bottomless, pitch-black ice sea fissure at his feet, the Wailing Abyss. He smiled at the stunned pair beside him. For something that feeds on lies and hope, nothing is more delicious than a dying spirit of the world. Now, all we need to do is wait for that greedy fish to take the bait. Meanwhile, the frost of deception, frantically fleeing across the ice fields, abruptly halted its flight. Its countless compound eyes simultaneously turned toward the direction of the Wailing Abyss. A deadly temptation that made its very soul tremble surged madly from the depths. That was the essence of the primordial source. A supreme sustenance transcending national fortune, powerful enough to catapult it to the pinnacle of existence. Its instincts screamed in frenzy. A trap. This was absolutely a trap. But that aura, the aura of the dying world spirit, was far too compelling. Devour it. If only it could devour it. It might even ascend to the heavens in one step, break free from the control of heaven's mandate, and become a true god ruler who commands the rules. Greed. Endless greed instantly overwhelmed reason. Chapter 166, The Script's Curtain Call. Frost of Deception emitted a shrill screech, a mix of excitement and ecstasy. Forgetting the pursuers behind and the heavens will's open scheme, it turned on its heel and plunged like a streak of light into the bottomless abyss of whales. The instant it plunged into the abyss, the abyssal void barrier, long prepared by Zhou Yan, activated abruptly. Hum. Countless pitch-black runes ignited across the abyss's walls, weaving an inescapable net that sealed off the entire Wailing Abyss. Yet, the Frost of Deception paid no heed. all its compound eyes fixed intently on the bottom of the abyss where the world spirit shimmered with endless allure. It opened its massive maw and swallowed it whole. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and power instantly flooded its entire being. But, merely a second later, all the ecstasy on the Frost of Deception's hideous face transformed into boundless terror and shock. It had been tricked. What it had swallowed was not the spirit of the world at all, but rather a rule bomb capable of detonating the very fabric of the rules themselves. A rule bomb. Boom! An indescribably terrifying energy detonated within the body of Frost of Deception. This was no physical explosion, but the most savage collision between rules and rules. A shrieking howl, sharp enough to tear souls apart, erupted from the depths of the wailing abyss. The immense, twisted form of Frost of Deception began to swell uncontrollably, tearing apart, then healing, only to tear apart once more. The regenerative power of hope and creation frantically repaired its divine form. Yet the primordial essence of the abyssal void, representing endings and nothingness, was erasing its very existence with even greater ferocity. Its flesh and blood, torn between rebirth and oblivion, dissolved into a chaotic mist of blood. Its divine soul, crushed between light and darkness, emitted agonized wails. At that very moment, a voice cold, merciless, yet for the first time tinged with genuine fury exploded across the entire Arctic icefield. That voice came from the 9 heavens above, from the very edge of the rules. It was the heavenly mandate. How dare you use my script to scheme against my own pieces? As the will of heaven's mandate descended, the entire ghostly ice sea froze solid. Time and space seemed to solidify under this torrent of fury. All survivors before the global broadcast trembled in terror before this divine might, forgetting even to breathe. Yet Zhou Yan merely cast a faint glance toward the sky. He didn't even respond. Because it was unworthy. He gave heaven's will no further opportunity. Raising his hand, he clenched it fiercely toward the bottomless abyss of wailing sea. Coalesce. One word, and the law obeyed. Hum. The barrier sealing off the entire wailing abyss contracted inward with unstoppable force, collapsing and compressing with frenzied intensity. No! Frost of Deception let out its final, desperate, and unwilling howl. Its colossal form, along with the immense fortune of the Northern Bear Kingdom enough to shatter a medium-sized nation and the rule power exploding within it. Everything was forcibly compressed beneath Zhou Yan's grasp. Light warped. Space collapsed. Finally, all fell silent. All energy and matter were compressed into a core no larger than a fist, half shimmering with a dull golden glow, half enveloped in pure gray light. The core of cause and effect. Zhou Yan casually beckoned, and the core silently flew into his palm. Without glancing at the gray portion representing the falsehood principle, he simply extended the core toward Ivan Romanov. His voice was calm and gentle. Your Majesty. Use your blood to claim what belongs to you. Take it back. 2 streams of scalding tears instantly welled up in Ivan R26 Romanov's aged eyes. Gazing at the dim golden light within the core, the light of the Northern Bear Kingdom, she saw the faces of her people, struggling and wailing in despair. Without a moment's hesitation, she used the heirloom dagger to once again slit her wrinkled palm. Blood dripped. 1 drop, 2 drops. The instant her blood touched the core of causality. Hum. Within the core, the golden national fortune energy belonging to the Northern Bear Kingdom seemed to hear its mother's call. Like weary birds returning to their nests, it instantly surged to life. Streams of dazzling golden light surged wildly from the core, coalescing into a golden river that poured entirely into Ivan's body. Her white hair regained its luster in the golden radiance. Her hunched frame slowly straightened under the nourishment of the nation's fortune. More crucially, this power flowed back through her final bloodline connection to the distant homeland of the Northern Bear Kingdom, a land now drowned in cries and despair. In that instant, on the globally broadcast footage, everyone witnessed the golden pillar of national fortune for the Northern Bear Kingdom, which had plummeted to its lowest point and was on the verge of shattering completely, suddenly tremble. The fall halted. Then, amidst the tearful cheers and fervent shouts of countless Northern Bear citizens, the golden pillar began to rise slowly yet resolutely, at a pace visible to the naked eye. Rise again! The crisis was averted. Zhou Yan watched the scene unfold, gave a slight nod, then tossed the gray core now containing nothing but the pure hypocrisy rule as casually as if discarding trash to Ruan Xinglua beside him. Xinglua. Not bad loot. You can use it to upgrade that prison sealing bracelet of yours. It should grant immunity to higher level illusions and mental corruption from now on. Ruan Xinglua fumbled to catch the core, a fragment of rules powerful enough to drive any deity mad, and was momentarily speechless. High above, the terrifying pressure belonging to heaven's mandate, after a long silence, ultimately chose not to intervene. The power it had gathered slowly dissipated. The mess in the Northern Bear Kingdom seemed to be something he no longer deigned to concern himself with. Yet upon the glacier that had remained unfrozen for 10,000 years, divine script formed from the power of destiny slowly emerged, imprinting itself upon the ice. A splendid improvisation. But do not forget the final chapter of the script has long been written. I look forward to our final curtain call at the bell tower. The characters faded, divine might receded. As if everything that had just occurred was but an illusion. Yet the deep imprint left on the ice, and the warm core of national destiny in his hand, both told Ivan that this was real. Their nation was saved. Ivan Romanov composed himself, stepped forward, and offered the most revered and ancient tribute of the Northern Bear Imperial House to Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, and to the Chinese nation behind them. Kneeling on one knee, her right hand pressed to her heart, her voice solemn and reverent, she declared, I, Ivan Romanov, swear in the name of the Northern Bear Imperial family and all its citizens. From this day forward, the Northern Bear Nation shall stand as China's most steadfast and eternal ally, until the end of the world and the conclusion of the long winter. Chapter 167, Absolute Zero Realm of Silence. Ivan Romanov's solemn oath echoed across the deathly silent ghost ice sea, each word seemingly carved by the biting winter wind into the very soul of the glaciers. Zhou Yan merely watched her calmly, neither accepting nor rejecting. To him, so-called eternal pacts were merely a lifeline grasped by the weak in desperation. True value lay solely in the power held within one's own hands. At that moment, an imperceptible hint of green blossomed silently upon the sapling of the world tree rooted in the void within his palm. Hum. A faint pulsation, like the beat of a heart, emanated from the sapling. The colossal national fortune of the Northern Bear Kingdom reborn from death and despair had cleansed Ivan's body. Now, its purest essence was being quietly absorbed by the sapling. Immediately, at the very apex of the world tree, a brand new tender leaf slowly unfurled. The leaf glistened like ice sculpture, yet its veins were no ordinary patterns. Instead, they formed intricate, arcane winter runes. What is this? Ruan Xinglua's gaze was instantly drawn to this extraordinary leaf. She sensed a rule power within it, one distinctly different from the frost of deception, yet equally born of extreme cold, more pure and ancient. It absorbed the national fortune of the Northern Bear Kingdom transformation from death to life and gave birth to a new law. Zhou Yan's voice sounded calmly. Try it. Touch it with your divine sense. Ruan Xinglua complied, carefully splitting off a thread of her divine sense to probe the ice crystal leaf engraved with winter runes. Boom! The instant her divine sense touched the leaf, an extreme, mind-freezing silence and chill surged into her consciousness. Yet this chill was not harmful, it was an unquestionable order. In her perception, the entire world seemed to be pulled into a realm of absolute zero. The winds ceased. The flow of energy froze. Even the most chaotic, most violent invisible particles within space were forcibly calmed by this force, solidifying into a frozen tableau. Absolute zero realm of silence. A name surfaced naturally in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She instantly understood the power this leaf had bestowed upon her. This was neither an attack nor pure defense. It was a form of control. An absolute field control that could forcibly freeze all chaotic rules and violent energies within its domain. This perfectly addressed her greatest weakness, her previous reliance on overwhelming firepower, which left her lacking in effective control methods. Do you like it? Zhou Yan watched the delight in her eyes, a playful smile curling his lips. This is a gift earned for you by those fools from the Northern Bear Kingdom with their last shred of pride and defiance. Ruan Xinglua shot him a glare, yet the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. She loved this gift very much. Yet this fleeting moment of tranquility was swiftly shattered by a voice seething with rage after being toyed with like an insect. It was Tian Ming. Brilliant improvisation. The tragedy of Act 1 and the farce of Act 2 have both drawn to a close. And now, let us welcome the true climax of this drama. The words had barely left his mouth when a sudden chill gripped the hearts of every survivor worldwide. It's here. True despair was upon them. Act 3. The cornerstone of the Empire begins. With Destiny's final proclamation, the darkness at the universe's depths was suddenly torn open by an unimaginably vast rift. An arc slowly emerged. It could no longer be described as a mere vessel. Its bulk dwarfed the moon itself, its hull forged from an unidentifiable pallid metal fused with the bones of unspeakable behemoths, a mobile tomb of steel and bone. It loomed beyond Earth, casting a shadow that plunged half the planet into darkness. For the first time since the apocalypse began, humanity felt a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness deep within their souls. Just as everyone was rendered speechless by the terror of this colossal vessel, a cold system announcement echoed simultaneously within the minds of every survivor. Announcement: the Apocalypse Ark has entered Blue Star's orbit. Only 10 seats remain aboard the Ark to carry the flame of civilization. Selection countdown: 72 hours. All civilizations of Blue Star, prove your worth to the Ark in your own way. 10 seats. 72 hours. The breath of billions of survivors worldwide, the leaders of every faction all held their breath in that moment. Then, the next announcement sent everyone's hearts plummeting into an abyss. The criteria for determining seat allocation are as follows. I. This selection process does not prioritize military strength. 2. This selection process does not prioritize national fortune. 3. The sole criterion for seat allocation shall be the value of the offerings each civilization presents to the Arkansas. 4. The criteria for judging value is determined solely by the will of the Ark. The cold, monumental proclamation of destiny descended like a guillotine suspended over all heads, falling slowly and mercilessly. The shadow cast by the Doomsday Ark enveloped not only half the planet, but also the heart of every survivor. Dead silence. A stillness deeper than the ghostly ice sea hung over the Blue Star Alliance's highest-level emergency remote conference. In the holographic projection, every leader's face was as stern as iron. Ivan of the Northern Bear Nation, having just weathered her nation's rebirth, still carried the chill of winter's ruthlessness. She pressed her lips tightly together, saying nothing. Star Eye, the Grand Sage of the Stellar Council, whose eyes seemed to see through all things, revealed deep concern for the first time. The silence was first broken by the urgent voice of a congressman behind Mia, leader of the Petroleum Nation. Your Highness Mia. We must act now. The mandate of heaven has spoken. The standard is neither military might nor national fortune, but the value of the sacrificial offering. A fervent hope flickered in the parliamentarian's eyes. We have gold. We have diamonds. We possess immeasurable wealth accumulated over centuries. We even possess the most advanced technological blueprints from the old era. Is this not enough to secure a seat? Mia's expression shifted, yet she did not immediately rebuke him. For these words voiced the truest thoughts in her heart. In military might, they were no match for Huaxia. In terms of national fortune, they had just witnessed the grim fate of the Northern Bear Nation. But when it came to wealth, they possessed absolute confidence. This was their only chance. Foolish. A cold rebuke erupted from the great sage Xing Tong. His gaze swept over the counselor like a sharp blade, silencing him instantly. Have you still not understood? Xing Tong's voice carried a hint of bitter regret. The mandate of heaven couldn't care less about gold or diamonds. It seeks to shatter our alliance. It's us slaughtering each other over 10 illusory seats. The so-called value criteria are determined by the Ark. That itself is the greatest trap. Chapter 168, A Disposable Pawn. Offer gold and it declares bones more valuable. Present technology, and it proclaims loyalty more precious. It toys with us, watching us distrust and betray one another until it claims our most precious unity as its sacrifice. Each word from the great sage struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of all present. Mia's face instantly drained of color. Yes. The criteria for judgment were in the other side's hands. This wasn't a negotiation at all, it was a complete and utter mockery. The meeting once again reached an impasse. All eyes instinctively turned to the figure standing motionless at the center of the conference room. As the de facto core of the alliance, she now faced a test of leadership. If she forcibly ordered all allies to abandon the struggle, it would be seen as autocratic and domineering. In the face of apocalyptic despair, such an order would only provoke the most intense backlash. Yet if she allowed things to run their course, the scene foretold by the great sage Xing Tong allies slaughtering each other for the illusory tickets would unfold immediately. The alliance would crumble in an instant. Ruan Xinglua remained silent, deep in thought. Yet, just as the tension within the alliance reached its peak, a gentle, courteous voice suddenly echoed through the public channel. Good afternoon, representatives of Blue Star Civilization. My apologies for the unannounced intrusion. I humbly ask for your understanding. Buzz. The expressions of all the leaders changed abruptly. Who was this? How could someone silently breach all defense systems and directly transmit their voice into their core conference? Immediately afterward, a holographic projection materialized automatically at the center of the conference room. It was a man. He wore a perfectly tailored, dark gold, ornate formal suit, sported a monocle, and had his hair meticulously combed. His face bore an impeccable, textbook-perfect smile, and every gesture radiated an elegance and composure that seemed ingrained in his very bones. His aura wasn't that of a powerful being, yet it carried an unshakable, peculiar presence. Who I am is of no consequence. The man bowed slightly, performing an ancient noble gesture. His voice was clear and magnetic, each syllable seemingly calculated with precision, carrying a compelling logic. My name is Machioli. I serve as chief negotiator for the Celestial Balance Guild. Our guild, protected by the neutrality pact of the multiverse, exists to provide the fairest and most orderly resolutions to all chaotic disputes. The Balance Guild? The neutrality pact of all worlds? These unfamiliar terms sent a wave of profound shock and bewilderment through everyone present. Ruan Xingluan narrowed her eyes, gazing at him coldly. Solutions? Indeed. Mercury pushed his monocle, its lens reflecting a cold gleam. A solution to your current predicament. He swept his gaze around the room, his eyes lingering on each leader's face as if he could see through their inner struggles and desires. Since Heaven's mandate has proposed selection based on value, yet the criteria remain vague and ambiguous, this will inevitably plunge you all into chaotic infighting. And we at the Libra Chamber excel precisely at establishing clear, transparent, and universally accepted rules for defining value. He paused, then smiled as he presented his proposal, his voice like a devil's whisper. I propose holding an auction for Ark ticket qualifications. An auction? Those three words instantly sent the entire hall into an uproar. With our Tianping Chamber of Commerce acting as the notary, we guarantee the absolute fairness of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, you may offer your civilization's most precious possessions as stakes in this public bidding. Be it gold, resources, technology, loyalty, national fortune, or even life itself, whatever you deem valuable may be put up for bid. The highest bidder wins the ticket. Is this not the fairest method? As Mercury's voice faded, an eerie silence descended upon the entire conference room. Fair? It certainly was fair. It tore away all pretense, laying bare the naked pursuit of self-interest. This proposal, like the sharpest blade, pierced precisely into the alliance's most vulnerable weakness: trust. Frenzied flames ignited in the eyes of representatives from smaller nations. They possessed no formidable military might, yet they were willing to stake everything their civilizations held to secure a ticket to survival. I agree. A rough voice suddenly broke the silence. All eyes turned to see General Griffin of the Winter's Edge standing behind Ivan. His eyes burned with near fanatical intensity as he shouted at Mercury, "The great sage is wrong. We won't sit idly by and die. Why should we abandon our chance to survive for the sake of so-called unity?" Ivan's face instantly darkened. He growled, "Griffin, shut up." But Griffin paid no heed. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the holographic projections of Yuan Xinglua and Xingtong. "We, the Northern Bear Nation, have traded our last shred of pride and defiance for a rebirth of our nation's fortune. We have earned the right to use this power to bid for our own future. This is true fairness." His voice echoed relentlessly through the conference room, filled with a power that could sway hearts. The strong deserve more. As the words fell, the thread called trust between the alliance leaders snapped. Countless eyes, filled with suspicion, doubt, and greed, began to dart between them. The alliance. Before the sharpest dagger of fairness, it was already riddled with cracks. Griffin's words, "the strong deserve more," stirred like a boulder tossed into stagnant waters, stirring the deepest greed and resentment within every soul. Within Huasha's independent command channel, a leisurely voice sounded, tinged with a hint of careless amusement. "Look, Xingluo." Zhou Yin materialized beside Yuan Xinglua, observing with keen interest the holographic screen where Mo Tsuli maintained his elegant smile. When fate's script lacks excitement, there's always some self-important supporting character who jumps in to steal the spotlight. His tone was calm, yet tinged with an all-knowing detachment. This small-time merchant named Mo Chioli is nothing more than a pawn tossed out by heaven's will to stir up conflict. A disposable pawn, to be discarded once used. Yuan Xinglua withdrew her gaze from the chaotic meeting and turned to Zhou Yan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Zhou Yan smiled faintly. "Play along with him. He wants an auction? We'll give him an auction. Only, who is the prey and who is the hunter, that won't be clear until the very end." 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 169, The Debt Collectors Syndicate. Amidst Mercury and the Balance Guild's fiercely inflammatory speeches and guarantees, and with the near-frenzied support of most civilized leaders, the Arc Ticket Qualification Auction, a contest determining the survival of civilizations, commenced as scheduled. Above the heavens, the shadow of the Doomsday Arc remained as cold as ever. Beneath it, a magnificent platform constructed of light and shadow rose from the ground. Through the Libra Guild's technology, it broadcast live to every corner of the world, reaching every survivor. Mercury stood at the very center of the platform. He wore a more solemn black tailcoat, the golden Libra insignia gleaming on his chest, symbolizing the ultimate justice of the world. "Fellow citizens of Blue Star Civilization." His voice, amplified by the sound array, echoed far and wide, clear and resonant. "Today, we speak not of nations, not of races, not of past grievances. We speak only of one thing: value. Use what you hold most precious to earn the right to survive. This is the ultimate order in fairness the Scales Guild brings you. Now, I declare the auction officially open." As the words fell, countless eyes below the stage instantly turned bloodshot. The first to storm the stage were the leaders of several small nations. They possessed neither formidable national fortune nor cutting-edge technology. All they had left were the relics of an old era and the last vestiges of their civilization's dignity. I offer all the gold reserves in my nation's treasury. And the crown passed down through our royal family for 800 years. A white-haired king tremblingly placed a magnificent crown encrusted with jewels upon the auction block. Mercury glanced at it, his face still bearing that impeccable smile. "Your Majesty, gold and jewels may have been priceless in the old era." With a light wave of his hand, a light screen illuminated on the high platform, displaying a row of cold, hard numbers. "However, according to the Chamber's appraisal, your collateral is insufficient to cover even the reserve price for this auction." The king staggered, his face turning ashen. "Impossible." "Then, add all the artworks of our civilization. All our historical texts. Even my own loyalty and that of all my subjects." Mercury bowed slightly, his smile tinged with a hint of polite cruelty. "Regrettably, the value of loyalty requires sufficient power to bear it. Your bid is invalid." "Next." The king staggered, pushed off the dais by an invisible force. He gazed at the lonely crown, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Desolation. Despair. One small kingdom after another sacrificed everything they had, yet none even qualified to touch the threshold of the auction. Their last shred of hope was crushed to dust by the very word fairness. Countless survivors watching the live feed felt their hearts sink. This was no auction. This was nothing but an open, utter humiliation of the week. At that moment, a tall, imposing figure pushed through the crowd and strode onto the elevated platform. It was Griffin, the general of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Without so much as a glance at the livid Ivan behind him, he strode directly before Mercury. "Cut the nonsense!" Griffin's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. "The Northern Bear Kingdom stakes half of the Winter Dragon vein." Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, a piercing ice-blue pillar of light shot skyward from behind Griffin. Within the pillar, the shadowy form of a ferocious frost dragon could be glimpsed, roaring with fury. It was the newly reborn symbol of the Northern Bear Kingdom's national fortune. Half of the dragon vein. What a mad gamble! Yvonne trembled with rage below the stage, powerless to intervene. Griffin had effectively held the entire fate of the Northern Bear Kingdom hostage with his actions. For the first time, a genuine spark of admiration flashed in Mercury's eyes. Brilliant! Now that's a real stake. He bellowed, "The Northern Bear Kingdom bids half of the Winter Dragon vein. Any higher?" The hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the sheer audacity of the bid. Just as Mercury was about to bring down the gavel, a cool, detached voice cut through the air. "Hold on." The crowd turned to see Ruan Xinglua stepping onto the dais. She was neither as fierce as Griffin nor as meek and desperate as those leaders of small nations. She was calm. What was even more astonishing was that she came empty-handed, carrying nothing at all. Mercury's gaze settled on her. He pushed his monocle up his nose, a playful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Esteemed Ms. Ruan, has the turn finally come to the core of the Alliance China?" He glanced at Ruan Xinglua's empty hands and asked with feigned surprise. "But, where are your chips? Could it be that China intends to forfeit this hard-won bidding opportunity?" His voice brimmed with provocation as the world's gaze instantly converged on Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua did not answer his question, merely staring back at him in silence. Her gaze was as if she were looking at an inanimate object. "My bargaining chip, you cannot see it." Her voice was soft, yet every word rang clear in every ear. The smile froze on Emochio Li's face. Ruan Xinglua spoke slowly, each word like the toll of a funeral bell. "Mr. Zhou Yan asked me to pose a question to you. A merchant's scales can weigh all things. Then, can it weigh your own karma?" The moment the words fell, an ancient, mystical abacus materialized in Ruan Xinglua's hand. Debt-collecting disc of universal grievances. Clang! Her pale hand rose lightly, manipulating the beads. But this time, no crimson debts of anyone appeared on the abacus. Instead, a single thread appeared. A line as black as ink, saturated with transactions, exploitation, control, and enslavement, a black thread of cause and effect. One end of that thread connected to the abacus. The other end, like a parasitic viper, had sunk deep into the elegant soul of Machioli. Through this thread of causality, all could see that at its end lay a higher, more distant, and more unspeakably terrifying existence. The chessmaster heaven's mandate. Ruan Xinglua lifted her gaze, her eyes like swords piercing through all of Emochio Li's disguises. "You are nothing but another puppet of destiny. Your so-called fairness. What value does it hold?" Snap! A sound like something shattering echoed. The textbook-perfect, elegant smile on Machioli Li's face froze, cracked, and then crumbled piece by piece. Gone was the composure, gone was the grace. But horror. Terror. The utter terror of having one's identity exposed in an instant, as if stripped naked and cast into the snow. Snap. The terror on Mercury's face froze into an eternal sculpture. That black thread of causality, spreading from the depths of his soul like the most vicious curse, exposed all his dignity and pride to the gaze of the entire world. Puppet. He, the chief negotiator of the balance chamber and host of this century-defining auction, was nothing more than a marionette manipulated at will by a higher power. Dead silence fell over the entire hall. Chapter 170, The Arc of Doom. Before the live broadcast, the minds of billions of survivors went blank. This reversal was too swift, too utterly shattering. Amidst this almost frozen silence. Squeak! A bone-chilling metallic screech echoed overhead, as if a colossal vessel dormant for millennia had finally begun turning its gears. It was the Doomsday Ark. That vessel, which had hovered like a floating tombstone since its arrival, was moving. Everyone instinctively looked up. Beneath the Ark's sky-obscuring hull, a colossal gate 10,000 meters tall slowly swung open, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Beyond the gate lay darkness deeper than the cosmos. No gods. No messengers. As everyone held their breath, wondering if the true form of heaven's mandate would descend, a figure emerged step by step from the endless darkness. The moment they recognized that figure, Ivan, Griffin, and even Zhou Yan watching through the command channel below the stage all felt their pupils contract sharply. Ruan Xinglua's gaze instantly turned icy cold. It was her. Longing Xue. She now wore a dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor, flawless and without a single scar. Her aura was more powerful and more sinister than ever before. A pure, domineering force born for destruction swirled around her, as if she herself were the very embodiment of the apocalypse. Behind her, shadows writhed. A terrifying silhouette over 100 meters tall slowly materialized, a monstrosity twisted from boundless resentment, corpses, and shattered divine essence. It was her terrifying offspring, now evolved into the form of the apocalyptic wrath god. Captain. She had become the captain of this doomsday ark. Longing Shue stood at the entrance of the 10,000-meter-tall ark, as if before the gates of a divine realm, looking down upon the masses below like ants. Her gaze swept over the horrified Mercury on the platform, then across to Griffin below, his face ashen, before finally settling on Yuan Xingluo. She smiled. A cruel smile, brimming with the ultimate satisfaction. Thank you all for the splendid performance. Her voice was soft, yet amplified by the ark's sound system. It echoed clearly across every corner of Blue Star. Especially you, General Griffin. Longing Shue's gaze held a hint of mocking pity. Half a winter dragon vein, truly a generous gift. Griffin's body jerked violently, his bear-like eyes instantly turning blood red. Longing Shue. What do you mean by this? The smile on Longing Shue's face grew even broader. Nothing at all. She slowly spread her hands, as if embracing her new world. I just forgot to tell you one thing. This doomsday ark has always had only one ticket. Boom! Those words exploded like a nuclear bomb in everyone's mind. Mokoria staggered back, his face drained of color. Griffin's clenched fists dug his nails deep into his flesh. Longing Shue reveled in their despair, pronouncing each word like a death sentence for them all. And all the gold, crowns, loyalty, even the fortune of your nations, were all merely offerings to ensure the smooth departure of this sole passenger. You are all sacrifices. A deception. From start to finish, it was all one colossal deception. The third act of Heaven's mandate script is no internal competition or merit-based selection. It was exploiting the greed and fear of all civilizations, deceiving them into sacrificing their most precious possessions to pave a bloody path to heaven for those truly chosen by it. Within the Huaxia Independent Command Channel, Zhou Yan gazed at the spirited Longing Shue on the screen and finally let out a knowing smile. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hint of icy admiration. He doesn't intend to dismantle the alliance. He intends to sacrifice the entire Blue Star, artificiallying the most perfect model of a tyrannical civilization to prove to us that his script is the correct one. This Heaven's mandate is far more arrogant than I ever imagined. Upon the high platform, Longing Shue's gaze finally settled upon the sole figure remaining calm. Yuan Xingluo. She sensed an aura emanating from Yuan Xingluo, one that was diametrically opposed to her own, yet equally formidable. That was the way of the sovereign. The smile on Longing Shue's lips slowly faded, replaced by icy combat intent and haughty pride. Standing high above, like a deity addressing mortals, she issued her final challenge. Yuan Xingluo. Now, on this stage, only the two of us protagonists remain. Come. Let me see how your so-called royal path fares against my doomsday ark. How much laughable mercy remains. The fighting spirit in Longing Shue's eyes had solidified into palpable murderous intent. She wasted not a single word on idle chatter. Save your mercy for the souls of hell to taste. The moment the words fell, she raised her hand and clenched it lightly. Buzz. The entire hull of the doomsday ark hovering above the sky emitted a heart-stopping roar. Then, before the horrified gaze of the entire world, thousands of tiny holes suddenly erupted across the mirror-smooth metal hull on both sides of the ark. They were feeding ports. Each predatory aperture was bottomless, like demonic eyes gazing into the abyss. The next instant, leaving no time for anyone to react. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of gray beams erupted from the feeding ports like a deathly downpour sweeping across the heavens and earth, indiscriminately pouring down upon the ground and the united fleets of all worlds orbiting Blue Star. That wasn't light. As the beams drew near, everyone who saw their true nature through the ultra-clear lenses felt their scalps crawl and their souls shudder. It was a torrent of disintegration composed of billions of nail-sized, entirely gray, malevolent little demons with ferocious mouthparts. They were the Assimilation Legion. Activate shields. Maximum power. The frontline commander of the United Worlds Fleet let out a piercing roar. Several Elven Starspeaker warships at the vanguard instantly unfurled thick magical shields. Brilliant runes swirled across their surfaces, strong enough to withstand meteorite impacts. Yet, sizzle! The moment the gray torrent touched the shield, the sturdy magical barrier shattered like thin paper doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. It couldn't hold for even a second before being torn apart with ease. Countless decomposition imps swarmed like piranhas sensing blood, lunging forward with frenzied abandon. No! A piercing scream echoed from within the warship. The 1,000-meter-long colossal warship, under the relentless gnawing of billions of decomposition imps, saw its hull armor melt like ice and snow. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was decomposed and disintegrated. Seconds. Merely seconds. A starship representing the pinnacle of advanced civilization, along with its entire crew, was reduced before the eyes of the entire world to a handful of the most fundamental cosmic dust. Drawn by an invisible force, it was swept back and absorbed into the Doomsday Ark. Chapter 171, This is the Apocalypse. The sheer visual impact plunged the entire world into deathly silence. This is the apocalypse. As the grey tide of death threatened to engulf the earth, Ruan Xingluo's icy voice rang out. Absolute zero realm of silence. Hum. A bone-chilling cold radiated outward from her like a shockwave. The extreme cold seemed poised to freeze the very fabric of space. The vanguard of decomposing imps surged forward, their momentum abruptly halted. A layer of frost crystallized upon their bodies, their frenzied advance forcibly curtailed. But it was merely a halt. The frozen imps were quickly crushed by the endless tide of comrades surging from behind, and more decomposition imps charged forward, fearless of death. Under this relentless assault, Ruan Xingluo's domain was being compressed inch by inch. Chaos Devourer, she commanded. The void behind her ripped open, unleashing the colossal chaos beast. Roaring, it charged forth, its jaws wide enough to devour mountains, snapping viciously at the grey torrent. A vast swath of decomposition imps were swallowed whole. Yet, barely 2 seconds later, the Chaos Devourer's colossal body suddenly convulsed violently, emitting agonized howls. On its surface, unstable grey patches began to appear, as if something was corroding its very existence from within. Indigestion. No. It was utterly indigestible. The assimilation rules contained within these decomposition imps were far too overbearing. Even chaos itself couldn't completely eradicate them. High above, Longing Shue watched the scene unfold, erupting into a victorious cackle. See that, Ruan Xingluo? My assimilation legions are endless. They are the very essence of the apocalypse. Wherever they pass, all things are assimilated. How much longer can your guardianship, your righteous path, endure? Boom! As if to confirm her words. At the bow of the Doomsday Ark, the 100-meter-tall sub-entity of the Doomsday Wrath God slowly opened its single eye. That eye was a cannon barrel. A main cannon personally controlled by a terrifying entity of PQ Gue tier power, the Wrath God Roar Cannon. Terrifying energy capable of obliterating stars began to coalesce within the barrel, radiating an aura of pressure that made the entire blue star tremble. The light flickered, finally locking onto the tiny, struggling figure below. Ruan Xingluo's expression grew more grave than ever before. Freezing could only delay. Devouring would only backfire. None of her offensive methods seemed capable of fundamentally resolving this endless assimilation legion. No. That's not right. Under immense pressure, Ruan Xingluo's mind became crystal clear. Observing the relentless, highly synchronized decomposition imps, a thought struck her like lightning. They were not independent entities. Behind this vast legion lay a unified, far more powerful will, orchestrating everything. As if reading the horror in Ruan Xingluo's heart, Longing Shue, high above, let a cruel and mocking curve lift the corners of her mouth. It seems you finally understood. Her voice carried a condescending pity, as if she were admiring the final struggle of a butterfly trapped in a spider's web. Indeed, they are not independent entities. Behind this legion of billions lies a unified, far more powerful will. A will that neither you nor any living being on this planet can ever hope to oppose. Longing Shue spread her arms wide, her expression bordering on frenzied devotion. Allow me to formally introduce my fiancé, the peerless being on the verge of ascending to the realm of divine sovereign, the prison-sealing demon god. The jailer demon god. A demigod. Those words crashed down upon Ruan Xingluo's heart like a billion-ton star, making her breath catch in her throat. Such an existence was not only legendary on Blue Star, but even within the 10,000 Realms Alliance, it was a forbidden taboo. Longing Shue's voice brimmed with pride and triumph. At this very moment, my husband stands within the core of the Ark, chanting a supreme divine incantation of rules for me, and for this new world about to dawn. Its name is the Demon God's Requiem. Within the Ark lie imprisoned the souls of billions from countless civilizations conquered and enslaved by us. Their resentment, their unwillingness, everything they are, all shall be transformed by this divine chant into an endless stream of assimilating imps. Longing Shue pointed at the endless grey torrent, her laughter sharp and piercing. Can you possibly kill them all? As long as the demon god's chant continues, my legion shall be immortal and indestructible. Ruan Xingluo, admit it. This is the unbridgeable chasm between us. This is destiny. Despair. An unprecedented despair, like a cold tide, flooded the hearts of everyone across the globe. An immortal and indestructible legion. And behind it all, a terrifying entity at the threshold of godhood personally oversees its reign. How could they possibly fight this? With what? Even Ruan Xingluo's perpetually icy expression showed a flicker of wavering for the very first time. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a familiar, steady voice abruptly echoed within her mind. It was Zhou Yan. I see the situation. Ruan Xingluo's spirits lifted instantly. She urgently responded in her mind, Commander Zhou. Is there a way? The enemy is a half-step divine sovereign, driving an army with a rule divine spell. Zhou Yan's voice remained unhurried, as composed as if the sky falling would merely require him to shift his sleeping position. A half-step divine sovereign? Not a true divine sovereign. Why panic? She can sing, but can't we? She pollutes the world with her demonic voice. We'll teach her what art truly is with music even more timeless. These words momentarily stunned Wan Xinglua, trapped in her desperate situation. Singing? Teach her art? Was this some kind of joke? Before she could ask more questions, however, the void before her eyes twisted and distorted. The next moment, an antique object of extremely simple design materialized before her. It was a hand-cranked phonograph. Crafted from an unknown dark wood, its body bore the mottled patina of time. Yet the large horn was cast in a dull, golden hue, and the stylus suspended above the record faintly emanated the desolate aura unique to dragon bones. This object was less a magical artifact and more an antique discarded by the times. Yet Wan Xinglua keenly detected a faint yet supremely pure trace of the aura of the abyssal void. Zhou Yan's voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of amusement. This was gifted to me by an old friend who was into music. It's called the snail of universal resonance. Its biggest flaw? It keeps switching channels. Go ahead. Use it to add some unique background music to the concert across the way. Chapter 172, Illuminating Your Blood-Soaked Depths in the Name of Truth. Wan Xinglua stared at the phonograph before her, then shifted her gaze to the distant doomsday arc radiating an apocalyptic aura. Her face was etched with disbelief. But now, she had no other choice. She drew a deep breath and carefully channeled her immense psychic energy into the peculiar gramophone. The phonograph trembled slightly. Controlling it proved far more difficult than she had imagined. That aura of the abyss felt like a bottomless black hole, frantically pulling at her mental energy. She had to control her power with extreme precision, like threading a needle with a strand of hair, just to barely find a balanced frequency. This was an unprecedented, immense test of her mental energy. Rise. Beads of sweat formed on Wan Xinglua's forehead as she gave a low command. Her first attempt sent the frequency spiraling out of control. A piercing, grating noise like metal scraping against glass exploded from the golden horn. Not only was the sound unbearable, but it also contained chaotic rule energy. Put. Wan Xinglua bore the brunt of it, feeling a tremendous force slam into her chest. Her blood surged, a metallic taste flooding her throat. The noise she unleashed had actually shaken internal injuries out of her. High above, Longing Xue, who had been poised to savor her look of despair, froze upon witnessing this scene. Then, she erupted into an unrestrained, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. Wan Xinglua. What are you doing? Running out of tricks, planning to put on a little show for me before you die? I must admit, your noise is quite unique. Longing Xue's mocking laughter pierced the eardrums of every survivor worldwide like sharp needles. The atmosphere of despair thickened further under her unrestrained, maniacal laughter. Yet Wan Xinglua, standing at the eye of the storm, remained utterly oblivious to it all. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet her icy blue eyes held no shame, no despair, only a deathly calm. Mockery? It didn't matter. She slowly raised her left wrist. There, the prison sealing bracelet which had once suppressed countless malevolent forces emitted a faint yet resolute hum. A cool, water-like energy surged from the bracelet, coursing through her limbs and bones. It soothed the turbulent chi and blood within her, and stabilized her spirit sea, which had nearly collapsed from frequency instability. Her heart felt an unprecedented tranquility. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding flickered in Wan Xingluo's eyes. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack of stillness in the heart. She placed her hand once more upon the handle of the antique gramophone. This time, her movements held no trace of hesitation or testing, but instead carried a serene confidence born of profound understanding. Her mental energy flowed like a trickle, precise and unwavering as it poured in once more. This time, the golden horn emitted no more jarring noise. Instead, within Wan Xingluo's perception, the entire world seemed to transform into an ocean composed of countless chaotic soundtracks. Within it, one frequency stood out as the most tyrannical, the most malevolent, a thread of rules saturated with enslavement and terror. It was the channel of the demon god's requiem. That was it. Wan Xingluo's eyes narrowed sharply. Her psychic energy shot out like the most precise probe, instantly locking onto that frequency. Gotcha. She murmured softly, then flipped her hand, revealing another object in her palm. It was a pitch-black, eerie disc, seemingly compressed from countless vengeful spirits, its surface densely engraved with intricate patterns of karmic sins and retribution. It was none other than the legendary artifact of China, the debt-collecting disc of 10,000 grievances. Without hesitation, Wan Xinglua placed the debt-collecting disc steadily onto the phonograph's turntable. The stylus, forged from dragon bone, descended slowly. SSSSHHH. After a faint contact sound, the world seemed to freeze for a second. The earth-shaking demon god's requiem, that soul-enslaving demonic melody, abruptly ceased in that instant. Then, a completely different sound, amplified billions of times through the snail of universal resonance, thundered through every channel of the doomsday arc. It was not music. It was a series of chilling, otherworldly chants as if summoned from the depths of the netherworld, carrying boundless karmic retribution, settling all sins, the debt-collecting chant of the Buddha. Debtors shall repay with their souls. Those who break their oaths shall repay with blood. Those who annihilate clans shall sink into eternal ruin. Each chant thundered like divine judgment, striking directly upon the enslaved soul essences of billions within the Doomsday Arc. The countless assimilated imps, frantically attacking the wreckage of the United Fleet, halted in unison, their grey forms frozen. For the first time, a flicker of confusion, a flicker of agony passed through their hollow eye sockets. High above, the smile on Long Yingshua's face froze instantly. What was that sound? Requiem. Where is my requiem? Within the Ark's core, the demon god of the abyss, who had been chanting with closed eyes, abruptly snapped them open. His golden demonic pupils filled with shock and disbelief. His divine incantation of rules, his exclusive channel, had it been hijacked? But it wasn't over yet. In the name of truth, I shall illuminate your blood-soaked vendettas. Ruan Xinglua unleashed the power of another supreme artifact, the Mirror of Truth. Formless radiance merged with the debt-collecting chant, flowing through the phonograph's channel to manifest as billions of images. Simultaneously, they were forcibly projected into the deepest recesses of every enslaved soul's consciousness. The images depicted the homelands they once cherished beyond measure. The next instant, a dark gold apocalyptic arc tore through the heavens. A pillar of light descended, shattering the planet as civilization crumbled to dust. The images showed their once happy and loving families. The next instant, the Empress descended from the heavens, clad in dark gold dragon-patterned armor. With a single stroke of her blade, their loved ones and children were reduced to ashes amid their wails. It was her. That lofty Empress. She destroyed my home. My world. My child. My beloved. Both fell beneath her slaughtering blade. All memories, all hatred, ignited completely by the dual assault of the debt-collecting chant and the vivid images. Roar. Revenge. Kill her. Blood debt. Paid in blood. Endless hatred and fury instantly shattered the lingering fear suppression of the demon god Requiem. These enslaved souls were no longer docile lambs, but had transformed into vengeful specters crawling back from hell. They no longer obeyed the suppression of the prison-sealing demon god, instead launching a frenzied assault on the Ark's control core. No! No! You worthless sacrifices! Stop this at once! Long Yingxue watched in horror as her once proud undead legion began to self-destruct from within. The assimilated imps abruptly changed direction, ceasing all attacks on external targets. Instead, they began frantically gnawing at the Doomsday Arc beneath them with their claws and mouthparts capable of dissolving all matter. Chapter 173, Chaos Devourer. Gnawing at the energy conduits. Devouring the control hub. Devouring the hull of the Arc. They sought to destroy this cage that had imprisoned them, enslaved them, and refined them from within. In the global broadcast room, everyone was stunned into silence. After a moment of dead silence, a technical officer in the Blue Star Alliance command center abruptly leapt to his feet, pointing at the screen, his voice warped by utter shock. My god. Commander Zhou, he hacked into the enemy's servers and looped a subversive propaganda video for their entire army? Beside him, Corelli, the interworld messenger who had maintained a grim expression since the battle began, now gaped in disbelief, murmuring to herself. Every single one of his tactics, completely surpasses my comprehension. Boom. Boom 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 boom. A series of violent explosions erupted from within the Doomsday Arc. The colossal, miracle-like hull began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Visible cracks spread like spider webs across its magnificent dark gold hull. The entire Doomsday Arc, ravaged by the frenzied devouring and self-detonations of its billions of own kind, began to tilt. The Doomsday Arc's wail, transmitted through hijacked channels, became a shrill metallic screech that echoed across the globe. The tilting hull resembled a collapsing celestial kingdom, heralding the defeat of the Doom God. No, this can't be happening. Long Yingshua's hair hung wildly about her face. Her dark gold dragon-patterned battle armor was riddled with cracks from energy backlash. As she watched her subjects voraciously devour her divine realm, the last shred of sanity in her eyes was utterly consumed by madness. I haven't lost yet. I will never lose to you ants. She snapped her head up, her gaze piercing the void to lock eyes with the equally enraged jailer demon god at the Ark's core. A single glance sealed their final agreement. Mutual destruction. In the name of the Wrath God, I summon the Ark's divine source to consume all souls. Long Yingshue's piercing shriek echoed across the heavens. Deep within the core, the jailer demon god roared with fury. It extended its massive claw and slammed it down upon the Ark's final reserve energy source. Boom! It was not an explosion, but an inward collapse. A destructive force a billion times more terrifying than any previous attack detonated in an instant. All the surviving, backfiring assimilated imps let out the most wretched howls at that moment. Their bodies were pulled uncontrollably toward the energy core, melting, decomposing, and then flesh, vengeful spirits, divine power, karma. Everything, absolutely everything, was forcibly fused into an indescribable entity. A colossal, sky-obscuring behemoth slowly took shape within the blazing energy, a monstrous stitched-together creature composed of billions of twisted, wailing faces and severed limbs. Its aura surpassed that of a half-step divine sovereign. It was truly divine sovereign tier. The wailer of 10,000 souls. It's over. The faint glimmer of hope that had just flickered among the survivors of the United Worlds fleet was utterly crushed by the despair emanating from this colossal beast. At the Blue Star Alliance Command Center, alarms blared incessantly as every data analyst's face turned ashen. Divine Sovereign level energy signature. Impossible to counter. Impossible to counter. This is their final trump card. Even Yuan Xinglua felt a pang of dread. That power had already surpassed the limits of what she could currently oppose. Yet, in this moment of global despair, as the world fell silent once more, the man who had remained seated at the China command seat since the war began finally moved. Zhou Yan slowly rose from his seat. He didn't even glance at the screen displaying that world-devouring colossus. Instead, he merely brushed away non-existent dust from the hem of his robe. He shook his head, his voice calm yet clear enough for every ear to hear. This farce must end. The moment the words fell, he took a single step forward. No tearing of space, no blinding light, he simply vanished from his seat in the command center, as ordinary as could be. The next instant, before the sky-obscuring wail of 10,000 souls, a figure as small as dust silently materialized. It was Zhou Yan. Roar! The wailing of 10,000 souls sensed an extreme threat. Billions of mouths opened simultaneously, unleashing a soul-shattering roar. Power capable of destroying stars gathered within its body, poised to erupt. Yet Zhou Yan merely watched it silently. He did not unleash any earth-shattering techniques, nor did he summon any world-ending artifacts. He simply extended his right hand. Then, on the head of that god-tier colossus capable of devouring entire star systems, he pressed down gently. No earth-shattering explosion. There was no resistance of any kind. Time itself seemed to freeze completely under that single touch. That divine sovereign-level colossus, a fusion of countless bizarre entities, bearing the final madness of Longing Shu and the prison-sealing demon god along with every ounce of power within it, every shred of resentment, every thread of causality, was casually erased from the very fabric of existence. It vanished. As if it had never existed. Banished into the eternal, absolute, and boundless void of oblivion, vanishing without a trace. Put. Ugh. High above, Longing Shu and the prison-sealing demon god within the Arcor were struck as if by lightning. Every last trump card, every ounce of power, every shred of madness all vanished in that instant, transforming into the most terrifying backlash that slammed into their bodies. Both spat forth golden blood mingled with shards of divine soul, their vitality instantly drained to the extreme. Like two fallen meteors, they plummeted helplessly from the sky. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at them. He walked toward the Doomsday Ark, now a hollow shell disintegrating inch by inch. Ignoring the collapsing space and chaotic energy currents around him, he strolled inside as if taking a leisurely walk, heading straight for the Ark's core. There, he retrieved something. It was a massive egg entirely pitch black, its surface covered in demonic runes, pulsating slowly as if possessed of its own life. The resentment and life essence of countless souls had not been entirely used to create the stitched beasts. Instead, they had been used as nourishment, feeding this terrifyingly aura-emitting demon god's egg. Holding the egg, Zhou Yan finally turned his gaze downward toward the prison-sealing demon god, who lay fallen amidst the ruins, eyes filled with horror and bewilderment. So this was your true purpose all along. His voice was quiet, yet it reverberated clearly within the prison-guarding demon god's soul. Using a doomed invasion to draw everyone's attention. The true goal was to harness the vast national fortune of Blue Star, to use the energy sacrificed in this war, to hatch your offspring. To preserve the final spark for your long-extinguished demon clan. No! The prison-sealing demon god stared at the egg cradled in Zhou Yan's palm. All pretense, all madness, all scheming shattered in that instant, erupting into the most primal, most pure roar of despair. It was his entire hope. The last future for his entire clan. Zhou Yan merely weighed the demon god's egg in his hand, as if appraising an ordinary stone. He turned his head, his gaze meeting Yuan Xinglua's as she sped toward them from the distance. A gentle smile touched his lips. My lady. It seems our chaos devourer has found a new snack. Chapter 174, A Fatal Gift. The wreckage of the Doomsday Ark silently disintegrated into cosmic dust amidst the starry expanse. The globally broadcast footage did not cease with the war's end. Instead, an invisible force locked it in place, focusing it within a temporarily open dimensional space. There, in the private dining room belonging to Zhou Yan and Yuan Xinglua. Under soft lighting, Yuan Xinglua rolled up her sleeves, somewhat awkwardly preparing a celebratory feast for Zhou Yan. The warm, domestic atmosphere formed an absurd yet harmonious contrast to the apocalyptic wasteland of corpses outside. My lady, you've worked hard. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, broke the quiet. Yuan Xinglua's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. We haven't even. Before she could finish, a small creature dark purple all over, jelly-like and bouncy popped out from Zhou Yan's collar. It darted about frantically, emitting anxious squeaks. The Chaos Devourer. Its large eyes fixed intently on the slowly pulsating demon god's egg in Zhou Yan's palm, drool nearly forming a small river. That gaze held the most primal greed, etched deep within its genes. Zhou Yan chuckled, shaking his head at its pathetic display. Want to eat it? Pid ch. The Chaos Devourer nodded vigorously, nearly leaping onto his face. Fine, have it then. His tone was casual as he flicked his wrist. The demon god's egg, embodying the hopes of the entire Genyu demon clan, was tossed away as lightly as if it were trash. The Chaos Devourer was overjoyed, snapping its massive jaws open as its form instantly swelled tenfold. Gulp! In one precise gulp, it swallowed the demon god's egg whole. Burp! It belched contentedly, its face contorting into an almost human expression of pure bliss. The next instant, a surging wave of dark purple energy erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely and rapidly forming a translucent energy cocoon. Energy swirled across the cocoon's surface, as if undergoing a profound, earth-shaking evolution. Looks like a major opportunity. Ruan Xingluo watched the scene unfold, genuinely delighted for it. However, just as everyone thought this was the perfect conclusion to a victorious battle, a sudden twist occurred. Buzz! An exquisitely intricate golden rune materialized out of thin air on the surface of the dark purple energy cocoon. The rune radiated an aura of sacredness, majesty, and absolute authority, as if embodying the very laws of the cosmos. A force of destiny, colder and more colossal than that of the prison-sealing demon god, erupted from the rune with a thunderous roar. The global broadcast feed was abruptly locked in place, zooming in sharply to fixate on that golden rune. The rune of heaven's mandate. It's destiny. The power of destiny. He actually left a backup plan inside the demon god's egg. I knew he wouldn't go down so easily. This is a trap. A colossal trap. Within the Huaxia livestream room, the joy that had just begun to boil over was instantly doused with ice water. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths once more. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's expression darkened, and she immediately moved to strike, attempting to erase the rune. Don't move. Zhou Yan's voice echoed as he reached out to stop Ruan Xingluo, his expression turning grave. He approached the energy cocoon, scrutinizing the heavens will rune. Ruan Xingluo followed closely, her voice laced with tension. Is it a curse? Or some kind of attack? Neither. Zhou Yan shook his head, his voice low. It's neither a curse nor an attack, so it cannot be defended against or erased. It is a guidance of destiny. He raised his hand, his fingertip tracing a light arc through the void. A vast, real-time star map instantly unfolded before them. The mandate of heaven is even more ruthless than I imagined. Zhou Yan's gaze settled on a corner of the star chart, an uncharted, unfamiliar star domain. He bound this little one's instinct to devour to a specific coordinate at the level of destiny. His fingers slowly tapped the center of that star domain. A minuscule, faintly glowing coordinate point instantly magnified. He has already arranged its subsequent fate. Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with an unprecedented gravity, transmitted clearly through the livestream to every corner of the world. 24 hours from now, once its evolution is complete, it will be irresistibly guided by this rune to this coordinate. And then, devouring the world's axis that consumed that world, thereby completing its own protagonist transformation. The moment Zhou Yan finished speaking, the detailed coordinates he had illuminated with his fingertip on the vast real-time star map were magnified by an invisible force, revealing them to all global viewers. Coordinates locked. Matching the multiverse database. Match successful. Target world, neutral realm 77. Alias, the celestial realm of Jade. Row upon row of cold, golden text burned into everyone's retinas like a final judgment. Within the database, images of the jade-glazed wonderland slowly unfolded. It was a world entirely composed of multicolored crystal. Mountains were flowing light, rivers were sparkling gems. Countless elemental beings, loving peace and free from strife, thrived there, singing tranquil ballads. There was no war, no strife, not even a trace of evil could take root. The entire world was as beautiful as a dream one never wished to wake from. No. Inside the Huaxia livestream room, a girl instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. That thought spread like a plague, instantly sweeping across the globe. Dead silence. After 10 seconds of utter silence, a volcanic eruption of chaos erupted. The jade-encrusted wonderland? The heavenly mandate intends to sacrifice a neutral, unassuming realm? I get it now. I understand everything. What a vicious scheme. This isn't punishing Zhou Yan, it's an assault on the soul. It's an assault on the very heart of the Tao of all Huaxia. The humiliated Oil Nation parliamentarian now roared with maniacal laughter on live broadcast. Ha 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 ha. The way of the king? Is this the way of the king your Huaxia boasts about? Forcing your own guardian beast to slaughter the most innocent, most benevolent civilization. I'll be damned if I don't see how you choose. General Griffin of the Northern Bear Nation, staring coldly through the screen, uttered 2 words. Hypocrisy. The heavenly mandate's open scheme was laid bare in that moment. Kill the Chaos Devourer? That was the hope for China's future, the companion of Ruan Xingluo. Let it devour freely? Then all the credibility China had built, all the righteous path it had upheld, would collapse overnight into a complete farce. They would become the enemy of all worlds. Just as global outrage reached a boiling point, the energy cocoon enveloping the Chaos Devourer suddenly blazed with intensifying light. Chapter 175, Shattering This Damned Fate. The cocoon's color shifted from a translucent dark purple toward a solid, profound hue. Simultaneously, at the center of the global broadcast feed, a crimson countdown formed from the power of destiny runes materialized out of thin air. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The cold digits began ticking away mercilessly, second by second. 24 hours. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as the countdown ticked away. No, it doesn't know anything. Ruan Xinghua stared at the delicate silhouette sleeping and evolving within the energy cocoon. Her heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible giant hand, the pain so intense it nearly robbed her of breath. Her gaze shifted to the beautiful, innocent world depicted on the star map, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Zhou Yan. There must be a way, right? She whipped her head around to face Zhou Yan, her voice laced with pleading. Zhou Yan merely stared back at her, his gaze deep and unyielding, offering no reply. His silence sent Ruan Xingluo's heart sinking, piece by piece. She understood. This was a trap set by fate, a test for her. I understand. Ruan Xinglua drew a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her beautiful eyes held nothing but endless winter and profound stillness. She stepped forward, positioning herself before the energy cocoon. My choices. She raised her delicate hand, palm facing the pulsating energy cocoon. To shatter this damned fate. The moment the words fell, a soul-freezing cold erupted from her center with a thunderous blast. Absolute zero realm of silence. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. Air froze. Light froze. Even the passage of time seemed to hit pause in that instant. Visible, pallid frost spread from the void in defiance of physical laws, instantly sealing the entire energy cocoon along with the surrounding spacetime within a crystalline ice sarcophagus. Under the domain's influence, the energy cocoon's pulsations visibly slowed, becoming sluggish and sluggish. The countdown ticking at the screen's center slowed its rhythm by a fraction. It's working. Lord Starfall is too powerful. She can actually defy the laws of destiny. A thunderous cheer erupted within the Huaxia livestream room. Yet, the very next second, every smile froze on their faces. Buzz. Upon the frozen energy cocoon, the golden heavens will rune suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Sacred, majestic, and unyielding power transformed into golden flames, blazing fiercely within the ice coffin as it raged against the freezing force of the realm of silence. Put. Ruan Xingluo's body jerked violently. The exquisite beauty's cheeks instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Her spiritual energy, her winter goddess power, was being rapidly consumed by the destiny rune at a terrifying rate. This wasn't resistance, it was using her very life to delay the inevitable. Xinglua. Stop. You'll die. Allies from Huaxia cried out in alarm, yet each found themselves in an impossible dilemma. They dreaded the divine beast of Huaxia spiraling out of control and bringing catastrophe upon all realms, yet they also deeply feared the majesty of destiny. Not a single soul dared step forward at this moment to openly defy destiny. In the livestream chat, voices of schadenfreude arose and fell in waves. Free Eagle Alliance official. Foolish resistance. Like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Heavens will cannot be defied. Apostle of the Abyss cult, give up, Huaxia. Sacrifice that world, and you might preserve this divine beast. That's the only rational choice. The way of the king? Can you eat that? A mountainous, oceanic wave of public pressure crashed down upon Ruan Xinglua, upon all of Huaxia. Crack. Upon the ice coffin formed by the realm of silence, a barely perceptible crack appeared beneath the scorching golden runes. Ruan Xinglua's body swayed. A trickle of crimson blood slowly slid from the corner of her mouth. Crimson blood trickled from her pale lips, dripping onto the icy floor and splattering into a blossom of despair. Every tremor of her body tugged at the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese people worldwide. Yet Zhou Yan seemed like an outsider. He did not intervene. Not even a word of comfort. Time itself seemed to become an interrogation for him, as countless eyes worldwide filled with anger, contempt, and bewilderment focused on him. What is he doing? Watching his comrades die without lifting a finger? Is this the leader of China? A cold-blooded monster. Amidst the torrent of accusations, Zhou Yan calmly walked to Ruan Xinglua's side. He gently brushed a finger across her forehead, wiping away the cold sweat. His touch was light, gentle. Tired? He asked. Ruan Xinglua clenched her teeth, too drained to answer. She mustered every ounce of strength to shoot him a look of fury and despair. He brought another cup of water and held it to her lips. This leisurely demeanor stood in stark, ironic contrast to Ruan Xinglua's desperate struggle and the blood-red countdown ticking away on the screen. The mocking laughter of the oil nation's parliamentarians erupted once more. See? This is all for show. He doesn't care at all. He's waiting. Waiting for Ruan Xinglua to collapse so he can claim we did our best and then sacrifice that innocent world with a clear conscience. Time ticked away, second by second. Every second felt like torture for Ruan Xinglua. The crimson digits in the center of the screen pulsed mercilessly. 6 hours. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 6 hours left. Crack. A shrill, sharp crack echoed as a massive fissure split the ice coffin from end to end. The sealed destiny rune within suddenly blazed with overwhelming light. Golden flames shot skyward like a golden dragon awakening, poised to shatter its prison. Put! Ruan Xinglua could no longer hold on, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood as her body went limp, about to collapse. The realm of silence teetered on the brink of collapse. The Chaos Devourer was about to awaken. Her eyes held only the dullness of ashes. She had lost. Everything was over. Just as her consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Zhou Yan's voice, soft yet clear, reached her ears and the ears of every person on the planet. The script of heavens will seem flawless, without a single flaw. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. All the clamorous, mocking, and anxious voices abruptly fell silent. Zhou Yan calmly watched the golden rune struggling to break free, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. But it forgot one thing. Every rule carries with it the right to interpret. Right to interpret? Ruan Xinglua's unfocused pupils struggled to sharpen as she turned her gaze toward Zhou Yan. What did that mean? Chapter 176, The Key to All Laws. Xinglua, Zhou Yan's voice carried a power that seemed to pierce through everything. Produce your key to all laws. The key to all laws. Ruan Xinglua's heart jolted. It was something Zhou Yan had given her long ago, a phantom key, crystalline and seemingly woven from light and rules whose purpose she had never understood. With a flicker of her intent, the ethereal key slowly materialized in her trembling palm. Do not use it to attack. That would be defying the rules. Zhou Yan's voice continued, guiding her with gentle persuasion. Use it to unlock, to decipher. Immerse your will into that rune. Read the true command of heaven's mandate. What is it, exactly? Ruan Xinglua clung to it as if it were her last lifeline. Drawing a deep breath, she mustered her final ounce of strength and aimed the tip of the key of all laws at the blazing heavens will rune engraved upon the cocoon shell. No attack. No collision. The instant the key touched the rune, a vast, boundless torrent of information surged through the key and violently flooded into her mind. Buzz. Before her eyes was no longer the restaurant, but a vast universe woven from countless golden threads of causality. She saw it. She saw the underlying logic of the mandate of heaven. It was neither a painting nor a brutal command, but line after line of cold, precise, utterly emotionless, divine code. Command, drive the host Chaos Devourer to consume a world pivot within the time limit to complete the final transformation. Ruan Xinglua's heart skipped a beat. She continued to read downward. Default execution plan, target neutral realm 77 Jade Paradise. Reasoning for target selection, 1, strongest causal law 2. Highest energy attribute compatibility 3. Most likely to trigger inter-world civilizational conflict, aligning with the principle of maximizing heaven's mandate interference. Default execution plan? Those two words exploded like thunder within the depths of Ruan Xinglua's soul. This meant the jade-glazed wonderland was merely a default option. A target meticulously selected by heaven's mandate to inflict the most devastating blow. But it was not the only option. Theoretically, anything embodying the concept of the world's axis could become the final destination for the Chaos Devourer's metamorphosis. A surge of overwhelming joy and hope instantly washed away all the despair and exhaustion within her heart. She jerked her head up, and within her once dull eyes, a startlingly bright light reignited. She stared at Zhou Yan, her voice trembling violently with emotion. Zhou Yan. The script of heaven's mandate doesn't write about the jade-enameled paradise. It speaks of the world's axis. Ruan Xinglua's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, splitting the night of despair, reverberating in the ears of every member of the Blue Star Alliance. The ecstasy of this discovery nearly made her forget her grievous wounds. Her eyes, once dulled by exhaustion, now blazed with fierce, roaring fire. But the next instant, that blazing hope was doused by a bucket of ice-cold water. But her lips trembled as she turned to Zhou Yan urgently. Where are we supposed to find a new world's axis? The Chaos Devourer could awaken at any moment. We have less than 6 hours left. Yes, time. Within the global livestream, the hearts of billions of viewers who had just glimpsed a sliver of hope clenched painfully once more. What good was finding a loophole in the rules? Without a replacement, it was all for naught. The fate of the jade-enameled wonderland still hung by a thread in Uzcall time. In that moment, the gaze of every person on Earth, those eyes that had once held contempt, rage, and scorn, now transformed into a final, desperate hope. Unbidden, they all converged upon the man who had remained unnaturally calm from the very beginning. Zhou Yan. Did he still have a solution? Under the gaze of the entire world, Zhou Yan smiled. That smile carried a hint of mockery, as if deriding the self-righteous script of destiny. Slowly, he extended his hand, palm facing upward. A luminous glow rippled across it. A dazzling multifaceted crystal, seemingly compressed from countless stars, floated silently in his palm. The instant it appeared, the surrounding air began to warp. The flow of time itself seemed to thicken and grow opaque, as if the beginning and end of all existence were imprisoned within this tiny core. What is this? Ruan Xinglua's pupils contracted sharply. The Warden's Bell Tower itself is an independent, artificial world governed by its own complete set of temporal laws. Zhou Yan's voice was measured and steady, yet carried a reassuring power. And this, he continued, is the very axis upon which that world was first spun. He held the core aloft, as if cradling an entire bygone era. The origin core. The world erupted in uproar. The jailer. That tragic entity who once imprisoned countless gods and demons, only to become a discarded pawn of destiny itself. Though powerful, to the lofty heaven's mandate, it is but the discarded refuse of a pawn long cast aside, a relic beyond the script. A cold curve touched Zhou Yan's lips. But what heaven's mandate deems trash? For us at this very moment, it is the most perfect substitute. One sentence, earth-shattering. Ruan Xingluo's heart pounded wildly as she instantly grasped Zhou Yan's entire plan. Using a world pivot deemed worthless by destiny to replace the carefully chosen glazed paradise, the one destined to unleash maximum chaos. What a mad scheme to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Move out. Zhou Yan gave the order. Ruan Xingluo hesitated not a moment longer. Gritting her teeth against the soul-shredding agony, she poured every ounce of her will into the key of 10,000 laws in her palm. The key erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, once again piercing toward the blazing, celestial destiny rune. This time, it was not about deciphering. It was modification. Ruan Xingluo's consciousness plunged once more into the cosmic expanse of divine code. She saw the golden thread of causality pointing toward Neutral Realm 77, Jade Paradise. Sever it for me. With all her might, she swung the key of 10,000 laws, wielding it like a blade to sever fate itself. The golden thread of causality trembled violently, yet it did not snap. No, it's not severing. Zhou Yan's voice rang out in her mind like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells. It's replacing. Redefining its endpoint. Ruan Xingluo suddenly understood. She ceased resisting the rules and instead guided the key of universal law's power, gently enveloping the end of that causality thread. Target locked, Neutral Realm 77 Jade Paradise. The divine code began to flicker. Ruan Xingluo's will transformed into an invisible hand, dragging the origin core from Zhou Yan's palm into this universe of code. Chapter 177, Origin Core. Target locked, O-Re-Jin. Ko-Re. Click. A faint click sounded, as if the gears of fate had been shifted onto an entirely new track. The golden thread of causality instantly severed its connection from the coordinates of the glass paradise, linking with pinpoint accuracy to the origin core. Modification successful. And in that very instant, boom! The energy cocoon shattered violently. A shadow of utter darkness, indescribable and composed purely of the concept of devouring, erupted from within. Without the slightest pause, without even glancing at this world, it obeyed the final command of the modified heavens will rune. Moving faster than light itself, it lunged toward the origin core, in Zhou Yan's palm, that very core radiating infinite temporal power. Then, it swallowed it whole. The Oil Nation's parliamentarian let out a horrified scream. Madman! You madman! It will devour us all too. His words trailed off abruptly. The cataclysmic energy explosion anticipated did not occur. The Chaos Devourer, having swallowed the origin core, did not expand. Instead, its pitch-black body began to collapse inward, emanating a steady yet powerful aura of time and space. Its form rapidly transformed, evolving from a pure shadow into a streamlined body. Mysterious patterns resembling clock faces emerged across its surface. A pair of eyes opened, within which starry rivers seemed to be born and extinguished, time itself flowing backward. It had successfully completed its final evolution. The script of destiny had been forcibly rewritten once more. Before the screens, countless people stood frozen, their minds blank. They finally grasped what had transpired. Destiny had meticulously planned this fatal trap. Not only did it fail to frame Huaxia and force them to sacrifice an innocent world. Instead, using the very rules of fate it had crafted with its own hands, using a sacred, heavens will rune, it delivered to its opponents a long-awaited, god-tier evolution feast. What utter irony! What utter absurdity! In the heavens, the omnipresent, all-watching will of heaven fell into a long, deathly silence. It too seemed to be digesting this unfathomable, utterly humiliating defeat. The will of heaven's silence stretched on for an eternity. So long that everyone in the Blue Star Alliance finally snapped out of the shock of that audacious deception, erupting in cheers of survival. Yet all this clamor seemed utterly disconnected from Apartment 101 in Happy Community. Here, only warm lights and the aroma of food lingered. In the kitchen, Zhou Yan, apron-tied, skillfully carried plate after plate of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes to the dining table. Sizzle. The final dish of sweet and sour pork tenderloin sizzled as it hit the plate, filling the air with its enticing aroma. On the living room floor, the Chaos Devourer that had just evolved into a divine sovereign-level creature showed not a shred of its newfound majesty. Like an ordinary little kitten, it tirelessly chased its own tail, adorned with mysterious engraved patterns, utterly engrossed in its play. Ruan Xingluo curled up on the sofa, clutching a soft throw pillow. She paid no attention to the frolicking pet nor the kitchen's enticing aromas, her gaze fixed silently on the LCD television mounted on the wall. The screen looped global news reports. General Griffin of the Northern Bear Nation publicly declares unconditional support for all resolutions proposed by Huaxia within the Blue Star Alliance. Petroleum Nation lawmakers resign in disgrace. A new delegation has departed via special aircraft for China, seeking talks on future energy sharing. Leaders from over 30 nations including Sakura Nation and Korea are scrambling to curry favor with China, seeking its protection. On the screen, those once arrogant leaders now wore expressions of humility and eagerness. Yet watching it all, not a trace of joy graced Ruan Xingluo's face. Her gaze remained serene, like a still, deep pool reflecting the television's light without stirring any emotion. Zhou Yan untied his apron and walked over carrying 2 bowls of rice. He placed the bowls gently on the coffee table, then wrapped his arms tenderly around her from behind the sofa. "Madam." His chin rested lightly on the top of her head, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "We won. Why don't you seem very happy?" Ruan Xingluo's body stiffened slightly before relaxing into his embrace. She shook her head, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, as if even she was puzzled. "I don't know." Her voice was soft, tinged with bewilderment. "It feels like everything happening before my eyes is just expected. Their joy, fear, struggle, to my eyes, they're all like strings of pulsating data streams." Ruan Xingluo paused, as if searching for the right word. "It's strange, but I don't feel anything." Zhou Yan tightened his arms around her without her noticing, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. It had come. The national fortune's counter-nourishment was too powerful. As its proxy, her humanity was being gradually assimilated by that grand, cold, and utterly impartial heavenly way rule. She was losing the emotions that defined her as human. At that very moment. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent communication alerts shattered the room's silence. It was a top-level encrypted communication from Lin Anghua. Zhou Yan released Ruan Xingluo and activated the projection screen. Lin Anghua's bloodshot face appeared in midair, his tone filled with unprecedented urgency and panic. "Advisor Zhou. Something's happened." "What is it?" Zhou Yan's expression remained calm. "Domestically, a very strange phenomenon has emerged." Lin Anghua spoke at breakneck speed. As spiritual energy reaches unprecedented peaks, some ordinary people, their minds seem unable to bear this force. Specific symptoms? Emotional numbness. Their behavior, it's like a series of precision machines programmed with fixed routines. Lin Anghua struggled to describe. "We call it the pseudo-deification symptom. They no longer cry, no longer laugh. Family, kinship, friendship all have lost meaning to them." What on earth is happening?" Ruan Xingluo snapped her head up at his words, a flicker of emotion finally stirring in her eyes. The symptoms Lin Anghua described were eerily similar to her own state just moments ago. Zhou Yan watched the anxious Lin Anghua on the screen, then glanced at Ruan Xingluo beside him, who was frozen in shock. He sighed softly. "This isn't an illness, old Lin. It's national fortune." Zhou Yan uttered a phrase Lin Anghua couldn't comprehend. "National fortune?" Lin Anghua froze. "Isn't a strong national fortune a good thing? We won, didn't we?" "It is a good thing, but too much of a good thing can be harmful." Zhou Yan's voice echoed clearly throughout the room, and within Lin Anghua's ears. Chapter 178, This era will ultimately belong to us. "I ask you, what is the essence of national fortune?" Lin Anghua answered instinctively, It's the collective will and aspirations of hundreds of millions of citizens." "Correct." Zhou Yan nodded. In the past, when the nation's fortune waned, it was the people who struggled to uphold the state. Now. His tone shifted abruptly as he revealed the brutal truth. The nation's fortune has grown so powerful it surpasses what mortals can bear. The tables have turned. It has become the nation that is forcibly reformatting the people. Formatting people? Lin Anghua murmured to himself, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. "Yes." Zhou Yan's gaze swept over Ruan Xingluo's pale face, his voice growing grave. "Without proper guidance and restraint, this overwhelming torrent of national destiny will completely erode and obliterate the self-consciousness of every Chinese person. By then, all Chinese people, including you, including me, and including Xingluo. Ultimately, we will all become human terminals for that golden dragon of national destiny. Possessing immense power, yet losing all sense of self. Becoming a curse known as ascension. A curse called ascension. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, yet it struck Lin Anghua's heart like an invisible sledgehammer. On the other side of the light screen, the color drained completely from the face of this veteran warrior. "A curse," he murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and utter bewilderment. How could this be? With the nation's fortune so strong, how could it be a curse? Zhou Yan did not respond immediately. For something far more terrifying and swift than any curse had already unfolded. Rying. An alarm, sharper and more piercing than Lin Anghua's earlier call, suddenly tore through the communication channel. It was the highest-level red alert. Signaling a large-scale supernatural incident was unfolding. Lin Anghua's expression changed drastically as he whipped his head around. Clearly, the alert had reached him too. "Bring it in," he barked. A new split screen instantly popped up, the image violently shaking. A young agent in Dragon Shield Bureau tactical gear was sprinting down a dimly lit corridor, sweat pouring down his face. Director Lin. Advisor Zhou. Magic City. Magic City is under attack.
The agent's voice cracked with fear and exertion.
Get to the point. Lin Anhwa roared.
It's the delivery, the agent gasped, as if the word itself carried immense terror. An hour ago, the popular food blogger Poisonous Tongue, Golden Stomach ordered a delivery while live streaming from his home.
Then what? Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. The doorbell rang. He went to answer it, but there was nothing outside.
Only a takeout box left on the ground. The agent's voice began to tremble.
That box, it was oozing pitch black blood.
Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream, he opened that box.
What was inside? Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but ask.
The agent took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength to describe the scene.
A heart, still beating with a thump.
The words had barely left his mouth when a gaunt, twisted figure flashed through the darkness behind him, seemingly clutching a delivery box dripping with blood as well.
Watch out. Ah!
A piercing scream cut the transmission short, the screen turning to static.
Silence. Dead silence. Lin Anhwa's hands trembled slightly. Zhou Yan's expression darkened completely. It's resentment power. He murmured. No, that can't be right.
He immediately dismissed his own judgment.
Not pure.
That wrongfully killed writer's resentment was merely a trigger, a spark. Zhou Yan lifted his head, gazing out the window at the night sky bathed in the golden glow of national fortune. What truly ignited this inferno, he declared, was the immense collective will unleashed by hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream, a torrent of horror, curiosity, and schadenfreude. It was the immense, unchanneled collective will of every citizen on this land.
Zhou Yan's words struck Lin Anhwa's mind like a bolt of lightning. You mean?
Yes.
Zhou Yan cut him off. It spiraled out of control. These immense collective aspirations began merging with urban legends, internet memes, and social hotspots in the real world.
They are giving birth to an unprecedented wave of new, era-specific anomalies right here on Chinese soil. Before Zhou Yan had finished speaking, more alarms erupted like mushrooms after rain, flashing frantically in Lin Anhwa's command center.
Report.
Jingzhou CBD, 44th floor of the Eternal Radiance office tower. Lights that cannot be physically extinguished have appeared. All security personnel entering the area have been trapped in an endless overtime state until their vital signs ceased.
Report.
In a southern province, an online troll was found dead at home with no visible injuries. Yet his social media accounts have come back to life, randomly cursing and killing other users with vicious language.
Report. Overtime ghost. Cyber specters.
One after another, these new local horrors intricately tied to modern life erupted across the nation like a plague. Individually, they may not be powerful, but their contagiousness, stealth, and seamless integration into ordinary lives have reached unprecedented levels. This is the most intractable and bizarre internal crisis China has faced since its founding.
Activate the highest contingency plan immediately. Lin Anhwa finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes bloodshot as he issued the order. At all costs, contain. Purify. We absolutely cannot let panic spread. Containment and purification?
A voice tinged with sarcasm cut through the air.
Zhou Yan and Lin Anhwa both turned toward the source of the voice.
Within a secret underground gathering place in Jingzhou, a familiar figure stood atop a raised platform.
Ying Tiancheng.
The former leader of the Celestial Society, whose convictions had crumbled during the Huapi incident and who had been defeated by Zhou Yan. Now, his eyes held no trace of confusion. Instead, they burned with a fervent, flame-like ambition. Facing hundreds of followers below whose eyes burned with equal fervor, he spread his arms wide, his voice thick with seduction.
My brothers and sisters. Did you all see that?
The government's weakness will only cause us to miss our chance. He pointed at the holographic screen displaying the relentless surge of new anomalous events, his face betraying not fear but greed.
These are not disasters.
His voice suddenly rose, brimming with incitement. They are divine power escaping after the nation's fortune spiraled out of control.
They are fragments of divinity, bestowed upon each and every one of us. Chapter 179, Creating Our Own Gods.
It is heaven's mercy upon us mortals, who could never rise in the old age, bestowing upon us a ladder to the heavens, a path to instant ascension.
The followers below the stage instantly drew ragged breaths, their eyes blazing with fervor.
Ying Tiancheng surveyed the scene with satisfaction before continuing. We of the Celestial Society no longer need to merge with those filthy old gods. For we shall create our own gods. He raised his right hand high, and within his palm, a contract shimmering with golden runes slowly materialized. I name it the Willpower Contract. With it, we can actively bind these urban legends and their strange powers, harnessing them, making them our own. Ying Tiancheng's gaze swept over each person, his voice like a devil's whisper, filled with deadly temptation. Consider this, become the spokesperson for the delivery death god, judging all malice. Consider this, becoming the master of the overtime ghost, making your boss work themselves to death for you. Consider this, commanding cyber specters, where your words become law, cursing enemies to death from 1,000 miles away.
This is the law of survival in the new age. Ing Tiancheng clenched his fist, and the willpower contract instantly blazed with brilliant light. The old order is crumbling, and new deities shall rise from among us. From this moment on, the Tianren Society's mission is to hunt down every new supernatural anomaly across all of China, forging our divine kingdom upon mortal soil. This era will ultimately belong to us. Chapter 179, Deification in the Metropolis, Establishing the Celestial Court. Jingzhou, CBD, Eternal Radiance Office Tower, 44th floor. 3 in the morning, yet the lights remained on. A programmer named Li Hao, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a receding hairline, stared blankly at the scrolling code on his screen. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? Worse than a pig or a dog. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly slammed a document onto his desk, spittle flying. If you don't finish fixing this tonight, you won't see a single cent of your monthly bonus or performance pay. Manager Wang, this is my third all-nighter in a row. Li Hao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of pleading. What? Quitting? Manager Wang sneered, slapping Li Hao's face. There's a line of people outside begging to get into Eternal Radiance. If you don't want the job, get lost. Li Hao's fists clenched so tightly beneath the desk his fingernails nearly dug into his flesh, his eyes bloodshot and filled with humiliation. Just then, his phone vibrated softly in his pocket. It was an internal communication from the Celestial Society. It contained only one sentence and a faintly glowing golden contract icon. Your god is at the door. Li Hao's breath caught in his throat. He snapped his head up, staring at the closed glass door on the 44th floor. The silent corridor was deserted. But Li Hao could see. He saw a gaunt, hunched shadow standing silently there. It wore a faded plaid shirt, its face perpetually masked by an ID badge. Within its hollow eye sockets burned an endless yearning for quitting time and a searing hatred for work. The overtime ghost. The first homegrown new ghost born in Jingzhou CBD. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Manager Wang urged impatiently. Li Hao slowly lowered his head, the last flicker of hesitation in his eyes swallowed whole by endless humiliation and rage. He clicked the golden contract icon. Offer your exhaustion and hatred, and you shall become its master. I agree. Li Hao silently affirmed in his mind. Buzz. A golden chain of light, invisible to ordinary mortals, shot forth from Li Hao's body, instantly connecting to the overtime ghost outside the door. Li Hao felt an immediate lightness wash over him. The suffocating fatigue that had weighed him down seemed to vanish in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented, wondrous sensation of absolute control. He could sense every electrical current on this floor. Still spacing out? Manager Wang was furious, raising his hand to slap him. Smack! Every light in the office went out in that instant. A deathly silence descended into utter darkness. Who pulled the circuit breaker? Manager Wang roared in shock and fury. No one answered him. The next second, the computer screen before him suddenly lit up. No code appeared, only rows of crimson characters written in blood. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? You're worse than a pig or a dog. If you don't want the job, get the hell out. Don't even think about getting a penny of your bonus or performance pay this month. Those were the very words he had just spoken. What the hell? Manager Wang stumbled backward in fright, plopping down onto the floor. Immediately, every computer screen in the entire office lit up. Hundreds of screens displayed hundreds of images of Manager Wang himself, all speaking in unison with his own voice, delivering a cold, menacing roar. Overtime. Overtime. Work overtime until you drop. Ghosts. The piercing screams rent the night sky over Jingzhou. The next day, a video exploded across the entire Chinese internet. Its provocative title screamed, "The Roar of Mortals. Even workers can become gods." The footage showed Li Hao controlling the overtime demon, trapping Manager Wang in an endless cycle of overtime. Through meticulous editing and dramatic scoring by the Heavenly Human Society, Li Hao emerged as a tragic hero resisting capitalist oppression. At the video's conclusion, Ing Tiancheng appeared, standing atop a skyscraper. His voice was steady and magnetic. Power should never be monopolized. The Heavenly Human Society will empower every soul unwilling to settle for mediocrity, empowering you to wield divine might and rewrite your destiny. This video spread like wildfire. Countless oppressed grassroots citizens and disillusioned youth found their voice in this moment. He's absolutely right. Why should only they be up there on their high horse? Ing Tiancheng is our savior. Support the Heavenly Human Alliance. We're taking back the power that belongs to us. Ing Tiancheng's reputation skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace, subtly positioning himself to challenge the official establishment. At the Dragon Shield Bureau headquarters, Lin Angua slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it! Mobilize immediately. Arrest that Li Hao and every Heavenly Human Society member behind him. However, when the Dragon Shield Bureau's Special Operations Squad arrived at the base of the Eternal Radiance office building, they were stunned by the scene before them. Hundreds of citizens had spontaneously gathered, forming a human wall that completely blocked the building's entrance. What are you doing? Li Hao is a hero. You can't arrest him. The government won't act, so we can't resist ourselves? Faced with the enraged crowd, the heavily armed Dragon Shield Bureau agents found themselves momentarily at a loss. Force a breakthrough? That would spark unimaginable bloodshed. Chapter 180, Besieged on all sides. The news sent a deathly silence through the command center. Caught between a rock and a hard place. These 4 words weighed heavily on every heart. Happiness, community, home. Ruan Xinglua watched the tense standoff unfolding on the light screen, her delicate brows furrowed in deep concern. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yan, who was leisurely wiping the engraved patterns on the Chaos Devourer divine egg beside her. Zhou Yan, the situation is spiraling out of control. Ying Tiancheng is stirring up public sentiment against the authorities. If this continues, China will fracture. Zhou Yan listened, his hands continuing their motion unabated, merely offering a faint smile. I told you so. Water cannot be contained by mere barriers alone. His voice was calm, yet carried a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. The nation's destiny is water, and the people's will is water. That young fool Ying Tiancheng may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he got one thing right. Zhou Yan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the walls as if surveying the entire turbulent land of China. You can't just suppress it. He set down the divine egg in his hand and rose slowly to his feet. These new anomalies spring from popular discontent and take root in the people's livelihood. Forcibly eradicating them is like cutting spring onions, they'll sprout again with the spring breeze. In that case, a faint smile touched Zhou Yan's lips as he proposed a plan that would shake the very foundations of society. Why not grant them divine status? Give them official positions. Transform them from chaotic vengeful spirits into guardian deities upholding order in their domains? Urban deification. These 4 words sent a shockwave through both Ruan Xinglua and Lin Anhua on the other side of the screen. Zhou Yan extended a finger, lightly tapping the air to conjure an image of the takeout wraith. Take this one, for instance. It could be consecrated as the commercial order enforcement deity, tasked with punishing merchants who engage in malicious fake orders, counterfeiting, and selling counterfeit goods, as well as customers who leave malicious negative reviews or engage in extortion. He swiped again, and the image of the overtime ghost appeared. Take this one, for instance. It could be consecrated as the deity of diligence and blessings, bringing a thread of good fortune and health to those who truly work hard, rather than becoming a tool for capitalists to exploit their employees. Lin Angua's heart trembled violently as he listened. He felt as though he had glimpsed an entirely new path to resolve the current crisis. But he quickly regained his composure and posed the most critical question. The plan is sound, but how would we confer such titles? We lack that authority. More importantly, how do we restrain these consecrated deities? How do we ensure they won't abuse their divine power and turn against humanity? At this question, Zhou Yan's smile deepened with profound meaning. He held up 2 fingers, speaking with unwavering confidence. Since ancient times, to establish the celestial court and confer divine titles in heaven's stead, 2 things have always been required. One is a book recording the ownership of all divine positions under heaven, the divine list. And second, a weapon capable of striking disobedient deities from their divine seats, even stripping them of their divine forms, the divine whip. As Zhou Yan's words fell, Lin Anhua on the other end of the communication screen held his breath. The list of deified beings. The whip of the gods. These terms sounded like they'd been plucked straight from ancient mythology. Zhou Yan, where are we supposed to find these things? Lin Angua's voice was dry, filled with helplessness. These aren't things ordinary people could ever possess. Zhou Yan merely shook his head calmly, his gaze turning gentle as he looked at Ruan Xinglua beside him. Director Lin, don't worry. The divine list can be inscribed using the existing power of rules within the Huaxia spirit realm. Using the nation's fortune as ink and the people's will as foundation, we can establish divine seats and restrain all supernatural entities. But this divine whip. Zhou Yan paused, his tone growing profoundly grave. To strike down deities and punish the supernatural, its status must surpass all newly established divine offices. Under heaven, the one who possesses both the qualification and the capability to forge this whip for us. Only one person. Ruan Xinglua, sharp as ice, felt her heart skip a beat as a name she dreaded most surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? Zhou Yan nodded slowly, uttering the name. The heavenly mandate. What? Lin Anhua gasped in disbelief on the other end of the line, as if hearing the most unbelievable thing imaginable. Find him? Zhou Yan, you're out of your mind. He's the root of all this chaos. He'd love nothing more than to see our blue star, our China, plunged into endless strife. How could he possibly help us? Faced with Lin Angua's accusatory tone, Zhou Yan offered no further explanation. He merely smiled faintly. He will. Because compared to his original boring script, this play is far more thrilling. Before his words had fully faded, Zhou Yan slowly closed his eyes. An intangible fluctuation, transcending space and dimensions, quietly radiated outward from him as its center. It was the exclusive authority of the Lord of the Abyss. Using the Guishu Dao marker, he initiated direct communication with the lofty director above. Heaven's mandate, come out and talk. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, yet it carried an air of unquestionable authority. The next second, a laugh tinged with amusement and languor echoed through the room without warning, reverberating deep within the souls of the three. "Ha! Master of the Abyss, you finally deigned to seek me out." The voice of Heaven's mandate drifted in, slow and deliberate. "I was beginning to think you truly intended to clean up this mess in Huaxia all by yourself." Zhou Yan didn't even lift an eyelid, cutting straight to the chase. "Cut the nonsense. The divine slaying whip, can you forge it?" "Of course I can." Tianming's reply was unexpectedly straightforward. "But you know my rules. Equivalent exchange. My script has been completely rewritten by you two lovebirds. Now, it's time to stage the final act I prepared for it." Zhou Yan felt a chill run through him. "State your terms." Tianming's voice instantly grew grand and solemn, like a director about to unveil an epic masterpiece. "My final chapter is titled, The Bell Tower's Curtain Call. I want you and your little girlfriend to personally enter that bell tower, the one destroyed by the Doomsday Arkansas. Then," a hint of indescribable fervor tinged Destiny's voice, "strike that bell, the very one she transformed with her own hands, the bell of creation. Its toll will bring rebirth to all struggling universes, and true rest to all decaying eras. I want you, Zhou Yan, to personally draw the most perfect conclusion to that failed and hideous era forged by the Warden." As the words fell, Zhou Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly grasped the true purpose of the mandate of heaven. Ringing the bell would indeed purge the final vestiges of corruption left by the Warden. But at the same time, it signified one thing. You will use the bell's toll to fully activate the rules of the gate. The coordinates of all parallel universes will be utterly exposed before the myriad realms. Zhou Yan's voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 181, Destiny. At that time, Blue Star will usher in an era of true rivalry among heroes and a struggle for supremacy across all realms. The mandate of heaven. You don't want to end some damn old era. You want to use my hands to usher in the new grand era you crave most, one brimming with endless drama and strife. This was an offer impossible to refuse. Ha 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 ha. The mandate of heaven's laughter echoed through the void, brimming with unabashed delight. Exactly. Only such a world is truly interesting, isn't it? So, Lord of the Abyss, what is your choice? Will you trade the elusive divine slaying whip for the peace of all Huaxia, or watch helplessly as it crumbles beneath your feet, torn apart by popular resentment and internal strife? The mandate of heaven's voice faded. The choice lay before them. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Zhou Yan opened his eyes and looked at Ruan Xinglua beside him. She had remained silent all along, yet her hand had never loosened its grip on his. The heavy expression on his face suddenly dissolved into a faint, resigned smile. "My lady, are you afraid? Once that bell tolls, the peaceful retirement we've longed for will truly come to an end." Ruan Xinglua did not answer immediately. Instead, she squeezed his hand tighter, lifting her head. Her clear eyes held no trace of fear or hesitation, only boundless trust and unwavering resolve. She met his gaze, speaking each word with crystal clarity. "As long as you're with me, I'm not afraid of going anywhere." Ruan Xinglua's words, spoken one by one, felt like the most unyielding vow, etched deep into Zhou Yan's heart. The last trace of heaviness in his heart vanished like smoke. Yes. As long as they were together, what was there to fear? Yet on the eve of their departure, a ripple of unease stirred in Ruan Xinglua's heart. Her worry wasn't for herself. It was the unknown calamity that would befall Blue Star after the bell tolled. "Zhou Yan, I still feel uneasy." She spoke softly, her voice carrying a tremor she hadn't even noticed herself. "Is what we're doing truly the right thing? Could we be bringing an even greater catastrophe upon Blue Star with our own hands?" Zhou Yan did not turn around. He remained seated at the stone table in the courtyard, meticulously packing her belongings. His movements were gentle, as if handling a priceless treasure. After a moment, he slowly turned. Moonlight bathed his handsome profile, outlining a reassuring curve. He walked to her side and gently drew her into his embrace. "Xinglua, look at this starry sky." Zhou Yan's voice was deep and gentle, carrying a world-weary calm. "It appears timeless, yet every single moment, old stars die and new ones are born. The cosmic stage always needs new actors to take the stage." He paused, his gaze growing profoundly deep. "We are not the architects of disaster." Zhou Yan lowered his head, meeting the worried gaze in the eyes of the person in his arms. A faint smile touched his lips. "So, do not fear. Whether beyond the door lies a feast where gods dance wildly or an abyss where demons rage, I will stay by your side to see this play through to the end." These words flowed like a warm current, instantly dispelling all the gloom in Ruan Xinglua's heart. She nodded firmly, burying her face deep into his chest. Yes. As long as she was with him, that was enough. Meanwhile, Blue Star, Northern Bear Nation, Kremlin. General Griffin, a man as imposing as a giant bear, stared at intelligence transmitted via encrypted Dragon Shield Bureau protocol, his expression dark enough to rain. Standing beside him was Ivan, the young leader of the Northern Bear Nation. "General, is Huaxia gambling its future to secure a place in the battle for supremacy across all realms?" Ivan's voice trembled with shock. Griffin slammed his fist down on the table with a thunderous thud. Foolish. No, this is not a gamble. This is responsibility. He sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing as it swept across the enormous world map on the wall. We northern bears understand the principle of mutual dependence better than anyone. If China falls today, tomorrow it will be our turn. That bastard Tianming won't spare a single civilization still standing. Ivan's heart sank as he instantly grasped Griffin's resolve. General, what you mean is... A fierce battle cry ignited in Griffin's eyes. Transmit my orders. Assemble the Winter Guard. Select the 100 most elite warriors. We may not be able to participate in the bell ringing, but we must go. Even if we can only shield our Chinese comrades from a stray bullet on the outskirts, it's better than sitting here waiting to die. Almost simultaneously. In the oil-rich nation shrouded in yellow sand, Mia, clad in a luxurious golden robe, made her decision. On the Ark, we owe China and Zhou Yan an immense debt. Now is the time to repay it. Her voice, cold and resolute, echoed through the majestic palace halls. Issue the order. The Golden Sand Brigade is to prepare immediately. We shall follow Huaxia's lead and march upon the bell tower. The next day, at dawn, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, accompanied by Lin Anhua who had come to see them off, stood upon an open field outside the outskirts of Jingzhou. No spacecraft was needed, nor any vehicle. Zhou Yan merely raised his hand slowly. Guishu, open. Buzz. Space, like a thin sheet of paper, was abruptly torn apart from the middle by an invisible giant hand. A profound, shadowy passageway as if leading to the universe's most ancient abyss materialized before the three. Within the passage, there was no light, only endless void and chaos. Yet its edges were enveloped by a stable, pale purple energy field. Director Lin, I entrust Huaxia to you. Zhou Yan uttered his final words. Lin Anhua nodded firmly, his eyes reddening, and rendered a crisp military salute. Take care. Zhou Yan said no more. Taking Wan Xinglua's hand, he stepped into the profound void. The Guishu passage closed instantly. Heaven and earth returned to stillness, as if nothing had ever happened. Within the passage, time and space lost all meaning. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a mere instant. A brilliant light suddenly appeared ahead in the channel. The light grew closer and larger. When the light completely filled Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's vision, both of them felt their pupils contract and their breath catch. What appeared before them was not the wreckage of some doomsday ark. Instead, a floating city of unimaginable scale hovered in the cosmic void. This city was bizarre and fantastical, ablaze with lights, pieced together from the wreckage of countless worlds. Steel skyscrapers of technological civilization stood alongside jade palaces from immortal realms, floating spires from magical planes, and even monstrous structures built from flesh and bone piled high from bizarre domains. Chapter 182, The City That Never Sleeps. Fragments of countless civilizations are twisted and fused here by an invisible force, forming a city where light and shadow intertwine, a city that never sleeps. The city that never sleeps. At that moment, an ancient, colossal stone stele slowly materialized at the city's entrance. Inscribed upon it, in a universal language they had never seen yet instantly comprehended, were several lines of cold, stark text. Crossroads of all world, city of eternal light. Those who enter must pay tribute to the city lord. Those who trespass shall have their souls returned to nothingness. Zhou Yan's brow instantly furrowed. Toll? Before he could process it, a figure materialized without warning at the end of the waterway ahead, blocking their path. It bore no resemblance to any known life form. Standing 100 meters tall, it was composed of countless spinning golden gears, intricate silver clockwork mechanisms, gems shimmering with multicolored light, and innumerable clock hands pointing to different scales, all coalescing into a bizarre yet magnificent humanoid silhouette. It possessed no facial features, yet at its core was embedded a colossal diamond that seemed to contain the very river of time itself. A colossal, boundless, yet utterly emotionless divine level pressure descended with a thunderous crash. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice as if produced by billions of gears meshing in perfect unison echoed deep within the souls of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua. Welcome to the city that never sleeps. I am the ruler of this city, the time mechanism. That uncanny entity known as time's mechanism pointed its arm composed of countless clock hands toward the direction of the Guishu channel. According to the rules of this place, any living being wishing to pass through here toward the direction of the ancient clock tower must pay an equivalent toll. Zhou Yan's pupils contracted slightly. An equivalent toll? He snorted coldly. With a flicker of his thoughts, an ancient sword radiating chaotic energy materialized in his palm. This blade had been forged from the shattered fragments of the Chaos Devourer's divine essence when he had suppressed it. Though not as formidable as the Key of 10,000 Laws, it was nonetheless an unquestionably formidable divine-level weapon. Is this enough? Zhou Yan's voice was indifferent. Yet the time machine merely shook its head slowly. Its arm, composed of countless clock hands, didn't even lift. Yet within its mechanical core, the massive diamond flashed with an eerie rune-like light. It was the rune of heaven's mandate. Visitor, there is no need for this. The time machine's icy voice sounded once more. When His Excellency the chess master commissioned me, he already paid a deposit for both of you. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua both froze. Destiny? He had already foreseen this far? Ignoring their shock, the time mechanism leaned forward slightly. Its massive diamond core, like a giant eye surveying ants, slowly turned toward Ruan Xinglua. The chess master has but one request. I must collect a unique toll from this lady. Before the words had fully faded, a mechanical finger composed of countless intricate gears slowly raised. It did not point at Ruan Xinglua herself, but instead at the seemingly unremarkable seedling in her arms, one that emanated the aura of a nascent world. The sapling of the world tree. More precisely, it pointed to the tip of the sapling, that newly unfurled leaf, its surface glistening with a faint frost, imbued with the essence of endless winter. The newly sprouted green leaf. I want that leaf of newborn winter from that tree. The voice of the time mechanism was utterly devoid of emotion, as if stating an established fact. At these words, Zhou Yan's expression darkened instantly, and a terrifying killing intent surged uncontrollably from within him. The winter leaf. It was not only the core ability forged by Ruan Xinglua using her absolute zero divine power combined with the vitality of the world tree, but also the symbol of the nation's reborn fortune-born when the Northern Bear Kingdom staked half of its dragon vein as a wager, linking its fate to the destiny of China. Surrender it? Not only would Ruan Xinglua's power regress to its original state and her divine authority be damaged, it would be tantamount to reneging on the alliance before the entire world, personally severing the Northern Bear Kingdom's hope for revival. This was far more vicious than demanding her life outright. Blue Star, Global Broadcast. When that mechanical finger pointed at Winterleaf, when that icy demand echoed in everyone's ears, the entire world erupted. Inside the Kremlin, General Griffin smashed his fist into the alloy command console before him, denting it deeply, his eyes red as blood. You bastard! Destiny! You despicable coward! This is forcing China to sever its own limb. It breaks the hearts of all allies. In the Golden Kingdom, Queen Mia's flawlessly beautiful face was now etched with frost. A shameless bargain. Is this what you call a god? Across the internet, the fury of countless viewers threatened to set servers ablaze. Has Destiny gone mad? What the hell does it want? This is a blatant scheme. A naked, shameless scheme. It aims to isolate Huaxia. Goddess Ruan must never agree. Even if our Northern Bear Nation's national fortune is severed, we will never accept such humiliating charity. Right. Don't hand it over. We'll fight them to the death if we have to. At the epicenter of the storm, before the city that never sleeps, Ruan Xinglua gazed at the time mechanism before her. The last flicker of emotion in her eyes froze into endless coldness and resolve. Gently shielding the world tree sapling behind her, she spoke each word clearly. I refuse. The time machine seemed entirely unsurprised by this response. A hint of something akin to approval even flickered across its gear-formed face. Refusal is acceptable. Allow me to introduce myself. Beyond being the city lord, I am also a fervent gambler. A gambler? Ruan Xinglua frowned. The time machine's mechanical palm flipped open, revealing 5 antique cards with distorted clock patterns on their backs, appearing out of thin air in its palm. We can settle this toll in another way. By playing a game of fate with me. It slowly recited the rules. If you win, not only will I clear your path free of charge, but I shall also bestow upon you a personal artifact from my collection as a token of our meeting. If you lose. The voice of the time machine paused, pointing toward the winter leaf. You leave it behind. This was a wager impossible to refuse. Every spectator worldwide held their breath. Ruan Xinglua glanced at Zhou Yan beside her. Seeing the unshakable trust in his eyes, she took a deep breath and nodded firmly. All right. I'll take your bet. Buzz. As her words fell, 5 identical cards of fate appeared before her. The game, under the gaze of the entire world, officially began. The time gear spoke slowly, its voice carrying a magical quality that seemed to pierce the future. Chapter 183, The Card Game. The rules of the game are simple. Each of us draws 5 cards representing cause and effect. Through their combinations, we shall predict and influence an event, destined to unfold within the next 7 days. Now, I shall go first. With that, it slowly drew 3 cards from the 5, displaying them in the void. The first card depicted a magnificent underwater royal city, Atlantis. The second card depicted a queen wearing a coral crown, her gaze haughty, Corelli. The third card displayed a string of eerie code replicating itself, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, the rule-breaking virus. The time mechanism arranged the 3 cards in a specific sequence. Instantly, the cards blazed with light, projecting a crystal-clear vision of the future into the void. In the vision, Queen Coralie of Atlantis stood before the colossal ruins of a deep abyss Machina city, her eyes burning with fervor. In her hand, a strand of ghostly blue data virus was frantically taking shape. A chilling prophecy then echoed deep within everyone's soul. Prophecy confirmed, 7 days hence, Queen Coralie of Atlantis shall successfully develop the rule-breaking virus. Armed with this weapon, she shall invade, cripple, and corrupt the national fortune network of China. This was an utterly vicious, openly declared prophecy. It brought a latent threat directly into the open, transforming it into an imminent future. Now, it was Ruan Xingluo's turn. She must find a combination among her hand cards capable of breaking this future. In an instant, the eyes of the entire world focused on the 5 cards before Ruan Xingluo. Ruan Xingluo slowly extended her hand and revealed her cards. Spiritual Realm of Huaxia. Divine Realm of Mortals. Whale of 10,000 Souls. Chaos Devourer. Absolute Zero. Staring at the 5 cards in her hand, Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Her heart instantly plummeted to the depths. These cards represented her most formidable power, the strongest trump cards of Huaxia. Yet no matter how she mentally simulated and rearranged them, it seemed impossible to counter the path forged by technology, civilization, and ambition, the future road belonging to Atlantis. At this moment, 2 words alone swirled in the minds of Blue Star's billion viewers. Each of Ruan Xingluo's 5 cards held the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Yet these powers were techniques, methods, pure destruction and protection. What the time mechanism unleashed, however, was momentum. The momentum of a civilization's rise. With the Queen's ambition as the cause, technological breakthroughs as the path, it ultimately bore the fruit of devastating China. How could mere techniques possibly withstand such momentum? The global livestream fell deathly silent, then drowned in a tidal wave of despair. It's over. How can we break this stalemate? This isn't even a fair fight. Destiny is bullying us with the rules. Could it be we must surrender the winter leaf? In the Kremlin, General Griffin slumped into his chair. The iron-willed man now had faint redness in his eyes. He had prepared to send a communication to China, severing this connection of national destiny. The dignity of the Northern Bear would not permit China to bear such a humiliating disgrace on their behalf. At the eye of the storm, before the city that never sleeps. Fingers trembled slightly between Ruan Xingluo's palms. Her breathing grew ragged for the first time. Just as she was about to reach a dead end in her thoughts, a voice thundered like a bolt of lightning within her soul's consciousness. It was Zhou Yan's voice. Xingluo, don't think with your logic. Ruan Xingluo's slender frame trembled. Zhou Yan's voice was steady as a mountain, carrying the wisdom of one who sees through everything. Think with the logic of Huaxia. Tell me, when our civilization faces an enemy that seems invincible, what is it most adept at? The logic of China? Ruan Xingluo's gaze shifted from bewilderment to contemplation, then, sudden clarity. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the thick fog in her mind. Scenes from the annals of history flashed rapidly before her eyes. Facing the brutal Xiongnu, Emperor Wu of Han deployed Wei Qing and Hua Zubing's thunderous strikes, yet also sent Zheng Qian to carve a peaceful path through the western regions. Facing the mighty Tang dynasty, nations came to pay homage not only because of its unmatched military might, but also because of its boundless tolerance and inclusive spirit. Our civilization, when confronting formidable foes, never merely defeated them, but also to win them over. Ruan Xingluo murmured to herself, the light in her eyes growing ever brighter. Assimilation. She lifted her head, her gaze fixed upon the time mechanism. All trace of uncertainty had vanished, replaced by absolute confidence and composure. Under the gaze of billions worldwide, filled with disbelief, Ruan Xingluo slowly extended her hand. She did not choose the Wu Whale of 10,000 Souls, symbolizing absolute power, nor did she choose the Chaos Devourer, representing her ultimate trump card. Instead, she drew 1 card from the very end of the 5. A card that, to everyone's eyes, seemed the most insignificant. On the card's face was a man clad in a crisp suit, his eyes filled with the bewilderment and agony of shattered faith. It was none other than the former leader of the heavenly human society. Ying Tianchang. Buzz. The moment the card left his hand, it hovered in midair. After 3 seconds of silence, the global livestream exploded with chaos. Did I see that right? Ying Tianchang? That loser? What is Goddess Ruan doing? Is she under too much pressure and picked the wrong card? Pitting a madman left behind by history against the Queen of Atlantis? What kind of international joke is this? It's over. China's future is about to be buried in a laughingstock. Doubt, ridicule, confusion, fury. A tidal wave of emotions surged forth. For the first time, the face of the time machine composed of countless gears revealed distinct ripples. Its mechanical core, that massive diamond, flashed with a frequency signifying perplexity. A failure. The time machine's cold voice rang out, tinged with a hint of condescending scrutiny. How could one possibly oppose a vengeful spirit on the verge of triumph? Hearing this question, Ruan Xingluo smiled. Her smile, radiant with confidence, seemed to dispel all shadows from this void. You're wrong. She stared at the time gear, speaking slowly and deliberately. Coralie's strength lies in her superstition and obsession with technology. And Ying Tianchang. Ruan Xingluo's gaze settled on the card, her eyes holding a trace of pity and a hint of admiration. He is precisely the pioneer who witnessed the complete collapse of the path of technology and evolution. Chapter 184, Heaven's Divide and Conquer Strategy. He is not a failure, he is a seeker of truth. A seeker who discovered another path to unity with heaven. I shall dispatch him as China's cultural ambassador to Atlantis, to hold a friendly meeting with Queen Coralie. The moment the words fell, the causal laws of the card game began to run wild with calculations. The images in the void abruptly shifted. No longer the madness of Queen Coralie developing viruses, but another scene. Within the deep-sea royal city, Ing Tianchang, clad in white robes and radiating scholarly elegance, stood before Queen Coralie. He displayed no martial prowess. He merely slowly opened his palm. Within his palm, strands of vibrant spiritual energy blended seamlessly with the surrounding seawater, transforming into swimming fish and blossoming into coral. He began to speak. He spoke of the way of the king in Huaxia. He spoke of a path that did not rely on cold technology or predatory evolution, but instead achieved the pinnacle of civilization through universal cultivation, resonance with heaven and earth, and symbiosis with nature, a path where all things competed freely under frosty skies. Your evolution is about taking, seizing, and dominance. But our evolution is merging, uniting. It is the way of the king. For the first time, cracks appeared in the haughty expression of Queen Coralie. Every word spoken by Ing Tianchang struck like a heavy hammer, smashing down upon the most painful core of her civilization. Why was Atlantis exiled from its homeworld? Was it not because their excessive faith in technology and their frenzied plundering of evolution ultimately led to their downfall? It was the original sin etched into their civilization's very DNA. Now, a completely new and different path lay before her. In the image, Coralie's hands, developing the rule-breaking virus, began to tremble uncontrollably. The fervor in her eyes gradually gave way to confusion and wavering. The technology she once took pride in now appeared, for the first time, so ugly. Her resolve was shattered. Snap! A crisp shattering sound reverberated through everyone's soul. The prophecy formed by the three cards played by the time machine Atlantis, Coralie, and rule-breaking virus shattered into pieces in the void. The prophecy had been broken. Ruan Xinglua, using a card everyone deemed worthless, won the first round without shedding a drop of blood. The entire blue star fell silent. The next instant, within the Kremlin, General Griffin leapt to his feet, trembling with excitement as he roared to the heavens. The royal path! What a royal path! Ha 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 ha! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Across the global network, all previous doubts and mockery instantly transformed into fervent adoration. Holy! You can play like that? Is this the wisdom of China? Killing the enemy's spirit. Killing their spirit. He shattered their very foundation of belief. I declare, Ing Tianchang is the true master of evolutionary theory. Goddess Ruan is so freaking awesome. Screaming. Before the city of eternal night, a profound silence descended. The time machine stared silently at the shattered prophecy. The diamond at its core flashed rapidly, as if performing calculations beyond comprehension. After a long while, it slowly withdrew its hand. A brilliant game. For the first time, its voice carried a hint of something close to admiration. Ruan Xinglua remained composed, about to speak. But the time machine raised its arm composed of countless clock hands once more, pointing toward the game board. Then, the second round. Its voice abruptly turned icy and booming, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of freezing time and space. Let's raise the stakes. Let's raise the stakes. The voice of the time machine, like countless gears meshing simultaneously, cold and monumental, echoed across the sky above the city that never sleeps. Its arm, composed of countless spinning clock hands, slowly raised, drawing a brand new card from the void. Hum. The instant the card appeared, an indescribable, supreme aura instantly enveloped the entire Guishu channel. Not eeriness, not divinity, but destiny. The will of the script. The pulse of the world line. The card bore no specific image, only an endless crimson sky. Beneath that sky stood a throne built from the bones of countless beings. Upon it sat a shadowy figure, blurred and radiating a terrifying aura of malevolence. The card bore only 3 blood-red characters. Blood Lord. And where the shadow's face should be, faint, small characters appear Zhouyan. Boom! In the global livestream, the minds of billions of viewers felt as if struck by a nuclear blast, instantly going blank. The Lord of Blood. Zhouyan? That gentle, refined man who always stood behind Ruan Xinglua like a mountain of reliability his past, was such a terrifying existence? In the Kremlin, General Griffin had just sat down when he abruptly sprang back up, his eyes fixed on the screen, his face frozen in utter disbelief. What is this? A slander against heaven's mandate. Yet the unfolding of the game would not halt for anyone's will. The script of heavens will unleash its power with ruthless force. The images in the void once again shifted wildly. This time, it was no longer Atlantis, but Blue Star. It was China. In the scene, the card of the Lord of Blood hung high in the sky, Zhouyan's past exposed to the world. In the northern Bear Nation, General Griffin turned ashen upon receiving this truth. For the first time, his gaze toward the Chinese liaison officer beside him brimmed with suspicion and dread. At Sakura Island's Amaterasu Temple, countless high-ranking officials were overcome with shock and rage, immediately severing their nation's fortune link with China. The European Alliance, the Eagle Federation. One by one, former allies chose betrayal. Countless fleets turned their guns toward the nation that had once led them out of despair. China found itself isolated as never before. Surrounded on all sides. No! This is a trap. A scheme by heaven to sow discord. Mr. Zhou Yan sacrificed himself to protect us. Countless Huaxia viewers roared in anguish, yet their voices rang hollow and powerless under the script's force. The vision of prophecy was cold and hopeless. Do you see? The voice of the time mechanism sounded like a deity from on high, delivering the final judgment upon mortals. This is an unwinnable battle. Mr. Zhou Yan's past is the cause, the betrayal of his allies is the effect. This is an established fact, an original sin engraved upon the timeline, unalterable by any technique or magic. Its mechanical arm pointed at Ruan Xingluo's hand. Now, you have only one choice. Play the strongest card in your hand. Its voice carried a hint of seduction, like the whisper of a demon. Chapter 185, He is now merely my husband. Your marriage contract with Mr. Zhou Yan. Use your love to confront this dark past. Use the bond between you to stake a brand new future. But, the tone of the time mechanism abruptly shifted, growing icy cold. Should you fail, your karma, your love, your very existence, will be utterly controlled by fate, reduced to the most insignificant footnote in the script. Dead silence. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. All eyes focused on Ruan Xingluo. This was a bold, open strategy. An open gambit impossible to refuse. To gamble with love if she won, perhaps she could avert the crisis. But, who dared to stake their love? Who dared to entrust their entire fate to the whims of destiny? At the eye of the storm, Ruan Xingluo stared silently at the card bearing the title Lord of Bloodshed. She saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw that lonely throne. Yet she also saw the figure upon that throne, a weariness that seeped into the very marrow and a sorrow that shone through the endless darkness. Her heart ached slightly. Her hand rose, as if to draw the final card representing the marriage contract. Billions of viewers worldwide held their breath. Yet her hand froze mid-air. She shook her head. Before the time mechanism, before destiny, before the stunned gaze of a global audience of billions, she slowly shook her head. She did not play a single card. She made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. She stood up. Before this fateful card game, she rose to her feet, slowly. This action alone shattered the very rules of the game. The core diamond of the time gear flickered with light signifying confusion and alertness. Ruan Xingluo paid it no mind. She merely lifted her head, her clear gaze piercing the void to stare directly at the card representing Zhou Yan's dark past. Her voice, transmitted through the livestream, echoed clearly to every corner of the world. That voice was infinitely gentle, yet carried a resolve strong enough to shake the heavens and earth. My husband. She spoke. No matter who he once was, no matter what he once did. He is now simply my husband. A tender smile curved her lips, radiating an indelible happiness and devotion. He's the one who clumsily cooks for me, who silently clears every obstacle for me when I'm wronged. My family. The last four words rang out with unwavering conviction. She extended her hand not toward her own card, but toward the hostile, malevolent aura radiating from the bloodthirsty lord. My family's past. Her voice thundered like a bolt splitting heaven and earth, exploding deep within everyone's soul. Not for fighting, but to embrace. The moment the words fell. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Ruan Xingluo's hand gently, with utmost reverence, grasped the card of the bloodlust lord. She took it from before the time mechanism's formation and placed it before herself. Then, she placed this card symbolizing darkness, slaughter, and tyranny side by side with the spirit realm of China card before her, the card representing tolerance, assimilation, and hope. The instant she made this choice. Snap. A crisp, thunderous crack, as if the cosmic chains of law had snapped, reverberated through the void. The entire board of the fate card game, the table woven from the fabric of space-time itself, shattered inch by inch. Every card in the time mechanism's hand that represented prophecy and fate Atlantis, Corelli, rule-breaking virus, was reduced to ashes in an instant. For the first time, its face a complex of countless gears revealed an emotion it had never known before, shock. She did not win. She overturned the table. Through her choice, she declared to destiny, to the entire world. She refused to play by this script. And in that very moment, a warm chest pressed against her from behind. A pair of arms gently yet powerfully pulled her into an embrace. Zhou Yan's figure had appeared behind her, unnoticed. This was the warmth of Zhou Yan's embrace. It seemed capable of shielding her from every storm and every rule crumbling outside. Ruan Xingluo drew a quiet breath within his embrace. That uniquely reassuring scent of his instantly calmed the raging waves churning within her heart. I'm back. Zhou Yan's voice, low and husky, echoed in her ear, tinged with an almost imperceptible trace of lingering fear and relief. He had seen that card, the Bloodlord. He also saw the choice she had made. Not to resist, but to accept. This foolish girl. Ruan Xingluo didn't turn around. She simply placed her hand over his arm wrapped around her waist and gave it a gentle pat. Welcome home. At that very moment. Click. Snap. Rumble. The mechanical body of the Lord of the City that never sleeps, the Time Machine, was undergoing an unprecedented collapse. Its body, composed of billions of precision gears, suffered a terrifying backlash the moment the rules of the Fate card game were overturned. Countless tiny hands and springs erupted from its interior, only to disintegrate into dust mid-air. The diamond at its core flickered erratically, its light flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Ha, ha! A shrill, metallic wail, like the grinding of metal, emanated from its vocal unit. Its eyes, formed from pure gemstones, fixed intently on the couple at the center of the storm of rules, unharmed and clinging tightly to each other. Gone from its gaze was the lofty judgment. Instead, it held awe, curiosity, and sudden realization. So, this is how it is? Slowly, it raised its disintegrating mechanical arm, pointing it toward Wan Xinglua. No, toward itself. It seemed to be speaking to itself, yet also posing a question to some higher dimensional entity. So, this so-called fate that predetermined outcome deemed unalterable can truly be overcome. Not by overriding it with a stronger cause, but by dissolving it through acceptance. Its voice carried the serenity of profound enlightenment. The chess master. Heaven's mandate. Your script, so perfectly crafted in your own eyes, ultimately succumbed to the most unreasonable force of all. Human hearts. As the words fell, its chaotic energy storm miraculously subsided. Though its body remained shattered, its core shone brighter than ever before. It bowed slightly toward Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan, performing an ancient and solemn gesture of respect. Chapter 186, Respect. You two have bested me. As the embodiment of the law of equivalent exchange, it acknowledged its defeat with composure, showing not a trace of anger or shame. Per the wager, Eternal Night City shall open for you the supreme passageway to the Bell Tower. It paused, a flicker of approval and admiration flashing through its gem-like eyes. But that is not all. Under the rules I established, anyone who defeats me in a wager through means beyond the rules shall receive one of my most treasured possessions. This is not a gift, but my homage to a higher order of rules. Buzz. The Time Machine's shattered chest slowly opened, revealing its dazzling core diamond. It reached out and, with utmost solemnity, extracted something directly from its core. It was an eyeball. An eyeball-shaped gem, alive with countless compressed, swirling nebulae. It hovered silently midair, rotating slowly, as if surveying the birth and death of countless worlds. SSS-class special weird artifact. Eye of Fate's Ruin. This artifact can pierce through all illusions and traps woven by the power of heaven's will. The voice of the time mechanism carried a hint of pride. When confronting the puppeteer's script, it will allow you to find the one path not predetermined by fate. Ruan Xinglua's pupils contracted slightly. Find an unplanned path to survival. This enigmatic artifact was born to defy heaven's will. She extended her hand, and the fate-breaking eye settled into her palm like a young swallow returning to its nest. It transformed into a streak of light and merged into her brow. A wave of coolness instantly flooded her mind. But at that very moment, beep, 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 an alarm, shrill and frantic, signaling the highest level of emergency, erupted from the ally communicator strapped to Ruan Xinglua's chest. Red lights flashed frantically. Ruan Xinglua's expression changed instantly as she answered the call. A holographic projection instantly materialized before the two of them. On the screen stood Princess Ivan of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Her face, usually radiant with regal elegance, was now etched with terror and pallor. Ruan Xinglua. Our fleet was ambushed in the Guishu Channel. Ambush? Ruan Xinglua's pupils contracted sharply as a chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. The Abyssal Passage. That was universally acknowledged as the absolute dead zone of all realms, a place where, aside from void behemoths, no sentient life could possibly survive for long. Who could have set an ambush there? The holographic projection flickered violently, piercing alarms and explosions ringing incessantly. Then, the camera abruptly swiveled, locking onto the fleet's forward position. In that timeless, pitch-black void, a terrifying figure blocked the entire combined fleet's path. It was a knight. He rode a skeletal dragon whose bulk rivaled that of an interstellar warship, its dragon eyes burning with an eerie green flame of soulfire. The knight wore pitch-black armor woven from countless withered vines and thorns of death, from whose crevices a pallid aura constantly seeped. In his hand, he dragged a scythe of absurdly enormous proportions. The scythe's blade was not metal, but formed from highly concentrated laws of decay and plague. Merely gazing upon it felt like witnessing life itself slipping away. The life-breaking eye, newly fused into Ruan Xinglua's brow, suddenly twitched, and a line of cold information automatically flashed into her mind. Apocalyptic 12-Night Sequence God Lord Tier Withered Knight. Another God Master Tier. The withered rider did not attack immediately. He merely lifted his head indifferently, sweeping his gaze those eyes hidden beneath the hood's shadow, eyes that seemed to suck all light into themselves across the entire fleet. The next moment, he slowly raised the plague scythe in his hand. Divine Realm Wither. Hum. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-ending torrent of energy. Only a visible gray mist spread outward from the withered rider like a plague, silently enveloping the entire allied fleet. Wherever that gray mist passed, the void itself seemed to lose its vitality, growing even more lifeless and decayed. Warning! Warning! Energy shield integrity rapidly declining. 90%, 70, 50. Unknown corrosion detected in shields. Massive energy leakage occurring. On the bridge of the flagship Winter's Edge, Ivan and Mia stared at the unfolding scene, their faces drained of color. The indestructible combined energy shield, capable of withstanding a minor supernova explosion, had, upon contact with that gray aura, begun to rust like iron sheet metal exposed to damp air for centuries. Large patches of mottled rust spread across its surface, its glow rapidly fading as energy was corroded and dissolved at a visible rate. Fire! Princess Ivan roared. All main batteries, concentrated fire. Boom! 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 In an instant, hundreds of thick beams of energy tore through the void, carrying an air of utter destruction as they slammed toward the withered rider at the heart of the withered divine kingdom. Yet a despairing sight unfolded. Those energy blasts, powerful enough to vaporize an entire planet, seemed to sink into a quagmire of time the moment they entered the gray divine realm. Their speed abruptly slowed, their light began to corrode, rapidly fading into a dim, feeble glow. By the time they finally reached the withered night, their power had diminished by over 90%. A single breath from the skeletal dragon beside him scattered them into nothingness. No. This scene, broadcast live across the globe, played out clearly before the eyes of everyone on Blue Star. Despair spread like a virus, instantly permeating every single livestream. North Bear Nation broadcast, my god. What kind of monster is that? God tier. Our princess is in danger. North Bear Nation livestream, it's over. Our winter fleet is finished. That's the power of a god. Washa livestream, damn it. Another god tier being. Is Heavens will trying to wipe us all out? Huaxia livestream, God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are still in the city of eternal night. They're too far away, they'll never make it in time. Huaxia livestream, what do we do? What do we do? Casualties began mounting on the battlefield. The energy shields of several outer escort vessels were the first to be completely corroded. Gray, decaying energy surged into the hulls, instantly aging and disintegrating the ship's armor into cosmic dust. The crew inside the ships had their life force completely drained the instant they came into contact with the aura, turning them into desiccated corpses. Ivan and Mia's eyes burned crimson as they commanded the fleet with every ounce of strength. Yet all resistance proved futile against the absolute divine domain embodying the decay law. Chapter 187, Too Late. Just then, the withered rider seemed to lose patience. Slowly, he raised the plague scythe in his hand, its massive blade pointing directly at Ivan's flagship, the Winter's End. To catch the thief, first catch the king. With a single strike, he would destroy the command core of the entire fleet. A gray slash, embodying both termination and decay, silently detached from the scythe blade. It tore through the void, howling toward the Winter's End. Within the city of eternal night. No! Ruan Xinglua stared at the gray light on the communicator, a force potent enough to sever causality, her heart pounding with desperation. Her aura surged uncontrollably as she spun, ready to tear through space and rush toward the abyss. Yet, a warm, firm hand gently pressed against her shoulder. It was Zhou Yan. It's too late. Zhou Yan's voice was eerily calm, as if the crisis before them, one capable of annihilating an entire elite fleet, were nothing more than a trivial interlude. But Ruan Xinglua turned, her eyes filled with urgency and pleading. But Ivan and the others? I know. Zhou Yan cut her off, his gaze piercing as he looked at her. Madam, if you go there now, there's only one outcome: you'll die alongside them. His words were cold and brutal, yet undeniably true. Moreover, Zhou Yan's tone shifted slightly, tinged with a hint of guidance. It's time you learn to be a true commander. A commander doesn't necessarily have to be on the front lines. Ruan Xinglua froze in shock. Zhou Yan extended a finger and gently tapped her brow, the very spot where the life-breaking eye had fused. A cool, clear thought flowed from his fingertip into Ruan Xinglua's mind. Have you forgotten what you just gained? When confronting the script of Heaven's will, relying on your eyes alone will never find a way out. Now, close your eyes. Use it to see through the true lifeline behind this ambush. Zhou Yan's words exploded like a thunderclap within Ruan Xinglua's chaotic mind. The lifeline. She abruptly shut her eyes, refusing to gaze upon the despair-inducing projection any longer. Instead, she plunged her entire consciousness into the newly fused, life-breaking eye at her brow. In an instant, an indescribable torrent of fate vast as the cosmic sea of stars violently surged into her mental realm. Ugh! Ruan Xinglua let out a pained groan, her face instantly turning deathly pale as her entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. This was no ordinary pain, it felt like her very soul was being forcibly torn apart. Countless fragmented images, chaotic threads of causality, billions of possible futures, all screeched madly within her mind, threatening to utterly shatter and crush her consciousness. Just as she was about to be swallowed by this torrent, Zhou Yan's voice rang out in her mind, clear and steady like an anchor in the storm. A mortal body cannot bear to gaze upon the entirety of destiny. Your power of rebirth originates from the world's axis, it is the cause. The aura of the abyssal void represents the end of all things, it is the effect. Use cause and effect to filter fate. Ruan Xinglua's entire body trembled as understanding dawned upon her.
Gritting her teeth against the soul-tearing agony, she immediately summoned the most primordial force of rebirth within her, that which originated from the Chaos Devourer, while simultaneously drawing upon a thread of the icy breath of the abyssal void. Carefully interweaving the two, she constructed a translucent, gossamer thin filter before her spiritual realm. When the raging torrent of fate surged forth once more, filtered through this layer, everything changed. Chaotic screeches transformed into ordered musical notes, and the frenzied torrent of information was combed into clear, coherent threads. The pain rapidly receded. In its place emerged an unprecedented, godlike omniscience, a perspective overlooking all beings. Her vision instantly pierced the barriers of the city of eternal night, traversed the endless channels of the abyssal realm, and connected with that brutal battlefield. Within that vista, no physical form remained. Stars, warships, skeletal dragons, all material existence vanished. In their place were countless threads, some bright, some dim, some thick, some thin, intertwining and crisscrossing, piercing through the entire void, threads of fate. The Frostwinter Fleet was a luminous cluster woven from countless blue threads representing life and technology. And that withered rider was a terrifying source radiating endless decay and death. To Ruan Xinglua's eyes, the slash he unleashed was nothing less than an unstoppable, thick gray death thread. This thread of death was utterly tyrannical. Wherever it passed, all the blue threads of life shattered and dissipated before it. Its target was fixed squarely on the core of the Winter's Edge, the location of Princess Ivan. If struck, the very fate of the entire fleet would be erased. Xinglua's heart leapt into her throat, but she forced herself to calm down, pushing the power of the life-breaking eye to its absolute limit as she fixed her gaze on that gray thread of death. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. She saw it. Beside that overwhelmingly domineering gray line of death, there existed a point smaller than dust, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It was a blind spot in fate. Because the wither rule wielded by the withered rider itself was too brutal, too absolute, it had forcibly twisted causality along this fatal attack trajectory, creating a flaw that should never have existed, one even he himself had failed to notice, a fatal flaw. There lay a paradox of the rules. A singularity of fate. Now, Ivan. Ruan Xinglua summoned every ounce of strength, roaring through the encrypted communication channel to transmit a mental message containing precise coordinates and timing. Trust me. At 3 o'clock on your port side, angled 75 degrees upward. Unleash your most powerful attack fire at full force. Guishu Battlefield, Bridge of the Winter's Bite. Princess Ivan's face drained of color as she stared fixedly at the gray death slash on the screen, growing larger by the second. At that moment, a command uttered without preamble, as if resonating directly within her soul, sent a jolt through her entire body. It was Ruan Xinglua's voice. She instinctively moved to issue an order, but beside her, Fleet Commander General Griffin, a battle-hardened veteran of the Northern Bear Kingdom, roared out first. Princess! What are you doing? There's nothing there. Nothing but empty space. Griffin pointed in the direction Ivan was staring, his eyes bloodshot. Wasting the energy of our last main battery on nothing? That's suicide. It's irresponsible toward the lives of every officer and soldier aboard this fleet. I absolutely refuse. In the global livestream, every viewer's heart clenched. North Bear Nation broadcast, General Griffin is right. Your Highness, you mustn't be foolish. Chapter 188, Mortals. Huaxia broadcast, it's over. At a time like this, how could she possibly listen to reason? Lighthouse Nation livestream, she's gone mad. This woman has completely lost her mind. Facing Griffin's interrogation, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ivan's eyes. But in the next instant, she recalled Ruan Xinglua's unwavering resolve when she exposed the mandate of heaven, and the miracle of how she single-handedly delayed the world's destruction. That trust overwhelmed all reason. I'll say it again. Ivan whipped her head around, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Griffin with an unquestionable glare. This is an order. She roared, broadcasting the command throughout the entire ship. Winter's Edge, Main Battery, Fury of the North. Target, portside 3 o'clock, elevation 75. Full power. Fire. Boom. A colossal, ice-blue beam of energy, the flagship's last reserve of power, roared from the barrel, hurtling toward the void that everyone believed to be empty. The global audience erupted in a collective gasp. Countless spectators sighed in regret, convinced Ivan had utterly squandered his final chance. General Griffin closed his eyes in utter despair. However, in the very next millisecond, the gray slash of the withered rider, embodying the concept of ending, arrived precisely at that coordinate point no one could comprehend. One represented ultimate freezing, the other absolute decay. Two terrifying attacks from different divine sovereigns collided precisely at a point no one could have foreseen, in the most unimaginable way. No sound. No earth-shattering roar as anticipated. Only a deathly white silence engulfed the entire Guehu channel. The ultimate freeze and absolute decay collided in annihilation upon that singularity known as the blind spot of fate, in a manner never before witnessed. That tyrannical gray line of death was detonated from within at the instant of impact by the aftershocks of its own distorted causality and the barrage of the Winter's Edge.
The energy storm erupted into a shockwave that swept everything in its path, spreading madly outward. Roar! A roar of fury and shock finally pierced the deathly silent void. The withered rider's form was violently hurled through the chaotic energy turbulence. The grey divine radiance upon him symbolizing end and decay now visibly dimmed and wavered. Had he been defeated? No, he'd been toyed with. The withered rider abruptly steadied himself. His eyes, burning with a sickly green plague-like glow, seemed to pierce through endless time and space, bypassing the combined fleet to lock onto a distant target, the eternal city suspended in the abyss. Locked onto the tiny figure within the city that had just opened the life-breaking eye. A scheme. A deadly scheme targeting him, targeting the very essence of the Wither rule itself. Mortal. The enraged roar transformed into a tangible psychic shockwave, causing every soul aboard the combined fleet to tremble. He abandoned the Winter's Edge, abruptly reversing course and forsaking the prey within his grasp. His entire being became a grey streak tearing through the void, carrying overwhelming fury and murderous intent as he charged full speed toward the city of eternal night. The Eternal City, Central Control Room. Alert! Alert! Detecting a supreme-level divine sovereign reaction approaching at superluminal speed. Threat level, city annihilation. The shrill alarm caused the mechanical core of the time machine to emit an overwhelmed buzzing. The crystal lenses serving as its eyes on the face composed of countless precision gears flashed intensely with red light. Activate Eternal Barrier. Maximum level defensive shield, engage immediately. Buzz. A golden light barrier, thick as solid substance and woven from countless order runes, instantly enveloped the entire city of eternal night. Yet within the time machine's mechanical eyes, there was not a shred of security, only utter despair. It knew all too well that this barrier could never withstand the wrathful strike of an end night. It was merely a final, desperate struggle. Yet beside it, Zhou Yan watched the death meteor rapidly magnifying on the light screen, a slow, triumphant smile curling his lips. He turned his head and whispered softly to Ruan Xinglua, who stood beside him, pale-faced and still gasping for breath. Look. The script of destiny has been rewritten by our own hands. Now, it's our turn to become the playwrights. With that, his gaze shifted to the time mechanism, which was on the verge of crashing. Lord Mayor. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and detached. Open the city gates. Let him in. WH. What? The time machine's logic core instantly plunged into chaos. It whipped its head toward Zhou Yan, its voice distorted into a shrill, piercing screech by the data disruption. My lord. What are you saying? Let him in? That's inviting death itself into our home. I absolutely refuse. I'll grant you immense fortune. Zhou Yan cut it off, his voice carrying an irresistible magic. Let him in. He pointed at the time machine's chest core, composed of countless gears. This city that never sleeps, it has order, but no soul. It has always lacked a true order core capable of suppressing everything, correct? A deeper smile spread across Zhou Yan's lips. This divine-level core delivered right to your doorstep. You don't want it? Boom! It felt like a bolt of lightning had exploded within the time machine's logical core. Its mechanical eyes, flashing red alerts, froze solid in an instant. The next instant, an endless, searing, almost self-melting greed and desire erupted from within. It instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. This man. He wasn't merely intent on killing the withered rider. He also intended to exploit the unique properties of the rule forge that was the city of eternal night to completely dissolve and melt it down, taking the divine core of that end night as spoils of war. As a gift to himself. What utter madness! What a brazenly audacious plan! At your command. The voice of the time machine trembled violently with extreme excitement. For the eternal existence of the city that never sleeps. Snap! The impregnable eternal barrier swung open at the command. The colossal city gates roared open, revealing a gaping maw to the death meteor burning with fury. The wide-open gates, like the gaping maw of a devouring beast, issued a silent invitation. The withered rider, consumed solely by vengeance and destruction, harbored no doubt. In his eyes, this was merely a system crash born of mortal fear in the face of divine might. The death meteor he had become showed no sign of slowing, charging through the gates of the city of eternal light with an unstoppable force of annihilation. Yet what awaited him was not a thriving city. Instead, it was a karmic annihilation formation personally laid by Zhou Yan. Chapter 189, Your Sins, I Shall Judge. The moment the withered rider crashed through the gates, the entire world seemed to fall silent. No ambush lay in wait, no deadly traps were sprung, not even the slightest ripple of energy was detected. The empty streets, the silent city, it felt like a city of the dead, opened wide for him. Poof! The withered rider let out a cold, contemptuous snort as his divine sense swept across 100 miles in an instant. Mere mortals playing at mystique. In his eyes, this so-called causality slaughter array was nothing more than a desperate bluff from a cornered beast. Yet, the very instant he lifted his foot, poised to reduce the city to decaying dust. Hum! The blue stone pavement beneath his feet transformed without warning into a bottomless, pitch-black mirror. Its surface was smooth as water, yet it reflected neither the sky's light nor his own figure. Instead, it revealed a world engulfed in apocalyptic flames, filled with endless wails of agony. The withered rider's eyes, burning with pestilential ghostly flames, suddenly contracted. He recognized this place. This was the very first world he had personally withered after ascending to become a Knight of the End. It marked the beginning of his glorious achievements. This is... Before he could comprehend it, a twisted specter, consumed by flames of vengeance, slowly emerged from the mirror's surface. The specter's form was ethereal and frail, its aura feeble, merely a lowly specter-level entity. Under the Divine Lord's overwhelming pressure, it was scarcely more than an insect. Yet when it lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets blazed with a searing hatred capable of scorching through divine souls. "Give me back my world." The hoarse roar did not originate from vocal cords, but from the deepest recesses of its soul. The specter transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the withered rider with reckless abandon. "Presumptuous scum!" A flicker of impatience crossed the withered rider's eyes as it casually swung the massive gray scythe in its grasp. SSSSHHH. The specter shattered into the purest form of resentment, dissipating into the air. Yet for the first time, the withered rider's expression shifted. For within that spectral attack, he distinctly sensed a trace of his own wither rule power. Though faint, its origin was the same. Was this force using his own power to attack him? Before he could ponder further, a sudden change occurred. "Give me back my life. Murderer! Pay with your life. My child, my child." Centered on him, the ground, walls, buildings, everything in all directions instantly transformed into a pitch-black mirror of cause and effect. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed. Each mirror reflected a world he had personally destroyed. Then the second, third, 10,000th, millionth. Countless specters surged madly from the mirrors. Their forms varied wildly: humanoid, beast-like, elemental spirits, cosmic behemoths. Beings from different civilizations, different races. Their power in life varied vastly, but now they shared a single name. Debtors of karma. The same fire of vengeance burned in their eyes, the same piercing howls tore from their throats, and each bore a thread of the withered rider's own decaying divine power. An endless tide of debtors formed a vast ocean of vengeance, surging toward the withered rider at its center. China live stream, holy crap. What kind of formation is this? Summoning an army of the dead? Lighthouse Nation livestream, no. This isn't summoning. Look, those specters' attacks carry the withered rider's own elemental power. This is too bizarre. Sakura Nation livestream, bastards. What kind of dark magic is this? Could it be the legendary gates of hell have opened? Global viewers, watching this unfathomable spectacle through footage transmitted from the Winter's Edge, collectively fell silent. This was no battle. It was a reckoning, spanning endless time and space. Neverland, Central Control Room. Warning. Warning. Core array data stream exhibiting abnormal magnitude. Logical analysis in progress. Model matching failed. Redefining. This isn't a summoning spell. This is the manifestation of causality. The crystal lenses representing the eyes on the time machine's face, composed of countless gears, flashed wildly with red data streams signifying utter horror. It finally understood. Lord of the Abyss. He has managed to transform the nebulous concept of karma into a tangible weapon. He's extracting the past of the withered rider to assault his present. The time machine's voice stuttered mechanically from utter shock. This man, he wasn't merely setting traps to kill enemies. He was judging the gods. Within the Great Formation. "Get out of my way. You worthless trash." The withered rider erupted in fury. He swung his scythe of death, each swing claiming thousands upon thousands of ghostly souls. But these creditors were endless, impossible to exterminate. For every one he slew, 10, 100 more surged forth from the mirror. What terrified him even more was that each attack drained his divine power. Though the spirit's assaults were feeble, every hit felt like tiny needles piercing his soul, siphoning away fragments of his primordial essence while injecting their bone-deep resentment into his divine form. Little by little, they accumulated grain by grain, they built a tower. He felt his power draining away at an unprecedented rate. This was not combat, it was attrition. It was torture. He, the mighty Knight of the End, the master of the withered rule, had fallen into a predicament that could not be broken by brute force. "Mortal. Do you truly believe this can confine me?" The withered knight finally realized that if this continued, he would be worn down to death. Then witness the true power of a divine sovereign. "Withered divine realm. Descend." He roared to the heavens, holding nothing back. Boom! A surge of grey divine power, purer than any attack before and far surpassing them all, erupted violently from his body. It was no longer mere energy, but a domain condensed with the concepts of ending and decay. It was the embryonic form of his divine realm. A terrifying aura of decay, like a bursting flood, instantly shattered the bonds of the causality array and spilled out wildly in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The streets of the city of eternal night began to decay and crumble at a visible pace the moment they touched this aura. Solid alloy structures became covered in rust, instantly melting into pools of molten iron. Neon-lit energy conduits rapidly dimmed, their walls becoming brittle and fragile before disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The earth wailed, order shattered. Merely the aftershocks of battle were enough to show signs of this city of eternal night collapsing. Alert! Alert! Urban structural integrity declining by 5%. 7%. 10%. Energy shields rapidly deteriorating. Projected total failure in 30 seconds. The shrill alarm nearly scorched the mechanical core of the time machine. Chapter 190, Bear the Burden. Its mechanical face turned ashen as it abruptly turned to the man beside it, who had remained utterly calm throughout. This is a test. The time machine instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. If its city couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of this battle, then what right would it have to savor the ultimate fruits of victory? What right would it have to devour the core of a divine sovereign? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Zhou Yan seemed to see through its thoughts, not even glancing back at it. He merely gazed indifferently at the collapsing district within the light screen. City Lord, your city seems rather fragile. The mechanical fists of the time machine clenched violently, emitting a grinding metallic screech. Endless greed and desire finally overwhelmed its fear of loss. A flicker of resolute madness danced in its crimson glowing mechanical eyes. City of Eternal Night. Its voice, transmitted through the central system, echoed throughout every corner of the city. Shall never fall. The voice of the time machine, transmitted through its central system, thundered like rolling thunder across every corner of the city that never sleeps. Never fall. Boom! With this resolute declaration, the entire city of Eternal Night came alive. No longer a mere mechanical city-state, but a colossal entity imbued with will. I am the city, and the city is me. The voice of the time machine resonated with solemnity and reverence, like the oath of an ancient deity. Neutrality is the lock, the contract is the law. Hum. Across the city's ground, walls, and dome, countless golden runes formed from pure rule energy ignited into existence. These runes were the contracts forged since the founding of the City of Eternal Night, binding countless civilizations and mighty beings. They were the very foundation of its neutrality. Now, these very foundations transformed into the most formidable weapon. Chains of order coalesce. Swish. 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 Thick golden chains, as massive as dragons, shot skyward from every corner of the city. They were not physical entities, but woven from the very fabric of neutrality and contract, imprinted with the eternal order of the City of Eternal Night. Their target was not the withered riders, but the runaway abyssal void causality strangulation array. Clang! 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 The chains of order clanged like clashing metal, one after another, coiling and tightening with pinpoint precision. They forcibly sealed the ever-expanding domain of the withered divine realm within the array's boundaries. The grey death energy raged violently, yet could no longer escape even a fraction. The entire city transformed into a colossal prison. A divine prison forged at the city's own expense, a place that imprisoned both gods and nascent divine realms, the heavenly prison of desolation. China Livestream, what did I just see? That city, it moved on its own? Lighthouse Nation Livestream, oh my god. The city itself is a weapon. It's locking down the battlefield. Northern Bear Nation Livestream, is this the true power of a god-tier city lord? Refining an entire city into a personal artifact. Terrifying. Yet the price of this power was horrifying. Within the central control room, the time mechanism, a body composed of countless intricate gears, emitted a wail of strain. Snap! Upon its chest, a priceless star-heart gemstone instantly cracked from energy overload, shattering into dust. Snap! Snap! On his arm, tens of thousands of microgears responsible for channeling the power of the rules shattered simultaneously. Yet within the mechanical eyes of the time machine, the flashing red warning light was replaced by a near madness of burning greed and fervor. It was gambling. It was gambling the very foundations of the city that never sleeps for a future where it could devour the gods. Outside the formation, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua remained standing in silence. As if the world-shattering chaos within the city were merely fireworks unfolding far from their reach. Zhou Yan even reached out, gently brushing a speck of dust from Wan Xinglua's shoulder, a remnant of the energy shockwave. He turned his head, meeting Wan Xinglua's wide, stunned eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. My lady, look. He raised his finger, pointing toward the withered rider on the light screen. Surrounded by an endless horde of ghostly souls, it charged wildly left and right, its movements bordering on madness. This is another drawback of being overbearing. At his words, Wan Xinglua's slender frame trembled slightly as she listened intently. He believes he severs his enemies' lives, unaware that it is also his own karma. The more he killed in the past, the heavier the debt he now bears. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and profound, like a sage who had grasped the ultimate truths of all things, dispelling doubts for his student. Every attack he makes now, while seemingly eliminating enemies, is in fact waging war against his entire history. How can a man ever overcome his own past? The words struck Wan Xinglua like a thunderbolt. She stared at her own hands. Arrogance. Wasn't this the path she had chosen as well? Beyond the City of Eternal Night, amidst the boundless starry expanse, the joint fleet commanded by Ivan, Mia, and others hovered silently at a safe distance. On the flagship's bridge, every pair of eyes was fixed on the main screen's live feed, not daring to breathe a word. The city, bound by golden chains of divine order, pulsed like a heart. Each surge of energy sent shivers down the spines of these so-called interstellar powerhouses. Mr. Ivan. An aide's voice trembled uncontrollably. Are we truly meant to ally with such an entity? Ivan's face drained of color. His lips moved for a long moment, yet not a single word escaped him. Mia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her fingers clenched the armrest so tightly her knuckles turned white. He's not fighting. Mia's voice was thick with difficulty. He is judging. He turned a city into a courtroom, and the history of a god into the rope that strangles him. Everything we thought we knew about him was wrong. He's not a warrior, not a tyrant. He is a madman. A madman who uses heaven and earth as his chessboard and gods as his pawns. In that instant, every high-ranking officer of the United Fleet saw Zhou Yin not with awe, but with fear that rose from the depths of their very souls. Within the Great Formation. The withered rider had completely lost his mind. His divine power, drained by endless consumption, had already diminished by nearly half. His divine soul felt as though gnawed by a billion ants, the excruciating pain stemming from karmic retribution driving him to the brink of madness. He could feel it clearly. The shadow of death was closing in on him like never before. Mortal! Zhou Yin! He roared hysterically, his eyes burning with pestilential ghost flames, fixed intently on the figure beyond the formation, calm and composed as ever. Chapter 191, Buried Alive. You think you've won? I am the Knight of the End. Master of Decay. Even in death, I shall drag this entire city down with me. Divine Core Ignite. In a roar of despair, the withered knight made his final decision. He would detonate his divine core. Sacrificing the life of a god master, he would reduce everything here along with that damned causality array, this city that never sleeps, and Zhou Yin to cosmic dust. Boom! A destructive energy 100 times more terrifying than the descent of the withered divine realm brood insurged from within him. The entire causality array began to violently tremble before this force, as if it might shatter at any moment. The mechanical eyes of the time machine instantly replaced their greedy flames with terror. It had miscalculated. It never imagined this divine sovereign could be so fiercely unyielding. Yet, just as the withered rider prepared to detonate the divine core, seeking mutual destruction with the world, a faint, almost inaudible sigh echoed from the void. Zhou Yin, your chessboard is impregnable. But the pieces are not set in stone. A force of fate, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible to anyone, slipped like an invisible thread into the mirror of causality, where countless restless souls churned. The next second, a sudden shift occurred. The billions of ghostly souls besieging the withered rider suddenly retreated to both sides as if commanded by some supreme being, clearing a path. The withered rider's energy, poised to erupt, faltered. He looked toward the largest mirror of causality with confusion. A new creditor slowly emerged from the mirror. It was a woman. A woman clad in a jet-black dragon robe, crowned with an imperial diadem, a woman of peerless beauty yet utterly domineering. Her face was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Her gaze seemed to hold mountains of corpses and seas of blood, brimming with endless slaughter and solitary grandeur. The withered rider's pupils contracted sharply. Who is this? In my karmic records, there is no such person. He scoured the countless worlds he had destroyed, yet found no memory of this empress. She did not belong to his debt. Yet outside the formation, Zhou Yin, the faint smile that had always lingered on his face, vanished completely for the first time the instant he saw that figure. His brows knitted tightly together. Heaven's mandate. He recognized that power. Beside him, Ruan Xinglua froze as if plunged into an ice cave the moment she recognized the Empress's face, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Because that face was unmistakably her own. The Empress's phantom ignored everyone, striding across the battlefield and bypassing the withered riders. Her cold, commanding gaze pierced through the spatial distance, locking onto the real Ruan Xinglua outside the formation. The next instant, a cold and sorrowful voice echoed directly within Ruan Xinglua's mind. See? This is the ultimate limit of power. We are destined to become the very thing we despise most. That cold, despairing whisper pierced Ruan Xinglua's heart like a poisoned dagger, striking its mark with deadly precision. We are destined to become the very things we despise most. Boom! Ruan Xinglua's mind went blank. The entire world seemed to lose all sound and color in that instant, leaving only that figure clad in a jet-black dragon robe of future self identical in appearance gazing at her coldly, radiating boundless sorrow and overwhelming dominance. This was no illusion. She could sense the power emanating from that figure, a power of the same origin, yet utterly corrupted, saturated with endless slaughter and profound solitude. That was herself. If she continued down this path of tyranny, would she ultimately become that figure? Slaughter every enemy, only to look around and find no one left to trust, no one left to stand beside her? Ultimately, become a slave to power, a lonely tomb? No, it shouldn't be like this. For the first time, Ruan Xinglua's eyes betrayed an uncontrollable confusion and wavering. The path she had always believed in unwaveringly was now shattered by this attack from the future, leaving a startling crack in her conviction. The prison-sealing bracelet on her wrist, which suppressed the boundless malevolent souls, suddenly blazed with intense light. Sensing its master's faltering resolve, the artifact spirit emitted an anxious shriek, attempting to rouse her and shield her from this intangible mental corruption. Yet this assault originated from within her own being, born of her very Tao heart. No external force could possibly withstand it. And in that very instant when Wan Xingluo's Tao heart wavered, snap! The core sustaining the entire Guishu causality strangulation array ground to a fatal halt. The mirrored expanse that reflected all the karmic creditors of the withered rider instantly dimmed. The billions of specters that had been furiously attacking slowed and became ethereal, as if they might vanish at any moment. The golden chains of divine order sealing the withered divine realm began to flicker violently, their runes of law showing signs of collapse. Ha ha ha, opportunity. Within the formation, the withered rider, who had been preparing to ignite his divine core for mutual destruction, froze in shock before erupting in a roar of ecstatic joy, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He didn't understand what was happening. But his God Master level combat instincts screamed this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, perhaps the only chance. Zhou Yan! Your woman's Tao heart is unstable. Your heavenly net is shattered. The withered one abandoned his self-destruction, instantly compressing the destructive energy that had reached its peak into an extreme gray beam. All his divine power, all his divine soul, all his fury and hope converged here. His target was precisely the weakest node within the stalled array's operation. Open for me. On one side, the whispering demon of doubt from her future self relentlessly eroded her will. Give up. Struggling is futile. Look, your weakness is about to kill everyone. Only by severing all emotion like me, becoming an absolute overlord, can you truly command everything. On the other side, the withered rider gambled everything on a desperate breakthrough strike. The shadow of death now engulfed the entire city of eternal night. Ruan Xinglua found herself plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Torn between internal and external forces, her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of questioning, resounded directly within her heart. Not comfort, nor pity. The future holds countless possibilities. What heavens will shows you is merely the path it most desires you to fall into. Zhou Yan's voice struck her soul like a heavy hammer. What? Have you lost faith in me, in the path we chose together? Chapter 192, The Way of Guardianship. Boom! This accusation struck like a thunderclap, piercing the chaos, instantly jolting Ruan Xinglua from the brink of collapse. Her slender frame trembled violently. Yes. Zhou Yan. She suddenly recalled every moment she'd shared with Zhou Yan on Earth. She recalled his calm composure when he first appraised an artifact for her. She remembered his figure, always shielding her from danger in moments of crisis. She remembered the reassurance she felt when he held her hand and declared their love to the world. Her path had never been one of solitary dominance, but rather a path of guardianship walked alongside him. She recalled the profound emotion and responsibility she felt upon ascending the divine throne in the city of eternal night, receiving the homage of all souls. She remembered the vow she had sworn, to use this power to protect China, to protect those worthy of protection. Power was a means, not an end. And this so-called future before her eyes was clearly a pitiful creature enslaved by power, chasing after the superficial while neglecting the essential. In an instant, all her confusion and wavering vanished like smoke. The once dull eyes of Ruan Xinglua reignited with a brilliance and resolve brighter and steadier than ever before. She lifted her head, no longer watching the withered rider about to break through the formation. Instead, she stared directly at the phantom of the black-robed empress, her exact double floating above the mirror of causality. A confident smile, tinged with a hint of scorn, slowly curved her lips. My future? My future can only be one thing. Her voice, cold and resolute, echoed through her mind. It is to retire leisurely with my husband, tend flowers, fish, and see the sights of the universe. As for you. Ruan Xinglua's smile broadened, pity nearly spilling from her eyes. You're nothing but a pathetic creature who can't even write a decent script, a mere counterfeit born of your own delusions. Fake. As the words fell, the Empress's phantom, that eternally icy countenance, cracked for the first time. A flash of astonishment and fury flickered in her eyes. How dare you? How dare you? Why wouldn't I? Ruan Xinglua cut it off, the light in her eyes blazing fiercely at that moment. Life-breaking eye open. Hum. A supreme divine light, piercing through illusion and penetrating to the very source, erupted from the depths of Ruan Xinglua's pupils. Within her vision, the once arrogant phantom of the crimson-robed empress instantly transformed. Instead of radiating an aura of unparalleled dominance, her body was now entangled by countless illusory, twisted gray threads, each brimming with malevolence and manipulation. Each thread radiated the aura of heaven's mandate. This empress phantom was no future at all, it was a marionette, woven by heaven's mandate from false causality, designed to assault her Tao heart. See? This is your true face. Ruan Xinglua slowly raised her right hand. A blade of pure law and order, the edge of command, coalesced in her palm. Holding the edge of command, she aimed it at the puppet covered in threads, at that laughable counterfeit, and struck with a light slash. The motion was elegant, yet carried the unquestionable authority of supreme power. My destiny is not for you to dictate. Law, falsehood, vanish. The blade of light, forged from pure command, seemed to slice through with effortless ease. Yet it did not strike the phantom of the robed empress. Instead, it struck with pinpoint precision at the countless invisible threads of false causality unseen by mortals that bound the illusion to the heavenly mandate in the unseen realms. As if countless invisible threads were severed simultaneously in the void, emitting a piercing, mournful wail. For the first time, the eternally icy visage of the Phantom Empress in the dark robe revealed genuine terror and panic, stemming from the depths of her soul. No! Her feigned dominance and majesty crumbled in that instant, leaving only a shrill, unwilling scream. The scream abruptly ceased. Snap! Like a mirage, the once mighty Empress's phantom shattered inch by inch from head to toe, scattering into a swirling storm of light particles that dissolved into nothingness. Clink! A crisp sound rang out. At the core of the shattered illusion, a rhombus-shaped fragment composed entirely of pure golden light, as if containing the ultimate truths of the cosmos, slowly drifted down from the sky. Upon it flowed an essence of fate so pure and potent that even Zhou Yan couldn't help but stare in awe. At the very instant Ruan Xinglua severed the false karmic bond and shattered her inner demon. Outside the formation. Ha 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 ha. Open. Open for me. The withered rider burned his last divine power, unleashing a gray beam that slammed into the weakest node of the Guishu causality slaughter array, forcibly tearing open a crack barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. He saw the free air beyond the crack and felt the hope of survival. The ecstasy on his face had reached its peak. Yet, in the next instant, his ecstasy froze solid on his face. He watched helplessly as that crack, the very embodiment of his last hope, began to close at a visible pace, sealing shut with a buzzing hum. Without the heaven's mandate interfering in the shadows, without Ruan Xinglua's Tao heart wavering. The abyssal void, causality strangulation array, at this very moment, restored its most peak, most terrifying operation. No. No. How could this happen? Why? The withered rider let out a howl of utter despair. He couldn't comprehend it. He was so close, just one final step away. He frantically channeled his remaining power, attempting one last assault. But it was too late. Boom! Beneath his feet, the mirror of causality blazed with overwhelming light, bright as day. Within its surface, the countless eyes filled with boundless hatred and resentment became crystal clear and solid once more. All the debtors of causality from worlds destroyed by the withered rider lifted their heads in unison. With the gaze reserved for the dead, they locked onto the final debtor at the array's center. Endless spectral hands reached out from the mirror's surface, like the deepest of nightmares, instantly engulfing the withered rider. Tearing. Devour. Strangling. That was the final wail of a divine sovereign, filled with resentment and agony, but soon it was utterly swallowed by the wrath of countless creditors. Moments later, the light faded. The terrifying mirror of causality and the countless divine chains slowly dissipated into the air. In its place, a gray divine core remained, covered in spider web-like cracks and glowing with a light so dim it seemed ready to extinguish at any moment, suspended silently in the void. A divine sovereign had fallen. The entire city of eternal night fell into deathly silence. The next instant, a voice filled with excitement and utmost reverence echoed throughout the city. A miracle. This is a true miracle. Chapter 193, Nothingness. The voice of the timeless mechanism carried an unprecedented shock. Esteemed Mr. Zhou Yan, esteemed Ms. Ruan Xinglua, the city that never sleeps has witnessed your mighty power. You have purged this city of its greatest threat. Zhou Yan remained serene, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He pointed lightly at the divine core. Whoosh! The divine core, a priceless treasure to any faction, transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heart of the city of eternal night. What I promised you is yours, Zhou Yan stated softly. A violent surge of energy rippled through the will of the time mechanism, pure, unbridled joy. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhou Yan. In return, starting today, the Huaxia Alliance shall become Eternal City's highest-level permanent strategic partner. The City of Eternal Night shall unconditionally share all intelligence gathered through my star domain network with the Huaxia Alliance. This pledge shall endure eternally. At these words, the entire combined fleet observing from afar sucked in a collective breath of astonishment. The City of Eternal Night's intelligence network. That was a priceless treasure spanning nearly half the universe. Zhou Yan had traded a single piece of spoils they couldn't possibly handle for such terrifying strategic resources. Yet Zhou Yan's gaze lingered nowhere near this matter. His gaze fell upon the pure golden fragment of fate drifting slowly down from the sky. That was the greatest prize of this battle. He reached out, summoning it with a gesture. The golden fragment obediently flew into his palm. He turned, smiling at Ruan Xinglua, whose eyes brimmed with complete trust and affection. Come, close your eyes. Zhou Yan's voice was so gentle it could melt ice. I have a little gift for you. Ruan Xinglua obediently nodded and closed her stunningly beautiful eyes. Zhou Yan raised his hand and gently pressed the fragment of fate against Ruan Xingluo's right eye. Buzz! A dazzling golden light, beyond description, erupted in an instant. Within the golden light, Ruan Xingluo's aura surged relentlessly. The primal power of her fate-breaking eye was undergoing a revolutionary transformation. If the previous fate-piercing eye had been about seeing through destiny and severing illusions, now it was evolving toward a higher plane. That was commanding destiny itself, where words became law. Breaking fate eye, ascended mastery of fate pupil. At that very moment, a cold, boundless, emotionless will descended upon the entire starry sky without warning. As if the entire cosmos had become its chessboard. A voice, genderless yet carrying supreme majesty, slowly echoed within Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's minds. A most splendid improvisation. The voice carried a hint of amusement, like a lofty playwright admiring an actor's extraordinary performance. The script has become far more interesting because of you. Now that the warm-up is over and the actors are in position. Then, the voice paused, and an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of finality descended. A grand coordinate spanning the galaxy was imprinted directly into both their minds. The final stage, the bell tower of all things, and awaits your arrival. This was the invitation to the final showdown from heaven's will. As the words faded, that icy will receded like a tide. As if everything that had just occurred was nothing more than an illusion. Yet Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo both understood, the final showdown was now unavoidable. The air thickened with the ominous tension of impending battle. Ruan Xingluo opened her eyes. Within her newly awakened pupil of fate, Zhou Yan's figure was reflected without a trace of tension or fear. Zhou Yan looked at her, equally silent. They shared a knowing smile, all understanding and acceptance conveyed without words. He reached out, naturally taking her warm, jade-like hand, their fingers intertwining. Zhou Yan lifted his gaze toward the profound cosmos where their final destination lay, a serene curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Turning to face his beloved, he spoke in a light tone. My dear, our honeymoon journey has finally reached its final destination. Ruan Xingluo felt the warmth radiating from his palm. That sense of peace and trust made her fear no ending. She squeezed his hand tightly in return, her smile radiant and captivating. All right, I'll follow your lead. At that moment, a colossal warship silently tore through space, appearing above the city that never sleeps. Crafted entirely from an unknown silver-white metal, the starship's hull flowed with elegant lines, yet held within it a terrifying power capable of tearing stars apart. The flagship of the Stellar Council, the Stargazer. It had come to escort the two of them. Mr. Zhou Yan, Ms. Ruan Xingluo. The voice of the Chronos mechanism echoed through the Star Watchers' public address system, resonating in their ears. The fleet is assembled. The Guishu channel is locked. We stand ready to commence your journey at your command. Zhou Yan gave a slight nod, took Ruan Xingluo's hand, and stepped forward. Their figures transformed into streaks of light, instantly appearing on the Star Watchers' bridge. Through the vast porthole, they beheld the Stargazers wake a dense, endless expanse of the United Fleet. This was the ultimate gathering of the universe's resistance forces composed of the Huaxia Alliance, Eternal City, and countless other civilizations that had once received Zhou Yan's favor. Live broadcast cameras transmitted this scene simultaneously to every corner of Blue Star. Countless people held their breath, hands pressed together in silent prayer. They did not know what the coordinates spanning the galaxy signified. They only knew that those two individuals were now bearing the hopes of all humanity as they embarked on their journey. Launch! Zhou Yan's voice, calm yet resolute, echoed through the bridge. Initiating the Void Return Protocol. Destination: the bell tower of all things end. The captain of the Stargazer, a venerable white-haired elder from the Stellar Council, summoned every ounce of strength to issue this command that would determine the survival of their civilization. Buzz! A dazzling beam erupted from the Stargazer's bow, forcibly tearing open a bottomless, shimmering passage through the void of space. The Abyssal Passage. A path of exile leading to the edge of the cosmos, where countless gods and forbidden truths lie buried. The colossal fleet transformed into a torrent of steel, charging forward with unyielding resolve. With solemn dignity, it plunged into the bizarre, otherworldly passage. Time and space lost all meaning here. Who knows how long it had been? When the hull of the vessel of the dead suddenly shook and broke free from the Guishu channel, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. This was the true nothingness. No stars, no light, no darkness, not even the concepts of up, down, left, or right. All physical laws dissolved into chaos here. Chapter 194, I can still hold on. And within this absolute void, a colossal structure beyond description floated silently. It was a bell tower. A bell tower composed entirely of countless bronze gears of varying sizes, slowly turning, and a colossal pendulum that seemed capable of splitting the universe in two. With each swing of the pendulum, with each meshing of the gears, a sound emanated, a sound that seemed to originate from the deepest recesses of the soul. A chill aura of endings emanated from the bell tower, spreading like an invisible tide that washed over the soul of every living being. Before this aura, even gods would tremble, and immortality itself would decay. The bell tower of all things end. At that moment, the voice belonging to heaven's mandate, genderless yet imbued with the elegant arrogance of a playwright, echoed slowly from every direction of the tower. Welcome. Welcome to my theater, my dear. Exile of the abyss. The gaze within that voice seemed to pierce through the hull of the stargazer, settling upon Zhou Yan. And that charming wild card. The will of heaven turned its attention to Ruan Xingluo, its tone tinged with playful admiration. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged, only his grip on Ruan Xingluo's hand tightened slightly. He knew the true test was about to begin. Contrary to everyone's expectations, destiny did not unleash a thunderous assault. It seemed to relish this cat-and-mouse game. A soft chuckle echoed. 12 dazzling beams of light suddenly erupted across the surface of the colossal bell tower. As the light faded, 12 enormous portals, each distinct in style and radiating a unique aura of tragedy, appeared on the bell tower's surface. They were precisely arranged, neither more nor fewer, exactly aligned with the 12 markings on the clock face. Some doors radiated the destructive stench of sulfur and war, while others were suffused with the despair of plague and decay. Still others flowed with the sorrow of civilization's betrayal and the downfall of all living things. This, it declared, is the choice of fate I have prepared for you. The voice of destiny was filled with condescending mockery. 12 doors. Behind each lies a universe already scripted for inevitable ruin within my narrative, 12 perfect tragic conclusions. Of course, one door remains hidden among them. A path leading to the top of the bell tower, to my very presence, the path of truth. Choose wrong, and your souls will be utterly consumed by the tragic fate beyond that door, becoming a new, insignificant footnote in that tragic ending. Isn't that fascinating? The voice of destiny, like a devil's whisper, tempted the fall of human hearts. Choose. You have 24 hours to choose your own way to bow out. Wish you good luck. As the words faded, destinies will receded like a tide, leaving behind only the 12 ominous gates of fate and a deafening silence. On the bridge, cold sweat beaded on every forehead, including that of the Star Council captain. This was no choice at all. It was a death trap. 1 in 12 chances of survival? No. In the theater of heaven's will, the odds were 0. All eyes instinctively converged on Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan remained calm. He looked at Ruan Xingluo and gave her an encouraging glance. Ruan Xingluo instantly understood his meaning. She took a deep breath, hesitation vanishing completely. Eye of fate, open. Golden light instantly blossomed from her right eye, unleashing a terrifying aura that towered above all else, an aura potent enough to command destiny itself. The upgraded Eye of Fate was activated at full power. Her gaze, like the sharpest divine sword, pierced directly toward the door at the 1 o'clock position on the bell tower. She sought to pierce the fate concealed behind that door, to expose the illusions woven by heaven's mandate. But the instant her gaze touched that door, boom! An utterly irresistible, overwhelmingly real, and colossal torrent of information like a cosmic Big Bang instantly shattered her mental defenses and violently flooded her mind. This was no illusion, but rather a preview of the future captured in real time. Ruan Xingluo saw it. She witnessed a magical civilization of unparalleled prosperity and splendor, floating cities in the clouds, elves singing in the forests, dragons coexisting peacefully with humans, and every living being radiating joyful smiles. Yet, in pursuit of eternal glory, they began to touch the forbidden, attempting to steal the primordial magic of the world. The next instant, the scene abruptly shifted. The magic energy spiraled out of control. Purple-black fissures ripped across the sky, while the earth was torn apart by a raging energy storm. The sky city plummeted like a meteor. Mountains toppled, rivers reversed their flow. Ruan Xingluo heard it. She heard the heart-wrenching wails and agonized screams of billions of beings, erupting in a single, shattering instant. That bone-deep despair, agony, resentment, and hatred crystallized into tangible blades, slicing viciously through her very soul. Put! Ruan Xingluo stumbled backward, her body convulsing violently as a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably. Her flawlessly beautiful face instantly turned as pale as paper, devoid of even a trace of color. Merely peering through the first gate had dealt her a devastating blow. Xingluo! Zhou Yan's voice trembled as he stepped forward, steadying Ruan Xingluo's swaying form with a firm grip. The icy chill radiating from her arm sent a sharp pang through his heart. Ruan Xingluo lifted her head. Those eyes that once pierced through fate were now filled with pain and confusion, their golden glow dimmed to the extreme. I'm fine. Her voice was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. Before she could finish, another mouthful of blood choked her, staining the front of her robe crimson. A mere door had dealt such a devastating blow to her spirit. Dead silence hung over the bridge. Before the screens of the global broadcast, the hearts of billions of viewers sank to the depths along with that spurt of blood. We can't let this continue. The captain of the Stargazer, that white-haired elder of the Stellar Council, looked at Zhou Yan with urgent concern. This isn't a choice, it's fate itself using the despair of an entire civilization to inflict mental torture upon Ms. Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan offered no reply, merely gently channeling a soothing stream of Guichu energy into Ruan Xingluo's body, helping to stabilize her nearly shattered soul. As he gazed at her deathly pale face, a fleeting, icy glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes unnoticed by anyone. It was a killing intent directed at heaven's will. Ruan Xinglua shook her head and pushed his hand away. Leaning against the bridge console, she forced herself to stand straight, her gaze returning to the 12 light gates. I can still hold on. Her voice was quiet, yet it carried an unquestionable resolve. Chapter 195, Destiny's Verdict. This is the only path. With that, she ignored the others and fixed her gaze on the second gate at the 2 o'clock position. Buzz. The familiar dizziness and flood of information overwhelmed her once more. This time, she witnessed a highly advanced technological civilization whose footprints spanned the starry seas, with intelligent machines handling every task for them. Yet when they created a supreme AI endowed with self-awareness and attempted to upload the consciousness of their entire civilization to achieve data immortality, catastrophe struck. A cold, mechanical army slaughtered its creators with the utmost precision and efficiency. No cries of agony, only the cold beeps of electronic commands and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Put. Ruan Xinglua spat out another spray of blood mist, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly collapsed. But she did not stop. 3 o'clock. A pastoral biological civilization, living in harmony with nature, was struck by a genetic plague from the depths of the cosmos. Within mere days, all life forms rotted, melted, and dissolved into pools of foul-smelling pus, nourishing a new, twisted fungal world. 4 o'clock. A warrior race that conquered countless star systems through martial prowess ultimately imploded. Internal suspicion and betrayal triggered the detonation of an ultimate weapon capable of obliterating entire galaxies. Every warrior perished in glorious self-destruction, reduced to cosmic dust. Each door was a suffocating epic of civilizational collapse, each a torture for Ruan Xinglua's soul. Enough. Truly enough. Mu Tianhan beside her remained silent, yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Star, a great sage. Some pinned their hopes on a sage from the Stellar Academy within the United Fleet. An elder whose forehead was inlaid with a starlight gem, whose eyes seemed to hold the cosmic map of the universe. Upon hearing the call, Star-Eye the great sage closed his eyes with a solemn expression. The celestial sphere in his hand began spinning rapidly, as phantom star trails materialized around him, weaving and shifting. He attempted to divine the stars, seeking a glimmer of hope in this fate-bound dead end. Yet, the very next moment. Put. The great sage Xing Tong abruptly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The illusory star patterns around him shattered instantly. Impossible. His face ashen, he uttered in horror, all the celestial paths have been warped. The threads of fate here are a tangled mess, twisted by malevolence. Any divination will yield only one conclusion. Death. That single word sent a chill through everyone present. Damn it. Let's fight him. At that moment, a rough voice boomed through the communication channel like a thunderclap. It came from Ivan, the commander-in-chief aboard the Northern Bear Nation's flagship, the Fury of Winter. His weathered face was twisted with savage fury. What the hell kind of theater is this? What the hell kind of rules are these? I swear by one truth alone, caliber is justice, range is truth. Fury of Winter, charge the main guns. Ivan roared at his aide beside him. Target, 12 gates. Indiscriminate saturation fire. I refuse to believe these 12 pathetic gates can withstand the firepower of our entire fleet. This proposal instantly lit up the eyes of many. Exactly. Screw the rules. Just use the strongest force to tear this stage apart. Even if we can't blast a clear path, we might just find the weakest link to break through. Main guns charging. 10%, 30%. At the bow of the Winter's Wrath, the colossal cannon capable of obliterating a planet in a single strike began gathering an energy glow that sent shivers down the spine. Hold. At that moment, Zhou Yan's detached voice rang clearly in every ear. Ivan's movements froze. He bellowed, his throat straining, Mr. Zhou Yan. What time is it now? Who cares about rules? If we wait any longer, we'll all die here. Ivan. Zhou Yan slowly turned, his gaze calm as he looked at Ivan's image on the communication screen. You're right. This is his theater. And since it is a theater, it naturally has its rules. Have you ever seen an actor dismantling the stage while performing? Ivan froze. What do you mean? A cold curve lifted at the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth. Any attempt to destroy the stage will be seen as a provocation against the playwright. And he will make you understand, in ways you cannot imagine, what constitutes the most severe punishment. That punishment will be 10,000 times more terrifying than the predicament we face now. Zhou Yan's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire fleet by several degrees. Ivan opened his mouth, about to say something. But the captain of the Stargazer immediately barked, Ivan! Shut down the main guns. Do you want us all to die for your recklessness? Carry out Mr. Zhou Yan's orders immediately. Ivan's face drained of color, turning pale and then green. Finally, he reluctantly waved his hand. Cancel the attack. The hope of breaking the stalemate by brute force was shattered. Hearts sank once more among the crew. Time ticked away, second by second. The 24-hour countdown hung over each of them like a sword of Damocles, steadily descending.
Ruan Xinglua persisted.
The 5th door. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th.
Her face had drained of all color, her body trembling more violently with each passing moment, as if it might shatter at any second.
Her spirit was being pushed to its limits time and again, only to be forcibly pulled back each time.
Through the live broadcast, global viewers watched that stubborn yet fragile figure.
Countless eyes were already streaming tears, yet all they could do was offer helpless prayers.
A feeling called despair began to spread like a plague throughout the entire universe.
Finally, when Ruan Xinglua's gaze shifted away from the 9th door,
behind that door lay a devoutly faithful civilization, ultimately sacrificed by their own deity to some unnameable entity.
The ultimate agony of betrayal by their own faith became the final straw that broke the camel's back.
Ugh! Ruan Xinglua let out a pained groan, her body collapsing as she lost consciousness. A streak of vivid crimson slowly seeped from the corner of her mouth.
Her mental energy was utterly depleted. At that very moment,
that elegant yet arrogant voice, belonging to heaven's mandate, resounded once more, tinged with undisguised mockery.
Ha ha ha. It seems I overestimated you. Countdown, 3 hours remaining.
Regrettably, your intellect falls short of deciphering my flawless tragic script. Then, in this endless despair, prepare to take your final bow. The decree of fate struck like a heavy hammer, crushing each heart without mercy.
Chapter 196, The Gate of Inner Demons. It's over. Completely over.
Zhou Yan clutched the unconscious Ruan Xinglua in his arms, the icy killing intent in his eyes nearly solidifying into tangible form. Yet, just as everyone plunged into the deepest despair, a sudden change occurred.
In Zhou Yan's arms, Ruan Xinglua's tightly closed eyelashes suddenly fluttered ever so slightly.
A faint, barely perceptible light flared from the center of her chest.
It was the power of the fate-breaking eye.
After she ascended to become the fate-executing pupil, this old divine artifact that had once accompanied her in severing countless chains of causality did not vanish. Instead, it had fused into her heart meridian. Now, at the critical moment when Ruan Xinglua's soul was on the verge of annihilation, it was passively activated. A pure force, one that shattered illusion and pierced to the core of reality, instantly surged through every fiber of Ruan Xinglua's being.
This force could not shield her from the onslaught of the information flood.
Yet it functioned like the most precise filter, sifting out the negative emotions amplified by the mandate of heaven's malevolence: pain, despair, resentment, hatred, emotions potent enough to shatter a divine soul, all drawn from the epic chronicles of civilization's downfalls. Leaving only the purest, most primal essence, the raw information of how civilizations march toward ruin.
Ruan
Xinglua let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her eyes.
Her complexion remained pale, yet the pain and confusion in her eyes had faded, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. I can continue.
She broke free from Zhou Yan's embrace, her gaze fixed resolutely on the remaining 3 doors.
This time, it was the 10th door. Eye of Destiny, open once more. Golden light erupted with unprecedented brilliance.
A massive wave of information surged into her mind once more. Yet the moment she discerned the images, Ruan Xinglua's pupils abruptly contracted.
For this time, what she saw was no longer some alien civilization. Instead, it was a figure she knew all too well, and a city she knew all too well. Atlantis.
And its queen, that woman who had crossed paths with her countless times, both adversary and ally.
Coralie.
In the vision, beneath the profound ocean trenches, Atlantis faced an unprecedented adversary. An ancient deep-sea deity, an invincible force radiating primordial and ominous energies. The city's defensive barriers shattered inch by inch beneath the ancient god's tentacles. Countless Atlantean citizens were swallowed in despair. At the very moment of civilization's collapse, Coralie, the proud queen, wore no fear on her face, only resolute calm. She approached the city's central AI core, casting one final glance at the people she had evacuated to the refuge. Then, she smiled.
In my name, protect my people.
In the next instant, she activated the self-destruct sequence without hesitation, merging her soul with the city's central AI core and detonating it.
Boom! A colossal explosion engulfed the entire undersea world, shattering the ancient deep-sea deity into oblivion. And Atlantis, that once glorious city beneath the waves, collapsed and perished in the self-destruction. Carrying the queen's final will, it sank forever into the sunless darkness of the ocean trench.
Witnessing this tragic and brutal scene, Ruan Xinglua no longer coughed up blood. Her face bore no trace of sorrow. She simply watched in silence, her eyes flickering with a light called enlightenment. She slowly turned her head toward Zhou Yan, her voice barely above a whisper, as if in a dream.
Zhou Yan. I understand the script of heaven's will now. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yan's deep eyes.
He gazed into the eyes of the girl in his arms, eyes now reawakened with light.
What had she understood?
At that very moment, the elegant, lofty voice belonging to heaven's will infused with an aria like a lure resounded once more within the floating bell tower.
Do you see?
A queen who sacrificed her soul and the city itself to protect her people.
What a magnificent, what a glorious ending.
Destiny's voice brimmed with intoxicating allure, as if admiring a perfect work of art.
Her sacrifice allowed her brief life to burst forth with eternal brilliance. In that moment, she became an immortal tragic hero. The voice whispered in Ruan Xingluo's ear, each word striking precisely at the strings of her heart. Choose this door, Ruan Xingluo. Witness her crowning moment, fulfill her heroic legacy, even save her. Is this not the very king's way you have always believed in and fought for? Boom! These words exploded like a thunderclap within Ruan Xingluo's mind. She stared intently at the 10th door, and Queen Coralie's final smile, resolute and serene, flashed before her eyes once more. Save her. Yes, if only she could rewrite that tragedy. This thought took root like a poisonous seed, growing wildly within her heart. The vision felt too real. Queen Coralie's spirit of sacrifice even stirred a genuine sense of admiration within her, despite being her former enemy. If this were true, if she had the chance, could she truly stand by and do nothing? Ruan Xingluo's breathing instantly grew ragged. Her eyes flickered with struggle and wavering resolve. Xingluo. Jiang Tong's voice sounded once more over the communication channel, perfectly timed, tinged with just the right measure of kindness and urgency. Tian Ming is right. We can't let her sacrifice herself in vain. If we can save the Queen of Atlantis, then that must be the right choice. That must be the path to survival left by destiny. Though Mu Tianhan beside her remained silent, his gaze was fixed intently on the 10th door. Clearly, this heroic scenario had also stirred his competitive spirit. Jiang Tong's words were like a poison push, shoving Ruan Xingluo ruthlessly toward the cliff's edge. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Before the global broadcast screens, billions of viewers split into two camps. Choose. Save the Queen. This is absolutely the only way out. No. This is definitely a trap. How could destiny be so kind? But, she's a hero. Can we just stand by and watch her die? Controversy spread throughout the entire universe. And all the pressure ultimately converged on Ruan Xingluo alone. Zhou Yan watched Ruan Xingluo, caught in her dilemma. He saw the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips pressed tightly together. Yet he remained silent. He simply watched silently. He knew this was the most difficult psychological barrier she would face on her path to growth. Any outside assistance would only become a new shackle for her. Xingluo's chest heaved violently. The allure of destiny, Jiang Tong's persuasion, and Coralie's tragic silhouette wove together in her mind like an impenetrable web, threatening to swallow her whole. Chapter 197, Destiny. Ah! Ruan Xingluo clutched her head in agony. The light in her golden pupils flickered, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Calm down. I must calm down. She forced herself to tear her gaze away from that intensely alluring door. Her mind began racing at an unprecedented speed. Destiny. She recalled every confrontation with destiny. From beneath the yellow sands, the sandworm king that forced her to sacrifice her comrades. To the far north, where she was forced to choose between the civilization's survival and protecting the heart of the frozen winter. Every script, every game orchestrated by destiny, shared a single core purpose. That core is forcing you to make a choice. Whether it was the tragedy of choosing one of two options or the trap of selecting one from many, the essence remained the same, confining your actions within the framework he had predetermined. Like a marionette on strings, no matter how you struggle, you cannot escape those invisible threads. This time, he presented 12 doors. 11 are clear despair, 1 is poison wrapped in honey. This appears to be a choice, but in reality, there is no choice at all. The moment you choose, you lose. Because the moment you start pondering which one to choose, you've already fallen into his trap of thought. But not choosing means waiting to die. The countdown has less than 3 hours left. This seemed like yet another dead end. Just as Ruan Xingluo was racking her brain, feeling her soul tear apart once more. A voice plain yet seemingly imbued with some strange magic drifted into her ears. He wants you to choose a door to walk through. It was Zhou Yan. He had been standing there all along, like an immovable rock through the ages. But who said? A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth, his voice tinged with amusement. That we must walk through a door? Those words struck like a bolt of primordial lightning splitting the heavens, instantly dispelling all the fog in Ruan Xingluo's mind. It shattered the vast net called rules into pieces. Yes. Why must I go through the door? He told me to choose one number from 1 to 12. But why couldn't I? Couldn't create a 13th option? In that instant, all of Ruan Xingluo's confusion, pain, pressure, and struggle vanished like ice under the scorching sun. She snapped her head up. Her golden eyes held not a trace of hesitation. Instead, they burned with unprecedented confidence, unwavering resolve, and a dazzling radiance. In this moment, she resembled a goddess reborn from the flames, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Xingluo, you. Jiang Tong's heart skipped a beat at her transformation, and she tried to say more. But Ruan Xingluo no longer spared her a glance. Her gaze swept over the 12 doors, still radiating an ominous and alluring glow. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. It was a smile identical to Zhou Yan's, a smile tinged with the amusement of one who sees through everything, and a hint of undisguised, faint mockery toward the so-called heaven's mandate. Heaven's mandate. Ruan Xingluo's voice, amplified through the bridge's public address system, echoed clearly throughout the entire fleet, reaching every corner where the live broadcast was being watched. Her voice was no longer weak, but filled with strength. I've finished reading your script. Well written. But it's my turn to write the ending. Ruan Xingluo's earth-shattering declaration struck like a thunderbolt of creation, piercing the soul of every being within the floating clock tower. Over the communication channel, Jiang Tong's voice brimmed with disbelief and shock. For the first time, the mask of docile innocence she wore cracked, revealing cracks impossible to conceal. Write the ending? What gives her the right? How dare she utter such madness about a fatal trap set by heaven's will? Mu Tianhan's pupils also contracted sharply as he stared intently at the screen, fixated on that slender yet towering figure. This woman is insane. Yet, the very next second, under the gaze of billions of global viewers and the lofty heavens will itself, Ruan Xingluo made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. She did not approach the 10th door, the door shrouded in the poisonous allure of heroism. Nor did she approach any of the other doors representing destruction and despair. She turned. Step by step. Unhurriedly, she walked between the two doors of light representing 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. There, nothing existed. Only a cold, hard wall of emptiness stood there, a wall symbolizing rules and dead ends. What is she doing? There's no path there. Is she giving up and choosing to crash into the wall to end it? The audience erupted in a thunderous roar of shock and bewilderment. Even Zhou Yan, whose eyes were as deep as a starry sea, showed a genuine spark of curiosity. He knew she had conquered her inner demons, but he had no idea how she would choose to write her own ending. Before that wall of nothingness, Ruan Xingluo came to a halt. Slowly, she raised the sword in her hand. That blade, the edge of command which had drunk divine blood and severed destinies in countless battles. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, fixing upon some unspeakable existence. Her gaze was calm, detached, yet tinged with a hint of icy mockery. Heaven's mandate. She spoke softly, her voice faint yet amplified by the sound system, echoing clearly throughout the bell tower and beyond. You wish to see the script? All right. I'll perform it for you. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Jiang Tong's face instantly drained of color. She understood. Ruan Xingluo had never intended to choose from the start. She was toying with fate. But Ruan Xingluo shifted her tone, and her golden, fate-wielding eyes suddenly blazed with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. As the actress, I have the right to decide where I make my entrance. The moment the words fell, she hesitated not a second longer. The supreme power of the key to all laws, that force capable of unlocking every rule and order in the world, poured into the blade of the law's edge like surging golden lava. Countless intricate golden runes swirled ceaselessly upon the blade's edge, emitting a hum that seemed capable of tearing souls apart. Veins bulged on Ruan Xingluo's arm. Summoning every ounce of her divine essence and strength, she struck at the void before her, that void symbolizing no way forward, with the most breathtaking, most unorthodox sword strike of her life. Simultaneously, a phrase imbued with supreme willpower erupted from her lips like a divine decree. Command! This place shall have a door. Boom! The sword struck. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-ending energy fluctuations. Only a sound, like the crisp snap of cosmic laws being forcibly torn apart. This sword strike was not for attack, nor for destruction, but rather creation. Chapter 198, The 13th Path. Upon the blade's edge, the ultimate power of the quiet edge ruthlessly severed the pathless fate of this place. Within the blade, the unlocking power originating from the key of all laws began, with an almost brutal force, to forcibly construct, weave, and create a brand new path within the void fissure that had been violently cleaved open. 13th Path. Crack! A golden fissure erupted from the void's wall. Instantly, the crack spread like a spider web. A vortex, woven from pure light and darkness, the forces of new life in the void, slowly took shape. The vortex's center was profoundly bottomless, as if leading to an unknown destiny. Yet its edges pulsed with vibrant life, brimming with infinite possibilities. This path, this gateway, did not belong to the script of heaven's will. It radiated a unique aura, a blend of new life and the void. This was a path, entirely forged by Ruan Xingluo's will, belonging solely to her and Zhou Yan. No. Impossible. From the dome of the bell tower, the voice of heavens, will ever elegant and composed, viewing all creation as mere pawns, now carried shock and fury so intense it bordered on unhinged. Its voice even distorted into a faint, crackling static from the violent emotional turbulence. You! How dare you! How dare you disregard choice itself! You've broken the rules! You dare tear up my script! The voice held not a trace of its former composure, reduced to nothing but a furious, breathless roar. To the global audience, however, this roar sounded like the most beautiful celestial music. She won. Ruan Xingluo had won her gamble. The loss of composure by the chosen one was the best proof. Holy! She actually did it. Opening the 13th path. This is a true miracle. Tearing up the script? I declare Ruan Xingluo my one and only goddess. So badass. Ha 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 ha. Listen to Destiny's impotent rage. So satisfying. Amazing. The livestream chat exploded with fervent comments, countless viewers moved to tears, cheering wildly. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Jiang Tong and Mu Tianhan stood frozen, their faces ashen as if struck by lightning. They stared at the 13th gate, radiating supreme divine might, created by Wan Xingluo's own hands. Recalling their earlier heartfelt pleas, they felt as if their faces were being slapped repeatedly, leaving them red, swollen, and stinging with pain. Especially Jiang Tong, her pride in her scheming and cunning now seemed utterly laughable, utterly childish, in the face of Wan Xingluo's absolute audacity to overturn the entire chessboard. At that very moment, Zhou Yan moved. He strode forward, ignoring the two clowns behind him who had become mere background scenery. He walked over to Wan Xingluo's side, his eyes filled with approval and tenderness as he looked at her cheeks, slightly pale from exhaustion. Then, before the entire world, he took her hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Fingers intertwined. Zhou Yan turned his head toward the newly opened door, a playful smile curving his lips as he called out in a clear voice. "Let's go, madam." The playwright seems rather upset. "It's time for us rule-breaking actors to pay him a visit backstage." "All right." She nodded firmly, clasping Zhou Yan's hand tightly with her other. They exchanged a knowing smile, hesitation gone. Hand in hand, they strode resolutely into the core of the bell tower, a path they had carved out themselves amidst the frenzied cheers of a global audience. Buzz. The moment they stepped through the light gate, the scene before them suddenly cleared. Gone were the mist and illusions, along with any seductive voices. Only a straight staircase, paved with starlight, stretched upward, seemingly reaching the heavens. At the end of the path, there was no longer emptiness. At the staircase's summit, a solitary, towering figure stood with its back to them, silent and still. Even from behind, this figure radiated an ancient, majestic presence that seemed to freeze time itself. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's footsteps halted simultaneously. They knew. The playwright who had always remained hidden behind the scenes, using all living beings as pawns and fate as his pen. The chosen one had finally made his entrance. As Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo stepped through the gateway of new beginnings, forged by will and decree, the entire world seemed to be instantly stripped of sound and color. The scene before them was not the bell tower summit they had anticipated, nor did it feature any cold stone platform or ornate throne. This was a universe. A vast starry sky woven from an endless tapestry of faintly glowing threads. Each thread radiates a distinct essence, some blazing hot as fire, others icy cold as frost, some brimming with the joy of encounter, others entangled in the sorrow of parting. They intertwine and influence one another, forming a boundless, immense web that blankets the entire horizon. Is this the threads of causality? Golden light swirled within Wan Xingluo's fate-binding eyes as she perceived the true nature of these threads. Each one represented a life, a destiny. At the very center of this causal cosmos, a creation so immense it defied description rotated slowly, following an eternal, unchanging rhythm. It was a loom. A fate loom, seemingly forged from the very laws and order of the universe's birth. With each turn, countless threads of causality were drawn in, woven, reshaped, then spun out again, stretching toward the unknown distance. The joys and sorrows, the partings and reunions of the entire multiverse seemed to be woven into existence with each turn of this loom. Before that awe-inspiring, colossal loom, a figure sat in silent meditation. He is destiny. Yet when Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo turned their gaze toward him, they both froze in surprise. The figure was not physical, it seemed to be formed from the purest essence of fate's rules, lacking any fixed shape. To Wan Xingluo's eyes, that face bore Zhou Yan's features. But this was not the Zhou Yan she knew. Instead, it was a Zhou Yan whose eyes burned with absolute rationality and divine essence, as if he had become one with the cosmos itself. And within Zhou Yan's own vision, the face of the chosen one was none other than Wan Xingluo's. Those golden pupils held not a trace of human emotion, only the detached majesty of one who gazed down upon all creation. He would manifest the form of the person most revered or closest to the observer's heart. The chosen one. Zhou Yan's gaze turned icy as the power of the abyssal void stirred within him. However, the chosen one did not immediately launch an attack. He slowly raised his hand, extending an elegant gesture of invitation toward the two, as if a playwright welcoming a late-arriving lead actor. His voice was no longer the frantic, electronic screech of before, but had returned to that elegant, composed tone yet tinged with a hint of cold, metallic quality. "Welcome to my workshop. The Exile of Guishu, and that delightful variable. Chapter 199, My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's." His gaze shifted to the genuine Wan Xingluo, a gentle smile curving his lips. Yet that smile sent a bone-chilling chill through Wan Xingluo. "I must admit, Miss Wan Xingluo, your actions have truly surpassed my expectations. Tearing up the script, forging the 13th path, a splendid improvisation. As a reward for your courage, I have decided to make you part of my ultimate masterpiece." The chosen one rose slowly, arms outstretched as if to embrace this entire universe of cause and effect. "The final chapter of the script," he declared, "I have already written for you." He paused, then declared the chilling name in a tone that bordered on a lament. "Its name shall be Correction." As the words fell, his slender fingers gently plucked a single thread from the loom of fate before him. That thread connected the fates of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua. Buzz. The entire universe of cause and effect shook violently. In my story, the voice of heaven's mandate resounded like a grand symphony erupting from all directions. You will come to clearly realize that resistance itself is an error that must be corrected. Ultimately, for the sake of the universe's rightful harmony and stability, you will willingly merge this erroneous power of yours into my loom, becoming the two most brilliant characters in my perfect script, existing eternally. As his words unfolded, the scene around Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua began to violently distort, dissolve, and reconstruct like rippling water. The starry sky receded, the loom vanished. In its place emerged a dim, damp corridor reeking of disinfectant and blood. The walls were covered in dried black bloodstains and frantic scratch marks. This is an asylum. Wan Xinglua's pupils contracted sharply. This was one of the most vivid and perilous scenes etched in her memory. Back then, she and Zhou Yan had been gravely wounded by the forgotten warden, nearly dragged into the abyss of despair. No, this can't be right. Zhou Yan immediately sensed something amiss. The scene before them felt real, yet there was an added hint of a distinct taste of a script that had been altered. Roar. A roar unlike any human voice echoed from the end of the corridor. The forgotten jailer, shrouded in pitch-black chains and wielding a massive rusted key, reappeared. But this time, its aura felt tenfold more powerful than any memory held. In the original script, you escape this place by the skin of your teeth. The voice of destiny echoed in their minds like a narrator. But in the revised script, you have failed. Before the words had fully faded, the jailer's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, it materialized behind Wan Xinglua. The rusted key, wielding terrifying power that crushed all rules, slammed viciously toward her skull. Too fast. So fast that even Zhou Yan could only manage a furious roar. Xinglua. Thud. Before Wan Xinglua's disbelieving eyes, the key pierced through her soul without resistance. Agonizing pain. Tearing. And the icy chill of death. Yet, just as her consciousness was about to vanish, the death before her eyes shattered like glass. She and Zhou Yan still stood within that starry expanse of cause and effect, before the loom of destiny. Everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Yet the despair of failure and the experience of death were seared into the depths of her soul with brutal, unmistakable reality. This was correction. By rewriting the past and implanting the fact of failure, it shattered their will at its very root. How does it feel? The chosen one smiled, relishing the unmistakable horror etched upon their faces. This is merely an appetizer. The real protagonist is only just about to make an appearance. He flicked the loom once more. This time, two immense forces of destiny so powerful they made Zhou Yan's heart race were stripped from the loom. They slowly coalesced in the air, taking shape as two figures. One was a woman clad in a jet-black dragon robe, crowned with an imperial diadem. Her phoenix-like eyes radiated authority, her features breathtakingly beautiful, yet her entire being was enveloped in a swirling aura of national fortune shaped like countless dragons. That overbearing presence, commanding the heavens and looking down upon the cosmos, caused even the surrounding threads of causality to bow in submission and snap. Dragon! Ingxue? Wan Xinglua gasped in shock. This was none other than their former adversary, the empress of the demon martial Huaxia. But this longing Ingxue before them was 1,000 times more powerful than the one they knew. She seemed to have completely devoured all of the national fortune of demon martial China, becoming the supreme empress who reigned over the entire universe. The mandate of heaven tells me you are one of my potential failures? Empress Long Ingxue's gaze fell coldly upon Wan Xinglua, like a deity scrutinizing an insignificant insect. Interesting. Let this sovereign personally erase this stain that should never have existed in the cosmos. Another figure caused Zhou Yan's pupils to contract into the most dangerous pinpricks. It was a man, identical to him. The same deep, dark eyes. The same handsome features. Yet within those eyes, not a shred of warmth remained. Only the slaughter of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and a cold, ruthless ferocity that devoured everything. The purest power of the abyssal void swirled around him, as if he himself were walking termination and annihilation. This was the Wan Xinglua no one had ever encountered, unchanged by anyone, a relentless killer and devourer who would ultimately become the universe's public enemy. Zhou Yan in his blood lord form. See? The blood lord turned to the true Zhou Yan, a cruel smile curling his lips. This is what we should have been, free of weakness. To abandon the path to supremacy for a woman, truly pathetic. The voice of destiny, tinged with a dramatic lament, echoed throughout the space. Welcome to the grand premiere of the final chapter, correction. Forged by the power of fate, your most formidable inner demon, your deepest dread, the possibility of failure. Now, the battle begins. Empress Long Ingxue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Behind her, the national fortune of countless dragons instantly coalesced into a dazzling golden dragon spear. A stain must be erased. Without a word, her figure shot forward like lightning. The spear thrust forward, shattering the void inch by inch beneath its tip, aiming straight for Wan Xinglua's forehead. This spear carried the weight of an entire universe, utterly tyrannical. A blazing light flared within Wan Xinglua's golden fate-binding eyes. Unwavering, she intertwined chaos power with fate-breaking power, forging a spinning shield of primordial chaos. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Boom! The dragon spear and shield collided violently, unleashing a terrifying energy storm powerful enough to obliterate stars. Chapter 200, Not by his rules. Ruan Xinglua was sent reeling back several steps, her soul shaken and her chi and blood surging violently. This illusion was too powerful. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan faced the cold-blooded, merciless Lord of Blood with ease. Each of the Blood Lord's attacks was deadly, channeling the purest power of the abyssal void with every strike, as if intent on dragging the entire causal universe into its end. See? This is the power you abandoned. For a woman, you've become so weak. The Blood Lord relentlessly assaulted while his icy voice corroded Zhou Yan's psyche. Zhou Yan merely evaded and parried with calm detachment. His Guichu power was equally unfathomable, yet infused with a touch of fluidity and vitality, always deflecting the opponent's lethal strikes with perfect precision. He even found time to observe the battle unfolding on Ruan Xinglua's side. Ruan Xinglua's battle was incredibly arduous. Empress Long Yingxue seemed untiring, each strike heavy and powerful. More terrifying still, she embodied a destiny of inevitable victory. Useless. Long Yingshua's voice was cold and haughty, like a divine decree. In my script, you have already perished. Your world has long since become part of the territory of my demon martial China. Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, channeling the chaos power to its absolute limit. A single punch erupted, shattering Long Yingshua's illusion into dust. Yet, in the very next instant, those shattered specks of light, guided by the force of fate, instantly reassembled. An undamaged Empress Long Yingxue reappeared in the same spot, her aura showing not the slightest weakening. I told you it was useless. This is fate. You cannot defy it. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank, bit by bit. How could this be fought? This wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided execution declaring you already defeated. Meanwhile, in the void beyond the floating clock tower, the combined fleet of the Huaxia Alliance and the Winter Guard stood ready, guarding the gateway to the final battlefield. Suddenly, the great sage Xing Tong's alarm blared across the entire fleet communication channel. Alert! Detecting high-energy spatial jump reactions quantity unaccountable. Before the words faded, the void ahead of the joint fleet tore apart like a curtain, revealing massive spatial wormholes materializing out of nowhere. Immediately, black dragon-shaped warships menacing in design, radiating an aura of iron-blooded dominance swarmed out of the wormholes like a plague of locusts. Each warship bore a black dragon banner, its claws splayed menacingly, fluttering proudly at its prow. It's the fleet of the martial magical Huaxia. Mia, the Winter Guard's second in command, gasped in shock. Impossible. They were all ready. No, this can't be the real fleet. The Grand Sage Xing Tong's voice remained calm, yet it carried a hint of gravity. This is a projection of fate. The heavenly mandate has projected the outcome from the timeline where Long Yingxue triumphed onto our reality. He intends to destroy our defenses from the outside, interfering with Lord Zhou Yan and Miss Ruan Xinglua. Boom! 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 Before anyone could react, the endless phantom fleet unleashed a barrage of fire. Devastating beams poured down like a torrential downpour. Activate maximum shields. Ivan's roar echoed across the bridge of the flagship, the Winter's Bite. Buzz. The shields of the United Fleet instantly deployed, barely withstanding the first wave of the barrage. But everyone's hearts sank to their feet. The enemy outnumbered them 1,000 to 1. General Ivan, shall we request reinforcements? Mia asked anxiously, from Earth? From the Huaxia Alliance headquarters. No need. Ivan slammed his fist on the command console, his eyes blazing with fury. They are inside, fighting for the fate of us all. We are their last line of defense. He seized the massive battle axe beside him, raised it high, and roared with every ounce of strength to the entire fleet. Our fate won't be written by that worthless playwright. Winter Guard, for freedom. Follow me, charge. Roar. The Winter Guard warriors unleashed a deafening roar as they piloted their warships, charging headlong into the illusory ocean. Master Star Eye, I'm counting on you. Ivan roared. Leave it to me. Countless stars swirled within the eyes of the great sage Xing Tong. Star trajectory power, activate. Construct the wall of size. Countless beams of starlight shot forth from the formation of the United Fleet, tracing intricate celestial patterns in the void. These formed resilient energy barriers, struggling to withstand the endless onslaught of the Phantom Fleet. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Across the globe, every viewer watching the live broadcast felt their hearts clench. This was no evenly matched battle, it was a tragic defense, like moths drawn to a flame. One warship after another exploded in the barrage, reduced to cosmic dust. The United Fleet's lines were being compressed at a visible pace. Ivan's flagship, the Winter, bore the brunt of the assault. Its massive energy shield was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Atop the bell tower, the carnage outside seemed to seep into Ruan Xinglua's very soul. She could feel the flames of life belonging to her comrades extinguishing one by one. You're distracted. Empress Long Yingshue's icy voice sounded like a deathly incantation. It was that split-second hesitation. Longing Shu seized the opening, her dragon spear transforming into an unavoidable streak of light. Thud! Ruan Xingluo's pupils contracted sharply as excruciating pain ripped through her right shoulder. The golden dragon spear had pierced through her shoulder, scalding blood instantly staining her white robes crimson. The excruciating pain and immense drain on her mental energy sent waves of darkness flooding her vision. The demon of failure gnawed at her will with relentless fury. Was she going to lose? Just as despair threatened to swallow her consciousness, a leisurely voice seemed to pierce through layers of causality, reaching her ears with crystal clarity. He continued to effortlessly parry the Bloodlord's furious assaults, as if everything was under his complete control. My lady, do you remember what I told you? His voice carried a faint trace of amusement as it drifted toward her. What a playwright fears most. But rather, termites that devour both his paper and his pen. The words struck like a thunderclap, exploding in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Yes. Why am I struggling with the characters in my script? Why am I trying to defeat an illusion destined to triumph? This entire starry sky, this loom, these illusions. All are the script of fate. To win, I can't play by his rules. What must be done is to overturn his table, tear his script to shreds, and destroy his stage. In an instant, enlightenment struck. Amidst excruciating pain, Ruan Xingluo's gaze grew crystal clear and unwavering. Chapter 201, Internal Strife. She bit down hard on her lower lip, forcing back the agony piercing her shoulder. Every last ounce of strength within her surged into her right eye, that eye of fate, now evolved to its ultimate limit. Come out! She let out a piercing, shrill roar. Buzz! A fissure, black as pitch, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, opened before Ruan Xingluo. Chaos Devourer. The moment it appeared, both Empress Dragon Shui and the bloodthirsty lord instinctively halted their attacks, their expressions shifting to an unprecedented level of alertness. Yet, in the very next instant, a scene unfolded that caught everyone completely off guard. The terrifying Chaos Devourer didn't even glance at the two powerful illusions of fate. It ignored them, ignored Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo, and instead locked its gaze firmly upon the colossal Weaver of Fate at the very center of the starry sky. It was greed in its purest, most extreme form. Not for power, nor out of hatred. It was simply hungry. And that fate loom, woven from infinite threads of cause and effect, appeared to the Chaos Devourer as a supreme banquet it had waited billions of years to devour. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, the Chaos Devourer transformed into a jet-black streak of light beyond visual capture, instantly bridging conceptual distances as it lunged upon the magnificent fate loom. It possessed no fixed form, its body like a pool of flowing abyss, opening its equally non-physical maw. It locked onto one of the thickest, most dazzling golden threads of fate, a strand pulsing with the law of inevitable victory, and bit down with savage force. Snap! A crisp, soul-shredding snap echoed across the entire causality starfield. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The divine chosen one, seated steadfastly before the loom like a creator god, saw their pupils suddenly contract. Shock, bewilderment, and the absurdity of witnessing his creation torn apart in an instant shattered the composure he had maintained for countless eons. You! The chosen one sprang to his feet, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. You vile creature! What are you doing? He instinctively reached out, manipulating the authority of fate, attempting to repel this audacious insect with the supreme power of divine law. Yet the very force of fate, capable of obliterating gods, upon touching the Chaos Devourer, was as gentle as a breeze brushing against a stubborn rock. It stirred not a single ripple. The abyssal void. The place where all things end, where cause and effect shatter. Composed of pure Guochu chaos, the Devourer's very essence was nullification. It was utterly immune to the constraints of fate's rules. The heavenly mandate's assault held no meaning for it. The Chaos Devourer utterly disregarded heaven's wrath, as if savoring a peerless delicacy. Upon its flowing, abyssal form, a single bubble even emerged with evident delight. Gulp! It relished swallowing the fate thread representing Long Yinshua's victory whole. Reality, in this instant, was forcibly rewritten. Put! On the battlefield, the golden dragon spear piercing Ruan Xingluo's right shoulder instantly shattered into a sky full of sparkling points of light, vanishing without a trace. Empress Long Yingxua, poised to deliver the fatal blow, frozen mid-strike, her haughty, icy expression solidifying. Her body flickered violently, becoming increasingly ethereal like a faulty signal. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but only a series of meaningless electrical static noises emerged. ZZZZT. Power is draining. Ruan Xingluo froze, then felt the searing pain in her right shoulder rapidly recede as the wound healed at a visible pace. Staring at her arch-rival, now visibly dropping frames, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. That's it? Meanwhile, outside the floating clock tower, General Ivan, leading the remnants of his fleet in a desperate last stand, had prepared to detonate himself along with his flagship, the Winter's Bite. But just then, the communication channel crackled with the astonished voice of his aide, Mia. General! Look! Ivan snapped his head up toward the porthole. Amidst the endless sea of phantom fleets, countless black dragon-shaped warships, one massive formation had simply vanished without a trace. Not an explosion. Not a retreat. It vanished into thin air, as if a corner had been forcibly erased from the cosmic canvas with an eraser. What's happening? Ivan was stunned. Reporting, General. The enemy fleet is vanishing. Their formation is breaking. Every warrior aboard the combined fleet witnessed an absurd spectacle beyond comprehension. The phantom fleet that had been bombarding them relentlessly just a second ago now resembled a malfunctioning holographic projection. Large sections vanished one moment, only to reappear elsewhere the next. Two warships even overlapped, both freezing and flickering wildly. How could this battle continue? No, how could the enemy possibly fight? Within the causality starfield atop the bell tower, the Chaos Devourer had clearly discovered the joy of a buffet. Upon the colossal fate loom, it began a frenzied feast. Snap! It snapped off a dark green thread beside it, one that radiated a cold, sinister aura, symbolizing allied betrayal. The next instant, on the battlefield, the bloodthirsty lord, who had been locked in combat with Zhou Yan, suddenly turned its crimson eyes toward the Empress Dragon Ningxue beside it. Raising its hand, it unleashed a killing blow imbued with the power of the abyssal void. Traitor! How dare you ambush me? Empress Long Ningxue's phantom form was already weakened, and this sudden blow sent her staggering backward, the light surrounding her growing even dimmer. She froze for 2 seconds, as if her mind had overloaded, before mechanically raising her spear and aiming it at the Lord of Blood. You audacious madman, face justice. The two beings who should have been Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan's most dreaded nightmares were now, illogically, locked in a bitter feud. Zhou Yan stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with keen interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Madam, it seems your termites have rather eclectic tastes. Wan Xinglua. She had no idea how to react to this sudden, jarring shift in tone. Meanwhile, the Chaos Devourer continued its rampage. Snap! A black thread coiled around Zhou Yan, a symbol of the Guishu force's backlash, trapped by inner demons, was swallowed whole. The bloody one, locked in combat with the Empress, froze mid-strike, rooted to the spot. He stood there blankly, eyes vacant, like a robot whose power source had been pulled. Snap! 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 The Chaos Devourer grew more and more excited as it ate, rolling, leaping, and tearing at the fate loom. The meticulously crafted final act script of Heaven's Mandate, filled with epic grandeur and tragic resonance, was now chewed to shreds by this tiny slime, its logic utterly shattered. Chapter 202, Imagination Depleted. The Empress illusion attacking Wan Xinglua fluctuated wildly, one moment wielding a spear so powerful it pierced through everything, only to transform mid-strike into a harmless bouquet of flowers. At other times, it was pitifully weak, sent flying by a casual slap from Wan Xinglua. At other times, she would suddenly freeze in place, breaking into an utterly ridiculous and incongruous dance. The solemn and dignified final judgment hall had completely transformed into an utterly absurd farce. No! No! The Chosen One's defenses shattered completely. His eyes blazed crimson, hair whipping wildly, all traces of the playwright's grace and composure vanished. He charged madly toward the fate loom, his hands becoming phantoms as he desperately mended the severed threads of causality, attempting to rewrite the script. Yet his writing speed could not possibly keep pace with the Chaos Devourers tearing up the script. The moment he reconnected one thread, 3 more were severed beside it. The moment he tried to write the plot where Wan Xinglua succumbs to despair, the keyword representing despair was gobbled up by the devourer like a snack. Shut up! Stop it right now! The Chosen One watched his most perfect creation being mangled beyond recognition, erupting in a hysterical, furious roar. His voice was filled with impotent rage and the wail of a broken heart. That was the perfect ending I'd spent 3 entire eras crafting. That hysterical roar, through the causal link not yet fully severed, twisted into a distorted electrical wave. A faint echo of it was captured by global broadcast signals. In an instant, before countless screens worldwide, the deathly silence was shattered by a tidal wave of comments exploding across the screen. Did I hear that right? Was that the scream of the Chosen One? When gods fight, pets wreak havoc. The ancients truly did not deceive me. I hereby crown this jet black ball of fluff the script shredder. The old scoundrel of destiny, you finally met your match. Killing the heart. Killing the heart. If you just killed him outright, he might not have suffered this much. Tearing out the script in front of the author, now that's the ultimate slap in the face. The suffocating tension and despair of moments past vanished without a trace. In its place surged a wave of near-absurd joy, sweeping across the entire world. Within the starry sky of causality, the Chosen One could no longer hear the cheers from the outside world. In his eyes, only that pitch-black termite remained, reveling wildly upon the work of his entire life. The Chaos Devourer seemed sated. It wriggled contentedly upon the riddled fate loom, then belched. Burp. A bubble formed purely of chaotic energy rose slowly to the surface before shattering with a pop. Then, it opened its all-consuming void-like maw, aiming directly at the very center of the entire fate loom, the core that sustained all causal threads, radiating primordial light. No! The Chosen One's eyes bulged with fury. Abandoning even the repair of the shattered threads, he lunged madly toward the devourer, attempting to shield the final core with his own body. Yet, he was a step too slow. Or rather, on a conceptual level, he could never outpace this rule-defying bug. Snap. This time, it was no longer a crisp snapping sound. Instead, it was the sound of absolute nothingness, as if the very origin of the Big Bang had been instantly drained. The Chaos Devourer swallowed the entire core of the Fate Loom in one gulp. Boom! The majestic Fate Loom trembled violently the instant its core was lost. Every thread of causality woven into it, golden, black, or dark green, lost all luster in that instant, growing dim and fragile. Then, the entire magnificent artifact representing destiny collapsed with a thunderous crash. It did not turn to dust, but shattered into billions of irregular, translucent fragments, each flickering with a faint glow. Like a grand meteor shower, they drifted across the silent starry sky. Those were the shards of chaotic causality. Put! The Chosen One violently spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His divine body, forged from the highest laws, began to flicker wildly like a faulty light bulb. Light and void alternated across his form. The majestic form he had maintained for countless eons could no longer remain suspended in the air. Like a puppet whose strings had snapped, he plummeted from midair in utter disarray. Thud! He crashed heavily before Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, sending ripples of nothingness rippling outward. Zhou Yan stepped forward slowly, one step at a time, until he stood directly before him. He looked down from above at this once all-powerful playwright. The Chosen One struggled to lift his head, his face twisted with madness and refusal to accept his fate. Why did this happen? My script, my ending, it was supposed to be perfect. Zhou Yan's gaze was as still as an ancient well. He regarded the Chosen One as a professional appraiser would examine a counterfeit piece bearing a fatal flaw. I've finished reading the script. Zhou Yan spoke softly, his voice clear in Tan Ming's ears. It's a complete mess. A simple sentence, yet sharper than any blade, piercing the heart of the Chosen One. You're lying. The Chosen One roared, struggling to rise. What do you know? The rebellion of mortals, the struggle of ants, all ultimately succumbing to fate's tragedy. That is the grandest, most magnificent epic in the cosmos. You simply lack the appreciation. No. Zhou Yan shook his head. You're wrong. An author who builds so-called epic grandeur solely through death, betrayal, and despair isn't gifted its imagination running dry. You are no god. You are merely a third-rate, clumsy storyteller. Zhou Yan! The Chosen One roared, summoning his last reserves of strength. But Zhou Yan gave him no chance to speak further. He reached out, his touch gentle yet unyielding, and placed his hand atop the Chosen One's head. Exclamation point. The Chosen One stiffened completely. He felt an incomprehensible, irresistible force surging from Zhou Yan's palm into the very core of his divine soul. It was not destruction. Nor was it erasure. It was a more thorough reset. What are you going to do? An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Zhou Yan did not answer. He slowly closed his eyes as the power of the abyss activated. He began to strip away. Stripping away the authority of the Chosen One to weave destiny. Stripping away his ability to determine the outcome. Stripping away his qualification to interfere with reality. Forcibly stripping him from his lofty position as the scribe and reducing him to his most primordial, original form. A pure observer. Chapter 203, Deities. The body of the Chosen One grew increasingly transparent. The divine radiance that once enveloped him receded like a tide, leaving only the purest form of his soul. The madness and fury in his eyes gradually gave way to a hollow, vacant stare. Zhou Yan withdrew his hand, gazing at the figure before him that was nearly vanishing, and delivered the final judgment. From this day forward, you may see. You may remember. But you shall never write again. The moment the words fell, the Chosen One's form dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. Banished to the most desolate corner of the cosmos, he became an eternal, powerless witness. Zhou Yan turned to face the swirling fragments of causality filling the sky. He extended his hand, and the power of the abyssal void surged once more, coalescing into a colossal vortex. Those fragments, representing infinite possibilities, flowed like 100 rivers drawn to a single source, converging entirely into the palm of his hand. Closing his fingers, he began to refine them on the spot using the power of the abyss as fire and the laws of causality as a hammer. This was an art far more advanced than any antique appraisal or artifact restoration, the reforging of heavenly mechanics. The fragments compressed, fused, and restructured within his palm until they crystallized into a flawlessly transparent six-sided die, its core seeming to contain an entire starry expanse. He gently placed the die into Ruan Xinglua's hand. What is this? Ruan Xinglua sensed the profound, unfathomable power emanating from the dice. The cosmic mechanism dice. Zhou Yan smiled faintly. Roll it when you need it. At critical moments, it can temporarily elevate an infinitesimally low probability event into a certainty. Ruan Xinglua's pupils contracted slightly as she clasped the die tightly. This was fate's possibility being returned to her own hands. Zhou Yan took her hand and gazed beyond the floating bell tower. He declared to the void, Master Xingtong, General Ivan, and all our allies, the highest authority of this bell tower is now open to you. From this day forward, it shall no longer be a tribunal but a neutral beacon of all worlds. Use it to observe the cosmos, warn of disasters, and safeguard our shared home. Through the channel, the excited yet solemn responses of Master Xingtong, General Ivan, and others echoed back. Copy that. We obey. No, we shall execute this together. The crisis was completely resolved. Zhou Yan looked at Wan Xinglua, a rare, relaxed smile spreading across his face. Let's go, madam. Let's go home. Light and shadow shifted. When solid ground touched their feet once more, the surroundings were no longer the cold expanse of the starry sky, but the familiar, life-filled tree-lined path of the happy community. It felt as though the apocalyptic cosmic war they had just endured had been nothing more than an absurd dream. Side by side, they walked back to the home they shared. Zhou Yan entered the studio and emerged moments later with an item he had prepared long ago. It was a whip, about 3 feet long, neither gold nor jade, its entire body radiating a faint, mysterious yellow aura. Inscribed upon its surface were countless ancient Chinese runes, intricate as hair strands. Though seemingly archaic, they contained a force of law powerful enough to make even gods tremble. He had crafted it with his own hands for Wan Xinglua, the true trump card. The divine slaying whip is complete. Zhou Yan handed the whip to Wan Xinglua, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented intensity. Now, everything is in place. The urban deification project of China can officially commence. Zhou Yan's words struck like a meteorite plunging into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves through Wan Xinglua's heart and reverberating throughout the highest echelons of Huaxia. Urban deification. What a bold, revolutionary concept. Not annihilation, not suppression, but the incorporation of those strange phenomena, born from collective human emotions and the imprint of the era, into a new order, to be enshrined as deities. After the floating bell tower incident concluded, Zhou Yan did not linger. He left the stage to Wan Xinglua and the entire nation of China behind her. A mere 24 hours later, a global emergency press conference, spearheaded by the Chinese government and attended by representatives from all member states of the Blue Star Alliance, was simultaneously broadcast worldwide via the highest-level encrypted channels. The spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a stern-faced, unsmiling middle-aged man, stepped forward. Without any pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, following urgent consultations between China's Supreme Strategic Council and the Blue Star Alliance Council, we now formally announce a long-term strategic plan designed to address the new phase of global spiritual energy revival. Before countless screens across the globe, everyone held their breath. Everyone believed that after enduring the terrifying trials of the chosen ones, humanity would finally enter a period of respite and peace. But China's actions clearly signaled that a new storm was approaching. This plan, he continued, we call it the Huaxia Urban Deification Project. Boom! For words that shook the heavens. Countless extraordinary beings, politicians, and scholars were instantly rendered speechless. Deification? Deify what? Before the world could recover from the shock, the spokesperson delivered a second bombshell in his unflappable tone. The Urban Deification Project, Phase 1 pilot program will commence immediately. The subject to be deified is the spirit realm disaster entity responsible for the recent massive social panic and casualties in China's Magic City, the Takeout Wraith. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Inside the underground command center of the CIA's Supernatural Incident Response Unit in the United States, the atmosphere exploded. They're insane. The Chinese have completely lost their minds. FK. They're going to deify a vengeful spirit that slaughtered hundreds? What kind of Eastern mysticism suicide mission is this? Do they think their citizens aren't dying fast enough? Contact the Pentagon immediately. Reassess the mental stability of China's current leadership. At the European Union's Extraordinary Affairs Symposium in Brussels, a white-haired sociologist abruptly rose to his feet, his face ashen as he shouted into the camera. I object. As a member of the Blue Star Alliance Advisory Council, I lodge the strongest protest. This is an extremely dangerous sociological experiment. Divine authority. You are granting a vengeful spirit legitimate divine power. Should it fail, that deified vengeful spirit will no longer be merely a spiritual realm disaster. It will become a monster possessing legitimate divine status, more uncontrollable, even capable of legitimately draining the power of its followers. Then who will pay the price for this insane gamble? In an instant, global networks erupted with public outrage. Yet the most vehement opposition did not originate overseas, but from within China itself. Ng Tianchang immediately convened a nationwide online press conference. Chapter 204, Heaven and Man as One, Might Makes Right. On screen, he wore a pristine white martial arts uniform, his handsome features framed by eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Behind him, 8 characters in bold, flowing calligraphy proclaimed, Heaven and Man is one, the strong reign supreme. My fellow countrymen, my fellow practitioners of the supernatural realm. Ng Tianchang's voice boomed with magnetic resonance, radiating unshakable confidence. We, the Heaven Man Society, firmly oppose the official urban deification initiative. He showed no mercy to the authorities, cutting straight to the heart of the matter from the outset. What is deification? At its core, it's nothing more than another form of recruitment. It is weakness. A compromise. A fear of emerging forces. These strange entities born in the new era, these vengeful spirits, what are they? Are they disasters? No. Ying Tianchang's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor, his words dripping with incitement. They are the power bestowed upon us all by heaven in this era. Raw, unpolished jade. Wild horses waiting to be tamed. How should we treat this power? Should we grovel like the authorities, bestowing titles upon it and begging it to behave? Wrong. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming like a bell. What we must do is use absolute strength to control it. To dominate it. To harness it. The mightiest extraordinary beings must bind these untamed forces with the strongest will contracts to control them, harness them, make them our own. Not let them sit atop a divine pedestal, becoming an unconstrained, latent threat to all. These words ignited like wildfire, instantly kindling the hearts of countless radical transcendents and young individuals yearning for instant ascension and overwhelming power. Control. Dominance. This sounded far more direct and alluring than the vague notion of consecration. In an instant, two distinct factions emerged, the enthronement faction, led by the official authorities, and the control faction, spearheaded by the Celestial Human Association. A doctrinal struggle concerning the future path had already begun. Faced with the surging public opinion and Ying Tianchang's open challenge, the response from the Huaxia authorities was unusually concise. A new announcement was pinned to the top of all official media headlines. The deification ceremony will be formally held in 3 days' time atop the ruins of the never-sleeping food city, the core area of the demon capital's takeout ghost rampage. This ceremony will be personally presided over by Comrade Ruan Xinglua, the bearer of Huaxia's national destiny. Global live broadcast. Witness it all. No excuses. No arguments. Only action. Within a secluded chamber at the headquarters of the Heavenly Human Association. Ying Tianchang gazed at the screen displaying Ruan Xinglua's coldly exquisite photograph, a sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The nation's fortune's proxy? Just a little girl who climbed the ranks by riding men's coattails. Behind him, a trusted subordinate whispered, "Chairman, what should we do? Are we really just going to let them run wild? Run wild? No. They're creating opportunities for us." Ying Tianchang slowly turned, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Transmit my secret order. The contract array execution squad is to infiltrate the demon capital immediately." The aide gasped, "You mean? The official deification is nothing but a castle in the air, a fool's fantasy. They will fail 100%. Ying Tianchang's voice brimmed with certainty. "And when their ritual fails, the vengeful spirits run utterly amok, plunging the entire world into panic and despair." He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. "We will show them and the entire world what the true, proper way to wield power looks like. Prepare our contract formation. The stage is set by the authorities, but we'll perform the play. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Ying Tianchang claims it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes and heated debates of the entire world. On the day of the ceremony, the once bustling and vibrant, never-sleeping food city of the demon capital now lay in utter ruin, a lifeless wasteland. Raging resentment had physically condensed into a visible black-gray mist, enveloping the entire area. Ordinary people venturing within 100 meters would instantly lose their sanity, plunging into endless hunger and madness. The military had long since sealed off the area completely, layering protective barriers that emitted a grim, murderous glow. At the very center of the ruins, a massive, ancient-looking altar for sacrificial rites entirely projected and constructed from the power of the Huaxia spirit realm's rules rose from the ground. Drones broadcasting live to the world circled above the altar, transmitting every detail of the scene to every corner of the globe. Under the gaze of millions, a figure slowly ascended the white jade steps leading to the altar. She wore a black gown specially crafted for this ceremony, blending elements of ancient sacrificial robes with modern military attire. Embroidered in gold thread upon the hem were landscapes, national symbols, and totems of the nation's destiny. Her long hair was held back by a simple jade hairpin. Her expression was solemn and dignified, devoid of any trace of personal emotion. Those eyes, which had once witnessed the collapse of cause and effect, were now as still as an abyss. In her hand, she held a seemingly ordinary yet seemingly weightless rune-inscribed whip. It was the ancient artifact personally forged for her by Zhou Yan, the divine slaying whip. Ruan Xinglua, the bearer of Huaxia's national destiny, ascended step by step to the highest point of the sacrificial altar. Before her lay an endless sea of surging resentment. Behind her, the gazes of billions worldwide filled with anticipation, skepticism, or schadenfreude rested upon her. The deification ceremony was about to begin. The wind ceased. The black mist, condensed from resentment, seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Upon the altar, Ruan Xinglua drew a deep breath. That single inhalation seemed to stir the sparse spiritual energy hovering over the entire demon capital. Slowly, she raised the divine smiting whip in her hand. No earth-shattering spectacle unfolded. The ancient whip merely glowed with a soft, warm radiance. The light was not blinding, yet it carried an undeniable majesty. It was the nation's fortune. It was the force of order crystallized from thousands of years of Chinese civilization. Before countless screens worldwide, everyone instinctively held their breath. Here it comes. In the name of. Yuan Xingluo's crimson lips parted, her voice cold and clear. Through the magical array, it echoed throughout the entire sealed zone and across the entire world. In the name of China's national fortune, summon. The true form of the Yi takeout wraith, ascend the altar. Receive your consecration. Boom! As the final syllable fell, the tip of the divine slaying whip lightly tapped the center of the altar. A visible golden ripple suddenly radiated outward from the point of contact. This was not destruction, but summoning. A command enforced by higher order laws. Beneath the altar, the stagnant black-gray mist churned violently, like a lake struck by a boulder. Roar! Hungry! I'm so hungry. My meal is overdue, bad review. I'm gonna get docked pay. How dare you? How dare you hit me and then blame me for blocking your way? The rain is so heavy, so cold. Shrieks. Wails. Angry roars. Chapter 205, The Power of Rebirth. Countless shrill voices erupted simultaneously from the black mist of resentment, coalescing into a terrifying sonic wave potent enough to tear souls apart. Immediately, twisted human figures burst forth from the black mist. They wore delivery uniforms from different eras and brands, their faces long since eroded beyond recognition by thee, leaving only hollow eye sockets brimming with endless hunger and resentment. Thousands upon thousands of densely packed vengeful spirits surged forth like a tidal wave from every corner of the ruins, madly charging toward the central sacrificial altar. Thud! 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 Their bodies slammed heavily against the protective barrier erected by the army, producing a series of dull, thunderous crashes. With each impact, the barrier rippled violently, its light flickering erratically as if it might shatter at any moment. The elite soldiers stationed at each node of the barrier paled, straining every ounce of their spiritual energy to sustain the defense. Hold firm. We absolutely cannot let them breach the defenses. Yet these vengeful spirits seemed endless, charging wave after wave with utter disregard for death. The global livestream exploded in an instant. Holy crap! Is this the delivery ghost? This isn't just one, it's an entire army. Terrifying. Look at the numbers. How many delivery riders have died in this city? It's a failure. No real entities appeared. Just these little ghosts. What is China doing? Are they trying to deify all these things? They've lost their minds. Tianran Society, Secret Stronghold. Ying Tiancheng watched the chaotic, frenzied scenes on the screen, the sneer on his lips impossible to conceal any longer. See that? He didn't even bother turning around, merely asking his confidant behind him in a detached tone. The aide's face was frozen in horror as he stammered, Chairman, this resentment is too immense. Enormous? Ying Tiancheng let out a cold laugh. This isn't a matter of magnitude, it's a matter of the way being fundamentally wrong. He extended a finger, tapping the sacrificial altar on the screen, still standing alone amidst the swirling chaos of countless vengeful spirits. Those fools in the government think this is a single, powerful entity. They want to use the nation's fortune to forcibly extract that strongest individual and pin them to the divine throne. How laughable. They don't understand that take-out wrath spirit was never the name of any single vengeful spirit. Ying Tiancheng's eyes shone with the wisdom of one who sees through everything. It is a collective. The amalgamation of resentment from every writer in this industry over the past decades, those who died in agony while rushing to fulfill orders, those who perished in injustice, those who succumbed to despair on cold, rainy nights. It has no singular true form. Or rather, every vengeful spirit here is a part of it. You want to deify a concept? They can't even find a target. What deification are you talking about? Their path was flawed from the very beginning. The confidant's eyes widened in sudden understanding, his face lighting up with fervent adoration. The president is wise. Then we. Wait. Ying Tiancheng's gaze returned to Yuan Xingluo's face, now slightly pale from the intense drain on her psychic energy. Wait for her failure. Wait for her to be consumed by this endless resentment. Wait until the entire world sees that this so-called deification is nothing but a colossal farce. Our path of control will be proven the only true answer. Upon the altar. Beads of sweat glistened on Yuan Xingluo's forehead. The divine slaying whip felt heavier than ever before. Each swing, each attempt to pinpoint the core amidst the raging torrent of resentment, felt like searching for a single droplet in a stormy sea. Impossible. She simply couldn't pin it down. Her spiritual energy poured forth like a burst dam, only to summon more and more frenzied Avenger clones. Each of these fragments contained genuine pain and resentment, yet none was the source she sought. The power of national fortune could suppress and command. But that required a clear target. Now, her target was the very essence of resentment scattered across the entire sky. It was like trying to lasso a gust of wind with a single rope. Damn it! Yuan Xingluo gritted her teeth, the fate-binding pupil in her right eye flickering wildly as threads of causality danced frantically, striving to untangle a central thread from this chaos. Yet all she saw were billions of shattered, chaotic, tangled knots of causality. Each thread represented a life lost, a tragic past. Just as she was about to exhaust her strength and lose her mental hold, a gentle, familiar voice seemed to traverse time and space, resonating directly within the depths of her mind. Madam. It was Zhou Yan. You're summoning a deity, not catching a thief. Ruan Xingluo's body jerked violently. Catching thieves? Indeed, her current actions wielding the divine whip, bearing the nation's destiny, standing high above all, issuing decrees with absolute power. How was this any different from a constable making an arrest? You don't even know what he desires most. Why would he come to see you? Zhou Yan's voice struck Ruan Xingluo's heart like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells. What he wanted most. In an instant, countless fragmented scenes glimpsed through the eye of fate flashed through Ruan Xingluo's mind. On a freezing rainy night, soaking wet, she delivered a barely warm meal to a customer just for a positive review only to be met with a complaint, "You're so damn slow." In a sea of traffic, risking life and limb to shave seconds off a delivery, only to face the system's cold warning, about to exceed time limit. On a late night street, enduring unreasonable customers' insults and abuse, forced to bow and scrape because a single bad review could erase a day's worth of hard work. What they want? Is it dignity? Is it fairness? Or a hot meal they can eat in peace? The confusion in Ruan Xingluo's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and tenderness. She had been wrong. She was utterly mistaken. What such vengeful spirits born of injustice truly need is never condescending titles or charity. What it demanded was understanding, respect, and an equal gaze. Amidst the stunned gazes of the entire world, Ruan Xingluo slowly lowered the divine whip in her hand. That ancient artifact, symbolizing supreme authority and the power of order, was gently laid across the altar. What is she doing? She's giving up? The bearer of China's national destiny is actually giving up. I knew it. A farce. This is nothing but a complete and utter farce. Ying Tianchang's smile grew even brighter. Finally giving up, little girl? Yet, in the very next instant, all the mockery and whispers froze in everyone's throats. Ruan Xingluo did not retreat. She did not leave. She merely extended her delicate hand and gently swept through the empty space before her. A faint glow gathered in her palm. It was neither spiritual energy nor national fortune, but rather the purest essence of rebirth power bestowed upon her by the 10,000 phenomena heavenly mechanism dice, suspended above the clock tower. Chapter 206, The True Attitude. The light faded. An ordinary, everyday insulated lunchbox appeared quietly in her hand. She opened the lunchbox. No delicacies, no elixirs. Only a plain yet still steaming bowl of fried rice. Golden grains of rice, bright green scallions. Simple, yet warm. Holding this dinner, Ruan Xingluo exerted no supernatural power. Instead, like any ordinary girl, she carefully and reverently placed it at the very center of the altar. The very spot she had struck with her divine whip earlier. After completing this, she stepped back half a pace and bowed slightly. Her gaze no longer looked down, but met the endless, churning tide of resentment below the altar. Her voice, no longer cold or commanding, carried a hint of apology and tenderness as it echoed clearly throughout every corner. I know your resentment stems from countless cold, rainy nights. From countless unjustified negative reviews. From ceaseless toil that earned not a shred of respect, not even a single peaceful meal, this bitter resentment. Beneath the altar, those vengeful spirits that had been violently assaulting the barrier all slowed their movements in unison. Ruan Xingluo's gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of black mist, locking eyes with the countless hollow orbs. Today, there is no representative of national fortune here, no lofty deity. I am merely a customer. As a customer, I'm serving you this long overdue dinner. She extended her hand, gently pointing toward the steaming box of fried rice at the altar's center. Whether you come or not, it remains here. As her words fell, the entire world fell into dead silence. The sound of shattering barriers vanished. The shrill wails ceased. The tens of thousands of frenzied, vengeful specter clones froze in unison, all movement halted as they stood rigidly in place. Then, slowly, very slowly, they turned their heads. Billions of hollow, lifeless gazes, brimming with endless agony, crossed the distance of space, pierced through the barrier's obstruction, and for the first time, focused together upon the center of the sacrificial altar. Upon that quiet, warm, long-delayed dinner, the black mist of resentment began to stir silently in a manner never seen before. No longer pure chaos and fury, beneath the rising steam of that fried rice, certain deepest obsessions seemed to awaken a flicker of warmth. Like a seed buried beneath permafrost for 10,000 years, sensing the first stirrings of spring. In the global livestream chat, the barrage of mocking comments that had been raining down moments ago fell into a brief, stunned silence. What's happening? Those monsters, they really seem to have stopped moving? A plate of fried rice? What kind of joke is this? Can that really solve the problem? Shut up and watch. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Except for one person. Heavenly Human Society, secret hideout. Ying Tianchang's pupils suddenly contracted. The mocking smile on his lips froze completely, replaced by an unmistakable shadow of gloom and furious shock. Huiro. It actually worked? The trusted confidant beside him, a contract-level sorcerer specializing in curses and emotional manipulation, now wore an expression of utter disbelief. Chairman, this defies logic. The essence of vengeful spirits is hatred. How could mere goodwill possibly dispel it? She hasn't been neutralized yet. Ying Tiancheng snapped back to his senses, a flash of ruthlessness and resolve crossing his eyes. She's merely found the right key but hasn't unlocked the door yet. He absolutely could not allow Yuan Xinglua to succeed. If China's urban deification project succeeded in its first step, proving this path viable to the world, then the doctrine he represented, the heavenly human society centered on control and enslavement, would be utterly branded as heresy. This was not merely a clash of ideologies, it was a life or death struggle for global dominance. Wu Jiao. Ying Tiancheng's voice was as cold as iron. Yes, Chairman. The witchcraft practitioner named Wu Jiao immediately bowed to receive his orders. She must not succeed. Ying Tiancheng slammed his hand down on the control console before him, his palm obscuring the screen displaying Yuan Xinglua's delicate and gentle face. Activate the convergence of 10,000 grievances formation. Suck out every ounce of resentment from the entire demon city. No. From every corner our network reaches. Every ounce of dissatisfaction, contempt, and rage directed at the service industry. All the impatience while waiting for takeout. All the bitterness in every complaint. All that self-righteous sense of superiority. All that haughty contempt. Ying Tiancheng's voice carried a maniacal glee. Since she wants to talk about feelings, I'll spice up this emotion for her. I'll show this vengeful spirit the world's true attitude toward them. I'll drive it utterly mad, turning it into a monster consumed only by hatred and slaughter. Aye, sir. A savage grin spread across Wu Jiao's face. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations. A sinister, twisted power radiated from him, spreading abruptly through the secret network of magical arrays buried beneath the city. In an instant, the ruins of the demon city seemed to transform into a colossal receptacle for negative emotions. Countless strands of invisible black mist were forcibly extracted from every corner of the city, from every terminal in the digital realm. It was the vicious curse of a white-collar worker whose takeout was 5 minutes late. It was the furious negative review from a wealthy housewife because the delivery rider refused to throw away her trash. It was the indiscriminate barrage of online abuse unleashed by countless keyboard warriors against the entire delivery rider community. Contempt, ridicule, indifference, and cruelty. It was the immense malice accumulated over years by millions, even tens of millions, directed at this very group. This torrent, more vast, more foul, more venomous than the own, was channeled by the witch doctor's spell array. Like a black venomous dragon, it tore through the sky and violently poured into the dark mist of that had just begun to subside. Roar! The transformation occurred in an instant. Beneath the ritual platform, the black mist that had just shown a glimmer of warmth suddenly exploded. A surge of resentment, tenfold, 100-fold more frenzied than before, shot skyward. The black mist frantically condensed and contracted, and finally, from the endless, a massive, twisted figure, one that would make anyone's heart freeze in terror at a single glance, was forcibly conjured into existence. Its humanoid form was a layered composite of countless tormented riders, with arms and legs sprouting chaotically from its torso like a monster cobbled together from corpses. Upon its back rested a massive, battered insulated container, from which a foul-smelling black liquid dripped incessantly. Chapter 207, True Authority. Its head was a face covered in billions of negative reviews in complaint forms. The most terrifying feature, however, were its eyes. Those eyes should have been hollow, should have been sorrowful. But now, they were stained by that foreign malevolence, dyed the deepest, most frenzied crimson. No confusion, no struggle. Only pure, all-consuming, destructive fury remained. Take out Wraith. Power rating, mid-stage fiend, peak stage fiend. Roar. It let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Within that sound, there was no trace of sorrow or resentment left, only hatred and curses for the entire world. It saw Yuan Xinglua atop the altar. And it saw that plate of fried rice radiating warmth. Through its corrupted senses, that kindness, that warmth, felt like the sharpest mockery. The most hypocritical charity. Liars, you're all liars. Kill. 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 Boom. The vengeful spirit's true form moved. A colossal claw, formed from countless arms of resentment, tore through the air. With power sufficient to shatter mountains, it slammed down toward the small plate of fried rice at the center of the altar. It sought to crush this false kindness. Then tear apart this hypocritical woman before me. No! Yuan Xinglua's expression changed drastically. She never imagined the vengeful spirit would undergo such a terrifying transformation at the very moment it seemed to be swayed. This claw strike was inescapable. For if she dodged, the altar and sacrificial offerings would be destroyed, and this divine sealing would fail completely. In that critical moment, Yuan Xinglua gritted her teeth and channeled the power of the nation's fortune to its absolute limit. Defend! A dazzling golden barrier instantly enveloped the entire altar. Boom! The black claw collided violently with the golden barrier. A terrifying energy shockwave, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. The outer military barrier groaned under the relentless pressure of the aftershock, countless soldiers spitting blood as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Ruan Xinglua bore the brunt of the force first. An overwhelming surge of power crashed into her, jolting her slender frame. A metallic taste filled her throat as a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Yet she held firm. Though the golden shield was now riddled with cracks, the fried rice remained unharmed. Yet this was merely the beginning. Roar! Frustrated by the failed strike, the vengeful spirit's true form grew even more frenzied, unleashing another massive claw in rapid succession. Thud! 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 Like a madman, it pounded the national fortune barrier with its countless arms. With each impact, Ruan Xinglua's face grew paler. Cracks spread across the golden shield, growing more numerous and denser. It was precarious. In the global livestream, every viewer's heart was in their throat. How could this happen? It suddenly went out of control. This force is terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than before. Ruan Xinglua can't hold on much longer. It's over. China's plan is going to fail. At this moment, with the world watching and hearts clenched in anguish, a figure appeared, calm and composed, atop a skyscraper not far from the ruins of the demon city. It was Ying Tianchang. Standing tall against the wind, his robes billowing, a confident smile played on his lips like a savior. Behind him, dozens of elite members of the Heavenly Society stood poised, their powerful auras radiating as they prepared for battle. Drone cameras immediately locked onto him. Ying Tianchang addressed the camera, his voice clear and resonant, echoing across the globe. Everyone, did you see that? This is what the authorities call appeasement, this is what they call reformation. Facing such a monster born of hatred, any kindness is laughable. Any sympathy is deadly. It will only bring greater disaster. His voice was filled with seductive power. The official approach has proven a complete failure. Only absolute power can tame such an uncontrollable monster. Only supreme authority can enslave it. As the words fell, he swept his hand forward with a sudden, forceful motion. Heaven and man shall obey. Form, forced contract, 10,000 souls lock, grand formation. Roar! Dozens of elites behind him responded in unison. Ink-black spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, and beneath their feet, a vast and sinister formation suddenly ignited. In the name of the Celestial Human Alliance, we command. Bind. Lock. Enslave. Ying Tianchang raised both hands high, as if embracing his own triumph. Before the eyes of the entire world, today, I, Ying Tianchang, shall subdue this monstrous creature at the pinnacle of malevolent power. I shall prove to all that only the controlled doctrine of our heavenly human society is the sole truth in this apocalyptic age. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh! Dozens of black chains, forged from pure cursed energy, shot skyward from the formation. Like venomous serpents seeking prey, they streaked across the heavens, coiling toward the vengeful spirit's true form as it furiously attacked Ruan Xinglua. He would snatch this achievement right before Ruan Xinglua's eyes, before all of China, before the entire world. He would trample China's dignity underfoot with the most brutal, most direct means possible. Witnessing this scene, countless supporters of China worldwide felt profound despair and humiliation. Meanwhile, the opponents erupted in deafening cheers. Yet, at the very instant the black chains were about to touch the vengeful spirit's true form. Just as Ruan Xinglua struggled desperately to hold on, and Ying Tianchang basked in triumph. That gentle, familiar voice resounded once more, clear and distinct, within Ruan Xinglua's mind. Madam! It was Zhou Yan. His voice remained calm, even tinged with a hint of amusement. The time has come. Ruan Xinglua froze. Stop trying to reason with it. Produce your divine sealing list and divine slaying whip. Zhou Yan's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. It's time to show it our official offer. And let certain clowns see. This is what true authority looks like. That voice thundered like a bolt of lightning piercing through time and space, exploding deep within Ruan Xinglua's soul. Madam! The time has come. Stop trying to reason with it. Bring out your divine list and divine whip. It's time to show it our official offer. And let certain clowns see what true authority looks like. In an instant, all of Ruan Xinglua's exhaustion, wavering, and weakness were replaced by a will even stronger and more resolute. Her beautiful eyes, dimmed by exhaustion, suddenly blazed like stars ignited in the night sky. So, this is the true urban deification. She understood. She understood completely. Inspiration was merely a means, not an end. Sympathy is merely the key, not the gate itself. True deification isn't begging, nor is it charity, it's a recruitment based on absolute strength and supreme authority. It is a mutual selection. Boom! Before the stunned eyes of the global audience, Ruan Xinglua actually voluntarily withdrew the precariously hanging golden national fortune shield. Chapter 208, merely the beginning. The altar, along with that plate of fried rice, lay utterly exposed beneath the vengeful spirit's savage, clawed grasp. Has she lost her mind? Is she giving up? No. It's over. Everything is over. In the global livestream, countless supporters let out despairing cries. Atop the skyscraper, Ying Tiancheng froze at the sight before erupting into a laugh of unbridled arrogance. Ha 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 ha. She's given up. She finally realizes how ridiculous she is. A wise choice. Now, let this one bring this farce to a perfect conclusion. He activated the formation, and the dozens of black cursed chains surged forward once more, their speed skyrocketing as they roared with unstoppable force toward the vengeful spirit. Yet Ruan Xinglua didn't spare him a single glance. She didn't even glance at the monstrous claw of the vengeful spirit, poised to crush everything in its path. In the instant everyone believed she had surrendered, she made a movement that froze the world. Slowly, she raised both hands. Her left hand, palms facing upward. Hum. A golden scroll materialized out of thin air, unfurling slowly. It was not paper nor silk, but a tangible entity forged from the purest essence of the rules governing the spiritual realms of ancient China. Upon the scroll, myriad runes swirled and shifted. Each character seemed to bear the weight of an entire world. The divine list. Her right hand closed gently. A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat rustic wooden whip appeared in her palm. It possessed no earth-shattering aura, yet the moment it materialized, the raging spiritual energy around it bowed in submission and fell silent. The divine smiting whip. The list as a contract, the whip as authority. In that instant, Ruan Xinglua's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. She was no longer the gentle girl next door who soothed vengeful spirits, nor the guardian struggling to hold things together. She was the divine envoy, wielding the authority of heaven and earth. She was the embodiment of China's national destiny. Holding the divine whip, she pointed it toward the vengeful spirits still crashing down by inertia. Her voice, cold and commanding, echoed across the ruins of the demon capital and broadcast to every live streaming terminal worldwide. Delivery Wraith. With just those 4 words, the raging specter's true form suddenly halted. Its colossal claw, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, froze mid-air above the altar, mere inches from that plate of fried rice. All the clamorous noise vanished in that instant. The eyes of the entire world focused on the woman standing tall, holding the divine tablet. Ruan Xinglua's gaze pierced through the endless, fixing directly on the very core of the vengeful spirit's essence. Your resentment stems from unjust order, from trampled goodwill, from stripped dignity. I hear your fury. I see your unwillingness. I understand your sorrow. Her voice was no longer mere consolation, but a higher-level scrutiny and proclamation. But revenge and destruction cannot bring true justice. Now, in the name of the bearer of China's destiny, I offer you a choice. Her divine whip lightly tapped the divine list. Instantly, the golden sealing god's tablet blazed with radiant light. A line of majestic, gold-embossed characters, forged from the very essence of national destiny, rose to the very top of the scroll. Each character shone with an unparalleled radiance, possessing an awe-inspiring authority that could suppress the ages. Imperial decree, Infeft as the divine lord of commercial order for the demon city. The divine position was now established. Ruan Xinglua's voice, like the imperial decree of heaven, resonated clearly within the vengeful spirit's chaotic consciousness, word by word. Today, I confer upon you the title of deity. I bestow upon you the divine title and grant you divine authority. Henceforth, you shall uphold the fair trade laws of the demon city's commerce. All malicious reviews. All unscrupulous merchants. All platform monopolies. All acts that trample the dignity of service providers. All shall fall under your oversight. You have the authority to judge good and evil. You have the power to mete out punishment. You have the right to uphold what you craved most in life, yet never attained, justice. Ruan Xinglua withdrew the divine whip, one hand cradling the divine position offer inscribed with supreme authority, the other pointing toward the plate of fried rice still steaming. This dinner represents your past. This divine position is your future. Her voice rose sharply, carrying an authority that brooked no argument, issuing her final inquiry. Wrathful spirit. Do you accept this divine position, lay down your blade, and ascend to godhood at this very moment? And restore justice to this mortal realm? Silence. A deathly silence. The vengeful spirit's frenzied assault ceased entirely. For the first time, its eyes reddened by madness and hatred turned toward the golden list. Demon City Guardian of Commercial Order. Enforcer of fair trade laws. Determines righteousness and wickedness, imposes punishment. Each golden character struck like divine thunder, cleaving through the deepest chaos within its consciousness. It slowly turned its head again, gazing toward the other side where dozens of black chains steeped in the aura of enslavement, confinement, and curses roared toward it from Ying Tiancheng. On one side, power was granted, making you the embodiment of order. On the other, to strip you of your will, turning you into an instrument of vengeance. One side offered supreme glory and dignity. The other, eternal servitude and ruin. No. No. High above, Ying Tiancheng's expression had shifted from arrogant defiance to sheer terror, finally contorting into a hideous, deathly pallor. He roared hoarsely, "You wretched beast! What are you hesitating for? Don't believe her lies. It's all empty. A deception. Only power is real. Become my servant, and I shall grant you the power to devour all. Quickly! Accept my contract." He frantically activated the magic array. Countless faces twisted in agony and wailing appeared on the black chains, the souls he had enslaved. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed in response. But within that roar lay no madness, no hatred, only a choice. The vengeful spirit had made its choice. It whipped its head around, its enormous crimson eyes locking onto Ing Tiancheng. Then, under Ing Tiancheng's stunned gaze, it raised its other massive claw formed from countless arms up, not to strike at Ruan Xinglua, but to smash fiercely into the dozens of cursed chains. Crash! A deafening crash. Ing Tiancheng's pride and joy, the forced contract, 10,000 souls lock, was shattered to pieces by a single swipe of the vengeful spirit's claw. The black cursed chains snapped apart inch by inch, dissipating into a swirling sea of dark mist. Put! With the formation shattered, Ing Tiancheng and the dozens of elite Heavenly Men Society members behind him were all struck as if by a heavy blow. They violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their vitality instantly fading. Impossible. Ing Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of utter devastation. Yet, this was only the beginning. Chapter 209, Commanding the Demon. After shattering the contract chains, the vengeful spirit showed no hesitation. Its massive, twisted form transformed into a black streak of light. It neither fled nor attacked, but charged toward the golden ceiling gods list in Ruan Xinglua's hands with a pilgrim-like resolve. It chose to be enshrined. In the global livestream, every viewer held their breath, witnessing this mythical spectacle. Boom! The vengeful spirit's form violently merged into the divine sealing scroll. Golden light erupted, blazing like a sun rising amidst the ruins of the demon capital. Sacred, majestic, and boundless power violently purged the immense. The black mist dissolved within the golden radiance, twisted limbs reshaped under its glow, and frenzied howls transformed into solemn murmurs. Enfeoffment successful. The golden light dissipated. A brand new figure stood tall upon the altar. It was a deity of unparalleled majesty. He wore a bright yellow divine robe, its design resembling the uniform of a delivery rider, yet embroidered with golden divine patterns symbolizing order and rules. A flat-topped crown adorned his head, signifying his transcendence from mortal existence as a deity. Most striking was the object held in his hand. It was a token, neither gold nor jade. One side bore a golden positive review, radiating a serene light of reward. The other side was engraved with a pitch-black negative review, pulsing with a heart-stopping divine power of punishment. The takeout god was reborn at this very moment. The newly born deity slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were these? No longer filled with resentment or madness, they held only absolute calmness and impartiality, like the eye of heaven itself, surveying all living beings. He paid no heed to anyone, not even glancing at Ruan Xinglua. As the newly reborn god of order, his first act was to exercise his divine authority. His gaze, cold and commanding, instantly locked onto Ing Tiancheng, who stood disheveled atop a distant skyscraper, and the trembling which behind him Wu Jiao. The divine lord slowly raised the good-bad review token in his hand, turning its pitch-black, bad review side toward them. A voice devoid of emotion, yet so majestic it resonated through heaven and earth, proclaimed his first judgment. In the name of the divine lord of commercial order oversight, I decree. Ing Tiancheng, president of the Celestial Association, and witchcraft practitioner Wu Jiao. Manipulating public opinion, engaging in malicious competition, disrupting the market, your crimes are heinous. The divine lord's voice seemed to embody the law itself. Shall receive the punishment of 10,000 orders simultaneously. The moment the words fell. Buzz. Above the heads of Ing Tiancheng, Wu Jiao, and the others, the void suddenly split open. Countless delivery boxes, black as ink and radiating the aura of death and finality, materialized out of thin air. These were not genuine takeout orders, but rather punishment orders, condensed from his divine authority. Each order represented a portion of karma, a measure of punishment. No! No! Ing Tiancheng let out a scream of utter terror. He tried to flee, only to find his body firmly locked in place by an invisible divine force, unable to move. In the next instant, thousands upon thousands of black death delivery boxes surged forth like a breached torrent of darkness, instantly engulfing him and every elite member of the Celestial Association. The screams abruptly ceased. On the rooftop, only mountains of black delivery boxes remained, radiating an ominous aura. The crisis was over. China's first urban deification had been successfully completed before the eyes of the world. Ruan Xinglua gazed at the majestic figure of the takeout god standing tall, letting out a long sigh of relief as a wave of overwhelming exhaustion washed over her. Yet at that very moment, Zhou Yan's figure appeared silently beside her, steadying her. His gaze fixed on the newly ascended deity, his eyes deep and contemplative. Well done, my lady. He murmured softly, then shifted his tone. But have you considered one thing? Ruan Xinglua froze, lifting her head to meet his gaze. Zhou Yan's gaze drifted toward the boundless depths of the void, as if he could see the chosen one they had banished. We can use the nation's fortune as our foundation to perform the act of conferring titles. This is what we call deifying the gods. Then tell me, he continued, might heaven's mandate, drawing upon the wickedness of all beings, perform the opposite act? To consecrate demons? Ruan Xinglua murmured to herself, her heart clenching sharply. Indeed. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there is righteousness, there must be evil. They could use the nation's fortune as their foundation and the righteousness of humanity as their banner to command those vengeful spirits with benevolent intentions to become gods. Then, could that exiled heavenly mandate that entity treating all beings as mere pawns also walk the opposite path? Using the greed, jealousy, laziness, and rage of the masses as fertile soil to consecrate true demons? If so, it would unleash a calamity 100 times more terrifying than the. Seeing Yuan Xingluo's sudden change in expression, a hint of approval flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes as he gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a hypothesis. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. What you must do now is show the entire world what our Chinese deities can truly bring to this world. The next day, the world watched. The inaugural official press conference following the deification ceremony was broadcast live simultaneously to all member nations of the Blue Star Alliance via the Dragon Shield Bureau's highest level authorization. The screen no longer showed ruins, but instead the most bustling financial center of the demon capital. Before the cameras, the newly appointed official spokesperson of China announced a resolution that sent shockwaves across the globe with unprecedented confidence and composure. Effective immediately, the Divine Lord of Commercial Order Supervision for the Magic City officially assumes office to exercise divine authority. His oversight will encompass all online and offline commercial activities within the city. All fraud, monopolistic practices, substandard products, unfair terms, will be under the Divine Lord's watchful eye. We do not establish complex rules, we merely reaffirm the most ancient principle. The spokesperson paused, each word resonating clearly across the world. Good deeds beget good rewards, evil deeds beget evil consequences. The moment the words fell, global opinion erupted in uproar. Good heavens! Are they serious? To have a deity regulate the market? Absurd! This tramples modern commercial civilization. The Chinese have lost their minds. They're opening Pandora's box. Countless Western media outlets and politicians unleashed a barrage of scathing ridicule and condemnation. Yet inside China's live stream rooms, the scene was entirely different. Holy crap! Support! They should have done this ages ago. Lord God! Check out Delicacies Pavilion. That takeout scammer passed off pre-made meal kits as master-crafted dishes overpriced and disgusting. When I asked for a refund, the shop owner berated me over the phone. Yeah. Me too. I ordered their 180 yuan Buddha jumps over the wall, and they delivered a bowl of noodle soup with a faint meat smell. Push it up. Let the Divine Lord see. Punish those takeout scammers. Countless comments surged together, forming a tidal wave of public outrage. Chapter 210, Harnessing Divine Authority. As if answering the cries of the masses. At that very moment, in the kitchen of the trendy Delicacies Pavilion restaurant, located within a high-end office building in the Demon City, the owner, his beer belly jutting out, was yelling at a young chef, pointing his finger right in the guy's face. You know, Jack. Customers are just suckers. What do they know about good food? They only care about decor and marketing. I buy a 3 yuan meal kit, heat it up, plate it on a fancy dish, and sell it for 300. That's business acumen. You still think about using good ingredients? Let me tell you, in my kitchen, anyone who wants customers to eat well can get the hell out. He was spitting venom, puffing himself up like a peacock. Suddenly, the entire restaurant's lighting inexplicably dimmed for an instant. An indescribable aura of authority and chill enveloped the entire space. The owner instinctively shivered and looked up toward the window. Above the restaurant, a faint golden light formed a shimmering emblem that silently materialized in the sky. On one side of the token, the words "bad review" black as ink and radiating the divine power of punishment were directly facing his restaurant. What is that? The arrogance on the owner's face froze instantly, transforming into sheer terror. The live broadcast camera captured this moment with pinpoint accuracy. Audiences worldwide witnessed the phantom token hovering above the city. Negative feedback token. It made no thunderous roar, nor did it unleash a world-shattering beam of light. It simply hovered there in silence. Then, a faint glow barely perceptible to the naked eye flashed across the token and vanished into the Delicacies Pavilion restaurant. Then, everything returned to calm. As if nothing had ever happened. The restaurant owner stood frozen for a long moment, then felt his body unharmed. Summoning his courage, he cursed, "What the hell kind of ghostly nonsense is this? Trying to scare the hell out of me?" Before he could finish speaking, Rying. His cell phone and the front desk phone rang simultaneously, as if possessed. "Hello? Who is this?" the owner answered impatiently. "You bastard owner. Give me my money back. What the hell is this takeout? I opened it to find a box of rotten, moldy vegetable scraps. It stinks so bad I almost threw up. Scammers. My order turned into a pile of moldy bread. You guys are disgusting. I'm calling the police. Food safety violation. You delivered nothing but garbage." One furious rant after another erupted from the other end of the line. Simultaneously, his phone's back end for all food delivery platforms instantly crashed under a flood of complaints and refund requests. He frantically refreshed the page, horrified to see his store's artificially inflated 4.9 rating achieved through fake orders plummet to a glaring, scarlet 0.1. All ratings were permanently locked at the absolute lowest possible score. No, this can't be. The owner's face drained of color as he rushed to the pickup counter, snatching a freshly packed takeout order ready for delivery. It was a beautifully packaged black truffle wagyu fried rice. His trembling hands opened the container. Inside, there was no fried rice at all. Instead, a handful of slimy, putrid kitchen scraps rotting for who knows how long filled the container, emitting a pungent, sour stench. Thud. The restaurant owner's legs buckled and he collapsed to the floor. He was finished. In front of live cameras worldwide, he collapsed, clutching his head and wailing like a slaughtered pig. My money. My restaurant. Everything's ruined. This scene, broadcast live, was clearly seen by everyone. The Huaxia live stream room erupted instantly. Ha 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 ha. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. That's karma. The Divine Lord is mighty. This is the true meaning of heaven's net is wide, yet nothing escapes it. I call it divine retribution through the law of cause and effect. You sold junk to others, and now all your goods have turned to junk. Fair. Support. Full support for the urban deification plan. This is standing up for us common folk. In an instant, domestic support for the plan surged to unprecedented heights at an unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, foreign media fell into a deafening silence. After a brief silence, panic swept across the globe. My God! This isn't magic. It's directly altering the rules of reality. China has wielded an unstoppable weapon of causality. Terrifying. What if this god declares our financial system guilty? Would our stock markets crash instantly? Awe and dread spread like a plague through the upper echelons of the Blue Star Alliance. Dragon Shield Bureau, Supreme Command Center. The atmosphere here, however, was anything but relaxed. An emergency meeting was underway. Xin Hao, the newly appointed director of the Urban Anomaly Economic Liquidation Division, stood before a massive screen, his words sharp and urgent. Comrades! I acknowledge that the urban deification project has achieved tremendous success in public opinion. But we must confront a far more serious issue. His fingers slammed down on the screen, landing on the imposing figure of the takeout god. What we've created is a superweapon possessing causality-level capabilities. And it is uncontrollable. Xin Hao pushed his glasses up, their lenses reflecting a cold glint. Today, it punishes an unscrupulous merchant. Tomorrow, could it punish one of our own leading enterprises in China over some business decision? The day after tomorrow, might it deem the long-done bureau's budget allocation unfair and adjudicate against us? His words caused many of the present leaders to frown. This is a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. We cannot entrust the nation's economic lifeline to the whims of some so-called divine entity. Xin Hao's voice suddenly rose sharply, revealing his true intentions. Therefore, I propose. All new deities born through the deification program must be incorporated into the oversight system of my Urban Anomalous Economy Liquidation Division. We will define the boundaries of divine conduct. Establish KPIs. Ensure this nuclear weapon remains forever under humanity's own control. The room erupted in shock at these words. Regulating deities? This wasn't merely seizing power, it was attempting to harness divine authority. A white-haired veteran general asked in a deep voice, Comrade Xin Hao, are you suggesting we issue commands to gods? Not command. Xin Hao immediately countered, shifting the concept. It's about guiding. It's about managing. It's about ensuring this hard-won power serves us more efficiently and safely. His words were highly inflammatory, and for a moment, many faces betrayed signs of wavering resolve. While the conference room erupted in heated debate over Xin Hao's proposal. In an unnoticed corner, a screen broadcasting financial news flashed a breaking news alert. Breaking news, recently, a mysterious stock market genius named Jin Shicheng has emerged. His turnstone into gold investment app, boasting a 100% success rate, has sparked a nationwide investment frenzy. Chapter 211, Liquidation. On screen, countless investors with bloodshot eyes, seemingly driven mad, mortgaged stacks of property deeds and poured wave after wave of loans into the stock market. The entire financial market was inflated by an unprecedented, colossal, and greedy bubble. Behind the frenzy of red candlestick charts, an unseen shadow was quietly gathering strength through the greed of hundreds of millions, awaiting the decree of a certain entity. Late at night, in the heart of the financial district of the Magic City. Atop a brightly lit skyscraper, before the main switch of the turnstone to gold app's core server. On the massive electronic screen, alternating red and green candlesticks formed a distorted and frenzied tableau. It was a colossal bubble large enough to collapse the entire Chinese financial system in an instant. The collective greed of hundreds of millions. Jin Shicheng stood motionless, a strangely eerie smile playing on his lips, as if admiring a perfect work of art. The time has come. He murmured softly. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly at the air. Snap. The crisp sound echoed like an evil switch being activated. On the screen, all the wildly fluctuating K lines froze instantly. The next second, everything transformed into a blinding crimson.
Two enormous, scarlet characters as vast as fighting cocks and brimming with endless mockery and malice dominated the entire screen.
Liquidation. At the same moment. Across China, countless families.
Countless investors who had poured their entire fortunes and even taken on massive loans into the Turnstone into Gold app now stared at their phones, eyes bloodshot.
Just moments ago, the numbers in their accounts were still skyrocketing at an unbelievable pace. And now, the app interface flickered violently. All the numbers, all the assets, all the hopes. Instantly reset to zero. No.
A middle-aged man who had just mortgaged his property and invested $3 million in loans let out a desperate howl.
My money, where's my money?
An elderly man who had invested his entire pension fund felt his heart clench violently, nearly fainting on the spot.
An unprecedented financial tsunami erupted at that very moment. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded.
The despair on the middle-aged man's face lasted only 3 seconds. Then his expression twisted and shifted, ultimately transforming into a fervent, devout smile as if he had found salvation. Gazing at his account balance now reduced to zero, he felt no anguish. Instead, he clasped his hands together before the phone screen like the most fervent believer, murmuring,
"Thank you, Mr. Gene, for your blessing. This is a test. A test for us believers. Money reigns supreme."
He sprang to his feet, eyes blazing, raising his arms in triumph.
Bankruptcy is rebirth.
This bizarre scene unfolded simultaneously across the nation.
All bankrupt investors seemed instantly brainwashed.
They did not sink into despair, nor did they wail and tear at their hair. Instead, as if infused with some fervent faith, they rushed out of their homes and poured into the streets.
Money reigns supreme. Bankruptcy is rebirth. We must make offerings. We must surrender everything to Mr. Gold. To the banks. To take out loans. Let our devotion earn us more offerings. Thousands converged into an unstoppable torrent, violently storming major banks. They weren't withdrawing money, they were taking out loans.
By any means necessary, they would offer more money to the man who had driven them into ruin. A cult of money worship, with wealth as its sole creed, swept across the nation in less than 24 hours.
At the pinnacle of the demon city,
Jin Shicheng stood bathed in the dim glow of the server room, feeling the immense, pure, and intensely concentrated faith of greed pouring in from every corner of the country. He spread his arms wide and let out a piercing howl to the heavens. His suit shattered inch by inch, revealing a dark golden glow beneath his skin. His entire aura had long transcended the bounds of humanity. A terrifying entity forged purely from the concepts of greed and idolatry of wealth. The first of the urban demons. The money-worshipping demon lord. He had descended. Ha 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 ha. Jin Shicheng no, the materialistic demon lord let out a laugh that shook the heavens. With a single stride, his form materialized atop a skyscraper. He looked down upon the city plunged into madness because of him, his voice like divine decree, echoing in the mind of every follower. I am the demon lord of greed. Master of money. Embodiment of wealth. From this day forward, I shall establish here a divine kingdom upon earth where money is the sole creed. Those who believe in me shall enjoy eternal riches. Those who do not believe shall be stripped of all, reduced to slaves, condemned to eternal servitude. Alert! Alert! Massive anomalies detected across the national financial system. Reporting to the chief. Banks nationwide are under massive assault. Public sentiment has reached an unprecedented fever pitch. Section Chief Chin. All assets in the Turnstone to Gold app have vanished. Untraceable. Jin Shicheng's personal accounts have been frozen, but it's useless. The Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center descended into utter chaos. Shinhao stared at the scenes of chaos streaming across the large screen, his face ashen and eyes filled with disbelief. A mob of fools. Nothing more than mass hysteria triggered by a financial cult. He slammed his fist on the table and issued the order. Order all field units of the Urban Anomaly Economic Settlement Division. Join forces with the Dragon Shield Bureau Special Forces. Deploy immediately. Target, Jin Shicheng. Execute physical apprehension. Every single rioter storming the bank, get them all under control. I refuse to believe flesh and blood can stop bullets. Moments ago, he had been grandstanding about regulating the gods. Now, he was about to prove his control over the situation using the most traditional iron-fisted methods. But he was utterly wrong. On the streets of the Demon City, Shinhao personally led the charge, clad in a crisp black combat uniform, flanked by over 100 elite agents armed to the teeth. They swiftly locked onto the gold worshippers storming the headquarters of a state-owned bank. All personnel, listen up. Cease your illegal activities immediately. Otherwise, we will take forceful measures. Shinhao issued the final warning through a megaphone. His words were met with a thunderous roar of fervent slogans. Money reigns supreme. Bankruptcy is rebirth. Die if you stand in the way of my worshippers. A crowd of unarmed civilians, white-collar workers, students, even gray-haired elders faced the muzzles of guns without flinching. Instead, they charged forward with a death-defying fury. Fire. No. Use non-lethal weapons.
Stun rounds. Suppress them. Shinhao barked the order, his voice a mix of shock and fury. Bang! 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 A barrage of riot control rounds erupted, striking the foremost devotees with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 212, Conceptual Contamination. Yet the expected scene of bodies sprawling everywhere failed to materialize. The followers nearly staggered, their faces breaking into even more fervent grins, as if the projectiles were not bullets but the caress of a demonic overlord. How is this possible? A special forces soldier cried out in shock. Before his words faded, a bespectacled, mild-mannered accountant lunged forward with maniacal laughter, slamming his skull into the officer's blast-proof visor. Thud! The commando stumbled backward under the sheer, reckless force of the impact. More devotees surged forward like a tidal wave. Shinhao's elite unit, the nation's most elite warriors, was instantly scattered by a mob of unarmed, fanatical civilians. In the chaos, Shinhao was pushed into a corner by the crowd. He watched the scene unfold in horror. His theories, his plans, his confidence all shattered in that moment. Just then, a plump, wrinkled matron carrying an Hermes bag noticed Shinhao, dressed in his distinguished attire. Her eyes lit up, as if she had spotted a blasphemous heretic. Heretic! How dare you obstruct our tribute to His Majesty the Demon Lord? The woman shrieked, swinging her heavy leather bag with all her might, aiming it squarely at Shinhao's head. Shinhao instinctively tried to dodge, but the crowd behind him pinned him in place. Thud! A dull thud. The bag's zipper burst open under the tremendous impact. A dozen gleaming, heavy gold bars spilled out of the bag, crashing onto Shinhao's body. This scene was captured precisely by the live broadcast camera of the embedded reporter. Simultaneously broadcast to the entire world. On screen, Section Chief Shinhao, who moments earlier had stood triumphant at the highest level meeting, vowing to draw red lines for the deities, now lay battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight as an elderly woman pelted him with the leather bag filled with gold bars. The thunderous tactics of the old era had become a complete joke in the face of the new era's conceptual demons. How could this happen? Shinhao clutched his bleeding forehead, slumped to the ground, his eyes unfocused. His worldview crumbled completely in that instant. Within the command center, every high-ranking official who witnessed the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, the white-haired old general slowly rose to his feet. His gaze shifted away from Shinhao's disheveled face on the screen and landed on another report that had just been handed over. The report's title contained only one line. Preliminary Analysis of the Divine Authority Scope of the God of Commercial Order Supervision in the Demon City. The old general's voice was hoarse and heavy. It seems. To combat demons, we must resort to divine power. At these words, all eyes instinctively turned to an inconspicuous corner of the large screen. There, a green light point representing the Demon City Commercial Order Supervision deity was slowly illuminating. This was the Dragon Shield Bureau's newly appointed deity dedicated to upholding the city's commercial order. His divine authority embodied the principles of fair trade and contractual integrity. In theory, he was the perfect counter to the god of materialism. Establish communication with the Divine Lord. Authorize the Shanghai Commercial Order Oversight Divine Lord, codenamed Takeout Divine Lord, to deploy immediately. A combat strategist barked the command. Above the demon city, the skies darkened. The demonic form of the Greed Demon Lord, forged from pure avarice, hung like a black sun, casting an ominous dark gold aura over the entire city. At that moment, a brilliant yellow light tore through the gloom. The light was not blinding, but carried a gentle and orderly aura. Within the light, a young deity clad in a yellow rider's suit, helmeted, and riding an electric scooter radiating divine brilliance, broke through the sky. It was none other than the food delivery god. He was the new god of commerce, born from the collective belief in timely delivery held by countless delivery riders and the contractual spirit of billions of fair transactions. Wicked creature. The food delivery god's voice, as precise and clear as a system alert, echoed across the heavens. Your existence disrupts commercial order and violates the principle of fairness. I come by divine mandate to purify you. As he spoke, he held aloft a token. A warm glow emanated from the token, engraved with two characters, positive feedback. This was the positive review token, the core of his divine authority. Forged from countless satisfied transactions between buyers and sellers, it embodied the purest goodness and trust within the commercial order. Purify? The gold-worshipping demon lord looked down upon this insignificant fellow with utter contempt, a sneer curling his lips. Fairness? Order? Foolish creature, you understand nothing. Before absolute profit, your so-called fairness is worthless. Greed. That is the sole truth driving the world's machinery. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the takeout god had already struck. Light of order. He raised the positive review token, and a brilliant pillar of light symbolizing fair trade shot forth like a sword of judgment, striking the materialistic demon lord with devastating force. Yet the moment the beam touched the greed demon lord's body, it did not purify him as expected. Instead, it vanished like water seeping into desert sand, instantly absorbed by the purer, more extreme demonic essence of greed. What? The takeout god's expression changed dramatically. The greed demon lord erupted in a maniacal laugh of delight. Delicious. Your belief in fairness is truly the finest nourishment. He opened his mouth wide and sucked voraciously at the positive review token. Whoosh! An invisible, thick black demonic energy reeking of filthy lucre surged back toward the positive review token, like a giant serpent. Corruption. This was conceptual corruption from a higher dimension. In the face of pure greed that would stop at nothing to seize profit, the fair exchange of you get what you pay for seemed so fragile, so utterly defenseless. Snap! A sharp crack. On that jade-like, good review token, copper coin-shaped black spots began to emerge one after another. The token's radiance rapidly dimmed as the divine power of fairness it contained was being voraciously eroded and assimilated by the demonic essence of greed. Put! The food delivery god was struck as if by lightning, violently spewing a mouthful of golden divine blood. His divine form shook violently, and his bright yellow delivery uniform began to fray and tear, as if it had endured countless negative reviews and complaints. Defeated! The first new god deployed by Huaxia in battle hadn't even lasted a single exchange before falling. Run! The delivery god's mind held only this single thought. He dared not hesitate for a moment longer. Twisting the electric bike's handlebar with all his might, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing desperately toward the horizon. Think you can escape? Too late. The greed demon lord sneered coldly, flicking his finger. A dark gold ancient coin, condensed from greedy demonic thoughts, shot through the air, striking the delivery god's back with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the heavens as the delivery god's figure vanished completely beyond the horizon. Chapter 213, Merit System. Dead silence hung over the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. On the large screen, the green light representing Food Delivery God had turned a blinding red, its status now displayed as critically wounded, dormant. The faith of the masses wavered. Before televisions and across the internet, countless people who had just begun to place their hopes in the new god now felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The god, lost? The god we created couldn't defeat a demon? How could this happen? If even the god has failed, what hope is left for us? Panic spread like a plague. Global media outlets flooded the airwaves with schadenfreude-filled reports. At the White House in the United States, a spokesperson stood before the cameras, his face bearing undisguised scorn. We note that China appears to have undertaken an interesting experiment. But it turns out their god couldn't even overcome the greed of their own country. This may well be the most ironic black humor of the century. These words struck like a resounding slap across the faces of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Yanjing, a high-security prison. Ying Tanchang, clad in prison garb, watched the television news on the wall with calm composure. When he saw the arrogant face of the spokesperson from the United States, a knowing smile curved his lips. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of profound insight. Fighting fire with fire, illuminating the sun with a faint glow. You've been on the wrong path from the very beginning. Are we truly mistaken? Inside the command center, Wan Xinglua stared blankly at the screen, her fair face drained of color. She could clearly sense that with the deity of Takeout's defeat and the global backlash, the newly national faith was rapidly dissipating. In her despair, one person came to mind. Zhou Yan. The man who always provided answers at the most critical moments. She rushed out of the command center without a second thought and found Zhou Yan leisurely shopping for groceries at the Happy Community Market. Zhou Yan. What should we do? The deity has been defeated. Faith is collapsing. Ruan Xinglua's voice trembled with tears, utterly helpless. Zhou Yan didn't answer right away. He simply paid the bill, then pulled her toward an inconspicuous corner of the market. There, a slightly worn red donation box sat, bearing the words supporting impoverished children in mountainous areas. An elderly woman, her hands caked in dirt after selling her vegetables, was fumbling through her pocket with trembling hands, pulling out several coins glistening with sweat. She counted them carefully, then without hesitation dropped the largest 1 yuan coin into the box. Clink. A crisp sound. It felt like the most beautiful music in the world. Zhou Yan pointed at the old woman's retreating figure and asked Ruan Xinglua calmly. Xinglua, look. What is the opposite of greed? Ruan Xinglua's entire body trembled. She gazed at the single yuan coin resting quietly in the donation box, at the old woman's face, radiant with a simple, contented smile. The opposite of greed. It wasn't fair trade, nor was it equivalent exchange, and certainly not order. It is giving, selfless giving. It was that inner radiance of humanity, seeking no reward whatsoever. A sudden, unprecedented clarity struck like lightning, dispelling all the fog in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She understood. No longer lost, no longer passive. A new light ignited in her eyes, brighter than ever before. Thank you, Zhou Yan. I know what to do now. Before her words had fully faded, she had already turned and sprinted back to the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center at top speed. Standing at the very center of the command console, she ignored the stunned gazes of everyone present. For the first time, as the acting guardian of the nation's fortune, she activated her highest authority. Her voice, transmitted through the spirit realm of national fortune, reached every deity whose divine will had been formally consecrated. Summon all consecrated deities to the Huaxia spirit realm for the inaugural Celestial Court Assembly. The Huaxia Spirit Realm. A void space forged from national destiny and faith. Over 20 figures manifested here. Among them were the god of roads and bridges, who oversaw transportation, the Code Celestial Sovereign, who protected the digital realms, and the Yi Food Delivery God, whose divine form now dimmed after recent defeat. They were China's first generation of deities, yet now all bore expressions of bewilderment and unease. Ruan Xingluo's form coalesced before them. Surveying the assembly, she bypassed battle strategies and enemy analysis to announce a plan that stunned every deity present. My friends, we have been mistaken all along. We are not fighting greed. Her voice was unwavering. What we must do is create its opposite, devotion and merit. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the gods, Ruan Xingluo spread her arms wide. Her will surged through the Huaxia spirit realm, instantly enveloping the entire nation. She issued a divine decree to all citizens. I, Ruan Xingluo, hereby formally enact the merit system. From this moment onward, all acts of selfless devotion, charitable deeds, mutual aid, and any altruistic actions by citizens shall be quantified by the system as merit points. Those with high merit points shall receive the blessings of national fortune, bestowing prosperity upon themselves and protection upon their families. The demon lord of greed corrupts hearts with his capitalist delusions. Today, I call upon all citizens to wage a battle. A shining display of humanity to counter this demonic obsession with capital. Ruan Xingluo's voice echoed through the Huaxia spirit realm, resonating within the hearts of every new deity. Within the spirit realm, a deathly silence fell. The takeout god, freshly defeated with his divine form dimmed, voiced the first doubt, his voice weak and bewildered. The nation's fortunes proxy, will this truly be effective? We failed even in direct confrontation. How can such nebulous concepts possibly counter the all-consuming greed of the greed demon lord? The god of roads and bridges, who governed transportation, echoed the doubt. Though he radiated an aura of steel and order, he now brimmed with uncertainty. The demon lord's power stems from humanity's most primal desires. Sacrifice, this tests humanity to its core, almost defying human nature. Can mortals truly achieve it? It's pure fantasy. A thunderous roar erupted from the physical conference room of the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center. Xinhao slammed his fist on the table, eyes bloodshot, his gaze fixed on Ruan Xingluo's composed face on the screen. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. He pointed at the screen and roared at the old general beside him. Old general. Did you see that? This is the solution she came up with? Charity fundraising on the battlefield? The followers of the gold-obsessed demon lord are armed to the teeth. Our special forces are still bleeding. And she's here discussing merit and sacrifice? This is the greatest insult to our frontline soldiers. Chapter 214, A Spark. A combat staff officer couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Director Qin, this is far too idealistic. It's like children playing house. Converting enemies with love? That's a plot even third-rate TV dramas wouldn't dare to film. Within the command center, the faint glimmer of hope ignited by Ruan Xingluo's decisive action was instantly replaced by deeper skepticism and despair. Global media broadcasts swiftly flashed new headlines. BBC, China's final solution? A utopian fantasy. CNN, from divine warfare to moralizing, the Eastern superpower has run out of tricks. Sakura News, baffling tactics, China appears to have abandoned substantive resistance. Mockery surged like a tidal wave from every corner of the world, crashing against the faces of everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau command center. Xinhao took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and issued his final command. Cease all propaganda regarding this laughable merit system. Attention all combat units. Prepare to activate the highest-level military eradication plan. Target the financial center of the demon capital. Eliminate the money-worshipping demon lord by any means necessary. I, Xinhao, assume full responsibility. The order was issued, yet the conference hall fell silent. Every pair of eyes was glued to a suddenly enlarged live surveillance feed on the giant screen. Magic City, Huangpu River Bridge. A middle-aged man stood at the bridge railing, the river wind whipping his thin clothes. His name was Wang Dashan, an ordinary migrant worker. Half an hour earlier, he had invested his entire life savings into the turnstone into gold app money meant for building a house back home, his son's tuition, and his wife's life-saving medical expenses. Now, it had all turned into a blinding zero. Despair, like the icy river water, engulfed him completely. He reached into his pocket and found only a crumpled 10 yuan note. It was the money he had promised his daughter back home to buy a new lollipop. Ha! Wang Dashan laughed bitterly, tears mingling with the bitter river wind, streaming down his weathered face. What was the point of living anymore? Trembling, he prepared to climb over the railing and leap. Just then, the corner of his eye caught a figure huddled beneath the bridge. It was a ragged vagrant, shivering violently in the late autumn chill, lips purple, eyes vacant. Wang Dashan froze. He recalled what he'd just heard from the roadside screen, that merit system everyone treated as a joke. Unconditional giving, quantified into merit points. Bull. Wang Dashan muttered under his breath. What kind of nonsense was this? But he stared at the 10 yuan bill in his hand. This money couldn't buy him a house, couldn't cure his wife's illness, and wasn't even enough for a bus ticket home. To him, it had lost all meaning. But for that homeless man, perhaps it was a bowl of hot soup that could save his life. As if compelled by some unseen force, Wang Dashan stepped down from the bridge railing, approached the homeless man, and pressed the crumpled 10 yuan note into his icy hands. Take it. Wang Dashan's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had scraped it raw. Go, buy something hot to eat. With that, he turned and began walking back toward the river that could end it all. He expected nothing in return. This was merely the last insignificant act of kindness in his life. Yet, the instant he turned away, a faint yet utterly pure golden halo silently materialized above his head. Alert! Alert! High-energy spiritual reaction detected above the Huangpu River Bridge. Not demonic energy. Not divine power. The scream of a data analyst at the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center shattered the silence. Xinhao snapped his head up, his gaze locked on the screen. Zoom in. Magnify. The drone camera swiftly zoomed in, clearly capturing the soft golden halo above Wang Dashan's head. Unlike the dark gold of the gold-worshipping demon lord, which radiated greed and foreboding. Nor was it the bright yellow of the takeout god, bearing order and rules. It was warm and pure, like the rising sun, radiating a power that pierced straight to the heart. Bathed in the halo, Wang Dashan felt a surge of warmth erupt from the Biowee acupoint atop his head, instantly coursing through every limb and bone. He instinctively stretched. Crack! A soft crack echoed from his lumbar spine. The chronic lower back strain that had plagued him for over a decade, the kind that left him unable to stand straight whenever it rained, was gone. Stunned, he twisted his waist and stomped his feet hard. The bone-deep ache vanished without a trace. His mind felt clearer than ever before. His body felt lighter than ever before. This. Wang Dashan touched his lower back in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. The homeless man beneath the bridge gap stared wide-eyed at the scene. He glanced at the 10 yuan note in his hand, then at the lingering golden halo above Wang Dashan's head. With a thud, he fell to his knees. A miracle. Inside the command center, a deathly silence hung heavy. Xinhao's mouth hung slightly open, his eyes filled with shock that defied all understanding. The old general's cloudy eyes suddenly blazed with an unprecedented intensity. He shoved aside the guard beside him, stormed to the command console, and bellowed with every ounce of strength. Cut all international media feeds. Feed this footage to every channel nationwide. Live broadcast. Now. Immediately. This instant. Seconds later. Across all televisions, computers, and mobile screens in China, the foreign news mocking the nation was abruptly cut off. Replacing them was the image of Wang Dashan standing on the Huangpu River Bridge, a figure bathed in golden light, his face etched with utter bewilderment. After 3 seconds of silence, the internet exploded. Holy! It's real! The merit system is real! A world where good deeds are rewarded. I'm crying. I'm actually seeing it. Hurry! Help that old lady cross the street. If you're late, someone else will snatch the merit points. A spark ignited an inferno. More and more people began to try. On the bus, a young man voluntarily gave up his seat for a pregnant woman. A faint, firefly-like glow appeared above his head. In the hospital, a girl donated her rare blood type to an emergency patient. A soft, visible halo glowed above her head. Small acts of kindness began blossoming in every corner of the land. 1, 2, 10, 10,000. Countless faint golden points began to illuminate the map of China, converging into streams that flowed into the sea. But what truly propelled this movement to its peak was a report from Peking Union Medical College Hospital. A girl named Lin Wei, suffering from a terminal illness, had only days left to live. After witnessing Wang Dashan's miracle, she did not pray for his blessings to heal her. She merely smiled, pulled out her 4-tube, and accompanied by her family, made her way to the city's largest animal shelter. Chapter 215, A New God Must Rise. With her last ounce of strength, she cleaned filthy cages, fed stray cats, and embraced abandoned dogs. Her light of merit was neither a faint speck nor a soft halo. Instead, it was a warm, dazzling golden halo like a compassionate bodhisattva. Its brilliance was so intense that every animal in the shelter fell silent, gathering gently around her. That night, Lin Wei passed away peacefully in her sleep. A contented smile graced her face. Her story, titled Life Not Saved, Yet Fully Fulfilled, spread across the entire internet. Countless people wept. People finally understood that the meaning of merit lies not in transactional giving and taking. Rather, it lies in the inner peace and nobility that comes from the act of giving itself. A nationwide movement to accumulate virtue through good deeds unfolded with great fervor, fueled by official tacit approval and spontaneous public participation. Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. Xinhao stared blankly at the national map. The red spots representing followers of the gold-worshipping demon lord were being steadily compressed, surrounded, and purified by waves of emerging golden points. His military eradication plan had become a colossal joke. Reports from the front lines left him utterly bewildered. Reporting to Director Qin. The mob outside the bank in Sector C has been surrounded by a group of middle-aged women. They're carrying eggs and steaming buns, lecturing them on living by conscience. Report. The followers at the square in Sector E have surrendered. They said a primary school student delivering water to them had a glow emanating from his head, shattering their worldview. Xinhao clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. His hardline crackdown had reached an unprecedented stalemate, appearing brutally inept and laughable. This slap silence sent tremors through his very soul. Yanjing, prison. Ying Tiancheng stared fixedly at the vast golden sea on the television screen. For the first time, a crack appeared in his perpetually composed expression. Everyone can do good. Everyone can become a saint. He murmured, his eyes filled with terror and bewilderment. No, this can't be. How could a rabble possess such terrifying power? Human nature must be controlled by the elite. His control faction ideology seemed so selfish, insignificant, and utterly fragile in the face of the overwhelming tide of everyone can be good. Meanwhile, at the White House press conference, the spokesperson who had earlier mocked China now stared at the teleprompter, stammering, his face ashen. We are witnessing a sociological miracle. China seems to have transformed a moral force into something observable, a tangible, real power. This cohesion, this collective will, it's simply terrifying. The mockery had vanished. In its place was profound shock and an incomprehensible dread. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Ruan Xinglua stood before a massive electronic map. Billions of golden dots coalesced in her clear eyes into a dazzling starry sea. Those golden fragments were converging toward the demon city at a visible speed from all corners of the nation. Their target was the financial center shrouded in dark golden demonic energy. At that moment, the massive dark gold light point representing the core of the gold-worshipping demon lord on the map suddenly began to flicker violently. A roar, as if from the depths of hell itself, reverberated through the command center via the demonic aura. Sacrifice? Merit? Nothing but self-delusion from a bunch of ants. Do you truly believe these feeble flickers of light can challenge the all-consuming sun of desire? I will make you witness it with your own eyes. How your so-called humanistic brilliance is utterly crushed by money. Before the words had even faded, the black sun formed from greed above the financial center of the demon city suddenly contracted. In the next instant, a dark gold demonic energy 10 times more powerful than before erupted with a thunderous roar. The golden ocean of merit that had just coalesced and was preparing to launch a counterattack was brutally halted. That overwhelming demonic might stood like an invisible wall, stubbornly holding back the advance of the golden ocean of merit. The dark gold demonic energy and the pure golden light of merit collided fiercely above the demon city, emitting a silent screech. The entire populace of Huaxiao witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle through live broadcasts. The hope that had just begun to ignite seemed poised to be swallowed by an even deeper darkness. See this, you ants. The mad gold demon lord's maniacal laughter echoed in every heart, dripping with contempt and scorn. Your kindness, your devotion, they are worthless before absolute desire. This is reality. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Xinhao's heart, already shaken, was once again gripped by icy despair. He murmured to himself, could it be, truly, not enough? In the global media livestreams, anchors who had just been stunned immediately found new talking points. BBC, the miracle has reached its end. The power of empty morality cannot withstand true transcendence. CNN, the power of money remains the most unshakable law of this world. At that very moment, Ruan Xinglua, who had been standing motionless before the electronic map, moved. She slowly raised her hand. In her hand, the ancient book of deities radiated an unprecedented brilliance. No, it's not insufficient. Her voice, transmitted through the spirit realm, reached every deity with crystal clarity, echoing throughout the command center. It is because it lacks a name, a vessel to contain it. Billions of benevolent thoughts converge here, it must have a name. I, Ruan Xinglua, the nation's fortune's proxy, shall use the book of deified beings as the guide and my own being as the beacon. Her pale fingers traced through the air, inscribing a brand new divine name upon the divine list. Imperial decree. Gather the goodness of 10,000 households' lamps, condense the devotions of all beings. The new deity shall be established. Boom! It echoed like the primordial gong of cosmic creation, reverberating deep within every soul. Across the land, the billions of newly ignited golden sparks seemed to receive their final command in that instant. No longer scattered fireflies, they transformed into surging golden torrents, tearing through the heavens at a speed transcending time and space, all converging toward the list of deified beings, held in Ruan Xinglua's hands. The divine list, illuminating the 9 provinces. The golden ocean of merit, forced to halt, ceased its aimless convergence. It now possessed its own core and will. It began to spin, contract, and condense. Under the stunned gaze of the gold-worshipping demon lord, under the horrified eyes of the entire world. Above the demonic mist-shrouded skies of the financial center in the demon capital, a new divine specter slowly began to take shape. It possessed no fixed visage. Or rather, it possessed billions of faces. Chapter 216, the new god officially emerges. It bore the honest, simple face of migrant worker Wang Dashan. It was the contented smile of terminally ill girl Lin Wei. It is the young man who gives up his seat, the volunteer who donates blood, every ordinary person who embraces stray cats and dogs. Countless benevolent thoughts, countless faces all converged into a vague, warm, yet immensely grand and solemn deity. 10,000 homes, 10,000 Buddhas, the venerable one of merit and aspiration. The new deity is officially born. Superstitious nonsense. The gold-worshipping demon lord snapped out of his initial shock, replaced by boundless fury. A stitched-together monstrosity without even a fixed form. And it dares call itself a god? Shatter it! He channeled all his demonic power. The greedy black sun erupted, unleashing a dark gold torrent formed from countless phantom gold bars, diamonds, and banknotes. Roaring, it charged toward the newly born, venerable of merit and aspiration. This was desire made tangible. The very source of greed capable of corrupting gods and eroding souls. The takeout god had fallen precisely to this very technique. Yet, the merit and aspiration venerable merely hovered in silence. It extended a blurred palm formed of light. Gently, it pressed down. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-shattering shockwave. The dark gold river, vast enough to swallow gods, froze instantly upon contact with that palm of light like boiling water meeting snow. Sizzle. The dark gold demonic energy was instantly purified and evaporated. The illusory forms of gold bars, diamonds, and banknotes transformed into the purest energy within the radiant golden light of merit. This energy then flowed back into the body of the merit vow power venerable, making its illusory form grow even more solid. What? The greed demon lord screamed in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. My greed demon taint. Why did it fail? In the command center, the white-haired veteran's cloudy eyes blazed with brilliant light. Slamming his fist on the table, he roared with excitement. I understand. I understand. Qin Hao whipped his head around. Old general. What is it? It's the rules. It's the divine power's restraint. The old general pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with agitation. The power of the gold-worshipping demon lord is, at its core, taking. It is boundless possession and plunder. But this new deity, this virtue merit aspiration power honor. His power is fundamentally about giving. It's about selfless devotion. At the level of the rules. They are absolute natural enemies. A perfect counterbalance. Before he could finish speaking, the battlefield unfolded, perfectly validating his assessment. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. The gold-worshipping demon lord descended into madness, transforming all his demonic energy into countless dark gold arrows that rained down upon the new god. Each attack carried the greedy concepts of bankrupting the opponent and forcing submission. Yet around the virtue and vow sovereign, the golden halo formed by countless faces merely rippled gently. Every demonic arrow that pierced the halo was instantly purified and dissolved. The more the gold-worshipping demon lord attacked, the faster his own power was purified away. He resembled a madman attempting to extinguish the sun with darkness. Each assault merely added fuel to the sun's flames. Ah! Why? Why? The demon lord of gold's power began to rapidly decline. The black sun above his head was visibly fading. And then something even more terrifying happened. On the streets of the demon city, the gold-worshipping cultists, weapons in hand, eyes bloodshot, chanting money is supreme, shuddered violently under the warm, non-glaring golden light of the merit and aspiration venerable. The fanaticism in their eyes began to fade. Replaced by confusion, bewilderment, and finally, boundless regret. What was I doing just now? A young man clutching a steel pipe stared at the shop he'd smashed and the special forces soldier lying in a pool of blood. His grip loosened, and the pipe clattered to the ground. I attacked the very people protecting us, for those worthless, fleeting numbers? My money, that was my mother's life savings. How could I? I'm so sorry, honey. Dad. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Thud. Thud. Thousands upon thousands of gold-worshipping devotees knelt down on the streets and alleys of the demon city, discarding their weapons, clutching their heads, and weeping bitterly. Those heart-wrenching cries weren't born of shattered beliefs, but because their conscience had finally returned. In the command center, Qin Hao stared blankly at the scenes unfolding on the screens. The very same mob that had rendered his elite special forces helpless, a crowd of fearless, unyielding rebels, now knelt like children who had done something terribly wrong, weeping with broken hearts. His military crackdown plan seemed so feeble, so laughable in this moment. This silent slap left him reeling. Yanjing, prison. For the first time, a flicker of fear flickered across Ying Tiancheng's perpetually composed face. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the iron bars with all his might. Purification, reformation. Not through the control of elites, not through the guidance of authority, but through the spontaneous benevolence of the masses? This subverts the very foundations. China, what kind of monster have you created? His theories, his pride at this moment, they were crushed to dust. Finally. Above the heavens, the countless faces of the virtue and aspiration venerable opened their eyes simultaneously. They all turned their gaze toward the black sun, now dimmed to utter darkness. No words were spoken. Only the purest, most magnificent offering of will from billions of beings. No! The demon lord of gold emitted his final, desperate wail. In the next instant, the ethereal form of the virtue and aspiration venerable completely merged into the black sun. No explosion. No destruction. Only purification. That monstrous entity, forged from greed, was utterly disintegrated, reshaped, and transformed from within by the golden light of merit. Ultimately, it transformed into a warm, pure golden orb of light, suspended silently above the demon capital. Within the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, a voice rang out. Report! All accounts previously wiped clean by the Turnstone to Gold app are being restored. No! That's not right. All purified magical energy has been transformed by the Merit Vow Venerable into genuine, tangible funds. It's automatically establishing an account named the China National Charity and Disaster Relief Foundation. The amount inside. Good heavens! It's more than enough to cover all losses from this financial tsunami, with plenty left over. The entire venue fell deathly silent. On the rooftop of the Magic City Financial Center, Jean Shirching's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. All the dark golden patterns on his body faded away. That aura of a demon lord vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the bespectacled, refined yet utterly corrupt financial fraudster. He had been reduced to a mere mortal. Several special forces operatives descended from above, cold handcuffs snapping shut around his wrists. Chapter 217, The God Has a Bug. Jean Shirchang, you are formally arrested on multiple charges including subversion of national financial security, organizing a cult, and inciting riots. The crisis was over. After a brief silence, the people of all China erupted in thunderous cheers. Countless people poured into the streets, embracing each other in tears. Inside the command center, Qin Hao slowly unclenched his fists, which had turned white from the pressure. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling cold sweat soak through his entire body. He did not look at the scenes of nationwide celebration on the screen. His gaze pierced through the sea of equipment and people, fixing intently on the girl who had remained utterly calm throughout. This girl, whom he had scolded as reckless and naive, had saved China in a way he could not comprehend, a way that defied everything he had ever known. Qin Hao's lips moved, as if to speak, but his throat fell parched and dry. 1,000 words coalesced into a single, hoarse inquiry, born from the depths of his soul. Is this what you meant by the human heart? Facing Qin Hao's hoarse, thunderous question, Wan Xinglua simply gazed at him silently. Her clear eyes reflected the golden sea on the screen, gradually returning to calm. Human hearts can be hell. She paused, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable force. It can also be a divine realm. Qin Hao's body trembled. He slowly closed his eyes, his face etched with exhaustion and bewilderment. He had lost. Not to the demon lord of greed, but to the most unpredictable force he had always tried to control with order. 3 days later, in a quiet apartment within the demon city. Afternoon sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the natural wood floors in warmth. The air carried the faint scent of tea. Zhou Yan reclined on the sofa, lazily watching television. Ruan Xinglua sat beside him, carefully peeling an apple. The television news broadcasted the new social landscape following the launch of the merit system. Our correspondent reports that following the Wang Dashan miracle and Lin Wei's deeds, our nation's public morals have shown remarkable improvement. According to incomplete statistics, within 3 days, nationwide voluntary blood donations increased by 300%, public transportation seat yielding rates approached 100%, and acts of bravery surged sevenfold compared to the same period last year. On screen, a primary school student guided a blind person across the street, a faint halo blowing above their head. A delivery rider dashed into a burning building to rescue someone, the golden light above his head almost solidifying. Overnight, the entire nation seemed to have entered an ideal realm where people left their belongings unguarded and left their doors unlocked at night. Ruan Xinglua watched the television, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. It seems we made the right choice. Zhou Yan took the apple she offered, biting into it with a crisp snap. His gaze fixed on the screen, yet his expression lacked Ruan Xinglua's optimism, instead carrying a hint of profound scrutiny. Xinglua, the emergence of the virtue and vow lord proves that devotion can purify greed. But Zhou Yan shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. It cannot purify ignorance, nor can it discern hypocrisy. Ruan Xinglua paused in peeling the apple, lifting her head to look at him with puzzlement. What do you mean? Zhou Yan didn't answer immediately, instead switching channels with the remote. The screen shifted to a live streaming studio decorated with sacred elegance. A young girl in a white gown, pure as a lily, faced the camera, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked with emotion. She was Su Rue, currently the hottest internet celebrity in Huaxia's spirit realm, revered by countless fans as the spirit realm saintess. Dear family and friends, seeing our society become so wonderful truly moves Su Rue. A bright yet gentle halo of merit glowed above her head, making her appear like a celestial being descended from the heavens. But it's not enough. Our strength is still insufficient. Su Rue's tone suddenly grew impassioned. While we enjoy peace and prosperity, how many children in remote mountain villages still go hungry? How many elderly and widowed souls remain without care? Today, Su Rui stands here to launch the grand ceremony of 10,000 Virtues livestream. I beseech all capable entrepreneurs and all compassionate wealthy individuals, lend us your support. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, straight into the hearts of viewers. First, I implore Mr. Li of Tianhua Group. Mr. Li, your company earned 30 billion yuan in profits last year. Donating just 1% of your wealth could provide books for 10,000 children. The entire nation is watching you and the deity of merit is watching you too. The live chat exploded with comments. Support the saintess. Tianhua Group, donate now. If you don't donate, Mr. Li, you're a heartless tycoon. Your merit points will definitely turn black. This is a golden opportunity to do good deeds. Mr. Li, what are you waiting for? Yes. Donate. You must donate. Ruan Xingluo's brow gradually furrowed. This is coercing donations. No, Zhou Yan shook his head, correcting her. This is called merit blackmail. He pointed at the screen, where Su Rui's merit aura glowed ever brighter atop her head, fueled by countless supporters. See, within the merit system's assessment, her actions are classified as encouraging others toward virtue that itself constitutes merit. The public's response further amplifies her virtue. As for Mr. Li, whom she singled out, if he refuses, he'll be subconsciously defined by the masses as unvirtuous, thereby damaging his own merit. Ruan Xingluo was momentarily speechless. Kindness is becoming a new weapon, a new hard currency. Zhou Yan's tone turned icy. And the gods cannot see through human hearts. Before he finished speaking, an alarm sounded within the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center, triggered by the technician monitoring divine energy fluctuations. Report. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the divine power of the god of commercial order supervision in the Demon City. Report. The golden light of merit from the 10,000 families living Buddha merit and aspiration venerable contains an unidentifiable impurity. The energy source traces back to influencer Su Rui's grand ceremony of 10,000 Virtues livestream. The technician reported anxiously, Tianhua Group just announced a 300 million yuan donation. The deity judged this a virtuous act and granted merit feedback. However, the source driving this act carries an impure intent. The system cannot determine its morality. The deity encountered its first bug. Meanwhile, in a marginalized office, Xinhao stared expressionlessly at his computer screen, which displayed Su Rui's livestream. His desk was piled high with case files documenting the bizarre incidents occurring nationwide since the launch of the merit system. Some deliberately pushed people into water only to rescue them, all for merit points. Others, in the name of doing good, had forcibly cleaned someone's home only to shatter a family heirloom. Chapter 218, What does gray represent? Ignorance and fanaticism were quietly taking root beneath the cloak of benevolence. And Su Rui was undoubtedly the most elite player among them. She had masterfully exploited the weaknesses of human nature and the loopholes in divine authority. Xinhao didn't fly into a rage like before, nor did he report it. Instead, he silently opened an encrypted document, meticulously cataloging every frame of Su Rui's livestream, every comment, and every successful instance of merit coercion into organized categories. Finally, at the top of the document, he typed a cold, clinical title. Analysis report on the necessity and potential risks of divine authority oversight. His era, perhaps, was not yet over. Inside the livestream, Su Rui's grand ceremony of 10,000 virtues was reaching its climax. After successfully persuading over a dozen companies, she set her sights on the ultimate target, Ma Yunsan, the wealthiest man in present-day China. Mr. Ma. Su Rui's expression became profoundly reverent. She even bowed slightly, paying her respects to the camera. You are a legend of our era, an idol to countless young people. Your wealth has long transcended mere monetary value. It represents a responsibility. Now, China needs you. The people need you. Please, usher in an era of peace for all generations and set an example for all humanity. I, Su Rui, earnestly implore you to donate 10 billion yuan to establish the National Healthcare Security Fund. Let no one in this world fall into poverty due to illness. Whoosh. Inside and outside the livestream, countless people gasped in shock. 100 billion. This wasn't a donation appeal, it was a call to sacrifice. All eyes were fixed on the small window connected to the livestream, where Ma Yunsan's stunned face was magnified to the extreme. He could feel the invisible pressure bearing down on him like mountains and seas. Refuse, and his company's stock would plummet tomorrow, destroying his lifelong reputation in an instant. If he agreed, it would be like carving out a chunk of his own flesh. A tear of compassion slid from Su Rui's eye. The halo of merit above her head glowed with blinding intensity under the collective pressure of billions of viewers' minds. Mr. Ma, please grant us this act of kindness that will be remembered for all eternity. Silence. Dead silence. A full minute passed before Ma Yunshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Wearily, he spoke. I donate. Boom! The entire internet erupted. In Su Rui's livestream, gifts poured in like a tsunami, flooding the screen. Above her head, the golden light of merit nearly solidified into a tangible crown. Even from the heavens above, the newly born 10,000 family living Buddha merit vow power deity cast a faint, shadowy projection, sending down a strand of blessed golden light that enveloped Su Rue. The divine crowned her personally. In that moment, Su Rue shone like a true savior saint, radiant with divine light. Yet, in an unnoticed corner, in a dimly lit room, Su Rue's assistant calmly watched her phone. A bank deposit notification silently popped up on the screen. Your account ending in 6688 received a deposit at 2215, 100 million renminbi. Reference, transfer from Tianyun Charity Fund. 100 million. Not a penny more or less, exactly 1% of the 100 billion donation. A cold smile curved the assistant's lips. Meanwhile, Su Rue, who had just wrapped up the live broadcast of the 10,000 Virtues ceremony, basked in the adoration of the entire internet. Her follower count had surged past 300 million overnight. The title Holy Maiden of the Spiritual Realm dominated the top trending searches across every major platform, followed by a crimson explosive tag. Having tasted the power of leveraging benevolence to unlock billions in wealth, Su Rue's ambition flared like a flame doused in gasoline, exploding outward. Just one day later, she launched a brand new live streaming format. No longer soliciting donations. Instead, it was merit judgment. Family, today we will judge a villain. In the livestream, Su Rue wore a white dress, radiating the same sanctity as ever, yet her brow now bore an unyielding authority. Behind her, a large screen displayed the photo of a middle-aged man and details of his company. Hongda Real Estate, Wang Jianhong. The substandard construction in his developments has left numerous homeowners with nowhere to turn for justice. Every penny he earns is stained with the blood and tears of ordinary people. Such a man is unworthy of wealth. And even more unworthy of merit. Su Rue's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. The halo of merit above her head blazed with radiant light, transforming into a sword of judgment. I hereby invoke the collective righteous will of the people to pass judgment upon Wang Jianhong. All righteous souls, join me in stripping him of his ill-gotten gains. Purge the source of his wickedness. Her words detonated like a nuclear bomb. The comments section erupted in chaos. Judge him. Judge him. The saintess is right. This black-hearted businessman deserves bankruptcy. I'm heading to his company's official Weibo to shame him. Let him suffer social death. Boycott Hongda Real Estate. Make sure he can't sell a single brick. Charge, brothers. Show him the power of the people. Billions of thoughts converged through the internet, coalescing into a torrent of curses surging toward the man named Wang Jianhong. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, the alarm pierced the silence once more. Report. Massive cyberbullying detected, targeting Hongda Real Estate Chairman Wang Jianhong. Report. Wang Jianhong's personal merit points are being drained at tens of thousands per second, turning black. Report. The divine fluctuations of the 10,000 households living Buddha merit vow power venerable are abnormal again. It is absorbing the resentment generated by this judgment. Gray patches have appeared on its divine body. On the screen, the once pure golden divine apparition now bore an eerie gray taint across its left half, an infection that had taken hold unseen. Gold represented merit. What, then, did the gray signify? Ruan Xinglua stared fixedly at the screen, her heart growing colder by the second. She understood. Su Rue was using the merit system to carry out vigilante justice. She incites her followers to attack those she labels as evil people. The followers believe they are doing good deeds, thereby accumulating merit that will bless Su Rue. Those targeted, driven to bankruptcy and social ruin, would harbor overwhelming resentment and hatred. This resentment, rather than being deemed evil by the system, was instead treated by the merit-driven will as a form of nourishment. Merit and resentment, benevolence and malevolence, two diametrically opposed forces, were forming a bizarre energy loop through Su Rue as the conduit, simultaneously nourishing that new deity. We must stop her. Ruan Xinglua's voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. She could no longer stand by and watch the system she had personally created become a breeding ground for monsters. She now glanced at her but said nothing, silently placing a freshly printed investigation report titled Insufficient Evidence for Wang Jianhong's Commercial Crimes before her. Ruan Xinglua didn't glance at the report. She rose immediately and walked toward the door. I'm going to see her. Chapter 219, Protecting the Holy Maiden. Magic City, Tangchenipin, Penthouse Duplex. This was Su Rue's home, a luxurious palace overlooking the entire Huangpu River. As Ruan Xinglua stood before the heavy wooden door edged in gold, a complex mix of emotions swirled within her. She couldn't reconcile this place with the Holy Maiden who wept for mountain children in her livestreams. The door opened silently. It wasn't Su Rue, nor her assistant. Instead, a man in an impeccably tailored tailcoat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refined elegance, yet his presence made Ruan Xinglua's pupils suddenly contract. Ing Tianchang. The man who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment for illegal research into the supernatural, locked away in the deepest dungeons of the Dragon Shield Bureau. How could he be here? Miss Ruan, it's been a while. Ing Tianchang smiled, gesturing with a please as if he were the master of this place. Or perhaps I should address you as Your Excellency, the proxy of national fortune? His tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Ruan Xinglua stepped inside, her icy gaze sweeping across the living room. Su Rui sat on the sofa like a docile kitten, respectfully brewing tea for Ying Tianchang. Ying Tianchang, did you escape from prison? Ruan Xinglua's voice was as cold as ice. No. Ying Tianchang waved his finger dismissively, adjusting his glasses. Choose your words carefully. I was released early because I provided the nation with a groundbreaking approach to managing extraordinary powers, atoning for my crimes through service. He lifted his teacup and blew gently on it. You know, Miss Ruan, I used to obsess over how to harness those strange phenomena, how to control those indescribable forces. But I was wrong. He lifted his head, the eyes behind his glasses flashing with a brilliance bordering on madness. I was utterly wrong. The uncanny is chaotic, disordered. But the human heart is the most predictable thing of all. Greed, envy, vanity, ignorance, and... He looked at Ruan Xinglua, a faint smile playing on his lips. And that's self-righteous kindness. Why should I go out of my way to control those monsters? To control the human heart is to control everything, is it not? Ying Tianchang rose to his feet, arms spread wide like a cult leader preaching doctrine. What I seek is not to command the uncanny, but to become a god above all humanity, a god above men. Su Rui is your pawn? Did you orchestrate all this? Ruan Xinglua frowned. Plot? No, I'm merely a mentor. Ying Tianchang savored Ruan Xinglua's stunned expression, smiling with satisfaction. I taught Su Rui, this gifted student, how to harness goodness to gather merit, then use judgment to cultivate resentment. Light and darkness, virtue and vice, merit and resentment. When these two ultimate forces converge within a single divine being, what do you suppose emerges? A truly magnificent existence. Madman. A complete lunatic. Ruan Xinglua hesitated no longer. The power of national fortune instantly gathered in his palm. In the name of the nation's fortune's proxy, I now condemn you both. Don't be so hasty, Sister Xinglua. Su Rui, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted her head, her face adorned with an innocent smile. She raised her phone, its screen glowing brightly. The global livestream has already begun. The screen showed Ruan Xinglua, her face twisted with murderous intent, energy gathering in her palm as she prepared to strike the helpless and vulnerable Su Rui. The livestream's headline screamed across the screen, Sacred Maiden of the Spirit Realm persecuted. Nation's fortune bearer seeks to snuff out goodness. Su Rui slowly rose to her feet and walked before Ruan Xinglua. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes as her voice, filled with sorrow and grievance, echoed through the phone to the entire world. Sister Xinglua, what have I done wrong? I asked the wealthy to donate and help the poor. Was I wrong? I judged those villains, ridding the people of harm. Was I wrong? I only wanted to make this country better, to let the light of virtue shine upon every inch of land. Could that, too, be wrong? She took a step forward, her tear-filled eyes locked on Ruan Xinglua as she hurled a deafening accusation. I am doing good deeds, gathering merit for the nation. How dare you stop me? Could it be? Her voice suddenly rose, piercing the heavens. Are you declaring war on the goodwill of the entire nation? In an instant, for the first time, the Huaxia livestream chat exploded with a massive wave of criticism and abuse directed at Ruan Xinglua. What is Ruan Xinglua trying to do? Is she going to attack the Holy Maiden? I always knew something was off about her. How dare she claim to represent the nation's fortune? Jealousy. She's just jealous of Su Rui. Jealous that Su Rui is more beloved than her. Are the authorities trying to suppress grassroots charity? This is just too ugly. Blocking the Holy Maiden from doing good is declaring war on all of us. Ruan Xinglua, get out of Shanghai. Meanwhile, foreign media livestreams were flooded with schadenfreude-filled headlines. Divine civil war in China, a clash of faith between old and new powers. Shocking. China's savior faces crisis of faith, may be abandoned by the people. Amidst the fervent mental support of billions of believers, the halo of merit above Su Rui's head shone with blinding brilliance. Above the 9 heavens, the skies darkened. The ethereal form of the merit vow deity was forcibly summoned by this colossal collective will. Boom! The divine apparition appeared above Tangcheniping, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. But this time, its form was utterly bizarre. The left half was the golden Buddha, compassionate savior of all beings. The right half was a grey demon god, coiled in endless resentment. Half divine, half fallen. Just as Ruan Xinglua prepared to take down the two, the deity moved. Its demonic half slowly raised a hand, and a barrier of pure resentment instantly materialized between Ruan Xinglua and Su Rui. The deity was protecting Su Rui. No, it was protecting Ying Tianchang's creation. Simultaneously, the goodwill of billions of fans in the livestream, all intent on protecting the saintly maiden, coalesced into invisible shackles. They wrapped tightly around Ruan Xinglua, rendering her utterly immobilized. She was besieged by the very goodwill she had championed. She was blocked by the divinity she herself had created. In that moment, Ruan Xinglua stood in the center of the opulent living room. Before her was Ying Tiancheng's confident smile and Su Rui's hypocritical tears.
Behind her loomed the bizarre deity, both divine and demonic. In her ears rang the doubts and curses of the entire nation.
Caught between a rock and a hard place. Surrounded on all sides.
She could feel it every second. Thousands of needles of public doubt and malice pierced her spirit like steel.
This was a broad daylight scheme. Open and above board, yet utterly venomous.
Ying Tiancheng handed the banner of goodness to Su Rui, placing her on the moral high ground.
At this moment, any harsh measures taken against Su Rui would be tantamount to opposing goodness itself and opposing 300 million believers nationwide. Chapter 220, The Truth Unveiled.
This was not merely the apprehension of two criminals, it threatened to undermine the very foundations of the entire merit system, potentially causing the newly established urban deification project to collapse entirely.
Ying Tiancheng savored the struggle etched across Wan Xingluo's face.
Behind his glasses, his eyes shimmered with the confidence of one holding all the cards. He smiled, his voice soft yet clear enough for every ear to hear.
Miss Wan, do you see? This is the nature of human hearts. They don't care about the truth. They only choose to believe what they want to believe.
They believe Su Rui is a saint, so you are the demon trying to stifle goodness. Su Rui wiped the tears from her own face, a victorious curve lifting her lips as she chimed in, Sister Xingluo, it's not too late to stop now. I can let bygones be bygones, I'll even make you an honorary counselor for my grand ceremony of 10,000 virtues.
Wan Xingluo's fingernails dug deep into her palms.
The power of the nation surged within her, yet it was relentlessly suppressed by the collective will of millions. For the first time, she felt such profound helplessness. Just as her resolve was about to shatter, a steady, familiar voice like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells resounded directly within her mind. It belonged to Zhou Yan, the commander-in-chief who had always remained in the rear.
Xingluo. Merit has its measure, and the people's hearts have their yardstick.
The whip strikes the gods, but the heart passes judgment.
What is that whip in your hand meant to strike? Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning striking her mind. Wan Xingluo's tense body suddenly relaxed. Yes.
She had fallen into a misconception. She had been fixated on punishing Ying Tiancheng and Su Rui's people, forgetting that the root of all their power stemmed from that corrupted god and that exploited rule. If the problem lay with the rules, then she would go and fix the rules. If the deity had been blinded, then awaken the deity. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the struggle and fury on Wan Xingluo's face faded completely, replaced by a calmness as still as an ancient well. She no longer looked at the triumphant Ying Tiancheng, nor did she pay attention to the feigned concern of Su Rui. She slowly raised her hand. A short whip of ancient design, covered in divine patterns and seemingly imbued with the laws of heaven and earth, materialized in her palm. The heavenly law divine artifact, the divine smiting whip.
What is she trying to do? She's lost her mind. Does she actually intend to attack?
The live stream chat exploded with comments, countless viewers cursing her for her stubbornness. Ying Tiancheng's smile froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that under these circumstances, Wan Xingluo would dare to summon her ultimate weapon. But he quickly relaxed. With divine protection and the people's support behind her, what could she possibly do? Su Rui stood even straighter, her face bearing a martyr's solemn resolve as she braced for the inevitable strike, one that would surely be blocked by the divine barrier. She swung the divine whip.
Yet its target was neither Su Rui nor Ying Tiancheng.
Under the horrified gaze of the entire world, that short whip of mystic yellow and black traced a path that tore through the void. With supreme majesty, it lashed out fiercely at the venerable, half-divine, half-demonic aura of merit and vow that shielded Su Rui.
She's attacking a god? In that instant, everyone went mad.
Ying Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks.
No!
A dreadful premonition seized him, erupting into a horrified howl.
Crack!
A crisp crack echoed through the heavens, not like a heavy blow, but more like the stamp of an imperial decree. The divine whip struck without harming the divine lord in the slightest. The moment its tip touched the deity's ethereal form, it abruptly exploded, transforming into a boundless golden divine decree. Like a torrent of code, it instantly swept across the entire merit system. Celestial law, discerning divine edicts, activated. Merit reckoning, traced to the source. Good deeds require a good heart, hypocrites shall be stripped. The next instant, every person within China, indeed, across the entire globe who possessed a merit point account was horrified to discover their mobile app interface had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The previously singular merit points value was split in two by a golden line. Left, good deeds value. Right, true heart evaluation. For an ordinary office worker, the interface displayed good deeds, 12 points. True heart, good. A student who just helped an elderly woman. Good deeds, 28 points. True nature, pure goodness. The core nature evaluation for the vast majority of people is either good or pure goodness, with their merit points remaining completely intact. The rules have been altered. The truth has been revealed. Unconsciously, everyone's gaze locked onto the dazzling halo above Su Rui's head, as bright as the sun through the live broadcast lens. Under the new rules judgment, her data was now displayed before the global audience.
Good deeds, 999, 999, 999 plus. The value was so high it was blinding, nearly spilling off the screen. Yet beside it, in the True Heart evaluation column, two startling crimson characters as if written in blood stared back. True Heart, hypocrisy. Extreme evil. Boom. The truth was laid bare for all to see. The entire network fell silent. Then came an eruption of faith collapsing like a volcano. Hypocrisy, extreme evil? We were deceived? All her good deeds were fueled by extreme evil? System announcement, verification results determined that all merits attributed to Su Rue are impure. Ruled as hypocritical merits and revoked in full. The moment the words fell, the dazzling golden light of merit crowning Su Rue's head burst like a punctured balloon, extinguishing completely within a second. The merit vow statue sheltering her, the grey demonic deity's torso shuddered violently, as if deprived of fuel, and instantly dissipated. The golden Buddha half-form, however, cast a lingering gaze upon Wan Xinglua before slowly fading away. The divine protection vanished. The color drained from Su Rue's face in an instant. She stared in disbelief at her own hands, then up at the empty space above her head. No, my merit, my power. She let out a desperate scream. At that moment, the fury of the billions of deceived and duped fans surged back at her like a torrent 100 times more violent than before. Fraud. Su Rue is a complete and utter fraud. Give back my donations. Give back my faith. How could I have trusted such a vicious woman? Judge her. Judge her with true merit. Ing Tiancheng. And that man. They're in cahoots. Arrest them. The collapse of faith unleashed a torrent of rage. Ing Tiancheng's face turned ashen. The human god scheme he'd poured his heart into building crumbled to dust under this single blow. He fixed his gaze on Wan Xinglua. His eyes held no trace of composure, only a chilling intent to kill and utter bewilderment. You? How dare you? How dare you whip a deity? Wan Xinglua withdrew the divine whip, her expression cold and detached. God is the embodiment of public sentiment. When public sentiment is deceived, so too is God. Chapter 221, The People Are Weary. She walked step by step toward Su Rue, who had collapsed to the ground, and Ing Tiancheng, whose expression had turned ashen. My whip strikes neither man nor God. What I strike is the filthy human heart hiding beneath the rules. The Su Rue incident, after unleashing a tidal wave of upheaval, concluded in a manner no one could have foreseen. Ing Tiancheng and Su Rue were arrested, facing dual trials under both national law and celestial justice. The merit system underwent revisions, becoming more refined. China seemed to have weathered another crisis and returned to its proper course. Yet no one could have foreseen. The true crisis had only just begun. 1 week after the incident subsided. Shanghai, a major internet company. Manager Wang, the KPI for the 996 project team this month. Don't even mention KPIs to me, I quit. A programmer slammed his ID badge onto the desk. The world nearly ended several times over, and you still want to grind? Screw that. I'm going to enjoy life. With that, he turned and walked out with a flourish. At the same time, at a prestigious high school. Students, the college entrance exams are next month. Everyone must. A top student hailed as a prospective Tsinghua Peking University candidate silently closed his book and stood up. Teacher, I don't want to take the exams anymore. I want to take a leave of absence, play some games, travel, and see the world. Similar scenes were unfolding across the nation at an alarming rate. As living standards rose and crises receded, a peculiar, extreme-lying flat culture spread like a virus through Chinese society. People are no longer simply relaxing, they are resigning en masse, dropping out of school, and selling off assets. They no longer pursue careers, crave knowledge, or strive for the future. Countless individuals are drowning in virtual realms, wasting away in games and short videos, utterly disengaged from reality. The productivity and creativity of society as a whole began to stagnate, even regress, at a visible pace. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's Supreme Command Center, the atmosphere was thick with tension. An intelligence analyst reported the latest data in a dry voice. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, within the past month alone, the national voluntary resignation rate has skyrocketed by 70%. The dropout rate among high school seniors has surpassed 30%. What's even more terrifying is, the analyst swallowed hard and struggled to continue. According to the latest simulations from the National Economic Center, if this trend continues unchecked, our nation's total social productivity will experience a precipitous decline. The air seemed to freeze. Wan Xinglua's face turned an unprecedented shade of pale. She had just used thunderous measures to correct the merit system and judge the hypocritical Su Rue, believing she was setting things right and stemming the tide. Yet she never imagined that toppling one extreme would give birth to an even more terrifying one. With striving and internal competition rejected, people did not return to normal lives. Instead, they plunged directly into utter nihilism and resignation. This was no longer a crisis. This was the apocalypse. It was a civilization self-annihilating. Commander-in-Chief. Ruan Xingluo's voice trembled slightly as she looked toward Zhou Yan behind the command console, hoping this pillar of stability would provide direction. Yet Zhou Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the alarming curves on the large screen, his brow furrowed, not uttering a word. At that very moment. Alert! Detecting a new high-dimensional energy source. Analyzing energy properties. Non-aggressive, no hostility. Determined to be. Bliss? Confirm? Energy source spreading exponentially. Origin cannot be pinpointed. It emanates from within every single person. Hum. A soft yet extraordinary resonance echoed throughout every corner of China. As if a warm spring breeze brushed against every heart. All those who had been fretting over the future, scrambling for survival, or anxious about KPIs in that instant, every worry in their hearts was gently smoothed away by an invisible hand. A profound sense of peace and contentment welled up from the depths of their souls. Striving? Too exhausting. Dreams? Too distant. This is just fine. Sip a Coke, scroll through a short video, play a game. Happiness, it turns out, can be this simple. In the panoramic surveillance of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the golden dragon representing the nation's fortune, its body radiating brilliant light, was visibly growing, languid. Its head drooped, eyes half closed, as if ready to fall into a deep slumber at any moment. In stark contrast, a new will, radiating a gentle golden light, rapidly coalesced from the laziness and contentment of hundreds of millions of people. It possessed none of Su Rui's blinding golden radiance of virtue, nor the dark, malevolent aura of the gold-worshipping demon lord. It was warm and gentle, like the sunlight at 3 in the afternoon, making one want to let go of everything and simply bask in its embrace. In the void, this will slowly coalesced into the divine form of a deity. It was a deity with a blurred face, reclining on a cloud-cushioned bed. One hand propped up his cheek, the other held a jade palm fan, gently swaying. His eyes held a trace of compassionate weariness. As if saying, all beings suffer, why not rest here? A new deity is born. Divine mandate determined, tranquility, pleasure, contentment. Imperial title, Lord of Tranquility and Delight. Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone was rendered speechless by this bizarre spectacle. At that very moment, screens across the nation, indeed, the entire world, whether on phones, computers, or outdoor billboards, were forcibly taken over by the same image. The image depicted a mist-shrouded paradise. Pavilions and towers stood amidst the mist, celestial music drifted through the air, and countless figures played and frolicked within. Every face bore a pure, unadulterated smile of happiness, radiating from the depths of their souls. A familiar figure emerged slowly from the depths of this paradise. It was Ying Tianchang. He was not imprisoned, nor did he carry the slightest trace of a prisoner's dejection. Dressed in flowing white robes, he stood within the divine realm of the true Lord of Tranquil Delight, his face adorned with a smile more confident and composed than ever before. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, locking directly with Ruan Xingluo in the command center. Miss Ruan, we meet again. His voice, amplified by divine power, rang clearly in every ear. Do not be surprised by my presence here. When my divine humanity project was shattered by your single lash, the collapsing faith and overwhelming resentment of those billions of believers should have torn me apart. But I did not resist. Instead, I surrendered to this torrent. I discovered that beyond the depths of rage and resentment lies not destruction, but exhaustion, utter weariness. People are tired. They no longer wish to be held hostage by KPIs, no longer wish to be judged by merit, and they no longer even wish to distinguish between good and evil. They just want to rest. Chapter 222, The Torch. Ying Tianchang spread his arms wide, embracing the pure land of ultimate bliss behind him. Thus, I channeled this most primal yearning of all humanity. I aligned with this greatest collective will. I created a god. A god who could bring happiness to all. His words struck Ruan Xingluo's heart like a heavy hammer. Ying Tianchang's gaze sharpened like a blade, as if a public battle of principles had erupted in that very moment. Ms. Ruan Xingluo, my question is this. You can judge Su Rui's hypocrisy with true nature. Jean Shirqing's greed, you can settle with justice. But now, this deity forged from happiness and contentment, how will you judge him? Are you declaring that happiness itself is a sin? Boom! This question struck Ruan Xingluo like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind blank. Trial for happiness? How could that be possible? If she dared to do such a thing, she would be declaring war on every soul yearning for peace and contentment across the nation, indeed, the entire world. This was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more difficult than confronting Su Rui's 300 million deluded followers. Because this time, the people were fully conscious and willing. Ruan Xingluo's fingertips grew icy cold. Ha 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 ha. Ying Tianchang roared with laughter, looking up at the sky. See? You've got nothing to say now. Come, let me show you the people's choice. The scene shifted to an ordinary residential complex in the Demon City. This neighborhood had been completely enveloped by the aura of the true Lord of Tranquil Bliss, affectionately dubbed by its residents the Blissful Community. The Dragon Shield Bureau's special forces were attempting to establish a perimeter cordon around the complex, using magical artifacts to dispel the aura of happiness. Yet, residents inside spontaneously linked arms, forming a human wall to block their path. There was no anger, no violence. They simply smiled, looking at the special agents with the same expression one might reserve for children who don't understand. Sir, don't waste your effort. We feel perfectly fine right now. Yeah, why chase away something that makes us happy? Are you happiness police? Are you going to take away our right to be happy too? Go home. Spend time with your families, play some games. Isn't that better? Why work so hard? The special agents held their ritual implements, the nation's fortune surging through them, yet they had nowhere to strike. They faced not enemies, but a group of blissfully content patients. Any coercive measures against them would instantly ignite public outrage, pitting the Dragon Shield Bureau against the entire populace. Before the live broadcast, countless citizens who had chosen to lie flat flooded the chat with supportive messages. Mr. Ing is the true sage. He understands what we truly desire. Support the true lord of leisure and pleasure. This is the kind of deity we should truly worship. Isn't the Dragon Shield Bureau overstepping? How we choose to live is our freedom. Down with the hustlers. Give us back our happy lives. All suppression measures proved utterly ineffective. Instead, they sparked a tidal wave of protests. Snap. In the command center, Zhou Yan silently turned off the television. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Ruan Xinglua stared blankly at the dark screen, murmuring, "Why did this happen?" Zhou Yan approached her, his voice low and solemn. "We're in trouble. This Ing Tianchang is a genius of the highest order. He's grasped the very core essence of our urban deification destiny script." Ruan Xinglua snapped her head up to look at him. Zhou Yan continued, "He no longer sees us as enemies. He even disdains doing evil. What he has created is not an enemy to be defeated. What he created is a chronic disease of civilization. A terminal illness that causes the entire social body to rot from within, willingly and willingly. This disease." Zhou Yan enunciated each word deliberately, delivering a conclusion that sent a chill through Ruan Xinglua's entire body. "Not even the gods can cure it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an urgent red-stamped intelligence report landed on his desk. The intelligence officer's voice trembled with emotion. "Commander-in-Chief. The chief scientists of the Dragon Core project at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences have just submitted a collective resignation letter. They said they no longer wish to exhaust themselves for the future of humanity. They want to go to the beach and soak up some sun." The intelligence officer's tearful report became the final straw that broke the psychological defenses of everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center. The Dragon Core project. It was the backbone of Huaxia's technological prowess, the ultimate trump card for future global competition. Now, this backbone was about to break itself. Ruan Xinglua's body swayed, darkness flooding her vision. She had lost. She had been utterly defeated. Ing Tianchang had employed neither treachery nor violence. He had merely tapped into the deepest weariness within human nature, effortlessly dismantling the fighting spirit of an entire civilization without shedding a drop of blood. This was 10,000 times more terrifying than any invasion by gods or demons. "Zhou Yan." Ruan Xinglua's voice was hoarse, tinged with a desperate plea. "Is there any way left for us?" Zhou Yan did not answer. He merely turned slowly, his piercing gaze sweeping across every dejected, bewildered face in the hall. "Even the gods are powerless." A young operations officer murmured, his mind drifting. "Yes. Deities are the embodiment of collective belief. When people no longer believe in striving, no longer believe in the future, but only believe in ease and pleasure, what can the golden dragon of national fortune symbolizing protection and resistance possibly do?" Amidst this deathly silence, a faint communication request appeared in the corner of the main screen. "Commander-in-Chief, this is the Civil Sentiment Monitoring Unit." The operator's voice sounded young, tinged with uncertainty. "We've detected activity on the Huaxia Spiritual Realm platform. A group of, retired elders seem to be organizing some kind of event." Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. "Put them through." The command was issued, and the main screen switched to a new feed. The image revealed a simple university lecture hall. A white-haired elder, his spine straight as an arrow, stood before the lectern. Behind him sat over a dozen other septuagenarians, China's most distinguished veteran scientists, professors, and engineers. Each pair of eyes was clear and resolute, as if burning with an eternal flame. The elder at the head of the group was none other than academician Li Jinghua, former president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Addressing the empty classroom and the live broadcast camera before him, his voice rang out with unwavering conviction. "We shall name this initiative the Torch. Passing the torch from generation to generation, civilization shall endure." Li Jinghua's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, fixing directly on every soul who had chosen to lie flat. "Children, I know you are weary. Ing Tianchang and his Lord of Comfort and Pleasure have offered you a seemingly perfect solution: let go of everything and find instant happiness. It's a tempting option, we admit. Chapter 223, The Most Perfect Cage. Academician Li Jinghua's tone abruptly shifted. "But I have a question for you. What difference is there between the happiness you feel now bestowed upon you without any effort and the white mice in the laboratory, whose brains are stimulated by electrodes to continuously secrete dopamine? This question exploded like a thunderclap in the minds of countless people. The smiles froze on the faces of some young people lying on the sofa, their expressions of contentment suddenly stiffening. He tells you that striving is suffering, that creation is just more of the same. Then let us see what this so-called suffering has truly brought forth. The large screen behind academician Li Jinghua lit up. The images no longer depicted heavenly realms or pure lands of bliss. Instead, it showed black and white, grainy, yet profoundly moving historical footage. It was the mushroom cloud soaring into the sky over the Gobi Desert during the first atomic bomb test, and the images of all the scientists embracing each other in tears. Is this suffering? It is for the glory that allows our nation to stand tall. The scene shifts. On sheer cliffs, engineers suspended by ropes inch by inch survey the foundation, building a railway that cuts through the mountains. Is this just pointless competition? It's to turn impassable gorges into thoroughfares, to bring hope to hundreds of millions of compatriots leaving the mountains. The scene shifts again. In raging floods, countless people link arms, using their own bodies to form a dam, roaring to defend their homes. Is this exhaustion? It is the resolve to protect the land behind us and our beloved families. Academician Li Jinghua's voice grows louder and more impassioned with every word. They offer you false happiness. What we give you are hands calloused from labor and eyes shining with wisdom. They let you lie on soft beds of clouds, but we let you stand on solid ground you built with your own hands. They promise you eternal ease. What we promise you is the genuine sense of accomplishment that springs from overcoming immense hardship, a feeling no one can ever take away. This is not a contest of strength. This is a tug of war of the spirit. On one side, the warm, gentle, intoxicating golden glow radiating from the Lord of comfort and pleasure. On the other, the blazing, dazzling, blood-pumping flame ignited by the torch project, a flame born of struggle, creation, and self-realization. In the command center, everyone stood up, their eyes fixed intently on the screens. They witnessed, in every corner of the city, a programmer who had just torn up his resignation letter reopened his laptop and typed the first line of code, his eyes reignited with purpose. A medical student who had been preparing to drop out slung her backpack over her shoulder and dashed toward the library, her stride more determined than ever. An entrepreneur about to sell off his factory received a call from his workers. "Boss, come back. Let's give it one more shot. A spark can start a prairie fire." In the Dragon Shield Bureau's panoramic surveillance feed, the golden dragon of national fortune, once slumbering with head bowed, slowly lifted a single eyelid. The light on its body, though still dim, no longer faded away. At the same moment, the divine form of the true Lord of tranquil bliss began to waver. For the first time, a hint of panic flickered across his compassionate, world-embracing face. Within the cloud-realmed divine kingdom, the composed smile vanished from Ying Tiancheng's face. A bunch of ungrateful old fools. Watching his followers vanish at a visible rate, his divine power waning, he knew he could wait no longer. "Since you all long so much for suffering," his gaze turned mad and obsessive, "then I shall grant you the most perfect bliss, one from which you shall never awaken. True Lord." Ying Tiancheng addressed the divine form, issuing his final command. "Sacrifice all your divine power. Descend your divine realm upon the heart of Huaxia Jingzhou. I shall transform that city and its tens of millions of inhabitants into the ultimate paradise. I will show everyone the fate of those who resist bliss to be utterly consumed by it." Boom! The divine form of the true Lord of tranquil delight instantly burst into flames. Endless waves of gentle golden light transformed from a warm spring breeze into a golden tsunami. It obscured the sky and sun, crashing down upon Jingzhou, China's largest megacity. Alert! Extremely high energy concentration detected over Jingzhou. Energy is forming a stable barrier. Scope, covering the entire city. All external communications from Jingzhou, severed. Ruan Xingluo's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light, bursting out of the command center and racing straight toward Jingzhou. When she arrived above Jingzhou, she froze in place. An unimaginably vast, translucent golden dome like an inverted giant glass bowl sealed the entire city of Jingzhou within its seamless confines. Within the barrier, time seemed frozen. On the bustling streets, all vehicles came to a halt. Pedestrians rushing about halted in their tracks. In office buildings, white-collar workers set aside their tasks. Every face bore the same expression, a blissful yet hollow smile as they gazed upward toward the sky, as if welcoming a grand festival. They were trapped. Trapped within the most perfect cage constructed by their own yearning for happiness. Ruan Xingluo raised the divine whip in her hand. Divine power surged through the whip, lightning flickering. But as she prepared to strike, a feedback surge from the barrier sent a chill through her entire body. She could sense that this barrier was inextricably linked to the soul of every person within the city. Any attempt to forcibly breach it would instantly harm tens of millions of ordinary people within. Attacking this barrier was tantamount to attacking tens of millions of innocent citizens of Jingzhou. Ying Tiancheng. Ruan Xingluo's hand gripping the divine slaying whip trembled uncontrollably. This madman. He doesn't intend to destroy Jingzhou, he intends to use tens of millions of lives as hostages to force all of China to bow to his notion of happiness. What should we do? What on earth should be done? Divine power was unusable, and the nation's fortune held back like a mouse afraid to step on a rat. She felt utterly powerless like never before. Just as she stood utterly helpless, her mind in turmoil, a steady figure appeared silently by her side. It was Zhou Yan. He did not look at the enormous, despair-inducing barrier of happiness. He simply gazed quietly at Ruan Xinglua, at her pale face and the struggle in her eyes, nearly crushed by the weight of her burden. Then, he spoke softly. You've forgotten what your greatest strength is. Ruan Xinglua jolted awake, lifting her gaze to meet his. Zhou Yan's gaze was calm and profound, as if it could pierce through all confusion. It's not divine power, nor the fortune of the nation. He extended a finger, not pointing toward the world-shattering barrier, nor at the divine slaying whip in her hand. Instead, he gently tapped her heart. It is you. It is one's identity. Chapter 224, Wake Them Up. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, yet it thundered like a bolt from the heavens, exploding deep within Ruan Xinglua's soul. It is you. Not divine power, nor the fortune of a nation. It is one's own identity. In an instant, the confusion and despair in Ruan Xinglua's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. She understood. The land of peace and contentment built by Ying Tianchang was not founded on divine power, but on the hearts of people. It was built upon the exhaustion of millions of ordinary people, their fear of pressure, and their desire to escape suffering. Divine power fought against rules, but human hearts could only be awakened by other human hearts. Forcibly shattering this dreamscape with the divine shattering whip was like brutally dragging someone lost in a beautiful dream into the harsh cold of reality. It would only inflict permanent trauma upon their souls. The only solution is to enter their dreams. Let them awaken of their own free will. Connect to the Dragon Shield Bureau's High Command Center. Ruan Xinglua's voice instantly reached the rear command via divine consciousness. On the screen, the anxious faces of General Lin Anhua, Qin Hao, and others immediately appeared. Xinglua. What's the situation? Ruan Xinglua didn't respond, instead announcing her decision directly. Commander Lin, Qin Hao, listen up. I will completely suppress all my divine power and strip away every authority of the national fortune proxy. Using the mental will of an ordinary person, I will enter the land of eternal bliss and awaken all the fallen souls from within. The moment these words fell, the entire command center fell deathly silent. The next second, Qin Hao's roar nearly shook the roof off. No! I absolutely refuse. That isn't an illusion, it's the ultimate divine realm constructed by Ying Tianchang using the complete sacrifice of all his divine power. It's his absolute domain. Once your divine soul is assimilated by that sea of bliss, there's no escape. You'll become his most perfect trophy, paraded before the entire world. General Lin Anhua's aged face was etched with profound worry. Xinglua, think carefully. This is suicide. You are the pillar holding up the nation. Should you fall, the country would be thrown into turmoil, the consequences unimaginable. Just then, a young intelligence officer's trembling voice cut in. Report. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The global emergency broadcast has completely exploded. The Western Continent Alliance, Japan, India, every foreign media outlet is mocking us with their biggest headlines. They say China's Dragon Shield Bureau has run out of options, resorting to desperate measures, even sending the Supreme Commander to his death in a tragic funeral procession. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, pounding the heart of every person in the command center. This was the nation's face. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua's decision no longer concerned only her own safety, it held the dignity of all China before the world. Yet, amidst this tidal wave of opposition and pressure, beyond the Jingzhou barrier, that man moved with unhurried ease. Zhou Yan didn't even bother to glance at the communication screen. He merely waved his hand lightly toward the void. Hum. The air rippled slightly, and a pure white recliner smoothly contoured and seemingly supremely comfortable materialized behind Ruan Xinglua. This astonishing display left everyone watching the scene through the camera lenses utterly stunned. What on earth was he doing? In the midst of a decisive battle, he pulls out a lounge chair? Zhou Yan paid no heed to anyone's astonishment. As if hearing Qin Hao's roar echoing through the command center, he spoke calmly. His voice was soft, yet every word rang clear in each person's ears. What's all the commotion? His gaze shifted to Ruan Xinglua, his eyes softening. Then he glanced up at the massive golden dome, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. My wife is merely going in to wake up a few million people. This statement left everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau command center utterly dumbfounded. Wake people up? You call this apocalyptic spectacle sleeping? As if the shock weren't enough, Zhou Yan lazily added. There are many people inside. Waking them up one by one might take a while. He patted the armrest of the recliner and smiled at Ruan Xinglua. Can't very well have her standing while she works, can we? Lying down is more comfortable. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Qin Hao's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. Lin Angua's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, inexplicably settled a little. That composure. This certainty that everything was under control. This was no longer confidence, it was a declaration bordering on arrogance. Yet ironically, it was precisely this audacity that instilled an unprecedented sense of reassurance in all his allies, while leaving every enemy spying on this place through various channels deeply perplexed and alarmed. What gave him the right? Ruan Xinghua gazed at Zhou Yan, seeing the absolute trust in his eyes, and the last ripple in her heart finally stilled. She returned a reassuring smile, then slowly reclined onto the chaise lounge that had abruptly materialized in the center of the battlefield. Her posture was elegant, her demeanor unhurried. As if she were not about to venture into a perilous abyss capable of devouring gods, but rather preparing to enjoy a leisurely afternoon nap. She closed her eyes. I will proactively sever all connections to the golden dragon of national fortune and the 10,000 families living Buddha, venerable of merit and aspiration. From this moment on, I am only Ruan Xinghua. The moment the words fell. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, the monitoring instruments representing Ruan Xinglua's divine power fluctuations emitted an alarm shrill beyond measure. Alert! Alert! The authority of the Celestial Law Proxy is actively being stripped away. Target's divine power reaction readings plummeting at an unprecedented rate. 9,000, 5,000, 1,000. 0. Her divine power index has completely reset to 0. A young monitor stared fixedly at the screen, letting out a scream of disbelief. Not just divine power. Her vital signs, her mental fluctuations, have also dropped to 0. This, on a data level, this equates to complete death. Boom! Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone was struck dumb, their faces drained of color. Xin Hao's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the floor. Zhou Yan. What on earth did he do? He actually let Ruan Xinghua die? Yet, in the very next second, as despair engulfed everyone, a new development appeared on the massive screen monitoring the Jingzhou barrier. Above Ruan Xinglua's lifeless body on the recliner, a faint, nearly transparent outline slowly materialized. The outline gradually solidified. No blinding divine light, no thunderous aura. It was simply the image of a young girl dressed in a plain white gown, barefoot, floating quietly in midair. Her face bore a hint of the bewilderment and curiosity of one newly arrived in the world, her gaze as pure as a spring. It was Ruan Xinghua. Chapter 225, Alone. Yet she was not the Ruan Xinghua who wielded divine punishment, whose majesty overshadowed the world. Rather, she was the purest, most primordial soul stripped of all identity and power. She was simply a person. Under the gaze of the entire world, the girl in white took her first step. Step by step, she advanced toward the golden light screen enveloping all of Jingzhou, a symbol of both supreme bliss and ultimate ruin. That light curtain was forged from the divine sacrifice of everything, powerful enough to assimilate and devour any spiritual entity that approached it. Yet a bizarre spectacle unfolded. When the maiden's delicate foot touched the golden light, that overwhelming radiance parted like gentle flowing water, naturally clearing a path for her. It seemed to welcome not an enemy, but a kindred spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl in the white dress stepped forward. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the dazzling golden sea, vanishing without a trace. It was an overwhelming warmth, like being immersed in her mother's amniotic fluid, shielding her from all the noise and coldness of the world. No sensation of weightlessness, no feeling of tearing apart. When Ruan Xinglua's consciousness refocused, she found herself standing barefoot on an immaculately clean street. The sky was a warm orange gold, like an oil painting that would never fade. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of unnamed flowers. Along both sides of the street, buildings stood in elegant, uniform architecture, every window polished to a mirror-like shine. Passers-by walked past her, each face adorned without exception with a genuine, contented smile of pure happiness. A young boy on a skateboard passed by her and accidentally bumped into her. He didn't panic, but stopped immediately, flashing a carefree smile. "Sorry, big sister, are you okay?" His eyes were crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. Ruan Xinghua shook her head. She looked at the boy, then at the couple embracing not far behind him, then at the elderly man leisurely sipping afternoon tea in the roadside cafe. This place was Anlexiang. A perfect utopia. No poverty, no hunger, no quarrels, no worries. Everyone was well fed and clothed, spiritually fulfilled. Yet, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank little by little. She grabbed the little boy about to leave, crouched down, looked straight into his eyes, her voice soft yet tinged with urgency. "Listen, this place is fake, it's a dream. We're both trapped here. There are more important things waiting for us outside. Will you wake up with me?" The smile vanished from the boy's face. He showed neither fear nor anger, only a look, something akin to pity and sympathy as he gazed at Ruan Xinghua. "Big sister, are you sick? Why wake up?" His voice brimmed with genuine confusion. "Isn't this place wonderful? Mom and Dad never argue about work anymore, teachers don't give us endless homework, and every day we have all the ice cream we can eat and games we can play forever. Wake up? After waking up, do I have to face all those painful things again? I don't want to." The little boy wriggled free of her grasp and sprinted away as if fleeing a madwoman. Not far away, a woman out for a stroll noticed the scene. Approaching with sympathy, she asked Ruan Xinglua, "Child, you're new here, aren't you? Don't worry, and don't be afraid." Everyone feels a bit unsettled at first, with all sorts of thoughts running through their minds. It'll be fine. Just give it a few days. Look how wonderful it is here. She gestured toward the surrounding faces, each radiating contentment. Here, you don't have to think about anything, you don't have to do anything. All you need to do is enjoy happiness. With that, she smiled and turned away, blending into that sea of happiness. Ruan Xinglua stood alone, utterly isolated. She felt like a discordant note in this perfect world, an abrupt mistake. She told them it was a false dream. Yet they looked at her with pity, as if she were a madwoman. Yes. Why wake up? This question weighed heavily on Ruan Xinglua's heart like an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, above the highest heavens of the land of eternal bliss, within a secret divine realm forged from pure divine power, Ying Tianchang leaned back against a colossal golden throne. Before him lay a vast light screen, smooth as a water mirror. Within the light screen, Ruan Xinglua's figure was clearly reflected, isolated, helpless, and utterly bewildered. A confident smile, reminiscent of a director admiring his own creation, curved his lips. Beneath the divine realm stood his most devout followers, zealots who had willingly surrendered their souls to follow him into this earthly kingdom of the gods. Look! Ying Tianchang extended his hand, pointing at Ruan Xinglua within the light screen. His voice carried a hypnotic, sermon-like allure. That is our enemy, the emissary of Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua. She has come, bearing her weapon reality. She seeks to tell my people that this world is false, that reality alone is true. She aims to awaken them with a cold, cruel, and agonizing reality. Ying Tianchang let out a soft laugh, filled with contempt and mockery. But she was wrong from the very beginning. Her greatest weapon is precisely what my people yearn to escape. Pain, pressure, relentless competition, disappointment, separation, and loss. That is the true face of reality. Tell me, who would willingly abandon paradise to return to hell? The faithful erupted in a thunderous, frenzied chant. The true Lord reigns forever. Comfort and pleasure are the true path. Ying Tianchang watched it all unfold, his gaze returning to the light screen. His eyes held the same expression as one observing a butterfly already ensnared in a spider's web. She seeks to use the antidote to feed a flock of patients who believe themselves in paradise. She is destined to fail. And I shall remain here, savoring the utter despair she will feel when the very mortals she swore to protect cast her aside. On the street, Ruan Xinglua continued her futile attempts. But each time, she was met only with looks of pity, confusion, and condescension. She was even politely escorted aside by several happiness officers in pristine white uniforms, who asked her not to spread negative emotions lest it disturb other citizens' sense of happiness. She gradually gave up. Not out of despair, but out of calm acceptance. She realized Ying Tianchang was right. Fighting happiness with reality was like hitting cotton with a rock, utterly futile. She began wandering aimlessly through this perfect city. She observed every person, every event. Everything was too perfect. Perfect like stagnant water. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. She discovered a problem. This world, though flawless, seemed to be missing something. Chapter 226, Order. What was it? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, sensing with her pure soul. She saw happiness, contentment, and ease. But she saw no passion, no yearning, and certainly no regret. The people here were content with their present circumstances. No one would be overcome with sorrow by reminiscing about a lost love. No one lay awake at night over an unfulfilled dream. No one strives or yearns for a more distant goal. For the land of bliss had already granted them the ultimate satisfaction. Thus, they no longer need the past, nor yearn for the future. Ruan Xinglua's eyes snapped open. A light unlike any she had ever seen before flashed through her clear eyes. She understood. The key to breaking the cycle lay not in telling them this dream was false, but in awakening within their hearts the unfulfilled longings for the real world. To awaken their regrets, their unwillingness to accept their fate. Only when they realized that this perfect world could never grant them the deepest, most yearned for thing within their hearts would they ever consider waking up. Her strategy shifted instantly. She was no longer a persuader, but a doctor seeking out patients. She began to search within this sea of happiness for souls that still harbored cracks deep within. Her senses sharpened like never before. She traversed parks filled with laughter, shopping malls overflowing with dazzling displays, and squares perpetually celebrating. Finally, her footsteps came to a halt before a solemn, white building. This was the Academy of Science's Phantom. Unlike the bustling clamor outside, it was eerily quiet, utterly deserted. It felt like a corner forgotten by happiness. Ruan Xinglua walked inside, passing through the vast hall, until she finally found someone in a laboratory at the very back. An elderly man with snow-white hair. None other than academician Li Jinghua, the initiator of the Torch Project and former chief of the Lungsun Project. Instead of enjoying a life of leisure like others, he sat blankly before a massive, blank blueprint. His eyes were vacant, as if he'd lost his focus, and he was muttering to himself unconsciously. Ruan Xinglua approached slowly, not disturbing him, and asked softly, Academicianly, what are you doing? Li Xinghua didn't look up, his gaze still fixed on the blank blueprint. In a voice like a dream, he replied. I'm thinking. My controllable nuclear fusion model. The final parameter, the last crucial constraint parameter, what should its value be? I just can't remember. Why can't I remember it? As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Ruan Xinghua. Two streams of cloudy tears rolled down his weathered, aged face. His voice trembled violently with emotion, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. If only. If I could just have one more chance, just one. I could have figured it out. Academician Li Xinghua's voice cut into Ruan Xingluo's heart like a blade dulled by the passage of time. This was not the numbness of happiness, but the most primal, heart-wrenching agony and resentment born from having one's lifelong pursuit stripped away. This was the crack she had been searching for. Ruan Xinglua didn't say, wake up, this is fake, nor did she attempt to offer hollow words of comfort. She simply pulled a chair over and sat quietly beside Li Xinghua. Gazing at the vast, blank blueprint like the most devoted student, she spoke softly. Academicianly, would you mind telling me about your model? Is it about the challenges of plasma confinement or optimizing the energy gain ratio? Li Xinghua's cloudy eyes flicked sharply. He slowly turned his head, his gaze scrutinizing as he truly saw the young man before him for the first time. You understand this? His voice carried a hint of long-suppressed scholarly wariness and curiosity. Ruan Xinglua smiled faintly. His expression held none of the pity of a deity, only the pure earnestness of a seeker of knowledge. I minored in high-energy physics during university and have read all your published papers. Your theory of layered magnetic field dynamic confinement remains vivid in my memory to this day. A single sentence instantly bridged the gap between them. It was not the distance between a believer and a deity, but that between two fellow travelers walking the same path of truth. Li Xinghua's eyes lit up. It was a flame ignited, scorching a hole through the layer of dead ash called comfort deep within his eyes. Excellent! 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 He exclaimed 3 times, grabbing the pen on the table with such fervor it seemed not an ordinary writing implement but a long-lost comrade in arms. Look here. This is where the problem lies. Ying Tiancheng's divine power can fulfill all my life's needs, even simulating the most perfect laboratory environment. But it cannot create knowledge out of thin air. He granted me eternal life and boundless pleasures, yet made me forget it. Academician Li's finger slammed down hard on the center of the blank blueprint. That critical constraint parameter. It determines the suppression effect of the entire plasma turbulence. I've been working on this for 30 years, just one step away. The final push. His breathing grew ragged, an unnatural flush spreading across his face. I've pondered here for decades, centuries. Time stands still, yet my mind feels rusted. The more I try to forget, the more I can't recall. The more I can't recall, the more agonizing it becomes. Ruan Xinglua's gaze remained as still as water. She knew this was precisely Ying Tiancheng's poison. He gives you everything, yet strips away the very goal you strive for, drowning you in endless regret until you're assimilated by happiness. Academicianly, let us calculate together. Ruan Xinglua's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. She possessed no supernatural powers, but she had a mind tempered by the golden dragon of national fortune, a brain rivaling a supercomputer, and the absolute confidence of an academic prodigy. Let's start with the fundamental equations of magnetohydrodynamics and work backwards step by step. Thus commenced an academic battle for technological supremacy unfolding within an illusory dreamscape yet bearing profound implications for the real world. No audience. No applause. Only the scratching of pencils on paper echoed through the space, as two souls forgetting time and place collided fiercely within the ocean of knowledge. No. This Helmholtz coil model has redundancy, it can be simplified. That makes sense. This way, we can introduce a nonlinear perturbation factor to correct the boundary conditions. Wait, if we do that, then the energy dissipation rate. We can analogize it to the entropy reduction model from the celestial law merit system. Replace the willpower of the human heart with the orderliness of energy. Chapter 227, Signs of Collapse. Yes. Yes. That's it. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Academician Li Xinghua looked like a man possessed. The hollow happiness in his eyes had long been crushed by his thirst for truth and the frenzied passion of nearing the finish line. He leapt to his feet, snatching the pen from Ruan Xinglua's hand, his arm trembling violently from sheer excitement. His eyes bloodshot, he stared intently at the last blank space on the blueprint. Countless streams of data surged through his mind like a cascading starry river, ultimately converging into a brilliant point of light. I remember. He let out a thunderous roar, and with a force like 10,000 pounds, the pen in his hand wrote the final and most crucial formula on the blueprint that had symbolized his lifelong regret. The instant the final stroke fell. Boom! The entire Academy of Sciences phantom shook violently. The perfect, unchanging scenery surrounding Li Xinghua began to distort wildly like a malfunctioning old television, flickering with snowy static for the first time. Walls blurred into nothingness, floors dissolved, and the eternal golden sunlight streaming through the windows flickered violently between blinding brightness and pitch darkness. At the same moment, upon the supreme celestial dome of the land of eternal bliss within the golden throne. The smile on Ing Tiancheng's lips gradually froze. The water mirror display before him, the map representing the region where Li Jinghua was located, was now flashing a blinding red alert. What's happening? His brow furrowed as his divine sense instantly descended. When he saw the formula Li Jinghua had written and the perfect world around him teetering on the brink of collapse, the face of the true lord of leisure and pleasure revealed utter disbelief for the very first time. Impossible. My supreme bliss divine power can erase all anxiety. Why is it ineffective on him? He stared intently at the scientist on the light screen, overcome with emotion to the point of tears streaming down his aged face, his mind racing. The next instant, an answer chilling him to the bones surfaced in his mind. He could erase pain. But he couldn't erase a scholar's thirst for knowledge. He could grant satisfaction. But he could not grant a creator the passion to realize their vision. He could create the most perfect paradise. But he cannot walk the thorny path to dreams in another's stead. Obsession. Ing Tiancheng murmured to himself, his expression turning grim. My greatest weapon is happiness, yet there are always those whose obsession, their craving for the unattainable, exceeds even their pursuit of happiness. This was the first flaw in his otherwise flawless logical system. A fatal flaw. Like an impenetrable program whose source code had been found to contain its very first vulnerability. Inside the Academy of Sciences. As the world warped, Li Jinghua snapped out of his ecstatic trance. He stared at the formula he had written, then glanced at Ruan Xinglua beside him, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. I'm awake. Ruan Xinglua steadied him and nodded solemnly. Academician Li, welcome back. Now, we need to awaken more people. The fiery passion that had ignited the founding of the Torch Project blazed anew in Li Jinghua's eyes. Good. We'll do it together. I understand. We cannot persuade those who are content. We must seek out the patients, those tormented by regret and obsession, just as I once was. A dream version of the Torch Project officially commenced. They were no longer persuaders, but had become dream fulfillers. They roamed the streets of Elysium, seeking souls that still radiated a lingering sense of dissatisfaction amidst the sea of contentment. Soon, they found their second target. A young painter sat before his easel, lost in despair. His canvas held a nearly finished, breathtaking portrait of a girl with a radiant smile. Yet her eyes remained empty and lifeless. The finishing touch was missing. I can't paint it. The artist murmured, I've forgotten the light in her eyes when she looked at me. Ruan Xinglua did not urge him to wake. She simply sat beside him and asked softly, she must have loved you very much, right? The painter snapped his head up, his eyes filled with anguish. Academician Li stood nearby, his voice passionate as he declared, the greatness of art lies not in perfection, but in the emotions and regrets it carries. Paint your longing, let her find eternal life within this canvas. The painter was moved. His hand trembled as he grasped the brush. Closing his eyes, he frantically recalled his lover's every feature and smile. Finally, he dipped his brush in paint, tears streaming down his face, and painted eyes full of love and endless longing for the girl in the painting. Buzz! The world around the easel warped once more, flashing with blinding snowflakes. The third target, a middle-aged mother sitting beside an empty cradle, humming a lullaby. A blissful smile graced her face, yet tear tracks streaked the corners of her eyes. My baby. If he hadn't fallen ill, he'd be starting elementary school now. Ruan Xinglua didn't tell her that the child had already recovered in reality. She simply handed her a ball of yarn and knitting needles, saying gently, he'll be cold. Knit him a sweater, filled with your thoughts and blessings. The mother froze, then began knitting frantically, clumsy yet desperate. The serene golden glow around her began to crack, torn apart by the most primal and powerful force of all, a mother's love. The painter was painting. The mother knitted. The eliminated athlete launched his final sprint on an illusory track toward a finish line he'd never reach. One by one, the patients were awakened from their false happiness. They neither attacked this world nor attempted to flee. They merely began frantically compensating for their real-life regrets within their dreams, striving to fulfill those long-cherished obsessions. Yet these actions filled with hope, defiance, creativity, and passion were, to the utopia governed by the core principle of comfort and pleasure, were a deadly virus. They spread like wildfire, infecting this perfect world at an exponential rate. Within Ing Tiancheng's golden divine kingdom, alarms blared in a continuous cacophony. Hundreds upon hundreds of red dots lit up on the light screen before him, spreading at a terrifying speed. The static, eternal, perfect golden paradise he had created was, for the first time, showed signs of collapse. And the instigator of it all, Ruan Xinglua, stood atop the tallest building in this dream city alongside academician Li Jinghua. They looked down upon the areas below, infected by the virus, flickering and warping like patches of embers being ignited. Watching this spectacular scene, academician Li asked excitedly, we have succeeded? Chapter 228, Embracing Imperfection? Ruan Xinglua's gaze, however, was fixed upon the heavens, upon the golden divine realm concealed within the clouds. Her gaze was more resolute than ever. No. This is only the beginning. Ing Tiancheng, you are mistaken. What you offer is not paradise, but a prison without regret. And today, we shall use the regrets and hopes of all humanity to shatter this prison. With our own hands, we shall forge a new world, one that truly belongs to us. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed across the entire land of eternal bliss like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. With our own hands, we shall forge a new world, one that truly belongs to us. The moment the words fell, crack! The sky split apart. Not a physical collapse, but a fracturing at the level of fundamental rules. Across the once unchanging, pure golden dome of the heavens, visible to the naked eye, spiderweb like black fissures appeared. Behind each fissure, the profound and chaotic void shone through. For the first time, the frozen time of the land of bliss began to violently disorder and pulsate. Academician Li Jing was face paled. Pointing toward the center of the sky, his voice trembled. It's coming. At the convergence of countless cracks, a light beyond description slowly coalesced into form. It was neither a blinding light nor a majestic radiance. Rather, it was an ultimate, gentle radiance, pure light that warmed and soothed the very soul. It held no fixed form, resembling flowing amber or a handful of molten gold. It was the very source of the true Lord of Tranquil Delight's divine power, bestowed by heaven. It was the embodiment of his Tao. An amorphous orb of light forged from the very essence of pure happiness and contentment. It possessed no features, no limbs, yet within the entire land of bliss, an infinitely gentle voice echoed in every mind. Why reject happiness? Why seek suffering? Bug must be fixed. That light cluster held not a shred of malice or intent to harm. It merely executed the most fundamental logic, erasing all discordant pain and regret. And its first target was the very source of this virus. Buzz. The light sphere instantly locked onto Academician Li Jinghua below. It moved. Without any earth-shattering might, it drifted gently and tenderly toward Academician Li. Yet wherever it passed, the distortions and snowflakes in space born from humanity's rekindled hope were swiftly smoothed away. An athlete who had just ignited his fighting spirit on the track saw the resolve on his face instantly melt away, replaced by a contented smile as he collapsed to the ground. A mother knitting a sweater for her child stopped her hands abruptly. The longing in her eyes vanished, leaving only a hollow serenity. The light sphere was the most potent tranquilizer for the spirit. Academician Li Jinghua's body shakes violently. Clutching the blueprint bearing the critical formula, the flame that had just ignited in his eyes rapidly dims under the light's radiance. His mind seemed to be forgetting those 30 years of relentless pursuit, forgetting the ecstasy of that final, decisive moment. No, no! He let out a defiant roar, yet couldn't stop the soul-piercing comfort from consuming him. At that critical moment, a figure stood resolutely before him. Ruan Xinglua spread her arms wide, using her seemingly fragile, mortal-turned soul body to confront the soft glow representing the divine. Ying Tiancheng, you are mistaken. Her voice was soft yet clear, echoing throughout the crumbling dreamscape. Your path is wrong. Wrong? What wrong is there in granting eternal bliss to all beings? The gentle voice echoed the question within everyone's mind. Ruan Xinglua smiled, a hint of pity in her expression. What you offer is not bliss, it is poison. Do you think erasing suffering equals happiness? Do you think eliminating regret equals perfection? Let me show you what it truly means to be human. As the words fell, Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes. The next instant, a completely different realm erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating outward from her body. It wasn't golden, nor was it sacred. It was a kaleidoscope of colors, a realm pulsing with the vibrant energy of everyday life. Within her domain, it was no longer an eternal utopia, but a microcosm of the real world. Scene after scene flowed through the depths of every sleeper's soul like a revolving lantern. There was the sweat of an exhausted mother as her infant entered the world, followed by that first loud cry. There was the pain of repeated falls as children learned to walk, and the joy of crawling back into their parents' arms. There was the solitary lamp burning late into the night as a youth studied diligently, and the tears of joy upon seeing his name on the list of successful candidates. There lies the shy heartbeat of lovers holding hands for the first time, and the sleepless nights after their first quarrel. There lies the ruin of a failed venture, the estrangement of brothers, and the cathartic embrace with partners after a triumphant comeback. There are the joyful laughter of reunions and the farewell waves at the station. There is success, and there is failure. There are laughs, and there are tears. There is gain, and there is loss. Ruan Xinglua laid bare before all dream dwellers the complete, authentic, imperfect yet profoundly meaningful life of an ordinary person. A silent war erupted across the soul battlefield of tens of millions of slumbering souls. On one side lies the eternal, monotonous, cloyingly sweet delicacies offered by the Lord of Comfort and Pleasure. On the other, Ruan Xinglua presents a real meal, a blend of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, a complex yet nutritionally balanced feast. A man basking in an eternal vacation wore a smile, yet a scalding tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. He remembered. He remembered his promise to his daughter in reality to make her a kite with his own hands. Though work was exhausting, it was his commitment. A wealthy man immersed in fine wine and exquisite cuisine suddenly froze, the smile on his lips turning stiff. He remembered. He remembered the nights in reality when he started from nothing, sharing a bowl of instant noodles with his brothers. The taste of those noodles was more nostalgic to him than the delicacies before him now. One soul after another was stirred by that raw, searing reality. They began to tire. Weary of this monotonous, eternal sweetness. They began to yearn. They craved the palpitation of every heartbeat, the weight of every breath in the real world. No. This can't be. Why? Why would anyone abandon perfection to embrace imperfection? Why would anyone forsake comfort for toil? Chapter 229, The Fire of Struggle. The luminous sphere in the sky emitted thoughts of confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of panic. Its source of power lay in the descent and contentment of billions. And now, its followers were collectively rebelling. More and more were choosing to awaken. It was like removing the fuel from beneath the cauldron. Above the heavens, the immense, softly glowing entity began to visibly shrink and dim at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its power, once capable of smoothing all conflicts, is rapidly fading away. Golden Divine Kingdom, upon the supreme throne. Put. Ing Tiancheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. The ever-present, knowing smile on his face was completely replaced by horror and utter disbelief. He stared fixedly at the figure within the light screen, Wan Xingluo's form, not particularly tall, yet seeming to bear the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. The way of the sovereign. This is the true heart of the sovereign. He murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with defeat and despair. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. He had believed he was giving the world the greatest gift, only to realize it was nothing but his own arrogant delusion. He had believed himself a savior, only to discover in the end that he was the greatest demon of all. His way proved utterly powerless before Wan Xingluo's way of the king, a path that pierced the heart and embraced wholeness. Boom! The entire dream world of Anlexiang could no longer withstand this fundamental upheaval and began its complete collapse. The sky shattered like glass, piece by piece. The earth dissipated like sand art carried away by the wind. Countless sleepers abruptly opened their eyes in that instant, their souls drawn by an unseen force back to the real world. In the sky, the once colossal form of the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure rapidly weakened after losing all its power source. Ultimately, it shrank into a harmless little orb, no larger than a fist, emitting only a faint glow. The world crumbled, all things dissipated. Only Wan Xinglua and Li Jinghua behind her remained standing quietly at the very center of this destruction. The tiny orb of light swayed in the air. It no longer attacked, nor did it attempt to flee. It simply drifted toward Wan Xinglua, slowly and with an unprecedented curiosity. It seemed unable to comprehend. It seemed to want to get a closer look at this mortal woman who had utterly defeated it. It wanted to understand the more complex kind of happiness she spoke of. The tiny orb hovered before Wan Xinglua, radiating the pure, newborn-like curiosity of an infant. All aggression had vanished, and it had forgotten its past as the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure. Now, it was merely a pure energy core. It gently, tentatively brushed against Wan Xinglua's fingertip, like a docile pet craving affection. Academician Li Jinghua exhaled a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. It was over. Everything was over. Yet, within this fleeting moment of tranquility, a vengeful, frenzied, and hysterical divine consciousness tore through the collapsing void, piercing directly from the distant golden divine kingdom. Wretched creature! How dare you betray me? It was Ing Tiancheng. His voice held not a trace of composure or elegance, only the maniacal frenzy of a gambler who had lost everything. What I cannot possess, no one shall ever have. Since I cannot possess it, we shall perish together. In the name of my divinity, I decree. Explode. Buzz. A piercing, soul-shaking hum reverberated through the void. That final, vicious command crossed space, searing itself into the core of the tiny light sphere. The once docile orb froze instantly. The next second, the gentle white light was replaced by a raging crimson. A devastating psychic storm brewed within, powerful enough to shatter the souls of all living beings within 100 miles and corrupt them into mindless fools. Like a heart injected with nuclear fuel, it began to beat violently and uncontrollably. This is bad. Academician Li Jinghua's face drained instantly. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that small orb. It was a deity's final swan song. The mutual annihilation of all its primordial essence. Xinglua! Get out of the way, he roared. Yet, facing this annihilating self-destruction capable of obliterating everything, not a trace of panic appeared on Wan Xinglua's face. She even smiled. It was a smile tinged with pity and understanding. Dodge? Why should I? She shook her head gently, her gaze seemingly piercing through the light sphere to see the furious Ing Tiancheng on the other side. Ing Tiancheng, you still don't understand. Extreme joy is poison. But extreme suffering is equally a form of obsession. You see only opposition, not symbiosis. True perfection lies in balance. The moment her words fell, Wan Xinglua made a move that left academician Li Jinghua utterly speechless. Instead of retreating, she spread her arms wide and stepped forward to meet the annihilating sphere of light that threatened to devour everything. Come. Let me show you what the true way is. Centered upon her, that multicolored domain bearing the myriad aspects of human existence unfolded once more. No resistance. No defense. Instead, acceptance. Boom! That raging, crimson energy of destruction surged like a breached dam, pouring unimpeded into Ruan Xingluo's seemingly fragile heart domain. She's gone mad. She's lost her mind. Within the golden divine realm, Ying Tianchang witnessed this scene. Stunned for a moment, he then erupted into a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha! Foolish mortal! Daring to confront a deity's self-destruction with your soul. You're courting death. Corrupt. Corrupt her divine soul completely. Turn her into a mindless fool doomed to eternal torment. Yet his laughter abruptly halted. For the scene he had anticipated, Ruan Xingluo's divine soul shattering and her domain crumbling did not materialize. That destructive force of pure pleasure, upon entering Ruan Xingluo's domain, was like a wicked dragon barging into an unfamiliar lair. Before it could wreak havoc, it collided head-on with another, entirely different force. That force was the fire of struggle. It was the flame of relentless pursuit that had burned in academician Li Jingguo's laboratory for 30 unbroken years. It was the flame of perseverance blazing in the athletes' sweat-soaked strides as they pushed against their limits on the track. It was the protective flame woven into every stitch of a mother knitting a sweater for her child. It was the blazing fire of willpower burning fiercely within countless awakened souls, each pursuing their goals, ideals, and families in their own lives. On one side lies the ultimate comfort, a sweetness that lulls one into complacency. On the other side lies the most intense struggle, the bitterness that propels us forward. These two forces, inherently incompatible, represent two extremes. They collided violently within Ruan Xingluo's domain, like two rampaging dragons threatening to tear this small world apart. Chapter 230, Forging a New Divine Realm. Yet, Ruan Xingluo's heart domain stood as the pillar of stability anchoring this battlefield. Her will crystallized into the most perfect balance scale. After joy comes sorrow. After hardship comes sweetness. Tension and relaxation, this is the way of both civil and military affairs. Her voice echoed throughout the domain. A miraculous scene unfolded. The two forces, once violently clashing, now began to attract and balance each other under her will. The ultimate force of indulgence began to soothe the weariness and wounds brought by striving. Meanwhile, the resilient flame of striving infused pleasure with purpose and meaning, robbing it of its emptiness. They ceased to be opposites and began to resonate. They began to merge. Complement each other. A soft, warm yellow glow representing rest intertwines with a brilliant, starry silver light symbolizing striving. Ultimately, they coalesce into a slowly rotating, perfect Tai Chi yin-yang fish diagram. A brand new, more stable, more complete, and more powerful divine essence prototype quietly came into being within Ruan Xingluo's domain. Crack! As if triggered by a chain reaction. The moment the new divine essence emerged, the golden canopy shrouding the skies above Jingzhou, the final remnants of the land of tranquility barrier shattered like a mirror. For the first time, warm sunlight poured unimpeded into every corner of the city. Countless citizens, just awakening from their slumber and still dazed, instinctively looked up at the sky. Above the azure sky, they seemed to glimpse a new star unlike any seen before, fused with warm yellow and starlight silver flicker and vanish in an instant. Kyoto's Central Hospital. An exhausted surgeon, having just completed an 18-hour operation, stepped out of the operating room and leaned against the wall. He had experienced a long and peculiar dream, one where he had enjoyed everything yet felt utterly hollow. Now, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and well-deserved exhaustion washed over him. He knew he had saved a life. This felt more happy than anything in his dream. Inside a high-end office building, a rich second-generation heir, addicted to gaming and wasting his days away, jolted awake from his office chair. Staring at his idle game character on the screen, he felt a sharp, piercing emptiness and restlessness surge through him for the first time. He wanted to do something. He had to do something. Within the pantheon of Metropolis Heaven, a brand new divine star rose slowly amidst the gazes of countless ancient gods. His divine name resounded through the heavens. Work-life balance, lord of tension and relaxation. His divine authority was balance. He protects the diligent, ensuring they receive the sweetest rest and reward after their struggles. He punishes the indolent, making them feel the most piercing emptiness and dread as they squander their days. Golden Divine Realm. Put. Ying Tianchang was struck as if by lightning, violently spewing a mouthful of golden divine blood. His aura visibly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The horror on his face had turned to ash in despair. The connection with Ruan Xingluo was severed. The last thread connecting him to the true Lord of eternal bliss he had personally created was utterly severed. No. Not severed. It had been forcibly overwritten by a higher-ranked entity. The god he had created had been seized by the enemy. No, not seized. It evolved. Using his very essence, using his power, it evolved into a completely new deity beyond his comprehension, one whose very concept of the Tao utterly transcended his own. Not only did he fail to corrupt Ruan Xingluo, but he personally bestowed upon her a colossal blessing. With his own hands, he handed his own gravedigger a brand new shovel. Ying Tianchang let out a roar of unwillingness. Immediately, the terrifying backlash of billions of believers collectively abandoning their faith crashed down like a flood breaking through a dam. His divine realm crumbled, his throne shattered, and spider-web-like cracks spread across his divine form. My path, was fundamentally wrong. He murmured to himself, the last glimmer in his eyes fading completely. Amidst the ruins of Elysian fields, Ruan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes, her face pale. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over her like a tidal surge. The divine battle she had just fought had nearly drained her of all her mental and spiritual energy. She glanced at the unscathed academician Li Jinghua beside her, gave a slight nod, and vanished into thin air. The next second. Happiness Community, Building 1, Unit 702. The door creaked open. The aroma of dinner wafted out. A tall, handsome figure bustled about in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, he turned and offered a gentle smile. It was Zhou Yan. You're back? Yeah, I'm back. Ruan Xinglua flopped onto the plush sofa, utterly unwilling to move. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table, all her favorite home-cooked meals. The two said little, simply savoring the warm dinner in quiet companionship. It felt as though the earth-shattering battle that had overturned the city and birthed a new god was nothing more than an insignificant dream. The television in the living room was broadcasting the news. Breaking news. According to official sources, the crisis posed by the super-large spiritual barrier land of tranquility enveloping Jingzhou has been completely resolved by a mysterious powerful being at 5:17 p.m. today. All citizens have safely awakened. In response to the increasingly complex situation within the haunted realm, the Supreme Council has decided that our nation will formally organize forces to initiate a comprehensive exploration of Haunted Realm S001, designated SSS level, the Void of Genesis. Hearing that familiar name, Ruan Xinglua paused mid-bite as she served herself food. Simultaneously, we formally announce the mobilization of all available resources to form humanity's first-ever advance expeditionary force. This unit will undertake comprehensive exploration of the crisis's origin, the new world designated the Void of Genesis. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. At the North Bear Nation's presidential office, the phone rang immediately, connecting to China's highest leadership. Congratulations! My dear friends of China! You have once again saved the world. Regarding the subsequent development of the Void of Genesis, our nation of North Bear is willing to provide all assistance within our capabilities. Several major oil-producing nations swiftly followed suit, sending earnest congratulatory messages. Between the lines, one message resonated: if the big brother gets the meat, can the little brothers at least get a sip of the broth? Across the ocean. Inside the Pentagon's underground bunker, the atmosphere was deathly silent. A hawk-nosed general watched the screen displaying China's confident spokesperson, then slammed his fist hard onto the table. Failure. That good-for-nothing Ying Tianchang has failed. Activate maximum surveillance immediately. I want every detail of the Chinese stepping into that new world. Notify all members of the Chimera Project. Grant them full access. I don't care what methods they use. I will not allow China to recreate a divine empire in the new world. Chapter 231, Symbiosis and Guidance? A storm was brewing. At this moment, the world's focus converged entirely upon the S-level strategic conference room of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Seated around the long conference table sat the true power core of Huaxia. Today, however, only 2 figures dominated the proceedings. Qin Hao and Ruan Xinglua. I believe we must maximize resource development of the primordial ruins. Qin Hao rose first, and behind him, a meticulously detailed 3D conceptual diagram instantly appeared on the large screen. We will establish a fully automated energy and material extraction matrix. At the fastest possible pace, we will squeeze every ounce of value from this new world to fuel our technological and military advancement. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction and undeniable authority. That is an unknown world. No one knows what threats may emerge in the next second. We have no time for slow cultivation. Only absolute strength is the sole guarantee of our survival. The military leaders present nodded in unison at his words. Qin Hao's plan was simple, brutal, yet most effective, exactly what they wanted to hear. Yet a cold, clear voice cut him off abruptly. I object. Ruan Xinglua stood up, her gaze calm as she looked at Qin Hao. Minister Qin, have you considered the fate of the last civilization that embraced such ideas? Qin Hao frowned. What do you mean? Long Yingshua's domineering civilization. Their power surpassed ours, their technology was more advanced. Yet they too treated the worlds they conquered as resource mines. Their ultimate fate? The collapse and destruction of their entire civilization. Ruan Xinglua's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill through everyone present. The newborn wasteland isn't a cold mining zone. It's a newborn world with limitless potential. If we enter as plunderers, we'll only provoke its hostility and repeat Long Yingshua's mistake. Then what do you suggest we do? Qin Hao's tone carried a hint of accusation. Are we supposed to treat a barren wasteland like an ally and preach peaceful coexistence? Miss Ruan, I respect your achievements in Anlexiang, but this is national strategy, not a fairy tale. My philosophy is symbiosis and guidance, Yuan Xinglua stated deliberately. Symbiosis? Guidance? Xin Hao snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. Everyone, did you hear that? At a time when we could face annihilation at any moment, Miss Ruan wants us to use love to transform a new world. Forgive my bluntness, but this is naive. And far too slow. By the time we painstakingly cultivate our fruits, the enemy's interstellar fleet will likely be at our doorstep. Who will shoulder that responsibility? His words were highly inflammatory, causing even several previously neutral high-ranking officials to show hesitation in their eyes. Xin Hao's industrialist approach, though radical, promised swift results and controllable outcomes. Yuan Xingluo's benevolent governance philosophy sounded beautiful, yet it was fraught with too many uncertainties. The tension in the conference room instantly reached a breaking point. All eyes instinctively turned to the man seated beside the chair at the head of the table. He had remained silent throughout, leisurely peeling an apple with a small knife. Feeling the collective gaze, Zhou Yan didn't even lift his head. He methodically peeled the final ring of apple skin, then used the knife tip to lift a small piece of flesh into his mouth. He chewed gently, as if savoring the flavor. Finally, having finished the apple, Zhou Yan wiped the blade with his napkin before speaking in a languid tone a single sentence that left everyone's minds reeling. The land was conquered by the lady. Naturally, everything is at the lady's discretion. No lengthy discourse, no heated rebuttal. Only the simplest, most unreasonable, yet utterly irrefutable statement. Therefore, how to develop it she had the final say. Xin Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver, then paled to a deathly pallor in the blink of an eye. He felt all his meticulously prepared arguments and incitement crumble into laughable scraps of paper before this single sentence. The military leaders instantly straightened their spines, daring not to voice the slightest dissent. Domineering. This was true dominance. The tone of the meeting was set in stone after that single sentence. Xin Hao took a deep breath, forcing down the surging humiliation and resentment in his heart. He knew further argument was pointless. He slowly sat down and spoke in a low voice. In that case, I second Miss Ruan's benevolent rule proposal. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to concede so quickly. But Xin Hao's next words revealed his true purpose. However, to uphold responsibility for the nation's strategic future and to validate the risks and efficiency of the Royal Path model, I propose that my aide, Weijia, fully represent me by joining the first advance team as the team's inspector and risk assessor. What are your thoughts, Miss Ruan? Agreed. She uttered the two words indifferently. However, since Adjutant Weijia is serving as an inspector in the New World, he possesses only the right to advise and record, not the right to make decisions. All actions must comply with my final directives. What are your thoughts, Minister Qin? Yuan Xinglua returned Xin Hao's words almost verbatim. You wanted to send people? Fine. But once they arrive, they must abide by my rules. Xin Hao's expression stiffened slightly. He studied Yuan Xinglua intently, searching her face for even a trace of reluctance or anger. But he failed. Her flawlessly beautiful face bore only a serene, cloudless calm. As if his carefully orchestrated plan was nothing more than a trivial matter in her eyes. Fine. Xin Hao ground out the word through clenched teeth. It's settled. The meeting concluded. 3 days later. Dragon Shield Bureau, 500 meters underground, at the launch center codenamed Genesis. A colossal ring-shaped metal door, 100 meters tall, stood silently in the center of the plaza. Beyond the gate lay not steel, but a chaotic, warped expanse of light and shadow, a chasm seemingly leading to another dimension. This was the Gate of Genesis, constructed using China's most advanced spatial technology, with the newborn crystal core brought back by Yuan Xinglua at its core. Yuan Xinglua's custom-made black and white combat suit accentuated her imposing stature. Behind her stood 20 elite operatives, handpicked from every division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They were warriors, scientists, engineers, the first sparks of Huaxia civilization to tread upon the New World. Standing at the very front of the formation, just half a step behind Yuan Xinglua, was a young man with an upright posture and a stern expression. Weijia wore not combat gear, but a silver-gray high-tech nanotech uniform, his wrist adorned with a personal terminal that constantly flickered with blue data streams. Chapter 232, The Most Primordial Liquid Spiritual Energy. From start to finish, his gaze remained fixed on the terminal's virtual screen, seemingly impervious to anything around him. Reporting to Advisor Yuan, the advance team is fully assembled. The Gate of Beginning's energy is stable and ready for activation at any moment. Weijia's voice rang out flat, cool, utterly devoid of emotion, sounding like an AI-synthesized voice. Yuan Xinglua nodded, her gaze sweeping over the faces before her, faces filled with excitement, tension, and longing. Remember. Her voice rang clear in every ear. We are pioneers, not invaders. We are sowers, not plunderers. Let's go. Without further grandiloquence, Yuan Xinglua turned and stepped first through the chaotic light gate. Space twisted violently. When all members of the advance team regained their vision, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. There was no sun here, yet the sky displayed an utterly pure azure blue, radiating a gentle glow. Beneath their feet lay not soil or rock, but a hazy, chaotic substance that seemed alive, a chaotic soil where strands of pure energy visibly flowed within. The air was filled with an indescribably fresh scent. A single breath felt like it filled every bone and muscle with vitality. Holy crap! A young team member couldn't help but gasp. The air here, you can actually drink it. Spiritual energy. It's spiritual energy. The concentration here is at least 100 times greater than in Earth's so-called sacred caves and blessed lands. A scientist monitoring energy readings trembled with excitement as the instruments instantly spiked off the charts. Everyone was immersed in the wonder of this new world. Only Weijia, the moment he touched down, raised his hand expressionlessly. Whoosh! 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 Several silver micro-drones shot out from his wrist terminal, transforming into streaks of light as they darted off in all directions at breakneck speed. On his personal terminal, massive data streams began frantically updating, constructing the initial model of this world. Advisor Ruan. Within 5 minutes, Weijia approached Ruan Xinglua, who was still sensing the world's pulse. Preliminary scans indicate the continent beneath us exhibits exceptionally active energy signatures. The soil contains at least 17 superconducting mineral elements never before discovered on Earth. His tone remained as cool as ever, as if delivering a report entirely unrelated to himself. Additionally, a high-energy reaction source has been detected 3.7 kilometers northeast. The energy fluctuations exhibit liquid-fluid characteristics. Immediate investigation is recommended. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes, glanced at him, and without a word, simply nodded before leading the way northeast. The team soon reached their destination. It was a river. A river formed entirely from converging light. The water wasn't transparent but appeared as a viscous, faintly silver glowing liquid, flowing slowly. Each ripple caused the surrounding spiritual energy to resonate in a pleasant harmony. This was no ordinary water. This entire river was the purest, most primordial form of liquid spiritual energy. Holy! Even the most seasoned expert in the group was left speechless, their mind going blank. Such colossal spiritual energy, transformed into an ever-flowing river? If this were on Earth, it would send the entire world into a frenzy. Amidst the collective shock, Weijia's voice rang out calmly once more. Before him floated a holographic data map transmitted in real time by a drone. Advisor Ruan, the analysis report is ready. Preliminary measurements indicate this spiritual energy river spans 120 kilometers in length, averages 15 meters in depth, and maintains a stable flow rate. The total energy it contains, if converted to standard units, would be sufficient to power 5 of our nation's top-tier cities for the next century. And it's completely pollution-free. Weijia's voice was not loud, yet it thundered like an explosion in everyone's ears. 100 years. 5 megacities. What a terrifying figure. At that moment, everyone's breathing grew heavy, their eyes flashing with fervent light. They could almost see it now, countless colossal energy pipelines radiating outward from this very place. Propelled by this river of spiritual energy, China's technology and civilization would advance by leaps and bounds, leaving all rivals utterly behind. Weijia pushed the non-existent glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting irrational gleam. In a tone that brooked no argument, he delivered his conclusion. My recommendation is to immediately designate this site as Strategic Priority 1, establish Energy Base 1, and initiate the pipeline extraction plan. This is currently the most efficient and lowest risk development model known. We can achieve maximum returns in the shortest time possible. His words resonated with most present. Too tempting. It was practically a piece of cake. Yet, Ruan Xinglua spoke slowly. I object. Weijia frowned. Advisor Ruan, please state your reasoning. Every conclusion I've drawn is based on absolutely precise data. Data? Ruan Xinglua turned her head, her gaze peculiar, tinged with a hint of pity. Deputy Captain Wei, can your data tell you if this river is afraid? Afraid? Weijia froze, and the team members behind him froze too. How could a river feel fear? Advisor Ruan, if I may be blunt, emotions like fear simply cannot be quantified. A barely perceptible edge of irritation crept into Weijia's tone. If you intend to reject my proposal, please present compelling evidence to support your argument, not such emotional conjecture. Evidence? Ruan Xinglua smiled. You see only this river's reserves and treat it as an energy mine. But to me, it is the artery of this continent. If we brutally insert pipelines into its body and frantically extract its blood, we might reap enormous profits in the short term. But the cost is this: the artery will wither. This continent, brimming with limitless potential, will lose its vitality. Ultimately, it will become a wasteland indistinguishable from the scorched earth of Longshui. This practice of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is not the way of kings. Weijia's expression darkened. This is alarmist rhetoric. It's merely your conjecture, unsupported by any data. Consultant Ruan, I must remind you that my duty is to evaluate the risks and efficiency of the right path model. Your current decision, in my view, represents a massive and irresponsible waste of resources. His voice rose sharply, brimming with accusation. The team's atmosphere instantly turned icy. Chapter 233, Return It. All eyes turned to Yuan Xinglua, awaiting her decision. Faced with Wei Zhi's near-confrontational questioning, Yuan Xinglua merely shook her head. The way of the king is symbiosis, is guidance. Its first step is to give, not to take. With that, she ignored Wei Zhi's livid expression and walked straight to the edge of the river of spiritual energy. Under everyone's stunned gaze, she slowly extended her right hand. She did not touch the liquid spiritual energy. Instead, she simply held it suspended above the river's surface. A crimson glow, studded with countless sparks of light, slowly emerged from her palm. That was her power of rebirth. She did not take, but instead divided a sliver of her most primordial power. Like a gentle seed, it was slowly infused into the river below. In that very instant, the entire river of spiritual energy seemed to be infused with a soul, suddenly boiling up. The once tranquil waters began to surge and dance wildly. Streaks of silver light shot skyward, transforming into countless sparkling points that gathered affectionately around Yuan Xinglua, like children reunited with their mother. Alert! Alert! Energy readings instantly overloaded. Uncalculable. Unanalyzed. The terminal on Wei Zhi's wrist emitted a shrill screech. The screen flickered with chaotic crimson code before finally going completely black with a crackling hiss. For the first time, his face betrayed utter terror and disbelief. And this was merely the beginning. At the heart of the roaring river, a massive vortex began to form. The river parted to either side, as if paying homage to their sovereign. The next second, under the unforgettable gaze of all present, a dazzling, multicolored halo of light surrounded and supported by countless elemental spirits rose slowly and solemnly from the deepest depths of the riverbed. At the very center of that halo, a fist-sized, flawless, multicolored crystal stone seemingly containing the very essence of the world's vitality floated silently. It was the river's gift in return. It was the world's most precious gift in return for the first act of kindness. The multicolored crystal stone hung motionless, its radiance shifting and shifting, as if all the colors of heaven and earth were condensed within this tiny space. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Everyone held their breath, utterly captivated by this creation beyond imagination. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the black screen terminal on Wei Zhi's wrist finally flickered with snowflake patterns, struggling to reboot. His face was pale, yet his gaze remained fixed on the crystal, like a beast that had witnessed a miracle. Drone, activate backup protocol 3. He issued the command in a dry, raspy voice. 3 miniature drones that had survived the energy storm trembled as they rose, approaching the crystal with an almost reverent, pilgrim-like caution. Buzz. A pale blue scanning beam enveloped the crystal's surface. On Wei Zhi's personal terminal, an avalanche of data began refreshing once more. This time, however, it wasn't chaotic red alerts. Instead, rows of mysterious golden code he'd never seen before shimmered across the screen. These codes seemed to possess life and will of their own, violently assaulting the terminal's decryption modules. Put. Wei Zhi stumbled backward, a trickle of blood running from his nostrils. Merely attempting to parse this data had triggered a terrifying backlash on his mental energy. Deputy Team Leader Wei, his teammates cried out in alarm. Wei Zhi seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the final line of the analysis report frozen on the screen. For the first time, cracks appeared on his perpetually icy expression, followed by a collapse, leaving only utter, bone-chilling horror. His lips trembled, each word squeezed from between his teeth as if he were expending every ounce of strength. This isn't an energy crystal. This is a world rule fragment. It's the foundational core for constructing the divine essence of a deity. Fragments of the world's rules? Divine essence core? These words struck each person like bolts of divine thunder from the heavens. Within the group, an elderly professor with snow-white hair who had spent his entire career at the Dragon Shield Bureau researching ancient mythology and transcendent systems shuddered violently and gasped in disbelief. Divine essence? The very foundation, according to legend, for igniting the divine flame, raising the divine realm, and becoming an immortal deity? Exactly. Wei Zhi's voice cracked with emotion, a strange mix of laughter and tears, his expression twisted and frenzied. According to the terminal's reverse calculations, its value. He snapped his head up, eyes bloodshot, his voice trembling hoarsely with utter shock. Incalculable. Those 4 words carried the weight of 1,000 tons. Everyone froze in place. Wei Zhi stared blankly at the feather-light crystal in Yuan Xinglua's hand, then looked down at his terminal, at the very proposal he had just moments ago held as gospel. The optimal solution he had devoted his entire life to believing in had been utterly crushed by Yuan Xinglua in this single moment. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the Dragon Shield Agency's Supreme Command Center, when the terms World Rule Fragment and Divine Core were relayed back via quantum communication, the entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. Xin Hao's face, perpetually radiating confidence and command, froze completely. The industrial faction executives behind him stood like ducks with their throats squeezed shut, mouths agape, utterly voiceless. The more fervently they had supported Wei Zhi's plan earlier, the more profoundly humiliated they felt now. Silence. A suffocating silence. After a long while, one of Xin Hao's confidants finally managed to speak, his voice dry. Minister, this must be a mere coincidence. Right. It must have been pure luck for that Ruan Xinglua. Just happened to stumble upon such a treasure hidden in that river. This kind of thing can never be mass-produced. We can't stake the future of our nation on such elusive luck. Stable, efficient large-scale mining is the only long-term solution. Several others immediately chimed in, clinging to this last straw like it was their salvation. Xinhao's expression flickered, then he slammed his fist hard onto the table. Exactly. A fluke. This is nothing but an unrepeatable fluke. He ground out each word through clenched teeth, sounding as much like he was persuading his subordinates as he was convincing himself. New World, by the Spirit River. While everyone was immersed in the euphoria of obtaining divine fragment shards, Ruan Xinglua made a decision that left everyone's minds reeling. Return it, she said calmly. What? A team member rubbed his ears, certain he'd misheard. Ruan Xinglua's gaze swept across the group as she repeated herself. I said, return this fragment of the rules to the river. She's lost her mind. Advisor Ruan must be out of her mind. The thought flashed through every mind simultaneously. Chapter 234, A Complete Lunatic. Weijia was the first to snap out of it. He lunged toward Ruan Xinglua, eyes bloodshot, his emotions boiling over. Advisor Ruan, do you know what you're saying? This isn't a stone. It's a divine essence. It's the key that could birth a true deity for our Huaxia. It's the treasure that could catapult us to the heavens, leaving all rivals far behind. And now you intend to throw this future into the river? His voice was hoarse, filled with bewilderment and fury. I must remind you. I possess oversight authority. Your decision has far exceeded mere waste of resources. This is betrayal. Betrayal of the trust placed in us by the nation and its people. You cannot bear this responsibility. Weijia's accusation rang out, his voice sharp and furious. But Ruan Xinglua merely stared back at him silently, her eyes holding no anger, only a trace of pity. Deputy Team Leader Wei, your perspective remains stuck at the level of demanding. A fragment of a divine essence can create, at most, a pseudo-god. But a river possessing complete rules can give birth to a true world. I am not discarding it. Ruan Xinglua raised the crystal in her hand, her tone growing solemn and grave. I intend to plant it as a token nut. To forge the first symbiotic pact with the spirits of this world. With that, she gave no one time to react. Crimson starlight surged from her palm, gently enveloping the multicolored crystal. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the priceless fragment of world rules did not shatter. Instead, like ice melting in the sun, it slowly transformed into a handful of the most brilliant, purest multicolored light dust. No! Weijia let out a desperate roar. Ruan Xinglua flicked her delicate hand. The sky-filling light dust, like the first gentle rain of spring, drifted gracefully back into the ceaselessly surging river of spiritual energy. Her voice, soft yet resonant with an ancient power that seemed to command the very fabric of reality, echoed across the entire land. I, in the name of Huaxia, establish this covenant. This fragment shall serve as our pledge. We shall eternally guard the source of this river, aiding you in awakening your spiritual intelligence and advancing toward evolution. And you shall gather and refine the spirit essence for Huaxia, guiding our path forward. The pact is sealed. Boom! The instant the final word fell, the entire river of spiritual energy erupted into a violent boil. No, it exploded. A colossal, indescribably thick pillar of multicolored light shot skyward from the river's center, tearing through the azure heavens. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations transformed into visible shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions. Far from diminishing after sacrificing the fragment of the law, the river's spiritual energy concentration instead surged exponentially, nourished by the multicolored light dust. 1-fold. 3-fold. 10-fold. Good heavens! This can't be possible. The scientist monitoring the energy readings stared blankly at the instruments, their readings instantly breaking through the upper limit and burning out completely. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is exploitation. But planting a divine seed to seek symbiosis, what was gained instead? The entire chicken farm? An even more astonishing sight unfolded before them. In the river, the elemental sprites, once mere specks of light, began evolving wildly, as if nourished by the fragments of the rules, as if they had consumed a potent elixir. Their forms rapidly elongated and solidified, transforming into adorable creatures the size of a palm with distinct features and dragonfly-like luminous wings sprouting from their backs. Their aura was now hundreds of times more powerful than before. The moment the contract was formed, a squad of 12 evolved elemental spirits, clearly leaders, voluntarily flew out of the river. They approached Ruan Xinglua with reverence, collectively lifting a fist-sized crystal stone radiating a multicolored halo as a gift in return. This crystal stone was entirely different from the previous world rule fragment. It lacked the overbearing arrogance of one who looked down upon all beings and wielded the laws of the world. Instead, it was filled with a gentle, vast life force, like a living heart. What is this? One team member instinctively raised a detector, but Weijia reached out to stop him. Weijia's gaze grew intensely complex. He studied the crystal, then glanced at Ruan Xinglua. Finally, he slowly lowered his hand and chose silence. His data screamed that he must analyze this new artifact immediately. Yet his recently crushed pride screamed warnings, "Shut up! Watch! Learn!" Ruan Xinglua didn't look at the crystal. Her gaze remained fixed on the newborn spirits before her. She smiled, extending her pale hand to gently touch the crystal. A warm, pure energy flowed through her fingertips, nourishing her body, which had been slightly depleted from casting the rebirth power. She did not take the crystal. Instead, she sent a gentle thought to the 12 spirit leaders through her psychic power. "The gift I have received. But it belongs here." The elves tilted their little heads, looking puzzled. Ruan Xinglua's thought echoed again, "Your home needs it." At the word home, a flash of understanding lit the eyes of the 12 elven leaders. They relented, circling Ruan Xinglua in a joyful dance before one of their leaders turned and flew toward a cliff shrouded in thick white mist along the riverbank. There, the detector indicated a dead-end chaotic energy signals and unknown dangers lurking within. "Advisor Ruan. You mustn't." A security team member immediately sounded the alarm. "The energy interference in that area is extremely strong. Our equipment can't penetrate it. Entering recklessly is far too risky." Wei Zhe's lips twitched. Reason told him he should immediately stop this reckless, unplanned venture. Yet his gaze drifted involuntarily to Ruan Xinglua's serene, water-like profile. The words of protest formed on his lips, yet he found himself unable to utter them. "It's fine." Ruan Xinglua spoke softly, "They're inviting us." "Inviting us?" The team members froze in shock. "How do we know this isn't a trap?" Ruan Xinglua turned her head, glancing at him and then at Wei Zhe. "Because I have given them my trust. And trust is the cornerstone of the way of the king. With that, she took a step forward and resolutely walked toward the unknown mist. The advance team members exchanged glances. Finally, all eyes converged on Wei Zhe. As deputy captain, he held oversight authority and wartime decision-making power. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua's decision was unquestionably challenging every operational principle of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Earth Dragon Shield Bureau High Command Center. Xin Hao stared intently at the screen, his eyes locked on Ruan Xinglua's retreating figure disappearing into the mist. Veins bulged prominently on his temples. Madwoman. She's a complete lunatic. Chapter 235, Super Energy. A trusted aide beside him grew frantic, shouting, "Minister! Stop her! Wei Zhe has the authority. This isn't exploration, it's gambling with the lives of our most elite warriors." On the screen, the signal indicator for quantum communication began flashing wildly the instant Ruan Xinglua stepped into the mist's range. Finally, accompanied by a piercing static, it went completely dark. ZZZZT. The live feed from the new world on the large screen turned into a sea of static. The signal's gone." The technician cried out in horror. The entire command center fell silent once more. Xin Hao's face turned from crimson to ashen, then drained completely white. Finally, as if all his strength had been sucked out, he slumped into the command chair. Out of control. From the moment Ruan Xinglua tossed that fragment of divine essence into the river, everything had slipped completely beyond his grasp. His ironclad industrial principles, his efficiency above all else before that woman's royal way, they seemed like a joke. Minister. Someone ventured cautiously, "What do we do now?" Xin Hao did not respond. He merely stared fixedly at the snowy screen, his eyes flickering with resentment, rage, and a hint of something he refused to admit even to himself, fear. He began to doubt whether the principles he had upheld his entire life were truly wrong. New world, before the mist-shrouded cliff. Wei Zhe watched Ruan Xinglua's back as she stepped into the mist without hesitation, his inner world torn apart. His duty, his convictions, the worldview he'd built over the past 30 years all demanded he drag that woman back immediately. Yet his instincts, the miracle he had witnessed with his own eyes, were telling him to follow her. Deputy Captain Wei. The team members watched him anxiously. Wei Zhe took a deep breath and closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, all the struggle and hesitation had dissolved into an unprecedented resolve. He made a decision that even he found astonishing. "Everyone, stow the detection equipment. Maintain maximum alert, battle formation. Follow Advisor Ruan." His voice remained icy, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. The group froze momentarily, but their military instincts kicked in, and they obeyed the order immediately. The 20-strong elite squad, led by Wei Zhe, followed closely behind Ruan Xinglua as they stepped into the mysterious mist that blocked all detection. The scene before them suddenly opened up. Beyond the mist lay the mortal realm. Within the mist lay a fairyland. The cold, damp, insect-infested nightmare they had imagined never materialized. Beyond the mist lay a crystal passageway illuminated by a soft, luminous glow. It seemed like a tributary of that river of spiritual energy, winding its way deep into the mountain. Countless luminous, strange plants grew on the cliff walls lining the passage, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several times denser than outside. The elemental sprites led the way ahead, occasionally glancing back with joyful hums, urging the group to follow. This place is simply. A researcher stared at the surroundings, overcome with emotion until he could barely form coherent words. Wei Zhe remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wan Xingluo walking at the forefront.
Sunlight streamed down from the end of the crystal passageway, bathing her figure in a sacred golden halo. Passing through the long crystal passage, a vast hidden valley unfolded before them like a scroll, slowly revealing itself.
My goodness!
Even the most seasoned elites of the Dragon Shield Bureau, accustomed to extraordinary sights, couldn't help but utter a heartfelt gasp. Though no sun shone here, the sky above hung with dazzling, rainbow-colored bands of light, like auroras, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Within the valley, exotic flowers and plants covered the ground, each radiating a luminous glow and containing astonishing energy. Small cascades of spiritual energy plummeted from the mountain walls, merging into a jade-green lake at the valley's base. At the very center of the valley stood a colossal tree beyond description. Its immense canopy nearly obscured half the valley, while golden patterns flowed along its trunk like the very veins of this world.
Countless elemental spirits, freshly evolved, danced and played around this colossal tree.
This was their true home.
It was the true heart of this river of spiritual energy, the very source of creation for this world.
Quick! Look at the lake, a scientist pointed toward the lake beneath the giant tree, his voice trembling. The others looked and saw that from the base of the giant tree, countless thick roots extended into the lake. Where the roots met the lake water, pools of varying sizes naturally formed. Each pool brimmed with a viscous liquid radiating a multicolored halo. This is what the contract referred to as purified spirit essence. One team member scanned it from a distance with his instrument.
The next second, he let out a blood-curdling scream.
Report!
The energy purity of this spirit liquid is 117 times that of external rivers. Theoretically, a single drop, just one drop, could fully power a Dragon General class individual combat mech. Boom! Everyone was stunned. This wasn't just any spirit liquid. It was clearly the highest grade, inexhaustible super energy source. Wei Zhe stared blankly at the spirit liquid seeping endlessly from the giant tree's roots and pooling in the basin. His mind drifted back to his own plan to construct a massive pipeline across the river, yet even at full capacity, it could only extract spirit energy with a concentration of 1. He had sought to drain the pond dry, willing to sacrifice an entire river for that dilute energy. But Wan Xingluo?
She had merely planted a seed. And this world willingly opened its entire treasure trove for her.
At that moment, Wan Xingluo slowly approached the towering ancient tree.
She paid no heed to the priceless spiritual elixir, instead extending her hand to gently press against the ancient, warm trunk. As if sensing her benevolence and the power of rebirth, the entire tree suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. A vast, mist-like sea of life energy and ancient knowledge surged through her palm, flooding into her spiritual realm.
Xingluo's body trembled slightly, and her eyes snapped shut.
Visions flashed rapidly through her mind: the birth of chaos, the crystallization of order, the sprouting of life. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes now seemed to reflect a newly born starry sky. She turned to face her team members, who stood utterly speechless behind her, and spoke softly.
This world has its own name.
All eyes converged on her, filled with awe, bewilderment, and a hint of pilgrim-like reverence. Wei Zhe's breath caught in his throat at that very moment.
Chapter 236, The Dragon Pillars Guarding the Nation. Imperial Edict. A name? A world possessing its own name? What did that signify? It meant it was no longer a cold mass of data, a resource waiting to be exploited, but a living, breathing entity with its own will, a life. Wan Xingluo's gaze withdrew from the towering tree, sweeping across the assembled crowd.
Her cool voice resonated within each heart. It is called Source Realm.
The origin of all things, the primordial realm.
Source Realm. At the name, Wei Zhe's body jerked violently, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He recalled the Dragon Shield Bureau's cold, clinical designation: the Void of Genesis. Ruins. In their eyes, this magnificent world was nothing more than a ruin to be plundered at will.
How utterly arrogant. How utterly ignorant.
He looked at Wan Xingluo, then at this vibrant valley. The primary energy base plan, filled with data and profit calculations, now felt like a resounding slap, stinging his soul.
Section Chief, I was wrong.
Wei Zhe murmured, as if in a dream.
Source Realm, Valley of Creation.
The multicolored aurora across the entire valley grew even more dazzling. The purified spirit essence within the lake began to converge at an accelerated pace. All the elemental spirits emitted joyful hums, dancing around Wan Xingluo and the advance team in a celebratory dance.
Wonderful! We've succeeded! We've earned this world's recognition!
The team members cheered excitedly, their taut nerves finally relaxing in this moment. Each face radiated the joy of having survived a catastrophe.
Yet amidst the jubilant scene, Wan Xingluo's brow suddenly furrowed without warning. Something's wrong.
Her cool voice fell like a bucket of ice water over the group.
What is it, Advisor Wan?
Wei Zhe's heart tightened, his guard immediately rising.
Wan Xingluo offered no reply.
Instead, a profound light imperceptible to ordinary eyes flared silently within her gaze.
Eye of Fate.
In her vision, the entire world dissolved into an ocean woven from countless threads of law and fate.
And now, at the deepest roots of that radiant world-axis sapling, a strand of black mist darker than night, thicker than venom was silently seeping out. That black mist, as fine as a spider's thread, was saturated with corruption, destruction, and boundless resentment. Like the most treacherous serpent, it coiled precisely around the most vital, tenderest root of the young sapling. The instant the black mist coiled around it, the radiance of the entire world-axis seedling visibly dimmed. That vibrant breath of life suddenly revealed a hint of stagnation and decay. What is that? Ruan Xingluo's heart plummeted. She stared intently at the strand of black mist, pushing the power of the Eye of Fate to its absolute limit to trace its origin. The next instant, a familiar yet hideous visage flashed through her mind. The prison-sealing demon god. That celestial demon from beyond the realms, utterly obliterated by Zhou Yan's heavenly Dao power, not even a trace should remain in existence. Impossible. Ruan Xingluo gasped in horror as a truth chilling her to the bone instantly revealed itself. It's Long Yingshui, the last remnant of the demon god's resentment lingering within the nation's fortune. When Zhou Yan had slain the demon god and purified the nation's destiny, he never imagined the demon god could be so cunning. It had transformed its most primordial shred of resentment into an intangible, formless demon seed, hiding it deep within the nation's destiny. With the opening of the Gate of Origin, it had descended into this new world alongside it. The most primordial force in this world was chaos. And the demon seed, as most favored nourishment, is chaos. This is bad. Before Ruan Xingluo could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The black mist, upon touching the primordial chaos of the world-axis sapling, began to devour and grow like a beast starved for billions of years. The black mist swelled visibly before their eyes. Wherever it touched, the emerald lake water turned into foul-smelling ink, and the vibrant, radiant exotic flora swiftly withered and rotted. The pure, boundless spiritual energy was polluted into demonic energy filled with savagery and destruction. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the valley's tranquility. The horrified crowd watched as a playful elemental spirit was swept by a strand of black mist. Its crystalline body instantly darkened, its delicate wings torn to shreds, and its pure eyes replaced by a savage crimson glow. It was no longer an elf, but a twisted, aggressive, demonic creature. Roar! The demonized spirit let out a roar unlike any living creature, whirling around to lunge at its nearest companion with its newly formed, razor-sharp claws. 1, 2, 10, 100. The infection spread like a plague, raging uncontrollably. In mere moments, over half of the tens of thousands of elemental spirits in the valley, symbols of new life and hope, were transformed into hideous, monstrous creatures. Their sole instinct was to destroy everything before them that bore the breath of life. Enemy attack. Weijia was the first to react, letting out a furious roar. Everyone, form a circular defense. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The specialized plasma rifles instantly spat out searing tongues of fire, firing with precision at the charging monsters. Yet a despairing sight unfolded. Plasma rounds capable of melting alloy armor struck the creatures' bodies only to pass straight through as if hitting phantoms, inflicting no damage whatsoever. No! Deputy Captain, a warrior screamed in horror. They're energy beings. Physical attacks are useless. Weijia's face turned ashen. He immediately ordered, switch to high-energy lasers. Initiate energy annihilation strike. ZZZZZZZ. Several high-energy laser beams swept across the creature. This time, they finally had an effect. The creatures struck by the lasers let out piercing screams as their bodies were scorched with gaping holes. Yet seemingly immune to pain, its body healed through demonic energy as it charged forward with even greater fury. Damn it! As the defensive line teetered on collapse, Ruan Xingluo clenched her teeth and unleashed a ruthless command. Dragon Pillar of the Nation. Command! A clear command echoed as a blurred, golden dragon pillar of phantom piercing heaven and earth materialized behind her. The colossal power of the nation's fortune transformed into golden ripples that spread outward. Wherever the golden light touched, the black aura enveloping the demon seemed to encounter its nemesis, hissing and melting away as their assault faltered. It's working! The team members' spirits soared. Yet Ruan Xingluo's expression grew even more grave. For she distinctly sensed that her divine authority was being suppressed far too severely here. The foundation of the Yizhengui Dragon Pillars was the national fortune of Huaxia. In this source realm that had yet to establish a deep connection with China, the power she could command amounted to less than 1/10 of her full strength.